I awakened the weakest F-rank talent in the entire school, penniless, with my aunt bedridden from leukemia, driven to desperation by a ruthless landlord. I thought misfortune would devour our only home, until I noticed her atrophied legs. There was a terrifying clinging ghost wrapped around him. That wasn't an illness, it was murder. In the moment of despair, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. The strongest ghost enforcer system activated. SSS level talent. There is no limit to the number of ghosts I command. My vengeful ghost tide surpasses yours. Tonight, you will understand that I command ghosts not just to rid the world of them, but to unleash the overwhelming fury born from my family's ruin. My name is Chu Feng, a transmigrator who has spent 18 years in this world where everyone commands ghosts. A disastrous start, both parents dead, growing up relying solely on his aunt, Dumian. Times were tough, and the good days didn't last. My aunt got dragged into a supernatural dungeon. Though she made it out alive, she ended up being devoured by her own vengeful spirit, leading to lower limb paralysis. 3 months ago, the malevolent spirit's backlash worsened, and his aunt developed leukemia, urgently requiring 500,000 for surgery. Back at the rented apartment, my aunt Dumian greeted me while pushing her wheelchair, her gentle and serene face full of exhaustion. She was once one of the most beautiful women in the community, but she turned down all her suitors to take care of me. Chu Feng, what talent have you awakened? Today is the awakening day for all high school seniors in Xia country. Their talents determine the possibility of becoming a ghost controller. I remained silent for a moment and whispered in response, F grade. Dumian's eyes showed no disappointment, but instead a hint of joy. She tightly held my hand and softly comforted me. It's okay. Compared to becoming a ghost tamer who walks hand in hand with death, your aunt would rather you live as an ordinary person, free from illness and disaster for a lifetime. She never mentioned her own condition, but I knew she had lost hope. I couldn't bear to see misfortune strike again and again. If only I had a system too. At that very moment, a clear mechanical female voice sounded. Ding, host has been detected as an adult. The strongest ghostly envoy system is activating. Activation complete. Host talent officially activated. SSS level talent. Soul return. The soul returns. SSS. Ghost space is infinitely large. Affinity with contracted ghosts is increased. Immune to ghost backlash. Number of contracted ghosts 0/. Ding, host has been gifted with a bound divine artifact, the Human Emperor Banner. Basic functions of the Human Emperor Banner. 1. During the Z hour, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the ghost control space gains 1 ghost per second. 2. Contracted ghosts obey the host unconditionally, with a loyalty level of 107%. Ghosts slain by you are automatically contracted, and summoned ghosts are difficult for others to detect. 3. Ghost goo. Within the ghost control space, you can choose to have ghosts fight, merge, or devour each other to evolve stronger ghosts. 4. With ghost eyes, no ghost or ghostly aura can hide from your sight. I was overjoyed in my heart. Every second in the Z hour increases 1 ghost, accumulating 7,200 vengeful spirits per day. Today is the day I've been waiting for. Bang, bang, bang. Violent knocking sounds erupted, followed immediately by the landlord Wang Suimei's sharp, caustic voice. Nianzi, and that dead brat, I know you're home. Tonight, you must move out, and don't even think about getting the deposit back. I frowned. The rent still had 3 months left before expiration. They couldn't refuse to return the deposit. I responded from inside the room, Auntie May, the contract states our lease ends in October. Why are you making us move out now? Wang Suimei revealed her shrewish nature and sneered, contract? What contract? Do you have it in your hands? Also, the deposit is non-refundable, and you'll have to compensate me for this. The deposit was 3,000, but the damage to my apartment exceeds 10,000. Just compensate me 5,000, and we're good. Otherwise, you'll regret it tonight. With that, she strode away. It turned out that she had secretly taken the contract, intended to pocket an extra 200 in rent, and her husband was a ghost tamer. I clenched my fists tightly, the fire of rage igniting within me. You were the one who provoked me first and targeted my family. In my extreme anger, I laughed bitterly. Chu Feng, are you okay? Dumian concernedly pulled me into his embrace. I instinctively lowered my head and suddenly noticed a dark-skinned knee-hugging imp clinging to my aunt's legs. This knee-hugging ghost, resembling a tiny monkey, bared its teeth with a hideous expression, staring at me mockingly. I was greatly shocked. Could my aunt's illness have another cause? Thanks to the ghost eyes, I could clearly see the data of the crouching ghost, level, primary wraith, ghost chi, 12, skills, none. The urgent task was to quickly pull it off. With a thought, the Human Emperor banner appeared in my hand out of thin air. I saw the banner was pure white, embroidered with dark blue auspicious clouds, and 7 black characters, ghost, 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 ghost. The knee-hugging ghost trembled all over from fear of the soul-summoning banner, yet it still refused to let go because it had a master. Oh, such high loyalty, your master trained you well. What a pity. Tonight, let me become your master. I swung the soul-summoning banner and struck the knee-hugging ghost directly off Dumian's leg, nearly shattering its soul. Return, O soul. Return, O soul. I waved the soul-summoning banner, and after a brief struggle, the knee-hugging ghost turned into a wisp of light smoke and was drawn into the banner. Ghost control space, 1/. The summoning banner then vanishes. Dumian was completely baffled by my series of actions. Seeing that I hadn't harmed her, she asked with concern, Chu Feng, were you possessed just now? Feeling quite pleased, I smiled and replied, Auntie, how are your legs feeling now? Only then did Dumian realize that after I whipped her legs, the pain had actually lessened. With my support, she actually managed to stand up slowly. Chu Feng, you just helped Auntie exorcise the ghost. Auntie's illness isn't just from the malevolent spirit's backlash, there are other human factors involved. Someone deliberately placed their controlled ghost on Auntie's leg, which worsened her condition. Dumian was shocked and asked tearfully, what? Who wants to harm me? My eyes were bloodshot as I said in a low voice. Ordinary ghost tamers can only control their ghosts within a 20-meter radius around them. Who its master is goes without saying. It was none other than the husband of our landlady, Wang Tsueme. Chu Feng. I must go confront him and demand an explanation. Dumian was agitated and wanted to open the door to leave, but considering my studies, she ultimately compromised. I gently take Dumian's hand and say with a smile, no need for Auntie to go find him. He will come on his own. No need to fear, truth and rhetoric only exist within the range of artillery. And I am the truth. Chapter 3, Endless Wraiths, Explosive Slaughter of the Black-Hearted Landlord. Seeing Chu Feng standing before her, brimming with confidence, and recalling the strange flag that had materialized out of thin air earlier. Even if she were as dumb as a rock, Dumian could figure it out. Her nephew wasn't F rank. To possess a dedicated ghost artifact, he must be at least A rank. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement, her crimson lips curving upward as she pinched Chu Feng's cheek and demanded. Spill it, kid. What talent did you awaken? Chu Feng chuckled, no longer hiding anything, and held up 3 fingers. Nothing special, just SSS grade, you know. Hearing SSS, Dumian was visibly stunned. After all, in the entire nation of Xia, producing even one SSS-tier talent in a year was considered exceptional. And this SSS-tier ghostbender would receive boundless resources from the state. Could this unimaginable fortune be ours? Deep down, Dumian only wished for Chu Feng's safety and happiness, hoping he wouldn't follow in her sister and brother-in-law's footsteps. But now it seemed some birds simply couldn't be caged. If Chu Feng wants to pursue this path, then so be it. Her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng, as if she feared she might never see him again. Congratulations, Chu Feng. You're finally free to pursue your dreams, aren't you? From today onward, you're officially a ghost tamer. Remember when we were kids? You used to cling to me, always envying the life of a ghost tamer. And now, Chu Feng's own journey is about to begin. Dumian wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's head, leaving a kiss on his forehead. No matter where you are, you'll always be your auntie's pride. Our Chu Feng is the best. Chu Feng's eyes turned red as they embraced and wept together. Don't worry, auntie. If it dares show up tonight, I'll make sure it never comes back alive. Don't ask why it is used. It refers to both the ghost and the landlord's offspring. Meanwhile, downstairs in Wang Tsueme and her husband's room. Put. Ma Dongqi spat a mouthful of blood onto the lavish feast he'd just prepared. This feast was meant to celebrate another windfall. But Ma Dongqi's expression now was pure panic. What's wrong, old Ma? Wang Tsueme looked disgusted as she wiped the blood off the table with a rag. Ma Dongqi grimaced in agony, his rough hands clutching his chest. He gasped in shock. My ghost, it's been killed. I can't feel the connection anymore. At this, Wang Tsueme's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is that possible? You just awakened your talent today. You haven't even entered the ghost realm to command spirits yet. That little guy must have run away. Both instantly lost their appetite. Whether a ghost died or fled due to insufficient loyalty, it could trigger a vengeful backlash, posing grave danger to the ghost tamer's body. Maybe we should just let them stay. That Chu Feng doesn't seem as easy to deal with as we thought. Ma Dongqi was feeling a bit intimidated. After all, he only possessed a C-rank talent. His ability to contract 2 ghosts was largely due to the fact that the knee-hugging ghost was practically indistinguishable from a residual ghost. Now he had only 1 ghost left. What should he do? Seeing her husband waver, Wang Tsueme frowned and urged him on. Why fear him? Even if he awakened a talent, he's still a greenhorn with 0 ghost-taming experience. Listen to me, we act tonight and kick them out. Midnight. Dumian and Chu Feng remained awake. Suddenly, a steady thump-thump-thump echoed outside the door. The rhythm was eerily precise. Chu Feng noticed it was 3 knocks every 3 seconds, each strike delivered with identical force. Dumian stared at Chu Feng with terror in her eyes. After all, she had once been a ghost tamer herself and knew that the creature outside the door was no ordinary being. Chu Feng paid it little mind, instead focusing his spirit into the ghost taming space. It was now midnight. The ghost taming space had been accumulating 1 ghost per second since the start of the hour, reaching a terrifyingly large number. Densely packed ghosts. Chu Feng had to admit that all the ghost movies he'd seen in his life couldn't match the variety before him. JK ghosts, basketball ghosts, elbow ghosts, hand ghosts, starved ghosts, ghost children, ghost infants, ghost ladies. There was nothing you couldn't imagine that couldn't be born within the ghost taming space. Already 3,700. And still rising. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, then exchanged a confident glance with Du Mian. Though the space was filled with only low-level wandering spirits, nearly 4,000 of them. Facing a peak wandering spirit like the keyhole ghost, Chu Feng truly couldn't see how he could lose. On the first floor, Ma Dongxi, who controlled the knocking ghost to pound on doors, felt a surge of secret delight. It seemed Chu Feng wasn't all that powerful after all. He decided to push further. The terrifying nature of the door-knocking ghost lay in its ability to attack anyone who attempted to open any object it deemed a door. Thump! 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 Instantly, not just the bedroom door, but the bathroom door, kitchen door, cabinet doors all began echoing with knocking sounds. The sound seemed to have already surrounded Chu Feng and his companion, gradually closing in on them from every wall. Xiao Feng, maybe we should just give in. Du Mian said anxiously. Even though you're SSS-tier, you're still only one person against a knee-hugging ghost. You can't handle this thing. Du Mian regretted selling off all their ghost fighting tools after she was backfired upon by a fierce ghost. If those items were still in her possession, neither she nor Chu Feng would be in such a dire predicament now. But to her surprise, Chu Feng chuckled. Don't panic, Auntie. The real show is about to begin. Chu Feng decided to employ the strategy of learning from the enemy to defeat the enemy. Hello? Who is it? Knocking so late at night? Chu Feng deliberately feigned sleepiness in his voice, though in reality, he and Du Mian were hiding. Ma Dongxi and the others heard Chu Feng's voice and both felt a surge of secret delight. Alright, kid, open up. With a creak, the door swung open. The ghost, poised to attack, found no one there. Looking down, he found the knee-hugging ghost clinging to his legs. Ma Dongxi frowned in confusion. What was going on? His ghost hadn't died? But soon he realized something was terribly wrong. It was the same ghost, yet why couldn't he command it anymore? Sure enough, the hugging ghost began viciously tearing at the door-knocking ghost's legs, while the door-knocking ghost could only attack by knocking. This was hopeless, it was just a big neat mountain. Damn it, honey, I gotta go check this out. Something's seriously wrong. In a panic, Ma Dongxi scrambled up to the third floor and yanked the hugging ghost down. Look at me, damn it. I'm your master. His gaze was fierce, as if the knee-hugging ghost still obeyed his commands. By then, Wang Suimei had also rushed up. Seeing her husband's furious expression, her own anger flared. Damn it, you two penniless brats, get the hell out of here. You two little bastards can't even afford the fine. Wang Suimei had decided both were easy targets to bully. As long as she played hardball, not only would she not have to refund their deposit, but they'd also have to pay the penalty. After ranting for a while, she noticed no response from inside the room. Wang Suimei concluded they must have been scared senseless, so she entered the room. Often, what's more terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. The room was pitch black. Before she could turn on the light, Chu Feng punched Wang Suimei square in the face. One punch wasn't enough. Chu Feng then launched a fierce assault on Wang Suimei's stomach. Husband! Husband! This damn kid is trying to beat me to death. Hurry up and come. The shouts inside caught the attention of Ma Dongxi, who was outside preparing to recontract the hugging ghost. He thrust the knocking ghost forward as a shield and charged straight into the room. It was the form of a burly old man with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Damn it, who dares touch my wife? I'll ing. He tried to intimidate Chu Feng with the knee-hugging ghost's aura, but to his shock, the room was now packed with more ghosts than he'd ever seen in his entire life. On the table, the windows, the walls, the bed. They stared intently at the knocking ghost and Ma Dongxi before them. The air froze solid, as if even the faintest breaths could be heard. Chu Feng's eyes, like malevolent spirits plunging into darkness, silently fixed upon the couple. The slaughter was about to begin. Chapter 4, Disease Cured, First Breeding of Bugs. Chu Feng, however, looked at them with a mocking expression, his face impassive as he declared. Midnight has arrived. I am invincible. In an instant, the temperature plummeted to freezing. Not only Ma Dongxi, but even the knocking ghost froze in place. Over 4,000 ghosts couldn't possibly be confined to just the room. The corridors, the entire building, even the surrounding 100-meter radius. Countless fierce ghosts erupted from all directions, swarming toward Chu Feng in an instant. Tear them apart. Chu Feng remained expressionless as he coldly issued the command. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless dark shadows surged toward the knocking ghost. Of course, they didn't spare the Ma Dongxi couple either. In Chu Feng's eyes, compared to the knocking ghost, the couple who owned the house deserved death even more. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless ghostly figures tore at the knocking ghost's spectral form, even though its true power surpassed every other ghost present. But unfortunately, there were countless ghosts present. Roar! Soon, the knocking ghost was being devoured at a pace visible to the naked eye. Its ghostly form dissolved into a wisp of black smoke that drifted into Ma Dongxi's body. It decisively chose to retreat back into the ghost-controlling space. There was only one reason for this outcome: insufficient loyalty. After all, the relationship between a ghost tamer and a spirit is fundamentally one of equal contract. You provide me with ghostly energy, and I serve your purposes. But if loyalty falters, it leads to cowardice in battle, flight, or even betrayal. Damn it, I just can't wrap my head around it. He was clearly just a pushover who never spoke up in public, afraid of disturbing the peace. A penniless wretch who never fought back, no matter how much his wife and I humiliated him. Not only is he a ghost tamer, he could summon so many ghostly creatures at once. Damn it, he'd hit a brick wall. Ma Dongxi slid to his knees, banging his forehead on the ground with a thud. Seeing his wife hadn't moved, he hurriedly pulled Wang Suimei down to kowtow as well. Forgive me, genius Chu. It's my wife's fault. She's greedy, sharp-tongued, and downright stupid. A woman with such a dark heart is perfect for raising ghosts. She'll definitely help you cultivate a top-tier vengeful spirit. Wang Suimei grew increasingly suspicious. So you're saying you're completely blameless? The two bowed incessantly, simultaneously listing each other's sins accumulated over the years. That bastard Ma Dongxi. He's always installing hidden cameras in single female tenants' homes. Don't think I don't know about it. Wang Suimei, how many times did you push me to scare people away with ghosts just to pocket that extra rent? And that lantern damage assessment job you pulled? I won't even go there. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered with their farce. Still, it must be said this farce of birds of a feather flying apart when trouble comes was rather amusing. At the very least, it only strengthened Chu Feng's resolve. These two must die. Instead of ordering them torn to shreds, Chu Feng spoke calmly. Should I still return your deposit and penalty fees? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the pair stammered in terror. How could we dare ask for a refund? We should be compensating you for emotional distress. Would 100,000 be acceptable? Chu Feng offered no reply, merely staring at them coldly. 300,000. 500,000. Chu Feng nodded. He simply didn't know how much money the other party had in the bank, so he was testing the waters. If they were willing to go as high as 500,000, then surely their actual savings must be well over $1 million, right? But this was merely Chu Feng giving them a glimmer of hope. Ever since learning they used a spirit to worsen his aunt's illness, he never intended to let them live. The two knelt before Chu Feng, groveling and begging for mercy. Even if it meant sparing just one of them? Enough. This ends here. Instead of letting the vengeful spirits tear them apart, Chu Feng opted for a more sophisticated approach: possession. In an instant, the Ma Dongxi couple stiffly rose to their feet and shuffled toward their room. The next day, Zhejiang News reported the following. Early yesterday morning, the landlords of Xingfu apartment wrote a letter of confession before dying from carbon monoxide poisoning caused by burning coal. Previously, the couple had repeatedly threatened tenants to vacate under the guise of being exorcists, aiming to seize their security deposits. According to the letter, they chose to transfer ownership of the property to a brother-sister pair among their tenants. Additionally, they had fully refunded all tenants who had previously suffered wrongdoing. This incident has sparked widespread public discussion. This incident is riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, why did Chu Feng and his partner receive the most favorable treatment among the victims? Not only did they receive a voluntary transfer of 500,000 yuan, but the entire apartment building was also handed over to them. Yet when the Lingyu Bureau arrived to investigate, they discovered Chu Feng and his partner lacked the capability to commit the crime. One was a critically ill patient suffering from a vengeful ghost's backlash, while the other was merely a high school student who had just completed his talent assessment and hadn't yet entered the ghost realm to command spirits. Meanwhile, Ma Dongxi's registered spirit tamer profile listed 2 spirits under his command. Traces of ghostly energy within their bodies were perfectly normal, and no inconsistencies were found in the crime scene evidence. Therefore, the Spirit Control Bureau could only monitor Chu Feng and his companion for the foreseeable future. Everyone knew this incident must be connected to Chu Feng and his companion, yet they couldn't find any concrete evidence. Outside the operating room at Zhejiang People's Hospital, the surgery was a success. Your girlfriend will recover soon. A doctor strode confidently toward Chu Feng, grasping his hand eagerly. Ha ha ha, really? That's wonderful. Chu Feng was a bit speechless. Though his aunt was indeed beautiful, she was actually 36 years old, a full decade older than him. Ah, well, never mind. As long as she's okay. Even without the ghostly entity's oppression, the damage to her body was already irreversible. Therefore, the surgery must proceed as planned. Chu Feng entered the hospital room and saw his aunt looking somewhat frail. His eyes brimmed with excitement as he said, "Auntie, take these days to rest and recover properly. We'll leave the hospital once you're fully healed. For the past 18 years, you've raised me single-handedly. From now on, I'll take care of you." His words carried unwavering confidence, whether on Blue Star then or now. Having money in your pocket truly made you feel confident. Du Mian's cheeks flushed slightly. The boy before her had grown into a capable adult without her noticing. Xiao Feng, don't push yourself too hard. At your age, it's the perfect time to find love. After witnessing her precious nephew's true strength last night, Dumian no longer worried about Chu Feng's abilities. Her only lingering concern was that Chu Feng had scarcely any time for himself. He was either buried in his studies or working odd jobs. She wished more than anything for Chu Feng to be like other kids his age. Chu Feng grinned and said, "No problem. Once I get to college, I'll definitely bring you back a gorgeous niece-in-law. As for the rest, auntie, just sit back and enjoy your leisure." With that, Chu Feng walked toward the operating room and opened his ghost-taming space. Ghost count, 7201. Ghost parasite. Within the ghost controlling space, you may choose to have ghost entities battle, fuse, or devour one another to evolve into stronger entities. Time to see what this ghost pupa is truly capable of. Chapter 5, The Ghostly General Emerging from Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. After the incident where the door-knocking ghost deserted him in battle, Chu Feng had come to understand the true value of his SSS-tier talent. Any ghost bound by his contract would reach maximum loyalty instantly. This time, he wondered what new surprises the ghost parasite would bring. Tomorrow we enter the ghost realm to command spirits. Let's test it out today. Ghost parasite. Within the ghost control space, you may choose to battle ghosts, fuse ghosts, or devour ghosts to evolve stronger ghosts. Though he spoke casually, Chu Feng harbored immense expectations for this ghost refinement session. When most people enter the ghost realm, they can only rely on ghost artifacts. Being able to directly summon a mercenary? That's just too awesome. Ding, please confirm the number of ghost pests to participate. Current total, 7,201. Chu Feng intended to commit all the ghosts from this batch to the ghost bug process. After all, he gained 7,200 new ghosts daily. Hoarding too many served little purpose. He had considered leaving a few with his aunt for protection, but upon reflection, the Spirit Control Bureau would likely guard them more closely than he could. Chu Feng silently commanded, "Include all." Ding, execution initiated. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Feng's consciousness fully immersed into the ghost control realm. Here, deathly silence reigned. Under the blood moon's glow lay countless blood-soaked creatures. They snarled, devoured one another, mercilessly plunging bloodied claws into the chests of their own kind. Eerie roars, shrill screeches, and an inexplicable urge to survive drove them to tear at each other. They weren't called ghosts because most had been devoured beyond recognition, their spectral forms shattered beyond repair. Every second, the defeated perished, becoming nourishment. Yet if the victors ceased fighting, they too would be devoured by stronger foes. Chu Feng sat upon his throne, fashioned from the flesh and blood of fierce ghosts, holding a soul-summoning banner as he silently observed the carnage. As time ticked by, fewer and fewer ghostly beings remained standing. This brutal and bloody battle was nearing its end. After an unknown span of time, only two ghostly figures remained on the field. One, towering in stature, swung a battle axe toward the other. The other ghostly figure took the blow head-on, then lunged recklessly toward its opponent's face. As it thrust its broadsword into the flesh, it began to frantically gnaw at its foe. 3 minutes later, the towering specter ceased struggling, dissolving into a pool of blood. The gravely wounded specter staggered toward Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng tightened his grip on the soul-summoning banner, his vigilance heightened. After all, standing before him was the ghost among ghosts who had defeated 7,200 fierce specters. Even within his own ghost-taming space, Chu Feng dared not let his guard down. Moreover, this ghostly figure radiated a ghostly green glow, wielded a broadsword, and sported a cascade of long beard. Wasn't this none other than the red-faced, beautiful bearded General Guan? Chu Feng could no longer remain calm. The resemblance was uncanny, utterly striking. Yet when the ghostly figure approached beneath Chu Feng's throne, it did not attack as he had expected. Instead, it knelt on one knee, its blood-red eyes brimming with loyalty. The specter spoke no words, yet it seemed to declare, "You are the sovereign I have sworn to protect." Holy! Chu Feng gasped in shock. Guan Yu kneeling before him? How could he possibly bear such honor? Chu Feng slid to his knees, banging his forehead 3 times on the ground as he respectfully declared, "This humble one, Chu Feng, pays homage to the divine Lord Guan." But the ghostly general before him remained utterly unresponsive. At that very moment, the system's notification sounded once more. "This ghost parasite devouring is complete. Scale, 7,201. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the peak-tier wrathful ghost Guandao Ghost General." Hearing the notification, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. What the hell? A vengeful ghost. So it wasn't Guan Shang Dijuan after all? Chu Feng was startled and hurriedly checked the ghost general's description. Ghost General with Guandao. Level, Peak Wrathful Ghost. Potential, S rank. Combat skill, SSS. Skills. Ghost Armor Enchantment envelopes the user in a layer of ghostly armor, granting temporary invulnerability. This effect also applies to the skill's host. Soul Devour, the Ghost General's broadsword inflicts true damage and bleeding effects. Evaluation, answering the sovereign's call, it shall emerge from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On this continent where all strive to ward off ghosts, the ranks of spectral beings are thus classified. Wandering souls, spectral shadows, vicious ghosts, wrathful spirits, blood robes, yakshas, demon fiends, yama lords, unspeakable entities. Though the hierarchy is vast, for most mortals, reaching the fiend level represents the pinnacle of their existence. And yet, Chu Feng. He'd cultivated a grudge ghost to peak tier 1 at that, terrifyingly close to the threshold of a blood robe. Why such bold claims? Because the Ghost General is no ordinary peak-level vengeful ghost. Having survived the relentless slaughter of over 7,000 ghosts, its combat prowess has undoubtedly ascended to the next level. Chu Feng could be certain that, paired with these two seemingly unbeatable skills, the Ghost General would be unmatched among equals and might even hold its own against higher tiers. And the most absurd part? A terrifying entity like the Ghost General? Chu Feng could cultivate one in a single day. At this rate, even confronting the ghost-eyed head-on wouldn't faze him. It seemed he now possessed the ultimate enforcer. But this was far from enough. His subordinates should be even stronger. Perhaps next time I should wait a few days longer, gather more vengeful spirits. Might I forge a yak in one go? Chu Feng murmured to himself. The Ghost General wore blood-red ghost armor, his sturdy, towering frame standing over 3 meters tall, with a spear stretching 5 meters from his back. At the very least, Chu Feng was thoroughly satisfied with its appearance. With such imposing presence, if he told others it was blood-robed tier, no one would doubt him. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. It was the homeroom teacher tagging the entire class. At all students, classmates, the talent assessment has concluded. I trust you've all begun considering your future paths. Today's message is primarily directed at those aspiring to become ghost masters. Given that quite a few students in our class have awakened C grade or higher talents, I've tagged the entire class. We have received notification that the Ghost Realm Exorcist assessment will officially commence tomorrow at 10 a.m. Unlike previous years, this year's Zhejiang No. 1 High School has awakened 1 S-rank student and 5 A-rank students. Therefore, the higher-ups have specially approved the opening of the S-rank ghost domain, Blood Sun Middle School, a domain that would not normally be accessible to us. Naturally, this ghost domain is reserved for those students with exceptional talent. Ghost realms carry risks. Participate with caution. Students, please know your limits and act accordingly. Students planning to participate, start the chain in the group. In truth, the vast majority of students referred to here exclude Chu Feng. Chu Feng was in the honors class, where nearly everyone possessed the potential to become a ghost tamer except for him. The homeroom teacher only phrased it this way because tagging Chu Feng directly would be troublesome. As for the talk about self-awareness and knowing one's limits, that was clearly directed at Chu Feng. The class had 36 students. Before long, the chain had reached 35. Zhang Mengmeng confirmed participation. Just as everyone thought it would end there, another message appeared. 36. Chu Feng confirmed participation. Chu Feng sneered coldly. This time, I won't be anyone's laughingstock. Chapter 6, Ghost Realm Assessment, entering the S-Class Ghost Realm. The Ghost Realm Assessment is about to begin. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Those carrying glutinous rice, dog's blood, or peachwood swords, don't go to the Western Ghost Realm. And those with crosses, don't go to the wrong place either. Class monitor Su Miao held a small megaphone, barking orders like a miniature homeroom teacher. Hey, Chu Feng, what brings you here? Seeing Chu Feng enter the assessment hall, Su Miao looked visibly surprised. Chu Feng replied expressionlessly. Because I signed up, so I came. At that moment, Zhao Anren, who had awakened an A-grade talent, remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, I see. I thought you must have accidentally clicked the wrong button. But be careful, don't end up becoming the school's death statistic. With that, Zhao Anren hooked her arm through Su Miao's shoulder, and the two walked away together. A faint smile curved at the corner of Chu Feng's lips. Even without his awakened system, this Ghost Realm assessment was something he absolutely had to participate in. And now that he had awakened the system, with his SSS-tier talent granting him the soul summoning banner and the Ghost General, the ghosts in this so-called Ghost Realm might not even outnumber those within his banner. Instead of refining the ghosts from the second night's midnight hour into ghost summoning bugs, Chu Feng handed a portion of them to the Ghost General, forming a small ghost legion. With loyalty off the charts, the Ghost General was utterly incapable of defection. The weather was sweltering, and Chu Feng had no fan at hand. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the soul summoning banner. With just a gentle wave, the banner seemed to understand his intent, stirring without a breath of wind. Instantly, a chill permeated the air around Chu Feng, the coldness almost unbearable. Already tacitly ostracized by his classmates for awakening a worthless talent, he now seemed even more forbidding and unapproachable. Just then, a deep voice sounded from behind him. Brother Feng, where'd you get that giant fan? It looks pretty effective. Chu Feng turned to find none other than Zhang Baobao, the class glutton. Zhang Baobao's family monopolized the entire pig feed business in Zhejiang City. While it might not sound very respectable, he was indeed a wealthy young man. Unlike other rich kids, Zhang Baobao was down to earth and had been Chu Feng's deskmate for 3 years. Ah, just grabbed it from home. Chu Feng could only brush it off with a laugh. He couldn't exactly tell Zhang Baobao, over 7,000 ghosts are watching you right now, could he? Inside the soul summoning banner, the ghosts bristled with hostility toward this chubby kid who dared touch their king. But upon realizing he was Chu Feng's friend, they reined in their murderous intent. That's just like Brother Feng always doing things his own way. Zhang Baobao beamed with a broad smile. Seeing Zhang Baobao grinning ear to ear, Chu Feng cut straight to the chase. What treasure did you snag this time? Don't keep it from me, I know everything, down to the color of your poop. After all, having sat next to each other for 3 years, Zhang Baobao's inability to keep secrets never failed to amuse Chu Feng. He, you can't hide anything from me, Brother Feng. Zhang Baobao pulled a ring with a black gemstone from his pocket and said earnestly. My old man got this. It can block ghost attacks for 3 seconds, perfect for making a run for it. Chu Feng was genuinely surprised. An item that could withstand ghostly attacks for 3 seconds was already an incredibly powerful ghost artifact. Chu Feng had no idea what the market price for such an item might be, but he knew it wouldn't be less than $1 million. Before Chu Feng could speak, Zhang Baobao slipped the ring onto his finger. His expression solemn, he patted Chu Feng's back and said in a deep voice. Brother Feng, I've thought it over, and I still believe this belongs to you. I'm only a D rank at best. Brother Feng needs this more than I do. You're the only Fenggu I have, you have to take good care of yourself. Chu Feng felt a lump in his throat as he replied. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. But, what about you? At that moment, Zhang Baobao reached out the hand that had been patting Chu Feng's back. Each finger wore a ring like this. Rich bastard. He chuckled. Don't worry about me, Feng. And when you get back, help me and your auntie get back together. Once it's done, I'll call you big bro, and you call me uncle. We'll each stick to our own business. Chu Feng was momentarily speechless. Great, he really wasn't holding back any good ideas. Earlier, the kid had freaked out when he heard his aunt was sick, rushing to cover the surgery costs. If Chu Feng hadn't been too proud to ask, Dumian might have recovered even sooner. Just then, the tightly sealed examination gate was kicked open violently. Damn it, it's that idiot again. Zhang Baobao couldn't help but curse under his breath. A youth with dyed yellow hair and brown sunglasses strode toward Chu Feng and his companion with utter disregard for anyone in his path. Oh? Chu Feng, did someone in your family die? What are you doing with that thing? Not every old soul summoning banner can be used as a ghost artifact. This man was Huang Mao, a notorious rich kid from Zhejiang. Both his parents possessed a great talent as ghost tamers, and naturally, he had awakened a great talent as well. Arrogant and domineering by nature, he had previously held Chu Feng in some regard due to his achievements. But now that Chu Feng had only awakened an F-grade talent, Huang Mao felt no need for courtesy. Why should Bai Ningmiao, that S-tier talent who's as rare as a white crane, only pay attention to you, Chu Feng? Today, Huang Mao would publicly humiliate you before everyone. By now, the assessment hall was packed with graduating students preparing for the trials, chattering among themselves. Everyone knew Chu Feng had a gravely ill sister at home, so Huang Mao's words carried weight. Yet few present possessed family clans more powerful than the Huang clan. You filthy Huang Mao, how dare you speak like that? Zhang Baobao was furious, but knowing his family's influence couldn't match the Huangs, he dared not escalate the situation. What's it to you, you fat pig? To everyone's surprise, Huang Mao didn't even glance at Zhang Baobao. Instead, he provocatively pressed his face right up to Chu Feng's. Chu Feng wasn't about to tolerate this. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Daring to address him like that? You've chosen your own path to death. Chu Feng shook the soul summoning banner, and the ghostly aura surged straight toward Huang Mao's face. For a moment, Huang Mao even thought he'd seen his own grandmother. It wasn't entirely impossible the soul summoning banner naturally drew nearby spirits. Perhaps it really was Huang Mao's grandmother. Next, Huang Mao seemed to see a pair of blood-red pupils staring intently at him. That sensation felt like he was about to break through some kind of confinement. The next second, it might burst free and kill him. Huang Mao's legs buckled, and he stumbled backward, his face contorted with sheer terror. Watching Huang Mao sit on the ground, Chu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he locked eyes with him. Remember what you said. No one will die in my family. But in someone else's household, an entire clan might perish. Chu Feng's tone was gentle, yet his words were ruthless. You dare insult my family? Then I'll have no choice but to wipe out your entire family. Just then, the bell signaling the start of the Ghost Realm assessment rang out. C-Class Ghost Realm, Shaha Village. Grade B Ghost Realm, Siming Hospital. Grade A Ghost Realm, Horror Cafe. S-Class Ghost Domain, Blood Sun Middle School. Without so much as a glance at the other ghost realms, Chu Feng strode straight toward the S-Class Ghost Realm. Zhang Baobao hurried to follow, saying, As your uncle, I gotta look out for you, right, Brother Feng? Watching the two recklessly enter the S-Class haunted zone, Huang Mao grinned triumphantly. Dare to make Huang Mao look foolish? Then you, Chu Feng, won't live to see tomorrow. Once most of the examinees had entered the venue, a young girl approached with graceful steps. The reason the Ghost Realm passage remained open was because this realm had essentially been opened for her. She was Bai Ningmiao Zhejiang first high soul S-rank ghost tamer. I suppose I should go take a look. Otherwise, that fool might get bullied. With that, she strolled leisurely into the S-rank Ghost Realm. Chapter 7, Ghost Realm Chaos, entire Yangi High under attack. Ugh, Brother Feng, where the hell did you take us? Ugh. The intense dizziness from the teleportation process made Zhang Baobao feel sick, and he vomited in large gulps. Chu Feng inwardly gasped in astonishment. It wasn't just the teleportation process that felt unsettling. The atmosphere of the entire Ghost Realm was even more suffocating. The group had been transported into a classroom. The classroom's layout mirrored that of Zhejiang First High, but the blood-red character 4 Death scrawled across the blackboard hadn't dried yet. A bloody liquid trickled down the board, pooling on the floor. A crimson moon shone through the windows, casting an eerie glow upon them. Unsurprisingly, the lights wouldn't turn on. Even pressed shoulder to shoulder, they could only make out each other's outlines. Heh, you didn't forget your flashlights, did you? A boy from the crowd stepped up to the podium, pulling out a flashlight covered in talismans and shining it over the group. Seeing the light finally appear, the group's guard dropped slightly. Holy crap, Maple Brother, Wang Dong prepared even better than us. Zhang Baobao couldn't help but exclaim, then pulled out a few willow leaves and rubbed them over his eyes. Here. Brother Feng, wipe yours too, it activates night vision. These weren't ordinary willow leaves, but leaves from a yin willow tree. Legend had it that rubbing willow leaves on your eyes allowed you to see ghosts, but Zhang Baobao wasn't a Taoist priest. Still, with these yin willow leaves, at least he wouldn't be completely blind. Chu Feng took the leaves, gave them a symbolic wipe, then quickly stashed them in his pocket. If he remembered correctly, these things went for 20,000 apiece. With his ghostly eyes, night was no different from day to him. Just then, Wang Dong, who had been showing off his flashlight moments ago, switched it off. The classroom plunged back into complete darkness. Brother Feng, look at Wang Dong, he's so smug his face has changed. What's he acting like? It's just a crappy flashlight. Zhang Baobao, his night vision activated, glanced toward the podium. Wang Dong's face seemed almost grotesque. Why was he baring his teeth, trembling like that, pretending to be some kind of expert without saying a word? Turn on the flashlight, Brother Dong. You're the man of the hour now. Turn on the flashlight, Brother Wang Dong, we're scared of the dark. The others didn't understand why Wang Dong suddenly turned off his flashlight, only thinking he was putting on airs. Yeah, being choked by a ghost would make anyone squirm. Chu Feng said calmly, leaving Zhang Baobao utterly confused. At that moment, Wang Dong's eyes rolled back and he was barely clinging to life. Through his ghostly eyes, Chu Feng saw. Behind Wang Dong, a woman with disheveled long hair was staring intently at him. A pair of ghastly white hands gripped his throat, seemingly waiting for their prey to die. Under the dim light, Wang Dong, his throat clamped shut, couldn't even utter a cry for help. His neck was swollen crimson, his face pale from oxygen deprivation. The woman scanned the surroundings, seemingly selecting her next prey. But then, she noticed a pair of eyes in the crowd, meeting hers with a fierce, unyielding glare. Why can't I see it? Chu Feng was puzzled. Ghostly entities were difficult to detect in the real world, but in the ghost realm their own domain. They should be unable to conceal themselves. Yet the female ghost before her could kill freely in plain sight. The female ghost's eyes were filled with confusion. As if pondering, how could that boy actually see me? So she looked at Chu Feng again. Chu Feng's gaze was cold and sharp, his eyes brimming with contempt as he snapped. What the hell are you staring at? Keep staring and I'll kill you. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Chu Feng. Everyone assumed he was picking a fight with those around him. But in such dim lighting, how could he possibly see who was looking at him? The long-haired female ghost was momentarily stunned, then looked back into Chu Feng's eyes. You still dare to look? Chu Feng summoned his soul-summoning banner and waved it lightly, murmuring under his breath. Tear it apart. Instantly, thousands of fierce ghosts surged forth from the banner. A piercing scream of agony suddenly echoed through the dim classroom, only to be swiftly silenced. In less than a second, the ghostly teacher was torn to shreds. The character death on the blackboard instantly dissolved into thick blood, its foul stench filling the room. With a thud, Wang Dong collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Only then did his classmates realize. The reason Wang Dong had turned off his flashlight and remained silent was purely because a ghostly entity had its claws around his throat. Students with healing abilities rushed to assist him. Minutes later, Wang Dong abruptly sat up, scanning the concerned crowd for Chu Feng. Where's my brother Feng? His eyes brimmed with tears, an instinctive reaction after narrowly escaping danger. Brother Feng? Which Brother Feng? The others were utterly confused. Could it possibly be Chu Feng? Though everyone had heard Chu Feng's shouts, it was hard to connect him with the commanding male voice from moments ago. Who else could it be? Me, Chu Feng. Even though he'd just had one foot in the grave, he was certain. The one who pulled him back from the brink of death was none other than Chu Feng. Wang Dong forced himself to stand despite his discomfort and approached Chu Feng. With a thud, Wang Dong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chu Feng. This act left the classmates speechless. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Young Master Dong, what are you doing? Could it be that Chu Feng just scared the ghost to death with a few shouts? Even Huang Mao sneered. Wang Dong, you're bowing to a worthless loser? Don't even try to hang with my crew. Wang Dong ignored the crowd. That ghostly entity was at least a fierce specter, yet it was killed by a single roar from Chu Feng. Chu Feng's true strength was terrifyingly powerful. With such a powerful ally, why wouldn't he curry favor? As for the others, especially Huang Mao, as long as they didn't provoke Chu Feng, he was certain Huang Mao wouldn't survive leaving the ghost realm alive. And one more thing, I'm done trying to act tough. Trying to show off nearly cost him his life. He hurriedly grasped Chu Feng's hand, expressing his gratitude. Brother Feng, no need for words. Once we're out of the ghost realm, pick any villa within the 3rd ring road of Zhejiang, anyone you want. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd was stunned. A villa within the 3rd ring road. Any one of them would cost tens of millions. Chu Feng smiled faintly. He'd been worrying about finding a new place to live. The Spirit Control Bureau had been keeping a close eye on the apartment building, which was somewhat inconvenient. Since the other party was offering him such a benefit, why not take it? Alright, since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept. Seeing Wang Dong genuinely show such respect toward Chu Feng, even the most oblivious among them could guess something was up. This guy Chu Feng, he's probably playing dumb to catch the wise. After all, he was once top of the class in ghost control theory. Even if his natural talent was lacking, no one dared call Chu Feng weak. Just then, some uninformed bystanders timidly spoke up. Isn't this Shiha village? The moment those words left their lips, others chimed in. Ha? Isn't this Sunmmary hospital? In an instant, the narrow classroom echoed with a flurry of discussion. Meanwhile, the leadership of Zhejiang No. 1 High School was in an uproar. Chaos reigns. All students regardless of ABC rankings or strength. Amidst the chaos of the ghost realm, everyone had been transported to Shuiyang Middle School. Chapter 8, Ghost Month Massacre. This sent every student into a panic. Though the number of ghosts in the ghost realm is fixed, it always follows one principle: the more people, the higher the difficulty. Highly gifted students grew frustrated at being held back by their less gifted peers, while the less gifted feared they wouldn't be able to ward off the ghosts. After all, in an S-rank ghost realm, the ghosts inside were essentially shadow grade at the very least. For students who struggled to even contract residual ghosts, this level of threat was nothing short of a nightmare difficulty. Come on, Chu Feng, it's already an S-rank ghost realm, and now they've ramped up the difficulty? What are we supposed to do? Zhang Baobao muttered this under his breath, but after the recent incident, he gained a newfound respect for his deskmate of 3 years. A leg to lean on, absolutely a leg to lean on. Of course, he was still a wealthy young master. He had his pride too. Begging a big shot to ward off a ghost for him? That wasn't Zhang Baobao's style. Sure enough, some A and B rank students were already preparing to venture out in groups. But many C rank students still lingered in place. But Chu Feng couldn't help but speak his mind. This ghost realm had absolutely no safe zones. In previous ghost realms, the initial trial grounds accessed via teleportation usually contained some information and were free of ghostly entities. This time was different. Brother Feng, I won't be holding you back this time. Trust me, I've got my own ways to stay alive. Zhang Baobao patted his chest and led several B-rank students out the classroom door. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After all this time, it was time to venture out and see for himself. Just as Chu Feng reached for the door handle, a hand suddenly pressed down hard on his wrist. He turned to see, as expected, Huang Mao. Behind him were 2 others, class monitor Su Miaomio and the so-called class beauty, Zhao Anren. Both harbored deeply ingrained prejudices against Chu Feng. After all, their theoretical scores had consistently been outperformed by Chu Feng. They were thoroughly delighted by his current predicament. They refused to believe that a mere F rank like Chu Feng could kill the vengeful spirit that had seized Wang Dong. In their eyes, Huang Mao was both powerful and wealthy, a reliable figure to lean on. Huang Mao looked at Chu Feng with smug satisfaction, casually remarking, Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, keep pretending. Wang Dong's probably possessed. As for you? You'd be best off crawling back inside and hiding until the assessment ends. Seeing that stubborn yellow-haired brat still showed no remorse, Chu Feng's gaze toward him was one of complete resignation. After all, he was already a man on the brink of death. Why bother arguing with him any further? One look says it all. Stared at by that familiar deathly gaze, the yellow-haired brat froze again, his mouth hanging open wide. In Chu Feng's view, this yellow-haired brat had to die, but not yet. According to what Chu Feng had learned, the initial area of the ghost realm was equipped with surveillance cameras from the Spirit Control Bureau. Of course, these cameras only monitored the safe house's interior and couldn't transmit any information. Killing Huang Mao on the spot would likely bring trouble upon himself. But once he stepped outside this door, it would be a different story. Chu Feng would make him die, and die in the most miserable way possible. As for Su Miaomio and the other who had cast contemptuous glances at him, their fates were no longer Chu Feng's concern. After all, this was an S-rank ghost realm, where the spirit's cultivation levels were no small matter. Even someone with a great talent wasn't entirely safe. And given Huang Mao's nature, he'd absolutely choose to save himself over others. Of course, all Chu Feng could do was set aside his urge to help others and respect their fates. As for the classmates in the classroom, Chu Feng still felt a twinge of compassion. Many of them were innocent. They could have gone to the C-rank ghost realm to contract a crippled ghost or a wandering spirit. Now, forcing them into the S-grade ghost realm was truly asking too much. With a wave of his soul-summoning banner, Chu Feng left 1,000 wandering spirits behind to guard the classroom. It was a final act of kindness toward his former classmates. As Chu Feng stepped out of the classroom door, he heard the clear, resonant voices of Class 3 reciting their lessons nearby. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, grave grass stretches to the horizon. Not a trace of vitality could be heard in the voices, no need to guess, they were all sung by ghostly beings. Damn it, how could you change the lyrics to Farewell, a song I cherish so much? Chu Feng knocked on the door as a formality, then kicked it open before the ghosts inside could react. The interior differed slightly from the original classroom, only 9 desks stood within. Male and female students in uniforms sat at them, the words Blood Sun on their school badges particularly conspicuous. What clashed horribly with their pristine uniforms were their utterly grotesque appearances. Their eye sockets had been gouged into bloody cavities, streams of blood tears flowing ceaselessly onto the desks. Yet, their mouths still sang the song in a dazed stupor. Chu Feng stared in disbelief. Holy crap, their skin was cracked and parched like dried yellow grass. Good grief, the weakest among them was already an intermediate-level fierce ghost. Truly worthy of an S-rank ghost realm. Seeing no teacher at the lectern, Chu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and strode into the classroom with an air of authority. Chu Feng cleared his throat twice in a theatrical manner. Ahem, ahem. Where is your teacher? Not recognizing Chu Feng, the girl near the door stood up first and asked. Hello, may I ask who you are? Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback. It seemed these little ghosts hadn't recognized him as a living person. But then again, with nearly 10,000 ghost-seen energy swirling around him, it would be a miracle if ghosts their age could even see through him. Chu Feng regained his composure and stated firmly. I'm the new head of discipline. Your class's singing is unbearably off-key and severely disrupting other classes' normal instruction. His tone was extremely stern, startling the ghosts into stunned silence. He looked surprisingly young, but his speech and demeanor were anything but ordinary. I just received a complaint from the class next door about the noise, so I came to investigate. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the students exchanged glances. The atmosphere grew intensely awkward. After a moment, the same girl spoke up. But director, the classroom next door is empty. Hearing her words, Chu Feng felt slightly embarrassed but still put on a show. Then what about your teacher? Why isn't he here for class? Just then, a boy from the back row chimed in. Our teacher just went to the next classroom to get more chalk because we ran out. The teacher's been gone for ages. No idea why they haven't come back yet. The boy scratched his head, accidentally picking off a piece of scalp as he laughed, looking rather troubled. Now Chu Feng finally understood the ghost he had just killed was actually their teacher. Staring at the blood-red characters covering the blackboard, Chu Feng gradually grasped the teacher's intent. He intended to kill people and use their blood to make chalk. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. In that case, I'll arrange for a new teacher to instruct you all. As he spoke, a dark shadow materialized behind him. Beneath the shadowy figure, a pair of blood-red eyes stood out strikingly, perfectly matching the crimson moonlight. Come, Teacher Guan. Examine the students' bodies. Behind Chu Feng, the ghost general shrank to normal size. Following Chu Feng, the ghost general approached the girl near the door and asked with concern. Open wide, let the teacher and principal see if you have any cavities? Chapter 9, The Principal of Blood Sun Academy. The girl opened her mouth, half believing, half doubting. The next moment, Chu Feng's expression turned shocked. Good heavens, the decay is severe. Teacher Guan, please treat the student's teeth. The ghost general obeyed, thrusting the hilt of his guandao blade into the girl's mouth and piercing through the back of her skull. A torrent of dark red blood gushed forth, spraying onto the male student standing behind her. Faced with this bloody spectacle, even ghosts would be scared out of their wits. The boy behind her, whose scalp had been torn off, froze in terror, unable to move. Chu Feng hadn't expected the ghost general to be so effective. He hurriedly explained to the still shaken ghost classmates. The teacher just gave the class monitor a full anesthetic. Look, she's so comfortable she's drooling. With that, Chu Feng walked over to the boy with the scalped head, his concern evident. This student's scalp seems to have some issues. Teacher Jiang, would you take a look? With that, the ghost general stepped in front of the boy, gripped the torn scalp, and pried his skull open. This ghost classroom was actually the closest one to the original classroom, but most students, upon seeing it filled to capacity with fierce ghosts, naturally chose to give it a wide berth. Chu Feng was likely the only one daring enough to enter directly. The ghost general swung his long blade, and soon, corpses littered the entire classroom. A massacre. Pure, unadulterated slaughter. After eliminating every ghost student, Chu Feng scowled and declared. Blame yourselves for singing so terribly. I was planning to deal with your teacher, but turns out I already took care of him. Chu Feng waved the human emperor banner, chanting. Return, spirits, return, spirits. Before long, 5 student ghosts materialized behind Chu Feng. As for why only 5 appeared, it was because the scalped student ghost looked so ugly and stupid that it wasn't worth summoning. He spared it a breath of life, a little perk for the next student to come along. Even if it was just a low-level vengeful spirit, it still gave him some face to boast about. Tampering with lyrics is a serious disciplinary offense. Come on, follow Director Chu as we make the rounds. Generally speaking, ghost realms contain various clues. By analyzing these clues, one can discern a ghost's weaknesses, making it easier for exorcists to contract them. But with Chu Feng's current strength, he didn't need them at all. No matter how powerful the ghosts in this ghost realm are, could they even stand a chance against a ghost general? Blood Sun Academy has 5 floors, and Chu Feng currently resides on the middle one. According to theoretical knowledge, the 3rd floor is the most evenly balanced in terms of power. Only 2 classes on the 3rd floor? Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. If all floors followed this pattern, then the entire ghost realm would be sorely lacking inspectors. Just then, a long unheard announcement echoed through the school. Attention all students, there are no safe houses in this ghost realm. With 30 minutes until midnight, the ghost tide approaches. Chu Feng felt no ripple of emotion. No safe house? He'd simply create one himself. He could guarantee that as long as his classmates stayed inside the classroom, they would at least be safe. As for those still outside, well, they'd just have to fend for themselves. The academic building offered both staircases and elevators for vertical travel. Anyone with a functioning brain would choose the stairs. Ding dong! The elevator reached the 3rd floor. Chu Feng, holding his soul-summoning banner, strolled in leisurely. I'll start by checking the 1st and 2nd floors. Chu Feng thought to himself as he pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Sure enough, an unexpected surprise unfolded. The elevator display flashed, even Chu Feng had no clue which floor he'd been transported to. Whatever. Just get out and do it. As Chu Feng thought this, the lights inside the elevator suddenly went dark. Chu Feng felt a thick, foul-smelling liquid splattering all over him. Damn it, I'm a clean freak. As soon as Chu Feng spoke, he jabbed the elevator ceiling with his staff. The red-robed elevator ghost tumbled to the floor, writhing in agony. You lot, devour it. Chu Feng barked. The student ghosts obeyed immediately, tearing into the red-robed female ghost and devouring her. Ghosts devouring ghosts, such a sight was rarely seen. But facing so many fierce ghosts at once, the female ghost was utterly defenseless. In no time, she dissolved into a cloud of ghostly mist. Damn it, you've delayed my business. Chu Feng had intended to farm the building. Though he could generate ghostly entities himself, they were only the lowest tier wandering spirits. Vicious ghosts were truly rare. Sure enough, after the elevator ghost died, the elevator resumed normal operation. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, however, Chu Feng heard several piercing, wretched screams. Don't kill me. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Following the sound, Chu Feng entered a classroom. The classroom door stood ajar, dim lights flickering within. It was obvious that whatever was inside was not human. Just then, footsteps approached. Chu Feng focused his gaze and recognized the trio of Huang Mao who had mocked him earlier. Upon seeing the line of student ghosts trailing behind Chu Feng, class monitor Sunmmary gasped in horror. Ghosts? Chu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking. Sis, this is the ghost realm. Ghosts are perfectly normal here. What's scarier than ghosts or people, right? After over an hour of training, all 3 had successfully contracted their own ghostly companions. Following Sunmmary was a white-robed female ghost of the spectral shadow tier. Behind Zhao Anren stood a burly male ghost at the peak of the shadow level. And trailing behind Huang Mao was none other than the scalp-picking male student ghost that Chu Feng had released. His severed head had been temporarily secured with ghostly bandages by Huang Mao, yet he still appeared rather dim-witted. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. He had intended to leave it for his classmates, but unexpectedly, this beast had gotten the better of him. Noticing the peculiar look on Chu Feng's face upon seeing his ghost riding companion, Huang Mao pointed wildly at the dim-witted ghost behind him and declared. What do you think? A low-level fierce ghost. Jealous? Those fierce ghosts behind you probably summoned to kill you, right? Don't worry, I won't stop them. After Huang Mao finished speaking, the 2 women behind him muttered resentfully. Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, never imagined we'd have to say goodbye here. Just then, the ghost squad leader behind Chu Feng stepped forward, his voice filled with rage. Which class do you lot belong to, speaking to Director Chu like that? Seeing the female ghost blocking Chu Feng, the group froze in shock. What the hell? Director Chu? Chu Feng calmly turned to Sunmmary and said. Class president, the ones behind me are indeed ghosts, my summoned spirits. Before the others could react, the 6 ghosts behind Chu Feng immediately lunged at the trio. This sudden turn of events left Huang Mao utterly paralyzed with fear. He'd assumed the ghosts behind Chu Feng were there to take his life, already preparing to flee the next second. But now you're telling me the 5 fierce ghosts behind you are actually your own spirit guardians? Run? Run with what? How could the combined strength of 5 fierce ghosts possibly match 2 shadowy specters and a half-baked fierce ghost on his side? Only Huang Mao himself knew that his ability to contract that fierce ghost earlier had been largely due to his own injuries. But now it seemed the ghosts behind Chu Feng wore the same spirit-taming uniforms as his own. This ghost he treasured like a precious jewel was nothing but junk to others? He refused to accept this, but he wanted to live. Thus, Huang Mao groveled, his face plastered with a forced smile. Brother Feng, Father Feng, Lord Feng. If you'll just spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, Chu Feng felt nothing but disgust. Yet he maintained a smile as he gestured toward the half-open door before them. What nonsense is this? When did I ever threaten you? Aren't you all trying to get into this classroom? Then go on in. At Chu Feng's words, their expressions darkened instantly. This was a dead end. Chapter 10, Luring the enemy into the trap, the ghost tide approaches. With Chu Feng's current strength, eliminating them would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Yet he still chose to let them enter the classroom. The reason was simple, the voice calling for help from inside the classroom moments ago wasn't human at all, it was a vengeful ghost. On the surface, Chu Feng was letting them in, but in reality, he was sending them to their deaths. Seeing the three men's faces stiffen, Chu Feng signaled to the vengeful spirits. The student ghosts obeyed his command, surrounding the trio tightly at the doorway. Go on, you three. Rest assured, Chu here isn't going anywhere. Chu Feng declared, his smile as radiant as ever. Yet the brighter his smile grew, the more uneasy the others felt. If even he, Chu Feng, dared not enter the classroom at will, what chance did they have of surviving inside? Chu Feng harbored no other malice, he simply desired their deaths. To Chu Feng, Su Miaomiao and Zhao Anren had merely looked down on him, not a crime deserving death. Only Huang Mao he had to be eliminated. And not just death, he wanted Huang Mao to suffer an agonizing demise. His motive was simply to expose Huang Mao's true nature to the other two. Sure enough, under Chu Feng's relentless pressure, Su Miaomiao was the first to break down. Her eyes brimming with tears, she pleaded, Chu Feng, please let us go. For the sake of me being your class monitor, please let me go. Zhao Anren couldn't hold back any longer either. She quickly exposed her ample cleavage, rubbing her chest against Chu Feng's arm as she pleaded. Brother Feng, please let me go. If you let me go, you can do whatever you want to me. I'll do whatever you want. This was an extremely suggestive exchange. Combined with Zhao Anren's naturally beautiful face, most people would have succumbed long ago. Huang Mao had initially recruited her into the team precisely for her body. But Chu Feng remained unmoved. Damn it, I hate those seductive the most. Huang Mao, however, had other plans. Chu Feng, let me go, and I'll give you millions, even tens of millions in savings. And these two, they're yours too. Hearing Huang Mao's words, the two women reacted even more violently than Chu Feng. What did he mean? Both of us are his. Huang Mao, how could you do this? Even now, Su Miaomiao asked with an innocent expression. In truth, all three shared a similar mindset. Survival was the only hard truth that mattered. Only then did Huang Mao realize something. The ghost tide was about to begin. Thousands of ghostly creatures would roam the night. No matter how powerful you are, Chu Feng, could you possibly withstand 100 ghosts marching through the night? If the three of them entered the classroom and fought to the death, they might still have a chance to survive. But if they burned their bridges with Chu Feng now, death was certain. He didn't believe Chu Feng would stay guarding the door forever. Once the ghost tide arrives and Chu Feng leaves, the group could rush back to the main force. Even without a safe house, heading to a more populated area would be far better. With this plan in mind, Huang Mao whispered confidently to the other two. Of course, every word was clearly heard by Chu Feng. Hearing Huang Mao's words, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Well done, Huang Mao, your scheming runs deep. He had already made his deep hostility toward Huang Mao abundantly clear. If he were allowed to leave the ghost realm alive, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang Mao must die. Minutes later, after hearing Huang Mao's plan, the two men were utterly convinced. Alright, Chu Feng. We'll agree to your terms. With that, Huang Mao entered the classroom, flanked by two women. Chu Feng, meanwhile, was not idle. Thoughtfully, he closed the door behind the trio. Based on Chu Feng's assessment, the ghostly entity on the second floor possessed power ranging from mid-stage to peak stage fierce ghost. A fierce ghost of that caliber would be extremely difficult for Huang Mao and his two companions to handle alone. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, an excruciatingly piercing scream echoed from within the classroom. These cries were even more harrowing than those mimicked by the ghostly entity earlier. It was hard to imagine what the trio was enduring, but Chu Feng could easily draw a comparison. It was as if they had been coerced by Chu Feng into participating in a boxing match. They'd expected a heavyweight like Tyson, only to face a heavyweight like Tyson. Sure enough, soon came the agonized screams of shattered ghostly bodies, with Chu Feng, of course, sabotaging the process. That scalp-pulling fool was beaten to a pulp by Chu Feng, left barely clinging to life. In this state, Chu Feng, possessing the human emperor banner, could easily bind him to a contract. With a slight wave of his soul-summoning banner, Chu Feng seized control of Huang Mao from afar, then immediately commanded it to commit suicide. Huang Mao had intended to force-feed it a few ghost chi pills to push the ghost's breakthrough, but before he could do so, the ghost exploded right in front of him. Under the backlash of the vengeful ghost, Huang Mao's protective ring had been corrupted. The excruciating pain throughout his body left him utterly unable to perform any actions.
Huang Mao, are you okay?
Su Miao, who had awakened AB rank medical talent, suffered only minor injuries and rushed to Huang Mao's side immediately. She hastily summoned the ghost-taming spirit to treat Huang Mao. Just then, the female ghost broke free from Huang Mao's binding rope, extending her sharp, clawed hands toward him. In desperation, Huang Mao yanked Su Miao, who was healing him in front of him, using her as a shield. But in the next instant, the female ghost shifted her attack toward Zhao Anren, clamping her claws around the girl's throat.
Anrun!
Su Miao, her heart racing with panic, released the ghost-subduing talisman her father had prepared for her.
The talisman shot forth, unleashing a potent surge of ghostly energy toward the female ghost. It was indeed blocked by Zhao Anren's physical body. Zhao Anren, dead. Anrun! No! Su Miao was utterly devastated.
Her attempt to save her friend had become the final blow that killed her best friend.
Why? Why hasn't the ghost tide arrived yet?
Huang Mao thought to himself, having completely underestimated the disparity in strength between ghosts of the same realm.
Just then, the sky echoed with another alert. Ghost tide will arrive in 10 seconds.
Prepare yourselves. Hearing this alert, Huang Mao and the others seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for survival. As for Zhao Anren's death, it was quickly pushed to the back of their minds. Su Miao decisively chose to self-detonate to ward off the ghost. Simultaneously, she forced down a blood essence pill to resist the vengeful ghost's backlash.
Huang Mao, let's go.
Even now, she still hadn't seen through Huang Mao's true nature. She hoisted the gravely wounded Huang Mao and charged desperately toward the classroom door. But her spirit was merely a vengeful ghost. Even its self-destruction couldn't inflict significant damage on a peak-level fierce ghost. Just as they neared the classroom entrance, the temporarily stunned female ghost lunged toward them with an eerily distorted form. In that critical moment, Huang Mao, who had appeared unconscious, suddenly grabbed Su Miao and thrust her toward the female ghost's claws. The claws pierced through Su Miao's chest with ease, as effortless as tearing through a layer of window paper. In an instant, blood and organs splattered across Huang Mao's body and face.
Huang Mao, you!
Despair filled Su Miao's eyes. She never imagined that the person she had saved with all her heart would turn out to be the very culprit responsible for her death. A sly gleam flashed in Huang Mao's eyes as he swallowed a pill, instantly restoring his strength. Sorry, but in this world, survival is the only hard truth. With that, Huang Mao's eyes brimmed with hope as he flung the door open.
Chapter 11, Exterminate the 100 Ghosts, Slay Huang Mao.
Huang Mao felt a weight lift from his shoulders, much like Andy in the Shawshank Redemption. What others saw as a life or death demonic tide was now his sole salvation.
What did he care about beautiful women by his side or powerful vengeful spirits? At this moment, survival was all that mattered. As long as he survived, wouldn't all those things come to him in abundance? As long as he could return to the main force, Chu Feng wouldn't be able to kill him. Chu Feng, it's likely you who will die.
With that, Huang Mao grinned as he pushed open this door of hope. The ghostly hand, however, had come to a halt right at the classroom doorway, no longer moving. Most ghosts within the ghost realm could only move within the domain where they had died. Only when the ghost tide arrived could they break free. Ghost tide approaching. Living beings, retreat. Sure enough, after the announcement sounded, the female ghost stirred once more, charging straight toward Huang Mao outside the door. Just as Huang Mao prepared to take another pill, he encountered a familiar face at the staircase corner, Chu Feng. Chu Feng showed no sign of urgency about the approaching ghost tide. He was clearly waiting for Huang Mao.
Chu, aren't you afraid of dying? Huang Mao stared in astonishment. Why hadn't Chu Feng fled as soon as possible like he expected? Instead, he was here, leisurely waiting for him? Chu Feng's expression remained impassive, just as Huang Mao had expected. 3 entered, 1 would leave. I am afraid. But before I die, shouldn't we make sure a certain loudmouth dog meets his end first? Chu Feng looked at the terrified Huang Mao with mockery, his eyes devoid of any pity. At that moment, the vengeful spirit that had killed Su Miao and Zhao Anren closed in upon them. Chu Feng shot a dismissive glance and said expressionlessly, "We'll deal with you later. Hold your horses for now." To Huang Mao's utter astonishment, the female ghost obeyed like a loyal dog, actually standing still and waiting for him. In truth, it had no desire to linger here. But a gun was pressed against its neck. If it dared to run, it would die. And it wasn't just this female ghost. Huang Mao realized that although the ghost tide was approaching, it dared not come anywhere near the two of them. Compared to the ghost tide, the truly terrifying presence was Chu Feng. What kind of power did he possess? Why would the ghost tide bypass him? At that moment, Huang Mao could no longer contain himself. He instantly knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Chu Feng until his head bled profusely, yet he dared not stop. It wasn't that he realized his mistake, he was simply terrified he was about to die. "Grandfather Chu, I deeply regret my rash words. I now offer my sincerest apology." Thud. 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 "Grandfather, if you'll just let me go, I swear I'll repay you handsomely." Chu Feng's anger hadn't subsided yet, and now you come back with this? To Chu Feng, this sounded like a threat against him and his family. "Repay me? If I let you out, won't you have the clan kill me first thing?"
Huang Mao raised his head, his forehead already gouged with several bloody gashes, an utterly horrifying sight. Like a stray dog, he pleaded with pleading eyes, begging Chu Feng to let him go. But Chu Feng's eyes held no pity, only a cold, ruthless glint. I warned you, insult my family, and I'll wipe out your entire clan. You didn't think that was a joke, did you? Each word tumbled from Chu Feng's mouth like a death sentence for Huang Mao. I believe my grandfather's words. I believe my grandfather's words. Huang Mao was terrified out of his wits, yet he still forced a smile and echoed the words. If he could just get out of here, he'd make his parents tear Chu Feng apart with their bare hands. Alas, there were no ifs. From the moment he provoked Chu Feng, his fate had been sealed. To wipe out your entire family, I'll start with you. Chu Feng wore a smile, but to Huang Mao, the sight of him holding the soul-summoning banner made him look like the Grim Reaper come to claim a life. Chu Feng. You can't kill me. Do you know who my grandfather is? If you dare touch me, your entire family will die. My grandfather is a 6th-rank ghost tamer and deputy director of the Zhejiang Education Bureau. His student is Xia Qingtong, director of the Tianjin Spirit Taming Bureau. Chu Feng, of course, had no idea who his grandfather was. Who gives a damn about your grandfather? Love him or not, I'll tell you this, even if he were the king of hell himself, he couldn't save you today. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. So many fierce ghosts were waiting for him to make a contract. Why waste words on this idiot? Rest easy on your journey. Don't worry, I'll make sure your soul is utterly obliterated. Chu Feng dropped the banter. His ghostly general's broadsword sliced clean through Huang Mao's skull. The headless corpse collapsed. Huang Mao died before he could even comprehend the sudden, unseen blade. His eyes burned with bitter resentment. And this was merely the beginning. Return, O soul, return, O soul. Huang Mao, rise. Chu Feng waved the soul-summoning banner, and Huang Mao's wandering spirit materialized before him. Huang Mao's expression was filled with shock and resentment. He had no idea why his very soul had been imprisoned by Chu Feng. To be able to imprison another's soul. Could it be? Chu Feng was a ghost constable. There was no doubt about it. The soul-summoning banner, the aura of darkness, what else could it be but a ghostly enforcer? Huang Mao never imagined that the one escorting him on his final journey wasn't the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, nor the black and white impermanence. But Chu Feng. Who the hell said I'm escorting you to the underworld? Chu Feng suddenly cursed. Huang Mao now fell under his command, so he could naturally hear the man's inner thoughts. What was he thinking? If he said he'd kill him, he'd make sure he died thoroughly. Chu Feng waved the soul-summoning banner once more. Huang Mao felt his body being crushed and torn apart by forces pressing in from all directions. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he cursed. Chu Feng, may you die a horrible death. Sure enough, in the next instant, Huang Mao's ghostly form, now reduced to a wandering spirit, shattered completely. His soul was utterly destroyed. With his soul scattered, even a divine being arriving now could do nothing to save him. Gazing at the void before him, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. He muttered to himself, yeah, no good death. That's why I arranged a nice little job for you. Well, I've got time to kill anyway. Might as well go contract some ghostly creatures. He exhaled deeply and headed toward the 3rd floor. Prepare for combat immediately. Wang Dong commanded from inside the safe house. After his recent trial outside, he had successfully bound a mid-tier fierce ghost using his ghost weapon. Among the group, he was undoubtedly the standout figure capable of binding such a powerful specter. Consequently, upon his return to the safe house, he was appointed by the group as the overall commander for repelling the ghost tide. Tank-type ghost wardens guard the windows and classroom doors. Combat and damage dealers position themselves behind them. Healers and support units take the center. It must be said, this was the most logical formation. Windows and classroom doors were the most vulnerable points for ghostly intrusion, requiring tanks to hold the line while the rear damage dealers could effectively follow up. Brother Feng, why haven't you returned yet? Could it be? While directing the defense, Wang Dong kept glancing toward the classroom door, but Chu Feng was nowhere to be seen. While he acknowledged Chu Feng's strength, there were hundreds of ghosts outside. His savior might not have made it through. Finally, after paying a heavy price, the ghosts were whittled down to just a few remaining. No sooner had one wave subsided than another arose. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the sky once more. First wave of ghosts concluded. Second wave approaching in 3 minutes. Chapter 12, Ghostly Passage. Demons and spirits, stand aside. What, another wave? We're done for. My arm nearly got chopped off, and that was just the first wave. My leg. My leg. A chorus of complaints erupted. This news struck everyone in the safe house like a bolt from the blue. Though the first wave of ghosts was numerous, many were inexplicably wiped out before reaching the classroom door. Those that did reach the classroom entrance were already in poor condition. This explained why, despite being composed entirely of vengeful spirits, they had failed to breach the safe house. Just as everyone believed this room must be the safe house. Only Wang Dong and Zhang Baobao knew deep down that Chu Feng must have done something. After all, the authorities had officially announced that no safe houses existed within this ghost domain. Yet as time passed, more and more ghostly creatures gathered near the supposed safe house. Wang Dong suspected something might have happened to Chu Feng. After barely holding off the first wave of ghosts, the exhausted students were on the verge of breaking down. The foul stench of ghostly blood mingled with severed limbs, mingled with the fresh blood of the living, mingled with crumbling walls and broken bodies. The atmosphere in the room had sunk to a freezing low. Wang Dong tried to rally the group, but seeing some classmates' bodies growing cold, others screaming with severed arms and legs, what could he possibly say? Casualties had been minimized, yet precious lives were still slipping away before their eyes. For classmates who had spent every waking moment together, the impact was overwhelming. Damn it! Where the hell is Bai Ningmiao? She's an S rank, yet she didn't come to protect her classmates. Where the hell is she, enjoying herself? Exactly. This ghost realm was essentially open just for her, yet where is she? Exactly. She's the one who got everyone killed. In an instant, the blame shifted and landed squarely on Bai Ningmiao, who had never even shown her face. Wang Dong was speechless. How could the weak dare complain about the absence of the strong? If they knew Chu Feng's true strength, wouldn't the blame now fall on him instead? Doubt began to creep into Wang Dong's mind. He might no longer have the power to rally everyone together. Was he really going to sit idly by and wait for disaster? He couldn't do that. Everyone, we can't give up. Our families and friends are still waiting for us. Are we really going to leave our lives here? Are you willing to accept that? From within the crowd, a slightly stocky figure responded. No way. Why should we die? I'm gonna be the strongest ghost tamer in Zhejiang. This man was none other than Zhang Baobao. Armed with ghost weapons, he and his squad had contracted everything from peak resentment ghosts to early-stage fierce ghosts to ghostly creatures, making their overall strength quite formidable. Even if I die, I'll find my brother Feng first. Hearing Zhang Baobao's words, the others scoffed in unison. Chu Feng? How long has he been gone? He never even came back, did he? Him? Bai Ningmiao's second best. She's the only S-tier talent in the entire school. And him? The only F-tier. Looking for him? I bet he's been torn to shreds by ghost creatures already. He probably doesn't even have a whole body left. Faced with their merciless words, Zhang Baobao couldn't believe his ears. Damn it, didn't you notice how many ghostly creatures were killed just trying to get near the classroom at first? Then it was my brother Feng who did it. You bunch of milk-sucking, mother-swearing beasts. Zhang Baobao cursed viciously, yet his words poured out with raw, heartfelt emotion. Without my brother Feng, half the living in this classroom would be dead by now. Zhang Baobao's words carried an intimidating force, yet no one dared to respond. Upon reflection, it seemed undeniably true. Wang Dong, inexplicably saved, later sought out Chu Feng to express his gratitude. Could it be that Chu Feng was protecting them all along? Outside the classroom door, countless ghostly entities drifted in. Ghost tide approaches living beings, retreat. With no time for further thought, everyone had no choice but to once again pick up their ghost weapons and summon their spirits. Amidst the earlier ghost tide, the ghost creatures Chu Feng had stationed at the classroom entrance hadn't been completely wiped out. In fact, 3 of them had devoured ghost bugs and evolved into early-stage fierce ghosts. It was precisely because of this that Chu Feng had overheard their earlier conversation. Zhang Pan, Kong Lingling, Lu Chao. Chu Feng called out to the female class monitor to bring out her notebook, recording each name he recited. This was certainly no list of award winners. These were the very individuals who had just hurled insults at him. Damn it, if it weren't for me, how many of you would have been eliminated in the first round? With a faint smile, Chu Feng tore off the page and tucked it into his pocket. I'll let you keep your bodies intact. After all, I'm not that petty. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, several shrieks erupted from among the students who had assumed defensive stances in the classroom. There's an invisible ghost. Lingling, what's wrong? Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, several heads snapped around 180 degrees, dead as a doornail. Zhang Baobao and Wang Dong knew exactly who was behind this. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, they kept quiet about who was responsible. No sooner had one wave subsided than another surged forth. Just then, the second wave of ghosts surged forward. 20 mid-tier ghosts poured through the classroom doors and windows, instantly throwing everyone into chaos. Not only were there very few students capable of contracting ghosts, but among those D and C rank students, some didn't even have contracted spirits. In other words, the total number of combat-ready ghosts present was a mere 50. There was no way they could stand against so many fierce ghosts. The corridor was swarming with ghosts. The defenses collapsed instantly, the classroom filled with screams and cries of agony. All students who have contracted fierce ghosts, follow me into battle. Wang Dong shouted hoarsely, swallowing the last pill into his stomach. In an instant, his combat power surged, and he actually drove the ghostly creatures back out of the classroom. That's the ghost blood pill. Seeing Wang Dong's surging aura, Zhang Baobao exclaimed in shock. Wang Dong, consuming that will deplete your innate talent.
Your potential could plummet to B rank.
But Wang Dong paid no heed, charging forward to fight.
Screw A, B, or C. My brother Feng can slay ghosts even at F rank. What good is having high talent if we can't kill them anyway? Besides, we're practically dying here, why worry about that now?
Seeing Wang Dong's point was undeniably sound, Zhang Baobao understood immediately and began distributing the ghost blood pills from his pocket to everyone.
He even urged them one by one, take them. If you don't, you'll die. Our talents can't get any worse anyway. Just do it.
Sure enough, after the students downed the pills, they actually managed to temporarily drive back the ghostly creatures. Damn it, kill as many as you can while the pills are still working. Wang Dong summoned his iron fist ghost and slammed it into the ghostly creature's face.
Just then, a woman's wailing echoed from the end of the corridor. It was mournful and yearning, weeping and lamenting.
The woman's skin was a sickly green, clad in a crimson robe, 2 streams of blood tears pouring onto the floor. A long tongue swept the retreating fierce ghosts into its belly, devouring them whole.
At that moment, someone finally recognized the female ghost's identity. This is Senior in Red, a mid-tier vengeful spirit. It's over. Everything is over. The atmosphere inside the safe house grew eerily silent.
Even if they consumed 10 or 100 ghost blood pills, defeating a grudge ghost was utterly impossible.
Just as despair engulfed the group, a young man approached from the far end of the corridor.
He held a soul-summoning banner, the character death emblazoned across it starkly visible. Without speaking, a voice echoed first. Ghost officers pass through this corridor, spirits and gods, make way.
Chapter 13, The Ghostly General with the Broadsword vs. The Red-Clothed Senior.
At that moment, everyone pressed their faces against the glass, desperate to see who was approaching. At the very least, they needed to confirm it was a living person.
If another vengeful ghost appeared, the families of these students would be ready to hold a funeral banquet. Zhejiang City. This exorcism trial was being broadcast live across the entire city.
Though only the safe house footage was visible, countless parents stared intently at the figures on screen without pause.
Teacher, where's our Zihan? Why can't we see our Zihan? Many parents were already asking in the parent group chat.
After all, their children possessed only C or D grade talents, and the ghost realms they entered had been clearly communicated to them beforehand.
But now there was only one live feed. Why? But how could teacher Zhang dare to respond at this moment? She couldn't very well tell them that a teleportation glitch had sent their D-tier children into an S-tier ghost realm, could she? Who dared say such a thing? Saying it would mean taking the fall. Inside the happiness apartment, Dumian stared intently at the screen, photographing everyone inside the safe house and cross-referencing them one by one. Yet she still couldn't find Chu Feng.
Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she gazed silently at the window, murmuring,
Xiao Feng, you'll be okay, right?
Meanwhile, inside the Huang Group headquarters, an elderly man sat with a middle-aged couple, all three staring intently at a massive screen, their brows furrowed.
The old man spoke doubtfully, where is our dear grandson, Mauer? The beautiful woman beside him echoed the confusion, how could this be? We gave Mauer so many ghost artifacts, but where is he? Where's my Mauer? My precious Mauer. The family's expressions turned awkward, at a loss for what to do.
Suddenly, the old man flung the grapes he'd been holding at his mouth onto the ground, their juices splattering everywhere.
Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Ghostly things couldn't possibly have killed my grandson. Find out who did this.
Within the ghost realm, the students were still speculating about the identity of that person. Zhang Baobao clapped his hands and exclaimed, the human emperor banner, it's my brother Feng.
What? It was actually Chu Feng? For a moment, the crowd who had held out hope that the figure was S-rank by Ningmiao felt a pang of disappointment.
If Bai Ningmiao had arrived, perhaps they might still have a fighting chance.
As for Chu Feng,
no one had seen his true strength. No one knew if he'd pull off something spectacular or just make a big mess. Only Wang Dong believed that Chu Feng was the only one who could save them all. It was now noon, and within Chu Feng's ghost controlling space, another 7,200 wandering souls had gathered. Counting the ghosts slain along the way, the terrifying tally within his ghost-taming realm now stood at ghost-taming space, 14,701. Resentful ghosts, 1, vicious ghosts, 10, spectral shadows, 37, wandering souls, 14,653. Chu Feng paid no heed to the discouraging words.
At this moment, he felt like he was feasting at a banquet.
After being served nothing but canned fruit and hamburgers, finally they brought out the main course. This dish he craved, and moreover, only he could partake. Chu Feng's aura surged dramatically as he slowly waved the human emperor banner. Behind him, tens of thousands of ghostly creatures instantly crowded the corridor. They even devoured one another along the way, though Chu Feng paid them no mind. Over a 20-meter stretch, the wandering souls dwindled from 10,000 to just a few hundred. Under the influence of the ghostpox, the countless wandering souls transformed into hundreds of fierce ghosts, then into dozens of peak-level fierce ghosts. The most formidable among them was the ghost class leader, whose power had surreptitiously approached that of a wrathful ghost, reaching the threshold of becoming one.
Any one of these dozens of peak-level fierce ghosts surpassed every other ghostly entity in the ghost realm save for the red-robed senior sister. Is this really the Chu Feng I know? So powerful. The D rank limit was 1 ghost, C rank allowed 2, B and A ranks could handle around 3, and only S rank could contract 5 or more. But how could one explain the thousands of fierce ghosts now trailing behind Chu Feng? Invincible. Absolutely invincible. All we can do now is pray for Chu Feng, pray he can lead us through this crisis. Wang Dong's eyes brimmed with tears as people glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Brother Feng is truly kind. I stole his toilet paper for 3 years, and he never once said a word. Outside the corridor, Chu Feng, just about to put on a show of superiority, was completely thrown off guard by that remark. Damn it, which little bastard stole my paper for 3 years? It wasn't that he didn't say anything, he genuinely never noticed. Forget it. Dealing with this red-skinned hag right in front of me is more important. Though she was only a mid-tier vengeful ghost, not as powerful as a ghost general, Chu Feng could faintly sense the overwhelming resentment surging within her. In the ghost realm, one should typically exploit vulnerabilities based on a ghost's experiences. But for Chu Feng now, he could look for them, but there was no need. Whether you died unjustly or by your own hand, I, Chu Feng, bid you a peaceful death. With that, Chu Feng waved the human emperor banner, sending countless square paper offerings drifting to the ground. Behind him, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. Immediately following, a crimson giant over 3 meters tall materialized. He wore heavy, massive armor, yet veins pulsed visibly beneath the plates. The crimson-tipped spear on its back gleamed with polish, its scarlet eyes brimming with devotion. It resembled a warrior guarding a sovereign. Its imposing aura was no less formidable than that of the crimson-robed senior. 10 meters from Chu Feng, he halted his steps. Blood eyes activated, revealing the red-robed senior's stats in full view. Red-robed senior. Level, mid-tier wraith. Potential, a grade. Combat skill, A. Skills. Blood Sea Abyss, the crimson-robed senior sister dons a robe of blood. Upon revealing her ghostly attire, the entire ghostly realm transforms into a sea of blood, imprisoning all within its reach. The senior sister enters a frenzied state, gaining a 30% attack power boost. Soul-devouring tongue, the crimson-robed senior's elongated tongue deals true damage, inflicting 5% of the target's maximum health per second upon impact. Comment, Teacher Wu, that was our secret. Why? Chu Feng sighed deeply. He had no concept of what a blood robe truly was, mistakenly thinking any red garment could be called one. After all that, it turns out his cultivation realm doesn't even compare to the ghost general's. Then why are you dressed in bright red? It's terrifying. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he spoke calmly. Ghost General, meet it. Don't disappoint me. The general nodded heavily, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. In the next instant, beneath his heavy armor, the ghost general teleported at astonishing speed before the red-robed female ghost, landing a powerful uppercut straight to her chin. In an instant, the red-clad senior flew backward. So powerful. Could it be that this ghost general's strength surpasses that of the red-robed senior? The crowd gasped in astonishment, never expecting Chu Feng's power to be this terrifying. The red-robed senior was clearly stunned by this sudden blow, realizing she'd been bested. Her voice wailed as blood tears streamed down uncontrollably, the crimson hue fading from her blood-red robes. A sea of blood instantly spread through the corridor, even spilling into the classroom. Oh no, I can't move. The onlookers were thrown into chaos by this sudden turn of events, their screams piercing the air. Yet the sea of blood seemed to halt abruptly, unable to advance even an inch beyond Chu Feng's feet. Everyone expected the heavily armored ghost general to be defeated, but to everyone's surprise, the ghost general's heavy armor exploded in an instant. Immediately, the ghost general's angular physique was revealed. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long, superior legs. It was the second form, the light armor form. Chapter 14, Assessment concluded, Rating, S-Class. In his second form, the ghost general's speed became even more terrifying. Moving like a phantom, he effortlessly dodged the attacks of the Blood Sea and the Long Tongue. To the ghost general, possessing SSS-tier combat skills, every movement of the woman before him seemed as slow as a motion-captured sequence. Taking her head was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The long-tongued woman's tongue couldn't even touch the ghost general before being shattered beyond recognition. Blood surged through the ghost general's body, pulsing through his fibrous muscles and veins. Gripping the Guan sword on his back tightly, veins bulging, he swung it straight at the female ghost's face. The broadsword struck, banishing 100 ghosts. The red-robed senior sister held the sea of blood before her. The thick, solidified blood somewhat reduced the blade's lethal force. Yet even so, it pierced through the thick wall of blood, severing the red-robed senior's prized long tongue. Wah! The red-robed senior screamed in agony. This was likely the first time in years she had felt physical pain. With a gape of its bloodied, mangled mouth, it plunged headlong into the sea of blood. After all, it was the sovereign of this ghostly domain, possessing absolute control over this realm. Therefore, even Chu Feng couldn't quickly deduce where the red-robed senior had gone. If she comes to me, it's manageable. I can handle it. But what if it targets the other students? Chu Feng felt a surge of anxiety. With numerous fierce ghosts protecting him, even the Blood Sea couldn't come near. But inside the classroom, things were different. If possible, he would still want to protect his classmates. After all, entities like Huang Mao were extremely rare. Damn it, I can't move. When the Blood Sea surged into the classroom earlier, he and Zhang Baobao were among the closest to the entrance. Wang Dong felt helpless. He was now practically on the very edge of danger. It was at this very moment that the red-clad senior emerged from the foul-smelling sea of blood within the classroom. She had regained her red-clad form, her injuries seemingly healed. It extended its tongue, tipped with sharp spikes and claws, lunging toward Wang Dong and the others. The ghost general, spotting the female specter, immediately swung his blade to strike, but was halted by Chu Feng. The ghostly energy of a peak-level vengeful spirit could possess anyone it touched. If the ghost general entered the classroom, everyone inside could die instantly. For a moment, Chu Feng was at a loss on how to save the students inside the classroom. Meanwhile, the hearts of citizens and parents watching the live stream were in their throats. On the screen, a female ghost dressed in a red gown suddenly appeared at the center of the classroom. The ghost extended a tongue 4 or 5 meters long, lunging toward a chubby boy. A glow appeared in Zhang Baobao's hand, somehow nullifying the attack. Seeing her attack fail, the ghostly woman's face twisted in astonishment. That brief moment of distraction bought precious time for the students. Chu Feng commanded his 37 fierce ghosts to swarm forward, completely surrounding the female ghost. Though they couldn't kill her, such a large number of fierce ghosts could now trade blows with her. The greatest problem now was, if the ghost general did not enter, they could not kill the female ghost. If the ghost general did enter, none of the students would survive. Ironically, the most pressing danger now was the female ghost's sea of blood. The blood sea had already risen to everyone's chests. If it rose any further, they would all drown. Damn it, how do we dispel this sea of blood? Just as Chu Feng was at a loss, a white figure burst through the window outside the safety room. The girl sported silvery white hair, a puffy skirt, and a pair of delicate leather shoes adorned with black and white stockings. Of course, Chu Feng only caught a fleeting glimpse of these details. What truly caught his attention and was the most conspicuous feature was, beneath that pure white puffy skirt lay a pair of lace-trimmed safety pants featuring a pumpkin pattern design adorned with 32 dog heads and 13 cats. The girl hurled a diary at the red-clad senior's head. This move left Chu Feng utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, this feisty girl is going for a physical exorcism? The diary contained no residual ghostly energy and wasn't classified as a ghost artifact. Yet to everyone's utter surprise, the moment the diary struck the red-robed ghost, it fell into a brief state of disorientation. Even the blood sea vanished instantly. Without a moment to think, Chu Feng shouted, "Save them!" With that, the ghostly creatures surged into the classroom, hauling the students out like pulling radishes from the ground. In an instant, the students previously trapped by the dried-up sea of blood crashed headfirst onto the corridor floor. And standing before them was the very person they had all once looked down upon, Chu Feng. Holding a soul-summoning banner, Chu Feng smiled at the girl in the white dress and said, "Hey, Xiao Miao, got a new pair of safety pants today? One less dog head, one more cat." Hearing Chu Feng's blatantly teasing remark, surprisingly, Bai Ning Miao didn't get angry. Instead, her face flushed as she said, "Keep your eyes off what you shouldn't see, or you'll get a sty. But, you've gotten quite strong." Chu Feng's ghostly entities possessed an elusive quality, meaning even now, everyone could only see what he chose to reveal. But Bai Ning Miao was different. She could genuinely perceive all of Chu Feng's ghostly entities. There was no time for further discussion. The immediate priority was dealing with this ghostly woman. Strange as it seemed, an ordinary diary could actually grant a vengeful ghost heart control. But the female ghost had now regained her senses. Blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes once more as she charged toward Bai Ning Miao. "Watch out!" Chu Feng was startled. How could the power unleashed by the red-clad senior be this overwhelming? Yet Bai Ning Miao remained unhurried. Behind her materialized a cloth doll resembling a sunny day charm. The doll's cloak instantly transformed from pure white to blood red. In the next instant, the red-clad senior's clothes shifted from crimson back to their original white. With this series of maneuvers, the red-clad senior's power had been directly downgraded by an entire tier. Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp. What kind of technique was this, capable of swapping the states of both parties? What stunned Chu Feng even more was that the Sunny doll not only could convert the red-clad female ghost's blood but could also wield the blood sea itself. The red-clad senior was trapped within her own blood sea, unable to break free immediately. What are you waiting for? Finish her off. Bai Ning Miao urged the stunned Chu Feng. Her ghost doll could only do so much. When it came to combat prowess, it certainly couldn't match the ghost general. The ghost general understood and once again formed that layer of blood armor around his body. The blood coursing through the armor surged toward his spear, then concentrated at the blade's tip. His arm muscles bulged as he swung his blade toward the red-robed senior's head. The spear strikes, banishing 100 ghosts. Immediately, a notification sounded above Blood Sun High School.
Congratulations on clearing the Ghost Realm, Blood Sun High School.
Assessment concluded. Rankings will now be determined. First place, Chu Feng, rating, S-class. Chapter 15, The White Ghost's Ghost Card, The Troublemaking Huang Family. First place, Chu Feng, rating, S-class.
Not a single person present objected to Chu Feng's evaluation. Somewhat quietly, others embraced in silent solidarity, while a few stared blankly at the sky, still frozen in terror. But one thing was certain, they were finally safe. Chu Feng picked up the blood-stained diary lying on the ground with curiosity. Opening the first page, he saw only 4 words, Love Diary. He stopped there, out of respect for the person or rather, the ghost who had written it. Probably related to that teacher mentioned in the synopsis. When the last shred of genuine emotion stirs within a person's heart, no one remains untouched by vulnerability in that moment. Return, O soul. Return, O soul. Chu Feng waved the soul-summoning banner, drawing the red-clad senior into its embrace. Thus, his ghostly army gained another formidable commander. Seeing Chu Feng waving that eerie banner and performing a strange ritual, Ai Ningmiao had no money to ask about it. Everyone had their secrets, and she was no exception. Leaving some breathing room in relationships was always wise. At that moment, a notification tone sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on clearing the S-rank Ghost Realm and earning an S-rank evaluation. Acquired Ghost Imitation Card, Xia Baiyan 1. Hearing the mission notification, Chu Feng's heart surged with wild joy. But what exactly was this Ghost Mimic Card? Ghost Mimic Card, host can temporarily transform into the specified ghost entity and replicate all its abilities for 5 seconds. Hearing this description, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. First, he was astonished by the card's power, then stunned by the figure depicted on the Ghost Mimic Card he had obtained. Replicate 100% of its abilities? That alone was absurd enough. But what was even more absurd was that the abilities being replicated belonged to Xia Baiyan. The name Xia Baiyan might be unfamiliar to some, but what about White Wu Chang? Fierce ghosts snatch souls, the impermanents claim lives. As fellow ghost officers, Xia Baiyan could be considered Chu Feng's senior. This Ghost Imitation Card is undoubtedly one of Chu Feng's trump cards. Holy crap, coming out swinging like this? What's the plan? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the teachers' hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Although this disturbance had caused significant casualties, overall, the death toll was even lower than last year's or the year before's. I suppose we can call this a silver lining in the midst of misfortune? The principal murmured to himself. As for why the teleportation malfunction had occurred, they still had no clue. We must give the parents some explanation, right? He looked around at the assembled teachers, but not a single one dared to respond. An explanation? How could they possibly explain? Before entering the Ghost Realm, they had all signed agreements stating the school bore no responsibility for life or death. Moreover, the teleportation to the Ghost Realm was handled by the Spirit Control Bureau, which had no connection to the school. It was explicitly stated in the contract. At that moment, Teacher Zhang, seated in the back row, suddenly spoke up, "Principal, we might be able to handle the others, but there's one person on the death list we're truly struggling to deal with." Teacher Zhang's expression was grave, his brows furrowed tightly, as if crushed by the weight of pressure. The principal frowned slightly and asked, "Who?" "Huang Mao, the young master of the Huang group." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in an uproar. How could this be? The Huang group was a major enterprise in Zhejiang, even nationally, with countless assets under its umbrella. Moreover, according to reports, Huang Mao had awakened an A-grade talent. While not an unparalleled prodigy, he was certainly no slouch. With the ghost artifact his family provided, how could he possibly have perished in the Ghost Realm? The crowd was momentarily at a loss. Ordinary people could argue their case and demand compensation from the Spirit Control Bureau. But the Huang family? Do they lack compensation? Given their modus operandi, they would undoubtedly use this as an excuse to conduct a thorough purge of the school. At this thought, the teachers' faces paled. In Zhejiang, everyone knew the Huang family's reputation, ruthless and brutal. This matter must reach a resolution, or rather, someone must take the fall. Otherwise, everyone would be tormented to death. Just then, commotion erupted outside the door, spreading unease throughout the room. Less than a minute later, a security guard was kicked flying through the door, which burst open in the process. The burly man responsible for the attack nearly tossed a bank card at the guard, snapping, "Here's 100,000 yuan. Get lost." The man was broad-shouldered and burly, his eyes fierce and his presence intimidating beyond ordinary men. Beneath his tailored suit, his incredibly muscular physique was impossible to conceal. This man was none other than Huang Mao's father, Huang Guan, the current CEO of the Huang Group. Following behind him were an elegantly dressed woman and an elderly man clad in a black robe. Seeing the formidable presence of the visitors, the principal could only plaster on a smile. "Mr. Huang, what brings you to our school today?" To Huang Guan, this polite inquiry sounded particularly grating. "Damn it! My son still hasn't appeared on the surveillance footage. Give me an explanation." Faced with such unreasonable demands, the teachers dared not speak up despite their anger.
Why take it out on us when you could take it out on the Lingyu Bureau? The principal could only repeat, the students are currently in transit. It doesn't necessarily mean something has happened. Please don't lose your temper.
Moreover, the documents signed by your son were approved by you beforehand. In the event of injury or death, you assume full responsibility. The principal's words were reasonable and well-founded.
Moreover, Huang Mao had specifically chosen to go to Shuiyang Middle School on his application form. He couldn't even blame the Ghost Realm for the mix-up.
Seeing he had no grounds to argue, Huang Kuan flew into a rage and immediately cursed.
Who cares if someone else's kid dies? My son can't die. You said it happened during the transfer? Come on, take me to see it. With that, he forcibly dragged the principal toward the teleportation hall.
The principal dared not speak his anger aloud. His fear wasn't directed at Huang Kuan, but at the true powerhouse behind him, Huang Ji. Here he was, a 5th-tier ghostbinder, being humiliated by this 4th-tier upstart.
It would be downright embarrassing to admit it.
Upon reaching the teleportation hall, nearly all the students had already emerged. Some grimaced in pain from their injuries, while others breathed in the long-missed fresh air, savoring the beauty of life. But Huang Kuan scanned the crowd. His son was nowhere to be seen.
He couldn't even find him among the critically injured.
He refused to believe his son was dead, his gaze fixed intently on the teleportation gate. Just then, the portal suddenly glowed again, a sign that someone else was about to be transported to the school.
Mao, is that you?
His eyes filled with hope. This might be his last chance. But stepping out were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and then the teleportation array closed.
This meant no more living souls would emerge from the teleportation array.
His son was truly dead. Seeing the faint, almost imperceptible smile on Chu Feng's face, he was overcome with rage and called out to him.
You! Stop right there! Tell me what happened to my son? But Chu Feng seemed utterly unfazed, replying indifferently.
The teleportation gate is closed.
As his father, don't you think I'd know whether he's dead or alive? Chapter 16, The Huang Family's Suspicions. Chu Feng looked puzzled. Weren't parents supposed to be barred from entering the school today?
Looking at the burly middle-aged man before him, Chu Feng felt a sense of familiarity. He asked, "Sir, which child is yours?" Though he spoke these words, his gaze was fixed on the elderly man in black robes standing behind him. Under the influence of his ghost eyes, Chu Feng could always detect potential danger. The ghostly aura emanating from the old man was overwhelmingly heavy, momentarily blurring Chu Feng's perception of whether the old man was a living being or the man's contracted ghost.
This sensation sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine. The man urgently replied, "I'm Huang Mao's father, the CEO of the Huang Group. My son must still be inside, right?" Now Chu Feng understood.
No wonder his features were so fierce. They were indeed family. Chu Feng looked at them kindly, his expression utterly harmless.
That's correct. Huang Mao is still inside.
Hearing this, Huang Kuan and his wife exchanged a relieved smile, their faces lighting up with joy.
They then turned to glare viciously at the principal. "Old man, my son is still inside. Why did you shut the portal? What do you think you're doing?"
The principal looked utterly bewildered.
"No way, right?"
He adjusted his glasses and replied slowly. "The teleportation array is managed by the Spirit Guard Bureau. It only closes after confirming no life signs remain. There can be no mistake. You can question anyone, but never question the Lingyu Bureau." Hearing the principal's words, Huang Kuan and the others turned their gaze back to Chu Feng. The urgency in their eyes made Chu Feng feel uneasy, so he calmly stated once more. "I said Huang Mao is inside, but I never said he was still alive." At this remark, the principal and the accompanying teacher struggled to maintain their composure. This was nothing short of a hellish joke. Chu Feng was far too skilled with words.
The remark made Huang Kuan seethe with rage.
If the other weren't a student, he would have punched him already. It was like dancing on a minefield. First, he gave them hope. Then, he crushed it.
"You brat, you know exactly how to break someone's spirit." Sure enough, after he spoke, the old man also erupted with intense emotional turmoil.
Chu Feng, however, felt relieved. It seemed the old man behind him was still alive, and that was good enough. He thought this because if a person had been shrouded in a thick aura of ghostly energy in life, they would become an even more terrifying specter after death. While ordinary ghosts or wandering souls might instantly transform into blood robes. Chu Feng had never faced a blood robe before, but even a powerhouse like the Ghost General was only considered a half-step blood robe. The sheer terror of a true blood robe was thus unimaginable. "You, what's your name?" Huang Kuan glared viciously at Chu Feng, as if in his eyes, Chu Feng had already been devoured alive. Witnessing this, the students and teachers who knew the Huang Group all paled, yet none dared step forward to plead for mercy. To provoke Huang Kuan, the so-called tyrant of Zhejiang, to this extent Chu Feng was in for a world of trouble. Yet Chu Feng remained unfazed by the commotion. He replied calmly, "My name is Chu Feng. Chu as in pitiful, Feng as in maple leaf."
Well, he must be out of his mind. Not only did he reveal his real name, but he even spelled it out for everyone. What a fool! The old principal shook his head. Chu Feng's days ahead were bound to be rough. Though everyone's reactions were exaggerated, Chu Feng remained unfazed. Sooner or later, he'd be discovered and targeted. A conglomerate this massive possessed unfathomable power, how could they not track him down? Given his understanding of their ruthlessness, even if Huang Mao hadn't actually died by his hand. Simply based on the surveillance footage showing Huang Mao and his two companions snapping a photo of him before their trip, he would be instantly convicted and sentenced to death. But none of that mattered. At least, not to Chu Feng in this moment. So what if they say it? What if they come after me now? Seeing Chu Feng speak with such natural candor, Huang Kuan's initial reaction was clearly one of bewilderment. Because he sounded far too nonchalant. Chu? Does anyone surnamed Chu hold significant influence in Zhejiang? Huang Kuan pondered for a long while but couldn't think of anyone. Could it be someone from the imperial capital's Chu family? Huang Kuan hesitated at first, but quickly dismissed the thought. The Chu family was a top-tier aristocratic clan. How could they possibly send their offspring to Zhejiang for an assessment? Besides, with his poverty-stricken appearance and scruffy attire, how could he possibly be a member of the Chu family? His eyes regained their earlier ferocity. Fine. Chu Feng, is it? I'll remember you. Huang Kuan's gaze locked onto Chu Feng, seemingly forgetting the very reason he had come. Generally speaking, being remembered by a powerful figure of status and influence is a good thing. But being remembered by someone like Huang Kuan? That was anything but a blessing. Alright then, I won't keep Uncle Huang any longer. I'll head home for dinner. Chu Feng flashed his signature innocent smile once more before striding out of the teleportation center with measured steps. This whole sequence wasn't just dancing on a minefield, it was rolling around in a minefield. I'm heading home for dinner. Such an ordinary phrase, yet uttered in this context, carried maximum offensive intent. Did I hear that right? Is Chu Feng mocking the Huang family? Some classmates began whispering among themselves, already plotting the miserable fate they envisioned for Chu Feng. Sigh, even though Chu Feng saved us, he's really going to have it rough from now on. He might get suspended for being a minute late to class, or fired for stepping into the company with his left foot first. Of course, this was within Zhejiang's borders. Outside of Zhejiang, things probably wouldn't get that absurd. Only then did the three members of the Huang family truly acknowledge their future heir, the child showered with endless affection, had perished in the ghost realm. The beautiful woman immediately wept herself into unconsciousness, her body limp as she leaned against Huang Kuan. Why, if only we'd given Mao Mao more ghost artifacts back then, maybe this tragedy could have been avoided. Her helplessness and resignation gave way to self-blame and rage. This twisted emotion demanded a reasonable outlet. Thus, she inexplicably directed that emotion toward Chu Feng. I demand Chu Feng be buried alive with my son. This seemingly illogical statement, however, hit the nail on the head. Huang Kuan's face was twisted with fury, as if he wanted to drag Chu Feng back and punch him to death. At that moment, the old man behind them finally spoke. His vocal cords seemed worn out, his voice raspy like a bicycle chain that hadn't been lubricated in ages. Check the surveillance footage. When overcome by grief, people often lose their reason, and the Huang couple were no exception. They even forgot the most basic rationality. Right. Check the surveillance footage. There must be some clue to be found. Why should their child with an A-grade talent be dead, while theirs with a D-grade are alive and well? Reviewing the surveillance footage is both reasonable and lawful. So the principal led everyone back to the surveillance room and began analyzing the footage from the safe house. Who killed my precious grandson? We'll find out soon enough. Chapter 17, Puzzling Details in the Review, Execution Order. This time, it wasn't Huang Kuan at the front, it was his elderly father, Huang Ji, seated in the foremost position. Principal Zhao, we require the unedited, original surveillance footage. You'd better be careful. The old man's words carried extraordinary weight, and Principal Zhao nodded emphatically. Rest assured, as parents, we have every right to uncover the truth. The implication was clear, we understand the situation and won't antagonize you on this matter. Huang Ji's gaze fixed intently on the screen, his cloudy eyes no longer blinking. In the initial footage, visible under night vision, the students appeared visibly flustered. Then, someone turned on a flashlight and walked onto the stage. That person was Wang Dong. Then, something bizarre happened. The person abruptly extinguished the flashlight and was then suspended in midair in an eerie manner. None of the students realized what had happened until he was lowered again, collapsing lifelessly onto the floor. What is this? Huang Kuan was, after all, only a 4th-tier ghost controller, lacking experience in many areas. This safe house isn't safe. That boy just now, he was choked by a ghost. Huang Ji's voice was hoarse. Even now, Huang Mao's figure could still be faintly discerned through the night vision camera. Amidst the chaos, Huang Mao had actually slipped his hand inside a female classmate's clothing. However, the girl showed no obvious resistance, appearing instead somewhat reluctant yet receptive. This scene captured everyone's attention. Indeed, without focusing on a single person, many details might have been missed. What followed, however, took the Huang family by complete surprise. The protagonist of the incident had shifted. The rescued boy suddenly began kowtowing to another boy. And the boy receiving the kowtows was none other than Chu Feng. How could it be him? And why does this rescued kid look so familiar? Huang Kuan's eyes widened with confusion.
That kid named Chu Feng instantly killed the ghost behind Wang Dong.
And isn't Wang Dong the young master of the King Group? Huang Ji's expression was complex, yet he continued his explanation.
At the mention of the King Group, everyone's expressions shifted again. This might be the only enterprise in Zhejiang capable of going toe-to-toe with the Huang Group. Unlike the Huang Group, which specialized in producing elixirs, the King Group focused more on manufacturing ghost artifacts.
This meant Wang Dong must also possess formidable ghost weapons for self-defense.
Even under such circumstances, he failed to fend off the ghostly creature's sneak attack from behind.
Yet that ghost had been instantly slain by Chu Feng?
Why are you so sure it was Chu Feng?
Couldn't it be that Wang Dong was just confused? Huang Kuan asked incredulously.
Behind him, Teacher Big Waves chimed in.
Impossible.
Chu Feng's talent is indeed the top in the entire school, but he's also dead last the only F-grade student. Facing their words, Wang Ji shook his head, his eyes brimming with disdain.
Look closely, what's that in Chu Feng's hand? He claims it's F-grade? I'll take your last name.
The group looked closely and suddenly noticed a white banner materializing in Chu Feng's right hand. As soon as Chu Feng swung it, Wang Dong collapsed to the ground. In other words, in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had unleashed his power and slain the ghostly entity.
That soul-summoning banner in his hand is a ghost artifact unlike any I've ever seen.
Mastering such an artifact would be difficult even for an S rank.
The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Could it be that the previous assessment of Chu Feng's talent had been flawed?
With this question lingering, the crowd watched on. They saw Huang Mao, who had been acting rather boldly, drape his arm around the woman's shoulder and stride toward another woman. The same technique, but this time downward. The scene was rather unsightly, yet the two girls did not refuse. Then, the scene shifted to the main event. Chu Feng was about to open the door to ward off the ghost, but Huang Mao grabbed him from behind. Though the exact words were inaudible, it was clear his own son had spoken harshly. Chu Feng didn't utter a single word in response, offering only a piercing stare. At that moment, the usually listless Huang Ji hurriedly called for a stop.
Cut. Zoom in on the camera.
As the camera zoomed in, Chu Feng's eyes appeared hollow, as if he had already ignored Huang Mao.
But then, Huang Ji suddenly shouted. It's him! It's him! He killed my grandson. His tone was unwaveringly firm.
At this moment, the true identity of the murderer no longer mattered. Even if Chu Feng wasn't the one who killed Huang Mao, this confrontation meant certain death. Principal Zhao looked troubled.
Chu Feng hadn't even glanced at Huang Mao, yet he was being branded a murderer? Don't even think about it. It's this kid. He killed my grandson.
And the two girls who were with my grandson, they're probably dead too.
Principal Zhao produced the death list, which indeed bore the names Su Miaomiao and Zhao Anren. Could it be true, as the old ghost of the Huang family claimed?
But without concrete evidence, convicting someone based solely on a single image was impossible. Yet the Huang family didn't need concrete evidence. This alone was sufficient.
Let's go.
The old ghost of the Huang family barked, and the three of them left Zhejiang No. 1 High School. Left behind were Principal Zhao and Teacher Zhang, both drenched in sweat. Principal Zhao sighed softly, Chu Feng, poor soul. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had just returned to his rented apartment. As for the apartment Wang Dong had promised him, it was indeed ready. After hearing Wang Dong's description, even the Wang group was eager to extend an olive branch to Chu Feng. Little Feng, you must be exhausted today? Auntie made your favorite braised spare ribs. As she spoke, Dumian lifted the pot lid, releasing an aroma that instantly filled the entire rental apartment.
For Dumian, she never inquired about Chu Feng's grades. As long as he was safe and sound, that was enough.
Chu Feng picked up a large piece of spare rib and began to munch contentedly, praising his aunt's cooking skills as he ate. With a steady income, Auntie's recovery, and his new role as a ghost tamer, these past few days had been nothing but a parade of good fortune. As for the few he had killed, Chu Feng could only say they brought it upon themselves. By now, his hands were stained with the blood of many. Some had attacked him with words, while others had taken direct action. Perhaps in others' eyes, these people did not deserve death. But in Chu Feng's view, if he did not kill them, they would eventually kill him. In a world overrun by demons and monsters, human hearts prove to be the most terrifying of all. Why should I be bullied just because I'm honest and law-abiding? I help you, so why should I be slandered? With these thoughts churning, Chu Feng had already polished off 3 large bowls of rice. He couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. It had been so long since he'd experienced such a peaceful, beautiful life. Just as Chu Feng was about to accept his aunt's 4th bowl of rice, Wang Dong called. On the other end, Wang Dong sounded frantic, as if he wished he could teleport over immediately. The Huang family has issued a divine execution order. I've sent a driver to pick you up. Run now. If you don't run now, you're as good as dead. Chapter 18, Assassination? Entering the King Group. Hearing this, Chu Feng calmly nodded and replied. Understood. I'm heading out immediately. With that, Chu Feng hung up the phone. Truthfully, he had anticipated this outcome, though he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Noticing Chu Feng's unusual demeanor, Du Mian hurriedly asked.
What's going on, Chu Feng? Did you get into trouble again?
She knew her nephew's character well.
He didn't provoke others unless provoked first. But if someone crossed him? Well, they'd better dig their own grave beforehand. Seeing Du Mian's unfazed expression, Chu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. What did she mean, in trouble again? Did I, Chu Feng, usually go around stirring up trouble? Maybe a bit too often. Yeah, no time to explain. We gotta move fast. The people we've offended this time, they're not easy to deal with.
Of course, Chu Feng dared not directly tell Du Mian he'd provoked the Huang family, otherwise, Du Mian might be so terrified she'd heroically sacrifice herself on the spot.
Hearing this, Du Mian's brows furrowed slightly. Just who had he offended that they needed to flee elsewhere to lie low? No time for explanations, get in the car.
Chu Feng grabbed Du Mian and rushed toward the entrance.
Sure enough, at the alley entrance, a Maybach was waiting for them. Chu Feng opened the door to reveal a bald man in a black suit and sunglasses seated in the driver's seat. Young Master Chu, young Master Wang sent me to pick you up. With that, the man locked all the doors and slammed the gas pedal, the roar of the engine echoing down the entire street.
Throughout the ride, Chu Feng held Du Mian's hand tightly, yet not a word passed between them. After a while, Chu Feng glanced at the bald man with a playful look and sighed helplessly.
Dude, don't you think it's a bit cold in here?
The man nodded slightly in agreement, but soon found it odd. It was the height of summer, and he hadn't turned on the AC.
How could it possibly be this cold? Then Chu Feng added, Dude, are all you hitmen this unprofessional?
At this remark, the bald man's body stiffened slightly before he forced a relaxed tone.
Young Master Chu, what kind of joke is this?
Chu Feng replied coldly.
You have 3 seconds to think it over. Take me to the King Group headquarters, or else. I guarantee you won't be left with a whole body.
The man glanced at the rearview mirror again, feeling his scalp crawl. Inside and outside his car, the windshield, the passenger seat, everywhere was crammed with all manner of ghosts. This car was meant for 4 people, but it felt like 100 souls were crammed inside. This wasn't a car driven by humans anymore, it was a damn spirit carriage. The man was scared out of his wits. He quickly turned the wheel and headed toward the location of the King Group. He had thought dealing with a country bumpkin like Chu Feng would be a piece of cake, but now he realized how foolish and naive he had been. His contracted ghost was merely a fierce spirit, perhaps formidable to outsiders. But every damn soul in this car was a fierce ghost. Even more terrifying was the woman in red sitting in the passenger seat. He knew how to choose between money and his life. At the same time, Chu Feng dialed the Lingyu Bureau. Hello, Lingyu Bureau? I've been kidnapped. License plate, GA114514. The driver seems to have committed murder. The body's in the trunk. This is no joke. I'm not making a false report. You'll see when you get here. Chu Feng's words left the operator on the other end of the line completely dumbfounded. In all his years on the job, he'd handled every kind of case imaginable. But a caller this calm? This was a first. The bald man was already drenched in sweat just listening. Why? Why did the caller know there was a body in his trunk? His timeline had been too tight to dispose of the original driver's body. But how had Chu Feng discovered it? Truthfully, Chu Feng had noticed something amiss the moment he got in the car. His ghostly eyes weren't just for show. How could a car from the King Group possibly be a soul ring car? And then, the driver's excessive enthusiasm had also given him away. In this line of work, few drivers could hold a conversation with their boss like that. But you bastard, grilling me for personal details like a police interrogation, isn't that a bit much? 15 minutes later, in front of the King Group headquarters. Several Spirit Guard vehicles had already taken up positions, swiftly apprehending the bald man. Under the Lingyu Bureau's imposing presence, the Huang family's loyal retainers who had planned to ambush and kill Chu Feng here were forced to abandon their scheme. Standing before the King Group's main gate was a man radiating authority, with Wang Dong standing respectfully by his side. No need to guess this was none other than the current CEO of King Group, Wang Ba. He approached Chu Feng with a welcoming smile, his broad hand firmly grasping Chu Feng's. In a magnetic voice that cut through the air, he said, "You must be the young man who saved Dongzi? Come, step inside." Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. A top-tier conglomerate president seemed surprisingly approachable. Chu Feng paused slightly before saying, "Mr. Wang, please ensure the driver receives proper compensation." Hearing this, the previously cheerful Wang Ba's expression turned serious. He patted Chu Feng's back reassuringly and said, "Rest assured, we won't let down anyone who's given their all for the Wang family. You kid, you really are someone Dongzi would approve of." A hint of admiration could be detected in Wang Ba's words. At Chu Feng's age, possessing such responsibility and character was truly remarkable. At that moment, Wang Dong, who had remained silent, couldn't hold back any longer. "Dad, there are still quite a few employees here. Could you please stop calling me Dongzi? It undermines your authority, doesn't it?" His gaze had fallen upon Du Mian, who had accompanied Chu Feng. "I presume this must be Miss Du, Brother Feng's aunt?"
Du Mian gave a slight nod. Though she didn't know exactly what Chu Feng had been through, the grand reception, even the CEO personally greeting him. It was clear he'd caused quite a stir. Come inside, both of you. There are too many people outside. Wang Ba waved his hand, and a teleportation portal materialized out of thin air. This portal allowed him to instantly return to his office anytime, anywhere. Seeing Chu Feng's surprise, Wang Ba gave a hearty laugh. Ha, our family specializes in ghost artifacts. A teleportation portal? Piece of cake. With that, the group stepped through the portal and arrived at Wang Ba's office. The office wasn't lavishly decorated, just 2 pairs of sofas and a tea set. The 4 sat facing each other. Wang Dong brewed the tea and served it to everyone. Old Wang sipped his tea, then pulled a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Chu Feng solemnly. Little Feng, inside are 2 keys and a bank card. The card holds 20 million yuan. The keys are for a 500 square meter apartment and a car. Regardless of whether you killed that Huang Mao or not, the Huang family is convinced it was you. But rest assured, you are a benefactor to the Wang family. As long as you never leave the sphere of influence of the King Group, I can guarantee your safety for life. These words came straight from Wang Ba's heart. After all, this young man had saved his precious son. Plus, as Dongzi had mentioned, Chu Feng truly showed great promise. Thus, Wang Ba's actions served both to repay his benefactor and to secure a personal favor from Chu Feng. Chu Feng gladly tucked away the wooden box. He certainly wasn't about to boastfully claim he didn't need it. Old Wang watched as Chu Feng stowed the wooden box away, nodding with a smile. Our Wang family specializes in ghost artifacts. As our benefactor, you may choose any artifact you desire from our collection. To anyone else, this offer would be an incredible windfall. But Chu Feng merely smiled faintly and replied, Uncle Wang, that won't be necessary. Not that I'm being arrogant, but your company's ghost artifacts probably can't hold a candle to the one I already possess. Chapter 19, The Ultimate Robe, the Celestial Master's Garment. At these words, Wang Ba's previously radiant smile instantly froze. Wang Dong looked equally helpless. Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, what else could you have said? Why must you imply that the ghost artifacts of our Wang family are inferior? Sure enough, Wang Ba's expression darkened noticeably. How could your ghost artifacts possibly surpass ours from the Wang family? Our Wang family has crafted ghost artifacts for 3 generations over a century. You're just some penniless kid who can't even afford mass-produced ones, yet you dare brag about your own ghost artifact? But since Chu Feng had saved his son's life, and being young and impetuous, Wang Ba decided to give him a way out. Oh? Since young Feng puts it that way, might this old man have the honor of seeing this world-class ghost artifact? Ghost artifacts in this world fall into 2 categories. One type is formed by innate immersion in ghostly energy. The other are mass-produced on assembly lines. The first type are essentially one-of-a-kind artifacts, each unique. Because of their collectible value, some ghost artifacts hold immense worth despite their limited practicality. The second category, mass-produced ghost artifacts, prioritizes absolute practicality. It is precisely the emergence of this second category that has brought ghost artifacts into the homes of ordinary people. Though still considered pricey by most, these artifacts can genuinely save lives in critical moments. The soul-summoning banner wielded by Chu Feng, of course, belongs to the first category of ghost artifacts. And it was the most powerful kind. Alright, since Uncle Wang puts it that way, I won't hesitate. With that, Chu Feng waved his small hand, and a white banner materialized out of thin air. This display left Wang Ba utterly dumbfounded. Yet, adhering to his professional duty, he resolved to examine it closely. Yet after examining it thoroughly, he detected no trace of ghostly energy whatsoever. The craftsmanship is indeed exquisite, but I sense no ghostly energy whatsoever. This is nothing more than a well-made banner. Wang Ba understood in his heart. He had thought the other party truly possessed something formidable. Turns out, it was just a case of low expertise mistaking something tainted by death for a ghost artifact. But Wang Dong remained utterly perplexed. After all, he had witnessed Chu Feng wielding this banner with devastating effectiveness. Impossible. I saw Brother Feng save me with this banner with my own eyes. Wang Dong rushed to defend him, for Chu Feng held a place in his heart no less significant than his own father. Oh? And what about now? Chu Feng's voice remained calm. In an instant, the entire conference room resembled a mass grave, crammed to the brim with countless ghostly entities. Wang Ba was stunned. His wine group had an extremely strict security system. How had these ghostly creatures gotten in? The answer was obvious: they must have come from that banner. To evade my Wang family's security, truly a precious treasure. It seems Dongzi was right after all. Wang Ba muttered to himself, then picked up the human emperor banner once more, examining it from top to bottom. Yet what puzzled him was that the inspection results remained unchanged. Not a trace of ghostly energy was detected. To summon countless ghost riders while containing ghostly energy without leakage, even the top ghost riders in the imperial capital wouldn't possess such a powerful ghost artifact. This Chu Feng, he must recruit him. What Wang Ba didn't know was that Chu Feng's strength didn't rely on external objects. Even if he were to use the class S, Chu Feng could still summon ghostly entities. After witnessing Chu Feng's true power, Wang Ba's demeanor grew even more courteous.
Young brother Chu, you saved my Dongzi and showed us this top-tier ghost artifact.
Excellent. Truly excellent. That house with top-tier defenses is already prepared. I will hire 5 4th-tier ghost masters to protect both of you. Rest assured, young brother Chu, whatever cultivation resources you require henceforth, my Wang family shall spare no effort in providing. Though Wang Ba was fundamentally a merchant, Chu Feng had saved his family's life. He dared not take this lightly. 5 4th-tier ghost wardens. Such a lineup wouldn't be considered outdated even in 1st or 2nd-tier cities, let alone this small Zhejiang city. Wang Ba's actions truly represented a major investment. Yet he felt it was well worth the investment. The reason was simple: Chu Feng's potential. Given the skills Chu Feng had already demonstrated, if given sufficient room to grow, his future achievements would be immeasurable. His own foolish son had squandered his natural talents, and who knew if he could ever rise to the top in the group's competitive landscape. But with a powerhouse like Chu Feng by his side, he could at least live out his days in peace. With this thought, Wang Ba looked at Wang Dong with a look of satisfaction. Perhaps years from now, Dongzi will understand his father's well-intentioned efforts. Yet Chu Feng's words shattered all of Wang Ba's plans. Uncle Wang, I've come here for one reason only: to ask you to take care of my aunt.
Chu Feng's gaze was sincere and earnest, leaving no room for refusal.
With that, he rose to leave. This move left Wang Ba completely dumbfounded. What did he mean? Take care of your aunt? What about you? Are you just going to give up on life?
In Zhejiang City, the only ones who can protect your life are us at the Wang Group. Young brother Chu, where are you headed?
Just heading to the restroom.
I drank too much water today. Chu Feng replied, which eased Wang Ba's mind considerably.
However, Chu Feng's next words stunned Wang Ba completely. Then, I'm going to demand an explanation from the Huang family. What the hell? You killed their son, and now you're going to demand an explanation from them? Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? Wang Ba was frantic, turning to look at Du Mian.
He'd hoped this family member would try to talk him out of it, but Du Mian looked completely unfazed, even wearing a faint, satisfied smile.
Holy crap, what the hell is going on here? Wang Ba even began to suspect this entire family might be a little off their rocker.
But when he looked at his own son, Wang Ba truly couldn't hold back any longer. There stood Wang Dong, tears welling in his eyes, shouting with admiration.
Brother Feng is such a real man. Wang Dong rushed to Chu Feng's side and pulled out several ghost artifacts from his pants pocket.
This is the dragon binding lock. It can trap and kill any ghost below the fierce ghost level. This is a peachwood sword soaked in black dog's blood, a signed edition by Lam Qingying. This is the bright silver holy cross, still stuck with Nicholas's false teeth. After this flurry of activity, Chu Feng was practically armed to the teeth.
Wang Dong's eyes welled up with tears. Brother Feng, is there anything you want to say to me? Chu Feng sighed, anything else? I'm getting a bit impatient.
Wang Dong glanced at Wang Ba, who stood behind him with a furrowed brow. Only after receiving a nod did he retrieve an item from his storage artifact. It was a yellowed, white Taoist robe, creased like paper, appearing quite ancient. At that moment, Wang Ba stepped forward. This item was left behind by my great-great-great-grandfather. He said it was entrusted to the Wang family for safekeeping until its rightful owner came to claim it. Several generations of our family have tried it on, but none could fit into this robe.
If you can wear it, you must be the destined one.
Seeing Wang Ba had nothing more to say, Chu Feng took the paper robe. But unexpectedly, the paper robe seemed to recognize its master. Before Chu Feng could unfold it, it draped itself over his shoulders.
Chapter 20, Demanding an Explanation.
The white robe fit him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for Chu Feng.
The faint yellow hue, once weathered by time, instantly regained its fresh luster.
A white robe, a white banner, if only he could don that white hat. Chu Feng seemed ready to take up his duties on the spot. This white Taoist robe was meant for performing rites of passage, perfectly complementing the human emperor's banner.
Alas, up until now, Chu Feng had only been responsible for taking lives, never once performing a funeral rite. At that very moment, detailed information about the white robe also flashed into Chu Feng's mind. Tianchi robe. Category, ritual garment. Quality supreme.
Talent, invulnerable to all, a golden aura shields the wearer, nullifying ghostly energy interference. No ghostly entities may approach within a 10-foot radius. Ascension, increases advancement speed by 30% and ghost subjugation growth rate by 25%.
Description, without cause, why does the white robe ascend? Without cause, why does one see through reincarnation?
For some inexplicable reason, when Chu Feng donned this robe, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had worn it before.
This is nothing short of an immortal. Wang Ba was utterly stunned.
He knew full well the robe's origins were no small matter. Since their ancestors, every member of the Wang family had attempted to wear it, yet without exception, all had failed. Yet now, in Chu Feng's hands, the robe had draped itself upon him. Wang Ba murmured to himself, just what is this kid's background? He had previously speculated that Chu Feng might be an illegitimate son of the Chu family from the imperial capital. But now, calling Chu Feng a member of the imperial capital's Chu family felt like an insult to him. A genius Chu Feng was an absolute genius. Yet geniuses have their own plans, their own pride. Given that, for Wang Ba to continue obstructing him would only make him look like he was overstepping his bounds.
Chu Feng thanked them once more, repeatedly urging the Wang family father and son to ensure the safety of his aunt.
Then, he departed alone. What Chu Feng didn't know was that after he left, his frail aunt murmured to herself. So much like him, just like him. After all, the Wang group was one of the two major powers in Zhejiang, and its strength was certainly not to be underestimated.
Therefore, even though the Huang family's spies had infiltrated the Wangshe commercial district, they dared not rashly move against Chu Feng.
Mr. Huang, that kid actually walked out of King Tower. Mr. Huang, Chu Feng has arrived at King's Commercial Street. On the other end of the communicator, Huang Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his jaw and ordered. Good. As soon as he leaves the commercial street, eliminate him immediately. A reward of 5 million yuan for those participating in the kill. Bring me his head, and the reward is 10 million yuan. After speaking, Huang Kuan pressed further. There are no Wang family members with him, right? No, only several Lingyu Bureau agents are present.
Huang Kuan was speechless. Damn it, who dared to attack someone in front of the Spirit Guard Bureau?
His own men were truly useless, more likely to cause trouble than get anything done.
Attacking someone in front of the Spirit Guard Bureau? Even if he had 10 fathers, they couldn't save him.
Meanwhile, Huang Ji, who was crafting a soul-returning puppet, suddenly sneezed.
Damn it! Not only did I lose my grandson in my old age, but who's cursing me now?
The soul-returning puppet, a technique long thought extinct, was still preserved by a handful of major clans. The cost of crafting this art was so exorbitant that even many great clans refrained from using it lightly.
It required the souls of 3 peak-level vengeful spirits, plus the soul of someone possessing equal innate talent to the soul returner. Moreover, the puppet cannot endure indefinitely. Once the vengeful spirit's essence is exhausted, the soul of the reanimator will shatter into oblivion. But Huang Ji cared little for such consequences now. He was determined to see his beloved grandson and demand the truth whether Chu Feng had killed him. 3 souls for the awakening, 7 spirits for the bond. Huang Mao, my grandson, return swiftly, return swiftly. Huang Ji chanted the incantation, flicking his sleeve to send 3 black, malevolent specters hurtling toward the puppet. These were the 3 vengeful spirits Huang Ji had commanded. They had accompanied him for most of his life, only to meet their end in this manner. As the 3 spirits merged into the puppet, Huang Ji suddenly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. The simultaneous demise of all 3 vengeful spirits unleashed a backlash no ordinary man could endure. Huang Ji steadied himself with his cane, his body trembling as he approached the puppet. In a dazed voice, he murmured, "My grandson. Grandfather has wronged you." Huang Ji stroked the wooden figure with his wrinkled hands, praying for his beloved grandson's spirit to return. But a quarter of an hour passed, and the puppet remained unresponsive. Huang Ji's eyes went hollow. He let out a hollow laugh before collapsing to the ground. He was forced to face the truth. Huang Mao wasn't just dead, his very soul had been shattered. It must be him, it must be Chu Feng. Consumed by rage, Huang Ji coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had traded his 3 top-tier vengeful spirits for the certainty that his grandson's soul had been utterly obliterated. Chu Feng, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Thus, he added another clause to the bounty on the Divine Ghost Extermination Order, the inheritance rights to the mid-stage blood robe ghost control technique. This was the last thing he could offer. Now, not only he but the entire Huang family was under the watchful eye of the Spirit Control Bureau. Yet other ghost controllers were not. As long as another ghostbinder could kill Chu Feng, Huang Ji didn't care, he'd give them his last remaining ghost even if it meant sacrificing his own. Sure enough, once the news spread, even those ghost controllers who had been sitting on the fence began to stir. Who among the ghost guardians near Zhejiang didn't know that Chu Feng was now nothing but a juicy target? An F-grade talent, it was uncertain whether he even possessed a ghost tamer. Even if he did, it would likely be nothing more than a crippled spirit. Kill this guy and get a bloodcloth ghost? Who wouldn't be tempted? And in that very moment, Chu Feng truly became the target of everyone's enmity. King's Commercial Street. Officer Zhang, this is where we'll leave you. Thank you for your help. Chu Feng bowed to the plainclothes officers behind him before stepping out of the King Group's territory. Zhang Si, who was about to speak up, could only let go of his protective instincts and respect the other man's choice when Chu Feng insisted on leaving. He had assumed Chu Feng would choose to flee, leaving Zhejiang this place of trouble. But unexpectedly, he hailed a taxi directly. Driver, to Huang's tower. Meter on. This move left both the royal spies and the Lingyu Bureau utterly dumbfounded. How could someone be this bold? They've issued an execution order to kill you, yet you walk right up and start a fight face to face? Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed. What, did he think the Huang family's power was so great they could eliminate him in broad daylight? The news reached the Huang family almost instantly rousing both Huang Kuan and old Ghost Huang from their slumber. Well done, Chu Feng. You actually came here to die. While most ghost summoners had range limitations, face-to-face combat granted vastly greater maneuverability. Approximately 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Huang family headquarters, Chu Feng stepped briskly out of the car, lifting his head to face the crowd of Huang group members. To everyone's utter surprise, Chu Feng delivered a shocking declaration. "Old Ghost Huang, you old bastard. If you don't give Grandpa Chu an explanation today, I'm not leaving." Chapter 21, Possessed. The moment Chu Feng spoke, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. It was utterly outrageous. To everyone present, Chu Feng was the villain who had killed Huang Mao. How dare he confront the man's family so brazenly? Huang Kuan, seeing Chu Feng approach, strode forward angrily and shouted, "You audacious bastard, Chu Feng! You killed my son Mao, yet you dare come here to provoke us? Today, I'll make sure you die." Of course, under the watchful eye of the Spirit Control Bureau, his threats were confined to mere words. But his father, Huang Ji, was a different story. Who in the ghost control circles of Huangji River didn't know his father possessed a blood-stained ghost? And it was a truly sinister long-range type, the Barber Ghost. With just a brief physical contact, it could kill people in their dreams. It was precisely this Barber Ghost that enabled the Huang group to rise rapidly in Zhejiang. After all, if someone let their guard down and got touched by it, the next day, they'd likely find themselves decapitated. This left other clans both hating and fearing the Huang family, yet powerless to counter it. Yet Chu Feng showed no sign of backing down. Facing a crowd of over 100, his resolve remained unshaken. He fished a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and presented it to the assembled crowd. "Gentlemen, behold, this is my talent assessment report, Chu Feng's." Chu Feng held it up for all to see, this piece of paper that branded him as a disgrace. He's an F rank? That legendary waste tier rating with odds even lower than S rank? No way. I thought the young master of the Huang family was a grade. How could he possibly be killed by such a loser? An F rank would struggle just to contract a ghost. Surviving in the ghost realm would be tough enough, let alone killing someone. Indeed, sometimes feigning weakness is a form of wisdom. This shift in perspective caused the ghost tamers who hadn't participated in the hunt for Chu Feng to sympathize with him. In an instant, public opinion swung in Chu Feng's favor. Especially those ghost tamers with close ties to the King group, who fanned the flames. So the Huang group can't find the real culprit, so they're taking it out on a scapegoat? An F rank killing an A rank? Do you Huang family members even believe that yourselves? A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. It seemed his objective had been achieved. Exactly. If your Huang family wants to convict me, take the evidence straight to the Spirit Control Bureau. To demand someone's death without involving the Lingyu Bureau or making the evidence public? That's downright tyrannical. Manipulating people's hearts? That was something Chu Feng was quite skilled at. You! A hoarse, aged voice cut through the air, instantly silencing the clamorous discussions. Huang Ji, the old devil Huang, had spoken. The world knew this old man was ruthless and vicious, yet no one dared question his power. Huang Laogui's already sagging face grew even more aged. Leaning on his cane and supported by Huang Kuan, he descended the steps and approached Chu Feng. Huang Ji fixed Chu Feng with a piercing stare from his dark, ruthless eyes, yet his lips curved into a smile as he spoke. "So that's how it is. It seems everything was just a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he placed his withered, mummy-like hand on Chu Feng's shoulder. He presented himself as a kindly old man. But only those who knew old Ghost Huang understood what this gesture truly meant. Chu Feng was about to be overtaken by that Barber Ghost. For a moment, both the Huang faction and other ghost riders shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Chu Feng was merely a grade F ghost tamer, no different from an ordinary person. Besides, there was no concrete evidence proving Chu Feng had killed Huang Mao. Wasn't Huang Ji going a bit too far? Don't look anymore. We won't be getting that execution order. Poor lad. His talent was already abysmal, and now look, he'll have to restart soon. The Spirit Control Division beside them sighed helplessly. Bound by their authority regulations, they could only intervene in overt cases of ghost riders harming humans. But Huang Ji's ghost-ridden state was truly unnerving. No signs could be detected from the surface. 5 seconds later, old Ghost Huang had fully implanted the Barber Ghost into Chu Feng's body. "My apologies, young man. It seems this old fool has grown senile. Keep practicing your ghost-taming skills. You'll surely achieve great things." Huang Ji's eyes darkened. His words were polite, but each syllable dripped with murderous intent. In the future? Once the Barber Ghost entered his dreams, death was inevitable. Chu Feng wasn't stupid either. He knew this old Ghost Huang would definitely try something underhanded. But to avoid giving himself away, he forcibly deactivated the ghost-repelling effect of his Taoist robe, allowing the ghost to enter his body. "Disperse. All of you, disperse." Huang Ji surveyed the crowd, his face twisted into a sinister grin. With this, he had avenged his grandson. All that remained was to await news of Chu Feng's demise. Chu Feng, however, showed no haste to leave. Instead, he called out to the old Ghost Huang. "Hold on. Huang Ji turned in surprise to face Chu Feng. Chu Feng pulled out a few more bottles and jars from his pocket, his expression innocent as he said, "Grandpa Huang, you really must take care of your health. Your complexion looks pale, likely from overindulgence. Take this." With that, he pressed a bottle filled with tiny granules into Huang Ji's hand. Huang Ji stared at it and saw the words Luwei Dihuan pills printed in large characters. Just as he was about to retort, Chu Feng had already stepped into a taxi and sped away. Once inside the cab, Chu Feng flashed that amused smile again. With his ghost eyes, he had long noticed Huang Ji's unstable aura, likely suffering from a backlash from his ghost subduing techniques. With the blood-stained ghost sealed within his own body, Huang Ji was now no different from an ordinary mortal. Now is the perfect moment to strike back. Joyful gongs and drums ringing out the festive cheer year after year. As he pondered this, his phone rang. Chu Feng saw the caller ID and smiled knowingly. "Hello, Miss Bai, what can I do for you?" The girl on the other end of the line sounded frantic. "Chu Feng, you fool. Old Ghost Huang implanted that barber ghost inside you, your dead meat." Chu Feng, however, remained unconcerned. "Oh? Miss Bai actually cares about me? This is no time for jokes. You really will die." On the other end, Bai Ningmiao's delicate brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't fathom when Chu Feng had become such a fearless madman. "I'm already at your apartment building. Hurry back, there might still be hope." The urgency in her voice stood in stark contrast to Chu Feng's calm composure. It wasn't that Chu Feng had given up on himself. He simply wanted to meet this so-called blood-stained ghost face to face. If things really went south, he still had the white ghost imitation card to fall back on, didn't he? But since she was offering genuine concern, he might as well head to Bai Ningmiao's bedroom to investigate. Truth be told, he was also curious about Bai Ningmiao's background. After years of interaction, he'd noticed she was always alone, yet still commanded the respect of all the major families in Zhejiang. Why was that? What mystery lay behind her status? Perhaps this encounter might yield some answers. Chapter 22: The Ghost Sealing Coffin and the Substitute Doll. Upon reaching the apartment building, Bai Ningmiao was already waiting at the entrance. Before Chu Feng could speak, Bai Ningmiao unleashed an electric cannon blast. Buttercream punch. Chu Feng clutched his nose in pain, crouching down to peer upward. Satisfied, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. Today you're wearing my favorite 7 Little Kittens design. Go to hell." Bai Ningmiao couldn't stand Chu Feng's idiocy any longer. Even as she was about to die, he still couldn't stop looking around. Pouting her cherry red lips in a pouty display of pride, Bai Ningmiao grabbed Chu Feng by the ear and dragged him inside. "In this situation, I'm the only one who can save you now." Stepping into the apartment, Chu Feng paused, his gaze lingering on the traces of the life he'd once shared with his aunt. From now on, it seemed unlikely she'd ever live with her aunt again. Bai Ningmiao sat on the bed, chattering non-stop, her words brimming with concern and worry. "You're possessed by a ghost. A mid-stage blood-robed spirit at that. The moment you fall asleep, you're as good as dead." Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Could it really be that absurd? One touch, and death awaits in sleep? Before Chu Feng could ponder further, a wooden coffin materialized on the floor. The coffin was made of ancient-looking wood, bound by countless rusted chains, yet it still oozed an endless aura of death. This aura of death made even Chu Feng feel a chill run down his spine. Chu Feng stared blankly at the coffin, then glanced at Bai Ningmiao in astonishment. "Sis Miao, I can still hang on a bit longer. I don't have to go into the coffin just yet, do I?" Chu Feng was genuinely dumbfounded, yet he knew Bai Ningmiao wouldn't harm him. This coffin must serve some great purpose. This thing is called a ghost-sealing coffin. It's saturated with 1,000 years of ghostly energy. Anyone who lies inside will turn from living to dead. Of course, it doesn't mean death in the literal sense, it transforms you into a ghostly spirit form. And that's where we come in. As she spoke, Bai Ningmiao summoned the sunny weathered doll that had appeared in the ghost realm that day. She pointed the doll at Chu Feng, and in the next instant, it transformed into his exact likeness. "There you go. The decoy is ready. We just need to wait for that barber ghost to come shave heads tonight. By tomorrow morning, everything should be fine." The ghost doll's ability was truly eerie. It could replicate every trace of ghostly energy and living aura from Chu Feng's body. In other words, once Chu Feng lay within that coffin, the doll would become him. Is this really going to work? Chu Feng couldn't help but doubt. What if he entered a spirit state and couldn't return? Would Bai Ningmiao use his body for something? But she meant well, after all. Might as well give it a shot? After giving him repeated instructions, Bai Ningmiao reluctantly left the apartment building. After all, she was trying to deceive a blood-robe level ghost tamer, something she'd never attempted before. In other words, this decoy tactic might very well fail. After all, this was a blood-robe level ghost tamer, not someone she could easily provoke with her current strength. In other words, this wasn't a foolproof plan, it could only slightly increase Chu Feng's chances of survival. "Chu Feng, you absolutely must survive." At 10 o'clock that night, after tidying up the leftovers at home, Chu Feng stared at the black coffin before him, lost in thought. He fiddled curiously with the chains binding the coffin, the thick, suffocating aura of death emanating from it making him feel uneasy. Chu Feng felt an unusual chill enveloping him, yet no ghostly presence could be seen anywhere. Is this the terror of the blood-robe ghost? Unseen, yet it sends shivers down one's spine. Chu Feng frowned. It seemed this ghost was far more sinister than he had imagined. He wondered if Bai Ning Miao's method would prove effective. If it really doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to use the ghost suppressing card. Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. With his aunt nowhere to be seen in the room, the place felt eerily quiet. It is rather lonely. Minions, come forth. With that, Chu Feng summoned the human emperor banner and gave it a gentle shake. In an instant, the entire room was filled to the brim with fierce ghosts. They appeared everywhere on the walls, within the paintings, atop the cabinets. Were ordinary folk to witness this, they'd likely wet themselves in terror. But to Chu Feng, it finally felt a bit more homely. Class monitor, step forward. For some reason, Chu Feng held a special fondness for this class monitor. It must be said that after using ghost energy to restore her appearance, the class monitor was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Of course, Chu Feng didn't call her out to do anything to her, but to instruct her to temporarily oversee the ghosts. Do you hear me? Afternoon, without the director's orders, you must ensure no ghosts enter the room. The ghost squad leader gazed at Chu Feng with unwavering loyalty, nodding vigorously. Yes, master. The moment the words left her lips, a faint blush spread across her delicate face. Chu Feng inwardly cursed. Damn it, is it my accent or what? I clearly said master. Oh well, master it is. Meanwhile, the student ghosts behind him, especially the dim-witted one, were green with envy. Who the hell messed with my goddess like this? Chu Feng's actions weren't without reason. Under the passive effect of the human emperor banner, all ghostly beings showed him loyalty at a staggering 10 million%. Under these circumstances, should he face any danger, every spirit would protect him at all costs. But against a blood robe level ghostmaster, the human wave or rather, ghost wave tactic was utterly useless. No matter how many came, it was useless. Chu Feng's actions were essentially a strategy to preserve his fighting strength. After issuing his orders, Chu Feng summoned only the broadsword ghost general and the red-robed senior to guard the entrance. The remaining ghosts were placed under the control of the ghost class leader, concealed outside the apartment complex. Midnight had arrived. Watching the ever-growing number of wandering souls drawn to the soul-summoning banner, Chu Feng no longer felt such delight. He knew all too well that even the Ghostpox system would struggle to evolve another top-tier entity like the Broadsword Ghost General. Moreover, the immediate priority was to deal with the blood-clothed ghost that had latched onto him. The concept of blood-robe ghosts extended far beyond their crimson garments. Their true terror lay in achieving absolute invincibility within certain parameters. Enough. Goodbye, this world. Chu Feng glanced back at the Chu Feng lying comfortably in bed, then at the coffin radiating ghostly energy. Ah well, guess I'll just experience what it's like to be a ghost. With that, Chu Feng struggled to lift the ghostly coffin lid. Endless ghostly energy surged toward him, leaving Chu Feng feeling dazed and disoriented as he plummeted into the stone coffin like falling into an abyss. After that, Chu Feng felt his consciousness remained, yet his body had indeed fallen into the black coffin. As the coffin lid closed automatically, tears streamed down Chu Feng's cheeks. Memories of his entire life, from childhood to the present, flooded his mind. Is this what they call a life flashback? Just as Chu Feng was immersed in the fragments of his memories, a heavy knocking on the door startled him awake. Chu Feng, I'm here to shave your head. Chapter 23, Winning Over the Barber Ghost. It was a male voice devoid of any emotion, utterly lifeless. Chu Feng startled awake, realizing he had been dragged into a dream by the blood-clad barber ghost. He held his breath, clinging to the bedside table, daring not to make a sound. Chu Feng, I'm here to shave your head. The lifeless voice called out again. Suddenly, the lifeless stand-in Chu Feng sat bolt upright. Like a robot, he got out of bed and opened the door. Outside the door, the true identity of the barber ghost was revealed. A slightly overweight middle-aged man, balding, carrying a wooden box containing barbering tools. But what sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine was this. The apron draped over the man's chest seemed embedded in his flesh, oozing corpse fluid and emitting an unbearably foul stench. Yet the doppelganger Chu Feng walked straight to the bedside as if nothing was amiss and lay down again. The barber placed his toolbox on the bedside table and slowly began to unpack it. Chu Feng held his breath and hurriedly ducked to the side, terrified of being noticed. The barber picked up the razor, still dripping with corpse fluid, and began shaving the stand-in Chu Feng's hair. How's that? Feels pretty good, huh? Seeing no response from Chu Feng, the barber continued shaving without pause. Curious, Chu Feng stood on tiptoe to observe the barber's shaving process. Shaving, of course, it was a clean shave. The barber skillfully shaved the stand-in Chu Feng's head, revealing a perfectly smooth bald surface in no time. The speed, the skill, the precision of his technique. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel that this was art. I look pretty handsome with a shaved head too. Before he knew it, Chu Feng had moved right up beside the barber. This couldn't be right. He had consciously tried to keep his distance from the barber. Yet somehow, he found himself drawn closer. Just a fist's length away, Chu Feng was nearly pressed against the corpse water-oozing body. Chu Feng hurriedly stepped back, only to see the barber strike up a casual conversation with the doppelganger. With a sigh, he spoke slowly. "Young master, are you satisfied with this haircut?" "Just 2 cents, 2 cents is all I ask. I need to go treat my little one's illness." At this point, the barber no longer seemed like a ghostly entity, but rather like a devoted father. As for what illness his daughter suffered from, Chu Feng remained unaware. Seeing that the stand-in Chu Feng offered no reply, the barber repeated those few words over and over. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. After countless repetitions, just as Chu Feng was about to reach for his money, the barber's aura of ghostly energy surged dramatically. The once calm barber now radiated corpse-like energy, with putrid fluid oozing from his 7 orifices, soaking his entire body. His voice was no longer a whisper, replaced instead by endless fury. "I only wanted 2 cents from you. Why did you kill me? Since that's the case, I'll just have to shave your head off." After these 2 incomprehensible sentences, the barber lunged like a madman, slashing at the neck of Chu Feng's substitute. Within mere seconds, the stand-in Chu Feng was decapitated. The man gasped for breath, the corpse fluid no longer spilling from his body, save for 2 streams of blood tears still flowing from his eye sockets. Chu Feng's brow furrowed. The doppelganger puppet was clearly dead now. The barber had fulfilled Huang Laogui's command. Would he stop here? Sure enough, things did not unfold as smoothly as Chu Feng had anticipated. The barber did not rush to pack up his tools and head home. Instead, its head rotated a full 180 degrees to face Chu Feng, its voice raspy as it declared. "Next, it's your turn." Chu Feng was horrified. Bai Ningmiao's plan was unreliable after all. Now what? Without a physical body, how could he escape this dreamscape? Facing a genuine blood robe level ghost entity and a mid-stage one at that, Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss. As he was cornered against the wall, the barber ghost artisan slowly approached Chu Feng. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, halting its advance. The Taoist robe took effect. Tianchi robe's innate effect, boundless protection, a golden aura shielded his body, nullifying ghostly energy interference. All ghostly entities within a 10-foot radius were barred from approaching. The reason the ghost creature had been able to approach him earlier was because Chu Feng, in his confused state, had shut down all his defensive abilities. But now it was different. With the golden light shielding him, no ghostly entity could breach his defenses within a 10-foot radius. Faced with the golden light radiating from Chu Feng, the barber was actually scorched and cried out in pain. He was utterly perplexed. This youth before him seemed so weak, how could he possess such a treasure? Refusing to believe it, he hurled the razor at Chu Feng once more. Yet under the golden light's influence, the razor instantly disintegrated into dust. At this point, the barber could only shake his head. Very well, very well. This is my fate. Little one, daddy is coming to be with you." With that, the barber ghost craftsman drew another razor and raised it to his own throat. "Hold on." Chu Feng instantly transformed into Aircon, shouting a halt. He didn't quite grasp the situation at hand. If he couldn't kill himself, so be it, he could just go home and find his master. Why insist on suicide? What Chu Feng didn't know was that ghosts like the barber ghost were more akin to traditional contract ghosts. The terms of their contracts always demanded they accomplish a specific task for their master, or face certain death. Having failed to kill Chu Feng this time, there was no way he could return alive. "You lost to Brother Feng. No need to feel inferior." Chu Feng continued to boast. After all, with the golden light protecting him, any ghostly entity not powerful enough to reverse causality posed no threat. With that, red light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as his ghostly pupils opened. In an instant, every detail of the barber ghost craftsman lay laid bare before him. Barber ghost craftsman. Level, mid-blood robe. Potential, B grade. Combat skill, A. Loyalty, 35%. Skill, Ghost Barber, forms a contract with the host, enabling the activation of a fatal effect on the target during dreams. Evaluation, misfortune always finds the unfortunate. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious. How could a ghostly entity like the barber, with only B grade potential, have ascended to the blood robe tier? Even more bizarre was the fact that the barber ghost's loyalty to old ghost Huan was a pitiful 35%. Under these circumstances, wouldn't it be easy? A plan immediately formed in Chu Feng's mind. But adhering to humanitarian principles, Chu Feng didn't immediately produce the human emperor banner to recruit the barber ghost. Instead, he asked, "Old man, I'd like to know how that yellow old ghost originally made a contract with you?" Sure enough, at these words, the barber ghost craftsman froze for a moment before replying with a hint of sorrow. "He threatened me. He imprisoned my little girl's soul, saying that if I signed a contract with him, I could be with her forever. But after I made the pact, he forcibly fed my daughter's soul to me." By this point, the barber ghost craftsman was seething with rage, his hand gripping the razor so tightly it trembled. Chu Feng listened, his own fury boiling over. Damn it! That old devil Huang is twisted beyond belief. The barber ghost fell silent, raising his razor once more, preparing to dissolve his ghostly form. But Chu Feng spoke calmly. Old man, hold your horses. What if I told you I have a way to save you? Chapter 24, Fireworks Display. Save me? You, a mere child? Don't be ridiculous. Clearly, the barber ghost had lost all hope in anyone. Over the decades, his loyalty to Huang Ji had dwindled from 100% to a mere 35%. Yet Huang Ji had imprisoned him with all manner of vicious ghostly arts, leaving him no chance to escape. He was utterly exhausted. Over the years, too many innocent souls had perished by his hand. Even if he was merely the blade that killed, while Huang the old ghost was the one wielding it, he still believed he should have died long ago. Death now felt like a release. Chu Feng understood this clearly. Even though the barber ghost had cultivated to the mid-stage blood rogue ghost realm, his heart held no desire for survival. What could bring liberation? Only death. Thus, Chu Feng shifted his tone once more. Or perhaps I could help you kill Huang Ji, even his entire bloodline? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the barber ghost craftsman chuckled. Little one, when Nan Nan was alive, she often told jokes like yours to make me laugh too. Chu Feng shook his head slightly. His words carried weight. Since you doubt me, let's settle this with true strength. With a flicker of intent, Chu Feng summoned the human emperor banner in his hand, instantly amplifying the oppressive aura around him. He waved the banner toward the barber ghost, sending a gust of cold wind straight into its divine consciousness. Within his consciousness, the barber ghost found himself transported to an ancient battlefield drenched in blood. Above the battlefield hung a blood-red moon. Countless ghostly creatures slaughtered one another, resembling hell within hell. Looking up beneath the crimson orb, he beheld a majestic throne radiating awe-inspiring grandeur. Seated upon that throne was none other than Chu Feng. Old man, this is my ghost-controlling realm. What do you think? Chu Feng's voice was not loud, yet each word rang out with deafening clarity. Are you kidding me? This is actually Chu Feng's ghost-writing realm? The ghost-crafting barber had lived for untold centuries, yet his entire worldview crumbled in that instant. Compared to Chu Feng's current feat, what did those S-rank ghost masters' so-called ultra-high ghost summoning numbers amount to? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. At this moment, he dared not question Chu Feng's strength any longer. Since the other party was also an enemy of Huang Ji and had declared hostility toward the Huang family, he naturally wished to contribute his share. The ghost-crafting barber spoke respectfully. Young brother Chu, but I remain his contracted ghost. What can I possibly do? Though he still addressed him as brother Chu, it was unclear why. Ever since entering this space, he felt he could only look up to Chu Feng. It was as if Chu Feng were the sovereign of this world. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly. The human emperor banner in his hand, radiating deathly energy, stirred slightly as he murmured. Return, O soul! Return, O soul! In the next instant, the once decayed body of the barber ghost craftsman was restored to its former state. An indescribable sense of relief washed over him. He was free. Indeed, out of consideration for this pitiful father's feelings, Chu Feng had not even bound him to a contract. The barber ghost craftsman was speechless for a moment. When he finally came to his senses, he knelt before Chu Feng. This old man seeks to follow Spring Bridge. I shall look to the great genius Chu as my guide and obey your every command. Chu Feng hadn't been unwilling to bind him, it was simply impossible. The man had no will to live. Even if bound, he could never unleash his true potential. And right now, there were indeed more pressing matters to attend to. The barber ghost craftsman continued. What is your plan, young brother? How can I assist? Chu Feng replied calmly, the plan is simple, just 2 words, self-detonation. Self-destruct? Merely self-destructing could wipe out the entire Huang family? The barber ghost craftsman was puzzled, yet he asked with concern. But if you self-detonate, you'll suffer backlash too. Chu Feng dismissed the concern. If it truly backfired on him, why would he even attempt it? You 10 or so wandering souls over there, yes, you lot blow yourselves up for me. At Chu Feng's command, several wandering souls before the barber instantly self-detonated, their spirits scattered to the winds. Though this display caused no actual damage, the sheer thunderous impact sent a cold sweat running down the barber ghost's back. Explode on command? Look again. What's wrong with me? The barber ghost looked toward Chu Feng, only to find him as calm and composed as ever, acting as if nothing had happened. Soul return SSS, host's ghost controlling space becomes infinitely large, contract affinity with fierce ghosts increases, immune to fierce ghost backlash. Possessing the noble immunity to ghost backlash meant this self-destructive playstyle was entirely viable. Chu Feng had never tested it before. This would be his first attempt to prove its viability. Chu Feng descended from the throne and approached the barber ghost craftsman. His expression shifted from ease to solemnity as he declared. You are an indispensable part of this plan. Of course, if you refuse, that's fine too. You may leave now, and I won't interfere. As each word fell, the barber ghost craftsman hesitated not a moment. Go? Of course I'll go. I'll blow that damned beast Huang Ji to smithereens. The barber's eyes bulged with fury as he laughed wildly at the blood moon. His laughter carried a hint of madness amidst its desolation. If he could avenge his great wrong, what did it matter if he died? He knew that regardless of success or failure, he wouldn't survive the night. And he was willing to trust this youth before him, barely 18 years old. Seeing the other man agree so readily, Chu Feng laughed heartily. Excellent. Tonight, we shall destroy the Huang family. Meanwhile, within the Huang group, Huang Ji, who had assumed Chu Feng was certain to die, lay comfortably on a long chair, waiting for the barber ghost to fulfill their agreement. But before the contract ghost arrived, a vengeful spirit's backlash struck without warning. Put. Huang Ji violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly expelling lung tissue along with it. Huang Guan and his wife, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room to investigate. Seeing Huang Ji barely clinging to life, the couple looked utterly stunned. This reaction was clearly caused by the vengeful ghost's backlash. That meant the barber ghost was dead? Yet in Zhejiang City, not even his sworn enemy Wang Ba could possibly kill a mid-stage blood robe. Huang Ji was now in a dazed state. Having already sacrificed 3 ghostly beings, he was utterly fragile. The death of the barber ghost artisan was nothing short of a death sentence for him. Impossible. Huang Ji's face was gaunt and haggard, looking utterly spent. Even if Chu Feng didn't attack him, he wouldn't survive much longer. His eyes burned with incomprehension and refusal to accept defeat. Could the mighty blood robe ghost truly be no match for that upstart brat, Chu Feng? Meanwhile, Chu Feng sat atop the apartment building, munching on fried chicken and sipping cola, not forgetting to give Bai Ningmiao a call. Miss Bai, wake up. Come see the fireworks show. Bai Ningmiao asked instinctively, what fireworks show? Chu Feng didn't bother hiding anything anymore. He stated plainly. The Huang family tower is about to go up in smoke. Chapter 25, Artificial Ghost Tide, The Demise of the Huang family tower. The girl on the other end of the line was overjoyed. Bai Ningmiao couldn't sleep a wink. She planned to check on Chu Feng first thing in the morning, but never expected him to call her first. If he weren't genuinely concerned, how could he have replied instantly? Chu Feng, it really is you. I'm so relieved you're alive. Bai Ningmiao's heart swelled with relief and excitement. After all, she hadn't been certain how things would turn out. Chu Feng continued, hurry to the rooftop of your building. There's going to be quite a show to watch soon. With that, Chu Feng hung up. It wasn't about showing off, he simply feared the Huang family might launch countermeasures if he didn't initiate his move soon. After all, a seasoned veteran like Huang Ji would surely have guessed something. This was precisely his most vulnerable moment, if not now, then when? Chu Feng gently waved the human emperor banner in his hand. In the next instant, the ghostly creatures waiting in the courtyard surged forward with renewed vigor, as if injected with adrenaline. Even if their souls might soon be scattered to the winds, they remained utterly loyal to Chu Feng. To die for their sovereign, what an honor. Just as Chu Feng had predicted, within the Huang family mansion, Huang Ji mustered every ounce of strength to shout. Run, run. His own ghost summoner had been slain. Chu Feng's background was clearly no ordinary affair. It seemed he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. If the enemy truly took revenge on his family, Huang Kuan would surely die too, and the Huang family would truly be extinguished. Yet Huang Kuan and the others seemed utterly oblivious, persistently demanding to know who had slain the barber ghost craftsman. Yet no matter how much they speculated, they never considered Chu Feng's own strength. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's ghostly army had already assembled. The apartment where Chu Feng resided wasn't far from the Huang family's tower. 3 auxiliary roads, upper, middle, and lower, all led there. Therefore, to avoid a stampede, Chu Feng ordered his forces to split into 3 columns. It was already 2 in the morning, and the streets were sparsely populated. Waves of intense ghostly energy spread out along the 3 routes. Passage for the shadowy ones, living beings, keep clear. Leading the charge were 3 gong-beating ghosts. The clanging of their gongs ensured the living couldn't see the advancing ghostly army. After all, this was hardly a mere procession of 100 ghosts. If one must define it, this procession should be called the Night Parade of 10,000 Ghosts. Waves of Swana music echoed through the air, its tone ambiguous whether heralding joy or mourning sorrow. Ghost porters carried the ghost bride, while stacks of white joss paper scattered along the roadside. Elbow ghosts, basketball ghosts, fat cat ghosts. It was impossible to distinguish how many types of ghostly creatures there were. The vast army of ghostly beings marched relentlessly toward the Huang group. Meanwhile, at the Zhejiang branch of the Spirit Control Bureau, Director Sun, high ghost energy readings detected within the 3rd ring road of the old city. Should we investigate? The officer monitoring the ghost energy asked the middle-aged man in alarm, his eyes filled with dread. The man took a leisurely puff on his cigar and replied casually. Lu, have you lost your mind? Of course we're going to investigate. It was only natural for the spirit guard to investigate any ghost energy detection immediately. But little Lu seemed possessed, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he hesitated. But what if there are over 20,000 ghostly entities? Young master duo? At those words, even the man lost his composure. Over 20,000? He hurried toward the monitoring console, where countless red dots densely covered the 3 streets. And the endpoints of all 3 streets converged at the same location. Huang Family Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, the man surnamed Sun urgently declared. Report this to headquarters immediately. Order all operatives to mobilize. He grabbed his ghost blade and burst through the door. He knew this mission was likely a suicide run. But if he didn't go, how could he possibly live up to the uniform he wore? About 15 minutes later, the demonic horde had already approached the Huang family building. Meanwhile, within the Huang group headquarters, apart from Huang Ji, no one else was aware of the impending crisis. Meanwhile, Director Zhao mustered every ounce of strength to finally reach the gathering point of ghostly energy. What he saw there was terrifying. He pulled out his detector, only to see the screen filled with red dots. Yet when he looked up, the 3 streets were completely deserted. This was the most terrifying scenario of all. After all, Director Zhao's contracted ghost was a half-step knight. Yet even so, he couldn't see a single ghostly presence. Not even a single living soul. How is this possible? Not a single trace of human life across 3 entire streets? He kept searching, scanning for any trace of life, human or ghostly, until a series of gulps caught his attention. He looked up. It was none other than Chu Feng, the man who should have died tonight. Director Zhao was startled at first, then leaped forward. Chu Feng, however, seemed perfectly at ease. Facing the direction of the Huang family building, he extended the half-chicken leg in his hand. Zhao sir, here you are. Care for a bite? Director Zhao stared at Chu Feng in utter disbelief, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chu Feng, are you human or ghost? Director Zhao felt utterly defeated. As a 6th-tier ghostbender, he couldn't even tell if the man before him was human or spirit. If word got out, it would be an absolute laughingstock. Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Huang family building. But then, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The main gate of the Huang family mansion burst open. The ghostly entities that had been concealed vanished, only to manifest in full view at that very moment. The self-detonating ghost tide began. Countless ghostly creatures exploded in an organized, disciplined manner toward every direction of the building. Boom! 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 In less than a minute, the building that had seemed indestructible collapsed. Countless ghosts detonated themselves, and the mere contamination of ghostly energy was enough to transform the area into a ghostly domain. True to form, Huang Guan and his companions, hearing the massive explosions, were completely surrounded by several ghostly creatures before they even had a chance to react. At this moment, Huang Guan was the only one among the 3 who could still fight. But how could he possibly withstand the relentless waves of self-detonating fierce ghosts with only his mid-tier resentment ghost? Sure enough, after absorbing several fierce ghosts' explosions head-on, the mid-tier ghost riding spirit began to falter. Seeing the dire situation, Huang Guan frantically stuffed countless pills into his mouth. Before the potions could take effect, however, he found himself engulfed in a sea of blood. Then, a flash of green blade light sliced through the air. Huang Guan and his resentful ghost were both decapitated. With the blood sea unleashed by the red-robed senior and the cleaving blow from the ghostly general's broadsword, how could his mid-tier vengeful ghost possibly escape? Soon, Huang Guan's wife also died in despair, leaving only Huang Ji behind. Before Huang Ji's eyes, a middle-aged man holding a razor approached slowly. Despair filled Huang Ji's eyes as he hurriedly cried out. Razor Ghost! I knew you weren't dead. Save me! The razor ghost craftsman sneered contemptuously as he approached Huang Ji, his voice dripping with venom. Yes, I'm here. I've come to shave your head. Chapter 26, College Entrance Exam Results Out Vocational College? Around 2 a.m. this morning, our city experienced a ghost tide attack incident. The incident resulted in 3 fatalities: Huang, a shareholder of the Huang Group, Huang, the chairman of the Huang Group, and his wife, Zhang. Inside the apartment, Chu Feng slurped his freshly prepared instant noodles while pulling out the half bottle of iced black tea left over from yesterday. Well, what's done is done. Time to eat. Honestly, hearing about the deaths of the 3 Huang family lackeys didn't stir much emotion in Chu Feng. After all, these individuals had essentially sought their own demise. They deserved their fate. It was just a pity about that blood robe level barber ghost artisan. With old dog Huang gone, no group in Zhejiang City could now rival the King Group. Consequently, the Wang family father and son were profoundly grateful to Chu Feng, directly gifting him an entire industrial park. Zhang Baobao, however, felt utterly bewildered by all this. In his mind, no matter how powerful Brother Feng was, he couldn't possibly stand up to the Huang family, right? Clearly, Zhang Baobao had underestimated Chu Feng's true capabilities. Only last night's words from Officer Sun left Chu Feng with lingering dread. The collapse of the Huang family building had been too swift. By the time Director Sun arrived, not even a trace remained. Everyone knew of the feud between Chu Feng and the Huang family. This ghostly tide, appearing and vanishing without a trace, had destroyed nothing but the Huang family building. A ghost tide with a purpose. The tightly shut apartment doors. The young man lounging on the rooftop. For a moment, all fingers pointed squarely at Chu Feng. Anyone with half a brain would assume he was involved. But who had any evidence? No one. When Director Zhao returned, he fixed Chu Feng with those blood-red, ghostly eyes and declared.
If you don't put all this to righteous use, I should have destroyed you today.
His voice wasn't loud, but Chu Feng clearly sensed it.
A cold gleam flashed along the edge of the opponent's ghost head blade.
It felt as though, in the blink of an eye, he would be beheaded.
Yet that murderous intent flickered and vanished.
Director Zhao patted Chu Feng on the shoulder before departing. All that was now in the past. The urgent matter at hand was awaiting today's main event at 12 o'clock. The release of the National Unified Examination results.
Of course, these results combine aptitude, ghost realm assessments, and 3 years of overall evaluations into a final composite score. Chu Feng calculated in his mind, his theoretical exam score was the highest in the entire school.
Though his talent was lacking by 1 billion, surely he could still secure a spot? Despite receiving substantial financial support from the Wang family, Chu Feng was terrified of poverty.
During those years before he made a name for himself, he constantly yearned to become a ghost tamer, gain admission to a proper university, and earn his living with dignity. Now, with ample funds and his aunt's injuries nearly healed,
he could finally pursue his dream. To become a ghost tamer.
To command the spirits of the world. To rid the world of ghosts. For the former Chu Feng, this had been nothing but a pipe dream.
But now
that he possessed the boundless ghost taming space,
then anything becomes possible. With this hope in mind, Chu Feng opened the Great Inquiry interface. Name, Chu Feng. Test Center, Jijian No. 1 High School.
Soon, the components of his scores appeared.
Theoretical score, 99. Citywide ranking, 1st. Ghost Realm Assessment score, S rank. Citywide ranking, 1st.
Talent test grade, F class.
Citywide ranking, 114,514th.
The first few items were exactly as Chu Feng had expected. The weak ones were truly weak. But what Chu Feng cared about most was his overall evaluation. After entering his secondary password, a result he never could have imagined appeared before him.
Overall rating, C. This can't be possible. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, utterly baffled as to why he'd received a C grade.
It was important to note that the grading system for the overall evaluation wasn't a F, but rather a D. A D-level rating signified someone who had committed every possible misdeed throughout their 3 years of high school. Such students were essentially barred from higher education or could only attend specialized schools for ghost exorcism. Even if Chu Feng's talent was the lowest in the entire city, he shouldn't have ended up at C grade. He even had a shot at achieving an A or B grade. This news was nothing short of devastating for Chu Feng.
Grade C? What am I supposed to do now? Chu Feng hadn't even considered it. Yeah, C rank. What schools could he even get into?
After all, a university's tier directly determined the abundance of its resources. Forget about the top tier 911,285 universities. Even ordinary double first-class universities crush vocational colleges in resources. Exclusive training grounds, specialized equipment, these were things vocational colleges could never hope to possess. But he was only a C rank. Just getting within reach of a bachelor's degree program would be a miracle. Why is this happening? How did my overall evaluation score drop so low? Chu Feng muttered to himself, but his phone rang at the worst possible moment.
Hello, Auntie?
On the other end, Dumion's voice remained as gentle as ever. She didn't immediately ask about his grades, instead picking up on the underlying tone in his voice. Chu Feng struggled to contain his emotions, yet couldn't fully hide his disappointment.
Dumion spoke softly.
A child as wonderful as Xiao Feng will shine wherever he goes. Hearing his aunt's gentle voice again, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes.
Then, Dumion continued.
There's one more thing I need to tell you, Xiao Feng.
Now that my legs are healed, it's time for your auntie to venture out into the world. I'm already on my way to the land of the rising sun. Chu Feng understood. From the very beginning, Dumion had never truly embraced the life of a ghost tamer. She'd always yearned to travel the world. If only he hadn't held her back, perhaps she could have fulfilled this dream long ago? At the core of it, Chu Feng still felt guilty toward his aunt. That was precisely why he transferred most of the bounty money from the Wang family directly into Dumion's account, keeping only a small portion for his own basic necessities. After hanging up, Chu Feng fell silent once more. Opening the class group chat, he found, as expected, everyone was celebrating. Indeed, those who appeared in the group chat at this moment were mostly top performers. As expected, the city's sole S rank, Aining Miao, has secured direct admission to Imperial Capital University. Yeah, unlike a certain stinking fish and rotten shrimp surnamed Chu. Who knows where he's wiping away tears now, huh? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the sender's name as the human emperor banner in his hand swayed faintly. Hey, we were classmates. At least let me keep my dignity intact. Chu Feng couldn't understand it. He hadn't even participated in the conversation. Why did someone have to go out of their way to be so petty? Just then, Zhang Baobao initiated a video call. His chubby face and big ears nearly overflowed the screen. He grinned broadly and asked, Bro Feng, what grade did you get on the final exam? Chu Feng replied expressionlessly. C grade. The chubby kid clapped his hands excitedly. C grade is great. I'm C grade too, bro. Let me tell you, a good undergraduate program isn't necessarily worse than a vocational college. We can go to vocational college together. At that moment, Zhang Baobao sent over a link to an admissions website. In bold letters, it proclaimed, Beijing Beilifeng Professional Ghost Hunting Academy. What the hell kind of fly-by-night school is this? If it were just some run-of-the-mill school, that'd be one thing. Generally speaking, the longer the name, the worse the school. Other subpar schools didn't particularly interest Chu Feng. But one that's ridiculously bad? He really wanted to see what it was like. Thus, driven by a curiosity bordering on voyeurism, Chu Feng clicked into the website. Chapter 27, Visitors from the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital's Beilifeng Professional Ghost Hunting Academy? A huge question mark appeared above Chu Feng's head. What the hell kind of demonic nonsense was this? Chu Feng blamed himself for never considering applying to a vocational college before. Consequently, he knew next to nothing about this series of vocational colleges. A quick online search revealed that Beilifeng Academy was a complete fly-by-night operation among vocational schools. Damn it, it's only been around for 2 years? Chu Feng was utterly speechless. He was heading to a vocational college, but he still had some ambition. He could still fight his way into a decent vocational college. But if he ended up at this school, he was probably truly finished. Driven by a morbid curiosity, Chu Feng found himself inexplicably clicking on the admissions website. After entering the admissions homepage, he saw several large characters written in a purple, eerie font, crooked and slanted. Imperial Capital Beilifeng Professional Ghost Hunting Academy. Following this was an extremely brief introduction to the institution. School address, Beilifeng Cemetery, outside the 3rd ring road of the Imperial Capital. Distinctive features. Built within a cemetery, ghosts abound. Students without ghost-taming abilities receive hands-on guidance from senior students to capture their first ghost. The principal is one of the 8 deans of Imperial Capital University, granting access to special ghost domains. All things considered, Chu Feng actually found the school quite appealing. Its location isn't exactly remote, and the abundance of ghosts isn't necessarily a drawback. Could there be more than he's used to? Plus, being able to tap into Imperial Capital University's resources made it seem like a genuinely good deal. Of course, he was absolutely certain that Zhang Xiaopang had only one reason for choosing this school. Gentle senior guiding him step by step. Chu Feng then investigated other colleges with potential admission offers. His investigation revealed that most other vocational colleges were located in remote areas. And the most critical issue was, they essentially lacked dedicated ghost domains. They could only tag along to the shared ghost realm managed by the Spirit Control Bureau. That place was a veritable melting pot of all kinds of people. Compounding the issue, only a handful of ghost realms had surveillance capabilities. One careless moment, and one could easily meet an untimely end there. While Beilifeng Academy is technically a junior college. But the principal also serves as the dean of Imperial Capital University. By all accounts, it shouldn't be weak, right? And as part of the second wave of students, wouldn't he be considered a direct disciple of the Imperial Capital University president? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Feng found himself inexplicably placing Beilifeng Academy as his top choice. Meanwhile, the chaos in the ghost realm and the incidents involving the artificial ghost tide had become a major uproar, finally reaching the central authorities. Consequently, the Imperial Capital dispatched a special investigation team to Zhejiang. For decades, not a single ghost tide within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Control Bureau had ever gone haywire. Now, not only had it suddenly gone haywire, but it had gone terribly wrong, naturally drawing widespread attention. The investigation team had but one objective: to reconstruct everything that occurred when the ghost realm opened, seeking the true cause of this disruption. Yet after conducting meticulous examinations, they dared not continue their investigation. The reason was simple: to investigate further would be to point the finger at themselves. The disturbance in the ghost realm was deliberately orchestrated by the upper echelons of the Spirit Guard Bureau. The minister overseeing the ghost realm at the highest level of the Spirit Guard Bureau bore the name Bai Jie. And this year's top scholar in Zhejiang bore the same surname, Bai, named by Ningmiao. If it was intentional, why establish a task force to investigate? As the team leader, Xiaohua remained unaware of the reason, but she understood that her teacher had her own logic for assigning her to this task. Thus, after countless reviews, the investigation team once again turned their attention to Chu Feng. Adhering to the principle of, since we're already here, the group arrived at the entrance of Chu Feng's apartment building. Knock knock knock. Who's there? Don't mess with me. Chu Feng, adopting a what's-the-point attitude, was already immersed in the world of honor of the dead with Zhang Baobao. He'd hoped to at least reach glory of the dead before reporting for duty, but instead, he'd been caught red-handed. Upon opening the door, Chu Feng saw several figures in Lingyu Bureau uniforms. He was hardly surprised. Ever since the landlord's deaths, the Lingyu Bureau had kept a close watch on him. But so far, they hadn't found any evidence. Yet the Golden Star insignia on the uniforms of these Spirit Guard officers caught Chu Feng's attention. Until Xiaohua spoke. Good day. Are you Mr. Chu Feng? Chu Feng studied the capable-looking woman before him. Noticing the absence of Director Zhao's ruthless glint in her eyes, he replied. That's me. What's this about? Numerous paranormal incidents have occurred around you recently. May we conduct an investigation? Chu Feng was somewhat speechless, but he couldn't exactly refuse the Spiritual Affairs Bureau's request. Go ahead and ask. Upon hearing this, Xiahua produced the entire page of documents. Not long ago, the owner of this apartment building committed suicide and transferred their assets to you. Is this true? I was closest to Aunt Shui Mei and Uncle Dongxi. The whole building knows about it, of course it's true. Most tenants in the building had been harassed by Wang Suimei and her husband at some point. After Chu Feng and his partner took over the property, they immediately lowered the rent below even subsidized housing rates. Everyone suspected Chu Feng had pulled some strings. But no one would betray Chu Feng and his partner. A place that was practically free, who wouldn't love that? Precisely for this reason, when the Lingyu Bureau began investigating other residents, everyone tacitly protected Chu Feng and Du Mian. Xiahua pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose and frowned. So, is it true that your talent awakening result was an F grade? At this point, Chu Feng couldn't hold it together anymore. He burst into loud sobs right in front of everyone. Chu Feng could tell these people weren't ordinary, their status and standing likely surpassed even Zhao Xi's. Wah! I'm already suffering this much in F grade talent, the absolute worst in the entire city. What more do you want from me? Sure enough, Chu Feng's commotion drew the attention of neighbors and nearby residents. Xiahua, however, remained unfazed. Instead, he sternly corrected. Let me correct you, not bottom of the city, but bottom of the nation. She then propped her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment, and added. Once the results of the Neon Nation Lighthouse Nation's national exams are released, there's a strong chance he'll be competing for the world's bottom spot. Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Great. I was already feeling wronged, and now you've just made it worse. So, which junior college did you choose for your college application? Chu Feng was on the verge of breaking down. Sure, my grades are good enough for a junior college. Couldn't you at least say college instead of vocational school when asking? But clearly, Xiahua's emotional intelligence wouldn't let her say that. The Ghost Hunting Academy at Beilifeng. How about that? For some reason, Chu Feng felt a surge of pride as he uttered those words. Little did he know that upon hearing the name of the academy, the expressions on the faces of the Lingyu Bureau officials turned slightly more respectful. Yes. It was admiration. Xiahua scribbled on the paper for a while before fixing Chu Feng with a serious gaze. Based on my assessment, you're withholding something from us. I have requested permission from higher-ups to conduct a new talent assessment on you. Chapter 28, The Privileges of a Genius, Imperial Capital University Joint Trainee. A fleeting unease crossed Chu Feng's face at these words. Frowning slightly at the girl before him, who appeared to be about his age, Chu Feng thought. Retest? He was SSS-tier, after all. The world could certainly accommodate geniuses, granting them the privileges and respect they deserved. The strongest known talent in the world was the SS-tier talent, Heavenly Blessing. It was precisely because of this talent's uniqueness that it first confirmed the possibility of deity's existence. Thus, it avoided excessive scrutiny. But Chu Feng possesses an SSS-tier talent, one achieved purely through sheer power accumulation. He fears humanity cannot accept it. He feared being dissected and studied. What he feared even more was the overwhelming attention. Yes, high talent truly meant genius. But most high talents can only be passed down through bloodlines, from one generation to the next. Most highly gifted ghost tamers have already formed family clans. They could naturally develop steadily until they reached maturity. But Chu Feng is different. Apart from his aunt, he possesses nothing. If he shines too brightly and is targeted by powerful figures within the ghost realm. As the saying goes, a genius who never grows up is no genius at all. Therefore, when confronted with the other party's demands, his first instinct was to run. But who were the people he was facing? Any one of them had at least a peak blood robe level ghost suppressor by their side. Run? Thus, Chu Feng had no choice but to deliberate deeply. After a long silence, Chu Feng fixed Xiahua with an intense gaze and said, Testing is certainly possible, but I fear they'll mock me. Only you may come. With that, he found himself inexplicably pulling Xiahua into the room and slamming the door shut. Of course, this wasn't because Chu Feng had any romantic feelings toward her. After all, people tend to act impulsively when under extreme stress. The moment the door slammed shut, the Lingyu Bureau agents outside erupted in chaos. Holy crap, holy crap. This kid might not be gifted, but he sure is bold. Did you see Sister Xia's blushing face? I think there's hope. Ah, looks like I'm out of the running. Inside the room, Chu Feng's situation wasn't much better. Xiahua's face was flushed crimson as she looked at Chu Feng with a bashful expression. After all, as a researcher, she rarely encountered male ghosts in her line of work. When a somewhat handsome guy like Chu Feng suddenly took her hand, she found it hard to control her reaction. Chu Feng, however, stared at Xiaohua with a solemn expression, his lips pressed into a straight line. After several tens of seconds, Xiaohua finally regained her composure. She retrieved the talent testing crystal and then asked Chu Feng, "Why did you choose me for the test?" Chu Feng was taken aback by the question. "Why?" "Because you were standing closest." But seeing Xiaohua's somewhat naive and gullible nature, Chu Feng feigned profundity. "You'll find out once the test results come in." With that, Chu Feng hurriedly closed all the windows and curtains in the house. He feared the test might reveal some strange phenomenon. He clearly remembered how dazzlingly brilliant that golden light had been when Bai Ningmiao underwent the test. Just like before, place your hand on the crystal and slowly feel its energy. Xiaohua forced herself to hold back the blush on her face as she handed the crystal to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took a deep breath, unsure what the test results would reveal. Chu Feng's thoughts raced. What if his SSS-tier talent test results were so overwhelmingly powerful they blew the house to smithereens? With that thought, Chu Feng restrained his aura and casually placed his hand on the crystal. The instant Chu Feng's fingers touched the testing crystal, the crystal erupted with an unprecedented, bizarre array of colors. A dazzling array of prismatic hues. Even the seasoned Xiaohua was utterly stunned. D grade is white. C grade is cyan. Grade B is green. Grade A is yellow. S grade glowed golden. Even that SS grade from a year ago was merely a brilliant golden beam piercing the heavens. But now, Chu Feng's light lacked that soaring grandeur. Its dazzling hue left Xiaohua utterly convinced that Xia Nation's next genius ghost tamer, following Yang Qian, had emerged. Yet what Xiaohua never could have imagined was that this dazzling light did not last long. The testing crystal suddenly developed countless fine cracks from within, then shattered explosively. The test crystal shattered. Xiaohua gasped in shock, his gaping mouth abruptly covered by Chu Feng's hand. How could he not be shocked? This testing crystal was the latest version brought all the way from the imperial capital. After obtaining Yang Qian's ghost power data, its threshold had been raised to SS grade plus an additional 1,000 points. Yet Chu Feng had managed to shatter this enhanced crystal. What kind of power was this? SSS-tier? Xiaohua was utterly stunned and wanted to rush back to the imperial capital with the news. But Chu Feng covered his mouth tightly. "Promise me one thing, I don't want my innate talent exposed." Chu Feng's tone bordered on pleading. After a moment's consideration, Xiaohua replied, "If we announce it publicly, we'll only say you're S-class. How about that? Public announcement?" Indeed, Xia Nation's actual SS-tier ghostbenders numbered more than just 24. Counting those who keep a low profile and lack family backing, the number likely approaches 50. All these individuals are under Xia Nation's secret protection, only to be officially listed as SS rank once their strength becomes sufficiently formidable. Chu Feng naturally falls under the same category. The Xia Kingdom, of course, had considered far more than Chu Feng ever could. The moment the crystal shattered. Within an ancient courtyard in the imperial capital, an elderly man with snow-white hair, who had always worn a benevolent expression, suddenly grew grave. He slammed his walking stick heavily onto the ground and spoke slowly. "The intelligence regarding Chu Feng's true talent level is hereby reclassified as top secret." The classification of top secret meant, among the hundreds of millions of people in the entire Xia Kingdom, not exceeding 10 individuals. Of course, the remaining matters required no further instruction from the elder Xia Nation would comply without question. For instance, round-the-clock comprehensive security protection, with at least 4 Rakshasa Ghost Masters providing covert safeguarding. Outside his exclusive ghost domain, he would be afforded virtually unlimited security guarantees. You'll receive the highest tier of all privileges. As long as you don't commit any fundamental errors, you can essentially walk all over the place. All of this is worth it. Xia Nation, a great nation of ghost tamers. It is also a major realm of ghost domains and ghost waves. Without sufficiently exceptional benefits, how could it retain ghost taming talents? Sure enough, when Chu Feng revisited his results page, the talent rating had been updated to S-tier. Of course, to ensure fairness in admissions. Chu Feng's application was not altered but approved at lightning speed. Immediately afterward, a phone call came through. To Chu Feng's surprise, it wasn't from Bailey Tomb Academy's admissions office, but from its neighbor, Imperial Capital University. "Hello, this is the Imperial Capital University admissions office. In recognition of your outstanding performance, we are offering you a spot in the joint training program between our university and Bailifeng's Ghost Control Academy." Chu Feng was stunned. Could this be what they meant by sitting at home, learning comes from the sky? Could he actually attend Imperial Capital University? Chapter 29, Heroic Ghost? After hanging up, Chu Feng remained in a dazed state. Now he'd made a complete fool of himself. He'd feared exposure would invite others' covetous eyes. But now, with Xiaohua backing him up, the perks he received could only make him utter those 2 words. So tempting. Imperial Capital University Joint Training Program? Such programs weren't unheard of. Some top-tier universities did offer such spots. But those selected for the joint training program were always the cream of the crop at their respective universities. It was incredibly competitive, with countless applicants vying for a spot. But who would believe Imperial Capital University would partner with a junior college for a joint training program? What's even more absurd is that Chu Feng hasn't even enrolled yet. Capital University is already rushing over here to recruit him. They even claimed he demonstrated outstanding performance. Unbelievable, this backdoor deal is truly outrageous. Of course, if Chu Feng had been classified as an S-tier talent from the start, he would have entered Imperial Capital University as the top student in Zhejiang City long ago, without needing any of these convoluted maneuvers. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. Good grief, that nearly set me back a decade. Thankfully, it was all thanks to this foolish woman before him. At that thought, Chu Feng couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua again. Short hair paired with black-rimmed glasses, surprisingly, it suited her well. And then there's perfect, she could bear a big, healthy boy. Hey, where are you staring off to? Xiaohua's pretty face still flushed slightly as she softly scolded Chu Feng. Chu Feng quickly tore his gaze away from Xiaohua's tight jeans, grinning foolishly. He owed his good fortune this time entirely to Xiaohua. He planned to take Xiaohua out for a nice meal, but she'd unexpectedly switched straight into work mode. Spill it, what's your upper limit for summoning ghosts? Seeing the eager look in the short-haired, bespectacled girl's eyes, Chu Feng couldn't bring himself to refuse. He answered truthfully. Upper limit for ghosts? I don't think I have one. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua showed no sign of excitement. Instead, she found the boy before her utterly unappealing. Chu Feng, don't think your looks give you license to brag. Yang Qian has only commanded 10 ghosts so far, and you're telling me you can command an unlimited number? Who'd believe that? Seeing Xiaohua's mix of pouting and annoyance, Chu Feng was at a loss for words. He wasn't bragging. But then again, he realized it was true. Who would believe that? With that thought, Chu Feng's mind stirred, and the human emperor banner materialized in his hand. With a gentle wave of the banner within the room, Xiaohua felt as though she had been transported to the underworld. The entire room, the floor, the ceiling, everywhere was swarming with ghosts, all kinds of ghosts. She considered herself well-traveled and experienced, yet this scene seemed familiar only from ghostly hordes she'd witnessed before. Eerie banners bearing 7 characters for death, a white Taoist robe suddenly materializing from his body, and countless hideous, malevolent spirits. How many secrets was this youth hiding from her? Driven by instinct, Xiaohua instinctively summoned her own ghost-taming spirit, the mirror ghost. This was a peak-level blood-cloaked ghost. Merely radiating its ghostly aura forced the vast majority of other ghosts back into the human emperor banner. Only then did Xiaohua understand, while most of Chu Feng's ghosts were low-level, their sheer numbers were terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that if these low-level ghosts could truly grow stronger over time, and could be made to act with organization and discipline, wouldn't that be akin to creating an artificial ghost tide? Of course, the most terrifying prospect of all was this. Chu Feng could actually make all of Xiaohua's speculations a reality. But what Xiaohua hadn't anticipated was that even under the overwhelming pressure of his formidable ghostly energy, 3 ghostly entities still refused to retreat into that peculiar banner. Behind Chu Feng, a towering dark green figure stood, blade in hand, its eyes fixed on him with fierce intensity. Behind the broadsword-wielding specter stood a female ghost clad in a red wedding gown and a student ghost dressed in a school uniform. Xiaohua paid little attention to the 2 female ghosts, focusing all his focus on the broadsword-wielding specter. Though its eyes remained closed, Xiaohua sensed a palpable murderous intent directed at her. It seemed that if Chu Feng let its guard slip for even a moment, that Guandao would strike her throat in the next instant. What troubled Xiaohua most was this. This Guandao ghost did not behave like a typical ghost at all. Instead, it possessed a hint of divine essence. Gu. Guan Shang Dijuan? Xiaohua murmured involuntarily, even feeling an urge to kneel before it. Yet her own ghost-subduing abilities were clearly far superior to his. At that moment, Chu Feng spoke up. Well, got you good, didn't I? I was startled the first time I saw it too. It looks exactly like Lord Guan. But Xiaohua didn't respond. Instead, she picked up the notebook terminal she carried with her and began checking something. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Chu Feng frowned in confusion. Had she just discovered something earth-shattering? Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed. Could it be, not just a look-alike, but the real deal? The real thing? Chu Feng was stunned. How could the revered Lord Guan himself become someone else's possessed spirit? Xiaohua continued. A year ago, when Yang Qian of the Yang family in the imperial capital awakened his SS grade talent, he revealed to the world the possibility of deities existing. It was a 3-eyed, crippled ghost at first, but over the course of this year's evolution, it gradually took on human form, even resembling the traditional image of Erlangshan. This isn't an isolated case. Long ago, people discovered numerous ghostly beings originally found in folklore legends, such as merfolk, cat-faced old women, yellow-furred weasels, kappa, and others. However, most of these entities were far too powerful to be completely subdued. Currently, fewer than 5 such supernatural entities have been contained. The Xia Kingdom classifies them as ghosts of strange tales, folk ghosts, legendary ghosts, and heroic ghosts. Among them, the heroic spirits are the most unique, further divided into historical heroes and mythological legends. Xia Hua's eyes burned with fervor as she looked at Chu Feng, as if he were a living test subject. Batting her large, adorable eyes, she tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve and asked, "Where did this Guan Dao ghost come from?" "From what I've observed, it must be Guan Shangdai. Are you perhaps a descendant of Lord Guan?" Chu Feng replied, "Where did it come from? Would you believe it was conjured through bug cultivation?" What puzzled Chu Feng, however, was this. No matter how he refined it afterward, he could never conjure a ghostly entity matching the Guan Dao ghost's caliber. Moreover, even when feeding other ghostly creatures to the Guan Dao ghost general, its growth rate remained negligible. "Sister Xia, with your vast knowledge, do you know how to upgrade this spirit ghost to its complete form?" Chu Feng knew full well that the current Guan Dao ghost general possessed only a fraction of Guan Yu's form and lacked his divine soul entirely. Xia Hua didn't beat around the bush, stating matter-of-factly. According to intelligence provided by Yang Qian, advancing a spirit ghost requires a substance called ghost spirit essence. Ghost spirit essence? Chu Feng scratched his head. He'd never even heard of such a thing. Exactly. This substance should only exist within special grade ghost realms, and it doesn't spawn reliably. In other words, only those with destiny have a chance to obtain it. After saying this, she blinked her large eyes and added, "And you, my dear, happen to have one such chance. The Imperial Capital University entrance exam is precisely such a top-tier ghost realm." Chapter 30, Report, Bailey Tomb Academy. August 25, Zhejiang City Bus Terminal. Amidst the rumble of an engine's roar, Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao embarked on their journey to pursue their studies. Chu Feng couldn't fathom why the registration date was so early. But there was nothing to be done. They say once you get to college, you can relax. He was determined to see just how lax the rules really were. All the way there, Zhang Baobao was practically buzzing with excitement, handing out chips and crackers from his bag. He told everyone he met, "You guys might not know this, but we got into Beilifeng Professional Ghost-Taming Academy, the so-called little tyrant of vocational colleges." Chu Feng remained silent beside him. He seriously doubted the chubby kid had even looked at the school's location. Surrounded by mountains, with graves scattered everywhere. If a place had heavy energy, building a school there could suppress it. But Chu Feng simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a school like Beilifeng, spanning just over 200 acres? What on earth could possibly suppress the aura of 10,000 acres of desolate graves? Its proximity to Imperial Capital University. That was likely the school's only advantage. Chu Feng dared not say more. If he mentioned he'd already secured joint training student status, he'd be pursuing dual degrees from both Imperial Capital University and 8 Mile Graveyard Academy. The little chubby guy probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The distance from Zhejiang to the capital wasn't far. The bus journey took less than 5 hours before pulling up at a bus stop. By this stop, only Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao remained on the bus. Chu Feng swiftly grabbed his Cayman Rider backpack and stepped off the bus without hesitation. The atmosphere around him was simply too eerie. Throughout the journey, the mournful cries of crows had never ceased. The bus driver kept glancing at the two of them through the rearview mirror. Yet his eyes held not a shred of life. He looked like a dead man. Zhang Baobao stumbled off the bus, weighed down by a large bag of luggage. As he examined the decaying wooden bus stop sign, it seemed older than himself, radiating an eerie, foreboding aura. He turned to look at the driver, about to say something, but was so terrified he immediately took off running. Where was the driver? In fact, where was this bus? All he saw was the papier-mâché vehicle, its papier-mâché figures staring intently at the two of them. Then it retreated backward into the hazy fog. Only countless fluttering paper offerings remained scattered on the ground. Holy crap, Brother Feng, you saw that too, right? Zhang Baobao dragged Chu Feng along at a jog. When he realized he couldn't run any further, he plopped down and gasped for breath. Chu Feng had seen it, of course. He was already thinking about how to deal with that ghostly creature. After all, judging by its aura, it was merely a vengeful ghost. Dealing with it would be a breeze for Chu Feng. Yet the creature had been following the navigational route precisely, not deviating by an inch. It didn't seem to harbor any ill will toward the two of them, so they let it be. Thus, Chu Feng replied, "I did see it, but it didn't harm you. What are you afraid of?" Chu Feng should have realized it sooner. This place was so thick with energy it made your head spin. Expecting an ordinary person to drive here was asking too much. Chu Feng even suspected these ghosts might have struck some kind of deal with the authorities, working on their behalf. If that's the case, my ghosts are cheap and obedient, just roll them over and kill them. With this thought, Chu Feng and his companion approached a ceremonial archway. In bold characters above it stood, Imperial Capital's 8 Mile Graveyard Professional Ghost Control Academy. Zhang Baobao beamed at the sight. "Brother Feng, we're here." Chu Feng's ghostly pupils flickered, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. On either side of the archway, several desolate graves stood neatly arranged.
They were piled high with wreaths, and even the white paper money offerings looked freshly placed. Something's off. 10 out of 10, no, 9 out of 10 things are off. Even the worst schools wouldn't plant their sign next to a graveyard, right? This situation could only mean one thing: someone was up to no good. Without a word, Chu Feng pulled a shovel from his backpack. Before Zhang Baobao could react to what he was doing, Chu Feng began shoveling away at the grave right next to the archway. Zhang Baobao was dumbfounded and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Brother Feng, we're here to study, not dig graves. Put that shovel away." He didn't even have time to ask why Chu Feng had brought such a thing. All he saw was the resolute look in Chu Feng's eyes. Brother Feng must have his reasons for doing this. Trust is all that matters. Only after the grave had been nearly leveled did Chu Feng channel all his ghostly power into the shovel's tip. One shovel down. A piercing wail echoed through the air. Chu Feng reached into the soil and pulled out a half-exposed, emaciated, blackened, and eerily twisted body. Zhang Baobao seemed stunned by Chu Feng's actions, staring blankly at him. Chu Feng, however, turned his gaze toward the remaining graves and declared, "If you don't want to meet the same fate, get the hell out of here." True to his words, the moment Chu Feng finished speaking, the countless desolate graves vanished instantly, leaving only a few terrified shrieks behind. Grave ghosts are usually wild spirits that died without burial. When they become too obsessed with the burial ground, they simply turn into the ground itself. Chu Feng's gaze remained calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet, it seemed as if he were deep in thought. These ghostly entities did not appear here out of thin air. They were more like habitual offenders. Could it be? Chu Feng recalled the precautions listed in his admission letter. One clause sent a chill down his spine. Effective August 25, the university bears no responsibility for any injuries or fatalities sustained by students off campus. Chu Feng reasonably suspected that students had already perished under this clause before that date. Did someone die before even stepping through the school gates? Chu Feng's expression grew grim as he gripped the Luoyang shovel in his hand even tighter. This thing had been casually taken from the Wang family back then, and honestly, it proved far more practical than most ghost artifacts. Chu Feng switched on his headlamp and unfolded a paper map. This place felt far too eerie. There were likely ghostly entities interfering with navigation. Of course, the most crucial reason was that Chu Feng had no ghosts to command. He'd spent the entire summer leveling up his Guandao Ghost General. But to his disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, the Guandao Ghost General's stats only progressed from peak Wrathful Ghost to half-step Blood Robe. Even so, the Guandao Ghost General's overall stats had already surpassed the vast majority of mid-tier Blood Robe ghosts. During this period, boredom struck Chu Feng, so he used surplus ghostly entities to nourish the crimson-robed senior. Senior Red Robe had genuinely ascended to Blood Robe. Even the Ghost class monitor had reached the peak of the Wrathful Ghost stage. This meant that even if he gained 1 ghost per second, Chu Feng only had 3 ghosts left that he truly valued. After all, this 8-league graveyard was a millennia-old mass burial ground. The emergence of major malevolent spirits was only to be expected. Chu Feng couldn't shake the feeling this desolate graveyard was about to unleash something truly massive. Therefore, the two pressed onward without pause, venturing deeper into the graveyard. Suddenly, Zhang Baobao halted his footsteps. He whispered softly, "Brother Feng, something seems to have grabbed my ankle." Chu Feng turned to look and saw Zhang Baobao standing squarely atop a low mound. And what had broken through the earth to seize his ankle was a stiff, shriveled black hand. Chapter 31, Loyalty Points, Open-eyed Guan Gong. Chu Feng instantly sensed trouble. The size of the grave mound didn't determine the age of the deceased. Some might be infants who died young, but others could be ancient graves, buried for centuries. The one before him had been so flattened by wind and rain that its slope was nearly gone. What lay within was easy to imagine. Without a moment to spare, Chu Feng swung his Luoyang shovel, striking the ghostly creature's wrist. A clanging sound rang out. Chu Feng felt a numbing shock in his palm as the blow rebounded off the object. Chu Feng was stunned. What ancient monster was this? His full force strike hadn't even broken the skin. Fortunately, the ancient creature hadn't anticipated this sudden assault. Zhang Baobao's foot was kicked away. Run! Chu Feng knew all too well that this creature before him, he couldn't take on. Or rather, even if the other couldn't kill him, killing Zhang Baobao right in front of him would be as easy as pie. His Taoist robe was powerful, but against an opponent of vastly superior strength, it was as fragile as paper. A single poke would tear it apart. Chu Feng mustered every ounce of strength, yanking Zhang Baobao forward and sprinting for his life. If we don't escape, we'll truly die. Chu Feng dragged Zhang Baobao with his left hand while swinging the human emperor banner with his right. The next second, the Guandao Ghost General and the red-robed senior appeared right behind Chu Feng. We can hold them off for a bit, but we'll die eventually. Head this way, we'll definitely make it to the school. Chu Feng knew that although the Guandao Ghost General and the red-robed senior sister were powerful, they were no match for that creature. Sure enough, before Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao could run a kilometer, 2 souls shot back into the human emperor banner. How could it be so fast? Chu Feng never imagined that even with the red-robed senior sister nearly having her ghostly form shattered.
And with both ghosts fighting together, they'd only managed to delay the thing for less than half a minute? What realm is this ghostly thing at?
Chu Feng felt darkness closing in around his eyes.
The intense, high-intensity sprint was taking its toll. Even with his SSS-tier physique, this was pushing it too far. Sure enough, a loud ripping sound echoed. A black coffin burst forth from the earth before them.
If the black coffin by Ningmia had used to save Chu Feng earlier had already filled him with a sense of deathly stagnation.
The coffin now appearing before Chu Feng in by Ningmia. The deathly aura it emitted was enough to drive anyone to despair. Before they could react. The next instant, as the coffin lid lifted, an endless surge of deathly aura exploded outward.
Within the pitch-black aura, a zombie clad in Qing dynasty official robes and wearing a red hat materialized before them.
Chu Feng thought to himself. Damn it!
The theory class had briefly covered that zombies were also classified into tiers. Broadly speaking, they could be categorized as white zombies, black zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, and drought demons. The zombie before them, its skin darkened to a purplish black, clearly wasn't a low-tier white or black zombie, it was a leaping zombie. Leaping zombies generally possess powers surpassing the peak of the blood robe stage. This explained why the two ghosts Chu Feng valued most had been so easily defeated.
Chu Feng felt utterly defeated. He might as well go straight to Imperial Capital University, at least he wouldn't die on the way to school. Auntie, it seems I'll be joining my parents before you do.
Chu Feng clenched his jaw and charged straight toward the purple-faced jumping zombie. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrists, sending a soul fragment flying. The next moment, Zhang Baobao was seized by a pair of powerful, blood-red hands and dragged away. It was the red-clad senior. This was all Chu Feng could do.
Run. One death was enough. What good would it do for everyone to perish here?
The purple jumping zombie seemed oblivious to the scene, instead fixing its gaze on Chu Feng with keen interest. Chu Feng seethed with rage. This was outright contempt.
What are you staring at?
To Chu Feng's surprise, the purple-faced jumping corpse cracked open its shriveled mouth and forced out a sentence from its throat.
What's it to you if I stare? Damn it, is this thing an old Northeast zombie?
Chu Feng was taken aback, but upon considering the creature's origins, he understood the reason.
Wait, no. It could speak. A talking zombie? This was his first time encountering one. But that meant, could he actually talk to it?
So Chu Feng spoke up. I'll build you a tombstone and make annual offerings.
Could you please spare my life? But instead of words, saliva gushed from its mouth as a deathly low voice rasped.
You're special. You're delicious.
Chu Feng knew it was hopeless.
Damn it, there was no room for negotiation. The other had already decided to devour him, there was no escape. Since escape was impossible and negotiation futile,
Chu Feng was left with only one choice. The ghost mimic card. He still had one ghost imitation card left, and it wasn't just any ordinary one. The white ghost imitation card.
This was the real deal, a specialist for dealing with ghosts. Even with only 5 seconds, it was more than enough to deal with a single jumping zombie. As long as I time it right, I'm not doomed. Seeing the zombie, I am like fish on a cutting board, strolling toward him with leisurely steps. Chu Feng clutched the white card in his hand, eyes fixed on the enemy, searching for the perfect moment to unleash it. Just then, a light, ethereal female voice suddenly echoed in Chu Feng's mind.
Sacrificing life for brothers, heaven bears witness. Loyalty and righteousness progress, 5%. You may draw a talent from the divine Lord Guan.
Suddenly, a spinning mill materialized before Chu Feng's eyes.
It resembled a blind box more than a traditional wheel.
The entire wheel was covered in question marks, making it impossible to guess what lay within. Chu Feng didn't dwell on it, he spun it immediately.
In an instant, the pointer settled on one spot.
That spot still displayed a question mark, differing from the others only in color.
Its background was golden yellow. Host has drawn the divine talent of Guan Xing Di Jun, Raging Dan Blood Phoenix.
Raging Dan Blood Phoenix activates when Guan Dao Ghost General's HP drops to 10% of its own. Attack plus 100%, attack speed plus 35%, and significantly increases evasion.
Chu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. This was utterly insane.
With this talent, the Guan Dao Ghost General's power more than doubled. Such a power boost would allow the Guan Dao Ghost General to match the purple-faced jumping zombie or even slay it. In the next instant, Chu Feng waved the Human Emperor banner, and the Guan Dao Ghost General materialized out of thin air. The Ghost General of the Guan Dao radiated a menacing aura tinged with fury as his eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of crimson pupils.
The eye-opening Guan Gong. Chu Feng was startled.
The Guan Dao Ghost General flicked his long beard backward, gripped his halberd tightly, and turned his gaze toward the purple-faced jumping zombie. His aura and imposing presence were unmatched. It was as though the divine Lord Guan himself had descended to this world. Even his nominal master, Chu Feng, couldn't help but be overwhelmed by that oppressive aura. Chu Feng could distinctly sense that the ghostly general wielding the Guan Dao had broken through some shackle, ascending to the true blood robe rank.
The purple-faced jumping zombie froze momentarily, muttering incomprehensibly before retreating backward. But how could the eye-opening Guan Gong spare it? The green dragon crescent blade swept through the air, instantly revealing a full moon in the sky. Seeing the Guan Dao Ghost General refuse to relent, the jumping zombie extended its pitch-black claws, attempting to clash with the Ghost General. But the moment its hand extended, it was severed cleanly, as if cut through mud. The jumping zombie, seared by pain, leapt backward with all its might. The ghostly general, eyes blazing with fury, gave it no chance. Gripping the blade's hilt tightly with both hands, it swung a horizontal strike. The jumping corpse, once proud of its physical strength, was instantly severed at the waist, dead beyond any hope of revival. Chapter 32, Senior Sister's Rescue, entering campus. You dared chase me? Now you're dead. Seeing the purple-faced jumping zombie utterly destroyed, Chu Feng laughed wildly. With a gurgle, blood spurted from his mouth. Ghost tamers are bound to ghostly entities. This meant the spirit's actual power had to remain within the spirit tamer's control range. Yet the Guandao Ghost General, wielding the peak power of a wrathful ghost, had slain a purple-faced jumping zombie at the peak of the blood robe tier. It was clear that within these few seconds, Chu Feng's body had surpassed its limits. He collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his muscles rigid and uncontrollable from the intense strain. Just then, several grave ghosts that had fled earlier burst forth from the earth. Their expressions were vicious, their eyes filled with greed. As if they were saying, you didn't take us seriously back then. Now you're paying the price, aren't you? Lying motionless on the ground, Chu Feng could only watch the grave ghosts closing in through the corner of his eye. He was utterly immobilized, unable even to summon his Taoist robe once more. A single tear of resignation rolled down the corner of his eye. Oof. To think that I, Chu Feng, with my lifetime of glory, would be killed by a bunch of trashy, low-level ghosts. He couldn't accept this reality, yet it was undeniable. Just as the grave ghosts closed in, poised to strike, several icicles radiating hexagram-shaped light pierced through the little ghosts. In the next instant, the ice shards exploded within their bodies. The little ghosts instantly turned to dust. Chu Feng's vision blurred, he couldn't tell if it was tears or ghostly mist clouding his eyes. He could only make out two figures, one plump, one thin, rushing toward him with urgency. With all his senses numb, he felt someone pushing his body. Brother Feng, don't scare me. Look who's here. Zhang Baobao pushed at Chu Feng's body, tears and snot streaming down his face. Beside him stood a beautiful young woman clad in an ice blue gown, her hair a pure silver white. Crouching beside him, she furrowed her brow as she checked his pulse. Chu Feng gasped weakly, forcing the words out of his throat. I saw it. Hello, KT's here. Why'd she bring lace trim? Hearing this, the silver-haired girl flushed crimson. She hurriedly pressed down her skirt hem and declared haughtily. Ignore him. This little rascal is fine. Zhang Baobao, however, couldn't understand how she could tell his Feng brother was fine. His brother Feng's eyes were closed. The white-haired girl didn't look at Chu Feng again, instead turning her gaze toward the headless zombie. Purple-faced jumping zombie. How is that possible? The girl was clearly taken aback. Of course she was shocked. Shocked that Chu Feng could slay a peak blood-robed tier ghostly creature. And one that specialized in defense, no less. The cut is so clean, with no other obvious wounds, a single fatal strike. The girl turned back once more, her gaze filled with profound meaning as she looked at Chu Feng. This was a ghost of the Ghost King level from the 8-mile graveyard. Facing such a being, even she herself would struggle to achieve a draw, let alone defeat it. Let alone kill it. Even fighting it to a standstill would be difficult. So that meant the strength of this little punk lying on the ground was actually higher than her own? Whether it was because of Chu Feng's earlier words or the fact that a junior's strength had surpassed her own. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance washing over her. She had assumed they were two greenhorns, still learning the ropes, getting bullied by a few ghostly spirits. Little did she expect that Chu Feng and his companions had actually encountered the Ghost King of the Southern Domain. The 8-mile graveyard was divided into 4 regions: the Northern Domain's yellow-furred foxes, the Western Domain's tail-severed foxes, the Eastern Domain's ground-roaming serpents, and the Southern Domain's purple-faced zombies. All 4 Ghost Kings possessed peak blood robe cultivation, some even nearing the Rakshasa realm. Such power, and yet they were slain by a mere 18-year-old greenhorn. And with a single strike. How bizarre, how bizarre. That the Ghost King of the Southern Domain of the 8-mile graveyard would personally hunt is utterly unreasonable. Generally speaking, even early-stage fierce ghosts are rare in this ghost domain. But even more absurd than this unfortunate zombie was the one who killed at Chu Feng. Consider this: the Snow Maiden, the girl's own lifebound ghost, took years to reach the peak of the blood robe stage. Yet according to monitoring reports, Chu Feng's ghost riding ability absolutely cannot have lasted more than 3 months. In a mere 3 months. A mere specter transformed into a monster possessing peak blood robe strength. What a terrifying talent. Hey, you little rascal, stop pretending to sleep. It's time to go back. The girl had long since realized that Chu Feng was merely experiencing muscle spasms. A little rest would fix it. This graveyard after midnight, that's when the real terror begins. The girl was right. After midnight, when the ghosts roam the night, even she would find it difficult to handle. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng scrambled to his feet like a startled rabbit. Brushing the dust off his buttocks, he approached as if nothing had happened, grinning obsequiously. "Hello, senior. My name is Chu Feng, not Little Robot." This habit of his Chu Feng just couldn't seem to shake it. For some reason, whenever this kind of situation arose, his eyes seemed to lock on target like a crosshair. He couldn't control it at all. The girl didn't press him further. Her impression of this little rascal was simple, cheeky and powerful. Chu Feng continued to gaze at her bright eyes, pearly teeth, and skin as white as snow, with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. He couldn't help but say, "Senior, you're truly beautiful." The girl was momentarily speechless, her face flushing a delicate pink. She stammered, "Stop teasing me. My name is Xia Chan." Xia Chan, the name seemed rather incongruous with the girl's demeanor. It sounded warm and vibrant, while the senior herself seemed rather cold. Chu Feng tilted his head in thought before saying, "Summer cicadas, winter snow, what a beautiful name." Zhang Baobao watched the two with a mischievous grin, feeling even more impressed with his buddy Feng. This was blatant flirting. Xia Chan didn't say much more, desperately trying to hide the faint blush on her cheeks. For some reason, she felt she had seen Chu Feng's face somewhere before. With a flick of her wrists, two icy ropes bound Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao. Then, with a light push from her feet, she propelled both of them into the air. "Senior, your technique feels off." Chu Feng's hands and feet were bound together, while Zhang Baobao was tightly bound in multiple directions. He felt utterly humiliated. Xia Chan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She forced herself not to look back, unwilling to let Chu Feng see her blushing cheeks. Thus, Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao were carried bound to the gates of Bailey Tomb Academy. Chu Feng glanced up, wanting nothing more than to turn and walk away. This was pure and simple fraud. He certainly hadn't expected the facilities to be anything special. But what left Chu Feng speechless was that the building looked like a hospital ward straight out of a horror movie. The cement-colored exterior walls bore the weathered marks of wind and rain, making the entire building look dilapidated. The school gate was nothing more than a rusty iron fence gate, the same kind you'd find in a sheep village. The wind whistled through it, producing a rusty, grating squeak. Inside the four-story building, only a few faint, yellowish lights flickered. Even Lu Yushi would have to pen a new chapter of his inscription on a humble abode upon seeing this. Chu Feng questioned, "Senior, isn't this borderline cover fraud?" Xia Chan, however, had a different explanation. "Oh, that promotional photo was taken 20 years ago when it was first completed. It's just that the place hasn't been put to use until now." Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Judging by Xia Chan's attire and demeanor, she must be the child of a wealthy family. Could it be that children from wealthy families have such strong resilience? Was his own discomfort his own fault? Chu Feng felt like he'd been outsmarted, but he wasn't sure. Zhang Baobao, however, yawned and pointed at the dilapidated building, saying, "We've been on our feet all day. Let's go pack our things and get some sleep." Chapter 33, The Little Sissy Playing with Snakes? Chu Feng had no idea. Due to budget constraints, this building was co-ed. Of course, that didn't mean they shared dorm rooms. If that were the case, 2 would enroll, but 3 would graduate. The birth rate would genuinely exceed the graduation rate. The co-ed arrangement meant girls lived on the 1st and 2nd floors, while boys occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. Therefore, the dorm supervisor on the 1st floor was a gray-haired old woman. Chu Feng hurried forward with a smile. "Hello, ma'am. We're new students here to register." The old woman adjusted her reading glasses, handed the dorm key to Chu Feng, and advised, "First day here, huh? Tough going. Get some rest tonight." Chu Feng took the key mechanically, noticing the room number engraved on it. 444. Damn it, that's just too unlucky. Chu Feng clenched the keys, hoisted his backpack, and headed upstairs, completely ignoring the dorm supervisor's advice. He dismissed it as the old man's senility. "Sure, we're exhausted from the long journey, but how dare you make us stay up late?" Without further thought, Chu Feng and his companion arrived at the door of room 444. Just as Chu Feng reached for the lock, he realized it was already unlocked. But looking inside the room, there wasn't a single light on. Could it be? Had the roommate already gone to sleep? Chu Feng and Zhang Baobao exchanged a glance before cautiously pushing the door open. The room was much as Chu Feng had imagined. He'd braced himself for conditions violating the Geneva Conventions, but thankfully it was a triple room. One side held a single bed, while the other featured a bunk bed. The rest of the space held a wardrobe and 3 desks. It wasn't too messy. As night had completely fallen, Chu Feng and his companion kept their eyes wide open, unpacking their belongings and making their beds. Then they made a startling discovery. On the single bed opposite the bunk bed, someone was staring intently at them. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. When he'd entered the room moments ago, this person had clearly been lying asleep. How had they managed to slip up without a sound, escaping his ears entirely? Moreover, the gaze fixed upon him did not resemble that of a human. Instead, it resembled that of some cold-blooded creature. If he had to describe it, Chu Feng thought it resembled a snake. The figure just stared at Chu Feng, not uttering a word. Unnerved by the stare, Chu Feng paused briefly before speaking first. My name is Chu Feng. This is Zhang Baobao. We'll be roommates from now on. May I ask your name? Chu Feng thought he'd been quite polite, but the other person still stared at him, not uttering a word. Damn it, is this kid on fire, or did we disturb his rest? After an unknown amount of time, the other person finally spoke. She Tuesday. My name is She Tuesday. His voice left Chu Feng momentarily unsure of his gender. The pitch was high, ambiguous, and thick with a Sichuan Chongqing accent. Hearing the reply, Chu Feng finally relaxed, jumping off the bed to turn on the light. This was good, he could see the other person clearly now. But the sight left Chu Feng even more bewildered. Had he entered the wrong dormitory, or had the other person taken the wrong floor? There sat she too, poised on the bed. Beneath a cascade of thick, jet black hair were a pair of clear, large eyes, and skin as white as snow. Yet from her nose down, her face was tightly bound with numerous strips of cloth. She too wore a simple, ancient-style robe, but from the arms down, the strips of cloth wrapped around him like bandages, covering his entire body. Holy crap, is that a boy? Chu Feng now knew for certain that the other was male, though their appearance was undeniably feminine. What's the deal? She too spoke again, his gaze still snake-like as he stared at the two, radiating an aura that said, keep your distance. While roommates didn't have to be friends, and Chu Feng would soon be moving out once Imperial Capital University started. But being stared at like that every day was still pretty uncomfortable. Moreover, what intrigued Chu Feng most was why she too had so many bandages wrapped around her body. But before Chu Feng could ask, the answer revealed itself. Suddenly, something began to stir beneath the bandages on Shi Tu's right hand. Suddenly, a long, spotted snake emerged from the tightly wrapped bandage. But just as quickly, the serpent vanished into the shadows cast by the light. Chu Feng and his companion were utterly stunned by this spectacle. Shi Tu scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry about that, my old buddy swears a bit of a goofball. With that, he reached toward the shadows. The snake emerged from the darkness and slithered back into the bandages wrapped around Shi Tu's body. Witnessing this, Zhang Baobao's eyes widened in astonishment. The Shadow Snake Clan? Upon hearing this, Shi Tu's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly astonished that Zhang Baobao knew his identity. How'd you know? Confident his guess was correct, Zhang Baobao felt quite pleased with himself. He puffed out his round belly and launched into an encyclopedic explanation. Some in this world command ghosts, while others raise corpses. Raising corpses means feeding them with death energy to achieve control over them. The advantage of this method is that the cultivated corpse will unconditionally obey its master's commands, eliminating any fear of betrayal. The downside, however, is that death energy is hard to come by. Thus, many corpse-nurturing families resort to killing living people to harvest death energy for their purposes. Among these corpse-nurturing clans, one stands out as peculiar, the Shadow Serpent Clan. Instead of human corpses, they cultivate corpse snakes. As for the source of the death energy used to cultivate these snakes, well, that remains unknown. Judging by Zhang Baobao's account and tone, this corpse cultivation method is niche and unpopular. In fact, it had drawn hostility from many ghost tamers. However, in Chu Feng's view, this hostility was entirely self-inflicted. Killing people to harvest death energy was simply too cruel. But upon hearing Zhang Baobao's words, Shi Tu's expression darkened with anger, and in his haste, he even switched to Mandarin. Don't speak without understanding. Our Shadow Serpent Clan never kills to harvest death energy, we choose to coexist with snakes. Coexist with snakes? A sudden, unprompted thought struck Chu Feng. Could it mean that the bandages wrapped around Shi Tu's body concealed snakes? Sure enough, as Shi Tu partially unwrapped the bandages on her hand, 3 snake heads emerged from her wrist, flickering their forked tongues as they stared at the two. What alarmed Chu Feng even more was that beneath the bandages, the skin had turned completely black and rotten. Chu Feng spoke calmly. Using your body to nurture snakes, you truly haven't wronged anyone. After all, Zhang Baobao had been hostile toward them from the start, yet it fell to him to smooth things over. If Shadow could get in through proper channels, that means there's nothing wrong with him. After Chu Feng spoke, Shi Tu looked utterly perplexed. What exam? I came to catch Sua Air. He ran here, so I followed him in. Some old man called me over and said I should study here. He offered room and board, so I stayed. Hearing this, Chu Feng froze solid. Proper procedures? They didn't exist at all. The old man he mentioned must be the principal. If that was the case, then it should be fine, right? Chapter 34, Midnight Terror. After some brief pleasantries, Chu Feng and Shi Tu had gotten acquainted. As a welcome gift, Zhang Baobao even gifted Shi Tu a fruit 16. The group immediately jumped into a 3-player match of Honor of Kings. To Chu Feng's surprise, Shi Tu played the hand corpse like a pro. Before they knew it, it was midnight. Chu Feng found himself carried all the way to the top tier by Shi Tu. Exhausted from the car ride and ghost hunting, Chu Feng and his companion crawled into bed ready to sleep. Snake T unwrapped his bandages, and countless snakes coiled around his entire body. In the next instant, he completely merged into the shadows. Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. This skill was beyond incredible. The innate assassin's physique. Wherever shadows existed, he could slip into them to kill. After killing, he could vanish into the shadows to escape, leaving no trace. Even if the enemy's ghostly power far surpasses yours, he doesn't engage in ghostly combat, he simply kills. Just thinking about it felt absurd. When will I get my hands on a shadow ghost to play with? The effect should be pretty much the same. Chu Feng was feeling a bit envious. But there was nothing he could do. Shadow ghosts were rare spirits, and due to their scarcity, most were snapped up by wealthy families and noble clans. Chu Feng pushed the thought aside, lying flat on his bed as he watched the rising count of specters within his ghost-taming space. 3647, 3648, 3649. Others would never guess that while people counted sheep to sleep, Chu Feng counted ghosts. Today's events had been overwhelming, and combined with his existing nervous exhaustion, sleep eluded him for a long time. Just as he reached 7,185 ghosts, something strange happened. Lying on the lower bunk, Chu Feng felt the upper bunk shaking rapidly, its frequency accelerating. In truth, the bed had begun to sway slightly as early as 4,216 ghosts. But Chu Feng hadn't given it much thought, assuming Zhang Baobao was just enjoying the 2 terabytes 4K remastered version of Pleasant Goat he'd gifted him. But now, nearly an hour later, it was still shaking? Chu Feng was speechless. The fat guy sure had stamina, he'd been at it all day and still wasn't done at night. But soon, Chu Feng sensed something was off. Could Zhang Baobao really be doing this while snoring? No way. What kind of special skill is this? Curiosity piqued, Chu Feng opened his eyes to investigate. He discovered that the window facing the door had been left slightly ajar. He clearly remembered closing it before bed, it shouldn't have opened on its own. Sensing something was amiss, Chu Feng swiftly activated his ghost eyes. Sure enough, through the crack in the open window, a thick, foul-smelling tongue dripping with saliva was reaching toward his top bunk. Chu Feng scrambled up to the top bunk to find Zhang Baobao being choked by the neck. Strangely, even though Zhang Baobao's eyes had rolled back, he was still snoring away, showing no signs of disturbance. Zhang Fatso, wake up! Chu Feng didn't waste words. He delivered a powerful punch straight to the face. But to his surprise, Zhang Baobao showed no signs of waking. Instead, he startled Shadow, who had been sleeping in the shadows. Sweat drenched her body as she spoke weakly. It was a nightmare ghost, and a powerful one at that, at least a fierce ghost. I was dazed too, but thankfully you woke me. Chu Feng understood. Zhang Baobao had been dragged into a nightmare by the nightmare ghost, then seized by the long-tongued ghost. What impressed Chu Feng most was the ghost tamer's sheer perseverance. This fat guy was too heavy, they'd been pulling for an hour without success. Why didn't they just switch targets? Like, why not try me? Of course, that was just a hypothetical. After all, if they tried it on Chu Feng, well, he'd be dead in an instant. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered with words. He summoned the human emperor banner and gave Zhang Baobao a light tap on the face. Zhang Baobao's eyes snapped open instantly, while the long-tongued ghost hastily retracted its tongue, attempting to flee amidst the chaos. But Chu Feng wasn't about to let it happen. He grabbed the long tongue. The tongue went limp in his grasp, stripped of all strength and cunning. Zhang Baobao, now fully conscious, gasped for breath while explaining to Chu Feng. Brother Feng, what just happened? I was dreaming Senior Xia Chan came at me out of nowhere and slapped me with a facial cleanser. I could barely breathe. From Zhang Baobao's tone, it seemed he was somewhat resentful that Chu Feng had interrupted his dream. Chu Feng yanked the tongue with one hand while snapping irritably. Yeah, if I hadn't saved you, that thing would have choked the life out of you. She too chimed in from the side, teasing. What's Senior Sister's face wash? This thing was washing you. Staring at the long tongue emitting a pungent stench, then glancing at the slime and constriction marks on his own neck, Zhang Baobao lost his composure. Holy crap, what kind of rogue dares to attempt to harm this emperor? Zhang Baobao was both furious and terrified. If Chu Feng hadn't saved him, he might have really been strangled to death. I'll be damned if I don't find out which little punk did this. With that, she too swept her sleeve toward the serpent. A miniature snake slithered up the long tongue and soon returned with news. 3 people on the rooftop. Judging by their clothes and age, there probably are seniors. Chu Feng roared in fury, Senior? Senior my ass. How dare they pull this bullying crap? I'll kick their asses. Only then did Chu Feng understand. That's what the dorm supervisor meant by stay up late. This was no longer a mere prank. This was outright bullying, and it nearly ended in a fatality. Chu Feng, who despised bullying, stormed out the door only to be called back by Shitu behind him. They're haunted by vengeful spirits. We'll definitely get hurt if we go over there. Chu Feng scoffed coldly. Forget vengeful spirits. Even if he's wearing a blood-stained robe, I'll kill him anyway. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. His mind was made up, no one could dissuade him. Seeing Chu Feng so resolute, she too slipped silently into his shadow without another word. Zhang Baobao couldn't swallow his pride either. After a moment's hesitation, he scurried after the two. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a hooded boy with a purple mohawk cursed under his breath. Damn it, you gossipy bastard is taking forever. Why the hell can't you get it done? I'm bored out of my mind. The short, chubby boy behind him blew his nose loudly and said, "Something's off. Room 444's been at it forever and still hasn't hooked anything. Maybe someone spotted us. We gotta get out of here, brother Cannon." The mohawk-wearing guy called Cannon brother scoffed. "Don't be a coward when you're playing, and don't play like a coward. I'm spending a whole year here just for this thrill, right?" As he spoke, his fingers twitched restlessly. Behind him, the fingers of a doll stitched together with needle and thread moved in sync. Each finger was connected by fine threads, swaying leisurely. Before him, dozens of freshmen were forced into humiliating, grotesque positions. Tears welled in their eyes, their faces twisted with humiliation, yet their mouths were tightly bound, unable to utter a sound. But that wasn't the most revolting part. Among those bound and dominated were not only boys, but also some girls. He even deliberately placed couples who had enrolled together side by side. After forcing the girls into shameful positions, he proceeded to grope them. Just then, the rooftop door burst open. A youth, eyes blazing with fury, shouted, "Let go of that girl." Chapter 35, Absolute Domination. The mohawk-haired man glanced back to see two figures standing at the rooftop entrance. One was plump, the other thin, both with youthful faces. Though only a year older than them, the mohawk instantly recognized these two were freshmen. As freshmen, he couldn't care less about them. He knew full well that among their class, aside from Xia Chan, he was the undisputed top dog. As for the others' abilities, they weren't even worth looking at. It was precisely this overconfidence, coupled with the prolonged absence of school administrators, that gave this beast an opportunity to exploit the situation. He merely glanced at Chu Feng and the other before turning back with disdain. "Oh? What's this? Let go of that girl so you can take her place? I've got a damn wrathful ghost-level puppet ghost. What are you, a nobody? You probably don't even have a specter-level spirit." With that, he reached out toward the girl in plain sight. Young ones are developing rather well these days. Seeing the freshman twisted and contorted under his control, then witnessing this scene before him, Chu Feng knew there was no point in talking anymore. Chu Feng had long heard tales of gifted individuals who abandoned elite institutions just to bask in that feeling of being the center of attention. They lacked neither money, resources, nor spirit guardians. They craved nothing more than the superiority of being the center of attention. Seeing Erpeo before him, Chu Feng finally grasped this truth for the first time. Summoning the soul-summoning banner in his hand, Chu Feng spoke in a deep voice. "So ghosts are that impressive?" Seeing Chu Feng produce a ghost artifact, Erpeo twisted his mouth in a mocking sneer. "Oh? A ghost weapon? Too bad. Still like an ant shaking a tree. Hand over that banner after I cripple you, and I'll make sure you don't die." Chu Feng was nearly laughing in anger. An ant shaking a tree? Who was the ant, and who was the tree? It seemed someone couldn't quite tell the difference between the big and small kings. A faint smile tugged at Chu Feng's lips as his hand, clenched tightly around the soul-summoning banner, trembled slightly. It wasn't trembling from fear, but excitement reaching its peak. Chu Feng walked slowly toward Erpeo and the other two, his gaze meeting the crowd of controlled individuals. The freshman's eyes held no excitement for a savior, only regret in size. To them, having someone willing to fight for their cause was certainly a good thing. But Chu Feng's reckless approach was far from wise. It was like an egg colliding with a stone. Most of these newcomers possessed only a single ghost spirit, and some had merely a crippled ghost. This represented the full extent of their power. Otherwise, why would they have enrolled in a junior college? For most of them, becoming a wrathful ghost was a distant dream, unattainable. They had hoped to come to school to strengthen themselves, learn from seniors, and quickly reach the level of a resentful ghost. But for the seniors to do something like this was utterly disheartening. Seeing Chu Feng still refusing to stop, the mohawk-haired man signaled with his eyes. A lanky, bespectacled man summoned a sleepy-eyed woman who charged toward Chu Feng. Her speed was impressive, yet to Chu Feng, clad in his Taoist robe, it felt no more bothersome than sand in his eyes. Just as the female ghost neared, she transformed into a burst of golden light and was flung backward. The golden light carried divine flames that scorched fiercely, nearly causing the nightmare ghost to disintegrate upon contact. The bespectacled man gasped in shock, doubting his own eyes. Was he dreaming? Without even lifting a finger, his summoned ghost had nearly been obliterated? What kind of power did this newcomer possess? Chu Feng paid him no mind and continued forward. The short, stocky man wiped his nose and summoned his long-tongued ghost. After that crushing defeat, Big Snot sensed something was terribly wrong. As if summoning his courage, he shouted, "Let me show you the might of my long-tongued ghost." The long-tongued woman flicked her tongue high into the air before hurling it violently toward Chu Feng. But Chu Feng didn't even bother to dodge. He simply extended his right hand and seized the long tongue in a tight grip. "Fatso, did you forget who just pinched your tongue?" Without another word, Chu Feng yanked the long-tongued woman close, then seized the root of her tongue and gave it a sharp tug. The tongue was, of course, the lifeline of a long-tongued ghost. Without it, she was no different from an ordinary ghostly creature. In an instant, a piercing, agonized wail echoed throughout the school. Indeed, Chu Feng had pulled it out by the roots, making the ghost cry out in agony. What Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that the tongue-wielding ghost, seemingly humiliated beyond endurance, tore open its own body and detonated its ghostly form. Of course, after the explosion, Chu Feng remained unscathed, not even a speck of filth touching him. The big snot, however, was in for a world of hurt. The backlash from the ghostly body's explosion sent him straight into unconsciousness. Seeing his two minions meet such a miserable end, the mohawk-haired man began to panic. His spirit companion was a mid-stage resentment ghost, a coming-of-age gift from his parents after he graduated from high school. Being a relatively rare breed, its price had been inflated to 5.3 million yuan. Even so, his parents had bought it for him. They had said, "With this ghost pet, our son can do whatever he wants." Throughout his first year at school, even when encountering the domineering Xia Chan, he had never been harmed. But facing Chu Feng now, he felt fear for the first time. If he didn't run, he'd truly be killed. Chu Feng was, after all, a law-abiding citizen. How could he possibly kill someone? But if you, Erpeo, happen to slip and fall off the roof, you can't exactly blame me, right? With this thought, Chu Feng inched closer to Erpeo step by step. When he was just 5 meters away, the mohawk-haired man could no longer keep his composure. "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll kill them." Erpeo's face twisted with terror as he commanded the puppet ghost to steer the freshman toward the edge of the rooftop. The rooftop had no railing. If he really went berserk, it could easily cause major casualties. Chu Feng seemed oblivious, continuing his advance. Dan's eyes darted nervously, his expression utterly flustered. He never imagined Chu Feng wouldn't fall for this trick. He'd threatened them with the names of all the freshmen, yet the guy just ignored him? What to do? What to do? His heart pounded like a drum, yet Chu Feng advanced relentlessly, like the Grim Reaper tearing through the night. The students' eyes flickered with terror, then deepened into utter bewilderment. Why? Did their lives mean nothing to this man standing before them? The distance between them closed 3 meters, 2 meters. Erpeo could almost hear Chu Feng's breath. He understood, Chu Feng was invincible. If captured, he would face a fate worse than death. 1 meter. Finally, he broke down. "If you won't let me live, then none of us will," he roared, violently shoving the girl beside him toward Chu Feng, then commanded all the freshmen to leap off the building. Yet he himself was tightly wrapped by the puppet ghost, fleeing sideways. "Shatu!" Chu Feng bellowed. Shadow, concealed within the shadows, instantly darted out, unleashing countless shadow snakes with all his might toward the shadowy depths below. The 4th floor wasn't particularly high, but the speed of their descent was absurdly fast. Fortunately, the shadow snakes could dart through the darkness at incredible speeds. One by one, they caught the falling freshmen. Every student who had jumped down landed safely. Chu Feng scooped up the girl and set her aside. He turned his gaze toward the direction Erpeo had fled, gently waving the soul-summoning banner in his hand as he murmured, "You like to play? Then I'll play you to death." Chapter 36, Sweet Justice. One must admit that extreme fear often unleashes astonishing potential. In the blink of an eye, Erpeo's figure had already slipped toward the main gate. Yet, in his extreme panic, he forgot a well-known rule. No one was allowed to leave campus after midnight. This rule wasn't mere lip service, it was an actual isolation barrier. To prevent supernatural entities from running rampant after midnight, Principal Chen Tongtong had long established a grand barrier. After midnight, those inside couldn't leave, and ghosts outside couldn't enter. Thus, Erpeo, enveloped by the puppet ghost, collided with an invisible wall and was instantly repelled. Chu Feng scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Just as he was about to unleash his true power to grab the kid, the little rascal bounced right back. And as luck would have it, he bounced right back under Chu Feng's very nose. Erpeo winced in pain, his eyes snapping open to find Chu Feng crouched over him, gazing down with a look of tender care. He quickly shut his eyes again, unwilling to face this reality. "Chu Feng, we're both finished. We killed all those people, we're both going to die." Erpeo was already losing his mind. He believed every freshman had perished in the fall. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to argue. He grabbed Erpeo by his purple hair and dragged him to the edge of the rooftop. "Who died? I didn't see anyone dead." Erpeo was stunned. Why were all the freshmen down below unharmed? Erpeo was utterly devastated. He'd lost his leverage over Chu Feng. He was defeated utterly and completely. "Chu Feng, you can't kill me. Chu Feng, if you kill me, you'll go to jail." Chu Feng pursed his lips, mockingly retorting. "Kill you? I wouldn't kill you. You enjoy playing games, don't you? You love to train others? Fine. Today, I'll train you." With that, Chu Feng's aura surged dramatically as he gently waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand. Instantly, ghosts of all kinds, heart-ripping ghosts, decapitated ghosts, hanged ghosts swarmed around Erpeo. Erpeo looked up. Ghosts, nothing but ghosts, ghosts who had met all manner of gruesome ends. He literally pissed himself in fear. But that wasn't enough, at least, not enough for Chu Feng. Chu Feng waved the banner again, and 7,203 ghosts swarmed the school grounds, leaving Erpeo so terrified he couldn't even take care of himself. "Help! Save me!" Erpeo wailed in despair, hoping the commotion would attract help. People did come, but they weren't rescuers. Everyone, one at a time. Line up. Under Zhang Baobao's guidance, all the bullied freshmen formed an orderly line. Protected by Chu Feng's ghostly minions, they approached Erpeo. One slap each is enough.
Girls who feel awkward can use the sterilizing kick instead.
After hitting him, leave in an orderly fashion.
Thus, after enduring countless slaps and leg sweeps, Erpeo was beaten into unconsciousness. Chu Feng felt no pity for him. Bullying classmates, nearly causing casualties, threateningly harassing female juniors, controlling others' freedom, and attempted murder. Any one of those charges could have sent him to prison for life.
No, you can't sleep yet.
With that, Chu Feng waved his soul-summoning banner again, and suddenly 2 Dr. Ghosts appeared.
You administer epinephrine. You administer stimulants.
After this series of actions, Erpeo's eyes were forcibly opened once more.
Now utterly despairing, he repeated in his mind. Chu Feng, you can't kill me.
Chu Feng remained silent. He had no intention of killing him. He merely wanted him to experience the sensation of being controlled by another. Chu Feng seized the puppet ghost by the throat, his own eyes glowing crimson as detailed data flooded his vision.
Puppet ghost. Level, mid-stage wrathful ghost. Potential, a grade. Combat skill, A. Loyalty, 60%. Skills.
Puppet show, emits high-intensity threads from the hands, capable of controlling any creature connected to the threads. Evaluation, manipulating others, yet unaware that they themselves are puppets of another.
60% loyalty, huh?
Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. He had expected this ghost's loyalty to drop significantly after witnessing his power. Yet even after witnessing his power, the creature still maintained 60% loyalty. There was only one possibility: this puppet ghost and second canon were birds of a feather.
In that case, its death was no great loss. Its loyalty isn't low, but what does that matter? Merely a mid-stage resentment ghost, it offered no resistance whatsoever against Chu Feng's soul-summoning banner.
In mere moments, Erpeo felt something vital being torn from his body. The puppet ghost had been subdued and claimed by Chu Feng.
Impossible. Why? Erpeo couldn't possibly believe what was unfolding before his eyes.
The puppet ghost that had just obeyed his commands was now kneeling at Chu Feng's feet, submitting as a vassal.
It felt as though Chu Feng was its supreme sovereign.
He couldn't accept it at all, his initial despair turning into sheer hysteria.
Chu Feng, I know I was wrong. Can you please give me back the puppet ghost? Erpeo wept uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face.
He now appeared to be the victim of bullying, his earlier arrogance and tyranny completely vanished.
Chu Feng sneered disdainfully. Now you want to negotiate terms with me? Too late.
Chu Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he swept his gaze across the classroom. His voice rose with righteous indignation.
You enjoy bullying classmates, treating human life as worthless, don't you? You love harassing girls, even committing NTR right in front of them?
As he spoke, Chu Feng seized the kneeling puppet ghost and channeled the death energy of all 7,200 wandering souls into its body. Puppet ghost evolved into Spirit Net Puppet. The puppet ghost, whose body had been stained with blood, shed its filth and transformed into an exquisitely crafted Ling Luo doll. The Spirit Net Puppet's rank instantly leaped from mid-stage to high tier. Though not yet at the peak of a wrathful ghost, it was still terrifying enough. Refining a ghost bug was akin to fusing countless ghostly entities before reshaping them. Thus, while this Ling Luo puppet retained its original abilities, it was fundamentally distinct from the previous ghost puppet. At the very least, in terms of character, Chu Feng would never permit his ghost to take pleasure in harming others. Chu Feng cradled the doll in his arms, his gaze brimming with affection.
Didn't you enjoy being publicly humiliated? Chu Feng's move pushed the humiliation meter through the roof. What I can give it is far superior to what you can offer. Chu Feng wasted no words. Waving his soul-summoning banner, the Ling Luo puppet shot out fine threads from its hands, binding every finger of Erpeo. And so, before the eyes of all, Erpeo began stripping off his own clothes. He essentially put on a moonlit exhibition for the freshmen. Erpeo was numb, his eyes shifting from pleading to vacant. He wasn't realizing his mistake, he was simply terrified he was about to die. Seeing the situation had reached its peak, Zhang Baobao shouted through the crowd. What a satisfying sight! Brother Feng is the man! And so, the entire rooftop erupted in chorus. Brother Feng is awesome. Justice is served. Justice is served. What goes around comes around. Some freshman up front curiously asked, Brother Feng, that banner of yours is amazing. What's it called? Chu Feng calmly replied, the Human Emperor banner. The freshman stared at the swirling aura of death emanating from the white banner, incredulous. Brother Feng, why is your banner spewing black smoke? Chu Feng's face flushed crimson as he forced an explanation. That's because I'm channeling dark energy. With that, Chu Feng's status among all the freshmen was firmly established. Just then, a graceful figure descended through the sky, stepping lightly upon the ice and snow. That graceful figure drew everyone's gaze involuntarily, causing them to momentarily forget everything before them. That's... Chapter 37, Calling the Police on Yourself? A woman in a pure white gown descended the staircase of ice, step by step, approaching Chu Feng. That person was none other than Chu Feng's senior, Xiaochan, the foremost disciple of Beilefen Academy. As the most powerful figure in Beilefen Academy aside from the headmaster, nothing that happened within the school escaped her notice. In fact, she even held certain administrative powers. Peo and his crew were notoriously arrogant and tyrannical in their daily conduct, but they had never caused any major trouble, so she couldn't expel them or take similar actions. This time, however, was different. Peo and his two accomplices had truly gotten themselves into deep trouble. She had been poised to intervene since the very beginning of their mischief. Just as Xiaochan was about to intervene when the second artillery cadets were harassing a female student, Chu Feng beat her to it. Watching the ensuing events unfold, she felt deeply distressed. She even wondered, if she were in his shoes, what would she have done? Yet to her relief and astonishment, Chu Feng delivered a satisfactory answer. He protected all the students, taught Peo and his crew a lesson, and did so without crossing any lines. Chu Feng handled the situation with such measured restraint, hardly the behavior of a naive freshman just entering university. Instead, he seemed more like a seasoned veteran who'd been navigating the world for years. Wild, yet never crossing the line. Thus, her curiosity toward this mysterious youth grew ever stronger. Wow, look! It's a fairy, right? Someone in the crowd noticed Xiaochan and looked up at the sky with curiosity. Tonight, these freshmen were truly broadening their horizons. Artificial ghost floods, forced contracts, instant evolution, fairies in the sky. All of this, all happening at a mere specialized ghost-taming academy. They dared not imagine how many extraordinary individuals they might encounter if they could attend a 4-year university. Of course, they would never know. What they witnessed tonight would be rare even at China's most prestigious universities. Chu Feng turned his head to look at Xiaochan and smiled faintly. Senior Xiaochan, you didn't intervene earlier. I suppose you didn't think I went too far? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Xiaochan's heart skipped a beat. Her concealment had been flawless. How could Chu Feng have spotted her so early? Xiaochan replied softly, it's generally acceptable, but stealing someone's spirit-controlling ability is like destroying their future. Do you really think what you did was right? Chu Feng shouted, unfair. Utterly unfair. That ghost came to me of its own accord to become my subordinate. He then turned to the Ling Luo puppet and demanded, right? The puppet doll frantically nodded its head, its survival instincts kicking into overdrive. Chu Feng turned to the crowd and continued. Besides, even if I did seize his ghost writing power, so what? He was about to take the lives of everyone here. As Chu Feng spoke, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chu Feng was their savior and spokesperson. There was no situation he couldn't turn around. Xiaochan seemed deep in thought before nodding. He walked over to Peo, who was still walking his bird. Chu Feng tactfully released Peo's speech restriction, eager to hear how he would justify himself and smear Chu Feng's reputation. Peo clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded. Xia da xiao. Unexpectedly, Xiaochan didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. She sealed it shut with a blast of frigid ice. Her gaze turned stern, as if looking at trash, as she declared, you three. Acting in the principal's authority, I order you to get the hell out of Beilefen Academy by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xiaochan's voice wasn't loud, but paired with her uniquely icy demeanor, she resembled a queen passing judgment. This was already showing considerable leniency. Frankly, given what the three of them had done, Xiaochan could have expelled them to be devoured by ghosts right then and there without batting an eye. Allowing them to linger until tomorrow was nothing short of mercy. With that, Xiaochan released the ice seal and turned to leave. Peo, realizing Xiaochan hadn't come to rescue him at all and had even expelled him, snapped. You two are in cahoots. That bastard Chu Feng put me through hell, and you didn't even give him a reprimand? I suspect you two are in bed together. What did you say? Xiaochan spun around instantly, her icy eyes flashing with a piercing coldness, radiating overwhelming authority. Chu Feng couldn't tell what Xiaochan was furious about, whether it was the questioning of her methods, or whether someone was implying she and Chu Feng were having an affair. Chu Feng stood by listening, a wry smile playing on his lips. Seeing Xiaochan enter Snow Maiden mode, Peo immediately backed down, too intimidated to utter a word. He changed his tune. I'm going to report this to the Spirit Guard Command. The moment those words left his mouth, Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, you're playing the victim now? A plan instantly formed in Chu Feng's mind. Fine, go ahead and report it. He'd help him do it. With that, Chu Feng first messaged Xiao Hua on Qiuqiu. Booyah Billion, Little Constable Hua, are you there? Little Constable Hua was the ingenious nickname Chu Feng had come up with after adding Xiao Hua's contact information. Even more absurdly, after Chu Feng changed his contact notes to Little Constable Hua, Xiao Hua actually accepted his. To Chu Feng's surprise, she instantly replied, here. What's up? Booyah Billion, nothing much. Just wondering if you're available for a police call right now? Little Officer Hua, did something happen? If it's for you, I'm totally available. Seeing the message, Chu Feng's face flushed crimson.
He certainly hadn't anticipated that while he was asking if she was available for a patrol, Xiaohua had already hailed a cab to the Lingyu Bureau. About 10 minutes later, Xiaohua replied, "I'm at the Lingyu Bureau now. If you need anything, call me." With everything prepared, Chu Feng confidently handed his phone to Erpeo, thoughtfully pre-entering the Lingyu Bureau's number beforehand. Watching Chu Feng tap away at his phone with a sly grin, Erpeo felt a sense of unease. The fact that the other party had voluntarily handed over the phone to him to make the call meant he certainly didn't have good intentions. But he couldn't afford to overthink it. The number couldn't be fake. Though he was guilty of multiple crimes, he believed that as long as the honorable magistrate arrived, everything would be fine. And so, he dialed the Lingyu Bureau's emergency line. "Hello, is this the Lingyu Bureau? I'm being bullied at Beilifeng Academy. Send help immediately." "Yes, the main culprit is a classmate named Chu Feng. You guys need to come arrest him." Chu Feng had put the call on speakerphone. Hearing him report himself to the police, the entire class couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was hard to imagine Erpeo as a normal person. On the other end, Xiaohua's calm, elegant voice replied, "Oh, it's him. Alright, we'll be right over." At that point, Chu Feng snatched the phone back, adding one last thing. "Be careful. There are a lot of ghosts around our school at night. You got this?" At that moment, Erpeo seemed even more off. Chu Feng was actually making small talk with someone. Sure enough, roughly 2 hours later, a female officer in Lingyu police uniform passed through the barrier and entered the school grounds. Her gaze didn't even glance at others, instead searching intently for someone specific until it landed on Chu Feng. Xiaohua's face flushed slightly as she called out, "Chu Feng, I'm here." Seeing this, Erpeo was dumbfounded. Oh man, it's all over now. Chapter 38, The Sisters' Battlefield. Not only Erpeo, but everyone else present was stunned. Instead of attending to the complainant immediately, the Lingyu Bureau agent was exchanging flirtatious glances with Chu Feng. Just what kind of person was Chu Feng? Noticing the astonished looks, Xiaohua quickly snapped back into professional mode. She pointed to her hexagram star medal. The medal instantly projected a holographic display detailing Xiaohua's credentials. "This is my badge number. I just received a call from the criminal. Who is the complainant?" Xiaohua's tongue got so tangled she accidentally reversed the roles of the reporter and the criminal. After all, she believed Chu Feng wouldn't openly commit crimes like murder or robbery. But she only believed he wouldn't do it openly. If Chu Feng truly broke the law, she would arrest him without hesitation, following the law to the letter. "Me. It's me." A naked man, beaten until his face was black and blue, raised his hand from the crowd, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment. He couldn't understand why Xiao Chan wasn't punishing Chu Feng. Why did it feel like this young policewoman and Chu Feng were somehow involved? Why was the gap between people so vast? He had, of course, suspected that Chu Feng had summoned an imposter from the Lingyu Bureau. But in Xia Nation, impersonating the Lingyu Bureau was tantamount to suicide. Plus, the other party had already proven their identity. He truly had lost all strength and means. All he could do was resort to desperate, unreasonable accusations. "The criminal is Chu Feng. He kidnapped me to the rooftop in the middle of the night and beat me up." Chu Feng didn't know if Erpeo was smiling when he said this, but he certainly was. Bull. Zhang Baobao pushed through the crowd and handed Xiaohua a video clip from his phone. "Officer, look. This shows the entire incident. Don't listen to this greasy, naked guy's nonsense." Erpeo froze. He hadn't paid the slightest attention to this unremarkable fat guy the entire time. After all, both in appearance and demeanor, the guy seemed ridiculously weak. But he never imagined the guy wasn't just a pushover. From the moment they broke down the door, Zhang Baobao had been carrying a GoPro. He had recorded the entire sequence from Erpeo's harassment of his classmate to forcing him to jump off the building, all for this very moment. Zhang Baobao turned to Chu Feng, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. Though this chubby guy seemed weak, he was surprisingly sharp. He responded with a thumbs up. Xiahua watched the entire recording once before stowing it in his sling bag. This will be taken back to the Lingyu Bureau as evidence for this case. Meanwhile, the students erupted in fury, collectively denouncing the actions of Erpeo and his two accomplices. Xiahua frowned, his expression filled with disgust as he looked at the three. Especially when she looked at Erpeo, her gaze was utterly repulsed. She never imagined that a mere sophomore could be so brazenly bullying the weak. "You three, along with Chu Feng, come with me." Erpeo was utterly dumbfounded. The other party hadn't even asked him a single question before the situation was already nearing its end. The look Xiahua gave Chu Feng was so intimate, a joy she couldn't hide. The others couldn't fathom what kind of background Chu Feng had. How could he possibly be connected to the imperial capital's Lingyu Bureau? Just as Xiahua prepared to lead Chu Feng and the others away, she spotted a familiar figure approaching her through the crowd. When that person reached Xiahua, both her face and the others betrayed a hint of shock. It was none other than Xia Chan. Both stunned, they turned to look at Chu Feng and spoke in unison. "Chu Feng, how do you know her?" The moment those words left their lips, the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. She too cautiously leaned toward Zhang Baobao and whispered.
Are these Brother Feng's first and second sisters-in-law?
Zhang Baobao chuckled dryly, replying with a hint of irritation. No, probably the second and third sisters-in-law. At this, she too was utterly dumbfounded, her eyes brimming with newfound admiration as she looked at Chu Feng.
Chu Feng was equally baffled. How could Xia Chan and Xia Hua know each other? And by the looks of it, their relationship wasn't exactly friendly? He glanced at Xia Hua, then at Xia Chan. Xia Hua. Xia Chan.
Both shared the surname Xia, and if one ignored their hairstyles, their appearances even bore a certain resemblance.
Chu Feng had already guessed it in his heart, these two were actually sisters. But if they were sisters, why did they dislike each other so much?
Chu Feng couldn't understand it, but what needed doing now was to balance their emotions.
He looked at Xia Chan and said,
Senior Xia Chan, I'll just make a quick trip to the Spirit Control Bureau.
I'll send these three beasts in and be right back. Xia Chan retorted without a moment's hesitation, I'm coming too.
Xia Hua ignored her, grabbing Chu Feng's hand and pulling him toward the door.
Holy crap, is she trying to steal him?
The freshmen were utterly shocked. There was no denying it, this scene looked suspiciously like a jealousy-fueled tug-of-war.
But taking someone away was entirely within the Lingyu Bureau's authority.
Even Xia Chan couldn't defy it, so Chu Feng had no choice but to go. All the way there, Xia Hua kept holding Chu Feng's hand, walking step by step toward the Lingyu Bureau without uttering a single word.
As they neared the Spirit Guard Bureau, Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Officer Hua, you and Senior Xia Chan are sisters, right?
Xia Hua paused briefly before replying, so what if we are? Her brief words were laced with disgust, leaving Chu Feng feeling awkward.
Then why do I get the feeling your relationship with her isn't exactly great? Chu Feng knew he probably shouldn't pry into others' family affairs.
Yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that he might be able to resolve whatever was causing the friction. Xia Hua remained silent for a long while before speaking. 20 years ago, just as I was about to be born, a humanoid ghost appeared in the Jinmen region, the Snow Woman. Unlike other ghosts, she couldn't be directly bound by a contract, and her destructive power far surpassed that of other spirits.
The entire Jinmen region faced imminent freezing over.
Amidst this crisis, a man stepped forward.
He left the delivery room and headed straight for Jinmen.
To everyone's astonishment, this man in his early 20s managed to quell the disaster, becoming a hero of Jinmen. Yet no one knew that a woman had given birth to a child in the bitter cold, sacrificing her life in the process. A child who had never seen his mother since birth. What's more, no one realized this man was already married. Yet people praised him for daring to love a ghost for the sake of the people. Perhaps due to the Snow Woman's unique nature, she could unite with a human and bear a child. A year later, as the Snow Woman gave birth to a son, she transformed into the child's guardian spirit. The man showed not a trace of sorrow, instead celebrating that his daughter possessed a rare guardian spirit. Surnamed Xia, a high-ranking executive in Tianjin. Chu Feng felt like he'd heard this somewhere before, his mind racing to recall. Until Huang Mao's dying words echoed, my grandfather was a 6th-rank ghost tamer.
His student was Xia Qingtong, director of the Spirit Taming Bureau in Jinmen.
Chu Feng looked at Xia Hua, his expression grave.
That man, your biological father, is his name. Xia Qingtong? Chapter 39, Assisting the Spirit Control Bureau, Stumbling into the Realm of Ultimate Evil. At these words, Xia Hua's eyes widened in utter shock. How could you possibly know?
Xia Hua did not consider himself a qualified father, so Chu Feng chose his words carefully, using only the term biological father. But Xia Hua had thoroughly investigated Chu Feng. How could someone born in Zhejiang and active only in Zhejiang before the age of 18 know the name of the Lingyu bureau chief in Jinmen? Chu Feng scratched his head.
You know Huang Kuan, right?
That's his teacher. At this revelation, Xia Hua was utterly stunned. He had investigated Huang Kuan during the Zhejiang Ghost Domain probe, but Chu Feng's implication now amounted to an indirect admission that Huang Kuan's death was connected to him. The Spirit Guard Bureau might have dropped the matter, but that didn't mean Xia Qingtong wouldn't pursue it. Chu Feng continued, which means this guy will likely come looking for trouble soon.
So what? What does that have to do with me?
Xia Hua pushed his glasses up, his expression complex. Though Xia Qingtong had abandoned his wife and daughter to start another family, something Xia Hua could never forgive him for, he remained her biological father. As long as he hadn't committed any other heinous crimes, her feelings towards Xia Qingtong were limited to resentment at most. She envied her younger sister for receiving their father's affection, for being proudly acknowledged by him. As for herself, she felt like a sewer rat, condemned to live in the shadows. Thinking this, Xia Hua's eyes began to well up. Noticing the change in her mood, Chu Feng quickly lightened the mood with a joke. If I take you hostage, do you think he'll spare me? Xia Hua's tears turned to laughter, he might kill us both. As for why she laughed, Xia Hua couldn't say. Perhaps it was simply because the one who made her smile was Chu Feng. The two lingered too long at the entrance of the Spirit Control Bureau before realizing that Erpeo and the others were still bound by spirit restraints behind them, not yet escorted back to headquarters. By the time Xia Hua finished submitting all the evidence and records, it was already the next morning. Seeing Xiaohua emerge from the small darkroom, Chu Feng hurried forward.
So, how long did they get? The actual process wasn't that swift, but Xiaohua could make a fairly accurate guess. The fat one and the skinny one will serve a month or so. The purple-haired one? He's in for it starting at 10 years. Hearing this, Chu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Looks like he won't have to finish that guy off himself this time. After 10 years in the slammer, he'll be practically useless when he gets out. Gurgle gurgle. Xiaohua gave an awkward chuckle, glancing at his protruding belly. After all, he hadn't eaten a single bite since last night. Right, thanks for your trouble, Officer Hua. Come on, let's grab a proper meal. Chu Feng slung his arm around Xiaohua's shoulder, and the two strode out of the Spirit Guard Bureau, arriving at the doorstep of an old-established roast duck restaurant in the imperial capital. Just then, Xiaohua answered a call, her expression turning serious. Looks like dinner's off. Something's happened, something big. Big trouble? This was the imperial capital, the safest city in all of Xia Nation, if not the entire world. How could anything major happen here? Chu Feng immediately asked, what happened? Where? Xiaohua hurriedly replied, not the imperial capital Jingmen. Several bizarre disappearances have occurred recently at the Jingmen Cosmic Amusement Park. 3 teams of trainees were sent here from the imperial capital for practical training. But last night, all 3 teams vanished without a trace, suspected to have been dragged into the Ghost Realm. Dragged into the Ghost Realm? Chu Feng had always believed the Ghost Realm was a scenario created by the Spirit Control Bureau, where ghostly entities were confined. But now, it seemed the Ghost Realm might form naturally. The Spirit Guard Bureau's role was to promptly manage these formed Ghost Realms. The interns referred to were mostly university students preparing to join the Spirit Guard Bureau. Therefore, for missions with lower risk assessments, the Bureau would dispatch interns to conduct preliminary investigations. Enough talk. Time's running out, I'm heading out now. Chu Feng interrupted, if I earn merit for pacifying the Ghost Realm, can I get some kind of commendation or extra credits or something? Of course you can. With that, Chu Feng's drowsiness vanished. Xiaohua adjusted his glasses and shifted into work mode. With that, he summoned the mirror ghost. The mirror ghost transformed itself into a rectangular mirror. Inside the mirror, however, Chu Feng and Xiaohua weren't visible. Instead, it seemed they were inside a vehicle. Without another word, Xiaohua stepped straight into the mirror. Chu Feng followed suit, diving in before the mirror's surface could fully close. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared inside a fully loaded troop transport vehicle. Chu Feng was stunned. The mirror ghost's ability was teleportation. Of course, such teleportation required placing mirror ghost fragments at the destination beforehand. Moreover, the greater the distance, the stronger the ghost entity's power needed to be. Seeing Chu Feng and Xiaohua arrive, the Lingyu Bureau operatives on the truck didn't seem overly surprised. Only Xiaohua was from the imperial capital headquarters, the rest were local Tianjin personnel, mere colleagues at best. Due to the unique nature of Xiaohua's contract with the mirror ghost, she handled nearly all close-range field assignments. The scarred man seated furthest inside the cabin appeared to be the eldest. He stubbed out his cigar and announced in a gruff voice. We'll reach our destination shortly. Everyone, conduct a thorough inspection of all facilities within the amusement park. Report any anomalies immediately. The missing individuals are a young girl, a couple, the mascot clown playing Guan, and the amusement park director. Here are their photos. Keep a close eye out for them. As the man finished speaking, the vehicle's engine cut out. The group had arrived at the entrance of Cosmos Park. The entrance was cordoned off by layers of police tape, clearly barring any further entry to visitors. Chu Feng looked up at the park's signboard. At its center, a clown with exaggerated makeup stared back, an image that felt eerily unsettling in the current atmosphere. Xiaohua said nothing as she followed the Lingyu Bureau team through the gates. As per the original plan, she had been assigned to the plaza near the western side of the amusement park. Chu Feng followed Xiaohua to a pirate ship. Unlike the Ghost Realm Chu Feng had imagined, this area was almost indistinguishable from the outside world, save for its eerie quietness due to the absence of visitors. Chu Feng looked around curiously, but suddenly his stomach growled loudly. Could it be that rushing to the Spirit Guard Bureau last night exposed him to a drastic temperature change, causing him to catch a chill? Officer Hua, you search first. I need to use the restroom. Chu Feng waved his hand and jogged into the public restroom nearby. Ha! The public restroom was dimly lit, barely any light even in broad daylight. So Chu Feng tried activating the voice-activated lights, but to no avail. Forget it. I'll just make do. Chu Feng muttered under his breath before hurriedly squeezing into a stall to relieve himself. He reached for his phone to play some music, only to discover he had no signal whatsoever. With no other choice, Chu Feng switched on his flashlight. But what he saw when he turned it on gave him quite the shock. Through the cracks between the stall and the floor, he saw countless pairs of feet in a bathroom that should have been empty. Chu Feng felt his scalp tingle. It was clear he'd ended up in the ghost prison again. Chapter 40, The Realm of Ultimate Evil, Cursed Paradise. Chu Feng never dreamed that even a quick trip to the bathroom could land him in a ghost realm.
And once inside the ghost realm, all contact with the outside world was severed. Staring at those pitch-black feet dripping with oil-like liquid, Chu Feng froze, utterly at a loss. First, he had no idea how powerful his opponents were. Second, he had no clue what level of ghost realm he was currently in. Got it. Chu Feng waved his soul-summoning banner, and the restroom instantly filled with all manner of ghostly creatures. Since the enemy hadn't immediately entered the restroom, it suggested one thing: the restroom was temporarily safe. Therefore, determining the opponent's strength wouldn't be difficult. He simply needed to send ghostly creatures out to scout. With ghostly entities by his side, Chu Feng felt utterly secure. After all, when one is relieving oneself, that's the most helpless moment. If a ghost had actually burst in at that moment, Chu Feng truly wouldn't have known what to do. The contracted ghost squeezed out through the cracks all at once. Chu Feng had braced for a fierce battle, yet no sound came from the other side. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. After finishing his business, he lightly pressed the flush pedal. A torrent of foul-smelling, thick black liquid surged from the pump, splashing all over Chu Feng. Seeing no threat outside, Chu Feng hurriedly opened the door only to witness a scene that left an indelible impression on him. The numerous ghostly legs he had glimpsed through the cracks did not belong to ghostly beings at all. They were merely attached to lower legs, the rest of the body's hollow, oozing only thick, black liquid. Chu Feng forced himself to ignore the discomfort and rushed out of the restroom. Sure enough, the amusement park had transformed beyond recognition. Daylight vanished, replaced by pitch-black night. Above the full moon, Chu Feng felt countless tiny eyes staring at him. Chu Feng felt his scalp tingle. He looked up at the pirate ship, only to find it had started moving without warning. The ship creaked with the turning of its wheels, accompanied by waves of children singing. Chu Feng stared intently and saw that the ship was indeed filled with children. Dressed in identical white uniforms, they sang the eerie nursery rhyme in unison with their childish voices. The song seemed to go: "In the blue sky, in the Milky Way, there's a little white ship." Suddenly, the once pitch-black pirate ship began to gradually turn white, even changing in texture. From afar, it resembled a paper-folded boat. Chu Feng detected no joy in the melody. Instead, the lyrics struck him as eerily unsettling, and the children's voices were eerily lifeless. He understood that having reached the realm of the dead, the odds of encountering living souls were slim. Yet he still wanted to try. Even if he could save just one child, it would be worth it. Just as Chu Feng approached the paper boat, the nursery rhyme neared its end. Just as the children sang, drifting, drifting, drifting toward the western sky, the paper boat suddenly soared toward the eerie moon, leaving behind only a white figure plummeting straight down. Chu Feng gasped in shock and rushed forward to investigate. Where the pirate ship had once been, a little girl lay face down on the floor, blood pooling around her. Chu Feng frowned. His heart wasn't made of stone. How could he bear to watch such a young life die before his eyes? Just as he prepared to check her injuries, a girl's voice called out from behind him. "Big brother." Chu Feng turned to see a little girl. A bulge protruded from her head, oozing blood steadily, making her look horribly gruesome. Without needing to think, Chu Feng knew this girl was none other than the one who had just fallen from the ship. "Big brother, have some candy." The ghostly girl held out the lollipop, now nothing but a broken stick, to Chu Feng, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Chu Feng dared not make a rash move, instead growing even more cautious. The theory classes had covered it: at certain times, child ghosts could be far more terrifying than adult ones. They were adept at using their adorable appearances to lower the guard of ghost tamers, then striking with a deadly blow when least expected. Should he take the candy or not? Chu Feng could even feel sweat dripping down his face. Then, something happened that changed Chu Feng's perspective. Seeing the sweat beading on his forehead, the little girl leaned in and gently wiped it away with a blood-stained handkerchief. "Don't be nervous, big brother. Yaha is a good girl." Chu Feng froze. Somehow, his doubts about the little girl vanished. Chu Feng gently stroked the little girl's head, channeling his ghostly power into his touch. Before long, the girl's shattered skull was restored by Chu Feng, revealing the face of an adorable, sensible little girl. Looking at the girl before him, he recalled the missing persons photo the scarred man had shown everyone. This little girl was one of the missing persons. Chu Feng knew all too well that this child would never come back to life. But she likely knew far more about this ghostly realm than he did. While she showed no hostility toward him, he decided to gather more information. Chu Feng crouched down, gently stroking the little girl's obedient head with one hand while taking the lollipop stick with the other and popping it into his mouth. He spoke softly. "Little one, why are you here all by yourself?" The little girl blinked her big, watery eyes and replied, "Mommy went to the bathroom. I'm waiting for her at the door. I waited too long, so I came over to play near the ghost ship. The clown brother gave me this lollipop and invited me to his house to play. But it was pitch black inside the clown's house. I only saw an uncle, and then I don't remember anything else." "Mr. Clown?" Chu Feng frowned slightly, then looked at the giant poster inside the amusement park featuring the mascot clown. Chu Feng pointed at the eerie clown portrait and asked, "Yaha, is this the clown you were talking about?" Yaha nodded slightly, her eyes filled with an indescribable mix of sorrow and fear. Chu Feng knew Yaya's experiences were likely far more complex than she'd revealed.
But given their current relationship, it seemed unlikely Yaya would open up to him anytime soon.
Just as Chu Feng felt utterly stumped by this ghostly realm, a eerily sharp male voice echoed throughout the amusement park.
Hee. Good evening, my living and dead friends. Welcome to Cursed Wonderland.
This park has prepared the most spectacular show for you all. Once you've experienced every attraction, you'll earn the chance to meet me.
If you fail to complete them within 10 hours, then... The voice abruptly cut off.
Chu Feng scanned his surroundings but couldn't pinpoint the exact source of the sound.
Cursed Paradise, huh? So that's the name of this ghost realm. With that thought, Chu Feng turned to board the newly reappeared pirate ship. Just then, Yaya suddenly tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve and said, "Big brother, take Yaya with you. Then we won't have to ride the pirate ship anymore."
Chu Feng looked skeptical, but Yaya explained.
"There are 4 attractions here. 2 are only for dead friends, and the other 2 are for living friends."
At this point, a sad look appeared on the little girl's face.
Yaya knows she's already a dead friend. So please take Yaya with you. Dead friends?
Chu Feng shuddered at the chilling words.
Could there really be such a dehumanizing term? Interesting. But you better be useful, kid. Big brother doesn't want to become a dead friend too. Chapter 41, Ghost Couple, Eerie Carousel. Faced with Yaya's earnest gaze, Chu Feng simply couldn't refuse. With a gentle wave of the soul-summoning banner in his hand, Yaya was drawn into it before being slowly released. With that, all of Yaya's information entered Chu Feng's mind. Yaya. Level, Junior Wandering Spirit. Potential, S rank. Combat skills. Skill, no taboos, grants immunity to all damage within a 5-meter radius around the contract holder for 0.5 seconds. Evaluation, a resilient girl who endured inhumane treatment, longing for reunion with her mother. Seeing Yaya's overall attributes, Chu Feng was utterly shocked. She was merely a low-level wandering spirit, yet her potential and skills were downright absurd? S-tier potential, rivaling even the Guan Ghost General. This suggested Yaya could also evolve under certain conditions. But what was even more crucial was this skill. Its effect was simply too godlike. Immunity to all damage within her vicinity? Before meeting Yaya, Chu Feng would have dismissed this as pure fantasy. Yet Yaya's existence proved this skill was real. Though its duration is somewhat brief, Chu Feng still deemed it immensely powerful. Ghostly beings' abilities typically stem from the obsessions they harbored in life. This meant that Yaya's strongest obsession in life wasn't harming others, but protecting herself at all costs. Perhaps it was precisely this virtue that granted Yaya one of the most unearthly abilities in existence: immunity. Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With Yaya's S-tier growth attributes combined with this rare, world-defying skill, given time, she would undoubtedly become an immensely powerful being. For now, among the 4 amusement park attractions, Chu Feng only needed to experience 2. This amusement park sure has a limited selection of attractions. Chu Feng picked up the scattered stack of maps from the ground, unable to help but sigh. Why did such a large amusement park have so few attractions available? Before he could ponder further, Yaya dragged him toward an attraction, White Water Rapids. As the name suggests, it was a steep slope. Players stood at the bottom while a torrent of water surged from above, attempting to block their progress. The objective was to successfully reach the top of the slope. Before Chu Feng could even ponder why a water park attraction appeared here, the previous batch of visitors emerged. They were all soaking wet, their smiles frozen stiff. Some had arms, calves, or even necks twisted into bizarre angles. Others calmly carried their half-foot home. The most terrifying part was that they weren't drenched in pure water but in thick, black, foul-smelling blood. At that moment, a middle-aged, overweight man approached Chu Feng with a smile. Though he approached Chu Feng, his eyes were fixed on Yaya, who was hiding behind him. The obese man crouched down and said, "Little one, you absolutely cannot play this game. It'll get you killed." Yaya's eyes filled with terror as she frantically tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve for help. Seeing the horrifying state of the ghosts, Chu Feng realized this game was genuinely dangerous. However, if he could form a wall using ghostly objects and have Yaya stand behind it, it might work. But lacking sufficient ghostly entities at hand, Chu Feng instantly devised a plan. He didn't have ghostly entities, but he had puppet ghosts. With so many ghosts around now, they would surely be enough. Chu Feng snapped at the obese man, who said it can't be played. "My little sister insists on playing." Chu Feng pulled Yaya to the entrance, grabbed the security ghost's megaphone, and bellowed, "Everyone, look my way. I have an announcement. You all probably haven't had enough fun yet, right? How about we play again?" The ghosts present were dumbfounded, still processing the situation, when suddenly a thin thread appeared behind them. Instinctively, they began crawling toward the entrance. Chu Feng ruffled Yaya's hair and said, "Just hide behind the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for a moment. Then slowly walk toward the top of the slope. Don't hurt yourselves." Yaya nodded vigorously, her maturity tugging at the heartstrings. About 5 minutes later, most of the ghostly creatures crawled out, dragging their broken bodies. Chu Feng anxiously scanned the passageway, only to see Yaya running toward him with joy, throwing her arms around his leg. "Big brother, this was so much fun. Yaya was too scared to try this ride before." Chu Feng was speechless. He simply ruffled Yaya's hair and took her small hand, leading her toward the next attraction. The following 2 attractions were designed for living friends like Chu Feng. Yaya couldn't participate. A carousel? Chu Feng was puzzled. What kind of tricks could this thing possibly have? Sure enough, when they arrived at the designated game area, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Of course, this lack of abnormality only applied within the bizarre world's own framework. Before Chu Feng stood only a functioning carousel machine, adorned with colorful paper cutout horses. Chu Feng ruffled Yaya's hair. Good girl, Yaya. Big brother's going to ride the carousel first, okay? With that, Chu Feng started walking toward the stationary carousel. But Yaya called out to him in surprise, brother, why aren't those big brother and sister playing here today? A chill ran through Chu Feng's heart. Indeed, this carousel was not as simple as he had imagined. But none of that mattered now. Only first-hand experience would reveal the truth. With that thought, Chu Feng inserted a game token and casually sat on a white horse at the outer edge. As soon as Chu Feng inserted the token, the horses began to spin, and the top of the circular platform emitted a rustling glow of ghostly fire. You are the wind, I am the sand. Chu Feng was utterly speechless, baffled by the absurdity of the preset music. Just then, Chu Feng sensed a ghostly shadow darting past his rear side. What was most bizarre was that the shadow could only be glimpsed at the very edge of his peripheral vision. He whipped his head around, only to find no one behind him. Something's wrong. This definitely isn't right. Only a minute had passed of the 5 allotted, yet the feeling of being watched grew heavier by the second. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the ghostly entity drawing nearer. It seemed to move from one wooden horse to another each time, slowly encroaching on Chu Feng. When the ghostly presence finally reached the spot diagonally behind him, the closest position possible, Chu Feng could endure it no longer. Sword-wielding ghost general. Chu Feng roared in fury. An eerie green light instantly shot forth from his body, slashing toward the ghostly entity. The ghostly creature, seemingly caught off guard by the attack, had no time to defend itself and could only raise both hands to block. The Guan Dao Ghost General's momentum was overwhelming as it swung down. To Chu Feng's surprise, the creature merely collapsed to the ground, its hands bearing a bloody gash. A blood-robed ghost, no doubt. And a powerful one at that. The ghostly general with the halberd pressed his advantage, clamping his hand around the creature's throat. Chu Feng stepped forward to investigate and discovered it was a female ghost with long hair. Just as he was about to order the ghost general to finish her off, the female ghost gasped out. Have you seen my boyfriend? Chapter 42, Interns Assemble, Senior Chu? Boyfriend? Chu Feng was speechless. How could someone still be so love-struck after death? He thought she was here to scare him, but it turned out she was here to ask about someone. The Guan Dao wielding ghost general still clutched the woman's throat tightly, as if afraid she might harm Chu Feng in the slightest. Chu Feng studied the woman. The female ghost had a rather delicate appearance, dressed in a floral print long dress. She showed no signs of the distortion that usually followed murder, suggesting she hadn't harmed anyone. So Chu Feng asked, why are you looking for your boyfriend here? The woman managed to squeeze out a few words. My boyfriend and I were riding the carousel. We had a little argument, so he ended up on that side of the pillar, and I ended up on this side. Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, from their respective sides, neither could see the other. But the carousel ride only lasted 5 minutes. Wouldn't they have seen each other afterward? The woman continued, I thought about it. I was definitely in the wrong. I wanted to apologize, but when the ride ended, he was gone. I thought he'd left because he was angry with me, so I waited here for a long time. But he never showed up, even after it got dark. So I went to the principal's office to make an announcement. But the director wasn't in the office. There was only a clown wearing clown makeup. He brewed a cup of tea and told me to wait patiently, but soon after, I was knocked out by the tea. After that, The woman suddenly burst into tears at this point. The Guandao ghost glanced at Chu Feng and withdrew his hand. Without needing the woman to say more, Chu Feng understood what had happened to the couple afterward. These two were likely the missing couple the scarred man had mentioned. The clown, it's the clown again. Everything about this incident pointed to the mascot of Cursed Paradise, the clown. It seems the only way to escape this ghostly realm is to deal with that clown. As Chu Feng pondered, Yaha approached cautiously. Sis, brother should be right here. At these words, both Chu Feng and the woman startled simultaneously. If he was here, there was no reason the woman couldn't find him. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Yaya hurried toward the carousel and tore open the white paper horse. Curled up inside was a highly decomposed corpse. Now Chu Feng finally understood why he hadn't seen any other ghosts. There was only one explanation: the woman's boyfriend had never truly become a ghost. He had been sealed inside the paper-made horse and died, while the talisman inscribed on the paper had completely refined his soul. He hadn't even been granted the chance to become a ghost. The woman collapsed, rushing toward the male corpse inside the wooden horse. She clutched it tightly to her chest and began wailing uncontrollably. Chu Feng couldn't bear to witness the scene, but there was nothing he could do to change it now. A happy couple, a joyful mother and daughter torn apart by that clown. Chu Feng's rage boiled over. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Chu Feng declared. Yeah, let's go. Next ride. Just as they stepped away from the carousel, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air. Chu Feng quickly covered Yaya's ears, his heart filled with mixed emotions. That woman had actually self-detonated her ghost body. Chu Feng exhaled deeply, then hurried Yaha toward the next attraction. If this ghost realm's difficulty was only this level, Chu Feng believed there was still hope to escape safely. By this point, Chu Feng had arrived at the final game, the leaping grid. It was a completely opaque, pitch-black cube. Standing outside, Chu Feng couldn't see anything inside, so he had no choice but to step inside. What surprised Chu Feng was that, unlike the pitch-black exterior, the interior scene resembled flowing bands of light, making it seem unlike a place in the ghost realm at all. Chu Feng held Yaya's hand as they walked in. Yaya, seemingly experiencing this place for the first time, gazed at the flowing light strips with wide-eyed curiosity. As Chu Feng continued walking forward, he suddenly heard a startled cry from a boy. Who's there? Chu Feng glanced toward the sound and saw a boy dressed in Lingyu Bureau attire staring at him in terror. He specified Lingyu Bureau style because, though the cut was identical, closer inspection revealed subtle differences. Chu Feng didn't need to think twice, this must be the intern who had gone to investigate and then vanished. Chu Feng grabbed Yaya, who was engrossed in play, and smiled faintly. My name is Chu Feng. I'm from the Imperial Capital. Got it? The boy adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose in fright, and stared at Chu Feng for a long moment. After a long pause, he finally said, I understand. You're the senior from the Imperial Capital. For some reason, Chu Feng sensed a hint of admiration in the other's gaze. Senior Chu? Well, that wasn't entirely wrong, even though he was actually a few years younger than the boy. Senior Chu, you must be here to save us. Chu Feng nodded calmly and replied. Harsh? You're right, I am here to rescue you. Chu Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. In Chu Feng's eyes, the bespectacled intern before him was practically a second-class merit award waiting to happen. With so many interns arriving this time, wouldn't it be fair to award himself a first-class merit for all of them? Lost in these thoughts, Chu Feng was led by the bespectacled man into a tent. Pulling back the flap, he saw 7 or 8 young men and women in intern uniforms huddled together, their expressions filled with terror. Some had glazed eyes, while others clutched their contract ghosts close, as if they just endured some terrifying ordeal. Everyone, don't be afraid. Your savior has arrived. The bespectacled man looked at everyone excitedly and began introducing himself. This is Senior Chu Feng, sent by the Imperial Capital headquarters to rescue us. We're saved. Hearing this, the group turned hopeful gazes toward Chu Feng only to be met with disappointment once more. What a joke! This was the final nail in their coffin. A sharp-featured young man with red hair snapped angrily. Wang Ming, have you lost your mind? Take another look, that so-called senior isn't even older than us, is he? Exactly. He looks younger than us. If we go in, we'll probably all die together. Wang Ming scrutinized Chu Feng once more, his eyes filling with disappointment. I'm sorry, everyone. I was desperate and grasping at straws. A heavy silence fell over the entire room. Then, a childish voice broke the silence. Everyone, please trust Big Brother. He'll get us out of here. Yaya emerged from behind Chu Feng, her hands tightly clutching the hem of his clothes, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. What I mean is, how can we know the outcome without trying? At that moment, Wang Ming explained the rules to Chu Feng. This game is called jumping squares. You jump based on the flashing squares on the ground. The rules sound simple, but it's incredibly bizarre. One mistake, and you have to sacrifice one of your contract ghosts as a stake. Right now, we only have 1 contract ghost left. What? 1 ghost per loss? A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips as he chuckled softly. What? Ghosts as stakes? That's just great. Chu Feng summoned his soul-calling banner, unable to contain himself any longer. Ghosts are perfect. Ghosts are perfect. I've got plenty. Chapter 43, Crimson Blood Maw, Life and Death on a Knife's Edge. Chu Feng's smile was practically impossible to suppress after all, who could argue over who had more ghosts? The red-haired man challenged, What? You plan to use my crimson-haired ghost as a bargaining chip? That won't fly. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to glance at him. He had plenty of ghosts of his own, why would he need someone else's? Wang Ming also spoke solemnly, Senior Chu, you only have that little girl ghost behind you. You must know your limits. Once we exhaust all our contract ghosts, we'll never escape this place. Watching Wang Ming's brows twist into a pretzel, Chu Feng felt surprisingly at ease. A white banner materialized in his hand. With a gentle wave, a puppet ghost emerged. The Ling Luo puppet extended countless fine threads toward the exit. Moments later, innumerable dismembered ghosts were pulled into the game. Chu Feng waved the black smoke-emitting white banner again. The countless ghostly entities knelt before him, bowing their heads as if pledging allegiance. In an instant, these ghostly beings became Chu Feng's contracted spirits. This spectacle left everyone utterly dumbfounded, even the red-haired youth was profoundly shocked. Possessing a ghost artifact and instantly contracting hundreds of ghostly beings, just who was this divine being? Even Yang Qian, the known strongest SS-tier talent holder, could never contract so many ghostly beings. Could it be that this man was truly a hidden master from the headquarters of the Spirit Control Bureau? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Chu Feng grew incredibly complex. With the stakes secured, there was no shortage of room for trial and error. Thus, on the 173rd trial run by gaming genius Chu Feng, the game was finally cleared. As the game concluded, the contracted ghosts used as stakes were returned to their owners. Chu Feng, however, was puzzled. If the opponent could set the rules, why not use them to eliminate him? What Chu Feng didn't know was that even the Ghost King who ruled this ghost realm had rules he himself couldn't break. Once a rule was set in motion, it could not be easily altered. The Joker had originally intended to wear Chu Feng down through sheer difficulty, hence setting the limit at 172 attempts. This seemed perfectly reasonable after all, who could possibly command over 100 contract ghosts? But he never imagined someone in the opposing camp had a cheat code. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, this damn game isn't meant for humans. I wish I had 2 more legs to get out of here. As the game concluded, the crowd erupted in excitement, rushing toward Chu Feng. Wang Ming, overcome with joy, burst into tears and threw his arms around Chu Feng. It took every ounce of strength Chu Feng possessed to shake off the clingy Wang Ming, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Though they completed 4 games, this was merely the stepping stone to confronting the Joker. Hold off on popping the champagne, everyone. The biggest problem now is how to deal with the Joker. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent once more. For them, it felt like they'd just escaped one hell only to be dragged into another. Most of their power came from vengeful spirits, with the strongest being the red-haired man's crimson-haired ghost, which had reached the threshold of a blood robe. They had believed this mission would secure their permanent positions, but none had anticipated that without Chu Feng, they would have lost their lives. Now, their very lives rested entirely in Chu Feng's hands. Even though a sinister little female ghost followed behind him, they still clung tightly to his heels. Stepping out of the black cube, the outside world presented a starkly different scene. The previously gloomy atmosphere was now thick with the pungent stench of blood. Posters of a clown fluttered in the demonic winds. The clown's eyes were wide, its mocking expression and pointing finger giving off an air of utter indifference. Indeed, in the clown's eyes, he alone was the creator god of this realm. So what if Chu Feng had broken through that minor barrier? A mere ant shaking a tree, utterly presumptuous. Sure enough, before Chu Feng and his companions could take a few steps, a gaping maw suddenly appeared in the sky. The gaping maw revealed rows of dense, spike-like fangs, lunging toward the group. A foul-smelling, blood-red liquid rained down from the sky, the corpse water from within that monstrous maw. Wherever the blood landed, the soil was corroded away completely. Wang Ming couldn't dodge in time, and a drop of the blood rain splattered onto his pinky finger. Visibly, the flesh at the point of impact began to dissolve at a rapid pace, exposing stark white bone beneath. Wang Ming clenched his teeth against the pain, refusing to utter a sound even as tears welled in his eyes. He knew that at such a critical moment, any cry of pain would only distract his teammates. If that happened, he would prove himself utterly unfit as the captain of the second squad. Seeing this, the others could only shield themselves with their contract spirits, daring not to move freely. Even so, they could barely withstand the blood rain, with fine droplets still splattering onto their bodies. They were stuck, neither moving forward nor staying put was an option. It seemed that the moment they stepped out of the black cube, their fate had been placed in someone else's hands. Damn it, this is getting out of hand. Chu Feng inwardly sensed trouble. This sudden attack was far too powerful, even he didn't know how to dodge it. But soon, Chu Feng had a plan. Wasn't the best defense right before his eyes? Skill, no taboos, grants immunity to all damage within a 5-meter radius around the contract holder for 0.5 seconds. Can it really block that bite attack? Even if it's only for a measly 0.5 seconds. Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. It seemed only he could save everyone now. Under the protection of the Guan Dao Ghost General, Chu Feng slowly crouched down, stroking Yaya's head. "Yeah, I'll need your power soon. Are you willing to save everyone?" Yaya's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. If it helps everyone, Yaya is willing. Chu Feng's gaze grew profound as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He shouted loudly to those around him. "Those who wish to live, come to me now." At his words, not a single soul hesitated. They poured every ounce of their ghostly power into moving toward Chu Feng. They trusted Chu Feng, this man who seemed to have descended upon them like a miracle. The closer, the better. Crowd together as much as possible. Chu Feng summoned the red-clad senior and the female class monitor, gathering everyone into a tight cluster. He wasn't certain he could dodge this attack, but as he had said before, how else would we know the outcome without trying? Those razor-sharp fangs were mere inches away. Chu Feng could even feel the heat radiating from the gaping maw. Chu Feng clasped Yaya's hand tightly, as if binding everyone's fate to hers. Everyone closed their eyes tightly, awaiting the final outcome. Finally, in the instant the teeth touched skin. No taboos.
Instantly, a ring of sacred light formed around Chu Feng. That halo was pure and flawless, innocent as a child. As the halo faded, everyone opened their eyes. Chu Feng's body trembled uncontrollably, overcome by the profound joy of having survived the ordeal. We survived. Chapter 44, The Joker, The Truth. As the giant maw dissipated, the blood rain in the sky vanished simultaneously, as if nothing had ever happened. The trainees possessing healing-type contract spirits hurried to tend to the wounded. The most severely injured had an entire arm nearly reduced to bone. Even so, as long as a person was still alive, there was nothing they couldn't fight. To die within the ghost realm meant becoming a specter bound to dwell there forever, a fate worse than death. Senior Chu, what should we do next? Wang Ming now regarded Chu Feng as a god, his eyes even holding a hint of reverence. But thinking about it another way, this perspective seemed perfectly reasonable. When you're at your absolute lowest, a man suddenly appears and guides you through layer upon layer of peril. How could he not be seen as a living savior? What else could they do? What else could he do? Kill the clown and escape the ghost realm? Chu Feng had no other thoughts. After being tormented by this damn clown for so long, it was time to confront him head-on. He'd expected more attacks like the one just now, but it seemed he'd overthought it. So that's how it is. Even the Joker couldn't unleash such a powerful attack again so soon. Of course, it was more likely that the clown never expected them to survive that strike, so he had poured every ounce of his power into it. What it hadn't anticipated was that this man, who'd stumbled into the ghost realm from the restroom, had once again saved them. Chu Feng was feeling rather frustrated now. If only he could see the ghostly entity's true form, he'd be confident enough to kill it. Even if he couldn't do it himself, he had complete faith in his methods. Just as he thought of it, the eerie nursery rhyme echoed once more from the pirate ship. In the blue sky and Milky Way, there's a little white ship. Chu Feng and the others stared intently. Standing at the bow was a figure dressed in a clown costume. The clown waved his arms as if conducting children in song. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, yet the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What he dreaded most was the enemy staying hidden, yet now they had practically walked right to his doorstep. Without a second thought, Chu Feng started toward the bow, only to be grabbed by Wang Ming. Senior Chu, you can't go to your death. We're stronger together. Wang Ming's earnest gaze held a trace of bewilderment. He couldn't fathom how the usually composed and level-headed Senior Chu had turned into such a hothead. Even though they had barely survived that last strike thanks to Chu Feng, Wang Ming still couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe the man before him could defeat that clown on his own. Yet Chu Feng gently moved Wang Ming's hand away, a smile never leaving his lips. You two stay here and guard the place. Remember to turn on the recording. Killing the leader of the extreme evil ghost realm, Chu Feng dared not even imagine how great the merit would be. It absolutely had to be recorded. Senior, give me a ride. In the next instant, Chu Feng was engulfed by a sea of blood that surged toward the pirate ship's bow as he swam at breakneck speed. What kind of skill is that? One of the interns, a ghost tamer renowned for agility, was stunned by the spectacle. This was within another's ghost realm, a place that should be riddled with restrictions. Yet Chu Feng activated rapid movement as if nothing was amiss, even forming a limited range stance. Just who was this mysterious figure? Chu Feng's actions were, of course, observed by the clown. Yet the clown pretended not to notice, continuing to direct the children in their nursery rhyme. When the children sang, floating, floating, floating toward the western sky, the pirate ship suddenly transformed into paper scraps once more, soaring westward. The clown clasped his chest and bowed, his expression toward Chu Feng twisted into something between a cry and a laugh. Chu Feng frowned. If they let the clown escape this time, another attack from that gaping maw would surely kill them all. The distance between them grew wider and wider. At this rate, there was no way they could catch the clown. Just then, a card materialized in Chu Feng's hand. It was the White Ghost summoning card. Thank you, Senior. Please lend me your strength. Chu Feng murmured silently, then crushed the card in his hand. In an instant, Chu Feng's eyes rolled back and he lost all consciousness. Instantly, a tall hat appeared above his head, bearing 4 characters, wealth at first sight. The pure white robe appeared exceptionally ethereal and mysterious, while Chu Feng's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. A long, drooping tongue paired with those sickly, smiling eyes sent a chill down the spine. Wang Ming and the others stared at Chu Feng in stunned silence, utterly shocked. Is this really the Chu Senior I know? Rather than Senior Chu, doesn't this look more like the White Ghost? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng vanished in the blink of an eye and materialized before the clown. The clown's stunned expression made it clear he hadn't anticipated such swift arrival. But the moment it recognized the face before it, it was already too late. The White Ghost seized the clown's throat with overwhelming force, his long tongue coiling around the soul-summoning banner in his other hand. He thrust the flagpole directly into the clown's skull. A gaping hole instantly pierced the clown's skull, silencing him forever. After finishing the deed, the White Ghost forced a voice out through Chu Feng's body. Watch closely, kid. That's how you use this banner. With that, he vanished and Chu Feng's consciousness returned instantly. Chu Feng faintly heard those words, staring blankly at the soul-summoning banner in his hand.
The banner, is that really how it's used?
Chu Feng stared at the dead as a doornail clown before him, lost in thought.
This was a ghostly entity possessing at least the strength of a yak, and it had been killed with a single thrust?
Coming to his senses, Chu Feng hurriedly tried to use the soul summoning banner to bind the clown as a contract ghost. But unexpectedly, the creature had been utterly annihilated by White Ghost's maneuver, dead beyond any possibility of revival.
Chu Feng shook his head. It seemed the clown had been taken back to the underworld by the White Ghost. Just then, Wang Ming and the others arrived.
They were stunned at first, then filled with confusion.
Wasn't the final boss dead? Why couldn't they return to the mortal realm? Senior Chu, why can't we go back yet? Wang Ming was nearly in tears with anxiety as he urgently asked. Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the amusement park entrance.
There, a greasy man with blood smeared across his mouth was sneaking around, trying to escape.
This guy, he's the real mastermind behind all this.
Chu Feng flung the banner right in front of the man, who froze in terror, unable to move an inch. He pulled Yaya's hand and brought her before the man, asking,
"Ya, did the clown you saw look about the same size as this man?" Yaya looked into the man's eyes, her fear unmistakable. Chu Feng nodded slightly.
"Seems my hunch was right after all."
The man stammered in panic, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm the victim. Take me away quickly."
Chu Feng fixed the man with a piercing stare. "Guan is long dead. And the one who committed this heinous crime against this child is you." Without another word, Chu Feng swung the ghostly broadsword behind him.
The man's head rolled to the ground.
Chu Feng stroked Yaya's head gently.
"Good girl, Yaya. Big brother will take you home."
Chapter 45, The End, Black Ghost Card.
"Yes, Senior Chu. We survived."
Though Wang Ming's hand was wrapped in bandages, it did nothing to dampen his joy at that moment.
Alive was better than dead.
As for why they had to kill that man, Chu Feng explained it to the interns. The so-called Guan was actually the clown that Chu Feng had already eliminated earlier, while the real mastermind behind it all was the dean. This explained why the exit from the ghost realm remained elusive even after the clown's demise. This ghost realm was formed by the director's greed. As for why the clown had colluded with the dean, that remained unknown. But at the very least, it was undoubtedly this creature who had harmed Yaha and that couple. As he spoke, a void portal materialized before them.
"Alright, kids, let's head home." With that, Chu Feng took Yaya's hand and stepped toward the portal. Meanwhile, those still in cosmic paradise who hadn't entered the ghost realm were in a complete frenzy. Hours had passed since the disappearances began.
Not only had the trainee squad vanished, but a rescue worker had also been lost. Of course, Xiahua was the most worried. It wasn't merely because she harbored an indescribable affection for Chu Feng, but more so because Chu Feng was Xia Nation's sole SSS-tier expert. If her mistake led to Chu Feng's death here, she would be branded a villain for all time. Yet, even after combing every corner of the amusement park, they found no trace of the ghost realm's entrance. Such an extremely well-hidden entrance was something even the scarred man had never encountered before. Xiahua pressed her palms together, praying incessantly for Chu Feng.
"Chu Feng, you must come back alive."
The scarred man, however, stood with his arms crossed, his voice calm.
"Looks like none of us are coming back. Quickly set up the ghost realm barrier, then notify Xia Si."
With those words, the matter was effectively sealed. In the eyes of the scarred man and the others, Chu Feng and his companions were already martyrs. Once the ghost realm barrier activated, those inside couldn't escape, and outsiders couldn't enter. It also contained the ghost realm within a defined perimeter, preventing its rapid expansion. The Xia Si he mentioned was none other than Xia Qingtong, the head of the Lingyu Bureau's Gene Men division. With that, several officers behind him produced objects resembling guiding soul lamps and set them up along the amusement park's perimeter. Placed every 4 meters, these soul lamps formed a translucent barrier between each other. This allowed clear observation of the ghost realm's conditions for timely assessment of its level. Just as the final soul lamp was about to be placed, a portal appeared at the park entrance. Xiahua immediately shouted, "Hold on. A portal has formed." At her words, the attendant who was about to set down the lantern paused, quickly withdrawing it. At the same moment, inside the portal, a youth clad in a white robe led the way, pulling a young girl behind him. Following behind them were several young men dressed in the uniforms of Spirit Control Bureau trainees. The scarred man's expression grew subtly tense, his eyes brimming with shock. Silently, he counted the number of people emerging, paying particular attention to the trainees of the Spirit Guard Bureau. 1, 2, not one more, not one less, exactly 9. All survivors. While he was still reeling from the shock, Xiahua had already sprinted past him and thrown her arms around Chu Feng, who was at the front. Tears and snot streaming down her face, Xiahua wiped them onto Chu Feng's robe, sobbing. "Chu Feng, thank goodness you're alive." Chu Feng could only pat Xiahua's back and say helplessly, "Stop crying. I'm alive, aren't I?" At this, Xiahua finally noticed the little girl in a white dress hiding behind Chu Feng. The girl looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, and her gaze towards Xia, who held a hint of hostility. "Chu Feng, you have a child already?" Almost simultaneously, Yaha chimed in.
Big brother, is this big sister your girlfriend? The atmosphere grew awkward. Neither of these two had the sharpest minds. What kind of brain could possibly come up with such absurd ideas? At 18 years old, how could she possibly have a child aged 4 or 5? Chu Feng quickly signaled to Xiaohua with his eyes, and only then did Xiaohua grasp the situation. Yaha was one of the missing persons in this ghost realm and also one of the victims. At that moment, the scarred man approached slowly and commanded in a stern tone. Chu Feng, recount every detail of your experiences in the ghost realm. Compile it into a report and hand it over to me. Chu Feng certainly wasn't about to indulge the stubborn old fool. He'd barely crawled out from under a pile of corpses, and now this guy wanted him to write a report? Could you be any more unreasonable? Fortunately, Wang Ming's incessant chatter served as a welcome distraction for Chu Feng. Chu Feng paid no further attention to the Spirit Control Bureau's affairs, instead walking slowly toward a woman wailing in grief. Her eyes were lined with wrinkles of hardship, and the newly sprouted silver strands in her hair only accentuated her utter exhaustion. Though she appeared to be only about 30 years old, she looked as weathered as a withered tree. Chu Feng took Yaya's hand and asked softly, "Yaya, is this your mother?" Yaya's eyes reddened as she replied, "Yes, it's Mom. Mom has grown old." The woman's eyes were bloodshot as she waved the paper money in her hand incessantly. She paid no attention to Chu Feng, much less to Yaya beside him. Without any innate talent for controlling ghosts, one simply couldn't see ghostly entities. And Yaya hadn't yet learned to manifest herself willingly. Chu Feng asked, "Ya, do you want to see your mother one last time?" Yaha nodded. Chu Feng waved the soul-summoning banner around Yaya, allowing her form to briefly manifest in the mortal realm. Chu Feng brought Yaya before the woman and said solemnly, "Auntie, I brought Yaya back." The woman's eyes went blank for a moment before filling with overwhelming joy. "Yaya, is it you, Yaya?" As she spoke, the woman lunged forward to embrace Yaya, only to clasp nothing but emptiness. Only then did she realize she would never be reunited with her daughter again. Perhaps this glance was their final farewell. "Mommy, be brave. Yaha doesn't want Mommy to cry." Yaha tried to wipe the tears from the woman's face, but it was all in vain. In less than a day, mother and daughter were separated forever. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, hot tears welling up in his eyes. He said to the woman, "Rest assured, the one who harmed Yaya has been killed by my own hand." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she looked at Chu Feng with overwhelming gratitude. Her lips kept murmuring thank you, while Yaya's figure grew increasingly blurred. After all, Yaya had become a ghost. The living and the dead were separated by the realms of the mortal and the spirit, destined never to be together forever. If she lingered any longer, the woman's physical body would not be able to endure it. "Mom, I'll be helping Big Brother from now on. I'll come back to see you when I have time." The woman nodded through her tears, a faint smile touching her lips. The young man before her seemed trustworthy enough he wouldn't let her daughter come to harm. Just then, the scarred man approached again, his expression stern as he demanded, "Besides this little girl and that couple, have you spotted any other humans?" Chu Feng feigned ignorance. "What other humans? I haven't seen any." With that, the disturbance in the ghost realm was finally over. Ding, congratulations, host, on clearing the extreme evil grade ghost realm and earning an S-grade evaluation. Acquired ghost imitation card, Xia Bayan 1. True to form, the light mechanical voice sounded again. This time, it wasn't about the white ghost, but the black ghost's ghost card. Immediately after, Chu Feng received a phone call. "Hello, is this student Shi Chu? Tomorrow is the registration day for Imperial Capital University. Please bring your admission letter with you." Chapter 46, Imperial Capital University commences, stars shine brightly. Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. Admission letter? He only had the admission letter from Bailey Tomb Academy. No choice. He'd have to go with this. And so, the next day. At the dignified and imposing entrance of Imperial Capital University, hundreds of young faces stood in orderly queues. They were geniuses from all corners of the land, the cream of the crop in this city and province. Their faces radiated youthful vigor and sharp determination. "Look! That's Lin Zhengfeng from Shangnan. Rumor has it his uncle Jiu is one of the 10 strongest ghost tamers alive today. That's Wang Miao from the Southwest Corpse Conjuring sect. Watch out, don't get scared by her corpse conjuring bug. Gu Xianhong, the Northeast spirit medium, her guardian spirit is a tough nut to crack. Best keep your distance. A gathering of the elite who could rival them? What it takes is a spirit where no one yields to anyone else. Only with that kind of spirit can one truly be called a great master." Of course, Chu Feng stood out as a peculiar oddity among them. He wore a casual short-sleeved shirt, flip-flops on his feet, and clutched a stack of crumpled cardboard in his hands. It was precisely these cardboard pieces that made Chu Feng stand out like a sore thumb. After all, Imperial Capital University's admission letters were crafted with pure gold engraving. How could these cardboard scraps compare? Upon closer inspection, the words "Admission Notice for the Ghost-Taming Academy of Bailafeng" were printed on them, making the situation even more laughable. Consequently, Chu Feng faced unanimous scorn from the freshmen. Is he crazy? Showing up with this crappy junior college letter? He's dressed like a ragamuffin too, must be brain dead. TSK, what a waste of that face, he's actually quite handsome.
Indeed, such discrimination based on appearance persists, impossible to eradicate. They say noble sons come from humble origins, but at present, the odds of that happening seem slim. First, there's the issue of talent. To get into a top-tier university like God's University, even the least gifted student must be at least A-level. This is a barrier as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Poor families simply cannot produce children with high-level bloodlines. In other words, those with high-grade bloodlines are never poor commoners. Take Du Mian, Chu Feng's aunt, for example. Despite working herself to the bone, she could barely scrape by. They are the cream of the crop from every province, even their subsidies alone ensure they never go hungry. How could the privileged elite ever comprehend the hardships endured by the common folk? Thus, it was hardly unreasonable for the other new students to judge Chu Feng by his appearance. Yet Chu Feng wore an utterly indifferent expression, only occasionally glancing toward the entrance with a look of calm anticipation. Damn it, why the hell am I still waiting after all this time? Just as he was thinking this, two upperclassmen wearing ID badges suddenly appeared beside him. You're Chu Feng, right? Come with us to the VIP lane over there. Don't just stand there. I'm Diozation, and this is Zhang Gandhi. Don't forget us when you make it big. With that, Chu Feng was escorted by the two men toward the gilded doors, bypassing the queue entirely. But this left the crowd who had been mocking Chu Feng completely flabbergasted. That was the VIP lane. The VIP had been a ceremonial practice since the founding of Imperial Capital University. It was reserved for receiving figures of the rank of director of the Spirit Command Bureau and top-tier individuals from various fields. As for welcoming freshmen, that was reserved for the geniuses among geniuses. Typically, only students ranked in the top 3 overall in the comprehensive assessment qualify to enter through the VIP. Entering through this channel signifies the esteem and recognition bestowed by both Imperial Capital University and the Xia Nation's government. Take Yang Qian. From this very day last year he has since become a top-tier Yaksha demon tamer. In other words, those who enter this gate are either current powerhouses or future supreme beings. Yet now, this oddly dressed fellow who even picked up the wrong acceptance letter has somehow gained entry through this very gate. Wait, how did he get through the new student priority lane? Some quick-witted individuals immediately spoke up. May we inquire about your honorable name and the sect you belong to? Chu Feng turned back leisurely, smiling as he replied. My name is Chu Feng. As for my sect, well, I'm part of the underworld ghost officer clan. Chu Feng turned and walked away, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. The underworld ghost officer school? What kind of school was that? They were no strangers to the ghost hunting world, yet they'd never heard of such a faction. Steward Zhang, investigate immediately. What is this underworld ghost envoy sect? Many young masters from prominent families had already begun taking action. The Yang family, to which Yang Qian belonged, was itself a major ghost-taming clan, not one to curry favor with. But Chu Feng's attire didn't suggest he belonged to the aristocracy. Cultivating connections with such a rising star, no matter the investment, would pay off handsomely in the future. Of course, whether they could uncover anything depended entirely on their own abilities. Given Chu Feng's current security clearance level, it was likely even his household registration had been classified. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that all the new students had finally completed their registration. Immediately thereafter, the freshman orientation ceremony commenced. On the school grounds, every new student stood tall and straight, eyes fixed intently on the balding old man on the podium. Dressed in a deep black robe, the old man spoke with a gentle expression. Greetings, new students. As the principal is away on business, I, the vice principal, will preside over this ceremony. Chu Feng inwardly scoffed, so it wasn't the actual principal after all. What a waste of standing at attention just now. Still, he dared not relax too much. After all, the man before him was one of Xia Nation's strongest warriors. Especially when the next words made Chu Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fu Hongen. I'm just turning 80 this year, and I've recently been promoted. I used to be one of the 8 deans, but now, well, I've become a vice principal. I also founded a school called Balefeng Academy. I doubt any of you have heard of it, right? The more Chu Feng listened, the more suspicious he grew. Could this old man be the unseen principal of his very own Balefeng Academy? Just as Chu Feng pondered this, a large screen behind Fu Hongen suddenly displayed his own face. That's right, this is our joint training student from Balefeng Academy. His name is Chu Feng, correct? Chu Feng froze, stunned that the camera had silently zoomed in on him. Chu Feng nodded vigorously in response. It's me. Fu Hongen smiled with satisfaction. Good. You've done us proud at Balefeng. Keep up the good work. But someone else was far from calm. Damn it. I worked my ass off to get into God University, and now I have to share the stage with some stinking junior college kid? Damn it, and I thought he had some mysterious background. Turns out he's just some old man's connection. What's the rush? He'll die first in the ghost realm anyway. Amidst the chorus of discontent, Chu Feng was thrust into the eye of the storm. Quiet! A powerful gust of air swept through, striking the eardrums of the gossiping students with pinpoint accuracy. Not a single voice dared to utter another word. A crimson portal appeared behind Fu Hongyan and he declared, "Registration is complete, but the real challenge begins now." The freshmen looked utterly bewildered. Hadn't they already enrolled? What was this about? Fu Hongyan continued. "Behind me lies a random portal to the Imperial Capital University's special ghost realm. All of you, get in. If you can't last more than 3 days, get the hell out." Chapter 47, Trial Ghost Realm, Crimson Attire. Imperial Capital University doesn't keep wimps around. Those who can't endure even 3 days are unworthy of studying at Imperial Capital University. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Random ghost realm? They weren't truly afraid. Whether fighting alone or banding together for warmth, they had ample confidence in their survival. But what they couldn't grasp was why they had to endure such a pointless, unnecessary ordeal? So someone asked, "Principal Fu, we don't mind what you're doing, but aren't you afraid your junior college students might die in there?" Fu Hongyan chuckled. "Good question." He produced a spherical object and explained. "This is a teleportation stone. Crush it and you'll be transported back instantly, but you'll also be kicked out. Aren't you all upset about being unfairly stuck in the same school as him? No problem. You all get stones, but he doesn't." The room erupted in an uproar. Holy, did this old man screw up his deal with that connected guy? This is basically a death sentence. Ha! Just wait till he's in the ghost realm, then we'll see him laugh. Vice Principal? Vice Principal Fu. Chu Feng chuckled at the damn pun, not giving the earlier incident a second thought. What stones? The ghost realm? Isn't it just about defeating the final boss? Why insist on 3 days? Fu Hongyan said sternly. Alright, you have 3 hours to prepare. Once ready, we enter the ghost realm. With that, the students began frantic preparations. They possessed strength, but they weren't fools. Having reached their current level of strength, none of them were reckless fools. Life-saving ghost artifacts were essential, and they needed to stockpile plenty of ghost power pills. While the others busied themselves with preparations, one person stood apart. Chu Feng, shoulder carrying a white banner, strolled casually toward the teleportation gate. Before the others could react, Chu Feng had already entered the ghost realm. To the onlookers, the scene was utterly ridiculous, and some couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. This fool must be desperate to die faster, daring to enter the ghost realm completely unprepared. This well-connected guy's in for it now. Without a teleportation stone, he probably won't even get to keep his body intact. Amidst the crowd, however, not all voices were mocking. Many expressed respect for Chu Feng. A youth clad in a yellow robe, a deep brown peachwood sword strapped to his back, bared his fangs in a grin. Interesting fellow. I'll go take a look too. With that, he flicked a copper coin into the air. In the next instant, the youth materialized instantly where the coin landed. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. This was none other than Lin Zhengfeng. Little Taoist, wait for me. A young woman dressed in Miao ethnic attire also approached the teleportation gate. It's Wang Miao from the corpse conjuring sect. Sure enough, even in this entrance exam, it remained a contest among prodigies. As contenders for the title of strongest student in this cohort, they naturally rushed to enter first. Led by these prodigies, most students spent only half an hour gathering supplies before rushing through the portal. Watching all the freshmen eagerly step through the portal, Vice Principal Fu Hongyan wore a mysterious expression. To underestimate the ghost realm of Imperial University so lightly, it could truly cost lives. After a prolonged spell of dizziness, Chu Feng finally regained a tangible sense of his body. This teleportation process felt like the longest he had ever experienced. Of course, he had no idea what this meant at the time. Before him lay a small village, and Chu Feng found himself standing atop a low earthen slope. Within the low fence, several large red lanterns, now extinguished, hung high on the branches. Crows cawed, while unidentified creatures rustled in the shadows. The phrase "Newlyweds, congratulations" written in black characters on a white background hung everywhere, looking utterly out of place. This feeling doesn't bode well. Having survived 2 high-level ghost realms, Chu Feng now sensed an indescribable sense of unease that left him feeling uneasy. Never mind. Let's just go in and take a look. Just as Chu Feng prepared to enter the village, a loud shout erupted from behind him. Watch out! Immediately following the warning came the piercing whistling of a sword slicing through the air. Chu Feng instinctively summoned his ghostly broadsword to block, only to realize the attack wasn't aimed at him but at his feet. Beneath his feet lay a desolate grave ghost, its head shattered, collapsed lifelessly on the ground. Only then did Chu Feng realize that the so-called hillock he had just stood upon was actually a desolate grave. Damn it, how can there be ghosts lurking at spawn points? Chu Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath, never expecting ghosts could be this cunning. The moment of teleportation into the ghost realm was often when a ghost tamer was most vulnerable. The odds of a successful ambush here were indeed quite high. Just then, a cheerful laugh rang out behind Chu Feng. Phew, it's just a mid-stage vengeful spirit.
Are you okay?
Chu Feng turned to see a young man clad in a yellow Taoist robe. You wouldn't believe it, but the style of this robe bore a striking resemblance to Chu Feng's own Taoist master's robe. The yellow-robed youth strode toward Chu Feng, swiftly raising his deep brown peachwood sword.
Who'd have thought ghosts would actually lurk at teleportation points? Pretty clever. Without a teleportation bead, venturing further in is dangerous. Here, take mine.
With that, the youth actually handed over one of the teleportation orbs they each carried. Facing this young man whose enthusiasm bordered on the abnormal, Chu Feng's first instinct was to be wary. After all, it had been a long time since anyone had been genuinely kind to him without expecting anything in return.
Seeing Chu Feng's silence, Lin Zhangfeng offered reassurance.
Take it. I'm strong enough, I won't need this thing. His eyes seemed to burn with a fiery passion, radiating boundless enthusiasm.
For a moment, Chu Feng was moved by the other's sincerity.
But upon second thought, he decided against accepting it. Though the other truly seemed formidable, it was still someone else's property. If the other were to lose his life later because he lacked this teleportation bead, Chu Feng would be filled with guilt.
Chu Feng bowed respectfully and replied. No need, Brother Lin. I know my limits.
His reply was perfectly measured, expressing gratitude without appearing overly presumptuous. Lin Zhangfeng smiled calmly upon hearing this.
I should have guessed. With your temperament, how could you possibly accept it? Very well. Then hunt some fierce ghosts on the village outskirts to eliminate. Once the main force arrives, you can join them.
If they object, just tell them I sent you. Lin Zhangfeng's words flowed into Chu Feng's heart like a warm current. Since arriving in the imperial capital, he had rarely encountered such pure kindness. After Lin Zhangfeng departed, Chu Feng was once again alone. At that moment, a light, ethereal female voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. Current Ghost Realm, Crimson Makeup. Hidden Quest, obtain Divine Artifact, Oil Paper Umbrella. Clear Reward, Loyalty Points, Random Ghost Imitation Card. Chapter 48, The Female Ghost Who Feeds on Children. Hidden Quest? Chu Feng couldn't help but startle inwardly. He'd never seen this section before. As for why an ordinary oil paper umbrella was labeled a divine artifact, Chu Feng had no clue. The only certainty was this. This eerie little village before him was far from simple. Chu Feng stepped slowly into the village. Muddy paths were strewn with footprints, yet not a single house had its lights on. But just as he approached a door, he heard the distinct sound of vegetables being chopped. Clang, clang, clang. The interior was pitch black, yet the distinct sound of a cleaver striking the cutting board echoed through the darkness. Chu Feng couldn't help but pause. Activating his ghost eyes, the night lit up like broad daylight. Following the sound, Chu Feng approached a window and gently tore open the paper screen with his finger. The next moment, he witnessed a scene that sent a chill down his spine. Before the cutting board stood a gaunt woman, her hair as dry and brittle as withered branches, her form as hollow as dead wood. The only anomaly was her protruding abdomen, unusually rounded. Beneath her loose clothing, a blood-stained umbilical cord dangled onto the floor, emitting a foul, fishy stench. The eerie woman was chopping something on the cutting board with a dull kitchen knife. Meanwhile, steam billowed from a pot nearby. Strangely, the dark pot emitted an array of exotic aromas. Chu Feng could tell this aroma was more enticing than any food he'd ever smelled. When Chu Feng finally saw what the woman was chopping, cold sweat broke out on his body. What the woman held in her hands was a short, stubby leg. Upon closer inspection, it was the calf of an infant. The realization of what was simmering in that pot as a delicacy sent waves of nausea churning through Chu Feng's stomach. Holy! Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. How could this woman do such a thing? But as luck would have it, the rumbling from Chu Feng's stomach reached the woman's ears. She dragged the umbilical cord, clutching the infant's severed limb, and approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes burned with hostility, but without knowing her strength, rash action was unwise. After all, the Guan Dao Ghost General was better suited for burst attacks. Initiating first wouldn't give him the advantage. The child-eating ghost approached the window, her cloudy eyes fixed on Chu Feng with a hollow stare. You want some piglet? As she spoke, the woman actually held out the infant's remains toward Chu Feng. Instantly, a peculiar aroma filled Chu Feng's nostrils. To his astonishment, the infant's severed limb instantly transformed into a glistening braised pig's trotter, its glossy surface radiating an intense savory aroma. Chu Feng froze in place, his mouth watering slightly. Just then, voices from several newcomers to the imperial capital echoed behind him. Look, the supply station is right ahead. Holy crap, that smells amazing. Auntie, how much for these braised pork knuckles? Chu Feng turned to look at the group entering the room and was utterly dumbfounded. Supply station? Auntie? Didn't they notice anything odd about this? Supply stations did exist in typical college ghost realms, but this particular ghost realm couldn't possibly have one. When Chu Feng closed his ghost eyes, he was stunned. The food-eating ghost had transformed into a beautiful woman wearing an apron. Above the doorway hung a tattered sign bearing the characters "Supply Station." And simmering in that pot was none other than savory glazed pork. With the ghost eyes open, everything instantly reverted to that terrifying scene. Just as Chu Feng moved to stop his classmates, he saw they had already swallowed the pork knuckles whole. The boy who had eaten the most pork knuckles suddenly had a gleam in his eyes as he sneered. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Food at the supply station is free for the taking." He wasn't exactly wrong. Chu Feng had never seen a supply station before. But this thing before him wasn't a supply station at all. After a while, a dozen or so students gathered at the so-called supply station. Some latecomers also wanted to try the delicacy of the gods, the suckling piglet that the earlier students had raved about. The strange woman had gone back into the kitchen again. Chu Feng hurriedly interjected. "You've fallen for her illusion. That's no piglet, she's a ghost too." But none of the students present believed him. The sharp-nosed boy, still craving more after devouring his pork knuckle, shouted angrily. "You junior college kid think you can boss us around? What illusion? If you can see through it, why can't we?" Chu Feng was utterly speechless. Well, good words are useless with damned ghosts. Whatever misfortune befell these fellows later, he wouldn't lift a finger. Chu Feng stopped meddling and sat alone on a stone stump to watch the show. He wanted to see what kind of trouble this child-eating ghost would stir up next. He wasn't afraid of her because this female ghost who fed on children only possessed the peak strength of a fierce ghost. Even the weakest students at Imperial Capital University possessed at least one peak-level fierce ghost. Given that, this female ghost must have her own methods to dare provoke so many freshmen. Sure enough, when the woman brought out another pot of savory pork soup, the freshmen scrambled to grab their share, fearing they might miss out on a single piece of meat. But what Chu Feng witnessed was a different scene entirely. A dozen or so freshmen devoured the infant raw, tearing it apart and eating it. Minutes later, after the dozen or so newcomers had devoured everything, the woman spoke. "Children, Auntie has a favor to ask of you. Is that all right?" Several newcomers answered without hesitation, "No need to say it, sister. We promise to get it done." Hearing this, the woman dropped her disguise with satisfaction. Her hideous, repulsive face was revealed, and the soup in her arms showed its true form. It wasn't piglet soup at all, it was clearly infant soup, floating with bloody foam. "If you eat piglets, you must help me deliver piglets." With that, the woman flung the umbilical cord that had fallen to the ground toward the newcomers. With lightning speed, the cord attached itself to the newborns' bellies. Simultaneously, the severed limbs they had swallowed began swelling rapidly within their stomachs. The bellies of the newcomers bulged and swelled visibly, even the boys' stomachs distended like those of women about to give birth. The boy who had mocked Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "What's happening? I can't channel any ghost power at all." The umbilical cord paralyzed the body it connected to, rendering the newcomers unable to even activate their teleportation orbs. In other words, once their bellies reached the breaking point, they would truly burst and die. The boy continued to scream. "Chu Feng, save me now, or you'll regret it." Chu Feng scratched his ear, wondering if he'd misheard. Asking for help while resorting to threats? This young master doesn't fall for that kind of thing. "Fine, I'll save you." With that, Chu Feng summoned his Guan Ghost General. A thick green slash swept through, rescuing everyone except the boy. Yet even so, the growth in their abdomens was irreversible. Quickly exit the ghost realm and sever the ghostly power link. With that, the others had no choice but to crush their teleportation orbs and leave the ghost realm, abandoning the sharp-nosed boy behind. The sharp-nosed boy cursed furiously. "Chu Feng, school rules state that failing to rescue someone in danger will get you expelled." Chu Feng snorted in anger, his expression indifferent. "Where did I fail to rescue someone in danger? I saved over a dozen people. I just happened to be unable to save you." With that, the ghost general wielding his halberd strode toward the boy. "Hold on, Here, I'm coming, oh." Chapter 49, entering the ghostly realm, plunging headfirst into the game. Of course, Chu Feng still couldn't bring himself to harm his classmates. Therefore, such matters were typically left to the Guan Ghost General to handle. Of course, Guan Ghost General didn't kill the man outright. He merely pressed the blade against the female ghost's throat, patiently waiting for her to complete the parasitic process. Sure enough, the sharp-nosed boy now lay with his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Had he spoken even a fraction more politely, Chu Feng would never have resorted to this. Unfortunately, this world had no room for what-ifs. In what felt like just 10 seconds, the boy's abdomen exploded outward. A newborn infant, still connected by the umbilical cord, emerged. The female ghost, oblivious to her surroundings, stared blankly at the newborn and murmured, "Piglet." As she spoke, a drool of greed dripped from the corner of her mouth. As if the newborn ghost were truly nothing more than a piglet awaiting slaughter. Since the female ghost was still connected to the newborn ghost by the umbilical cord, this was the perfect moment to strike. "Ghost General, strike." The ghostly general wielding the halberd understood immediately, bringing the imposing blade down with force. Under the immense impact, the child-eating ghost, merely at the fierce ghost level, didn't even have time to react. Her soul scattered before her physical form could collapse, instantly extinguishing all signs of life. Job done, the ghost general with the halberd obediently returned to the soul-summoning banner. The other students who witnessed this scene were stunned. To slay a fierce ghost with a single stroke, even their own contract ghosts might not be capable of such feats.
You're telling me this is a college student?
Chu Feng said nothing more, merely scanning the assembled students. None of them dared to meet Chu Feng's gaze. His gaze carried a warning.
Chu Feng owes you nothing. I can save you, but if you expect me to do it with a condescending attitude, sorry, you can go to hell.
Chu Feng said nothing, walking alone deeper into the darkness. Frankly, the killing methods of this flesh-eating female ghost were downright treacherous. Had he not been vigilant, he might have unwittingly taken a bite of that revolting flesh. By now, the outer perimeter of the ghost realm had been cleared, with only a few lingering spirits remaining. Therefore, most of his classmates, those whose strength wasn't top tier and only sought to safely survive the 3 days, would certainly set up camp in the outer perimeter. A few bold souls had even commandeered the female ghost's dwelling. This was actually a rather good choice. Such houses were usually shrouded in ghostly energy, at least preventing other spirits from entering at night. But Chu Feng had no intention of settling down just yet. Within his capabilities, he would strive to seek out resources to enhance himself. That was the true path to mastery. Otherwise, if a sudden ghostly onslaught descended upon him one day, and he lacked even the basic ability to protect himself and his loved ones,
that would be the most pitiful outcome. With this thought, Chu Feng walked into a narrow, elongated alleyway.
It was less a matter of arriving in, more that this place served as the barrier separating the outskirts from the village. The alley was unusually narrow, one could only squeeze through sideways. Unlike the pure darkness outside, a faint crimson hue seeped from within the alley. Listening closely, one could hear sounds resembling the clanging of gongs, the beating of drums, and celebratory cheers.
What a lively scene! Amidst the intertwining layers of mystery, it felt like a secret-filled abyss, drawing outsiders in.
Whether it was a treasure trove or a pitfall, only those who ventured in would know.
We haven't spotted that Lin Zhangfeng guy anywhere on the periphery. Looks like he must have entered the inner layers.
Chu Feng pondered, then dispatched the female squad leader to lead the way in.
The female squad leader was slender yet possessed an excellent figure.
Precisely because of this, entering upright was actually easier for her than entering sideways.
TSK, this lady is quite beautiful too. For some reason, Yaha suddenly appeared, grinning mischievously as she appraised the female squad leader.
Chu Feng was speechless. But for some reason, he couldn't seem to fully control Yaya, so he simply let her come and go as she pleased.
Seeing the female squad leader was unharmed, Chu Feng cautiously entered the alleyway.
Compared to ghostly entities, what truly terrified him now were humans. If someone attacked him under these circumstances, he truly didn't know how he'd dodge it. Fortunately, the alley was only about 20 meters long. This extremely short distance proved incredibly taxing for Chu Feng. Each step seemed to test his composure and endurance. Just as he was about to reach the end of the alley, Chu Feng suddenly experienced a hallucination. At the far end of the alley, a woman dressed in a white gown appeared. Her back was turned to Chu Feng, her jet-black hair forming a stark contrast against her ghostly pale attire. Realizing something was amiss, Chu Feng hastily activated his ghost eyes.
But unlike before, even his ghost eyes couldn't pierce through this environment.
Helpless, Chu Feng clutched the soul-summoning banner tightly in his hand, unsure of her intentions.
Upon closer inspection, her gown resembled a traditional Chinese wedding robe. What caught Chu Feng's attention most was the ink-green oil paper umbrella she held. An oil paper umbrella. Chu Feng couldn't help but recall the hidden quest mentioned earlier. Could the so-called divine artifact be this oil paper umbrella in her hand?
Chu Feng halted in his tracks. Just then, the woman seemed to finally notice him, glancing back over her shoulder. After that, Chu Feng was astonished to find himself suddenly transported to the inner layer of the ghost realm. Instead of leaving immediately, Chu Feng recalled the woman. Though it was only a single glance, Chu Feng could be certain she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. What particularly caught Chu Feng's attention, however, was not her appearance, but her gaze. Well, perhaps appearance wasn't his foremost concern. Her eyes brimmed with boundless grievance, helplessness, and even a hint of pleading. What had she endured? Or rather, what did she hope he would do? All of this remained unknown. But Chu Feng knew this: if he failed to accomplish what that woman hoped he would achieve, he might never leave this place. It was an overwhelming premonition that woman was terrifyingly powerful. Chu Feng refocused his mind, fixing his gaze solely on the scene before him. Unlike the outer perimeter, the inner layer of this ghostly realm was adorned with festive decorations. Bright red lanterns hung high, and countless celebratory voices echoed. Yet one thing remained unchanged: not a single soul was in sight. Or rather, these beings were right beside Chu Feng, he simply couldn't perceive them. Chu Feng was speechless. There were actually situations where even his ghost eyes couldn't see through. He had no choice but to resort to the ancient method. With that, he pulled out 2 willow leaves given to him by Zhang Baobao before his departure and pressed them against his eyes. The next moment, everything became crystal clear. Before Chu Feng's eyes gathered at least 100 figures dressed in Republican-era attire. Some offered congratulations, others bowed with hands pressed together, a bustling scene indeed. As for himself, he seemed to be lying motionless on a wooden plank, utterly unable to move. Chu Feng bent down to look at himself and found he was also dressed in clothing resembling a Zhongshan suit. And pinned prominently on his left chest was a small red flower.
A red flower? Isn't that something only the groom wears?
Before Chu Feng could ponder further, an eerie sham melody drifted in from the outskirts of the ghostly realm. Simultaneously, a flamboyantly dressed old woman approached, squinting and smiling at Chu Feng as she said,
"Groom, it's time for us to set off."
Chapter 50, Ghost Marriage, Black Cat steps on the coffin.
Groom? Set off?
Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded.
What on earth did these words mean?
But what puzzled him most was why he'd been standing at the alley entrance moments ago, yet now found himself seemingly inside a mansion.
And how had he ended up lying on a wooden board after merely wiping his eyes with an osmanthus leaf? Could it be that the willow leaf young fatty gave him was cursed?
But there was no time to ponder. Chu Feng felt as if he were dying. The old woman proceeded to apply rouge and powder to Chu Feng's face, looking every bit like an embalmer preparing a corpse for burial. The thought sent a chill through Chu Feng's heart. Lying on the board, wearing death makeup, the sound of Swana outside. All these elements combined forced Chu Feng to reach a conclusion.
He was already dead. Though utterly unbelievable, Chu Feng couldn't help but think this way. My entire life's reputation ruined by a willow leaf grazing my eye? Resentment surged within Chu Feng, yet even straining every muscle, this body felt utterly foreign, completely immobilized. Forget summoning the soul-calling banner, he couldn't even twitch a finger or blink an eye. In fact, he wasn't even certain whose vision this was. Was it his spirit form seeing, or this body? This feeling of being at the mercy of others was unbearable. Though Chu Feng wasn't entirely numb to it, he still felt a profound discomfort as if his body no longer belonged to him, violated at will by others. So this is what true death feels like. Chu Feng couldn't help but recall the scene when he had entered the ghost-sealing coffin before. Even then, the despair and helplessness he had felt could not compare to what he was experiencing now. After an unknown duration of being at others' mercy, the door suddenly burst open. Four burly men approached him and lifted Chu Feng off the ground. Next, he felt himself being placed in an environment of extreme cold and gloom. Soon after, the sound of shones filled the air. "Raise the coffin, welcome the bride."
A shrill, eunuch-like male voice rang out, and Chu Feng felt himself being lifted. It was obvious the men carrying him were ghosts too.
Yet one thing puzzled Chu Feng: why hadn't he turned into a ghost himself, even though he was dead?
But soon, Chu Feng cast these thoughts aside. For amidst the wedding procession, he spotted a familiar figure. Beneath the peachwood coffin carrying Chu Feng, another ghost was seen supporting the entire casket.
Chu Feng looked and realized it was none other than Yaya. How could it be Yaya?
Chu Feng suddenly understood only Yaya could freely enter and exit the soul-summoning banner. Yaya carefully supported Chu Feng's coffin, her eyes scanning everything around her with extreme caution. After all, she was merely a wandering spirit, one incapable of forcibly enhancing her power through ghostly energy. Under the heavy ghostly energy permeating this scene, she was already struggling to breathe. Yet she refused to give up, escorting Chu Feng with unwavering resolve.
Chu Feng knew Yaya might become his final trump card.
The ghost child scattered coins before the coffin, while the escorting spirits behind beamed with joy.
On the crooked tree by the village, a black cat stared wide-eyed at the wedding procession.
Chu Feng had heard the saying, "A black cat stepping on a coffin means the deceased returns."
If that were true, could he not come back to life?
A plan instantly formed in Chu Feng's mind. A psychic bond existed between the contract ghost and its master. Thus, Chu Feng attempted to summon it.
"Yaya, can you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Yaya's eyes lit up with disbelief. "Brother Chu Feng, you're not dead?"
Chu Feng sighed helplessly, "Not yet, but who knows how long that'll last."
"I have a task for you. See that black cat on the crooked tree?"
Yaya craned her little head to look and nodded. "When the coffin hits the ground, place that cat on the coffin lid.
This is our only chance."
At this point, it was a case of grasping at straws.
Yaya obeyed, quickly slipping away from the coffin bearers. Fortunately, her tiny frame went unnoticed. Chu Feng's heart remained uncertain, unsure what fate awaited him. The feeling of having your life and death held in someone else's hands, it's truly unbearable. The procession continued onward, but Chu Feng's consciousness followed Yaya toward the crooked neck tree. After all, being a feline creature, she was naturally suspicious. He had expected the capture to be quite difficult, but unexpectedly, the black cat showed no hostility toward Yaya. Instead, it leaped down from the tree and begged Yaya to stroke its head. Yaya stroked its head while muttering something under her breath. As if understanding her words, the cat obediently nodded before leaping onto Yaya's head. Yaya stroked the cat's head contentedly, while the feline obediently licked Yaya's hair. Between them, it seemed as though some connection existed, making them appear so perfectly suited. Sure enough, the next moment, a clear female voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. "Ghost Spirit Guide acquired, 9-turn Mystic Cat." Chu Feng was startled. This black cat was actually a ghost spirit guide? He had only heard Xiaohua mention it before, never expecting to encounter one in this ghost realm. Contract Ghost evolved, Yaya Spirit Cat Fortune Child. What Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that Yaya had somehow reacted with the black cat, triggering its evolution. This black cat must have an extraordinary origin. If they could survive this journey, it would be a huge gain. After an unknown period, the wedding procession arrived before a classical wooden house. Though made of wood, its interior decoration radiated opulence. No need to guess it must belong to some wealthy family. A rosewood coffin was placed before the door. A slick-faced man stepped out of the procession, followed by a plump woman. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day, my son Song Sija and Lin Yuyan joyfully unite as husband and wife. To share this joy with our esteemed guests, we now invite everyone to participate in a little game. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, yet cheered enthusiastically. Chu Feng was speechless. They hadn't even asked what the game's conditions were, yet they were already so cooperative. What if it's a game where you have to die? Would you still play? Alright then, what's this game? Bring it on! Chu Feng followed the voice and recognized a familiar face. The man wore scholarly robes, yet his head was crowned with that signature Taoist priest's hat. Damn it, isn't that Lin Zhengfeng? Chu Feng couldn't be mistaken, this troublemaker was indeed Lin Zhengfeng. As he focused his attention on the so-called guests, he spotted even more familiar faces. It turned out he wasn't the only one mingling among the wedding procession. Many other freshmen who had entered the alley before him were there too. The plump woman said nothing, merely clapping her hands lightly. At that moment, the room's doors swung wide open, and 2 or 3 dozen women dressed in wedding attire emerged simultaneously. The rules are simple: identify my daughter-in-law from among them. And once you do, you'll be rewarded with 100 ghost pill. At that moment, a curious onlooker asked, "What if we make a mistake?" Hearing the question, the lady let out a chilling laugh. Her pupils vanished entirely, fangs protruded from her mouth, and she snarled menacingly. Wrong? That's easily settled. Death. Chapter 51, Lifting Your Veil. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All the freshmen, including Chu Feng, felt their hearts stir at the mention of the reward. The 100 ghosts pill, now that was a precious item. Consuming just one would grant the equivalent spiritual energy of 100 fierce ghosts. Such a treasure was rare even among the wealthy second-generation elite of the imperial capital. But the condition for getting it wrong. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? For a moment, the freshmen below the stage exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. The moment they entered the alley, they too had become participants in this ghost marriage. It seemed as though each had been assigned a different role. At first, they were utterly bewildered. Yet some quick-witted souls darted back and forth within the wedding procession and discovered other classmates hidden among the crowd. Thus, the bewildered group could only follow along, wondering where this procession would lead them. But none could have imagined that the figure lying within the coffin was the real heavyweight. Upon hearing that choosing wrong would mean death, everyone began to seriously consider backing out. Entering the inner chamber was merely a quest for opportunity it wasn't worth risking their lives for. Yet, having come this far, they had no choice but to proceed. The natives silently encircled the newcomers, shrouded in shadows and exuding deathly aura. These natives possessed an average strength of peak-level fierce ghosts, numbering roughly 40. The most terrifying, however, were the 4 burly ghosts, each possessing mid-stage blood robe strength. Even among the gifted freshmen of Imperial Capital University, those possessing blood robe ghost cultivation were extremely rare. With only 30 freshmen present at most, they stood no chance against these foes. Compounded by the fact that this was their territory, fortified by the ghostly domain, resistance was futile. Yet instead of killing them outright, the opponents offered them a so-called game. Why? In other words, the optimal choice at this moment seemed to be selecting the bride. Of course, those who had voluntarily ventured into the inner layers of the ghost realm were no ordinary individuals. Thus, one newcomer calmly stepped forward from the crowd. "I'll go." Instantly, all eyes turned to him. The young man approached the brides, sniffing at something using a method he'd apparently picked up somewhere. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, utterly baffled by this guy's antics. After all, none of them had ever seen the so-called brides before, let alone smelled their scent. So how could this nose-sniffing method possibly work? Sure enough, after pacing for a moment, the boy stopped at the bride on the left end. His face beaming with confidence, he declared, "It's her. That's the one." The groom's mother gave a slight nod, signaling him to lift the veil. At that moment, the melody of "Lift Up Your Veil" played by the Swana flute seemed to appear out of thin air. The guy confidently lifted the veil, only to find a woman with a face as ugly as Pomegranate's sister staring back at him. "Holy crap, you're so ugly, why are you dousing yourself in so much perfume?" The groom's face was filled with shock, clearly startled by the woman's appearance. His method of finding her was to sniff out the bride with the strongest perfume scent among the many. Little did he expect the strongest scent to belong to a buck-toothed ugly woman. The native ghosts burst into laughter, their teeth nearly falling out. One burly ghost roared, "You dare steal my girl?" With that, he lifted the man into the air, squeezing his body mid-flight. Fortunately, the man acted swiftly. After making the wrong choice, he immediately clutched the teleportation orb in his hand.
Thus, just as he was about to be crushed to death, he managed to shatter the teleportation orb. To the newcomers, it seemed as though the boy's spot had been replaced by a scarecrow. A loud crackling sound followed as the scarecrow shattered. To the natives, however, the unlucky soul who had chosen wrong was truly crushed to death.
Chu Feng frowned.
It seemed this teleportation bead was indeed a valuable item.
If that guy hadn't had the teleportation orb, Chu Feng couldn't imagine any other way to escape.
At the same time, Chu Feng felt relieved about his choice. Had he taken Lin Zhengfeng's teleportation bead, that would have been the ultimate loss.
He couldn't use it, and Lin Zhengfeng couldn't escape either.
Facing the crushed scarecrow, the villagers seemed utterly indifferent, while only the newcomers trembled in fear. After all, that guy had survived by clutching the orb in his hand and crushing it instantly.
When their turn came, would they possess that boy's reflexes?
The middle-aged woman's lips curled in contempt as she continued.
Next participant, please. You have 10 seconds to prepare.
The crowd exchanged nervous glances.
10 seconds. Who would volunteer first? The later they went, the higher their chances of being chosen. But with only 10 seconds to decide, even those reluctant had no choice but to step forward.
Forget it, I'll go. The girl's eyes held a look of resignation as she gripped the teleportation orb tightly in her hand. Facing a group of brides whose figures were nearly indistinguishable, he truly didn't know what to do.
You have 10 seconds left to choose. With no other choice, the girl hastily made a random selection before the countdown ended.
The outcome was predictable. Beneath the red veil lay the face of a weasel.
Oh no, teleport away quickly.
The girl hastily crushed the teleportation bead, but it was too late. The weasel exhaled a thick cloud of putrid corpse gas, instantly corroding the girl's face beyond recognition.
Everyone frowned. Had she really failed to escape despite reacting instantly?
Only Chu Feng noticed that this so-called girl didn't seem to be a real person at all, more like a decoy.
Sure enough, amidst the crowd, Chu Feng spotted that familiar figure, Bai Ningmiao. The so-called person earlier was likely a disguised decoy doll, a tactic he knew all too well. This seemed to serve as a warning to everyone.
Among all the brides, this yellow-furred creature was undoubtedly the most dangerous.
It was practically an instant death sentence.
The next 6 newcomers, after making the wrong choice, hastily crushed their teleportation orbs. Though they could only teleport back, it was still a matter of saving their lives.
Next.
The woman's face remained expressionless, but her tone was icy cold. The crowd exchanged nervous glances.
After so many attempts, they still couldn't identify the so-called bride.
For a moment, no one dared step forward.
Fine, I'll go.
The voice was firm and resolute, tinged with a hint of defiance. It was Lin Zhengfeng.
Lin Zhengfeng? If it's him, what difference will it make?
Lin Zhengfeng walked slowly toward the brides and made a request.
Everyone line up in a row. This will make it easier for me to choose.
Upon his words, the brides obediently formed a line. Just as everyone focused intently on what Lin Zhengfeng would do next, a flash of sacred golden light erupted, severing every bride's head from her body. Lin Zhengfeng withdrew his peachwood sword and coldly addressed the man and his wife.
If I'm not mistaken, Miss Lin Yuyan isn't among these so-called brides, is she? Chapter 52, The Contract, a Night-Class Ghost Bride. Lin Zhengfeng's words sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Indeed, after all this time, they still hadn't chosen a true bride.
And even after Lin Zhengfeng beheaded all the brides, the couple didn't seem particularly distraught. The answer was obvious. In this so-called bride selection game, there was never a real bride to begin with. This game had been a dead end from the very beginning. Even the number of brides was just barely greater than the number of newcomers, ensuring everyone would be caught in the net. But instead of anger, the couple burst into laughter. So what if it is? With your current strength, do you really think you can walk out of here? The woman spoke the truth.
Had they not chosen this game earlier, but instead fought to the death,
they might have dealt a devastating blow to the villagers.
But they hadn't united as one. Each had thought more about how to save themselves. And so, the strength of the newborn faction was cleverly diminished.
The newborn faction now possessed far less strength than before. Eliminating the newborn faction now would be considerably less taxing. One must admit, this scheme was indeed ingenious.
Though I know not whence you come, nor what purpose brings you to my home. But since you've come, don't even think about leaving. With that, the villagers revealed their ghostly forms, their aura instantly overwhelming the newborn core. Lin Zhengfeng gripped his peachwood sword tightly, his left hand suddenly materializing another identical blade as his eyes turned bloodshot. The other freshmen also manifested their respective ghostly forms, ready to fight to the death. Victory meant a huge payoff. Defeat could be escaped with a teleportation bead. Even Chu Feng had prepared to feign death at any moment. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a woman's voice echoed from within the gates.
Enough! Let them go!
Upon hearing the voice, the Song couple hurried to the doorway and responded.
Miss Lin, you are our Song family's future daughter-in-law. We will certainly obey your wishes. But these people?
Lin Yuyan paid no heed, continuing firmly.
Either let them go, or have them join the wedding banquet. Otherwise,
I'll strangle myself to death in this room. These words sent a chill through the Song couple. Mrs. Song, who had been razor-sharp moments before, nearly dropped to her knees at the doorway. She hurriedly agreed.
Yes, yes, yes. We'll do as you say. Please don't do anything rash. Chu Feng frowned. It seemed this Miss Lin was no ordinary girl.
Or rather, she held great importance to the Song family. Therefore, until the wedding was complete, they would comply with everything Miss Song said. Sure enough, though Mrs. Song's gaze toward the newcomers was filled with disdain, she had no choice but to address them politely. You may either leave or stay to attend my child's wedding. At these words, some of the newcomers finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hurried toward the alley entrance without pausing.
This approach wasn't entirely wrong.
The outer perimeter was considerably safer, where one could generally survive for 3 days. But in this eerie inner layer, death could come unexpectedly. Even the best outcome might just be using a teleportation bead to escape.
But then, how could he continue his studies? But where some choose to leave, others inevitably stay behind.
Lin Zhengfeng carefully sheathed his weapon. Bai Ningmiao stood beside him, her gaze searching as if hunting for something.
Holy crap, she can't be looking for me, right?
Chu Feng thought to himself, unable to respond. Chu Feng glanced at the few who remained and discovered they were all prominent figures from Imperial Capital University.
Gu Xianhong, Wang Miao, and others were present.
Geniuses had their pride they wouldn't leave lightly. Thus, only 10 people remained. These 10 individuals had essentially chosen to stay behind and keep Chu Feng company.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. I thought I'd be all alone.
Yet plans rarely match reality. What followed for Chu Feng proved no different from being truly alone. The auspicious hour has arrived. Prepare for the wedding ceremony. A sharp male voice called out from outside the door as 4 burly men lifted Chu Feng out of the coffin. When the remaining individuals turned to look at the so-called Song Young Master, their minds went blank. This wasn't the Song Young Master at all, it was clearly Chu Feng.
Chu Feng? Bai Ningmiao blurted out.
Lin Zhengfeng, who had been puzzled, exclaimed in surprise.
You know Chu Feng?
Bai Ningmiao remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng.
Beside them, Wang Miao's lips curved upward, saying nothing.
Chu Feng never imagined his fate could be so utterly miserable. Upon entering the room, the Song couple took their seats on the spring and autumn chairs before the hall. Kneeling beside him was a woman veiled in red.
Though he couldn't see her true face, Chu Feng felt an uncanny sense of familiarity.
She was different from those fake brides, making Chu Feng feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity.
This must be the girl with the oil paper umbrella, right?
As Chu Feng pondered this, his body was bound together with a dwarf man. After all, Chu Feng was merely a corpse and couldn't perform the wedding rites on his own, so someone else had to manipulate him. The sleazy dwarf man tied himself behind Chu Feng, stiffly manipulating the corpse already stiffening with rigor mortis. The man manipulated the corpse with careless indifference, yet his lecherous gaze lingered on the bride's body.
First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to your parents. Bow to each other as husband and wife.
Even at this point, Lin Yuyan showed no sign of resistance. Song Jia and her husband exchanged a satisfied smile.
Enter the bridal chamber together.
It wasn't until the call to enter the bridal chamber that the sleazy man reluctantly released the restraints. Even if he wanted to assist with this final step, the Song couple would never permit it. As for how exactly this step would be carried out, even Chu Feng wasn't entirely sure.
In fact, was somewhat curious. Minutes later, Chu Feng's body was forcibly moved into a room filled with flickering candlelight.
Though the room was somewhat rustic, the eternal candles and various crimson decorations made it look quite decent. This was the so-called bridal chamber for Song Gongzi and Lin Yuyan. Chu Feng dared not contemplate what would happen next. His body was laid upon the bed, and the maids discreetly withdrew. Though they left, they remained outside the door, listening intently for any sound. Lin Yuyan remained veiled beneath the crimson head covering, her gaze fixed elsewhere as she spoke directly.
Aren't you going to wake up? Having said that, Chu Feng could only summon Yaya and the black cat. The black cat leaped onto the bedhead and stepped on Chu Feng's face. In the next instant, Chu Feng regained consciousness and breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed this method truly worked. Before he could savor the relief, the woman seized his hand and murmured softly, "Don't you want to lift the red veil and see me?" Her tone was like that of a wronged young wife. How could Chu Feng possibly refuse? Chu Feng lifted the veil, revealing the woman he had seen in the surroundings. Her eyes brimmed with tears, as if she bore 1,000 grievances yet found no words to express them. Just as Chu Feng was about to ask what had happened, Lin Yuyan's delicate hand covered his mouth. She slowly drew the oil paper umbrella from beneath the veil and said, "I can't go out. Take this umbrella with you." Chapter 53, Ghostbox Fusion, Ghost Bride. Chu Feng frowned, unsure of the woman's true intentions. But then the woman spoke again. "Over countless years, so many people have come here. Yet no matter how many times I've tried, I can never escape this cycle of fate. Each time an outsider arrives, I must perform these farcical ghostly weddings. There is no escape. The Song family lured me here, claiming that only by marrying their child in this ghostly union could their son be revived. Until I saw you. It seems only you can truly bring him back to life. After he's revived, you should be able to leave this place. Her voice was mournful, whether out of joy for Chu Feng or sorrow for her own fate, it was unclear. She had waited for the so-called destined one, the one who could break the cycle of reincarnation. Yet she still couldn't escape with him. Chu Feng finally began to grasp the situation. This woman named Lin Yuyan had been imprisoned within the endless cycle of this ghostly realm. For 100 years, she had searched for someone who could break the cycle. Now that she had found him, she discovered the seals within his body remained unbroken. At this point, her heart had died. Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes and gazed at Lin Yuyan. Wrathful woman Lin Yuyan. Level, Early Yaksha. Potential, S rank. Combat skill, SSS. Skill, Crimson Blood Slaughter. While this contracted ghost is summoned, a blood-red ghostly aura surrounds the summoner, masking their human aura. Companion ghost weapon, Oil Paper Umbrella. When opened, it forcibly absorbs and refines ghosts of lower cultivation than itself. Has a chance to absorb other ghostly beings' skills. Evaluation, for countless ages, the maiden beneath the moon has waited, oil paper umbrella in hand, for the destined one to arrive. Studying the girl's ghostly data, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. But young lady, you're already a Rakshasa stage ghost entity. Why won't you harm the villagers? The woman merely shook her head silently. I tried before, but it had absolutely no effect. If I kill them, this world will reshape itself, and the cycle of reincarnation will never end. Over time, I've simply stopped resisting the futility of it all. Chu Feng fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. His hidden mission was indeed to obtain this oil paper umbrella. Moreover, the oil paper umbrella's capabilities were truly terrifying. However, without its original owner to wield it, possessing the umbrella alone would likely diminish its effectiveness significantly. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Feng suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. Miss, if I say I have a way to rescue you, would you be willing to follow me and serve me? Chu Feng's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Lin Yuyan, whose tears streamed down her face like rain. Lin Yuyan abruptly turned to face Chu Feng, her tear-filled eyes brimming with hope as she replied. If you can save me, my lord, I would even pledge myself to you. Chu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He certainly hadn't intended to go that far. Besides, once she became his ghostly servant, her loyalty would be unwavering. There would be no question of violating a woman's will. Chu Feng spoke. I possess a technique that can fuse ghostly entities together. If your will is strong enough, you can certainly merge with my own ghostly entity and break free from this cycle of reincarnation. Chu Feng had finally grasped the proper application of the ghost charm. His red-robed senior sister possessed a body but no soul, while this ghost bride had ghostly consciousness but no physical form. Fusing the two could create a new ghost entity possessing Lin Yuyan's consciousness. Moreover, Chu Feng could deploy numerous ghostly entities to assist in the fusion process. Thus, if the fusion succeeded, Chu Feng would gain another formidable ally. Just as Chu Feng was about to explain the dangers of the ghost charm to Lin Yuyan, she cut him off. I can do it. No matter the risk, I'm willing to take it. With those words spoken, Chu Feng naturally had little left to say. After all, for Lin Yuyan, this might be her only chance to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Even if it meant her ghostly form would shatter and she could never be reborn, she was willing to try. Once everything was prepared, Chu Feng summoned the soul-calling banner in his hand. Upon seeing the soul-summoning banner, the oil paper umbrella seemed to react, flying into it of its own accord. Chu Feng hurriedly explained. My ghost controlling space is a bit cramped. Bear with it for a moment. With that, Lin Yuyan willingly entered the soul-summoning banner. When Lin Yuyan opened her eyes again, she found herself facing a scene unlike anything she had ever witnessed in her life. Corpse ghosts devoured one another beneath a blood-red moon. Chu Feng sat upon a towering throne, a symbol of supreme power, gazing down upon all beings. Lin Yuyan couldn't help but doubt whether this man before her was the Chu Feng she knew. At Chu Feng's command, the red-robed senior behind him stepped forward. Chu Feng spoke calmly to Lin Yuyan. You must remain steadfast within yourself during this fusion. Otherwise, your will may easily be scattered or corrupted by other ghostly entities. Chu Feng's warning came purely from his heart. He could not bear to see Lin Yuyan's ghostly form shatter after enduring such prolonged torment. But truthfully, whether Lin Yuyan remained herself after the fusion or not, it mattered little to Chu Feng. Lin Yuyan silently stepped forward, gazing at the red-robed senior whose eyes were vacant yet whose features and bearing bore a faint resemblance to her own. As if bidding farewell, she quipped. We look quite alike, don't we? But I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. The implication was clear, she was about to take over the red-robed senior's body. The fusion of the ghost bud began. Suddenly, a massive eye opened upon the blood moon. The eye fixed its gaze on Lin Yuyan, and at that very moment, a ring of crimson ghostly energy erupted around her. She touched her hands to the back of the red-robed senior. Instantly, the collision of the two ghostly energies created a massive surge that drew the attention of other ghostly beings. Facing two formidable specters, one clad in blood-red robes and the other of Yaksa-level power, the other ghostly beings initially dared not make a move. But as the two ghosts' faces contorted in agony, some slowly approached, greedily feeding on the spilling aura. Chu Feng remained silent, merely watching. Behind him, the female class monitor, now dressed as a bunny girl, asked, "Master, are we just going to stand by and watch?" Chu Feng shot her a look that said, "Ask again and I'll turn you into a bug too," effectively silencing her. Was it that he didn't want to intervene? It was that he couldn't intervene. This fusion of ghost and bug was already fraught with countless variables. If he interfered further, it could all come to nothing. After an unknown span of time, a woman appeared before Chu Feng, her eyes bloodshot, clad in a wedding gown stained crimson. Lin Yuyan had succeeded. You have contracted a Yaxia-tier ghost entity, Ghost Bride. You have obtained a God-tier ghost artifact, Oil Paper Umbrella. Hidden quest completed, obtained peak level Wraith experience card for all members 1. Chu Feng was over the moon he'd actually rolled a peak tier Wicked Ghost experience card for the entire team. For others, this might be useless. After all, he only had a handful of ghosts. But Chu Feng was different. Staring at the 14,320 remaining fusion-ready ghosts in his inventory, he grinned from ear to ear. Knock knock knock. Miss Lin, we've come to check if young Master Song has awakened. Hearing the maid's voices outside the door, Chu Feng let out a wicked grin. I'm back from the dead, now it's your turn to die. Chapter 54, Operation Anti-Trafficking. He had painlessly acquired a yak, a female ghost, and conveniently obtained a divine oil paper umbrella. Both in reason and in sentiment, he ought to help Lin Yuyan with this favor. Besides, Chu Feng had been bottling up his feelings for so long. He craved release more than anyone else. So, let's begin right now. Chu Feng walked slowly toward the door and opened it. Young master, you've truly awakened. The two maids were overjoyed, never expecting their young master to truly revive. Just as they were about to report to the master and mistress, Chu Feng grabbed them by the arm. These were merely two ghosts with rudimentary powers. Chu Feng could have easily crushed their skulls with a single strike, but he resisted the urge. Chu Feng snarled, you've ruined this young master's enjoyment. The maids glanced at Lin Yuyan, who stood smiling inside the room, and immediately knelt to beg forgiveness. Young master, we know we've erred. We disturbed your and the young mistress's enjoyment, we deserve death 1,000 times over. The maids knelt frantically, continuing until their heads oozed corpse oil, yet they dared not stop. Young master, whatever punishment you deem fit, we shall accept it without complaint. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he said aloud, of course you'll be punished by joining them. At these words, the maids froze in utter bewilderment. Not only that, but Lin Yuyan's eyes widened in shock. Though she had prepared herself to sacrifice her virtue for freedom, she never imagined Chu Feng could be so depraved as to spare not even the young maids. Ever since arriving here, the two maids had endured every form of abuse from the master and mistress, believing that was already the height of depravity. But now, the young master of this household proved to be the real heavyweight. The maids exchanged glances, their expressions filled with complex emotions. In the end, they resolved to take a chance. What if they could become his concubines? That would be infinitely better than marrying that farmhand. As the two entered the room to disarm, Chu Feng promptly stopped them. Stop. What are you doing? The two maids were dumbfounded. Didn't you call us in to do the deed, only to act all high and mighty now? Lin Yuyan finally understood that Chu Feng had summoned them for another purpose. You two tell me everything you know about the Song family and this village, truthfully. Faced with their young master's inexplicable demand, the two had no choice but to comply and began their account. Only then did Chu Feng learn that Xiahe village was originally a small hamlet in the southwestern frontier of Xia Kingdom. The land was vast and sparsely populated, and the people were somewhat uncivilized. As a result, violent uprisings were commonplace, and the death of an entire household every few days was considered routine. Until the arrival of one particular family brought an end to this chaotic state. This was the Song couple. No one knew where they came from, but after they arrived and used a unique method to subdue the ghosts, thereby quelling the village's violent incidents. All the villagers recognized them as the village's foremost family. Yet, from some unknown day onward, the young master of the Song household suddenly fell into a deep, unresponsive sleep. Though he still breathed, he never regained consciousness. They tried nearly every remedy, yet their son remained unresponsive. Just as the Song couple was on the verge of despair, a ragged, long-nosed old woman passed by the village edge, leaving only these words. The sins are many, the Yin energy overwhelming. Only by dispelling the yang can he be awakened. The Song couple hurriedly called out to the old woman, asking how to break the curse. They sold nearly all their possessions to secure the old woman's guidance. The old woman's so-called dispelling the yang naturally meant arranging a ghost marriage, followed by consummation. Thus began the couple's trade in abducting and selling women and children. Seeing the Song family amass considerable wealth, villagers began to follow suit, abducting numerous women. Even the two maidservants had been abducted. Whenever the young master remained unconscious after consummation, the old woman ordered these women brought to her quarters. It wasn't until they abducted Lin Yuyan that the old woman's eyes finally lit up, convinced this was the woman. But that very night, unable to bear the humiliation, Lin Yuyan took her own life with a pair of scissors. Her wedding gown was stained a deep crimson with her blood. She cursed every soul in the village to die a miserable death. In an instant, she pierced the heavens, and the entire village perished along with her. Thus, Shaha village vanished as if evaporated overnight, leaving no living soul behind. After hearing this, Chu Feng's expression grew complex. He hadn't expected these two maidservants to be such tragic figures themselves. Fortunately, he hadn't laid a finger on them earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained such valuable information. But what troubled Chu Feng most was the old woman. What was her true purpose in doing all this? Or rather, had she passed away in old age, or had she too become a ghostly entity? Chu Feng asked the maids whether the old woman was still alive, but their eyes flickered with hesitation, as if gripped by profound fear. Chu Feng pressed no further. One of the maids pointed toward a thatched cottage atop the mountain. Chu Feng understood this old woman must possess some extraordinary power. So much so that even from this distance, the maids dared not speak lightly of her. Chu Feng nodded slightly, waving his soul-summoning banner. The two maids were immediately drawn into its folds. Chu Feng turned his gaze to Lin Yuyan and asked with concern, "Should we spare one of these villagers?" Lin Yuyan stared blankly at Chu Feng, nodding with tears of hatred and resentment streaming down her face. The inhuman torment these people had inflicted upon her flooded her mind with terrible memories. She had been unable to kill them before, but now things were different. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "Leave them all to me." Chu Feng smiled faintly and kicked the door open. In the grand hall, the guests reveled in joyous celebration. They exchanged congratulations and listened to music, reveling in joy. The Song couple smiled with satisfaction. After all, this was arguably the most cooperative Lin Yuyan had been in countless lifetimes. Yet despite their shrewdness, they never could have imagined. As the old saying goes, when things go awry, something sinister is afoot. And now, the demon had arrived. Chu Feng, holding Lin Yuyan's hand, slowly walked toward the crowd. The Song couple's eyes lit up, filled with disbelief. Their son had actually awakened. But that embalmer's makeup job was a bit off, wasn't it? Why did their son look slightly different and somehow even more handsome? The villagers' expressions were also filled with astonishment. After all, they had no idea how many times he had supposedly passed away. They'd assumed he'd be permanently laid out for them to mourn, but now he'd actually awakened. Now they truly didn't know whether to rejoice or worry. The joy was that the Song family would surely offer compensation. But the worry was whether the Song family would wash their hands of the business and quit the trafficking trade. If they quit, the villagers would lose their source of illicit gains. The Song couple seemed to sense everyone's apprehension. Mrs. Song stood up and declared, "My son waking up today is cause for great celebration. But I intend to continue this trade. Please rest assured, fellow villagers." For a moment, the guests erupted in excitement. Their interests remained intact naturally. This was welcome news. Seeing the greed in everyone's eyes, Chu Feng felt they were beyond redemption. Madame Song even came over to link her arm through Chu Feng's, discussing with him which region's girls were the most plump and juicy. Chu Feng could bear it no longer. A flash of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. "Since you refuse to stop, I'll have no choice but to take your head." Chapter 55, Wiping out the village, trampling the hut. Mrs. Song, unaware of what her son was saying, merely smiled and replied, "My dear son, you must be exhausted. Hurry back with Yu Yan and give us an eldest grandson." Mrs. Song seemed so overwhelmed by the joy of her son's awakening that she failed to notice the dark shadow now covering Chu Feng's face. She stepped forward, her hands gently caressing Chu Feng's face as she said, "My son, you've been unconscious for so many years. There are so many things you don't understand. You don't understand the painstaking efforts of your father and mother, nor the great merit we've earned by leading the villagers to prosperity." Chu Feng listened to these words with disdain in his heart. They speak with such righteous indignation, yet what they do is nothing but despicable deeds that destroy others' destinies. Chu Feng signaled to Lin Yuyan with his eyes. Lin Yuyan understood. The next instant, a crimson ghostly aura swept past. Madame Song's head was instantly severed and flung away, her ghostly form disintegrating in an instant. The scene left everyone utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? On her wedding night, the daughter-in-law had slain her own mother-in-law? Panic erupted instantly. Some quick-witted individuals even tried to rush out the door. But Lin Yuyan merely glanced at the door. The next moment, it slammed shut. No matter how hard the villagers pounded on it, it wouldn't budge. Master Song was startled too. He looked at Chu Feng and Lin Yuyan in confusion. "Son, what on earth are you two doing?" Chu Feng sneered in disdain. "Look closer, you bastard. Who the hell is your son? I'm more like your father." Chu Feng had truly had enough. Being called son by this dead man's trafficker felt nothing short of an unlucky omen. Master Song had no time to ponder further. He urgently shouted, "Where are the servants?" In an instant, several burly men clad in blood-stained robes blocked Chu Feng and his companion. Chu Feng was speechless. Even among the blood-robed warriors, their strength was considerable. But against Lin Yuyan, who possessed Yaksha-level power and was armed with ghostly artifacts, they were as weak as paper.
The burly ghost lunged at Chu Feng's face with a punch, only to have it effortlessly parried by Lin Yuyan's oil paper umbrella.
Lin Yuyan roared.
Hurt my husband, and you're asking for death.
With that, she lightly jabbed the tip of her umbrella toward one of the ghosts.
To onlookers, this seemed like nothing more than an ant shaking a tree, yet the outcome defied their expectations. The instant the tip touched the burly ghost, it instantly pierced through him. His body, honed to bronze-colored steel, instantly crumbled like white paper. Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp.
Was this the earth-shattering power a ghost weapon unleashed only when wielded by its master?
Beads of sweat formed on the brows of the other three burly ghosts as they combined their strength for a full power strike. Yet this single strike reshaped the very air itself. The air exploded toward Chu Feng in a highly tense form.
Since directional skills proved ineffective, what about area of effect attacks?
The three burly ghosts' objective and strategy were clear.
If they couldn't withstand Lin Yuyan, they might as well kill Chu Feng outright. But alas, their scheme failed. A black cat suddenly appeared before Chu Feng, generating a sacred halo that deflected all the earlier attacks and their lethal damage. The sheer power of that strike was terrifying, even shattering the bodies of several nearby ghosts. Yet despite this, Chu Feng remained unscathed. Instead, it only served to ignite Lin Yuyan's fighting spirit. It's all my fault. I failed to protect my husband. With that, Lin Yuyan charged recklessly at the three burly ghosts, engaging them in close-quarters combat.
Chu Feng was utterly bewildered.
Why was she calling him my husband?
He couldn't tell if this was her genuine sentiment or merely the effect of maxed-out loyalty. After an unknown span of time, the scene was one of utter devastation. Not a single ghostly creature in the village remained. This was the sheer terror of a Yaksa-level ghost. Killing blood robes was like slaughtering chickens, while those below blood robe rank were no more than ants to be crushed underfoot. In an instant, only Lin Zhangfeng and a few others remained in the hall. Lin Zhangfeng walked slowly toward Chu Feng, patting his shoulder in disbelief as he said,
"Holy crap, you're something else, kid. You actually snagged the ghost bride."
Truthfully, he had always felt Chu Feng's temperament was unlike others, as if they were kindred spirits. But now it was clear that Chu Feng's capabilities far exceeded his imagination. At least with his current abilities, if he were to face so many ghostly creatures, he truly wouldn't know what to do.
Beside him stood Bai Ningmiao. Chu Feng grinned sheepishly. "Heh, Miss Bai, you're here too?" Bai Ningmiao, however, pouted and retorted irritably. "Well, looks like our Mr. Chu is doing just fine."
Chu Feng gave an awkward laugh, at a loss for words as Bai Ningmiao shot him a sharp look.
Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Zhangfeng cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I suppose we've completed our mission. Shall we head back together?"
Chu Feng replied, "If it were truly over, we'd already be back in the present world." As he spoke, Chu Feng cast a meaningful glance toward the thatched hut atop the mountain.
"This journey might carry some risks. I can handle it alone."
As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Lin Yuyan summoned a crimson waterfall that cascaded directly toward the hut. Lin Zhangfeng retorted, "Don't be ridiculous.
If we were afraid, we would have left already." "Exactly. Besides, we can still support you, right?"
Gu Xianhong, having witnessed Chu Feng's strength earlier, could only respond thus. With that, the group followed behind Chu Feng, heading toward the thatched hut together. Thus, Chu Feng, Lin Zhangfeng, Wang Miao, Bai Ningmiao, and Gu Xianhong temporarily formed a small squad. They made their way toward the thatched hut. As they approached the hut, a thick stench of decay hit their noses.
Lin Zhangfeng couldn't help but curse, "Damn, what the hell is that smell?"
Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes, revealing another astonishing scene.
Blocking their path stood countless young women.
Each had blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their vacant eyes filled with utter despair.
Like puppets on strings, they were lined up in a row. Reveal.
Chu Feng's ghost eyes illuminated the area before the thatched hut, revealing dozens of despairing female ghosts.
Lin Zhangfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, isn't that a skill only Yang Qian possesses? How come you can do it too?"
Indeed, one of Ghost Eye Yang Qian's signature abilities was revealing ghostly entities, a skill that could be considered his exclusive domain.
But how did this man possess it too?
Lin Zhangfeng found himself increasingly unable to fathom Chu Feng.
Indeed, someone favored by the vice president of Imperial Capital University couldn't possibly be weak. Fu Hongyan hadn't given Chu Feng a teleportation bead earlier for one reason only.
Among all present, only Chu Feng possessed the ability to completely bypass the need for that teleportation bead. Chu Feng summoned the soul summoning banner and murmured softly, "You are freed."
In the next instant, the dozens of female ghosts were all drawn into the banner.
Just as Lin Zhangfeng and the others were still reeling from Chu Feng's astonishing maneuver.
The next moment, the thatched hut's door swung wide open.
A voice thick with deathly coldness roared angrily. "Who dares disturb this old woman's peaceful slumber?" Chapter 56, Virgin Blood Exchange Technique, The Undying Old Crone. Though her form remained unseen, the overwhelming force of her aura blew the group back repeatedly. Realizing the situation was dire, Chu Feng swiftly adjusted his stance. The ghost general with his broadsword and the Ling Luo puppet guarded his sides, while the ghost bride in front blocked the ghostly energy. Lin Zhangfeng drew both swords, striking at the ghostly energy.
For a moment, both sides stood locked in tense confrontation. Chu Feng snapped angrily. "You old bastard, come out here." These words struck a nerve like poking at the dragon's reverse scale. In an instant, the thatched hut was violently torn apart and hurled away. The next moment, a body resembling a desiccated corpse appeared before them. The emaciated frame was draped in a lavish crimson gown, and atop the head, where only a few strands of hair remained, sat a large red flower. Judging solely by the attire, one might mistake it for a young maiden in her prime. Yet the almost moisture-free skin was far more terrifying than that of the female ghost who fed on children. Gus Xianhong exclaimed in astonishment. "Holy, is this human or ghost?" Indeed, judging solely by her appearance and the malevolent aura of ghostly energy surrounding her, it was impossible to tell whether she was human or ghost. Chu Feng replied in a solemn tone, "Human. A human who should have died." Chu Feng finally understood why the other had reacted so violently earlier. He had touched upon a forbidden subject, age. Chu Feng looked at her sunken, dry eye sockets and asked, "Old woman, how many years have you lived?" This remark once again enraged the old crone. With a burst of immense power from somewhere within, she launched a direct attack at Chu Feng. This played right into Chu Feng's hands. He swiftly opened his oil paper umbrella, completely absorbing the attack inside. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips. It seemed the opponent's strength was not beyond his capabilities. On the contrary, if that was all she had, he could take her on single-handedly. Chu Feng held the oil paper umbrella open while activating his ghost eyes, scrutinizing the composition of the attack. As a human, to unleash an attack akin to that of a ghostly entity truly astonished Chu Feng. Lin Zhengfeng stepped closer, staring intently at the blood-exploding ghostly energy, and shouted, "This is bad. It's the virgin blood exchange technique, one of the top-ranked techniques among the 10 great evil arts. Virgin blood exchange, as the name implied, involved replacing one's own blood with that of a woman who had never known a man. During the process, the practitioner gradually drains the victim's blood. In other words, the victim watches themselves die before their very eyes. Moreover, the most diabolical aspect of this technique is that it causes no rejection reaction. That is, in theory. As long as the caster possesses sufficient blood packs, they could theoretically live indefinitely. But clearly, the old woman before them hadn't had a fresh blood pack in a very long time. And what's worse, Wang Miao and Bai Ningmiao had become her new targets. Run! Chu Feng urgently signaled Wang Miao and Bai Ningmiao to flee, but it was already too late. Before their eyes, Bai Ningmiao was sucked directly toward the old crone. "Ha ha ha ha! Little ones, heaven decrees your death." With that, the old crone instantly crushed Bai Ningmiao, swallowing her whole like a blood-soaked gulp. The next moment, her face twisted in horror as she continued laughing. This isn't blood. What the hell is this?" The old crone spat out a torrent of blood, which was mixed with countless centipedes. Clearly, the so-called Bai Ningmiao was still just a substitute doll. Just moments ago, Bai Ningmiao had instantly switched places with the decoy doll, and Wang Miao had dutifully administered the poisonous insect venom onto the doll. In other words, the old woman had actually swallowed the deadly poison herself. Already extremely frail, the addition of that deadly poison made her physical condition unimaginable. Overwhelmed by intense physical discomfort, the old woman attempted to retreat. She jerked backward only to discover her legs bound by a massive serpent. Gu Xianhong's pupils had transformed into vertical slits as she flickered her tongue and declared, "Great serpent deity, you've been a tremendous help." Lin Zhengfeng roared in fury. "You old hag. You've lived long enough, it's time you died." With that, 2 long swords plunged into the old woman's chest. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, splattering onto Lin Zhengfeng's face. In an instant, a mark appeared on Lin Zhengfeng's face. The old crone cackled maliciously. "Young man, you've fallen for it, haven't you?" Lin Zhengfeng felt a sharp pain, but he didn't understand what she meant. "The virgin blood exchange technique isn't as simple as you imagine. Now that you've been tainted by my blood, whenever I wish, my spirit after death can possess your body." The crowd couldn't tell if her words were truth or lie. Having lived among ghostly energies for untold years, coupled with the harm inflicted upon so many innocent maidens, transforming into a ghostly entity after death was her inevitable fate. Which meant, if her words held any truth, she could directly possess Lin Zhengfeng. Even Lin Zhengfeng frowned deeply. If her words were true, wouldn't he be finished? But after a fierce internal struggle, he chose to swing his sword. Lin Zhengfeng thrust his blade into the old woman's forehead, ending her sinful life in an instant. Simultaneously, as if under some unseen control, Lin Zhengfeng's body began to radiate a deathly aura, his features darkening into a sinister grimace. He knew it, he was possessed. Possession varied in severity. An old creature like this one, who had borrowed life to live for over 100 years, carried enough malevolent energy to overwhelm and kill Lin Zhengfeng. Lin Zhengfeng gazed at the others with sorrow in his eyes and declared, "Sacrificing the small self for the greater good, that is the destiny of our Lin family." Simultaneously, he walked slowly toward Chu Feng, who stood closest to him. "Chu Feng, grant me a swift end." Chu Feng, however, stared at Lin Zhengfeng as if he were mentally challenged.
As his ghost eyes activated, the old crone had already transformed into a specter. Her feet dangled as she trailed behind Lin Zhengfeng.
It must be said, this old crone was truly extraordinary.
Though she had just died, her power had already reached the peak of a fierce ghost.
If allowed to grow further, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Unfortunately for her, she had crossed paths with Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng hesitate to act, Lin Zhengfeng roared.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up!
Chu Feng felt both amused and exasperated as he gently waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand.
Return, O soul, return, O soul.
In the next instant, the old woman's spirit drifted completely beyond her control into the soul-summoning banner.
Chu Feng never showed mercy toward such heinous ghostly entities.
The instant she entered the banner, the old woman was instantly refined, her essence transformed into ghostly energy to nourish the ghost-controlling space. Lin Zhengfeng was stunned.
The intense discomfort he had just felt vanished abruptly. He looked at the banner in Chu Feng's hand and suddenly understood. Chu Feng, thank you. But doesn't this make me look like a complete fool?
Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Oh, I should have known better than to help you. As they chatted and laughed, a teleportation gate abruptly materialized before them.
At the same moment, this ghostly realm began to collapse. Phew, looks like everyone's getting kicked out. Yeah, it's only been 10 hours.
With that, they stepped toward the portal.
Chapter 57, The Trial Ends, Kill Wang Miao.
The students on the outskirts were on the verge of falling asleep when suddenly, cracks appeared in the sky, followed by its collapse. The unsuspecting students were utterly dumbfounded. They woke up to find the sky had fallen.
Wang Pang, hurry up! The ghost realm is collapsing. No way, young Master Zhang. The time isn't up yet. Leaving now means we fail. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled toward the teleportation gate.
Outside the portal, two white-haired elders were engaged in a chess match. Beside them stood dozens of freshmen. Each wore an utterly dejected expression, their eyes pleading as they looked toward the two elders. Indeed, they were the unlucky ones who had used the teleportation orbs prematurely.
Yet, faced with the two imposing elders before them, the crowd dared not voice their anger. One of them was none other than Fu Hong'an, vice president of Imperial Capital University. The other was the current president of Imperial Capital University, Xiaozhen.
Xiaozhen made the first move on the chessboard and asked,
Old Fu, what do you think of the pass rate for this year's freshmen?
Fu Hong'an placed another piece and replied in a solemn tone.
Pass rate?
Well, of course they all passed.
Xiaozhen chuckled, then doesn't that mean you've broken your promise about the 3-day deadline?
Fu Hong'an remained silent, his gaze fixed on the portal.
In an instant, the portal burst open.
Chu Feng and the others emerged first.
Xiaozhen chuckled, Old Fu, how many more youngsters did you manage to weed out this time?
Fu Hong'an replied, Old Xiao, you'd better take a closer look.
Sure enough, the portal rapidly expanded. Immediately after, dozens of new students poured out in succession.
Then, as if unable to bear the weight, the portal shattered completely.
The portal shattered? Xiaozhen frowned.
The portal's collapse meant the ghost realm sustaining it had also crumbled.
This was a ghost realm that the Jinmen Spirit Control Bureau had only recently deigned to hand over in the past 2 years, and now it was shattered? He glanced at the clock Fu Hong'an had conjured with ghostly energy. Only 8 hours had passed. He had personally investigated this ghost realm before. If one wanted to thoroughly explore everything within it, it would take a freshman just entering Imperial Capital University more than 5 days. Yet now, someone had cleared it in just 8 hours and even killed the entity sustaining the ghost realm? What kind of power was this? He glanced at the freshmen present. Most of them were complaining bitterly, their voices filled with despair. Only one squad remained unfazed, their gazes neither servile nor arrogant. Xiaozhen, after all, was one of Xia Nation's most formidable figures. He certainly knew how to read people. He turned to Fu Hong'an and asked, that squad over there the one that crushed the ghost realm, right? Fu Hong'an glanced at Chu Feng's group, then shook his head slightly, saying, it's not so much the entire squad as it is one individual. Following Fu Hong'an's gaze, Xiaozhen spotted a slightly lean youth within the squad. The youth was bantering with his classmates while devouring a loaf of bread. After all, he hadn't eaten any of those piglets, so his stomach was naturally emptier than theirs. His gaze was kind as he looked at his comrades until it met Wang Miao's. In that instant, his eyes turned vicious. In that instant, Wang Miao felt as if he'd been dragged into hell itself. Merely exchanging a glance with Chu Feng had caused him to be dragged directly into Chu Feng's ghost-controlling space. Within the space, 2 executioner ghosts had already pinned Wang Miao onto the guillotine blade. The blade touched her neck, drawing a faint trickle of blood. It seemed that if the ghost exerted just a little more force, she would meet her end right then and there. Struggling to lift her gaze, she saw only Chu Feng, clad in a white robe. Chu Feng walked toward her slowly, his eyes filled with savage intent. Wang Miao feigned innocence. Chu Feng, I saved by Ning Miao. That woman must be close to you. Why are you doing this to me? Chu Feng laughed contemptuously. You only saved yourself. In that situation, if you hadn't acted that way, you would have died too. But could you explain to me what this is?
With that, Chu Feng spread his hands, revealing a worm infused with ghostly energy before Wang Miao.
Wang Miao's brow furrowed deeply, and he said no more.
This bug had been sucked into Chu Feng's oil paper umbrella back then.
Chu Feng had initially been surprised why would absorbing the old woman's vital energy result in capturing a bug. Now he realized it must have been thrown by Wang Miao.
She had intended to ambush Chu Feng during the old woman's attack, aiming to kill him. But she hadn't anticipated that Chu Feng possessed such a divine artifact, which instantly drew the bug into the oil paper umbrella.
Speak. Why did you do this? Who ordered you? Chu Feng's tone was icy.
He had shown more than enough patience towards someone who had deliberately sought his death.
Wang Miao remained silent, her eyes reflecting a death wish. Chu Feng was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. In this age of ghost taming, did people truly believe that by keeping silent, their adversaries wouldn't obtain the information they sought? Killing you and extracting your soul would be far more convenient. But Wang Miao was still just an 18-year-old boy. Under prolonged, relentless pressure, he finally spoke. It's Xia Qingtong, the director of the Spirit Control Bureau in Tianjin.
As for why he did it, that went without saying. As for what benefits Xia Qingtong offered her, Chu Feng didn't care to know. He had long suspected this was Xia Qingtong's doing, and now it was finally confirmed.
Xia Qingtong. Is it really worth it? Chu Feng couldn't help but wonder, could it really be that extreme just because he killed Huang Kuan?
Chu Feng pushed the thought aside.
At least here in the imperial capital, he was relatively safe.
After obtaining the answers he sought, Chu Feng walked over to Wang Miao and slowly knelt down.
Wang Miao's eyes were filled with helplessness. I've told you everything I know. Let me go.
Chu Feng nodded with a smile, placing the insect parasite onto Wang Miao's skin. In the next instant, the insect tore through her flesh and burrowed into her body.
Let you go? Go ahead. Take a stroll down the road to the underworld.
Chu Feng's smile remained polite and courteous.
Shock spread across Wang Miao's face, quickly turning to terror.
She never imagined that even after confessing the truth, Chu Feng still wouldn't spare her. But this was the true Chu Feng. Facing an existence that could threaten his life at any moment, killing it sooner rather than later was the most sensible course of action. The poison of the bug was so insidious that even the bug master himself possessed no antidote.
In other words, Wang Miao was doomed to die.
In the real world, Wang Miao began convulsing violently, then foamed at the mouth. Unaware of the truth, Lin Zhangfeng frantically shouted, "School doctor! Where's the school doctor?" But Wang Miao was too weak to point out the culprit. His gaze grew hazy as he looked toward Chu Feng.
Chu Feng, of course, responded with a gentle smile.
To everyone's surprise, Fu Hongyan paid no attention to Wang Miao's plight. Instead, he announced loudly,
"Congratulations, everyone! You've all passed this assessment."
Chapter 58, The Origin of the Incident, Becoming Fu Hongyan's Disciple.
Passed the assessment?
At these words, several students who had been utterly dejected, some even packing their bags, suddenly lit up. Those who had been dejectedly stationed on the periphery reacted similarly, looking at Fu Hongyan as if they had been saved.
Fu Hongyan explained, "You should have been eliminated."
But one team, or rather, one person actually broke through the ghost realm ahead of schedule. "We had no choice but to pass all of you."
The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd.
"Holy, who's the god-tier player who carried us?
Saved our degrees, bro. That's insane. Who is it? Who is it? I'll bow down to you."
For a moment, even the geniuses among them temporarily set aside their pride. For above these geniuses stood a true prodigy.
Following Fu Hongyan's gaze, everyone saw a carefree youth. Wasn't that Chu Feng?
Their worldviews shattered instantly.
What? They'd been outshone by a junior college student? But since the principal himself had spoken, what grounds did they have to argue? The collapse of the ghost realm was undeniable fact, and being outclassed by him was equally undeniable. How ironic that they had initially dismissed him as a connection-getter. By comparison, they were far weaker than Chu Feng. What were they, then?
It could only be said that someone who made it from a vocational college to Imperial Capital University must possess extraordinary talent.
Some even began to wonder, could it be that all junior college students were this formidable?
The capital's ways are deep. I'm heading to junior college.
Fu Hongyan cleared his throat and announced.
Now, I announce the rankings for this assessment. First place, Chu Feng. Second place, Lin Zhangfeng. Third place, Bai Ningmiao. Fourth place, Gu Xianhong. Thus, only a few students remained unannounced. Among them were naturally the sharp-nosed boy and Wang Miao, who had just been sent away. Of course, both of them successfully received their boxed meals.
Does senior instructor Xiao have anything to say?
Fu Hongyan finished reading the list and turned to Xiaozhen standing nearby. Xiaozhen stroked his beard and uttered only one sentence. Under no circumstances shall freshmen at Imperial University engage in mutual slaughter.
With that, Xiaozhen's apparition faded away.
The crowd below the stage fell silent, then began pondering the meaning behind his words. Chu Feng, however, felt a jolt of alarm.
Could it be that his every move had been observed? Then why hadn't the other party punished him? After all, it seemed he was responsible for both fatalities during this assessment. Fortunately, Xiaoxin hadn't appeared in person at the Imperial University. He must have more important matters requiring his presence elsewhere. Otherwise, the sheer pressure emanating from that single sentence would have crushed Chu Feng flat. Regardless of its meaning, every Imperial University freshman present would surely remember it forever. Next, we will conduct random task assignments to measure your comprehensive capabilities. With that, Fu Hongyan prepared to depart. As if suddenly remembering something, he picked up the microphone and added, "Chu Feng, come with me." Chu Feng, who had already begun to zone out, snapped back to attention. "What? He's calling me over?" Chu Feng knew this trip probably wouldn't bring anything good. But to everyone else, it was a different story entirely. The Vice-Chancellor of Imperial Capital University had spoken personally. This was definitely a special arrangement for Chu Feng. What could they do? After all, he was a genius. Thus, envious glances poured in from all around. Lin Zhengfeng even patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, his expression solemn as he said, "If fortune favors us, let us not forget each other." Inside the vice principal's office stood only a large sofa. The slightly balding old man with a white beard looked at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with complexity. Chu Feng stood before him, unable to speak. Fu Hongyan asked with a grim expression, "Why did you kill Shenjing?" "Shenjing?" Only then did Chu Feng realize that the sharp-nosed boy who had died at the hands of the child-eating ghost was named Shenjing. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng replied, "I warned him beforehand, but he not only ignored me, he even insulted me. Later, when I tried to save everyone, he even threatened me. Therefore, I concluded he would harm me. Besides, I didn't kill him. He died at the hands of a ghostly creature." After Chu Feng finished speaking, Fu Hongyan remained silent, falling into a prolonged quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Hongyan suddenly clapped her hands in approval. "Good. That's exactly how you should answer. Xiaoxin, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, takes issue with that very trait of yours. But I think it's quite admirable, don't you? But next time, be careful. Official ghost domains are monitored, don't act so brazenly. Also, try to wait until the other party makes a threatening move before you strike. Just like how you took out Wang Miao." After hearing this, Chu Feng felt like the sky had fallen. He couldn't even tell if the other was praising him or criticizing him. But Fu Hongyan immediately added, "When dealing with anyone who poses a potential threat, you must kill them first and feel no remorse." His gaze grew profoundly intense as he continued. "That was 18 years ago, when I had just become an 8th rank ghost tamer. I was riding high on success, but that also meant I kept attracting trouble. It was a major opportunity in the ghost realm. I went to find a ghost artifact for my disciple. Just as I obtained the artifact, I was ambushed by a group of people. With my abilities at the time, I could have easily wiped them out. But I hesitated. I wounded them instead and gave the ghost artifact to my foolish disciple." Then, Fu Hongyan sighed. 2 months later, my disciple's body was found in a desolate wilderness, tortured beyond recognition. The ghost artifact had been stolen by others. Beside the body, the emblems of those who had ambushed me in the ghostly realm that day were clearly imprinted. My regret is eternal." Fu Hongyan fixed his gaze on Chu Feng and continued. "I've been relentlessly investigating those who ambushed me. But 2 years ago, I spotted that ghost artifact on a freshman at Bailey Tomb Academy. The heart-guarding treasure mirror. And that freshman was none other than Xia Qingtong's daughter, the head of the Spirit Control Bureau in Tianjin, the bearer of the soul-bound ghost snow maiden, Xia Chen." Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart jolted. He had anticipated something like this, but never imagined it would be so. The daughter of Xia Qingtong himself, how could she possibly fail to get into a prestigious university? Why would she choose a junior college? There's only one answer: he's humiliating me. And why he's singling you out? The reasons are obvious enough. You are my student, Fu Hongyan, and you possess extraordinary potential. He can't stand seeing this. He wants me to never find peace. Chu Feng could see Fu Hongyan's predicament. After all, Xia Qingtong held a high-ranking position. It was impossible to take action against him openly. And that old dog always lurks in his lair, never giving others a chance to act against him. Now that Chu Feng had aligned himself with Fu Hongyan, Xia Qingtong would never let him off the hook. Thus, Fu Hongyan had only one purpose in discussing these matters with Chu Feng: to use someone else's knife to kill. Sure enough, Fu Hongyan spoke with solemn earnestness. "Chu Feng, would you consider taking me as your master?" Chapter 59, Fu Hongyan's gift, the mysterious flying sword. Facing Fu Hongyan's request to take him as a disciple, Chu Feng did not hesitate for long. Instead, he knelt down promptly. Disciple Chu Feng pays respects to his revered master. There was no other reason. From the moment Chu Feng killed Huang Kuan and enrolled in the 8-Mile Graveyard Academy, his destiny had silently become intertwined with this stubborn old man. Xia Qingtong would never allow any talented student to slip through the academy's fingers, especially a sensation like Chu Feng. The feud between these two high officials would likely burn until their dying breaths. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng asked, So, Master, when you were teaching senior sister Xiao-chan, were you harboring some ulterior motive? Fu Hongyan shook his head with a smile. I'm a man of principle. My grudge is solely against Xia Qingtong. As for how his children might treat me after I kill him, that's a matter for later. Also, stop calling her senior. She's your senior sister. Hearing Fu Hongyan's words, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Senior sister? Could it be that Xiao Chan had also become Fu Hongyan's disciple? Fu Hongyan continued. You know what? That little girl actually has some talent. It's her life-bound ghost that's holding her back. With her innate, extremely cold ice constitution, she probably wouldn't have survived this long without my guidance. Chu Feng found this puzzling. If Fu Hongyan hated Xia Qingtong so intensely, why hadn't he killed her daughter? Why did he show her such care instead? But upon reflection, it made sense. If he killed Xia Chan solely out of vengeance against Xia Qingtong, how would he be any different from Xia Qingtong himself? At this point, Fu Hongyan seemed to recall something and hurriedly fumbled in her pocket. Chu Feng felt a surge of secret delight. He didn't even need to guess it had to be the initiation gift. Sure enough, after a moment of fumbling, Fu Hongyan pulled out a talisman and a broken flying sword. The flying sword was miniature, no larger than an embroidery needle. It looked ancient yet carried a hint of mystery, its glory still radiant despite the endless years that had washed over it. The only flaw was a slight chip at its tip. Fu Hongyan handed the flying sword to Chu Feng and said, "This thing. I also obtained it during that year's encounter in the ghost realm. It's not so much that those fellows hunted me down for the Heartguard mirror, it was more likely because of this thing. All these years, I've been studying what this thing is for, but even now, I still can't awaken it." Chu Feng's face darkened upon hearing this. What was this? A top-tier ghost artifact for other disciples, yet nothing but worthless junk for him? But then he thought about it. If this worthless flying sword could get him hunted down, this thing was definitely not as simple as Chu Feng imagined. Sure enough, at some unknown moment, the flying sword pierced right through Chu Feng's body and materialized within the ghost-taming space. Within the ghost-taming space, the flying sword no longer resembled a sewing needle in size. It rapidly expanded like the divine needle of the sea, growing until its broken tip pointed directly at the blood-red moon. For some reason, Chu Feng felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this blade. The flying sword emitted an incredibly sacred light, completely annihilating all the ghostly entities around it. The ghostly energy seemed to repair the broken blade, transforming into a crystal-clear light that shot toward the sword tip. Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This sword must hold great significance. However, this flying sword was beyond Chu Feng's current ability to control. In the present world, seeing the flying sword merge into Chu Feng's hand, Fu Hongyan also felt a surge of joy. Such a high affinity for the flying sword meant it could be used as his life-bound artifact. Perhaps this flying sword truly held a connection to Chu Feng's origins. Very good, very good. Now, please take good care of this item as well. With that, Fu Hongyan handed the talisman to Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng felt a colossal surge of power coursing through his entire body. His body convulsed violently, and he collapsed onto the ground. After an unknown period, Chu Feng awoke drenched in sweat. Weakly, he asked, "Master, what was that?" Fu Hongyan stroked his beard and replied, "This is the greatest opportunity one obtained that day. It contains a cultivation system entirely distinct from the one currently practiced by ghost riders." A completely different system? Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fu Hongyan explained, "Nowadays, people contract ghostly beings, commanding them to fight for themselves. This isn't wrong, but it ultimately relies on external forces. This system, however, involves incorporating ghosts into one's own internal organs. By harnessing ghostly power to strengthen the body, one can transform into a ghost to fight." As he spoke, Fu Hongyan's eyes shone brightly. "I have always believed this is the true purpose of ghost mastery. Therefore, I call this system the 5 organs ghost cultivation method." Chu Feng felt a jolt of recognition. This cultivation method seemed to have flashed through his mind before. Back in high school, he had lost points more than once on exam questions discussing cultivation systems. The reason for his mistakes? Chu Feng simply believed the prevailing cultivation methods were flawed. True ghost taming should be about using ghosts to empower humans. A tremor ran through Chu Feng's heart. This was followed by a churning sensation within his internal organs. Evidently, his own ghostly entities seemed to have entered his internal organs. At this moment, Chu Feng could distinctly sense the Guan Dao ghost entering his liver and gallbladder. If you truly are the divine Lord Guan, then this makes perfect sense. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips, for Guan Shangdai was associated with wood, and the organs corresponding to wood were naturally the liver and gallbladder. Chu Feng felt an unprecedented sense of clarity throughout his body, even his eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance. This was extraordinary, there was no doubt about the efficacy of this cultivation system. Fu Hongyan observed this and nodded slightly, surprised at how quickly Chu Feng was absorbing this cultivation technique. "Excellent, excellent. Your senior brothers were all forced to master it by me back then." That statement carried a heavy weight of implication. Senior brothers? Could it be that besides Xiao Chan, he had other senior brothers? Ahem, I forgot to mention it earlier. Besides the eldest senior brother who passed away, you actually have 4 other senior brothers, you know. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Had he been tricked? So many senior brothers? Did he just go around asking everyone if they wanted to become his disciples? Of course not.
A formidable 9th-rank ghost tamer, one of Xia Kingdom's mightiest. With such power, people begged him daily to take disciples, yet he refused. The only reason he took Chu Feng as a disciple was because the boy's temperament and innate talent were simply too extraordinary.
Fu Hongyan watched with envy.
After a heartfelt exchange between master and disciple, Chu Feng slowly walked out of the principal's office. Just as he was heading to the cafeteria for a late-night snack, his phone rang at the most inconvenient moment.
A voice, faint and intermittent, came through the line. Shu. Shongshan Mental Hospital. Don't come.
With that, the call abruptly ended. The voice was intermittent, but the speaker's urgency was unmistakable. The rest of the words were unclear, but the name of the place rang out distinctly. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly.
Man, what a pain in the neck. Once this is over, I'm definitely getting Officer Hua to treat me to a nice meal. Chapter 60, The Last Bus on Route 404. It was now 1:14 a.m. No buses were visible on the streets, and the nearest ride-hailing car would take over half an hour to arrive. Chu Feng stood at the bus stop, pulling out his phone to search. He typed in Chongshan Mental Hospital, but only one route appeared. Bus, Route 404, 4.4 kilometers, 44 minutes. Chu Feng tapped on it and saw that only the last bus of the 404 route remained. What's more, this bus had unexpectedly changed its route and would pass right by Imperial Capital University Station. For anyone else, boarding this ghostly bus would be unthinkable. But Chu Feng felt a secret thrill. What you need is what you get perfect. It made perfect sense as long as it got him to his destination, who cared if it was driven by humans or ghosts. Sure enough, 4 minutes later, the clanging of the bell signaled the arrival of the 404 bus. The doors opened, and Chu Feng stepped inside briskly. Passengers, please insert coins. Chu Feng reflexively opened his QR code app, then sheepishly pulled his phone back. Sorry about that, forgot we use different currency here. With that, he pulled a handful of paper bills from his pocket and stuffed them all into the fare box. He then spotted a seat toward the back and started to walk over. Unexpectedly, the driver called out to him. Hey, kid, you put in US dollars. Without turning his head, Chu Feng replied, keep the change. With that, he quickly sat down. Inside the vice principal's office, a man clad entirely in black watched Chu Feng depart in the car, his tone utterly unconcerned. Hey, old man, aren't you worried the kid might follow in the footsteps of the senior disciple? Fu Hongchen sipped his tea and replied, can't you tell? This kid's background isn't ordinary. Maybe someone powerful is protecting him. As for you, how long has it been since you last visited this old man? Did you get yourself into trouble? Upon hearing this, the dark-clad man handed Fu Hongyan an object wrapped in black cloth. Instantly, the corpse-like stench wafting from it made his brow furrow. Unwrapping the cloth, he found a dark blue finger. A finger from a 1,000-year-old black corpse? Fu Hongyan gasped in shock. The man in black retorted, old man, you forgot? You were the one who asked me to handle this. This black corpse must possess power approaching that of Yama himself. Even Xia Qingtong's strength wouldn't come close to matching it. They kept this thing locked away in the basement of Tianjin's Spirit Control Bureau. Their hearts deserve to be torn out. Fu Hongyan nodded slightly and asked, is this all you managed to get? The black-clad man nearly spat blood at the remark. Don't be ridiculous, old man. Do you have any idea how critical this little bit is? Indeed, in terms of raw power alone, his third disciple was only marginally stronger than Chu Feng. To infiltrate the Spirit Guard Bureau's headquarters and retrieve even a single finger was already an extraordinary feat. Moreover, after this, the Lingyu Bureau in Jinmen would likely tighten security, making another infiltration impossible. Fu Hongyan stared silently at the black, saying nothing. At that moment, on bus 404, Chu Feng sat alone in his seat, tilting his head to gaze out the window. An eerie silence filled the bus, broken only by the sound of Chu Feng's own breathing. Yet what puzzled Chu Feng was that while passengers were swiping through Douyin in slow foot, some even laughing out loud. Yet the bus felt as if someone had pressed mute, not a single sound reached his ears. Chu Feng felt something was off and quickly activated his ghost eyes. In an instant, the scene transformed dramatically. The white-bearded old man in the front seat now had only half a head remaining. A half-toothbrush was stuck in the shoulder of the young man across from him. Suddenly, Chu Feng heard a childish voice from beneath him. Big brother, why are you sitting on me? Chu Feng scrambled to his feet, only to see a pool of pulpy flesh spread across the chair. Damn it, that's disgusting. Chu Feng couldn't hold back and nearly vomited. Chu Feng knew this was a haunted car, but he never imagined it would be this revolting. Even the driver was steering with only the stump of his arm. It was hard to imagine what they had endured in life. But without exception, every passenger inside was dead. After nearly 30 minutes of driving, the car still hadn't stopped at any station. Chu Feng impatiently asked, driver, how much longer until we reach Chongshan Mental Hospital? The bus driver turned his upper body, now only a stump, and said, "Don't worry, we'll be there in 14 minutes. Chu Feng was speechless. The bus seemed to be traveling in place, yet the scenery around them kept shifting. Chu Feng frowned slightly. If the toilet ghost was considered a land-bound spirit, then these creatures before him were essentially mobile earthbound spirits. But no matter how they moved, they were still confined to the area where the incident occurred. There was no way they could actually get there. Damn it, are you guys messing with me? Chu Feng's anger flared as he summoned the soul-calling banner. The little flesh slime ghost not only showed no fear but sneered. Big brother isn't the white ghost, so we're not scared of this thing. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to argue. He swept the soul-summoning banner across the seat. In the next instant, the already flesh and blood ghost instantly dissolved into a pool of blood. Damn it, you died the most miserable death, yet you were the loudest. Sure enough, after Chu Feng instantly incinerated the little ghost, all the other spirits fell silent. But that was the extent of their obedience. Clearly, compared to their old comrades who had shared life and death together, Chu Feng was merely a newcomer. At the same time, Chu Feng had completely underestimated the resentment of this bus. In an instant, all the ghostly entities began to transform. What had been mere spectral auras instantly transformed into a full complement of fierce ghosts. 20 or 30 fierce ghosts, trapped within a shell that could only be entered, not exited. Even for a typical spirit tamer wielding a blood-cloaked ghost, this was a dead end. This bus had already claimed far too many lives. Unfortunately for them, the person they encountered was Chu Feng. Chu Feng merely waved his soul-summoning banner, and in the next instant, the entire passenger compartment was swarming with vengeful spirits. Surrounding Chu Feng, the ghostly general wielding a halberd and the ghostly bride formed a 360-degree, impenetrable barrier. Their numbers kept swelling, yet Chu Feng cared not a whit for the spirits' lives. All the ghostly creatures jostled and pushed, none willing to yield to another. If that was the case, they would simply self-detonate. As the ghosts on Chu Feng's side began exploding, the driver ghost who seemed to be their leader finally backed down. "Don't blow up my car. I'll take you there." Chu Feng snapped back. "How long?" 12 minutes. Chu Feng couldn't stand this moron anymore. Did he really think he could stall for 44 minutes and wear Chu Feng down? So Chu Feng simply signaled the ghostly creatures to keep detonating themselves. 1 minute. The ghost driver slammed the gearshift into 5th gear, and the car actually started moving. Chu Feng had already reached the designated drop-off point, waiting for the car to arrive. Sometimes, it takes more than money to make ghosts grind the mill. Exactly 1 minute later. The announcement sounded. Ding! Chongshan Mental Hospital, your stop. Passengers disembarking, please line up and exit before boarding. Chapter 61, Chongshan Mental Hospital. Chu Feng stepped off the bus at a leisurely pace, but his hundreds of contract ghosts remained aboard. The driver ghost looked utterly astonished. "I've brought you this far. What more do you want?" Chu Feng replied coldly, "Exactly. It could have taken a minute, but you wasted half an hour of my time. Now pay with your life." With that, Chu Feng snapped his fingers. Countless explosions erupted. He didn't care about any ghosts below the level of fierce spirits except for Yaya. He could blow them up however he pleased. After all, there was no risk of backlash from the ghostly bodies. In an instant, the entire bus ghosts and all vanished without a trace. Phew, finally here. Chu Feng looked up to see the sign for Chongshan Mental Health Sanatorium hanging crookedly. The characters for mental still glowed faintly. Chu Feng walked in slowly, muttering under his breath, "Mental? I'll see just how mental it is." Upon entering the asylum, Chu Feng felt an indescribable sense of unease. Rather than a mental hospital, it resembled a residential complex. Indeed, 2 or 3 buildings stood neatly arranged, some even sporting air conditioner units on their exteriors. Chu Feng casually entered one of the buildings, only to discover that the 6-story structure had no elevator. The security door on the first floor stood wide open. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Feng decided to go inside and take a look. Inside the room, Chu Feng felt as though someone was whispering right beside him. Listening closely, it sounded like a couple arguing. "Old Wang, are we even going to make it? You're always off with that lame fox in Unit 3. Bull. I'm doing community outreach, what do you know about it? Keep making excuses, and I'll chop you up. Go ahead, try me." The whispering ceased, but Chu Feng then heard what sounded like the grinding of a knife coming from the kitchen. Then the sharpening transformed into the sound of something being chopped. It was the sound of flesh, bone, and everything in between being chopped to pieces. Though not particularly loud, it was utterly unsettling in the dead of night. "Damn it, I'll see what's going on." Chu Feng kicked the kitchen door open, only to find it empty. Immediately after, the dull thud of a door slamming shut echoed through the house. "Shut the door? You're in for it now." Ghost eyes activated. Chu Feng scanned the room, spotting only 2 pools of blood leading into the living room. Following the bloody handprints, he came upon a man and a woman. A kitchen knife was lodged right through the center of the man's skull, while another knife was embedded in the woman's shoulder. TSK. So this is where your marriage has ended up. 1 knife each, neither owes the other anything. It's time to part ways. Unexpectedly, the couple wore expressions of fury. This is our private affair. Who are you to interfere? You trespassed into our home. You're going to die. This sudden shift left Chu Feng utterly bewildered. Wait, isn't this the time for you two to be fighting for your lives? Besides, didn't you open the door yourselves? Why are you blaming me now? The ghostly couple looked at each other in shock. The door opened? Did Ling Ling open it? The two were suddenly overcome with terror, yet they remained unable to leave the room. This was the norm. Generally speaking, if a person dies in a room without being moved by others, even after becoming a ghost, they cannot leave. Sure enough, their child had run off, and a stranger had barged in. Naturally, they vented their anger on Chu Feng. Chu Feng's current state of mind was worse than swallowing a bitter pill. Even after being so accommodating, they still wanted him dead? Chu Feng gave a helpless laugh. You started it. With that, two invisible blades sliced through the air, severing the heads of both ghosts. In the next instant, both ghosts were sealed within Chu Feng's soul-summoning banner. You two, reattach your own heads. The ghostly couple hurriedly picked up their heads from the ground and pressed them firmly back onto their necks. Regardless of your past, remember this, as ghosts under my command, Chu Feng, your appearance and demeanor are paramount. Yes. The two ghosts gazed at Chu Feng with military drill-like reverence. Chu Feng paid them no further attention, simply stepping out of the room and heading upstairs. With 2 rooms per floor and 6 floors in total, it seemed likely that by the time he found Xiahua, she would have long since turned into a ghost. Time was tight and the task was urgent. Chu Feng dropped his smile, his expression turning stern as he climbed the stairs. He scanned each floor, finding only weak, lingering spirits. It was no exaggeration to say that even a single breath from Chu Feng could make them tremble 3 times. It wasn't until he reached the 4th floor. A frail yet kind voice drifted out from room 401. Has anyone seen my cat? Is that you, Ling Ling? Have you seen my cat? Before Chu Feng could react, the once gentle and serene voice suddenly turned vicious. Speak. Did you kill it? Was it you? Curious, Chu Feng politely knocked on the door of room 401. Knock knock knock. Slow footsteps approached, and soon the door opened. But when he saw the elderly woman standing there, even Chu Feng, who prided himself on having hunted down every strange creature under the heavens, couldn't help but be startled. There stood a frail, hunched figure. But what was truly unsettling was that beneath the graying hair lay the face of a cat. If it had merely been an ordinary strange cat, that would have been one thing. It was a face that was both feline and strangely human-like. That was the most terrifying part. Chu Feng felt the uncanny valley effect strike him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. The uncanny valley effect, simply put, refers to things that look human but aren't human. For instance, a puppet with disproportionate features, or a cat or dog with ambiguous facial traits. People instinctively feel a deep-seated dread toward such things. At that moment, Chu Feng cursed inwardly. Damn, that old thing sure is uniquely shaped. But at the same time, with his ghost eyes activated, he felt an even deeper chill run down his spine. There was no other reason this old guy was just too damn powerful. Cat-faced old woman. Level, mid-yaksha. Potential? Tier. Combat techniques? Abilities? Evaluation: an old woman abandoned by her children, living with that calico cat. After dying of illness, her body was gnawed by rats. How I wish I could be a cat. Chu Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There were still so many question marks. This clearly indicated that the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. He couldn't even begin to fathom it. Chu Feng began to regret knocking on this old killing machine's door. Now he was truly trapped, there seemed no escape. Chu Feng knew for certain that if he dared to run, he would be killed on the spot. The cat-faced old woman stared at Chu Feng with her cloudy eyes and asked, Young man, have you seen my cat? Chu Feng swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, I think I have. But to his shock, she snarled, Then you must have killed it. Chu Feng hastily protested, I haven't seen it. The cat-faced old woman retorted, Impossible. You're lying. Just as Chu Feng thought his doom was certain, a pair of small, delicate hands appeared behind the old woman. A little girl with 2 buns on her head struggled to speak. Run, big brother. I'll hold her off. Chapter 62, Cat-faced old woman vs twin evil children. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat, yet he hesitated intensely. He desperately wanted to flee, but behind the old woman stood a living, breathing child. Could he truly trade a child's life for his own survival? Chu Feng didn't dwell on it. He knew one thing, he simply couldn't do it now. What should he do? He had to take the plunge. In his heart, Chu Feng addressed Lin Yuyan, I'm sorry, Yuyan. After this battle, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve as your master anymore. Ghost General Guan Dao, whether you are the Divine Emperor Guan or not, from this day forward, you are free. Female class monitor, don't take anyone else as your master. After the new Xia kingdom is established, slavery will no longer be permitted. In the next instant, Chu Feng's aura surged violently. He darted behind the old woman with lightning speed. Give me your hand. With a furious shout, Chu Feng briefly seized the tiny hand and shoved the girl toward the door.
In the next instant, countless ghostly creatures appeared near Chu Feng and the cat-faced old woman.
The instant the ghostly bodies detonated, Yaya activated, no taboos.
Chu Feng wasn't certain if he could nullify the explosive damage from over 1,000 fierce ghosts, but he had no choice but to try.
Sure enough, a second later,
as the ghostly energy dissipated, Chu Feng weakly opened his eyes to find the cat-faced old woman standing unscathed.
This was the gap in cultivation between ghostly beings. Even within the same tier, there were varying degrees of strength, let alone when the gap was this vast.
Chu Feng was already near collapse, yet the cat-faced old woman stood unscathed, her face twisted in vicious hatred as she advanced toward him. Just as the cat-faced old woman extended her sharp fangs and claws, poised to rip open Chu Feng's belly, Yaya stepped in front of him. Yaya stared at the cat-faced old woman, her body trembling uncontrollably. But to protect Chu Feng, she had to do this.
You want a cat? I have one.
Yaya gritted her teeth and lifted the little black cat before her. The little black cat's fur stood on end in terror. After all, it had never encountered such a terrifying kindred spirit before. Upon seeing the black cat, the old woman's cloudy eyes momentarily cleared. She placed her aged hand on the kitten's back, stroking it with an expression of tender affection.
Chu Feng's expression grew complex.
This black cat was a rare living ghost spirit lure, but it seemed he'd have to part with it reluctantly.
Chu Feng could only signal Yaya to leave with him.
After all, it seemed only Xiaohei could temporarily soothe this mad old woman. But soon, the cat-faced old woman turned Xiaohei's face toward her, emitting an eerie, shrill meow-woo sound. Yet these sounds were entirely unfamiliar to Xiaohei in his feline lexicon. In other words, this cat-faced old woman wasn't speaking cat language at all. Still, Xiaohei was clever. It realized the other parties seemed to be trying to communicate with it. So it responded with kitten phrases like hello and master. But the already terrifying face instantly contorted into a hideous grimace. Vaguely, Chu Feng sensed her features becoming even more beast-like. The cat-faced old woman's mouth twisted into a mocking smile as she sneered.
You're not my cat. My cat is deaf and mute. Chu Feng's face darkened. Holy crap, is that even a thing?
Xiaohei never imagined in his wildest dreams that such a trick existed.
Could his ability to hear and speak actually be his downfall?
Chu Feng inwardly realized this was bad news. This old woman despised liars above all else. It seemed inevitable now. This battle was unavoidable. Within the soul summoning banner, the ghostly general wielding a broadsword requested to fight. But Chu Feng hesitated. Although his loyalty and righteousness had recently surpassed 5, elevating the Guan Dao Ghost General to the Blood Robe tier, that was the extent of it. While his strength now matched that of a typical peak Blood Robe level opponent, facing a mid-stage Yaksha ghost seemed like a battle he couldn't win. As for the female squad leader, it goes without saying. She had been stuck at peak Blood Robe for far too long, her talents seemingly capped at that level. While she surpassed other ghostly beings and could even dominate a small county town. But against this terrifying old woman before them, it was like an ant shaking a tree. Given this, the only one who might still stand a chance was Lin Yuyan.
Yuyan, once that old woman launches her attack, do you have confidence you can withstand one of her moves?
Lin Yuyan pondered for a moment before replying, with the oil paper umbrella, I'm absolutely certain. After all, Lin Yuyan was merely an early-stage yak, a ghost. Against that mid-stage cat-faced old woman, she truly had only enough strength for a single battle. After all, this was the opponent's home turf. Winning here would be nothing short of a fairy tale.
Alright, then block that strike for me and buy us some time.
Thus, though Chu Feng remained facing the cat-faced old woman, his feet were poised for flight. The cat-faced old woman's face contorted, her mouth twisted into a hideous grin as she bared sharp fangs and lunged toward Chu Feng. Just as Chu Feng prepared to summon the ghost bride to defend himself, a childish voice rang out from behind him. Big brother, be careful.
Everything happened too fast.
Chu Feng could only catch a glimpse of the little girl out of the corner of his eye. It was the very same little girl he had saved earlier. Instead of fleeing, she had remained outside the door all along. Chu Feng had no time to release Lin Yuyan, and those withered, clawed hands had already reached the little girl's chest. In the next instant, the claws sliced open the little girl's chest. She collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood spattered onto the cat-faced old woman's face. Nourished by the blood, she seemed to become wildly excited, her body appearing noticeably younger. Chu Feng stood frozen in place, his heart filled with self-reproach and helplessness. He had watched a living being die right before his eyes. And he had remained utterly indifferent? A blazing inferno ignited within Chu Feng's heart. He could bear it no longer. Senior Fan Wujio, accept my humble contribution. Just as Chu Feng was about to crush the ghost mimic card, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The girl lying on the ground, her body drenched in blood, suddenly rose to her feet. Her once pure white dress was now stained crimson, yet her hair had turned snow white. Chu Feng was startled. This little girl's aura was no weaker than that of the cat-faced old woman. The girl glared fiercely at the cat-faced old woman with bloodshot eyes, her tone now starkly different from before. You old hag, I killed your cat. So what? It bit my sister, devoured my parents' corpses. What's wrong with me killing that beast?
My family even thought it was a stray cat when it was alive and fed it regularly. Seems animals take after their owners, all ingrateful beasts. With that, the red-skirted girl lunged toward the old woman with lightning speed. Before Chu Feng could react, the girl delivered a sharp slap across the old woman's face. The blow carried such force it sent the old woman crashing to the ground. The scene left Chu Feng utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he was outmatched by a little girl. But then the little girl turned and said anxiously, "What are you standing there for? Run!" With that, she grabbed Chu Feng's arm and dragged him toward the door, sprinting out. Chapter 63. Did I kill your parents? Chu Feng snapped out of it. Right, she could take down that cat-faced old hag with a single slap. Her strength was clearly above his. So, Chu Feng swept the little girl into his arms and took off running. For some reason, once they were outside the building, the suffocating sensation that had soaked his very pores vanished completely. When Chu Feng looked at the little girl again, he found she had fallen into a deep sleep. This is bizarre. First she died, then suddenly came back to life, and now she's asleep as if nothing ever happened? Chu Feng felt his worldview had been severely shaken. As for how she managed it, he'd have to wait until she woke up to find out. Chu Feng walked slowly toward the neighborhood park and laid the little girl on a bench. Just then, a series of thuds echoed through the air. Suddenly, a round, plump ball landed beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng stared in disbelief. It was a human head. Chu Feng kicked the head away in disgust. The next moment, a rubber ball rolled over. Too lazy to investigate further, he watched in horror as the ball transformed once more into a human head. To Chu Feng's astonishment, the head opened its eyes and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Gotcha. The child probably only intended to give Chu Feng a fright. But unfortunately, Chu Feng despised bratty kids the most. Especially since Chu Feng had urgent matters to attend to at that moment. Enraged, Chu Feng grabbed the child's head and clamped down hard. The next moment, the pain-stricken little brat scrambled over to help. Chu Feng wasn't having any of it, however. He slammed the nearby soccer ball onto the boy's body. Then he kicked the severed head away. Seeing this, the body scrambled frantically, crawling and running toward the head. Only upon reaching the entrance of the mental hospital did he finally manage to retrieve his head. As the little devil pressed the head back into place, he muttered, "That was close. Thank goodness it didn't roll out the gate." Since the gate wasn't far from the park, Chu Feng heard every word the little ghost uttered. Couldn't it leave through the gate? Realizing Chu Feng wasn't someone to mess with, the little ghost hurried to slip past him. "Over here." Chu Feng barked the command, sending the kid into a cold sweat. A dangerous figure like Chu Feng was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Thus, he had no choice but to approach Chu Feng with utmost deference. "Big brother, please spare me. I never meant to harm anyone, I just wanted to scare you a little." Chu Feng paid no further attention to the matter and simply asked, "You seem very concerned about that door. What's the matter? Can't you get out?" Hearing this, the boy glanced fearfully at the door and stammered, "It's not just fear, that door is enchanted. We can't step outside at all. Step outside, and you'll be reduced to dust on the spot." Chu Feng furrowed his brow. A restriction? That meant someone had set it up? Then do you know who placed this so-called restriction? Faced with Chu Feng's question, the boy's eyes darted around, but he remained silent. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed the boy wouldn't speak without a reward. "Be honest, and I'll take you out." Hearing this, the little ghost boy exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Then could you bind me to you first?" Chu Feng was taken aback. A ghost actually requesting a human to contract it? With no other choice, Chu Feng summoned his soul-summoning banner. With just a single wave, the little ghost was drawn into the banner. "Wow, I'm really bound. I can get out now." The little ghost was overjoyed, then made another request. "Big brother, you're a good person. I'll draw that man's likeness for you. Could you help me guide a few more souls to the afterlife? My mom said that after we die, a brother wearing a tall hat and holding a little white flag will come to take us away. But Mom, Erhua, and Nyonyo never became ghosts. They just linger here as wandering spirits." As he spoke, the little boy seemed to shed tears, wiping them away alone. The next moment, several shadowy human figures appeared around Chu Feng. Chu Feng understood these must be his mother and playmates. Though Chu Feng's methods were ruthless, his heart remained as pure as ever. "Return, spirits, return." Chu Feng waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, guiding the spirits along the path. At the same time, the little ghost had already sketched the portrait of the person who had set the barrier. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a side-parted hairstyle. Chu Feng needed no further thought, it was Xia Qingtong's likeness. Another act by Xia Qingtong? To dare enclose land in the imperial capital region and transform it into an artificial ghost realm, his heart deserves punishment. Chu Feng then asked the child, "Isn't this just an apartment complex? Why is it called Chongshan Mental Hospital?" The boy shook his head. "I don't know. A kind uncle saw how run down our house was and told us to move here. We were among the first residents here, but soon after, another group moved in. Ever since, strange things have been happening constantly. That kind uncle was really nice. I think his surname was Xia, and his name was... Before the boy could utter the man's name, a thunderous bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating the little boy into nothingness. Oh no! Chu Feng couldn't pull the boy back into the banner in time, forced to watch him perish before his eyes. Is this restriction truly this powerful? Even before he uttered your name, it could summon heavenly thunder? Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly, his mind already certain. Who else but Xia could wield such authority to set up restrictions in the imperial capital? Who else could it be but Xia Qington? Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the heavens as he cursed. You old dog, Xia! You killed my ghost tamer. I'll make you pay with your life. The next moment, as if Xia Qingtong had heard Chu Feng's words, the sky, which had been thick with dark clouds, suddenly cleared. Chu Feng returned to the bench only to find the little girl had awakened. Her sleepy eyes fluttered open as she asked. Big brother, you're not dead? Thank goodness. It was you who saved me. Chu Feng asked in confusion, Sister, wasn't it you who saved me? The little girl furrowed her brow slightly before replying calmly. That was indeed my sister. Mom said that during the embryonic stage, she was carrying twins. But in the end, only I was born. Then one day, that kitten knocked me over on the 6th floor, and I fell. When I woke up, I only had some scrapes and bruises. Suddenly, another voice echoed in my mind. That person claimed to be my sister. She was the one who tried to devour me inside Mom's womb only to be devoured by me instead. Chu Feng was utterly astonished. How could such a thing be possible? A yin-yang twin, both human and ghost? Seeing Chu Feng staring blankly, the little girl sweetly said, I live in Unit 1, Room 101. My name is Lingling, and my sister is Jingjing. Big brother, who are you? You look so unfamiliar. Hearing her name, Chu Feng felt a genuine jolt of surprise. If this little girl truly lived in 101, hadn't he killed her parents? Chapter 64, Outwitting the Cat-Faced Old Woman. Chu Feng quickly changed the subject, saying, Oh, I'm just here visiting relatives. Of course, Lingling's gaze already made her stance clear. Not a single bit of belief. Big brother, your excuse is so lame. Even the older brothers and sisters who came before you knew to say they were here for field research. Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lingling, there were others who came before me? Lingling nodded. Yeah, they were all stiff and formal, wearing matching uniforms. But the one leading them was a redhead. Redhead Lu Tang? Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be they also received Xia Hua's call and rushed over? This place was more treacherous than any ghost realm he'd encountered before. With that squad's combat strength, there was no way they could handle it. Chu Feng frowned. He had to rescue them. The longer this dragged on, the slimmer their chances of survival became. Chu Feng's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. Lingling, do you know which unit they went to? Unit 3. I shouldn't have taken them there. Chu Feng was startled. So Lingling had led them there? When I saw living people finally arrive here, I just rushed them out without thinking. The brothers and sisters decided to start searching from Unit 3. But Unit 3 was the only locked unit, and the only key was with Grandmolly, the neighborhood committee administrator. When I went to borrow the key from Grandmolly, she seemed perfectly fine. But when I returned it, she was like a completely different person. That's when you saved me, big brother. Finishing her story, Lingling glanced nervously up at the 4th floor. Chu Feng followed her gaze and saw the cat-faced old woman watching them, even wearing a faint smile. Chu Feng's brow furrowed. So, to rescue Wang Ming and the others, they would have to confront that cat-faced old woman. Seeing Chu Feng's hesitation, Lingling spoke up. Actually, Grandmolly might be a bit scary, but she's not very sharp. Perhaps we could try to catch her off guard? Chu Feng pondered for a moment. It seemed this was their only option now. Regardless of the outcome, Chu Feng ultimately decided to give it a shot. And so, 1 minute later. Ding dong, ding dong. Chu Feng pressed the doorbell. The next moment, through the peephole, an old cat's eyes stared at him for a long while. With a creak, the door swung open. The cat-faced old woman seemed less aggressive than before, instead gazing at Chu Feng and his companion with an eerie smile. Young men, have you seen my cat? Unlike before, Chu Feng didn't respond with yes or no. Instead, Chu Feng took charge of the situation. He kindly pulled out a mirror and held it up toward the cat-faced old woman. In the next instant, the old woman's extremely incongruous, eerie cat face appeared reflected in the mirror. Chu Feng politely inquired, Auntie Li, is this the cat you lost? The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared, becoming crystal clear. Then, as if reunited with long-lost children, she clutched the mirror to her chest and burst into loud sobs. Chu Feng stood quietly by, watching until the cat-faced old woman cried out. It is! It's definitely him. My little Neza, where did you find it? Chu Feng stifled a laugh. Could someone really name their pet little Neza? Young man, tell Auntie quickly where is my little Neza? Chu Feng stifled his laughter in feigned surprise. Auntie Li, little Neza far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes. Teased by Chu Feng's cryptic reply, the cat-faced old lady pressed urgently. Young man, just tell me where is my little Neza? Chu Feng chuckled and held the mirror up to the cat-faced old woman's face once more. Auntie Li, little Neza, he's right there on your face. The cat-faced old woman, as if suddenly enlightened, reached up to touch her own face. When her fingers brushed against the familiar soft fur and whiskers, a blissful smile spread across her face. Little Neza, I've been searching for you everywhere. So you were here all along. As the old woman basked in the joy of reuniting with little Neza, Chu Feng asked indirectly. So, Auntie Li, would you like to see little Neza forever? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Grandma Li looked at him with sincere devotion. Of course I do. Tell me quickly, how can I see little Neza again? Chu Feng chuckled softly, feigning innocence. There's a way, of course. Little Neza is right there on your face. All you need to do is take little Neza off your face, and you can be with him forever. As he finished speaking, Chu Feng shot the old woman a dark, ominous look while simultaneously tightening his grip on Lingling beside him. They were gambling, betting the old woman would be foolish enough to harm herself. But if the old woman caught on to anything, they'd have to flee immediately. Fortunately, everything unfolded exactly as Chu Feng had anticipated. The cat-faced old woman nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Then, she extended her slender, blood-red claws and plunged them into her temple. Then, with astonishing speed, she peeled off her cat-like face. The next moment, a scene so revolting it made Chu Feng feel sick to his stomach unfolded. Beneath the cat mask lay a human face, already rotting and infested with maggots. The face had decomposed to an extreme degree, and upon exposure to air, it rapidly dissolved into pus-filled liquid, emitting a foul, putrid stench. Ugh! Lingling retched violently from the revulsion. Chu Feng, however, acted with lightning speed. He snatched the keychain hanging from the old cat-faced woman's waist. He then shouted, "Run!" It wasn't that the cat-faced old woman had activated some second stage, rather, she had essentially self-detonated. This was a Yakuza-level ghostly entity. The explosive force from her self-destruction could easily obliterate 100 Chu Fengs. Chu Feng swept Lingling into his arms and leapt straight from the 4th floor. Just as the ghost bride caught them both, ensuring a safe landing. A deafening explosion erupted. In the next instant, the entire building that had stood tall moments before was instantly reduced to rubble. Violent shockwaves and flying debris tore at Chu Feng's body. Fortunately, numerous medical-capable ghosts were present. Chu Feng swiftly summoned dozens of black and white-clad female nurse ghosts to perform a full-body healing on himself. He then commanded these nurses to absorb the residual ghost energy from the cat-faced old woman. Gazing at the ruins before him, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. The cat-faced old woman had perished from her own ghostly explosion, not at Chu Feng's hands. Therefore, Chu Feng had no way to form a contract with her. The opportunity to contract a mid-stage yak, a ghost, had been right before him, yet he hadn't cherished it. Only after she dissolved into a cloud of ghostly energy did he regret it bitterly. Damn it, I regret it. If only I'd used the banner to strike her down just now. Still, it wasn't all bad. Even the leftover ghostly energy was a huge boost for ordinary ghostly beings. Within mere minutes, all 23 female nurse ghosts had ascended to peak wrathful ghost status. Chu Feng smiled at the nurses and said, "Thanks for your help today, ladies. I'll give you all a shot sometime." With that, Chu Feng took Lingling's hand and hurried down to Building 3. He murmured under his breath, "Newbies, your senior Chu is here to save you." Chapter 65, Rescuing the Intern Squad. Though his words sounded lighthearted, Chu Feng could feel his body trembling. Several hours had already passed. The intern squad had entered the most perilous Unit 3. Though he refused to believe it, given the team's capabilities, the odds were stacked against them. Chu Feng handed a set of keys to Lingling, who swiftly unlocked the unit door once more. Chu Feng had called Lingling over merely to save time selecting the right key. What he hadn't anticipated was that Lingling would actually come in with him. "What good will you do in here, you little brat?" Lingling replied with unwavering resolve. Lingling is the one who brought Big Brother and Big Sister here. Lingling has a responsibility to do this. Also, if I behave well, Big Brother will take me out too, right? Chu Feng hadn't expected such responsibility from a mere 8 or 9-year-old girl. Chu Feng smiled and ruffled Lingling's hair. "Don't worry. As long as I make it out alive, I'll definitely take you with me." As they stepped onto the 1st floor, they discovered this building's layout differed from Unit 1. First off, it had an elevator. Chu Feng frowned slightly. It seemed these buildings weren't constructed during the same construction period. At the very least, Building 3 must have been completed later than the others. Generally speaking, in such situations, taking the stairs would be safer if available. But Chu Feng noticed that several drops of blood trickled down each step of the staircase. The source of the blood was actually flowing from inside the elevator. Chu Feng motioned for Lingling to stay behind him as he cautiously pressed the elevator button. The next moment, a scene he dreaded unfolded before his eyes. The elevator floor was covered in blood, and staining the entire floor was a severed forearm. The elevator's interior decoration was also peculiar. Except for the wall housing the elevator doors, the remaining 3 walls were all mirrored surfaces. Thus, as the blood spread, it created the illusion of a vast sea of crimson, dizzying to behold. Chu Feng's eyes turned slightly red, the murderous intent in his gaze impossible to suppress any longer. Simultaneously, he hastily summoned a Dr. Ghost. Do whatever it takes to keep this arm alive. Chu Feng crouched down, dipping 2 fingers into the blood to examine it closely. The blood was already half dried, yet it retained a certain viscosity. Therefore, the arm hadn't been severed too long ago, yet not too recently either. Chu Feng must hurry upstairs to investigate. Otherwise, the owner of this arm might not survive. As Chu Feng reached to press the floor buttons, he discovered that besides the power switch, only the 4th floor button was operational. Only a button for the 4th floor? Chu Feng didn't even need to think this was definitely a trick. But seeing that severed arm, another thought crossed Chu Feng's mind. Perhaps the trainees suspected the 4th floor button was problematic, which is why they chose to open the elevator doors. What they hadn't anticipated was that the moment the doors opened, something inside sucked them outwards. Simultaneously, the elevator doors slammed shut with blinding speed and force. Thus, the forearm was severed. Seeing the elevator unit shut down, the members fled in panic up the stairs. This explained why blood had dripped down so many steps. Seeing Chu Feng hesitating to press the button, Ling Ling asked, "Big brother, did you notice something? This single button is too suspicious. Should we just get out of here?" But Chu Feng shook his head firmly. "No, I'm pressing it." The next moment, Chu Feng pressed the button for the 4th floor. Just as Chu Feng had anticipated, the LED indicator lit up for the 4th floor as the elevator began moving smoothly. The elevator ascended rapidly, yet Chu Feng sensed something amiss. While waiting for the floor to arrive, Chu Feng caught a glimpse of a white figure out of the corner of his eye. Chu Feng was absolutely certain he hadn't seen wrong. A figure had just appeared in the mirror. Or rather, a ghost. Though the entity's strength remained unknown, Chu Feng felt no fear. Now that he held the Black Impermanence Ghost Summoning card in his hand, he feared nothing that couldn't instantly kill him. The figure lasted only an instant. When Chu Feng turned to look, it had vanished. A ding-dong chimed as the elevator doors slid open. Chu Feng grabbed Ling Ling's hand and hurried out of the elevator, fearing something unexpected might happen. Sure enough, the moment Ling Ling stepped out, the elevator doors slammed shut at a speed impossible for a machine to achieve. In an instant, several strands of Ling Ling's twin ponytails were severed, scattering fragments of hair across the floor. Ling Ling clutched Chu Feng's hand, trembling slightly. She whispered softly, "Big brother, there was a woman in the elevator just now." Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed he hadn't imagined it. There was indeed a woman. "Ling Ling, do you know who she was?" Ling Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mom and Dad never let me step inside Unit 3, but Dad seems to come here often." "But Mom and Dad are both gone now." Ling Ling's words suddenly struck a chord with Chu Feng. Gone? Of course they weren't gone. Not only were they still here, but they were trapped within Chu Feng's soul summoning banner. Chu Feng connected his consciousness to the ghost controlling space. The kitchen knife-wielding ghost immediately responded with utmost respect. "Master, what are your orders?" Chu Feng had no interest in hearing flattery and couldn't be bothered with small talk. He cut straight to the point. "Tell me everything you know about that girl in Unit 3. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the man glanced at his wife beside him. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally spoke. "Ah, that girl, she's both pitiable and despicable. 3 years ago, she moved into our neighborhood. Everyone heard she'd lost both parents and had a disability, so we took turns looking after her. At first, everyone genuinely wanted to help her. But you know how it goes, even a sickbed can wear out a devoted son, let alone neighbors with no real connection. So, the neighbors' care started to turn sour. At first, people just noticed she was seeing a guy from Unit 2. But soon enough, male residents started showing up at her place in the dead of night. The man sighed deeply at this point. I was the first to find the body. That morning, I went to deliver her breakfast according to the schedule. But I found her stripped naked, lying in a pool of blood. I immediately called everyone over and even paid for her funeral arrangements. Seeing the state she was left in, everyone fell silent. It seemed the women in the household had tacitly approved or concealed the men's actions. But I swear on my life, I never did anything to that girl. But for some reason, ever since then, my wife has been acting like a madwoman, hounding me daily with questions, suspecting I had something to do with that girl too. No matter how I explain it, she acts like she can't understand." The man sighed and pointed to the cleaver lodged in his head. "So one night, my head ended up like this." The man shook his head helplessly, then fixed Chu Feng with a piercing stare. "But you know, it's only natural. Not a single sane person lives in this building. Not just now, but even back when we were alive. Back then too, we were utterly depraved." Suddenly, he returned to his usual self and declared, "We all deserve to die and then some." Chapter 66, The Paranoid Girl. The man's gaze was so intense, piercing straight into Chu Feng's soul. His words sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine. Not a single sane person in the entire building? The man chuckled softly. It's written right on the door, Chongshan Mental Hospital. Why do you think that is? Because we're all mentally ill, of course. Chu Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The man continued, my wife has rage disorder. My daughter has multiple personality disorder. I'm the lucky one, just anxiety disorder. That old lady on the 4th floor? She has delusions. She imagines herself as a cat every single day. And that girl? She seems to have persecutory delusions. After she died, people started dying all over the neighborhood. I even suspect my death is connected to hers. Chu Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this, returning to the real world. With such unwavering loyalty, the man wouldn't deceive himself. Paranoid delusions? Chu Feng frowned. In his view, this condition was indeed quite troublesome. A mentally ill ghost was far more terrifying than ordinary spirits. And this particular ghost was one who had suffered abuse in life. She harbored hostility toward everything around her, definitely not someone to mess with. Add to that the fact she'd been dead the longest, her resentment so thick it sealed the entire building. If Chu Feng's guess was correct, this female ghost might be even more powerful than that cat-faced old woman. Chu Feng felt a surge of shock, clutching the ghost summoning card of Black Wuchang in his hand. As long as she hasn't reached the exaggerated level of a ghost king, Senior Black Wuchang should be more than enough to take her down instantly. Chu Feng stepped forward, only to discover that the layout of this 4th floor was indeed different from the others. Despite the limited space, it felt unusually spacious to see Ko. Along the narrow hallway, numerous small rooms flanked each other on opposite sides. The overall color scheme was white, yet it gave off a perpetually grayish, hazy feeling. Rather than individual rooms, it resembled a corner of a hospital ward. Chu Feng didn't rashly open any door, instead walking toward the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the end, he discovered another turn. When he looked down the second corridor, a bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes. A woman in a red dress sat facing him in a wheelchair. If that were all, it might not have seemed unusual. But then, with an extremely mechanical motion, the woman lifted her entire arm. Not moving her wrist, she stiffly swung her arm. At the same time, Chu Feng clearly saw the woman's face. She was a girl with delicate features tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yet when Chu Feng met her gaze, the girl forced a stiff smile. As if her lips were being slowly propped up by toothpicks, her smile progressed from a slight upturn at the corners to a faint smile. Then from a faint smile to a toothy grin. Then into a loud laugh. Finally, it transformed into a maniacal cackle. Her eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Just as Chu Feng prepared to counter, the female ghost suddenly leapt from the chair, extending both hands to grab at him. In the blink of an eye, the female ghost was already inches from Chu Feng's face. As Chu Feng raised his soul-summoning banner to block her, the female ghost disintegrated into a pile of dust. All that remained was a small arm. Chu Feng steadied his mind, feeling utterly bewildered. He had clearly activated his ghost eyes, yet he couldn't fully see through this ghostly creature's illusion? But that wasn't the main concern. The severed arm lay on the ground. Chu Feng picked up the arm, his brow furrowing deeply. The nails have been manicured. It belongs to a woman. The severed arm in the elevator earlier had thicker arms and knuckles, likely belonging to a man. Already 2 students. We can't wait any longer. Anxiety gnawed at Chu Feng's heart. Finding the internship squad was the absolute priority. Now everything else was irrelevant. His mind was a tangled mess. He'd intended to find Xiaohua, but now he couldn't even locate those greenhorns. Chu Feng swung his soul-summoning banner with force. Instantly, the corridor filled with all manner of ghostly creatures. Search every single room. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, thousands of ghostly creatures began a thorough search of the entire building. Even if some specters were destroyed by the female ghost, Chu Feng could pinpoint their exact location. This allowed Chu Feng to pinpoint the trainee squad's location with absolute certainty. Barely half a minute later, a headless little ghost staggered over. It urgently grabbed Chu Feng's hand and hurried to a sealed iron door. The surface of the iron door was covered in rust, looking quite old. Is it really inside? The headless little ghost bent over sharply. I swear on my head. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. You don't even have a head anymore. What kind of guarantee is that supposed to be? But with no other ghosts discovering new clues, he had no choice but to grasp at straws. Sword-wielding Ghost General. Chu Feng called out, and the Guandao Ghost General approached the iron gate, blade in hand. He gripped the blade's hilt with both hands, and the blade itself began to glow with a faint, luminous light. Once the glow turned into a ghostly green light, the Guandao Ghost General swung his blade. The seemingly indestructible door instantly split open with a vertical gash. Chu Feng motioned for the headless little ghost to enter first, following closely behind. The room was dimly lit, filled only with faint, barely audible gasps. Chu Feng summoned several candle ghosts and lamp spirits, barely illuminating the room's contents. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a few experimental tools and psychotropic drugs. Chu Feng scanned the room and saw all the interns huddled on the floor. Some lay motionless, barely clinging to life. Chu Feng noticed Wang Ming's arm had been severed, lying on the floor as he drifted in and out of consciousness.
Beside him, a medical intern with tears in her eyes was administering treatment.
Another girl with a severed arm was receiving intensive treatment and appeared to be in slightly better condition. But the most critical case was Lu Tang. Chu Feng stared at Lu Tang, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, Lu Tang had been reduced to a mere human stick. Both arms and legs had been severed. His vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, as if awaiting death's arrival. Only his life-bound ghost, the crimson-haired ghost, was burning its own ghostly energy to keep Lu Tang clinging to life. Without this crimson-haired ghost, Lu Tang would likely be dead by now. Chu Feng's eyes welled up with tears as he roared. "You haven't even been officially appointed yet. Don't you dare die on me." Lu Tang seemed to recognize the familiar voice. With his last ounce of strength, he said, "Brother Chu, ever since that incident at the Cursed Paradise, I've looked up to you. But this ghost is too twisted. You can't defeat it either. Run now." Chu Feng said nothing. He summoned all the healing ghosts and directly infused them with ghost energy, forcibly elevating them to the threshold of blood robe. "All of you better stay alive, damn it. I'm going to deal with that right now." With that, Chu Feng turned toward the doorway and saw the red-robed female ghost standing there. She still stared at him with that maniacal grin. Chu Feng's eyes widened with fury as he gripped the soul-summoning banner in his hand with unnatural tightness. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he roared. "You think you're paranoid? Today, I'll make sure you get what you deserve." Chapter 67, Black Wu Chang, Seizing Ghostly Limbs. But the ghost remained utterly unmoved. Instead, its gaze toward Chu Feng grew more mocking. But perhaps this room had once been used for experiments or drug treatments on her. Therefore, she couldn't enter it. The female ghost abruptly ceased her maniacal laughter, her voice now cold and vicious. "All humans or evil men especially are worthless scum." True to her words, she clearly targeted the boys with greater ferocity. Especially Lu Tang, likely due to sustaining the most severe injuries, had been wounded so gravely. Had Chu Feng arrived even a moment later, half the internship team would likely have been lost. Chu Feng roared in fury. "That's no excuse for indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. They came here merely to find someone, yet you've wounded and killed them." The female ghost, however, looked down on them with disdain, her gaze as contemptuous as if she were observing mere insects. "Even if they wouldn't harm me, so what? This is my domain. Their fate, life or death, is mine to decide. And that includes yours." Chu Feng's fury reached its peak. They dared to harm his men and still act so brazenly. You can't just beat a dog without considering its owner. And these weren't mere dogs, they were heroes who toiled tirelessly to protect the people of Xia Kingdom. In that case, words were useless. In that case, Chu Feng could kill her without a shred of guilt. A faint curve lifted the corners of Chu Feng's lips as he clutched a jet-black card in his hand. "They didn't come to kill you, yet you treat them like this. But unfortunately, I genuinely came here to kill you." In the next instant, Chu Feng charged toward the female ghost. Simultaneously, the Taoist priest's robe appeared on his body, gradually turning black. Upon the tall black hat were inscribed the 4 characters, "Peace under heaven." "Senior Fan Wujio, please lend this junior your strength." At first, the female ghost found Chu Feng's self-sacrificing act laughable. But upon seeing the ghostly pale face and the tongue hanging down to the ground, she was stunned. This was the primal fear ingrained in the DNA of ghostly beings when confronted by the black and white impermanence. She wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Indeed, the law of smile conservation never fails me. Smiles never vanish, they merely shift. At that moment, Chu Feng's smile was dazzlingly bright, his eyes filled with boundless hatred for this ghostly creature. When he first encountered some ghostly beings, he simply couldn't bring himself to kill them outright. After all, some of them hadn't committed any heinous crimes. But this creature before him? Chu Feng simply couldn't stand it. Black Wu Chang showed no patience for this paranoid female ghost. Instead, he clamped his arm around her neck and, with thunderous force, smashed through the floor, pinning her directly beneath the ground below. The female ghost was startled at first. Though she hadn't formed a vast ghostly domain. At the very least, within Unit 3, she should have been invincible. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that even in death, she could be beaten until blood flowed. Unlike the white impermanence's wild abandon, Black Wu Chang appeared far more composed. Though perhaps that was simply because his inner nature was even more twisted. Black Wu Chang said nothing, merely smiling. The female ghost mustered every ounce of strength, yet could only force out 3 words. "Spare me." Black Wu Chang sneered coldly, his hands already forming a seal. "To have my junior tormented like this, well, I find myself in a bit of a predicament." As he spoke, 4 shadowy figures materialized around him. In the next instant, the 4 apparitions transformed into Black Wu Chang's likeness, circling the female ghost in orderly formation. The female ghost trembled in terror, staring at the black impermanence who had stepped before her. "You, take me back to the underworld, but don't kill me." Black Wu Chang smiled faintly. "Killing you or taking you back to the underworld, both are equally effortless. Liang Yinru of the Liang family in Tianjin has exhausted her mortal lifespan, yet she has committed 23 murders. Her crimes are unforgivable. Punishment, dismemberment by 5 ghosts."
In the next instant, the black impermanence formed a seal with his fingers and pressed them together. The other 4 black impermanents materialized and joined their palms together simultaneously. Instantly, all 5 black impermanents extended crimson tongues. The tongues shot toward the female ghost Lian Yinru at incredible speed, wrapping themselves around her neck, shoulders, and thighs. The once slender tongues instantly twisted like coiled, powerful serpents in a confined space. The sound of joints shattering could be heard. The female ghost was plunged into despair. She knew she still possessed some abilities, yet they proved utterly useless in combat. She was completely overwhelmed. In her final moments, she recalled Chu Feng's words from the beginning. They didn't come to kill you, yet you treated them this way. But unfortunately, I genuinely came here to kill you. Perhaps if she hadn't attacked that group back then, she wouldn't have met such an end. But clearly, she had no time left for regrets. When bones and muscles reached their breaking point, snapping was inevitable. Boom! In that instant, the female ghost's head and limbs snapped off and flew apart. Blood misted into the air, spurting relentlessly. Black Wu Chang, however, watched the scene unfold with a benevolent expression, murmuring to Chu Feng's consciousness. I'll leave you a ghost tailor. This specter's limbs should still be usable. As he spoke, Chu Feng felt Black Wu Chang's consciousness gradually withdraw, restoring his own control over the body. Before him stood the female ghost, now twisted into a human state by the black impermanence, and an old man with a flowery mustache wearing round spectacles. Having received orders from Black Wu Chang, the old man treated Chu Feng with utmost respect. He first nodded in acknowledgement, then picked up the limbs and head scattered on the ground, heading toward Unit 3. Chu Feng followed closely behind, daring not to delay. Sure enough, upon returning to the room, Wang Ming and the others' injuries had stabilized. Only Lu Tang's condition remained dire. His life-bound crimson-haired ghost was now in a state of disintegration, seemingly on the verge of complete dissolution. Chu Feng frowned and had no choice but to call upon the ghost tailor. After all, Wang Ming and the others still had their severed arms intact, whereas Lu Tang's limbs had been completely twisted beyond recognition. Reconstruction was utterly impossible. Reattaching ghost limbs was a last resort. The ghost tailor first treated Lu Tang's wounds, then carefully trimmed the ghost limb before aligning and joining the pieces. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Tang's limbs were fully restored. Without close inspection, there was no discernible difference in color. Gradually regaining consciousness, Lu Tang stared in disbelief at his arms, tentatively attempting to grasp something. This can't be possible. He stared at Chu Feng in utter astonishment, though he knew these were not his original arms and legs. Both in appearance and flexibility, they were indistinguishable from his original limbs. With that, Lu Tang attempted to rise and kneel before Chu Feng, while his spirit guardian wept uncontrollably. Chu Feng hurriedly supported Lu Tang, as his body hadn't fully recovered yet. The most urgent task at hand was to uncover Xia Hua's whereabouts. Thus, Chu Feng spoke in a solemn tone. So, everyone came here after receiving that phone call as well? Chapter 68, Xia Qingtong, I shall slay him. Lu Tang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Yes. Though the voice was very muffled, we recognized Sister Xia Hua's voice immediately. We even saved the recording. With that, Lu Tang pulled out a pager from his pocket. It displayed not only the time the call was made but also the exact location. Chu Feng listened to the recording several times, his expression slightly bewildered. The conversation matched exactly what Xia Hua had said when she called him back, then even the tone and pauses were identical. But the biggest problem was that there was a full hour's gap between the two calls. That was impossible. So, since you entered this place, have you seen any trace of Xia Hua? The others exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. It seemed the very identity of the voice message's sender, whether it was Xia Hua at all, was now up for debate. Chu Feng frowned deeply and shared his deductions with the others. Clearly, someone wants us dead. Whether Xia Hua is safe is important, but what matters most is how we get out of here. Chu Feng calmed himself and could only arrive at this conclusion. Since entering that door, Chu Feng hadn't attempted to leave again. Naturally, he had no way of knowing whether the door could lead out again. Xia Hua's life was undoubtedly important, but the paramount concern now was whether everyone could survive and escape. After all, Xia Hua was a member of the esteemed Imperial Capital Spirit Guard. If he vanished without a trace, the Spirit Guard would certainly not stand idly by. But Chu Feng and his companions were in real danger. As for what exactly was hidden within Unit 2, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to care. The most pressing problem now was undoubtedly how to escape from here. Chu Feng turned around to find the headless ghost who had led them to the intern's room, now staring at them with an obsequious expression. Then it glanced at the female ghost's severed head discarded nearby, scratching its head awkwardly. Chu Feng understood its meaning perfectly well. He instructed the ghost tailor to sew the head directly onto the headless ghost child's body. The headless ghost thus became a female-headed male ghost. Its appearance wasn't exactly jarringly incongruous, but it was undeniably hideous. With the female ghost's head, it grinned and said, "Actually, I know a small path where the restrictions might be weaker." Chu Feng was stunned. He hadn't even released this creature for long, yet it proved so useful? Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, the headless little ghost sighed helplessly. Truth is, I originally lived here. But this place only allowed entry, not exit. So I dug a hole myself. But just as I finished digging and poked my head out, a hearse ran right over me. Chu Feng and the others hadn't heard such a hellish joke in ages. Though the experience was truly tragic, Chu Feng and the others struggled to stifle their laughter. Several minutes later, the group followed the female-headed ghost to a secluded corner. There, a plump dog was seen dragging a chew toy, squeezing its way into the courtyard from outside. Seeing this, the group was overjoyed. It seemed this tunnel was indeed viable. The female-headed male ghost, however, was displeased. He snatched the chew toy from the dog's mouth with a sudden jerk. Chu Feng and the others stared at the so-called chew toy and were utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't a chew toy at all, it was clearly a human jawbone, still attached to several jagged, uneven teeth. Damn it! That's the gold tooth I had fitted. Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer, unsure whether to chuckle or burst out laughing. He'd never imagined that every ghostly creature within his ghost-taming space carried such rich histories. Still, to be safe, Chu Feng decided to send the female-headed male ghost ahead. The female-headed male ghost declared with righteous indignation, how could a human body crawl out of a dog hole? But thankfully, I'm a ghost. With that, it wriggled through like a giant loach. Yet halfway through, the unsuspecting onlookers heard his agonized cry of Aya. He managed to crawl out with great difficulty, his voice trembling with tears as he said, "Wah, I'm okay now, wah." Chu Feng followed closely behind. Yet once everyone had crawled through, he exclaimed in astonishment. "Where's the head I just attached to you?" The headless little ghost whined, "It was that hearse again. It crushed my new head. I'll fight it to the death." With that, the headless ghost sprinted toward the paper-made hearse. "Don't you have eyes?" The headless ghost frantically pounded on the window. When the driver finally rolled it down, everything made sense. What the little ghost hadn't expected was that the driver was indeed a blind ghost. Thus, both parties fell into an endless silence. Chu Feng no longer paid attention to the headless little ghost, instead turning his gaze toward the mental hospital. As his gaze met the sky, it seemed he was locking eyes with a man he'd never met. Chu Feng's gaze grew cold as he declared, "That old scoundrel Xiao Qingtong, I will kill him." With that, Chu Feng escorted the intern squad back to the Spirit Command Bureau, adding, "At least this trip wasn't wasted. With this mission under your belts, you should be able to earn your permanent positions now." Lu Tang chuckled and said, "Actually, Sister Xiaohua already credited most of the credit to us during the last incident. We just hadn't received the official approval paperwork yet. Thanks to Brother Feng and Sister Xiaohua. Wishing you both a long and happy life together. Senior Chu, rest assured Sister Xiaohua will be just fine." A barrage of blows left Chu Feng speechless. He felt someone's fingers tightening around his own. Looking down, he realized it was Lingling. Chu Feng inwardly panicked. He had never seen Lingling like this before. As a younger sister, she was human. As an older sister, she became a ghost. Would this unique destiny ever be accepted by this world? Chu Feng didn't know. But he knew one thing for certain, he had to take this girl away. Her half-human, half-ghost constitution could easily draw unwanted attention. Once that happened, Lingling's fate would slip from his grasp. But who could Chu Feng trust? Looking back on his entire life, Chu Feng had either been deceived or was on the path to being deceived. Apart from his aunt, he had virtually no one to turn to. Now, the only person he could possibly trust was his unlucky master. The sky was already turning light. Chu Feng thought, old folks always rise early. He should be awake by now, right? He dialed the number. To Chu Feng's surprise, the call was answered almost instantly. "Little Feng, staying out all night, were you off doing something scandalous?" "Listen, if you're just looking for a girlfriend, I'm all for it. But don't go to those messy places." Chu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. He had indeed been to a messy place, but how could it possibly be as unsavory as Fu Hong'an imagined? So Chu Feng quickly interrupted. "Master, it's a bit complicated. I found a child." "Oh, you found a child? Then just send it straight to the Spirit Control Bureau, right?" Chu Feng replied earnestly, "This child is half human, half ghost." Fu Hong'an spit out a mouthful of tea on the other end of the line and hurriedly said, "Get back to Imperial University immediately. I'll be waiting at the entrance." Chapter 69, The Ancient Sword Sealing Kingdom, A Shocking Secret. 2 hours later, Chu Feng finally rode a shared bike back to Imperial University. Damn it! If I'd known, I wouldn't have blown up that bus so early. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel regret. If he hadn't blown up the bus so early, he might have saved a lot of energy. Not to mention, he was now carrying this little bundle of energy. Though Lingling was petite, Chu Feng never imagined she'd be this heavy. Panting from exhaustion, Chu Feng asked, "Lingling, does your weight count as double too?" Lingling just smiled without a word, giving Chu Feng a look that said, "You guess." With no other choice, Chu Feng took Lingling's hand and headed toward the gates of Emperor University. But unexpectedly, the moment they stepped through the gates, a powerful gust of wind swept them away. Chu Feng felt darkness envelop his vision.
When he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the vice principal's office. Fu Hongyan looked suspiciously at Lingling, then turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Are you sure this isn't your illegitimate child or something? I may not have a granddaughter, but I certainly can't accept such a little brat." Chu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. This old man really thought the worst of him. Lingling protested vehemently, "Big brother and I only met last night." The statement carried a double meaning. Hearing Lingling's words, Fu Hongyan froze in shock. "Chu Feng, you didn't actually do anything to her, did you?" Chu Feng was speechless and could only have Lingling step onto the scale. In an instant, the needle shot straight to the 60 kilograms mark. Chu Feng pointed at the scale and gestured for himself to step on it. His own weight was also 60 kilograms. He retorted, "Master, how could an 8 or 9-year-old girl weigh the same as a grown man?" Fu Hongyan frowned slightly. This did defy common sense. Could it be? Exactly. There's a ghost inside her body. Seeing Fu Hongyan's skeptical expression, Chu Feng added, "Last night I went to a mental hospital. There were 2 ghosts inside." Hearing this, Fu Hongyan's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Chu Feng would be so bold. But then he thought 2 ghosts, and he actually escaped unscathed? Chu Feng's strength truly surpassed his imagination. One of them was a mid-stage yet she smacked it flat on the ground with a single blow from her ghostly form. So I'm guessing Lingling's older sister, Jingjing, must also be at the Yaksa level or higher. An 8 or 9-year-old child possessing a ghost? To others, this sounded like pure fantasy. But Fu Hongyan's expression grew grave as he rummaged through his bookshelf. Chu Feng and Lingling exchanged a glance, both their expressions growing intensely grave. Including Chu Feng, he couldn't tell whether bringing Lingling here was a blessing or a curse. If Lingling's condition was some kind of forbidden secret, might Fu Hongyan eliminate her on the spot? Less than a quarter of an hour later, Fu Hongyan pulled out an ancient, dust-covered book. Chu Feng asked curiously, "Master, what is this book?" Fu Hongyan replied in a solemn tone, "This book records some ghost-subduing techniques that predate the birth of the Xia Kingdom's systematic ghost-subduing methods. This girl's situation. I seem to recall reading about it in this book when I was young." Fu Hongyan squinted slightly through his reading glasses as he examined it meticulously. "This is it." Chu Feng and Lingling leaned forward, peering at the passage Fu Hongyan pointed to. "Dual ghost bodies? Twin ghost bodies, commanding ghosts within one's own body, housing ghostly entities within oneself and sharing all bodily resources with them. This method unleashes the spirit's full potential, but its drawbacks are equally stark. When the spirit manifests, the practitioner struggles to control its actions in time, often leading to severe consequences. Hence, it is forbidden. Origin, the ancient kingdom of Fengjian. The sword-sealing ancient kingdom?" Upon seeing this name, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This peculiar sensation was unpleasant, yet Chu Feng's intuition told him this sword-sealing ancient kingdom might be connected to him. Thus, feigning surprise, Chu Feng inquired, "The sword-sealing ancient kingdom? What is this place? I've never heard of it in theory class either." Fu Hongyan's expression darkened, realizing he'd likely shown Chu Feng something he shouldn't have. Fu Hongyan looked at Chu Feng with a grave expression and said, "I can tell you. I can even tell you the whole truth. But I hope that after learning all this, you won't take any overly drastic actions. This is for your own good at least, for your current well-being." Chu Feng knew that the Sword Ancient Kingdom was indeed connected to him. In fact, it was deeply connected to him. Upon hearing this, Lingling quickly leaned her little head closer. Fu Hongyan sighed and said, "Legend has it that beneath the entire land of the Xia Kingdom, there has always existed such a being, the ferryman. They exist between humans and ghostly beings, tasked with guiding the souls of the deceased into the underworld. Such beings are regarded as ghostly messengers in the human world, and the realm they inhabit is known as the Netherworld. Gradually, their numbers grew, and they established their own realm. They enshrined a Netherworld sword as their national treasure, naming their kingdom the Sword-Sealing Nation. According to internal research by the Spirit Control Bureau, during the initial rampage of ghostly creatures, they were the first to stand against the ghostly tide, imparting the art of ghost warding to humanity." At this point, Fu Hongyan sighed deeply. For many years, humans found no traces of divine beings, yet the paths of the so-called ghost officers could be traced. What immense power that must have been. And mankind has always been insatiably greedy for such formidable authority. Thus, some began to flock to the mysterious beings who taught them ghost warding techniques, even coveting their power. Finally, one day, someone discovered the entrance to this mysterious realm. The Neon Kingdom, the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the Kimchi Kingdom, along with factions within our Xia Kingdom, bided their time. Taking advantage of the Sealed Sword Nation's Holy Maiden Du Ruyan aiding in suppressing the ghost tide, they abandoned their defense against the tide and instead set their sights on the ancient kingdom. Desires suppressed for millennia were laid bare, and countless souls poured into its depths. Though the sword-sealing kingdom possessed formidable strength, its population was dwarfed by the countless ghost-taming practitioners across the world. Ultimately, they were slaughtered to the last man. By the time Du Ruyan returned to the sword-sealing kingdom, the entire realm lay engulfed in flames.
The emperor and empress took their own lives, while the crown prince vanished without a trace. Legend has it that Du Ruyan risked her life to carry the prince away, vanishing without a trace afterward. At some point during the tale, Chu Feng's hands clenched into fists unconsciously, his jaw clenched tight.
Master, when you say one day, are you referring to 18 years ago? Fu Hongyan remained silent. The answer, however, was already self-evident.
Chapter 70, Twin Ghost Bodies, Innate Ghost Controlling Holy Physique. For a moment, Chu Feng felt his mind go blank.
Du Ruyan, Du Mian? Wasn't that 18 years ago, right after he was born? And that so-called National Guardian artifact, that nether sword, wasn't it the very one within his ghost-controlling space?
Chu Feng refused to believe it, yet the sheer coincidence forced him to confront the truth.
The ancient Fengjian kingdom was indeed the place of his birth.
And he himself was the prince of the extinguished sword-sealing kingdom.
For a long moment, the room fell into silence. Even Ling sensed something amiss.
After an unknown span of time, Fu Hongyan finally spoke.
I never thought about all this when I took you as my disciple.
But countless events unfolded, all pointing the truth toward you.
I can't say for certain, nor do I know if I should speak of it.
After I tell you, I don't know if you'll be disappointed in Xia Kingdom or if it will change your nature completely.
I'm sorry. Though Xia Kingdom dispatched us for immediate rescue, this is the outcome. I'm truly sorry.
Fu Hongyan kept repeating his apologies, his eyes slightly reddened. But Chu Feng stared blankly and asked, so what about you?
Did you really go to rescue them? Or was it, as you said before, merely another opportunity realmed for you?
For some reason, Chu Feng felt a chill sweep through his heart.
An inexplicable sorrow overwhelmed him, robbing him of his composure.
Helplessly, Chu Feng burst into loud sobs. If this was the case, it seemed only his aunt could truly stand by him in this world. Teaching you ghost-subduing techniques to help you withstand the ghost tide.
Had the sword-sealing kingdom not done enough? Why had humanity become so greedy? Chu Feng couldn't comprehend it.
He felt utterly disillusioned with the entire human world. Helping you master ghost-subduing techniques, only to die by their very power. What a pitiful, what a hopeless way to die. Chu Feng could scarcely imagine the thoughts that had crossed the minds of his parents, whom he had never met, in their final moments. Fu Hongyan, weighed down by guilt, dared not speak further.
After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng choked out a question. I won't ask about Neon Nation or Lighthouse Nation for now. I only want to know which factions within Xia Nation participated in that war that destroyed our country?
Chu Feng's request seemed reasonable enough, yet Fu Hongyan truly hesitated whether to speak. Those factions that once coveted the mystical resources of the ancient sword-sealing kingdom had now either become prominent clans or risen to high positions within the Spirit Command Bureau. Regardless, they had undeniably contributed greatly to Xia Kingdom. At least, that was the surface reality. Thus, Fu Hongyan genuinely hesitated over whether to speak. Did he sympathize with Chu Feng? Of course he did. But if he truly revealed that invasion list to Chu Feng, the consequences would be unimaginable. He knew that, given Chu Feng's nature, he wouldn't act impulsively and throw himself into certain death. He would only strike when his strength was sufficient to annihilate them all. But if that happened, wouldn't the entire Xia Kingdom descend into chaos? Fu Hongyan's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. After all, those individuals had indeed faced some reckoning afterward. Some had even secured their current positions through deals with the Lingyu Bureau. After an unknown period of silence, Fu Hongyan finally spoke. Xiao Feng, you know I'm no saint either. For the sake of Xia Kingdom's interests, at least as things stand now, I cannot reveal the entire list to you. But I can tell you this much, Xia Qingtong was indeed involved. With that, Fu Hongyan sighed deeply and continued. I've lived long enough. Once my grievances with Xia Qingtong are settled, I'll take my own life. His eyes softened with affection as he looked at Chu Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips. When that time comes, you may summon my spirit for questioning. That way, I'll have done justice to both the Xia Kingdom and to you. For an unknown length of time, the room was filled only with sniffles and sighs. Chu Feng composed himself and knelt, declaring, You will always be my master. Fu Hongyan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sun just rising beyond the window. Chu Feng's words and actions were, of course, heartfelt. Had it been anyone else, even with Chu Feng's extraordinary talent, they might have chosen to eliminate him while he was still weak and seize the opportunity for themselves. Yet Fu Hongyan not only refrained from such actions but consistently looked out for Chu Feng. At the very least, he stood by Chu Feng's side. He believed that the bond between himself and Fu Hongyan was genuine. As for killing his master to interrogate him, that was something Chu Feng could never bring himself to do. But he was certain he could extract every last clue about that battle from someone else's mouth. Why the ghost officers aided him, and where the endless horde of ghostly creatures originated. All seemed to have reasonable explanations now. Chu Feng turned to Fu Hongyan once more. Master, are there any survivors left in my sword-sealing kingdom? Fu Hongyan paused briefly before answering. As long as you are here, they will always be. The words carried profound meaning, but Chu Feng heard them clearly in his heart. He was not alone.
Perhaps, among humanity's current pinnacle warriors, there are citizens of Fengjian Kingdom. Fu Hong'an's words were not meant to console Chu Feng. Rather, it was because since 18 years ago, the overall strength of Xia Nation's Ghostbusters had surged by more than 30%. There were even prodigies who emerged overnight. Furthermore, since Fengjian citizens and Xia citizens were physically indistinguishable, it was entirely plausible. Fu Hong'an looked at Lingling beside Chu Feng and said, "Perhaps Lingling is actually a citizen of Fengjian. This dual ghost physique is one of the unique cultivation methods exclusive to the Demon Sealing Nation." As he spoke, Chu Feng's eyes turned to Lingling, and he truly sensed an indescribable warmth emanating from her. Chu Feng asked Fu Hong'an, "Master, is there any way to detect whether someone is a citizen of the Sword-Sealing Nation?" For some reason, Chu Feng felt profoundly alone in this world. Finding fellow citizens might change that feeling. Fu Hong'an replied, "According to records, citizens of the Sealed Demon Nation bear a specific mark. And once the national treasure is revealed, that mark will appear. Since the artifact is now in your possession, why not give it a try?" Thus, Chu Feng drew the flying sword from his ghost-taming realm. The moment the flying sword pointed toward Lingling, a golden rune suddenly appeared on her forehead. In the next instant, Lingling's white robes transformed into a blood-red hue. Her eyes turned crimson as she transformed into a ghostly form. Yet Jingjing, once defiant and untamed, knelt on one knee, bowing her head in submission to Chu Feng. "Jingjing, subject of the Sword Realm, greets the prince." Jingjing's eyes brimmed with devotion, the madness completely gone. Fu Hong'an chuckled, "So it seems it's true after all." Chu Feng felt a pang of suspicion. Fu Hong'an's knowledge of Fengjian Kingdom was far too deep. Could it be? A bold conjecture formed in Chu Feng's mind. Now was the time to test it. And so, in the next instant, Chu Feng twisted the tip of his sword, pointing it straight at Fu Hong'an. This strike was inescapable. Chapter 71, Tianjin's Secret Realm of Opportunity. Fu Hong'an could never have anticipated Chu Feng would aim his flying sword at him. There was simply no way to dodge it. Then, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A crimson rune suddenly appeared on Fu Hong'an's forehead. Unlike the one on Lingling's forehead, this rune, though red, was significantly paler in hue. Chu Feng's lips curved upward slightly. "Seems my hunch was right, master." Fu Hong'an froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ah, I couldn't hide it after all." Fu Hong'an explained, "As you can see, my mother was human, while my father was a citizen of Fengjian Nation. So while I bear the mark, its hue is somewhat paler." Chu Feng chuckled softly, "So, being caught between both worlds, you haven't had it easy either." Chu Feng now understood Fu Hong'an's feelings to some extent. Though the blood of Fengjian flowed through his veins, he had grown up in the human world. He held a special affection for both realms. Therefore, asking him to abandon one side was simply impossible. Chu Feng pressed further, "Then what does this color signify?" Fu Hong'an pondered for a moment before answering. Runes with intricate, coiled lines like Lingling's are typically defined as sorcerers. Whereas lines like mine, which are more rugged and coarse, mostly belong to warriors. As for the color, based on my research, it symbolizes talent level. Talent level? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Could talent levels actually be verified through this method? After all, the verification methods he had encountered before involved touching the crystal with both hands and sensing its essence. But now he was being told that a sword could also achieve this? Fu Hong'an offered an explanation. Unlike humans, the citizens of Fengjian undergo talent testing beneath the nation's sacred artifact. Generally speaking, the tiers ascend from white, yellow, blue, green, yellow, gold, red, to black. Chu Feng nodded silently upon hearing this. So Lingling's talent truly was terrifying. Possessing a Yiksha-level ghost creature at such a young age meant her future was truly limitless. And now, with the deterrent of the nation guarding Divine Sword, Jingjing's tendency to be difficult to control could also be managed. In Chu Feng's view, this was no different from gaining a powerful Yiksha-level ghost creature. The only drawback was that this cultivation method could only contract one ghostly being. Of course, if Chu Feng could also employ this method, it would be utterly extraordinary. Chu Feng said nothing more, merely nodding his thanks. He owed Fu Hong'an gratitude for revealing the truth about his life over the past 18 years. As Chu Feng prepared to leave the principal's office, he turned to Fu Hong'an and said, "As you said, debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. I harbor no hostility towards Xia Nation or humanity as a whole. My sole purpose is to eliminate those who destroyed my homeland." Chu Feng's gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Fu Hong'an called out to Chu Feng. "Given your current prominence, you've undoubtedly caught the attention of Xia Nation's high command. This room has anti-eavesdropping barriers, so they won't know about our conversation. But I cannot guarantee that among those high-ranking officials, there aren't remnants of the scum who invaded the ancient kingdom of Fengjian. For 18 years, they've been relentlessly pursuing you, desperate to seize those opportunities. Therefore, until you've grown sufficiently powerful, you must conceal your identity. For your own sake, and for the sake of the Sword-Sealing Kingdom." Chu Feng nodded silently, pulling Lingling out of the room. Yet Fu Hong'an's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. For yourself and for the sword-sealing kingdom. Indeed, for himself and for the sword-sealing kingdom. At this moment, Chu Feng could no longer afford to act too conspicuously. At the very least, he couldn't allow himself to be cornered into a deadly situation. As for those eyes watching from the shadows, Chu Feng couldn't tell if they meant good or ill. But one thing was certain, someone was already watching him. As long as he did not draw that sword, he remained merely the exceptionally talented Chu Feng. But the moment he drew that sword, he would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of countless enemies. After stepping out of the office and taking Lingling to the cafeteria for breakfast, Chu Feng made a new discovery. When Lingling transformed into Jingjing, she could actually be absorbed by the soul summoning banner. But Lingling was still human at heart and preferred being outside. Thus, Chu Feng had no choice but to ask Fu Hongyan to arrange a companion list for him. Yes, to outsiders, it appeared as a younger sister accompanying her older brother. This way, Chu Feng gained a second family member. Yet what puzzled Chu Feng was this. No matter what he tried, he could no longer get through to his aunt's phone. Still, as Fu Hongyan had said, his aunt was the sacred maiden of the Fengjian ancient kingdom. She must possess considerable strength and surely wouldn't be in any danger. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Though called sirens, they were actually the assembly bells of Imperial Capital University. When this bell sounded, it usually meant something major was about to happen. Sure enough, under everyone's curious stares, Chu Feng rushed frantically to the assembly point. At the same time, he didn't even bother to wipe Lingling's face, which was smeared with vegetable juice, with a tissue. The looks on everyone's faces as they watched Chu Feng were truly something to behold. Some were envious, others looked down on him. But it all boiled down to one phrase. Siskan steamed goose heart. Chu Feng certainly noticed the stares, but he couldn't care less. At this moment, he had already fully accepted Lingling as his own sister. Or rather, he'd suddenly gained two little sisters, though the other one was a bit more troublesome. After all, only family is the perfect art bestowed by the gods. As for what others thought, that was none of Chu Feng's damn business. Soon, before the podium, Chu Feng encountered Fu Hongyan once more. Fu Hongyan's expression was somewhat serious, but his easygoing nature soon surfaced again. Classmates, especially our new students, you're in for a treat. At these words, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Lucky? What good news could this be? No idea. Better hear it from the bald principal himself. Fu Hongyan on stage rolled his eyes inwardly. At his level, hearing every whisper from the audience was child's play. But thankfully, he was used to it. Ever since he started as a mere instructor, this nickname had followed him to every event. What could he do? It was all thanks to his sword-wielding father's genetic legacy. Along with inheriting exceptional talent, he'd also picked up that damn balding gene. Ahem. Fu Hongyan launched into his tactical clearing cough. Meaning, he wouldn't speak until the audience quieted down. Seeing the audience fall silent, Fu Hongyan finally spoke. Tianjin University and the Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau have discovered a serendipitous secret realm. And as one of the top universities in Xia Nation, our Imperial Capital University has secured 20 spots to enter this realm. I will allocate these spots as follows. 3rd and 4th year students will each receive 6 spots, awarded to the top 6 students based on overall evaluation. 1st and 2nd year students will each receive 4 spots, also allocated based on overall rankings. As for the 1st year students, since no overall evaluation has been conducted for them yet, their spots will be allocated based on their performance in the previous Ghost Realm trial. Now, I will announce the list. 1st year qualifiers, by Ning Miao, Gu Xianhong, Lin Zhengfeng. Fu Hongyan paused briefly before adding, Chu Feng. Chapter 72, First Encounter with Xia Qingtong. Chu Feng understood what Fu Hongyan was hesitating about. If the list were read according to ranking order, he should have been first. Yet Fu Hongyan hesitated. Perhaps another thought had crossed his mind. Why not simply withhold the assignment from Chu Feng altogether? But he knew that even if he didn't assign it, Chu Feng would find a way to secure it. So he could only let it go. Besides, according to the distribution criteria he had previously outlined, it was impossible to exclude Chu Feng. Perhaps the very phrase Opportunity Realm held too much sensitivity for Chu Feng. Or perhaps because the destination was Jinmen, and Fu Hongyan felt it wasn't safe. After all, it was Xia Qingtong's territory, perhaps it truly wasn't the best place to go. But Chu Feng's gaze remained resolute as he turned to Lingling beside him. Lingling, you must cooperate with me this time. Lingling nodded obediently. Don't worry, brother. I'll do my absolute best. Suddenly, Lingling's eyes turned a blood-red crimson. Jingjing had emerged. Rest assured, I will also do my utmost to assist you. Chu Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. This mission he was determined to succeed. Fu Hongyan's gatherings were always well received, largely due to one crucial aspect. The content was concise and highly timely. Now, students who have qualified for the secret realm, please assemble at the podium. Prepare to depart for the realm of opportunity. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. So soon? Given the typical high school approach, once the announcement was made, it was unlikely there would be any further updates. By the time it came up again, everyone would likely have graduated. Chu Feng, hurry up. The sooner you go, the better for such a great opportunity. Chu Feng felt a strong, powerful hand on his shoulder. Combined with that lively voice, there was no need to guess it had to be Lin Zhengfeng. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After all, it was a secret realm of opportunity, first come, first served. Besides, the secret realm of opportunity he discovered in Jinmen was most likely his own Chu family's. Which meant all those opportunities belonged to Chu Feng himself. If he arrived late, wouldn't that be a disservice to his ancestors? Thus, 1 hour later. Outside the gates of the Spirit Guard Bureau in Tianjin, a large crowd had already gathered. Most were mature-looking individuals, each accompanied by a small line of younger men and women. In front of each leader stood members holding placards displaying their respective university teams. Examples included Imperial Capital University Team and Tianjin University Team. Some team leaders, fearing their students might follow the wrong group, raised their signs high and shouted their school's name loudly. Chu Feng watched this comical scene and couldn't help but feel it had a retro vibe. Damn it, back when I was in after-school care, the auntie would gather the elementary school kids like this. Is the Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau's management really this poor? They don't even have a reception room? For some reason, perhaps because Chu Feng harbored no goodwill towards Xia Qingtong whatsoever. Even before arriving at the Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau, he couldn't stop finding fault. Most of the students in the visiting delegation were young adults around 20 years old. Young people naturally have boundless energy. Thus, members from different teams were always striking up conversations and exchanging greetings. As a student from Imperial Capital University, Chu Feng naturally attracted quite a few approaches. Hey, hi. I'm Su Qing from Tianjin University. Can we connect on WeChat? I'm Yang Luqing, a freshman from South Sichuan University. Guess what? Your senior Yang Qian is my distant cousin. At some lesser-tier universities, girls would even flash their green bubble QR codes directly, specifically for Chu Feng to scan. Chu Feng looked down on such behavior. He never believed academic credentials or university prestige defined a person. After all, a high degree doesn't filter out scum. From what he'd seen, some people's character was completely mismatched with their education. Take Imperial Capital University, for instance. Even there you'd find weirdos who don't flush after using the toilet. Moreover, it might stem from Chu Feng's upbringing. He deeply resented people approaching him with ulterior motives. That feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Their eyes brimmed with desire, pure, raw desire. And Chu Feng's rejection naturally earned him one hunt-failed look after another. And the inevitable retort, "You're such a poser." Of course, not everyone felt out of place in these inter-school social circles. Beyond the noisy hubbub of the team leaders, at the very edge of the main group, another contingent stood apart. Their sign bore the longest school name: Imperial Capital Beilifeng Professional Ghost Hunting Academy. Because they didn't fit in with the other schools, they became the butt of everyone's jokes. Damn, are you kidding me? Does this crappy junior college even have the right to compete with us for opportunities? What kind of strength could junior college students possibly have? Going in would be like handing themselves over to the ghosts to be slaughtered. Facing the waves of mockery from his team, Chu Feng frowned slightly. He never believed that technical colleges were devoid of capable individuals. Thus, under the puzzled stares of his companions, Chu Feng unexpectedly walked toward the 8-Mile Graveyard Academy team on his own. This sudden move instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Holy crap, he's a student from Imperial Capital University. Why is he heading over to that vocational college? Damn it, did I just hit on a vocational college student? What bad luck! Meanwhile, the well-connected insiders who knew the inside scoop whispered, "Don't you guys know? This guy's part of the joint training program between Imperial Capital University and that crappy vocational school." What? Imperial Capital University has a joint program with that crappy vocational college? That's way beneath them. Facing Chu Feng's departure, the senior team leader remained silent. In her eyes, Chu Feng and those who had earned their way into Imperial Capital University through their own efforts were never cut from the same cloth. His departure now suited her just fine. Lin Zhengfeng, however, fired back at the gossip. "We may have a joint program with the vocational college, but we sure as hell don't have one with you lot." "What's the reason for that?" Lin Zhengfeng's words left the entire crowd speechless. At the end of the day, it was nothing more than jealousy from those who hadn't made it into Xanadu University. "We won't collaborate with your university, but we will collaborate with the vocational college." "Why? Doesn't your school rank lower than a vocational college?" His words left them speechless, while Chu Feng felt a quiet satisfaction inside. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps drew everyone's attention. At the entrance of the Tianjin Lingyu Bureau, a robust man emerged. He wore an executive jacket and black-rimmed glasses. His face bore no expression, yet he commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. No introduction was needed. This was none other than Xia Qingtong, the youngest Lingyu Bureau director in recent history.
As Chu Feng looked toward Xiao Qingtong, he suddenly realized a pair of dark, shadowy eyes peering at him from beneath those black-rimmed glasses. Chapter 73, Entering the Secret Realm, Mirror Ghost Fragments? Those eyes seemed to say, I never thought you'd make it back alive. But this time, you'll die without a burial ground. After a brief exchange of gazes, Chu Feng hastily averted his eyes. This was no illusion, the gaze was truly fixed upon him. Chu Feng said nothing, merely quickening his pace to the rear of the 8-mile graveyard team. And there, to his surprise, he spotted two familiar faces, Zhang Baobao and Shi Tu. Seeing Chu Feng's utter astonishment, Zhang Baobao's eyes sparkled with smug satisfaction. Chu Feng asked in astonishment, Fatso Zhang, was our school spot decided by lottery? Zhang Baobao pouted back, what are you thinking? We earned it with real skill. Beside them, the usually inconspicuous Shi Tu nodded vigorously. Seeing Chu Feng still doubtful, Zhang Baobao declared triumphantly. You have no idea how well Senior Xiaochan runs the school. The students are incredibly strong. Thanks to her hands-on help catching a little zombie for me, I've already trained it to peak ghost power. It'll be ready for the blood robe ceremony soon. As he spoke, Zhang Baobao patted a small figure in the crowd. Right, Jumpy? Chu Feng looked over at the small figure and saw a little zombie, dressed in a prince's mandarin jacket and wearing a panda hat. This shocking outfit left Chu Feng dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief. That's great. You two didn't raid the jumping zombie's lair, did you? Chu Feng stared at the little creature's round face, finding it increasingly reminiscent of that pale-faced jumping zombie. Zhang Baobao suddenly covered the little zombie's ears and shook his head vigorously. How could we do something so unethical? Right, Brother Feng? With that, Zhang Baobao fixed Chu Feng with a determined gaze and declared. Brother Feng, I'm finally strong enough to keep up with you now, right? Chu Feng pursed his lips, unsure how to respond. If he told Zhang Baobao he already possessed a Yaksa ghost, would it shatter his spiritual resolve? Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the leader's retreating figure. That was Xiao Qingtong's second daughter, or rather, the only daughter he had ever acknowledged. Xia Chan. This explained why the 8-Mile Tomb Academy possessed the qualifications to enter the secret realm. Yet Chu Feng's gaze held a complex mix of emotions. Xia Chan had taken Fu Hong'an as her master, making her his senior sister. Yet her father was not only his master's enemy, but also his own. If one day, this enmity were to reach its resolution. When that day came, knowing the truth, what choice would she make? Welcome, rising stars and future pillars of the ghost-taming realm, to Jinmen. Just 2 days ago, our Jinmen Spirit Control Bureau detected a hidden realm of opportunity. This realm is sealed with restrictions only humans under the age of 30 may enter. At these words, the students exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. They were brimming with ambition and excitement. Xiao Qingtong's lips curved into a faint smile as he continued. I'm sure you're all wondering how we could accurately identify it as a chance realm? That's because we have the experience from the Great Opportunity Secret Realm 18 years ago. After thorough analysis by our detection team, the ghostly energy and spiritual fluctuations emanating from this opportunity realm are identical to those from 18 years ago. At these words, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. That great opportunity 18 years ago. That was an opportunity so immense it could lift a pig into the sky. Countless current ghost-taming masters skyrocketed to prominence after that secret realm. Everyone's hearts raced with longing, fantasizing about being the fortunate one to seize this opportunity. Only Chu Feng. His eyes blazed with bloodshot fury as he glared. Xia Qingtong, however, met his gaze without flinching, his expression utterly fearless. Previously, Chu Feng had merely suspected this secret realm might be connected to the ancient sword-sealing kingdom. But now, it seems Xia Qingtong had confirmed it beyond doubt. Xia Qingtong continued. But everyone should be aware that this teleportation might not be stable. Therefore, falling behind during the transfer is perfectly normal. Now, the vast expanse of the world lies before you all. Everyone, keep cheering. At that moment, a meaningful smile finally appeared on Xiao Qingtong's face. Before him, and in full view of the crowd, a massive, dazzling portal materialized. Thus, following the established order, the teams began entering the portal starting with Imperial Capital University. By the time Balefun Academy's turn came, they were the last group. Xia Qingtong slowly approached Xiao Chan, his eyes brimming with affection as he said, My dear daughter, do your best. Don't disappoint your father. As he spoke, Xiao Chan nodded silently, her eyes seeming to hold a hint of fear before she hurried toward the portal. As the last in line, Chu Feng inevitably found himself in close proximity to Xiao Qingtong. When Chu Feng reached Xiao Qingtong, the elder spoke only one sentence. Let me see just how many more surprises you have in store for me. Chu Feng met Xiao Qingtong's gaze, his tone unwavering. We'll see about that. As he spoke, Chu Feng's gaze inevitably drifted to Xiao Qingtong's waist, where he made a startling discovery. Among the cluster of office keys at Xiao Qingtong's waist, a shard of mirror lay hidden. And within that mirror shard, a young girl seemed to be imprisoned. A flash of shock and speculation flickered in Chu Feng's eyes before he fixed Xiao Qingtong with a fierce glare.
Chu Feng had reason to suspect that the mirror shard was none other than the mirror spirit bound to Xiahua. And the girl imprisoned within that mirror fragment was likely none other than Xiahua herself. But for now, Chu Feng had to keep this suspicion buried deep within. At least for now, Xiahua remained temporarily safe. What Chu Feng needed to do now was conceal his suspicions, biding his time until the day he could rescue Xiahua. Seeing Chu Feng glare at him, Xiao Qingtong merely chuckled. "Kid, I advise you not to do this. Do you believe that if I were to say you've disrespected me, you'd have no choice but to pack your bags and go home?" Chu Feng's gaze remained impassive, his tone utterly stern. "You wouldn't do that. You're the head of a department. Why would you stoop to quarreling with a junior like me?" This junior acknowledges his mistake and will depart at once. Chu Feng hurriedly walked toward the teleportation gate with a forced smile, though his heart trembled uncontrollably. He was certain Xiao Qingtong would not and could not bar him from entering. Perhaps through his relentless investigation, the answer was already nearly within reach. This secret realm could serve as an experiment. Certain things only Chu Feng could bring back from within. Chu Feng paid no further heed, striding swiftly into the portal. Yet within his heart, his resolve only deepened. No matter what, Xiao Qingtong must die. His current restraint was merely temporary. Once his strength grew powerful enough to annihilate Xiao Qingtong, he would make Xiao Qingtong understand what it meant to wish for death. As Chu Feng fully entered the portal, he felt only emptiness. The next moment, he heard a soft, feminine voice calling out. "Fenger, you're finally back." Chapter 74, Falling Behind, the Eerie Smiling Man. "How deeply I love you, though I've never seen your face." Chu Feng heard a lullaby-like melody, then found himself closing his eyes as if guided by an unseen force. Chu Feng seemed to drift into a gentle illusion, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. Unwilling to open his eyes, he now resembled a newborn in swaddling clothes. The ripples of the teleportation felt like a warm embrace. Mother! In this lifetime, Chu Feng had never seen his mother. But upon hearing that soft, tender call, he could be certain it was his mother calling. Chu Feng had never seen his mother. Whenever he asked his aunt about her, Du Mian would only brush him off, claiming his mother had never taken any photos. But now Chu Feng understood. His mother might have had photographs, but all that beauty had been shattered too suddenly, leaving even his aunt powerless to retrieve it. "Mother, what did you look like?" Chu Feng asked softly, tears welling in his eyes. He could feel it, the embrace seemed to grow tighter and more tangible. It felt as though, if he opened his eyes, he might finally see the mother he had never known. Chu Feng could hold back no longer. Filled with anticipation, he opened his eyes. But what awaited him was not the mother who haunted his dreams, but a fierce ghost. Before him stood a ghastly specter, its gaunt cheeks painted white like a theatrical mask, with only a few strokes sketching out the corners of its mouth and eyes. Its mouth was heavily outlined in dark ink, as if perpetually smiling. And now, Chu Feng found himself embraced by this eerie, grinning specter. What a bizarre sight this was. Chu Feng couldn't bear it and tried to break free with all his might. Yet the more he struggled, the tighter the grinning specter's embrace grew. After only a few moments of struggle, Chu Feng found it difficult to breathe. If this continues, I might die right here in the teleportation channel. Thus, Chu Feng ceased struggling, remaining still as the ghostly-faced man held him close. Human and ghost remained face to face like this, lost in time. A sinister laugh echoed through the air, and Chu Feng opened his eyes once more. The suffocating restraint that had gripped him vanished abruptly. All that remained was a neatly folded paper crane. Chu Feng picked up the origami crane from the ground, his mind immediately filled with confusion. This laughing ghost didn't seek treasure, didn't take lives, and now it folds paper for me? What the hell was this? With a puzzled mind, Chu Feng unfolded the origami crane. To his astonishment, he discovered it was covered in various road signs and diagrams, with mountains, rivers, and streams all marked out clearly, forming a map. This is a secret realm map? But even with a map, he had no way of determining his current location. Just as Chu Feng pondered this, he noticed a tiny red dot within the forest and mountain patterns. Chu Feng tried walking around, only to find the little red dot moving along with him. This is navigation. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He never expected this seemingly insignificant thing to be a navigation tool. When Chu Feng looked back at the map, he discovered numerous small white dots scattered unevenly across it. Chu Feng realized these white dots likely represented the various school teams. Not only could he see his own location, but he could also track the positions of others. This significantly increased his chances of seizing the opportunity. This area is called the Corpse Vulture Forest. The boss here must be a corpse vulture. As Chu Feng pondered this, he spotted a small squad approaching the forest near his location. Never mind. I'll climb a tree first to see what they're up to. With that, Chu Feng leapt deep into the canopy, concealing himself among the dense foliage. 3 minutes later, in a clearing within the Corpse Vulture Forest. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Creepy and gloomy, with water everywhere. A girl dressed in fancy clothes, looking like a spoiled rich girl, was complaining bitterly. Chu Feng looked closely and recognized her as Yang Luqing, the girl who had approached him earlier. Looks like she really is a spoiled princess. can't handle this kind of situation? Chu Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, yet he remained hidden in the shadows, continuing to trail them. The reason was simple: although he had a map, it didn't mark the locations of those monsters. Other teams had the advantage of numbers, so it made sense to let them do the legwork for him. However, Chu Feng was different from the others. He had no intention of killing others. After snatching the opportunity, he planned to grab it and run, the faster the better. With his current ability to conceal his aura, he was confident no one in the entire opportunity realm would detect him. Just then, a piercing cry echoed from the perimeter of the clearing. "Is anyone there? Help me!" Further away, a series of hoarse, rasping cries echoed, "Gak gak gak." Chu Feng sensed trouble and hastily suppressed his aura further. "Captain Wang, should we intervene?" Yang Luqing asked the sturdy young man leading the group. The boy pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "We should go check it out. This secret realm doesn't seem too dangerous yet." Most of the schools that have entered the secret realm are of a higher caliber than our South Sichuan University. If we lend a hand, we might just make a good impression. It'll definitely be helpful in the future. After hearing the leader's words, many in the team became energized, vying to go to the rescue. The leader, however, only selected 3 or 4 senior students from their 3rd or 4th year to accompany him. He ordered the rest to hold their positions and wait for their return. Yang Liqing was speechless but had no choice but to comply. After waiting idly for at least half an hour, the group grew restless. A girl in the waiting group voiced her concern. "This can't possibly take so long. That distress call was only about 500 meters away from us. Even if they haven't found the person yet, the seniors should have returned by now." Yang Luqing also sensed something was off. She slowly rose to her feet, ready to slip away at any moment. Just as they debated whether to go search for the seniors, something suddenly flew out from a dark patch of grass. The group glanced at the thrown object and nearly had their hearts leap out of their chests. It wasn't objects at all, it was several eyes with dilated pupils. "Ah!" The anxious girl cried out involuntarily, and Yang Luqing quickly covered her mouth. Yang Luqing said tensely, "Don't scream, or you'll die faster." With that, she signaled for the others to release their ghostly entities to fight back. They unleashed their ghostly entities, their eyes brimming with confidence. Only Chu Feng, hiding in the tree, knew that if they didn't run, they were finished. Among these people, none of their ghostly entities were particularly high level. Only Yang Liuqing's early-stage blood-robe beauty ghost possessed any real strength. Most of the remaining ghostly entities were only at the mid-stage of fierce ghosts. Even peak fierce ghosts were extremely rare. Yet the so-called corpse vulture closing in on them started at the early blood-robe stage. How could they possibly fight this? Thus, as everyone trembled with sheer terror, a thunderous shout pierced the air. "Run!" The next moment, the group that had been preparing to fight together scattered like birds and beasts, their momentum shattered. Chapter 75. Heaven may cherish life, but I sure as hell don't. No one bothered to question who had shouted run, everyone simply followed their primal instinct for survival. Even a fool could see that none of the seniors possessing blood-robe ghosts had ever escaped that creature's grasp. Using us lowly Karami with mere fierce ghost-level contract spirits as cannon fodder? Are you kidding me? Thus, the moment that cry rang out, everyone began running without a second thought. Little did they know, the real danger had only just begun. Meanwhile, atop the crooked tree, Chu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Heh, never thought you'd actually run at the signal." Chu Feng had greatly overestimated their discipline. He'd intended to shout run, so he could seize this opportunity alone. But he never imagined it would go so smoothly. His shout of run also startled the group like vultures, preventing them from immediately charging out to hunt down the others. This made sense after all, even they hadn't detected Chu Feng's hiding spot. Being hunted by an undetectable prey naturally instilled some caution. Nevertheless, the vulture-like creatures ultimately chose to pursue the group. Only then did Chu Feng finally get a clear look at the so-called vulture formation. Contrary to his expectations of bird-like creatures, they resembled beasts with human bodies. Their heads bore sharp beaks and extremely long snouts, complemented by an entirely pitch-black hue. If forced to describe them, Chu Feng would say they resembled wingless giant tengu. Indeed, though called corpse vultures, they possessed no wings. There were only about 20 of these corpse vultures. One stood out, significantly larger than the others and clearly holding a higher status. Before it, the other carrion vultures knelt on their haunches, sniffing the scent of Yang Luqing and the others with their noses. Chu Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer. This opportunity he'd seized couldn't just vanish into thin air. Frankly, these monsters went to great lengths just to devour a human. Even the so-called distress cries from earlier were nothing more than their own imitations. No wonder there were no white dots on the map earlier, yet cries for help echoed through the area. Facing so many monsters, Chu Feng dared not let his guard down. Lin Yuyan, Jingjing, and the Guan Dao Ghost General killed them all mercilessly. And so, the plan commenced. Just as the corpse vultures were about to pursue Yan Luqing and the others, an utterly terrifying sound reached their ears. A voice cried out, "Is anyone there? Help me," from an unknown location. This cry sent a chill down the vulture's spines, causing them to exchange uneasy glances. Why? Because that cry for help was none other than the one they themselves had just uttered. And the original owner of that voice should have been dead. How could it resound again from another place? Before they could react further. The next instant, the two corpse vultures closest to Chu Feng were instantly decapitated. Then, two Yaksa ghosts and a blood-clad spirit ghost appeared. After all, they were pack creatures, they were bound to have some killer moves. But what could these two ghosts possibly do to turn the tide? Jingjing instantly transformed into one-slap superhero, capable of snapping a corpse vulture's skull clean off with a single blow. Jingjing's strength, after all, hovered between early and mid-Yaksha levels. Even against the mid-blood robe level corpse vulture leader, she wouldn't need more than 2 slaps. Sensing danger, the vulture chieftain swallowed its severed head whole. In the next instant, its ghostly energy surged explosively, showing signs of approaching the power of a Yaksha stage ghostly creature. Just as Chu Feng had anticipated, such gregarious ghostly creatures invariably possess this ability. But alas, a pseudo-Yaksha ghost could never compare to 2 genuine Yaksha ghosts. The corpse vulture king realized this too, so he evolved bone spurs on his arms, attempting to kill Chu Feng with them. Of course, this was nothing short of delusional. Facing the bone spike attack imbued with pseudo-Yaksha power, Chu Feng didn't even bother to dodge. He merely waved his soul-summoning banner, and in an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of peak-level fierce ghosts formed a barrier before him. By the time the bone spines reached Chu Feng's face, they suddenly collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons. Enough! You've had your fun. Now you die. In the next instant, Ghost Bride Lin Yuyan channeled her ghostly power into a blade, decapitating him with a single stroke. A flicker of reluctance flickered in the corpse vulture king's eyes, perhaps regret that he'd brought so few minions this time. But regardless, the outcome was already sealed. Job done. Chu Feng was ready to inspect his spoils. Opportunity, opportunity, where art thou, my opportunity? Chu Feng rummaged through the limp, putrid corpses with his bare hands, showing no disgust. The next moment, he discovered a crystal-clear bead among the skulls. This is a ghost chi bead? Chu Feng hesitated slightly. After all, these ghost energy orbs all shared the same shape. Moreover, the purer the ghost energy, the more luminous and translucent its color. Most ghost chi pearls Chu Feng had seen before were a sooty black. Even those low-grade ghost chi pearls, used for cultivation, were priced at 500,000 per piece. For a ghost chi orb this exceptionally pure one that might even contain the complete essence of a blood robe ghost. Even if each be 10 times more valuable, that would be a conservative estimate. Chu Feng was overjoyed and hastily gathered the orbs. Just as he picked up the last bead, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Big brother, be careful. Yaya acted swiftly, activating no taboos in an instant. It was precisely because she activated it in time that Chu Feng avoided the ambush. Chu Feng picked up the hidden weapon and discovered it was a poison-tipped dart. Blow sword, is it a human? Chu Feng opened his map and saw several white dots frantically fleeing. Chu Feng roared with fury, come here. But unexpectedly, the white dots only sped up their escape. Chu Feng, consumed by fury, slammed the soul-summoning banner hard onto the ground. In the next instant, 10,000 ghosts emerged. Countless ghostly creatures forced the ambushers back toward Chu Feng's position. Until they once again gathered in this open space. Chu Feng glared at them, recognizing Yang Luqing and her group. At her waist was a bamboo tube used to launch bamboo arrows. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and spat. You scum who ambushed your classmates. Yet Yang Luqing, though her eyes darted nervously, replied. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed our senior. Hearing this, Chu Feng burst into laughter, overcome with rage. It was you. We heard it, those cries for help came from you. Chu Feng knew the others might be kept in the dark, but Yang Luqing definitely knew the truth. Her stubbornness now was clearly an attempt to shift the narrative back in her favor. Chu Feng glanced at the corpse of the corpse vulture on the ground, then turned his gaze back to Yang Luqing. With contempt, he asked. So you're implying that someone capable of single-handedly taking down this many corpse vultures would need to murder your senior? Miss Yang, regardless of whether Senior Yang Qian is your relative, it seems you won't be leaving here today. Chu Feng strolled up before Yang Luqing, who now stood frozen stiff. I feared you lot would follow your senior's footsteps, so I called you away. I faced dozens of corpse vultures alone and fought them to the death. These opportunities were meant for me, yet you came to assassinate me? Heaven may cherish life, but I sure as hell don't. Chapter 76, Slaying Yang Luqing, the symbol of inaccessible distance. Miss Yang, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? At Chu Feng's words, Yang Luqing's legs went weak with fear. A warm wave washed over her between her legs. Having lived a pampered life since childhood, constantly addressed as Miss, she had never endured such humiliation. Yet faced with Chu Feng's death threat, she was utterly speechless. She knew full well that the vulture corpses they just faced were far beyond their capabilities. And the fact that Chu Feng had instantly slaughtered the entire flock spoke volumes about his power. She had intended to kill and loot, yet he had evaded her entirely. At a loss for what to do, she shifted her focus to the others. Classmate Chu Feng, we've suffered casualties among our seniors. Given these losses, couldn't you spare us a ghost power orb or two?
Seeing this, the other students began playing the sympathy card as well.
Yeah, Brother Chu, our seniors are dead. How about giving us 2 ghost power pearls? This sudden shift in tactics left Chu Feng utterly dumbfounded. One moment they were trying to kill me, and now that they see they can't, they want to grab some benefits and make a quick escape? Come on, when have I ever been this easy to deal with?
Over 1,000 ghostly creatures surrounded them tightly, not daring to make a move. Chu Feng stared at them as if they were idiots, sneering.
Why this sudden politeness? Just moments ago, you were trying to kill me for the ghost power pearl, weren't you?
Truth be told, the moment you set your minds on this, I should have killed you all. Chu Feng's gaze turned savagely fierce as he fixed it on each of them.
Yang Liuqing's legs went weak, and she reluctantly knelt down.
Her parents had always knelt before her, yet now she found herself forced to kneel before this man. She knew exactly what men desired, deliberately pressing her body close to Chu Feng's legs. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she murmured, "Chu, it's all our fault.
We'll leave immediately. Is that all right?"
The other students chimed in, "Brother Chu, please spare us.
We'll never do it again." Thus, everyone knelt on the ground, begging Chu Feng to let them off.
Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon them, saying,
"You don't know you're wrong.
You only know you're about to die." Seeing that Chu Feng seemed determined to kill them, Yang Liuqing's arrogant and domineering nature resurfaced. She pulled out a golden fortune charm and shouted,
"Chu Feng, you can't kill me. If you dare kill me, this talisman's aura will track you down. My grandfather won't let you off. Or, just kill them instead. I can help you do it, let off some steam." This made Chu Feng laugh outright. Another bully taking advantage of her position. Same old formula, same old taste. Chu Feng's eyes darkened. You know what? I hate it when people try to intimidate me by bringing up their elders. I don't know how formidable your elders are, but since they didn't even give you a protective talisman, it seems you're not exactly their favorite. As for the rest of you so-called classmates, none of you will live to see tomorrow. After all, you all tacitly approved of her murderous actions. With that, thousands of ghostly creatures surged toward the students of South Sichuan University. As for Yang Liuqing, Chu Feng intended to deal with her personally. Yang Liuqing showed no sign of fear, her eyes instead filled with ruthless determination. Clutching talismans in her hands, she incited relentlessly. Come on, kill me. A cowardly person could never undergo such a drastic change. If she did, it meant she knew she couldn't die. Chu Feng could be certain that the talisman in Yang Liuqing's hand was far from as simple as she claimed. If it were merely tracking the killer's aura, this woman wouldn't be so calm. Of course Chu Feng wouldn't kill her. The man must die, but the talisman must be avoided at all costs. Yang Liuqing stared at the scattered limbs of her fallen comrades, yet laughed maniacally. Chu Feng, you coward. Come on, kill me. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips. The next instant, a ghostly green blade flashed. Yang Liuqing's eyes widened in horror as the arm holding the talisman was severed in an instant. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, very well, as you wish. The blade descended once more, and Yang Liuqing's head rolled to the ground. Gazing at Yang Liuqing's utterly stunned eyes, Chu Feng remained as calm as still water. Such was Chu Feng's nature. Don't even think about killing me. Even if you were merely plotting to kill me, Chu Feng would strike first and eliminate you. Chu Feng picked up the severed arm and forcefully pried open the fingers that had stiffly clutched the talisman. The instant the talisman touched his hand, a sensation akin to telepathy surged through him. The next moment, it felt as though Chu Feng had connected to another place. Immediately after, he heard a breath that was incredibly frail and aged. Ah, boy, why won't you spare my granddaughter? Do you even know who you've provoked? Chu Feng paused in surprise. Indeed, this talisman was no ordinary object. But immediately, Chu Feng replied. This junior does not know who you are, senior. When your precious granddaughter tried to kill me, why didn't you stop her? Could it be that others' lives hold no value, while only your family's lives are precious? Chu Feng's barrage of questions left the old man speechless, utterly at a loss for words. You damned brat. Chu Feng chuckled coldly. Old man, take care of yourself. Don't let your anger kill you first. With that, Chu Feng severed the connection, ignoring the old man entirely as he focused his attention on studying the talisman. For characters were embossed in gold on the talisman's surface. A world apart. Chu Feng stared at the talisman and murmured. A world apart, yet so close. Another talisman. Could it be the near yet far talisman? Chu Feng was startled. This item, which didn't even have an illustration in textbooks, was actually the real thing in his hands? The near yet far away talisman lived up to its name. When blood is dripped onto this talisman, it recognizes its master. When 2 drops of blood from different people are mixed, it enables communication across 1,000 miles. If that were all, this talisman wouldn't be considered a rare treasure. Its most crucial feature, however, lay in its extraordinary life-saving power. When facing mortal peril, shatter the talisman, and it will propel you 1,000 miles toward the owner of the other blood drop. This instant life-saving ability is nothing short of extraordinary. But what's most astonishing is that this talisman isn't a one-time use item. In other words, it can be used multiple times. This is precisely why Yang Luqing dared to act so recklessly in front of Chu Feng. With the talisman protecting her, she naturally felt no fear. Unfortunately, she had no clue about the terrifying power of the Guandao Ghost General. Although the Guandao Ghost General's cultivation level was not as strong as the Ghost Bride in Jingjing, it remained one of Chu Feng's trump cards. Why? Because a single swift and ruthless strike from it could strip even a yak, a demon, of a layer of skin. But just then, Chu Feng heard a sharp crack. Who's there? Chu Feng spun around alertly, only to find no one there. When he opened the map to check, he discovered that the little white dot had already moved far away. Whoever you are, I'll catch you. Chapter 77, Forked Path, the Ancient Dragon of the Abyss. That distinct click sound, Chu Feng knew it well. It was definitely the sound of a camera shutter. If this photo leaked, it wouldn't reflect well on him. After all, it captured a scene littered with corpses. Trying to convince others that they had attacked him first would likely fall on deaf ears. Chu Feng pursued with astonishing speed, yet he was always just a fraction behind. Damn it, how can someone's running speed be this absurdly fast? Chu Feng kept chasing, clutching the golden map in his hand. Damn it! He's about to escape the corpse vulture forest. Chu Feng's concern was well-founded. The corpse vulture forest bordered the Ape Lament Valley, where crowds gathered. If the photographer blended into the crowd, he'd never find them again. Chu Feng accelerated further, but unexpectedly, the photographer was even faster than him. They vanished into the crowd in a flash. Chu Feng was stunned, but with no other choice, he too headed toward the Monkey Lament Valley. As he approached the Valley of the Wailing Apes, waves of shouts reached his ears. Any tank ghosts out there? Let's form a party. We've got 2 healer ghost girls in the group. Looking to make friends? Lake West University XXX Real names socializing. Stocking up on giant sausages, eat one and seize your destiny. The place was buzzing with activity. Chu Feng even felt like at least 80% of the students had gathered at the entrance of this Yuan AI Valley. Finding the person who took the secret photos seemed like searching for a needle in a haystack. Though some scatterbrained souls were here solely to make friends, most were seriously forming teams. After all, this was a rare opportunity, a secret realm that might never come again. For most, this was likely a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Therefore, everyone strives to assemble the strongest possible team to maximize their chances of success. Sure enough, Chu Feng spotted Zhang Baobao in the crowd, shamelessly trying to join another team. Following behind him was the shy and socially anxious Shi Tu. Though their abilities were now on par with most students from other schools. But given the prestige gap between their schools, they were inevitably overlooked. As for Xia Chan, no one knew where he had gone. Just as Chu Feng was contemplating whether to team up with others, a mournful cry like that of a monkey echoed through the air. The next moment, the massive gate that had blocked the entrance crashed down with a thunderous roar. The Valley of Monkey Whales, wide open. Everyone, charge in. Grab the resources. In an instant, the previously orderly crowd became chaotic and crowded. Some even shoved each other, sparking minor conflicts. Just as Chu Feng hesitated, a pair of delicate hands pulled him forward. A petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, blinked her big, watery eyes and said, "You must be Chu Feng. Our team's missing one person, come with us." Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Before Chu Feng could finish, a rough-looking man with dark skin interjected. "We don't care that you're from a junior college. We're just students from Yunnan University too. Come on, let's go together." And so, Chu Feng found himself joining the Yunnan University team without fully understanding how it happened. What he really wanted to say was that he could go alone. The 5 introduced themselves to each other. "My name's Lu Erzwang. I've contracted a woodcutter ghost tough as nails." The cute girl, however, said, "I'm Song Shangnan. My contracted ghost is a boxing ghost." As she finished speaking, a ghostly figure with bronze-colored skin appeared behind her. "This is Zhang Chang, the brains of the team. He's contracted a scout ghost. And Zhao Wei, she's not much of a talker, but she's our dedicated medic." "So, what did you contract, Chu Feng?" When asked about his contracted ghost, Chu Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had bound so many spirits that listing them all would be more absurd than reciting a restaurant menu. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng summoned the broadsword ghost general. To avoid drawing attention, he specifically instructed the ghostly general to suppress its spiritual power. Unexpectedly, this startled the entire group. "Holy crap, Lord Guan!" With that, Lu Erzwang suddenly dropped to his knees and began kowtowing. The others followed suit, bowing in reverence one after another. Even students from other groups seized this as an opportunity, joining in the kowtowing. Just as Chu Feng was about to refuse them, he made a surprising discovery. His loyalty and righteousness points, which hadn't moved in ages, were now increasing. 5.3, 5.7, 5.9. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that receiving bows and incense offerings from others actually boosted his loyalty and righteousness points?
This was nothing short of a groundbreaking discovery. The ghost general of the Guan Dao could faintly sense his power growing even stronger than before. In an instant, sacred flames flared around the Guan Dao ghost general he had broken through. Mid-stage blood robe. Chu Feng stared in disbelief at the ghost general wielding the Guan Dao before him. He could be certain. When the loyalty and righteousness gauge was filled to the brim, it was precisely the moment when the divine Lord Guan returned. Only then did Chu Feng realize he hadn't awakened the others. Chu Feng hurriedly explained, "This is my contracted ghost, the Guan Dao Ghost General." Hesitatingly reigning in its ghostly energy, the Guan Dao Ghost General revealed a sharpness that was not overbearing. "Its power is comparable to yours. It's nearly reached the peak of a fierce ghost." Lu Erzwang was overjoyed. "Impressive, Brother Chu. No wonder you were recruited as a special admissions student." "Ah, the admission standards for Yunnan University are just too high. We'd have to kill ourselves to get in." Chu Feng knew that though they didn't say it aloud, Lu Erzwang and the others still felt a pang of envy deep down. The group reached a fork in the road. Zheng Chang, known as the team strategist, made a decision: take the back roads. The main road is too crowded. Even if we get a chance, it'll be hard to seize it. Better to take the back road. The others nodded in agreement, but Chu Feng couldn't care less. After all, when it came to opportunities, if it's meant to be yours, it will be. If not, no amount of effort will secure it. Thus, the group set off toward the rugged, treacherous path. Upon reaching the base of a waterfall, they expected to find no path beyond. Yet, they noticed the cave entrance flickering between light and shadow. Zheng Chang hesitated. The path continues, but it's beneath that waterfall. Should we go? Lu Erzwang, however, shouted with unbridled enthusiasm, "Let's go. A place this hidden must hold some opportunity." Only Chu Feng felt uneasy. While he agreed this place held promise, the entrance felt far too conspicuous. It just didn't add up. But unable to dissuade the others, who were all brimming with excitement, he had no choice but to follow them. Just as they were about to enter the cave, they heard a woman's cry for help. "Is anyone there? Help me." That cry instantly triggered Chu Feng's PTSD. His first thought was that the voice might not even belong to a human. Before Chu Feng could voice his suspicion, the group had already crawled into the cave. Chu Feng hesitated, so he pulled out the map. He discovered there was indeed a white dot mark there. He stepped closer to look. It was a girl wearing a teen uniform. Was I overthinking it? Lu Erzwang hurriedly lifted the girl while Zhao Wei tended to her leg injury. But in the next instant, the girl's once delicate skin became incredibly rough. What's happening? The injured leg sprouted layer upon layer of scales, emitting a foul, putrid stench. Zhang Chang sensed something was terribly wrong and urgently shouted for everyone to run. But just as they reached the cave entrance, the waterfall transformed into an iron gate, blocking their path. Behind them, a voice old and cunning chuckled. "Ha ha ha, since you've come this far, why not serve the old Dragon King a little appetizer?" Chapter 78, Battle Against the Hidden Dragon. Chu Feng and the others turned toward the voice once more, only to see a creature unlike any they had ever encountered. Where was the female classmate? Before them stood a creature of the most bizarre form. It possessed a dragon's head and serpent's body, with human limbs attached to its relatively short torso. For dragon claws flailed wildly, its eyes clouded and murky, seemingly half-blind. Lu Erzwang had never witnessed such a sight, yet he summoned his contract ghost to shield the group. Zhang Chang, the most level-headed among them, now bitterly regretted his actions. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault I brought this upon us." The two girls, Song Shangnan and the other, were utterly terrified by the ancient dragon before them. Their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, and they collapsed to the ground. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all, they were just freshmen. Though they'd encountered various fierce ghosts before, a bizarre creature like this was something they'd never seen. Only Chu Feng remained composed, summoning his soul-summoning banner and fixing the old dragon with a piercing stare. They were already trapped. Struggling would only hasten their demise. This old dragon may be aged, but it has not grown horns. Clearly, it was no true dragon at best, merely a terrestrial dragon. Though Chu Feng's voice was low, it still reached the ancient dragon's ears. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes bulged. Its flat, crocodile-like mouth snapped open. "Damn you, young upstart. What did you say?" Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had hit the nail on the head. Those with horns are dragons, those without are jiao. If it were a true dragon, even an aged and weakened one, Chu Feng and his companions would never stand a chance. But a dragon snake? Its power would be vastly inferior. With that settled, only one question remained for Chu Feng. Thus, Chu Feng asked in a solemn voice. "I have a question. Why do the coordinates of those who entered the secret realm indeed match your location?" As he spoke, Chu Feng glanced at the golden map in his hand. To his surprise, even now, that white dot remained. But the old dragon before him was definitely not real. Could it be that this map was also fake? Yet upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the old dragon did indeed chuckle softly. Then, he opened his long mouth wide, his belly swelling. After stretching his mouth to its fullest extent, the next moment, a girl covered in slime was swallowed into his belly. Given the potency of the old dragon's gastric juices, it wouldn't take half an hour for this girl to be completely digested. After this display, the old dragon burst into a loud, booming laugh. Is this the one you're talking about? Rest assured, soon enough, I'll have you all join her. The next moment, the ancient dragon swung its claws and lunged toward Chu Feng and his companions. What Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that, though ancient, the dragon moved with surprising speed. Lu Erzwang used his ghostly entity to block the old dragon's attack, but nearly ended up with his ghostly form disintegrating. Lu Erzwang spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Had Song Shangnan not rushed to block the ancient dragon, that claw would have surely pierced Lu Erzwang's heart. The remaining two possessed only a scout ghost and a medic ghost. Thus, only Chu Feng and Song Shangnan remained as viable combatants. Though Lu Erzwang was physically robust, he was badly wounded. He leaned weakly against the wall, his body tense. Yet he managed to say, "I'm sorry, Chu Feng. We've dragged you into this mess." Song Shangnan remained silent. Had she not just swallowed a ghost power pill, she wouldn't even have been able to shield Lu Erzwang. Two classmates wielding combat spirits had fallen first. Typically, this would mean the death of the ghost control squad. But the sole variable remained. That was Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained silent, only slowly waving the soul summoning banner. In the next instant, dozens of peak-level nurse ghosts began healing Lu Erzwang and his companions. This scene left Lu Erzwang utterly dumbfounded. Ghosts? Severely wounded, he stared in disbelief as so many ghosts tended to his injuries. Brother Chu, didn't you have just one Guan Yu ghost? How come there are so many nurse ghosts now? Chu Feng simply replied, "Oh, my family runs a wholesale business." Not even a ghost would believe that. While ordinary people might possess multiple ghost summoning quotas, they only have the energy to cultivate one ghost. That's why Lu Erzwang and the others only displayed one ghost each. The reason was simple: deploying any other ghosts would be like sending them to their deaths. But Chu Feng? Never mind his utterly unparalleled ghost summoning capacity. Just look at the sheer number of peak-level fierce ghosts before him. Was this the gap between a genius and an ordinary person? Of course, if Chu Feng were truly only as they had seen him, then facing the old dragon, he'd be finished. But fortunately, Chu Feng still had a trump card. "Old dragon, let me taste your saltiness." With that, Chu Feng charged straight toward the ancient dragon. Chu Feng's move served two purposes: first, to gauge the dragon's strength; second, to uncover its weakness. Seeing Chu Feng charging toward him, the old dragon thought it was perfect. "You're asking for death." The ancient dragon opened its massive jaws, instantly absorbing the moisture in the air ahead. This created a zone of low oxygen several meters ahead. Chu Feng, of course, noticed this and darted toward the dragon's left flank. But when the old dragon turned to look left, Chu Feng darted to its right. This pattern repeated over and over. The ancient dragon could no longer contain itself. Though his body couldn't withstand running or jumping, he found himself utterly helpless against Chu Feng before him. "Kid, jump all you want. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Just as the old dragon gathered a wave of sound energy in his hand to strike at Chu Feng, a razor-sharp spike, forged from ghostly energy, instantly pierced toward the old dragon's eye. "Ah!" The old dragon clutched his left eye, his face contorted in agony. Chu Feng remarked, "I've been observing you for ages. Didn't you notice? Every time you look to the left, the twist in your head is always greater than when you look to the right. Therefore, I concluded your right eye isn't functioning properly." Chu Feng saw no point in further discussion. The ghost bride, Jingjing, and the Guan Dao ghost all charged forward. Two genuine yak, a ghosts, plus a ghost-possessing yak, a level power, attacked simultaneously. The old dragon could barely hold his ground and finally devised a plan. He finally humbled himself, burrowing into the mud beneath the ground before plunging downward with all his might. Though ancient, he wasn't ready to die just yet. He no longer sought to harm Chu Feng and his companions, he only wanted to find an opportunity to escape. He abandoned the dignity of his dragon lineage. All for the sake of becoming a true dragon and attaining eternal life. But alas, Chu Feng would not grant him that chance. "I wonder why you've chosen to live in seclusion, hiding away in this deep pool. But I know. You are destined never to become a true dragon." A solemn male voice echoed. Then, a flash of blade light sliced through the air, severing the old dragon's head clean off. Yet the ancient dragon did not die instantly. Instead, its eyes filled with tears as it gazed at Chu Feng. A hint of pleading flickered in its eyes. "Wait. Please don't kill me yet." From an angle unnoticed by all, the old dragon's eyes darted slyly toward its own body. It gazed at the girl swallowed within its belly. Chapter 79, True Dragon Scale Armor, The Peeping Tom. But who was Chu Feng? He's known as the Little Judge of Zhejiang. You say wait a moment, so you wait a moment? Chu Feng's motto was, "Mercy shown to enemies is cruelty inflicted upon oneself." The death of the old dragon was already a foregone conclusion in Chu Feng's eyes. But the life of the girl inside his belly mattered far more to Chu Feng.
Therefore, Chu Feng ordered the blade ghost to slice open the old dragon's belly and rescue the girl. The girl's skin had already become acidified and she was unconscious. Yet miraculously, she still breathed. Thus, Chu Feng dispatched several nurse ghosts to examine and tend to her body. Considering the girl might value her appearance, he summoned the ghost tailor. Of course, no limb reattachment was performed. Instead, the corroded skin was meticulously repaired. After completing his series of procedures, while saving the girl, he claimed the old dragon's life. The old dragon's head wailed in anguish. I was just one human sacrifice away from ascending to dragonhood. It's all your fault. You ruined everything. Chu Feng looked at the old dragon, his eyes filled with contempt. What killed you was your own greed. Chu Feng's words struck the old dragon like a bullet, hitting it squarely between the eyes. Even if we take a step back. If he hadn't coveted Chu Feng and his companions, but instead patiently waited until he had fully digested the girl in his belly, perhaps he would have transformed into a so-called true dragon by now. Chu Feng spoke the truth. Had he not succumbed to greed, he would surely have ascended to dragonhood by now, right? The old dragon chuckled foolishly. It seems Mr. Yuan was right after all. No matter what, I can never become a dragon. He said I'm destined to face a calamity that prevents me from becoming a dragon. I believe it, but I refuse to accept it. Then, the old dragon's emotions settled. He murmured. It seems, being beheaded is my fate. With those words, the old dragon's cloudy eyes lost all light and died completely. With the old dragon dead, Chu Feng naturally turned his attention back to the girl. For some reason, Chu Feng felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the girl before him. Thus, Chu Feng frantically searched his memory for any relevant recollections. Judging by her features, she seemed to be Su Qing, the girl who had greeted him earlier. Su Qing, from Jinmen University. Why is she here alone? Indeed, as the host, she should be quite familiar with the portal's mechanisms. At the very least, she shouldn't have fallen behind. Thus, Su Qing's solitary actions appeared deliberate. Trapped inside the ancient dragon's belly, its corrosive acid had already destroyed much of her clothing. Even the bag she carried had been corroded, leaving a gaping hole. Thus, even if Chu Feng had no inclination to pry into others' belongings, he found himself compelled to sort through them. But what he didn't know until he started sorting them out was truly shocking. Beyond the standard supplies like ghost power pills and painkillers, there was actually a camera? In a place like this secret realm, someone actually brought a camera. Chu Feng couldn't help but connect all this to the person who had secretly photographed him. As if compelled by some unseen force, Chu Feng turned on the camera. After a quick scan, just as he was about to put it away. But having placed it on the ground, he accidentally pressed a button. The next moment, a hidden folder appeared. Opening it, he discovered the very photo of his own back. The ground was littered with vulture corpses and severed limbs. And most strikingly, Yang Liuqing's severed head. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. It really was her who took it. After confirming the photo wouldn't be synced to the cloud, Chu Feng deleted it completely. Instantly, a murderous intent surged within Chu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Erzwang and the others were still present. These men were kind-hearted souls. Despite their own injuries, they struggled over to tend to Su Qing, who remained unconscious. How could Chu Feng possibly lay a hand on such decent people? Therefore, taking advantage of their distraction, Chu Feng slipped a fire spirit into Su Qing's body. The 5 viscera ghost cultivation technique allowed ghostly entities to be stored within one's internal organs. Naturally, it could also be reversed, forcing ghostly entities into another's body. Thus, if Su Qing refrained from betraying Chu Feng, all would be well. This fire powder ghost could even aid her cultivation. But if she dared to stab Chu Feng, she'd better be prepared to be blown to bloody bits. After dealing with Su Qing, the more crucial question was whether this cave held any other opportunities. Chu Feng could be certain that although the creature was merely a dragon snake, but even if we take the most pessimistic view, a dragon is still a dragon. Thus, Chu Feng stitched up the dragon's corpse and presented it before the 4 students from Yunnan University. The group looked utterly stunned, but Chu Feng declared, "You all contributed to this victory. I'm entrusting this dragon corpse to you. Oh, right, there's a dragon sealing pearl in its mouth. It can summon the remnant soul of this dragon. It should be sufficient to deal with ordinary blood robes." Faced with the opportunity Chu Feng bestowed, the others were utterly dumbfounded. To others, this was a rare treasure, even a national treasure of the highest order. Given away for free? Lu Erzwang stammered in panic, "Brother Chu, saving our lives is already an immense favor. How could we possibly accept something so precious?" Chu Feng shrugged indifferently, "If not for you, I might never have found this opportunity. Giving it to you is no problem at all. You guys aren't going to fight over this, are you?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the 4 members of the team chorused in unison, "No way. We're as close as brothers, practically sharing the same pair of pants. We share blessings and hardships together. There's no way we'd fight over this." Chu Feng nodded slightly and instructed, "Good. Remember to wrap up this dragon corpse properly. Make sure no one steals it." After a moment's thought, Chu Feng added, "Also, everyone, please take her away. If she asks who saved her, don't mention my name.
Chu Feng's gaze was earnest.
How could the members of the Yunnan squad refuse? Absolutely.
With that, they wrapped up the dragon corpse, carried Su Qing away, and tactfully departed. Chu Feng, meanwhile, made his way toward the hidden dragon cave. A foul, musty stench wafted from within. Soon, he spotted a throne emitting a faint, eerie glow. This must be the throne the old dragon had crafted for himself. Behind the throne, he spotted a shimmering golden armor. Chu Feng's heart surged with joy as he picked up the scale armor.
True dragon scale armor. Category, inner armor. Quality, supreme. Innate ability, true dragon's form, 20% damage reduction. Immune to vapor attacks. Description, without cause, why dwell in the hidden depths? Without cause, why sink into the muddy swamp?
As Chu Feng stroked the dragon scale armor, he faintly sensed a surge of dragon energy.
As he donned the armor and channeled his ghostly energy, faint dragon roars echoed within him. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seems this ancient serpent truly approached true dragonhood. Perhaps it channeled all its dragon essence into transforming its scales?
Saying this, Chu Feng took out the golden map, intending to explore deeper into the Valley of the Wailing Apes. But when he looked at the map, he discovered the white dots had diminished significantly since first entering the valley.
They were even diminishing steadily. What on earth is going on?
Chu Feng felt a surge of astonishment as he dashed toward the depths of the Valley of the Wailing Apes.
Chapter 80, Ghostblade King Wang Chujia? Half an hour earlier, deep within the Eight Lament Valley.
The main force that had entered the main path was feeling rather deflated.
Not because of anything else, but because this so-called secret realm of opportunity seemed to offer not a shred of opportunity? Just as disappointment began to set in, the vanguard squad suddenly erupted in shrieks. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing?
But the moment they spoke, the already narrow path became unbearably crowded.
People jostled and pushed, all desperate to see what was happening ahead.
After all, no one wanted to miss out on a chance encounter.
Unfortunately, instead of a chance, what awaited them was a bolt from the blue.
Just as a wave of people pushed forward, a sudden gust of wind violently swept them off their feet.
Something's wrong.
Just as some sensed the danger and shouted for everyone to retreat.
Some reckless souls pushed forward instead. They pushed while muttering, why are those guys backing off? Looks like this opportunity is ours. But alas, fortune might not be theirs, yet their time to die was certainly coming. When they finally saw what they thought was their chance, they froze in terror. What opportunity?
Before them lay a vast, empty pit. And right near the edge of the pit, a massive skull stared back at them. The reason they could only see the massive head was that the pit was deep enough to submerge the entire body, leaving only the skull exposed.
Yet even just that head alone was more than enough to annihilate the unprepared.
The skull was covered in grayish-brown hair, its features resembling a monkey's, yet its face bore the lifeless pallor of a zombie.
Gah! A piercing wail erupted, shattering the eardrums of those standing in the front row.
After freezing everyone in place, the ghost ape suddenly opened its mouth wide, greedily sucking in the air before it. Some students didn't even have time to summon their contract spirits before being sucked into its belly by the powerful suction. Then, with a look of satisfaction, it began to chew. Then, astonishingly, it spat out bone fragments mixed with shredded flesh. Some blood even splattered onto the fleeing students. Sharp bone fragments pierced straight into the heads and chests of fleeing students. Such horrific injuries were beyond even the immediate healing of medical spirits utterly hopeless. Once everyone retreated to a corner, ensuring they were temporarily safe from the ghost ape's attacks. Some students could no longer contain themselves and began wailing uncontrollably. After all, most of them were still just college students. Never mind witnessing a teammate's death, they'd likely never even sustained serious injuries before. In mere seconds, a once close friend had perished before their eyes. What an immense blow. They no longer cared about any opportunities. Even if a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented itself, what good would it do if they weren't alive to seize it? But this terrifying ghost ape before them was simply beyond their ability to withstand. Therefore, some students prepared to leave immediately. As for their fallen comrades' bodies, they might just have to be left here forever. Of course, where there are those who retreat, there are those who venture forward. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Did you all notice? Way at the far end of that huge pit, there seems to be a treasure chest. The moment the words left his mouth, others chimed in, I see it too. It's a huge treasure chest. Yeah, can't even imagine how much treasure is inside. The discussion grew louder. Soon, a scout returned with news. Guess why that ghost ape stopped chasing us? It can't catch us. Its hands and feet are shackled, and there's even a collar around its neck. It can't possibly escape this pit. The group buzzed with speculation. Though the original group had numbered around 300. After casualties and departures, only a little over 200 remained. But those who remained were all here for the big opportunity. The treasure chest lay right before them. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. All they needed was a leader to take the initiative. Soon, a booming voice rang out. Greetings, fellow students. I am Wang Chuqiao from Tianjin University, known as Ghostblade King.
The moment he spoke, countless eyes turned toward him. Ghost Blade King? Ranked second in strength at Jinmen University, and also holding the 32nd spot on the Qing list. The green list was a ranking established by the private organization Mourners. This ranking exclusively lists young ghost tamers under the age of 30. Those at the top of the rankings were mostly in their late 20s. After all, the 20 to 30 age bracket sees the most significant fluctuations in a ghost tamer's strength. Only a handful of exceptional cases have managed to break into the top ranks in their early 20s. For instance, Ghost Eye Yangqian ranked 3rd, while Snow Woman Xiaochan placed 12th. Though Ghost Blade King Wang Chuqiao may not be as dazzling as them, he's still more than capable. Such prowess is more than sufficient to lead. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Wang Chuqiao's lips curved upward in satisfaction. Since everyone agrees, he said with a smile, I'll share my plan. Wang Chuqiao strode slowly toward a stone platform, looking down at the assembled crowd as he declared. I call this plan Operation Decapitation. As the name implies, what we need to do is cut off that ghost ape's head. With that, Wang Chuqiao summoned a ghost. This spirit bore 2 cord-like appendages extending from its front and back, giving it a distinctly unusual appearance. Wang Chuqiao explained, this is an extremely rare transfer ghost, capable of transporting this ghostly force to the other end. Currently, we know that the demon's power far exceeds the blood robe stage. Among all the students present, those possessing blood robe level ghost power can be counted on one hand. Therefore, we must concentrate the ghost power into one person to maximize its effectiveness. And that person is me. What do you all say? Wang Chuqiao's contracted spirit was a ghost general wielding a tiger-headed broadsword, appearing utterly ferocious. The Wang family also possessed a tiger-headed broadsword passed down through generations, along with ancestral sword techniques. This union of man and spirit created a formidable synergy, their power undeniably formidable. The crowd exchanged glances, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, not a single person present could take down the ghost ape alone. Therefore, there was simply no way to seize any opportunity. If they could lend their ghostly power to Wang Chuqiao, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. As for how to divide the opportunity? That was a matter for later. And so it was settled. Each harboring their own ulterior motives, they all agreed to Wang Chuqiao's plan. Seeing the plan succeed, Wang Chuqiao motioned for everyone to step behind the transmission device. In the next instant, countless umbilical-like transmission tubes connected to each person. Gentlemen, let us celebrate my contribution in revealing these ghostly entities. In the next instant, hundreds of ghostly creatures materialized, a truly spectacular sight. As the ghostly power gradually flowed toward him, Wang Chuqiao turned his back and slowly walked toward the ghost ape. He shouted aloud. The wind howls cold over the Ishuwei River. I shall not return until the demon ape is slain. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Chu Feng, who watched from a mountain peak. Chu Feng had only one comment, is it blocking the sand and wind? Chapter 81, Slaying the Ghost Ape? Parasitic undead insects. Chu Feng had never disliked pretentious people before. After all, if one truly possessed the strength, then go ahead and show off. But Wang Chuqiao didn't just put on airs, he went and concocted a poem. And what the hell was that about? I won't return until I slay the demon ape. Well, fair enough. If he didn't slay the demon ape, he truly wouldn't be returning. But could he actually pull it off? Chu Feng pulled a bag of melon seeds from his pocket and moved to a different hilltop to watch. In the skies above Monkey Lament Valley, the ghost ape had been imprisoned here for who knew how long. Today, it finally tasted fresh flesh and blood again. It kept drooling, the saliva dripping onto the ground with a splash, splash sound. Then, it heard footsteps approaching once more. Lifting its head, it gazed at the newcomer with overwhelming excitement. There stood Wang Chuqiao, clad in a deep crimson training uniform. Yet the style was not commonplace, but rather distinctly vintage. It resembled the attire of a sword immortal from a fantasy novel. In his hand was the tiger-headed blade, its edge razor-sharp. The blade scraped across the ground, producing a sharp, grating sound. Behind him, a crimson figure materialized. It was none other than his contracted ghost, the Ghost General. The Ghost General wielded a tiger-headed blade as well, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. His blade, mirroring Wang Chuqiao's, slashed at the ground. In an instant, a crimson aura of ghostly energy erupted around Wang Chuqiao, staining the surrounding environment. With each step Wang Chuqiao took, the Ghost General behind him grew by nearly 3 meters. By the time he reached the Ghost Ape, the Ghost General behind him had grown to nearly 10 meters tall. Chu Feng, however, wore an amused look in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. No wonder everyone is so obsessed with power. Isn't that what the so-called immortals mean by emulating heaven and earth? Even if the Ghost Ape unleashed its star-sucking technique again, it couldn't budge Wang Chuqiao an inch. Faced with this situation, a trace of surprise flickered across the Ghost Ape's face. But only a flicker. For he saw the youth steadily advancing toward him. Once he reached its presence, even the thickest ghostly aura would be utterly powerless against it. Seeing the Ghost Ape utterly helpless against him, Wang Chuqiao's lips curved into a faint smile. At this moment, he seemed enveloped by an endless sea of ghostly energy. In this moment, he felt as though he were the master of this entire realm.
In this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that this power did not belong to him alone. Wang Chujiao raised his tiger-headed broadsword horizontally, pressing the hilt against his throat to channel his power to its peak. His voice boomed with conviction. "Damned ghost ape! You have wounded the pride of Xia. Today, I shall act in the name of Xia and execute you." Behind Wang Chujiao, the ghost general mirrored his actions, channeling every ounce of his ghostly power into the blade's tip. With a thunderous shout, Wang Chujiao unleashed a devastating blade strike, slicing horizontally toward the ghost ape's throat. The blade's speed was astonishing, striking precisely at the ghost ape's throat. By all logic, channeling the ghost power of 200 prodigies into one strike, combined with her profound mastery of the tiger-headed blade. Wang Chujiao had immense confidence in this strike. Yet even so, the ghost ape stubbornly withstood the blade's glare. The blade's edge met the ghost ape's sharp, rigid neck, and for a moment, neither gained the upper hand. An unknown amount of time passed. Even though the blade had sliced through most of the ghost ape's neck, Wang Chujiao was nearing despair. Only by severing its head entirely could it be killed. Yet Wang Chujiao could distinctly feel his supernatural strength was nearly depleted. Which meant mission failure and likely death for himself. Well, nothing to lose. Wang Chujiao expended the last shred of his ghostly power, yet the blade still fell just short of severing the neck. Just as the ghostly power vanished, the ghost ape, seemingly impervious to pain, once again opened its abyssal maw, sucking toward Wang Chujiao. Just as Wang Chujiao was about to be sucked into its maw, the ghost ape's head suddenly fell off for no apparent reason. The shock in Wang Chujiao's eyes was uncontrollable. There was no other explanation. The ghost ape's state moments ago made decapitation utterly impossible. As the ghost ape's head hit the ground, its body collapsed lifelessly to the earth. Though Wang Chujiao felt utterly bewildered, an inexplicable thrill surged through him. I, Wang Chujiao, have slain such a formidable ghostly creature. Thus, Wang Chujiao looked at the corpse, his eyes filled with contempt as he declared. The one who killed you is named Wang Chujiao. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, seated atop the mountain peak, felt utterly speechless. Damn it, I was the one who chopped down that ghost ape, and you're taking credit for it? Chu Feng was utterly speechless at this pretentious fool. Did this fool not even know the proper technique for beheading? Didn't he study how executioners operated centuries ago, or how Western guillotines functioned? The nape of the neck is the most vulnerable spot. If he hadn't dispatched that ghost ape earlier, Wang Chujiao would have been dead meat by now. With that, Wang Chujiao couldn't be bothered to care much further. Feeling somewhat drained, she simply tossed the ancestral tiger head blade onto the ground. Then, summoning a flying ghost, she had it carry her toward the so-called treasure chest. Upon hearing Wang Chujiao's words, all the newcomers realized the ghost ape was dead and scrambled toward the sinkhole. But just as they reached the pit and were about to criticize Wang Chujiao for being selfish and trying to claim the opportunity for himself, they witnessed a scene that filled them with utter terror. Wang Chujiao had already reached the treasure chest. Gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, he momentarily lost his senses, picking through them incessantly. Behind him, the headless ghost ape, which had been dead, suddenly rose to its feet. The ghost ape picked up its own severed head and slowly approached Wang Chujiao. Seeing the danger, the others shouted urgently at Wang Chujiao. Run! But Wang Chujiao paid no heed, still possessed by some strange obsession as he rummaged through the treasures, completely ignoring everyone's warnings. Run? You guys should be running. If you run too slow, you won't get any of the leftovers I leave behind. Wang Chujiao was utterly spellbound by the treasures. But when he suddenly noticed a dark patch in the sky, it was already too late. As he hesitantly looked up, all he saw was a massive head. The headless ghost ape slammed its unclosed eyes down with brutal force. In the next instant, the head was picked up. Only a pool of blood remained, reeking of greed. Seeing this, the crowd fell into utter panic. What was happening? It had clearly been beheaded. How could it possibly revive? Only Chu Feng atop the mountain frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the spine of the ghost ape. There, writhing along the spine, was a giant centipede-like creature. The creature writhed and twisted along the spine, using this movement to control the ghost ape's body. Before Chu Feng could examine it further, under the reptile's control, the ghost ape violently tore its arm free from the shackles. Then, it charged madly toward the crowd. A night-level ghost creature that could not die. Its terror was no less than that of a demonic ghost. Danger was imminent. At that moment, Chu Feng, who had been idly watching, could no longer sit still. In this situation, especially with everyone's ghost power already depleted, he couldn't think of anyone else who could save them from this dire predicament. It seems I'm the only one who can save us all. Chapter 82, backed into a corner, the symbol of impossible distance. Within the Valley of the Wailing Apes, the air was no longer filled with the mournful cries of ghost apes. Instead, it echoed with the agonized screams of the prodigies. At this moment, neither opportunities nor magical treasures mattered. With their demonic power completely depleted, escaping at all would be a blessing. Among the crowd, two figures stood out distinctly. One tall, one short, one plump, one thin. They scrambled and pushed their way to the very front of the group. The short, plump man gasped for breath as he said, "Shadow, do you think we'll make it back alive?" She too remained silent as the shadow snake beneath his feet darted forward at lightning speed. Had the shadow snake not consumed so little ghost energy, she too couldn't have run this fast. Besides, dragging along such a huge liability, running this fast was nothing short of a miracle.
Shadow, wouldn't it be great if Brother Feng were here? He'd have no trouble dealing with this thing, right?
She too snapped, this thing is an undead yak, a ghost.
What do you think Feng Ge's chances of beating it are? For some reason, though both knew this undead ghost ape was ferocious and powerful, deep down, they still believed Chu Feng could pull it off. There was no other reason in their hearts. Chu Feng was synonymous with miracle. Just then, the prodigy trailing behind let out a piercing scream. It's over. That demon ape has gone berserk. Indeed, behind the crowd, the ghost ape pursued them with unabated speed. It had seized the head that refused to close its eyes and hurled it with all its might toward the crowd. Regardless of the acceleration imparted by the throw, the sheer weight of the head alone was enough to crush everyone present. The prodigies in the rear ranks had no way to dodge it, certain death awaited them. Their physical strength exhausted, their ghostly power depleted. The massive ghost ape's head rolled behind them. Some prodigies in the rear ranks had already halted, preparing to meet their end. Better to face fear head-on and die with dignity than succumb to terror in the end. This was the pride of the prodigies. But just as the ape's head rolled to within a meter of the rear row prodigies, suddenly, countless ghostly creatures obscured the sky, forming a massive barrier. Chu Feng now possessed 32,745 ghostly creatures below the level of fierce ghosts. Among them, fierce ghosts accounted for only 1/5. With such ghostly power, completely blocking the impact generated by the ghost ape's head was practically impossible. Thus, Chu Feng activated the all-member wicked ghost card he had obtained in the red makeup ghost realm. 32,745 fierce ghosts, what terrifying power that was. Even so, when confronted by the ghost ape's head's immense impact, many fierce ghosts were instantly scattered. Fortunately, Chu Feng possessed a vast number of ghostly entities, allowing for timely replenishment. Otherwise, a single gap would have exposed the network of ghostly energy. If they couldn't withstand the impact of that skull, everyone present would die. Immediately after, Chu Feng sensed the head's momentum had weakened. The ghost ape closed in. If it were allowed to catch up to the main force or hurl the head once more, even with Chu Feng present, it would be utterly impossible to stop it. In the next instant, Chu Feng commanded all the vampires, floating ghosts, and Kobe ghosts, any ghost capable of flight, to join the crowd, shouting, "Mount the flying ghosts! Escape this place quickly!" Without pausing to consider who had saved them, the crowd scrambled onto the backs of the flying specters. Zhang Baobao, running at the front of the group, tears welling in his eyes, exclaimed, "Tutu, did you hear that? It's Brother Feng's voice. Brother Feng has come to save us." She too smiled and nodded, though worry gnawed at her heart. Did Chu Feng truly stand a chance against that undead ghost ape? Seeing everyone safe, Chu Feng quickly swallowed a ghost power pill. Even though his ghost power reserves were ample, he couldn't just keep draining them endlessly. At this moment, he needed vast amounts of ghost power to transport everyone while simultaneously using massive amounts to fend off the ghost ape. The undying ghost ape trembled with rage upon seeing all the severed heads it had claimed fly away. Its body, controlled by the undying crawler, seemed to search for something, but soon locked onto Chu Feng's location. Chu Feng's heart sank. He knew the physical strength of the undying ghost ape. But what he urgently needed to kill now was the bizarre insect parasitizing within his body. Chu Feng ceased his relentless flight and began calculating the creature's strength. "Lin Yuyan, you go first." With that, the ghost bride moved like a phantom. Her eyes blazing crimson, ghostly power coalesced into claws as she lunged at the crawling creature. After several attacks, something unexpected happened. The insect's physical toughness proved far weaker than Chu Feng had imagined, even inferior to that of the ghost ape itself. Yet precisely because of this, it proved even more deadly. The creature seemed to possess endless vitality. Severed limbs regenerated into smaller crawlers the instant they hit the ground. These tiny creatures scrambled about like headless flies, until they reached the broken bodies of the prodigies, where they suddenly burrowed in. Then, the seemingly dead bodies stiffly rose to their feet and began advancing toward Chu Feng. This cycle repeated itself relentlessly, until the ghost ape's main body was hacked into mincemeat. But the situation was far from optimistic. Those tiny insects could easily parasitize any living flesh they found. And now, before Chu Feng lay not merely the scattered limbs of his peers, but rather countless undead insects. Only then did Chu Feng realize. Those shackles did not seem to be suppressing the ghost ape. They were suppressing the undying worms within the ghost ape. Damn it, looks like I've really messed things up. Chu Feng dared not imagine what would happen if so many undead insects were allowed to spread. But for now, his own situation was the most urgent. Seeing that he had safely delivered everyone to a relatively secure area, Chu Feng hastily summoned back countless flying ghosts. Countless ghostly creatures formed an impenetrable wall before him. When the undead insects crashed into this wall, they would enter the bodies of the ghostly creatures. Using the ghostly bodies to withstand the undead insects was merely the first crucial step. Chu Feng would then wrest control of the ghosts from the undead insects.
Chu Feng's brow furrowed deeply, daring not to show the slightest negligence. I have 10,000% control over my own ghostly creatures, how could I possibly lose to you? Sure enough, the moment the undead insect entered the ghostly creature's body, though it rapidly parasitized the host, it remained under Chu Feng's control.
Seems to be working.
Seeing his ruse work, Chu Feng instantly relaxed. But just then, within one of the spirit-ridden bodies closest to Chu Feng,
the undead insect seemed to dislike the sensation of being unable to parasitize. So it actually flew toward Chu Feng. Holy! Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Its speed had already surpassed Chu Feng's reaction time. Everything happened too fast, in the blink of an eye.
The undying insect was already pressed against Chu Feng's skin, on the verge of burrowing in.
What should I do? Am I really going to be parasitized?
Chu Feng's heart brimmed with reluctance as he frantically searched his mind for a solution.
Got it, the near-far symbol.
In the next instant, with a mere thought, Chu Feng vanished from his original spot. The near-far symbol had taken effect.
Chapter 83, Sword Seal Ruins, Sword Ghost Coffin.
Accompanied by a sensation as if the very fabric of space had been torn away, Chu Feng departed the perilous terrain at an astonishing speed.
Phew, never thought I'd use up my newly acquired opportunities so quickly.
Perhaps it was the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death, but Chu Feng fell into a moment of contemplation. Chu Feng now grasped a new understanding of fate. It was that not only the treasures within this opportunity realm were opportunities. Even the experiences he had undergone could be called opportunities. Take, for instance, the Tears of Heaven and Earth talisman that had nearly cost him his life. Or the tiger-headed broadsword he casually picked up.
Ahem, well, since Wang Chujia was already dead anyway, might as well take it. Besides, everyone saw that guy die.
Even if his family comes later to reclaim the weapon, I can just say I found it by chance and offered to hold on to it for them. All in all, the resources acquired on this journey have been quite plentiful.
You could even say that wherever I went, opportunity followed. It felt like fortune was chasing after me.
If not for that sudden ambush by the undead insect, Chu Feng truly felt like he was the chosen one of fortune. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly realized something alarming.
He seemed to be falling downward. Chu Feng opened his eyes.
Everything before him unfolded exactly as depicted on the map. And he was plummeting toward the ground below.
Holy crap, am I stuck in a glitch? After all, he'd only ever seen this kind of situation in a certain 4-character national shooter game. Yep, he really did flash. But unfortunately, he might have overcast it.
Chu Feng forced himself to suppress his uneasy guilt and glanced behind him. All he saw was a bottomless abyss, so deep it stretched beyond sight.
Holy crap! Falling down there would turn me into mincemeat. And at this insane rate of descent, even summoning his contracted ghost wouldn't be enough to catch him.
A wave of resentment surged through Chu Feng's heart, but he soon found himself resigned to his fate.
No one could remain the favored child of fate forever.
If others could die, why couldn't he, Chu Feng? Thus, Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes, envisioning himself as a helpless infant in swaddling clothes, quietly awaiting death. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was this. The sensation of being embraced by another, which had first appeared at the start of the teleportation, returned once more. Chu Feng kept his eyes shut, as if afraid that opening them would reveal that eerie grinning face once more. Thus, Chu Feng remained in this state, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, he felt as though he had plunged into a pool of water.
The next moment, the sensation of being alive became utterly tangible. He hadn't died.
Chu Feng opened his eyes to find himself in a deep, cavernous underground chamber.
Strange. I fell from the sky, yet this place doesn't seem to be exposed to the open air, does it?
Chu Feng gazed up at the sharp spikes covering the ceiling, realizing someone must have helped him. Otherwise, if it had truly been free fall,
Chu Feng would have been pierced like a sip by now. Where is this?
Confused, Chu Feng pulled out the golden map. But when he looked at the golden map, he was stunned. The golden map, which had previously only contained content on its front side, now had content on its reverse as well. But unlike the vast map on the front, the back only showed a small section, marking Chu Feng's current location.
Sword Sealing Ruins?
Chu Feng stared at the name of the location on the reverse side of the golden map, his heart filled with shock. Indeed, old Xia had mentioned that this place shared the same frequency detected 18 years ago. Yet everything he had experienced within this realm of opportunity thus far seemed unrelated to the ancient Sword Sealing Kingdom.
Until now. The Sword Sealing Ruins.
Then it must be connected to the Sword Sealing Ancient Kingdom.
At this realization, Chu Feng's spirit soared once more. Could it be that everything I've seen so far was merely a decoy?
Chu Feng reasoned that the so-called Corpse Vulture Forest and Monkey Lament Valley were merely cover for this Sword Sealing Ruins. The true highlight of this secret realm of opportunity was none other than the Sword Sealing Ruins. With this realization, Chu Feng stepped out of the pool. In an instant, Chu Feng felt as though his body had been reborn. The exhaustion from the previous battle vanished in an instant. Could it be that this pool water is also something special? Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, Chu Feng swiftly scooped up most of the water from the pool. At that moment, all information regarding the water came into view.
Nether scattering spring water. Category, beverage. Quality unparalleled. Talent, infinite quantity. Immersion in or consumption of this spring water eliminates all negative effects from the body and temporarily halts the depletion of ghost power. Description, now drawn from this end of the world, connecting to the other end of the yellow springs. Strangely, the moment the water was drawn, it replenished itself to its original state. Endless and inexhaustible? Chu Feng felt astonished, but he paid it no mind as he pressed deeper into the ruins. This was merely a tiny cavern. Even so, Chu Feng searched every nook and cranny meticulously, fearing he might miss some extraordinary opportunity. Before long, Chu Feng seemed to have reached the end of this sword-sealing ruins. It was a rectangular area, and Chu Feng slowly approached. Suddenly, as if he had triggered some mechanism, the long-extinguished eternal lamps held by the humanoid sculptures lining both sides of the path reignited. The pale blue flames appeared exceptionally pure and dazzling. At the very front of these 2 rows of sculptures stood a strangely shaped stone coffin. Chu Feng hesitated, unsure what lay within the coffin. Now, he crept forward like a grave robber. And unlike other grave robbers, was he plundering the tomb of his own ancestor or venerable predecessor? Moreover, the design of this stone coffin was unlike anything he had ever seen. Rather than a coffin, it resembled a tomb of blades. Engraved upon the stone coffin were 7 swords. These swords varied in form, each thrust into the stone coffin at different angles. Judging by the dust covering the coffin, it was hard to estimate how many years the occupant had been dead. But one thing is certain, this person must have been someone of extraordinary importance. To bury him with so many swords, how much must those who laid him to rest have despised him? Chu Feng hesitated. If the occupant were one of his own ancestors, it might be acceptable. But what if it was an enemy of the ancient sword-sealing kingdom? If he were to rise from the dead, Chu Feng would be finished. Yet inexplicably, Chu Feng felt as though someone was urging him on from within his mind. The voice, eerie and bewitching, kept repeating, "Pull them out, pull them out." Chu Feng's eyes glowed a faint crimson as he walked toward the stone coffin, as if his soul had been stolen. Then the voice whispered seductively, "Come, pull out these swords one by one." Just as Chu Feng grasped the hilt of one sword, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. The next moment, within Chu Feng's ghost-controlling space, the stone coffin appeared there, perfectly intact. Chapter 84, The Sword-Sealing Ghost, Wreaking Havoc. After regaining his senses, Chu Feng looked at the ancient sword in his hand. A startled "holy" escaped his lips. Not because of anything else, but because the sword seemed to come alive in an instant. The ancient blade emitted a faint purple glow, then sprouted tentacle-like appendages that wrapped around his entire right hand. Chu Feng was startled, but the viscous purple liquid gradually seeped into his hand. Chu Feng felt as though countless suspended purple particles now circulated within the veins of his right hand. Beneath his skin, these purple substances intertwined and restructured. In the next instant, they coalesced into a sword-shaped rune. Damn it! I'm telling you, this place is my ancestors' ruins. I'm the prince of the sword-sealing kingdom. Don't you dare mess with this. There was no other reason. Chu Feng simply sensed that even though the tomb's owner had been dead for centuries, the lingering sword energy alone was enough to kill him. Hey, kid! I told you to follow instructions. Why all the nonsense? Chu Feng, startled that voice had resurfaced in his mind once more. But unlike before, it wasn't a ghostly whisper. Instead, it sounded downright irritable. Who are you? The one inside this coffin? Trying to trick me into drawing the sword? Chu Feng blurted out the question, his mind already in complete shutdown. The male voice, however, replied with a mocking tone, "What? Afraid I'll kill you? Take a look at your ghost-controlling space." Chu Feng froze for a moment before complying. Within the space, the flying sword that had once been chipped now appeared transformed. Its blade was now long and straight, gleaming like the brightest light on the horizon. The entire sword radiated an aura that seemed to tower above all else. A single glance was enough to make one feel they should avoid its sharp edge. In fact, Chu Feng even sensed that this sword possessed a certain characteristic, or perhaps a personality. "Well, lad?" the voice inquired. Staring blankly at the sword, Chu Feng replied, "Overwhelming, domineering. When this blade draws, it seems no other sword could even touch its edge." Upon hearing Chu Feng's praise, the voice roared with laughter as if delighted by the compliment. "Ah, you're a smooth talker, kid." After a brief pause, it continued. "There is no one within this stone coffin. What lies buried here is the sword intent of the Sword Nation." Sword intent? Chu Feng was puzzled. Could sword intent truly form a coffin? It is formed from the condensed sword energy of the people of the sword-sealing kingdom, manifesting as the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, gluttony, sloth, wrath, lust, and greed. And yet, it is pride itself. That sword is known as the Blade of Pride, Ultimate Heavenly Slash. Heavenly Slash of Ultimate Intent? Chu Feng couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. That name is so cheesy. To his surprise, Arrogance retorted. "You know nothing. Among the 7 swords, I am the strongest. And you, bearing the fate of the last citizen of Sword-Sealing Kingdom, must be restored to glory by our hands." Chu Feng pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself. Restore the sword-sealed kingdom? Just by myself? Despair filled Chu Feng's eyes. For an 18-year-old boy, this burden was indeed too heavy to bear. Unexpectedly, arrogance spoke. No, you are not alone. Behind you stand the sword intent of every citizen of Fengjian Kingdom and the 7 of us. The 7 of you? That's right. Besides me, when the time comes, you might awaken the others as well. Though I don't particularly care for them, there's no denying you'll need them. After a brief silence, Chu Feng accepted everything unfolding before him. And that extreme intent heavenly slash could actually be summoned directly from the ghost controlling space. Arrogance blade extreme intent heavenly slash. Category, sword weapon. Quality peerless. Talent, life extinction, automatically triggers a finishing blow when the target's health drops below 5%. Bond, 1-7 arrogance, one of the 7 deadly sins, born at the dawn of life's evolution, ancient and enigmatic. Description, one of the 7 great sword intentions of the sword-sealing kingdom, pride draws its power from an unwavering heart. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat, another weapon of peerless quality. He had previously believed mythical weapons were already beyond compare, but now it seemed they still fell far short compared to this peerless great weapon. Moreover, this weapon possessed a new classification, bonds. Did this mean that once the bonds were gathered, unexpected effects beyond these would manifest? Chu Feng's heart swelled with excitement, especially upon examining its innate talent, lifeform annihilation. With its innate slaying effect, wasn't this the perfect counter to those undead insects? Thus, Chu Feng inquired of the arrogance within his mind. If I help the young man from Xia Kingdom, you won't get angry, right? The arrogance in his mind seemed momentarily flustered by Chu Feng's question, pausing briefly before replying. The ancient Sword Kingdom was once part of Xia Kingdom. Helping Xia is only right. Our enemies are only those with ulterior motives. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Thank goodness this arrogance wasn't some bloodthirsty lunatic who killed anyone in sight. On the contrary, when it came to handling relations between the Sword-Sealing Kingdom and Xia Kingdom, the arrogant one spoke with remarkable objectivity. Then, how am I supposed to get back now? Arrogance sighed lightly. Never mind. I'll escort you back. Are you sure you want to go back there? Chu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Too many of my comrades remain there. Without me, they'll likely face danger. Within the Valley of Ape Sorrow, the undead insects had already begun their rampage. Additional casualties had already occurred. After hearing no sound from the battle between Chu Feng and the undying ghost ape, some had attempted to return and retrieve the treasure. The remaining group sought to retrieve their comrades' bodies. Little did they know, danger crept upon them silently. In an instant, the undead insects pierced through their bodies. The next moment, they too became mindless, shambling corpses. Seeing their classmates, who had been perfectly fine moments before, now shuffling toward them, everyone knew there was no hope for them now. But the problem was, their ghostly power remained depleted. They couldn't run, nor could they fight. Just then, a sword's cry pierced the sky like a razor. In the next instant, several streaks of starlight flashed across the sky. Chu Feng roared with fury. Soul-shattering slash. In the next instant, the undead insects were torn from his body and fell to the ground. Unlike before, the undead insects did not split apart and regenerate upon hitting the ground. Instead, they disintegrated into dust. Most astonishingly, among the prodigies who had been parasitized alive moments before, the undying insects had not invaded their brains but remained dormant beneath the skin. These individuals did not die when the undying insects left their bodies. Instead, they suffered only superficial wounds and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. As shock rippled through the crowd, before anyone could discern the identity of the celestial visitor, a voice choked with emotion rang out. It's our brother Chu Feng. Brother Feng has saved us once again. Chapter 85, The Mourner emerges, rank 32 on the green list. Amidst the roaring cheers and shouts, Chu Feng remained unfazed. Instead, he stared at the long sword in utter shock, murmuring to himself. Is this truly the power I can unleash? There was no other reason the moment he first swung the sword, Chu Feng had even doubted its power. Yet the devastation before him now told him otherwise. This sword could cleave through all things in the world. At the same time, a haughty voice echoed in his mind. Boy, with your current strength, you've barely unlocked 2% of this sword's potential. Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Less than 20%? And it's already this powerful? Just as Chu Feng attempted to reduce his aura to its normal state, an unusual phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. The once hazy sky now split open, revealing a crimson gash. The fissure gradually widened before tearing apart. And from within that rift, a figure emerged. The figure wore a hooded cloak and a white robe. An eerie aura emanated from his entire being. The only thing that stood out was the floating ink-black scroll before him. Seeing that the figure didn't look like a good person, Chu Feng summoned the ultimate heavenly slash once more. Even with the ultimate heavenly slash in hand, Chu Feng remained uncertain. After all, the aura emanating from the figure was truly eerie. Neither quite human nor ghost.
And after his recent exertions, his body was already exhausted. If it came to a fight, the outcome was far from certain. But then, some well-traveled classmates in the crowd gasped in recognition. It's the chronicler from the mourners. The mourners? The chronicler? Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, his mind racing to process the memory. At the same time, the know-it-all student below the stage chimed in. The mourners? That's a mysterious organization active throughout Xia Kingdom, even the entire world. No one knows their founding purpose. All we know is they love collecting the strength of the world's strongest. Which means his purpose here is likely to update the rankings. His voice boomed so loudly that even Chu Feng heard it clearly. Update the rankings? What rankings? Chu Feng hadn't previously mingled in the circles of young prodigies, so naturally, he knew nothing of any rankings. At that moment, the scroll before the black-clad figure swiftly unfolded. Before him, a black brush materialized. This brush was a counterfeit of the Fengdu divine artifact, the judge's brush. But even as a counterfeit, it was no ordinary artifact to trifle with. As the brush began to write, a majestic voice resounded. Heaven and earth part ways, sun and moon take turns. The old has passed, the new has arrived. Rank 32 on the blue list. Chu Feng. The ink dried, the words ceased. The black-clad figure tore through space once more and departed. At that very moment, Chu Feng sensed a colossal surge of ghostly power. It seeped into his very pores. In an instant, the entire world trembled. Excitement mingled with a touch of emotion within Chu Feng's heart. For all these changes had come about because of that brush. It wasn't just Chu Feng who felt this way, every student present was utterly astonished. Their ghostly power recovered at an eerie pace, and their wounds healed instantly. Moreover, their contracted ghosts had inadvertently advanced in cultivation. Most of them could scarcely believe it. The very first opportunity they encountered upon entering this realm of fortune had been brought by Chu Feng. Truly worthy of the blue list's blessing. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Chu Feng heard this and was slightly stunned. What? Merely by wielding a brush, such profound changes could be wrought? At that moment, the voice of arrogance in his mind replied. That man and that brush are no ordinary pair. With your current strength, even a breath from him could kill you. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. If what the voice said was true, then this man was a truly formidable figure. Would such a figure truly bother to document the growth of an utterly insignificant figure like Chu Feng? Moreover, this wasn't even growth, it was merely Chu Feng pushing Wang Chuqiao aside. True, the ghost ape had killed Wang Chuqiao, and Chu Feng had killed the ghost ape. Viewed through the lens of beast chess, this sequence seemed logical. Chu Feng should be ranked 32nd. But such a ranking isn't entirely objective. After all, Wang Chuqiao only managed to sever the ghost ape's head by pooling the ghost power of everyone present. Chu Feng, on the other hand, accomplished this feat single-handedly, even saving numerous lives in the process. Given this, the superiority between the two was plain for all to see. Many in the crowd now stared blankly at Chu Feng. Gone was the contempt and scorn they had held upon first meeting him. What remained was only awe for a top-tier powerhouse. They believed that in a pure test of strength, Chu Feng's terrifying power would undoubtedly rank among the top 20. Damn it, I should have known better than to look down on Chu Feng. Yeah, if it weren't for the divine Chu, we probably wouldn't have escaped death. Now look at us, not only did the Chu god save us, but we even got a free ride on some opportunities. I don't even know how to thank Chu Feng enough. Exactly. Without real talent, how could he be a joint training student at Imperial Capital University? In an instant, nearly everyone present showered Chu Feng with praise. Human nature being what it is, people inevitably harbor a certain admiration for strength. Especially in a situation like this. Chu Feng's strength had surpassed their comprehension. Yet where there are admirers, there are always those who harbor resentment. Take the students from Jinmen University, for instance. While it's true that Chu Feng saved them, one of their own elite fighters had perished. Jinmen University always believed their strength was on par with Imperial Capital University. In recent Ghost Path tournaments, they had even shown signs of overtaking them. Last year's Ghost Path tournament, had it not been for Yang Qian's heroic intervention, Jinmen University might well have claimed first place. But now, suddenly, this Chu Feng appears. With Chu Feng's strength, forget the freshman division, he could tear through Tianjiao University's elite division. With this development, Tianjin University's dream of surpassing Imperial Capital University is shattered. Becoming the top institution would mean significantly more resources allocated by the relevant authorities. Following that would be the benefits for individual students. I've seized the opportunity that was meant for Chu Feng. But that opportunity was gained by stepping on Jinmen's own champion, Chu Qiao. Therefore, the students of Jinmen University did not wish for Chu Feng to grow stronger. Especially Su Qing. Her eyes fixed on Chu Feng with fierce intensity, her mind seemingly already plotting her countermeasures. Chu Feng, while I'm grateful you saved me, it's unfortunate. The others did not linger any longer. Now that the ghost power had been restored and the ghost ape was dead, the treasures within this valley of the wailing apes remained largely unexplored. Thus, the group once again raced headlong into the depths of the Ape Lament Valley. Chu Feng shook his head, glancing at the golden map in his hand. At that moment, the map underwent a subtle transformation from its original state. In the upper right corner, a previously unmarked territory appeared. Zombie Seeker Village? Doubt stirred within Chu Feng. Could it be that unlocking this town requires certain conditions? If so, it must hold great fortune. Little did Chu Feng know that this very thought of his today would set in motion an extraordinary event worthy of being recorded in the annals of Xia Kingdom's history. Chapter 86, The Zombie-Seeking Village, Encountering Crisis Once More. Chu Feng chose not to enter the Valley of Eight Lamentations again, not because he doubted other opportunities might lie within. It was simply because with so many people around, if he tried to take resources, he would inevitably be seen by others. If anyone saw him, they would inevitably covet what he possessed. If any powerful elders existed within those families, it would likely bring him no end of trouble. Moreover, the Monkey Lament Valley was quite close to surrounding areas almost connected to them. This meant resources in neighboring areas could easily be scooped up by others. The only somewhat remote area is this little town of Mahjong. The location of this town is exceptionally tricky. Looking at the map alone, one would notice it tucked away in a corner, its territory minuscule, roughly 1/10 the size of Yuan Ai Valley. Chu Feng even suspected that without a map, others would never find their way here. Never mind. Let's go check it out. Adhering to the principle that if a town existed, it must have its reasons, Chu Feng set off toward the town. Fortunately, with the ghost bride Lin Yuyan by his side, their journey sped up considerably. After roughly half an hour, Chu Feng arrived at the town of Seek the Undead. He glanced at the town gate, then at the map in his hand, and immediately fell deep in thought. This can't be right. I'm definitely in the right place, so why does it look like this? Chu Feng's doubts stemmed not from anything else, but from the town's genuinely peculiar appearance. According to the map, though small in scale, it shouldn't have been particularly dilapidated. Yet when Chu Feng arrived, the scene could only be described as utter chaos. The sign reading Zombie Hunting Town lay toppled on the ground, and the fence posts were bent and crooked. Inside the town, houses were either roofless or still smoldering with embers. Clearly, someone had arrived here before him. Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. This place was incredibly remote, a vast distance from the nearest opportunity site. Generally speaking, those seeking opportunities would never risk venturing this far. In other words, whoever possessed the audacity to come here was certainly no ordinary person. Therefore, Chu Feng held his breath and focused his senses as he made his way into the small town. Strangely, the moment Chu Feng stepped into the town, the bright daylight suddenly turned to night. This bizarre phenomenon caused Chu Feng to swiftly withdraw his foot. Yet the moment he stepped back outside the town, the darkness abruptly gave way to daylight once more. A temporal stasis? Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had actually encountered a situation he had only read about in textbooks. As the name implies, in a space-time stasis. Within this space, time itself stood still. This explained why it was as bright as day outside the town, yet the moment one stepped inside, it plunged into darkness. It seems someone is trapped in eternal night. Chu Feng hesitated, unsure whether he should venture inside. The reason was simple: if he too were to become trapped within this stasis stream, he would likely become a part of this eternal night. Ultimately, he would never be able to escape. At that moment, Chu Feng felt two voices battling within his mind. Should I go? But what if I can never leave? What are you afraid of? Go on. The opportunities are definitely in there. After a moment of internal struggle, Chu Feng closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and stepped inside. The instant he stepped into the town, whether it was psychological or something else, Chu Feng felt a strange dizziness. For an instant, time itself seemed to blur. Chu Feng shook his head to steady his mind, silently reminding himself. Stay true to yourself. Don't let appearances deceive you. He intended to swiftly locate some opportunity after all. This place was so small that it should have been easy to find. But when he looked up, he couldn't see a single place with even a faint glow. Speechless, Chu Feng had no choice but to search room by room. Just as he approached the door of a square-shaped house likely belonging to a wealthy family, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of footsteps nearby. In his panic, Chu Feng couldn't think of a place to hide. He opened the door and slipped inside. But the moment he pushed the door open, an invisible hand clamped over his mouth. Simultaneously, he felt his entire body go rigid. Chu Feng's eyes widened in terror as he instantly sensed his life was in danger. Just as he was about to summon a spirit to fight back, he heard a familiar voice. Chu Feng, don't speak, it's me. Speaking, Chu Feng peered through the pitch-black night toward the other's face. Vaguely, it truly seemed like an old acquaintance of his. Holy, Lin Zhengfeng? What the hell are you doing here? Chu Feng was stunned. This wasn't just an old acquaintance, it was Lin Zhengfeng himself. Running into someone familiar in this godforsaken place should have been a relief, at least he wouldn't have to be so scared anymore. But what baffled Chu Feng was how the hell Lin Zhengfeng ended up here. Seeing the confusion in Chu Feng's eyes, Lin Zhengfeng's lips curved into a slight smile as he pulled something out of his pants pocket. He held a handle, atop which sat a constantly spinning rod.
Damn it, wasn't that a divining rod? Lin Zhengfeng chuckled, seeking dragons and dividing gold, observing the winding mountains. Each winding layer is a barrier. If the gate holds 1,000 locks, surely a noble lord dwells within. Chu Feng froze, retorting. Aren't you a Taoist priest? How come you know how to rob tombs too?
Lin Zhengfeng smirked.
They're all part of the same trade, really.
Oh, right, those guys outside aren't exactly pushovers. Lin Zhengfeng shot a suspicious glance out the window, looking deeply concerned.
Seeing this, Chu Feng asked, what's up? Did you cross them?
Lin Zhengfeng gave a half shake of his head. Sort of not. It's just that I took the town's most prized treasure, so they're looking for me.
Holy crap? That's it? Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded.
He knew better than anyone else what kind of opportunities this secret realm held.
Any opportunity plucked from here would be worth a fortune. So Chu Feng hurriedly asked, what kind of treasure did you get?
Lin Zhengfeng glanced out the window again before mysteriously pulling out another round bead. Chu Feng looked at the orb and caught a faint, pungent, fishy stench.
Upon closer inspection, the spot where the sphere touched Lin Jingfeng's fingers seemed coated with an unknown liquid.
The sphere itself didn't appear particularly remarkable, but Lin Jingfeng's next words left Chu Feng utterly speechless.
I opened that tomb at the edge of town. Turns out there wasn't much treasure inside, just a female corpse with a huge belly. Chu Feng frowned and asked, and then? Then I lit a candle, you know how it goes? With nothing else to do, I couldn't just leave.
So I took the bead from the corpse's mouth.
Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He just took it like that?
Lin Jingfeng continued. Who knew that the moment I took it, the corpse started decomposing rapidly. Then, something suddenly burst out of her stomach and ran off.
Chapter 87, The Young Drought Demon, the Mysterious Man of Tianjin.
Lin Zhengfeng whispered, then I saw the candle go out. Right after that, the whole group burst in all at once. Luckily I ran fast, which is how I managed to survive until now. Chu Feng stared at Lin Zhengfeng, who seemed almost smug, momentarily at a loss for what to do. But Chu Feng knew clearly he was now in deep trouble. Those who could reach this place were no ordinary individuals. And the fact that they were operating as a gang made it even worse. Given this, escaping this place would prove no easy feat for the two of them.
Recalling Lin Jingfeng's earlier description and reflecting on their earlier entry into the town, Chu Feng asked. So tell me, after whatever was in that belly escaped, what unusual things happened?
Lin Zhengfeng scratched his head, carefully recalling. The sky suddenly darkened, then the houses started tilting and swaying, and the ground cracked open. Hearing Lin Jingfeng's description, Chu Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Why did this description sound so familiar to him? It sounded remarkably like the monster described in the texts that caused devastating droughts. The Book of Songs, Great Odes, the drought demon wreaks havoc, scorching like fire. Could it be, truly the drought demon? Chu Feng dared not dwell on it. After all, if it truly was the drought fiend, then Lin Zhengfeng had essentially let a major threat escape. Even a newborn juvenile drought demon possessed a level of menace beyond what ordinary ghost-taming masters could withstand. Possessing extremely abnormal self-healing abilities and survival skills, it also had even more terrifying growth capabilities. If left unchecked, not a single inch of Xia Kingdom's land would remain arable. Chu Feng's scalp prickled as he shared his suspicion with Lin Zhengfeng. Lin Zhengfeng froze, panic rising in his voice. If we truly set this little monster free, wouldn't I become a villain for the ages? Chu Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not about you. Even if you didn't do it, those people would have done it anyway. Precisely because of this, Chu Feng believed Lin Zhengfeng needn't torment himself over it. The group that arrived after him clearly intended to open the tomb as well. In fact, Chu Feng reasonably surmised that they intended to manipulate the little drought demon to achieve some ulterior purpose. By releasing the little creature early, Lin Zhengfeng might have disrupted their plans. If it had slipped out with the crowd after the secret realm ended, that would have been the real disaster. At present, Chu Feng's concern wasn't the drought spirit, but those people. They had arrived here in an organized and premeditated manner, and their numbers weren't insignificant. Clearly, they came with a specific purpose. Moreover, they likely represented someone within the delegation. Although Chu Feng had witnessed the morning black-robed figure tear through space to arrive here before, he was certain that this group that had arrived in the town couldn't possibly be that powerful. Therefore, it could only be the students. The two fell silent for a moment. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the window once more. Immediately followed by a grumble. Ugh, really? We're old bones, yet we still have to risk our lives. Great, we didn't catch that little brat, and we lost a few lives in the process. The other man replied. Don't even mention it. If we can just catch that little eel and finish him off, at least we'll have something to show for it. Then came another set of footsteps. Chu Feng and his companion locked eyes, tension evident in their gazes. Catch and kill, wasn't that referring to Lin Zhengfeng? The audacity of their adversaries pushed Chu Feng and his companion to steel their resolve. As the footsteps drew nearer, Chu Feng whispered to Lin Zhengfeng. No holding back, go all out. Killing one or two in the shadows shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Zhengfeng was taken aback, not expecting Chu Feng to be such a ruthless individual, casually talking about killing others. Lin Zhengfeng nodded, gripping both the peachwood sword and the copper coin sword in his hands. Chu Feng wasted no time, summoning the ghost general with his broadsword and the ghost bride. Simultaneously, he gripped the extreme intent heavenly slash in his hand. Since you've already shown your murderous intent, there'll be no guilt in striking back. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. Before those outside could react, a piercing clang of swords echoed through the air. In the next instant, several lifeless bodies slumped to the floor. This strike had drained every ounce of strength from Chu Feng and Lin Zhengfeng, but thankfully, it proved effective. Yet when Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes to examine the bodies, he instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Something's wrong. Run! Chu Feng looked at the bodies, only to discover they weren't corpses at all, merely zombies controlled by silk threads. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Thick steel nets surged toward them like an inescapable net from the heavens. There was no escape. Chu Feng and his companion were suddenly enveloped by the eerie steel nets, their bodies laced with countless bloody gashes. Holy crap, we've been set up? A soft male voice drifted down from a slightly higher rooftop. Fish, finally caught. Lin Zhengfeng and his companion finally realized there was no group of people at all. All that existed was this sly, underhanded bastard. You only know how to use underhanded tricks. Who the hell are you? Though Lin Zhengfeng's body was pierced and paralyzed, his mouth remained relentless. But the boy merely chuckled, utterly unconcerned. Doesn't matter. You're both about to die anyway. What's the harm in telling you? With that, the boy began walking toward Chu Feng and his companion. Thanks to his activated ghost eyes, Chu Feng saw everything with crystal clarity. Wasn't that the uniform of the Jinmen University representative team? At that moment, Lin Zhengfeng finally recognized the uniform too, his voice boiling with rage. You Jinmen University people dare to kill students from other universities? Don't you fear punishment? The man didn't stop walking but sneered instead. Fear? Fear what? Dead men tell no tales. His voice carried a hint of effeminacy, yet beneath it lay a deeper madness. In his eyes, killing Chu Feng and the other was no big deal. Chu Feng's heart sank. It seemed this man was no pushover. But that was all he was. Lin Zhengfeng had lost all strength and means, reduced to cursing incessantly. Old dog from Tianjin, if you've got the guts, let me out. Let me have a fair fight with you. The man paid him no mind, his face even carrying a hint of a smile. He approached Chu Feng and his companion, his footsteps light yet strangely deadly. I go by my name, sitting or standing. Two wretched creatures, remember this name on your journey to the underworld. The one who kills you is named Gao Rou. Chapter 88, Counterattack, Intelligence Crush. Gao Rou, I'll kill your grandpa. You worthless eunuch. You think you can kill me? You're not worthy. What Ling Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that upon hearing that name, Lin Zhengfeng grew even more enraged. Who did Gao Rou say he was? How could Chu Feng possibly know? Seeing Lin Zhengfeng so agitated, Chu Feng quietly asked. Who is this person? Lin Zhengfeng laughed heartily. Gao Rou calls himself the mysterious man of Tianjin. He's 27 years old and still clinging to Tianjin University. Ranked a measly 27th on the green list. Nicknamed the eunuch of Tianjin. Rumor has it he was messed up down there as a kid, so now he's stuck doing that thread and needle eunuch work. Guess who messed him up? Xia Qingtong from Tianjin Spirit Control Bureau. Chu Feng was utterly speechless. There were actually people clinging to the university just for this so-called green list. But what troubled Chu Feng even more was that this man was somehow connected to Xia Qingtong. It seemed that all these schemes were inextricably linked to Xia Qingtong. Upon hearing Lin Zhengfeng's words, Gao Rou, who had been calm and composed moments before, suddenly erupted in fury, as if a veil of shame had been torn from her face. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bulging as he roared. Don't you dare mention my godfather. This outburst confirmed Chu Feng's suspicions. Damn it, this bastard really is connected to Xia Qingtong, and not just a little. Damn it! What good can Xia Qingtong possibly be? You traitorous castrated bastard. Seeing Gao Rou's fury, Lin Zhengfeng cursed even more fiercely. Hearing Lin Zhengfeng's words, Gao Rou roared back. Looks like my godfather was right, any isolated imperial capital student deserves to die. At these words, Chu Feng instantly lost his composure. What? The head of the entire Lingyu Bureau could utter such words? Indeed, Xia Qingtong still held considerable standing in Gao Rou's heart. So what if I did? You'll all be dead soon anyway. Lin Zhengfeng remained silent, his expression betraying not a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Chu Feng appeared even more composed, his eyes fixed intently on Gao Rou. Gao Rou felt uneasy under their combined gaze, hesitating to advance another step, fearing Chu Feng and Lin Zhengfeng might have some hidden trump card. Behind Gao Rou, a steel wire specter materialized. Its mouth twisted into a mocking grin as it squeezed the steel net tighter. Ha! I thought you had some secret weapon, but now it seems you're nothing special. Seeing that Chu Feng and his companion were nearly crushed flat yet still hadn't made another move, Gao Rou felt thoroughly reassured.
Since you have no backup plan, prepare to die. He immediately commanded the steel wire ghost to intensify the pressure. But strangely, his steel wire ghost didn't obey. Instead, it loosened the mesh considerably. Not only Gao Rong, but even Lin Zhengfeng was taken aback. What the hell was going on? Damn it, steel wire ghost, have you lost your mind? Gao Rou turned back in disbelief to look at his own steel wire ghost. For a split second, he even thought his spirit entity had been possessed. But since the contract was still intact, there shouldn't be any issues. With the contract in place, shouldn't it obey its master's every command? Why was this happening? Gao Rong turned back with a trace of confusion, only to witness a scene that left him utterly speechless. Behind his steel wire ghost, countless fine threads were weaving through its body. A puppet-type ghost creature was being controlled by another puppet-type ghost creature. Behind the wire ghost, a ghostly green curved blade now hovered menacingly at its throat. As a result, the steel ghost's loyalty to Gao Rong plummeted from 80% to a mere 25% in an instant. This was the force of Chu Feng's martial intimidation. Gao Rou was startled and hastily summoned his remaining two ghosts, a smoke ghost and a drowned ghost. The smoke ghost released a thick cloud of mist, while the drowned ghost created a massive water pit beneath Chu Feng and Gao Rou, dragging them toward the depths. Don't you dare drag my dad! Lin Zhengfeng roared in fury. The copper coin sword on his back flashed with golden light, instantly causing the drowned ghost's spirit form to disintegrate. A mere vengeful ghost dares to bother me? Meanwhile, Gao Rou attempted to flee under the smoke demon's cover. What a pathetic excuse for a ghost, resorting to smoke to escape. Chu Feng watched Gao Rou's fleeing figure, momentarily preoccupied with mocking her. To be fair, Gao Rou contracting a smoke ghost was already a 1 in a million feat. Yet instead of focusing on cultivating the smoke fiend, he'd wasted his efforts on developing that useless steel wire fiend. Smoke fiend's abilities were actually incredibly powerful, yet he only used it for escaping? Chu Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, slow and you miss out. Heh, mine to claim. The next instant, the broadsword ghost swung its blade. As the smoker ghost's head hit the ground, it was bound to Chu Feng. Two contracted ghosts slain in succession. The intense discomfort from the ghostly backlash made him spit blood. Put. Gao Rou had no strength left to run, collapsing helplessly where she stood. Behind him, footsteps echoed that filled him with utter despair. Those footsteps sounded like the tolling of a funeral bell. Especially when he glanced back and saw one of them holding a soul-summoning banner. He murmured weakly. It seems my time has come, Lord White Ghost. Take me away. Behind him, Chu Feng and his companion, hearing these words, burst into laughter. Open your eyes wider. See who I am. Gao Rong stared in disbelief at the figure behind him holding the white banner. There was no white ghost here, only Chu Feng and his companion. Chu Feng, I never imagined I'd fall at your hands. Chu Feng chuckled darkly, pointing out. You're mistaken. It wasn't defeat at my hands, it was death at my hands. Hearing Chu Feng's decisive words, Gao Rong's heart sank. Indeed, he had never imagined being killed by another before. He was a powerhouse on the green list, how could he face Chu Feng and find himself utterly powerless to fight back? He sighed softly and said. I failed to complete the mission my father entrusted to me. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Chu Feng, strike me down. Give me a swift end. Chu Feng, however, merely curved his lips into a faint smile. What? Just moments ago, he wanted to die like this with the two of us. Now it's your turn, and you want a quick death? No way. Chu Feng commanded the Ling Luo puppet to control the steel wire ghost. The steel wire ghost unleashed countless steel nets around Gao Rou. The steel nets advanced toward Gao Rou at an agonizingly slow pace. Filling him completely, the nets pierced his skin, crushed his bones. Gao Rou screamed incessantly. Such inhumane cruelty was something Chu Feng never wished to inflict. But since the other had struck first with murderous intent, he had no choice but to kill him. Remember this on your journey to the underworld. The one who killed you is named Chu Feng. With a sound like bursting entrails, Gao Rou and the contract ghost exploded into nothingness. The once arrogant Gao Rou now lay in a pitiful state, barely recognizable as human. Gazing at the horrifyingly mangled corpse, Lin Zhengfeng frowned and remarked. Chu Feng, you're a bit too extreme, aren't you? Chu Feng offered no reply, merely stating. Zhengfeng, if I hadn't intervened just now, what would you have done? Lin Zhengfeng didn't answer, only chuckling softly. But Chu Feng knew full well that Lin Zhengfeng was no saint either. What was the true purpose behind his concealed strength? Chapter 89, Lighting Incense to Clear a Wrong. Though he had slain this so-called sinister figure from Tianjin, many matters still troubled Chu Feng. For instance, who exactly had commissioned Gao Rou to come here? And what exactly was her purpose in coming here? As these thoughts swirled, Chu Feng turned his gaze to the smoke demon he had just contracted. Smoke Fiend. Level, Peak Wrathful Ghost. Potential, a grade. Combat skill, A. Skills. Light cigarette, uncover truth, draw out another's soul and interrogate them. A wrong answer means certain death. Cloud swallowing mist, releases smoke laced with paralysis and poison. Evaluation, smokes only traditional cigarettes.
Chu Feng's lips curved upward as he gazed at Gao Rou's lingering soul.
Light the pipe to uncover the truth. The next moment, the pipe smoker took a deep drag, then blew a stream of smoke toward Gao Rou.
In the next instant, a smoke trail connected Gao Rou and the pipe smoker.
Seeing the connection established, Chu Feng's heart surged with excitement. Gao Rou, from now on, answer whatever I ask. You understand how formidable this smoker is, right? Gao Rou remained silent.
He never imagined that even in death, he couldn't escape Chu Feng's grasp. After all, the smoke fiend had once been his own spirit creature. Its abilities were something he knew all too well. If he didn't answer Chu Feng's questions truthfully, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Thus, Chu Feng began by asking, "Who ordered you here?" But for every strategy, there is a countermeasure. After all, it was his own ghostly creature, and he knew exactly how to respond.
Thus, Gao Rou replied, "A high-ranking official." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Indeed, this answer was neither wrong nor did it reveal any specific details. A faint smile touched Gao Rou's lips. Trying to get me to spill the beans? No way. But Chu Feng wasn't falling for that. If asking like this won't work, why not just ask yes or no? Was it Xia Qingtong who sent you here? Gao Rou's expression grew complex upon hearing this.
Chu Feng's mind worked remarkably well. He'd already devised a countermeasure.
With no other choice, Gao Rou nodded.
Chu Feng and Lin Zhengfeng exchanged a glance. The answer was finally confirmed. Then, Chu Feng pressed further with his conjecture.
Is your purpose here to awaken that drought demon? Gao Rou clenched his jaw tightly but nodded again. Chu Feng pressed further. Then, did you awaken the drought demon to hand it over to Xia Qingtong?
At Chu Feng's words, Gao Rou fell silent, her eyes fixed on him with utter despair. Then, with a pained expression, he shook his head. Then, his soul shattered into fragments, drifting away into the endless night. Chu Feng was speechless. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Xia Qingtong actually intended to command the drought demon? This was earth-shattering news. But unfortunately, only Chu Feng and Lin Zhengfeng knew about it. Worst of all, the drought demon had escaped, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Guard Bureau of Jinmen, Xia Qingtong watched as a soul-lighting lamp flickered out, then sighed deeply. Rower, who killed you? After speaking, he looked at the shards of mirror at his waist and slowly said, Was it Chu Feng? The current distribution was roughly as follows. At the Valley of Apes' Lament, it was a veritable melting pot. Representatives from every university have a stake here. Meanwhile, the Shijiao forest is mostly occupied by weaker schools like Yunnan University and Yunnan University. After all, the Shijiao leader had been slain by Chu Feng, leaving only insignificant minions behind. Why not? It's a chance to ensure your own safety while picking up a few ghost power pills. The extreme ice plains were mostly frequented only by ice elemental ghost masters. After all, that terrifying extreme cold was no ordinary challenge to withstand. Moreover, the frigid intensity actually intensified with each passing moment. Only one person remained here now. Snow Maiden Xia Chan. In the south, only the Crimson Sun sands remain. There, one finds only countless ghosts of those who died of drought and sunstroke. Of course, Chu Feng knew none of this, only glimpsing the scattered white specks. It seemed this opportunity realm was nearing its end. Chu Feng could distinctly sense that the ghostly energy in this place was nearly depleted. The only thing that truly troubled Chu Feng was the drought demon that had already fled. Even though he was still no match for it now, this matter concerned the fate of all living beings. I must report this to Master. Chu Feng resolved in his mind as he and Lin Zhengfeng departed the town of Mijiang. Chu Feng's face darkened as he cautioned. This corpse stabilizing bead may prove immensely useful, but it could also bring great calamity. Lin Zhengfeng nodded silently, seemingly grasping Chu Feng's meaning. Currently, no one could definitively prove that Chu Feng and Lin Zhengfeng had killed Gao Rou. But once this corpse sealing pearl came to light, the nature of the situation would change entirely. If pressed, there were indeed several individuals within the secret realm capable of killing Gao Rou. At the very least, it would allow Xia Qingtong to confirm exactly whose hand Gao Rou met her end by. Better safe than sorry. Lin Zhengfeng promptly tucked the corpse binding pearl into his pocket, keeping it securely hidden. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital University office, Fu Hongan took a sip of black tea, savoring its flavor. Sending Chu Feng on this journey had left him somewhat uneasy. But seeing Chu Feng enter the 32nd rank on the green list put his mind at ease. Rank 32 on the green list, neither too high nor too low. It allows him to gain considerable benefits without drawing excessive attention. His eldest disciple had already climbed to 5th on the green list at such a young age. But in doing so, he had also become a target for those desperate to break onto the rankings. Chu Feng's current ranking wasn't dazzling, but it was sufficient. After all, the rankings were merely for others to see. What truly mattered was possessing formidable strength. Take Chu Feng, for instance. Though ranked 32nd, no one would believe his true strength was merely that of a 32nd ranked cultivator. Just how formidable is his actual strength? You'll have to guess.
Within the secret realm of opportunity, the moment Chu Feng and his companion reached the Valley of Ape Lament, it felt like the sky had fallen. Lin Jingfeng slapped Chu Feng on the shoulder and asked, "Holy crap, I feel like we just lost a fortune." Even Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Inside the Valley of Ape Sorrow, nearly everyone was returning with bountiful loot. Ghost power pills were scarce, and many had even directly contracted new ghostly beings. One classmate, whose peak combat power was merely that of a fierce ghost, had directly contracted a mid-stage mountain ghost clad in blood-stained robes. Such a feat was practically unheard of in history, and likely unmatched ever since. Yet, it had happened right here in this secret realm. "Mom, I contracted a blood robe ghost." The boy summoned the mountain spirit and flaunted it to everyone. Most classmates watched with admiration and envy. Of course, many others eyed him with covetous glances. Chu Feng was speechless. The moment after binding a ghost entity was precisely when the bond between the entity and its master was weakest. If a powerful opponent were to forcefully seize the spirit at that moment, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Fortunately, Chu Feng had overthought it. Just then, a massive teleportation array suddenly appeared in the sky. The time to leave the secret realm had arrived. Chapter 90, Leaving the Secret Realm, Facing a Report. Gazing at the teleportation array in the sky, the emotions in everyone's eyes were incredibly complex. Though the secret realm had been open for only a short time, it felt as though they had endured countless trials. They had narrowly escaped death multiple times, witnessed classmates and friends perish before their eyes. For most of them, it was their first time seeing blood, their first time being wounded. This secret realm was not merely a chance encounter, it was a process of accumulating experience. The secret realm truly was a wondrous entity. Peril and opportunity coexisted within it, its dangers holding an inexplicable allure. As the teleportation array slowly descended, the group was transported out of the secret realm. After a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves back in the real world. Before them stood none other than Xia Qingtong. He feigned concern as he surveyed everyone present. "Medical personnel, examine everyone immediately." At his command, several medical personnel, equipped with professional devices, began conducting comprehensive examinations on everyone. During the examination, Chu Feng noticed something that shouldn't have been part of the procedure. For instance, those so-called medical personnel were deliberately touching the storage pouches of the prodigies. Some went even further, pretending to scan bodies while actually scanning others for opportunities. "Your hands aren't exactly clean, are they?" Lin Zhengfeng was the first to lose his temper, snatching the medical staff member's hand away. "I'm perfectly fine, no need for your inspection." He barked the words, though inwardly, Lin Zhengfeng felt a twinge of unease. Thankfully, they hadn't touched the corpse stabilizing bead. Otherwise, he felt trouble would have been inevitable. Chu Feng, however, couldn't care less. Let them touch it. All his treasures weren't on his person anyway, they were safely stored in his ghost-taming space. After a thorough physical examination, the medical staff delivered their findings to Xia Qingtong. Xia Qingtong listened, then nodded meaningfully. Then, he resumed his unnatural smile. "Ah, children, you're back. It's good to have you home." With that, he ushered everyone to their seats and brought out an array of seafood delicacies. "Kids, dig in. Eat up, the more the better." Seeing everyone disregard their manners, grabbing food and devouring it greedily. The journey had drained them of energy and stamina, leaving everyone ravenously hungry. Watching them devour the food with such relish, tears welled up in Xia Qingtong's eyes as he said, "Children, how wonderful it would be if you were all back." At these words, nearly all the students stopped eating. Some silently shed tears, while others, recalling the gruesome deaths of their companions, felt their stomachs churn violently and vomited. Only 3 continued eating, shrimp in one hand and shrimp legs in the other. They were Chu Feng, Lin Zhengfeng, and Zhang Baobao. Nearly every team on this expedition had suffered casualties, yet only Imperial Capital University, Yunnan University, and Beileitum Academy returned with all members intact. Therefore, these 3 could say they had nothing to reproach themselves for, and they weren't particularly grieved. At first glance, this scene was indeed jarring. Seizing upon this, Xia Qingtong finally found his opening to attack. He looked at the trio and said, "I won't say anything about our little chubby friend here, but you two are both top students from Imperial Capital University. In such a solemn and dignified atmosphere, shouldn't you stop chewing?" At this remark, Zhang Baobao couldn't hold back. "Wait, what does this have to do with me? What did he ever do to deserve being dragged into this out of nowhere?" But since the other party was the director of Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau, he dared not speak his mind. But Chu Feng and his companion weren't about to indulge him. Chu Feng took a sip of juice to clear his throat, then stood up and declared, "Reporting to Director Xia, I was merely carrying out your orders." Xia Qingtong looked surprised. "Orders? What orders?" Lin Zhengfeng interjected, "You told us to eat more." At this remark, Xia Qingtong fell silent. After a long moment of thought, he continued, "But you should at least show some respect for your fallen comrades." Chu Feng pressed on, "But if we starve ourselves over excessive grief for our comrades, surely their spirits wouldn't approve either?" As he spoke, he didn't forget to pop another piece of spare rib into his mouth. Xia Qingtong was clearly irritated, yet unable to counter Chu Feng's logic. He shifted his focus instead. He looked around at the assembled group and asked, "What do you all think? Is Chu Feng and the others' approach appropriate?" The others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Although Xia Qingtong wanted them to evaluate Chu Feng, they had no real objections to Chu Feng's actions. Seeing that even those from Jinmen showed little inclination to speak, Xia Qingtong grew visibly irritated. Just then, a pair of slender arms rose from within the ranks of the Tianjin University delegation. "Director Xia, I have something to say." At these words, not only did all the students turn to look at her, but even Xia Qingtong's eyes lit up. "Very well. Please go ahead, Su Cheng. What is it you wish to say?" Chu Feng looked at Su Qing, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Sure enough, the big moment had arrived. Su Qing stood up, smiling at the crowd before fixing an exceptionally respectful gaze upon Xia Qingtong at the front of the stage. Instead of directly revealing what Chu Feng had done, Su Qing addressed the assembly. "Fellow students, mentors, I have a question for everyone here. Does a prodigy who indiscriminately kills fellow students still deserve to be called a prodigy?" The moment these words left her lips, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. What did Su Qing mean by this? What constituted indiscriminate killing? Wasn't she implying that Chu Feng had indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent? How could that be? Chu Feng was the great hero who saved the vast majority of students here from certain death. How could he possibly be indiscriminately killing the innocent? Xia Qingtong seemed to grasp the implication behind Su Qing's words. He interjected, "According to Xia Kingdom law, no one may harm their fellow citizens, let alone kill them. Violators face the death penalty." "What do you mean by that, Su Qing?" Chu Feng finally saw through it. Xia Qingtong and Su Qing were in cahoots, the two of them singing in perfect harmony. "So it seems they're dead set on framing me for a crime?" In truth, Xia Qingtong's words were rather rash. Cases involving ghost writers killing each other were actually quite complex to judge. If one party initiated the attack and the other acted in legitimate self-defense, resulting in the attacker's death, then there would be no legal liability whatsoever. But Chu Feng wasn't prepared to argue that way because you have no evidence. Sure enough, Su Cheng nodded, her voice ringing out with conviction. "Classmates, let me tear away Chu Feng's mask of hypocrisy and reveal his true face as a murderous maniac. Director Xia, I request use of the large screen." Xia Qingtong nodded promptly upon seeing this. With that, she raised the camera in her hand and walked toward the podium. Chapter 91, False accusations are illegal too, so how about compensating me? Watching Su Qing approach the stage, the Imperial Capital University delegation grew visibly tense. Especially the team leaders, who all turned to look at Chu Feng. Indeed, Chu Feng's actions had brought great honor to Imperial Capital University. After all, he had saved over 100 people. Such an achievement deserved nothing less than a first-class merit award. But unfortunately, if Chu Feng's murderous acts were confirmed, even Imperial Capital University would be powerless to save him. Therefore, though this person wished to protect Chu Feng, it was simply impossible. If Chu Feng had indeed killed someone, Imperial Capital University would have to distance itself from him. Otherwise, it could severely damage the university's reputation. If others were to learn that a student of Imperial Capital University had brutally murdered a fellow student, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the other students present were visibly tense. Chu Feng had saved them. It was impossible for him to slaughter others. If such a situation existed, it must have been out of sheer desperation. Therefore, several students stood up to plead. "We believe that Chu Feng would never kill anyone. Even if he did, it must have been in self-defense." Zhang Baobao, in particular, had his brows tightly furrowed. "Brother Feng, it'll be fine." He understood Chu Feng's nature well. Anyone who crossed him would likely meet their end. But if Su Qing truly held some kind of evidence, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Chu Feng. Xia Qingtong's lips curled slightly as he snorted. "What? The evidence hasn't even been presented yet, and you've already decided that Chu Feng did commit murder?" At this remark, the entire room fell silent. Yet Chu Feng, the central figure in the incident, remained leisurely eating his prawns, seemingly unfazed. Xia Qingtong glanced at Chu Feng, only to find the boy showing no surprise whatsoever. His brow furrowed slightly. Generally speaking, let alone Chu Feng, even someone like Xia Qingtong would tremble uncontrollably if caught red-handed with murder evidence against him. Yet Chu Feng remained so unperturbed. Could it be? Was Chu Feng certain Su Qing had no evidence? Su Chan walked up to the stage and inserted the memory card into the card reader. The next moment, numerous photos from the camera appeared. There were various landscape shots, along with route maps of the secret realm. Su Qing frantically searched through the few photos, but one thing was certain. There was absolutely no photo of Chu Feng committing murder. Forget evidence of murder, there wasn't even a single image of Chu Feng. The atmosphere turned awkward. Countless classmates who had previously supported Chu Feng began to say, "What? Now you don't even need evidence to frame someone?" Zhang Baobao added fuel to the fire. Don't let this embarrassment haunt you forever. Tianjin University. What a laughable spectacle. Indeed, all present were universities ranked among the top in Xia Nation.
If they couldn't find evidence of Chu Feng's murder yet insisted on framing him anyway, the Jinmen Spiritual Guard Bureau and Jinmen University would surely become laughingstocks. Even Xia Qingtong, who had staunchly supported Su Qing, might find himself nailed to the pillar of shame. It was indeed Xia Qingtong who had arranged for Su Qing to follow Chu Feng beforehand. After all, Su Qing was arguably one of the fastest young spirit masters in Xia Nation. With the aura-concealing gem he had gifted her, tracking Chu Feng was a breeze. Xia Qingtong had anticipated that, given Chu Feng's temperament, he would inevitably engage in some conflict within this secret realm.
But now it seemed Su Qing hadn't captured any evidence. If she hadn't captured any evidence, why would she dare step onto the stage with such confidence? Wasn't this just a slap in the face to Xia Qingtong himself? At this thought, Xia Qingtong's brow furrowed slightly, veins bulging beneath the skin, though he managed to suppress his anger. Su Qing scrolled through the photos, her face etched with disbelief. How is this possible? I clearly captured it. As a wave of boos swept through the audience, she glanced at Xia Qingtong beside her, his eyes brimming with meaning. Su Qing's mental defenses crumbled. She raised her right hand and swore. I swear, I really did take that photo. Chu Feng did kill someone. He killed Yang Liqing and the others from South Sichuan University. Haven't you noticed how few people returned from South Sichuan University? She carefully recalled everything that had happened in the secret realm. The only time her consciousness had blurred, hadn't it been inside that dragon's belly? And when she awoke, hadn't it been the group from Yunnan University who saved her? Could it be? Could it be that Chu Feng was the one who saved her? She stared at Chu Feng in utter disbelief. But when their gazes met, his eyes calm and unwavering. She understood. It was indeed Chu Feng who had saved her. And it was at that very moment he tampered with her camera. Su Qing felt her world crumbling around her, while below the stage, Chu Feng rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Chu Feng, to speak. Within the Monkey's Lament Valley of this secret realm, I single-handedly saved over 100 fellow students present. Of course, I'm not trying to boast about any merits. I only wish to say, please believe what I tell you. At these words, everyone nodded slightly. Indeed, compared to Su Qing's words, those of Chu Feng, the one who had saved them, carried far more weight. Chu Feng turned to Su Qing, his eyes brimming with the pride of a victor. Listen, Su Qing, was it really necessary to harm me like this just because I declined your advances? To make such a joke in such a solemn occasion, do you feel you've done justice to everyone present, or to Director Xia Qingtong's careful cultivation of you? Chu Feng deliberately emphasized the pronunciation when mentioning Xia Qingtong. Yes, careful cultivation. The thought of how Xia Qingtong would punish her for failing the mission sent a chill down her spine. Su Qing's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. She could no longer hold back, bursting into loud sobs on the stage. No, it's you. Chu Feng, it's all your fault. Chu Feng looked utterly innocent. What? You dare report me for not safeguarding your own photos? Isn't that your own fault? Chu Feng looked at Su Qing, his expression indifferent. In this world, crying doesn't make you right. Do you still think you're some obedient little angel who gets rewarded with lollipops for being good? At these words, Su Qing completely lost it, nearly throwing herself on the floor in a tantrum. Chu Feng remained relentless in his tone. As far as I know, falsely accusing someone is also against the law. I won't send you to jail. Here's the deal, just pay me some money. Chu Feng's demand wasn't unreasonable. After all, the other party's scheme had nearly cost someone their life. To dare make such accusations without evidence, right in front of a director-level official. Hadn't Su Qing considered any consequences at all? Xia Qingtong, of course, was still protecting his own. Enough. Quiet. The room fell silent once more at his command. Chu, this was indeed a misunderstanding. Perhaps Su Qing's mind was scrambled in the secret realm. Look at her, can you forgive her? Hearing this, Chu Feng nearly burst out laughing at Xia Qingtong's antics. No way. Chapter 92, The Young Family of the Imperial Capital. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. But it made sense. This false accusation had nearly cost Chu Feng his life. How could they possibly let it slide just to save face for Xia Qing? Besides, word had already spread. Fu Hong'an, vice president of Imperial Capital University, had taken Chu Feng as his disciple. With such a master, Chu Feng naturally had nothing to fear from Xia Qingtong. What good is your face? Money would be far more practical. Thus, this farce concluded with a settlement of 500,000 yuan. 5 days later, the Spirit Control Bureau officially discovered Su Qing's body in the student dormitory of Jinmen University. The body showed signs of severe torture and evidence of sexual assault prior to death. However, investigations revealed no traces of other human tissue. Su Qing's death was undoubtedly caused by the ghost Chu Feng had planted within her. But the nature of the assault she endured was far more intriguing. 5 days had passed since the secret realm incident. Following the secret realm battle, Chu Feng and Lin Jingfeng's reputations had officially begun to spread throughout the ghost-taming circles.
Chu Feng still did not know the true extent of Lin Jingfeng's power.
But after the battle in the secret realm, Chu Feng's own strength had undergone a qualitative leap.
What Chu Feng never anticipated was that after being worshipped by the masses, the Guan Dao Ghost General's power had surged dramatically. The Guan Dao Ghost General now possessed true power far surpassing that of the Ghost Bride. Possessing the combat power of 3 Yaksha-level ghost entities, coupled with the boundless ghost-taming space,
Chu Feng's current strength was sufficient to teach in an ordinary small city.
Yet even so, those stronger than him were certainly not few in number. Deep down, Chu Feng's ultimate ambition remained unchanged, to become the undisputed supreme ruler of this ghost-taming world.
Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts. Who is it? You're disturbing my sleep. The visitor outside the door was none other than Lin Jingfeng.
Lin Jingfeng spoke urgently.
That incident with Yang leeching, it was you, wasn't it? Chu Feng frowned and replied, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Lin Jingfeng retorted, the second elder of the Yang family arrived at the capital's gates today, specifically demanding to see you by name.
You'd better run. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow at this. Demanded to see him by name? The second elder? Could it be Yang Liuqing's grandfather? But even if he came, what could he possibly do? Could he really kill me on the spot?
As far as Chu Feng knew, the Yang family of the imperial capital had only become a prominent clan. Was solely due to the strength of the first elder's branch. As for the other branches, they were at best third-rate forces. Thus, Chu Feng held no fear for the old man.
What's there to fear? I'll go.
Chu Feng dressed himself and headed toward the school gates. By then, the gate was already packed with people. Most were still students, and seeing the formidable presence of the opposing group, they naturally reined in their bravado. At the entrance, a bald old monk wearing a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck was wailing loudly.
Chu Feng, give me back my precious granddaughter.
Chu Feng, if you don't come out now, don't blame me for being unkind to you Imperial Capital University people. These words actually made Chu Feng laugh.
Forget his young family, even if all the aristocratic clans of the Imperial Capital united would meet their end the moment they dared touch Imperial Capital University.
And he was merely a second elder.
Look! Chu Feng is here.
A cry rang out from the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. A youth with tousled long hair and piercing eyes strode toward the entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, Chu Feng merely regarded the old man with a calm expression. The old bald monk glared at Chu Feng and demanded, "You're Chu Feng? How dare you kill my granddaughter? I'll make you pay." With that, the old monk produced a golden bowl.
Before Chu Feng could react, the gold ingot rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive golden bowl. Go!
The golden bowl shot toward Chu Feng's head and plummeted down with astonishing speed. Everything happened so fast that Chu Feng didn't even have time to react. At that moment, a majestic voice boomed. "Get lost!" In the next instant, the golden-plated object was instantly blasted away, and even the old bald monk was sent flying by the shockwave.
Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of Imperial Capital University?
That voice was all too familiar to Chu Feng.
It was Fu Hongyan.
For a moment, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With Fu Hongyan present, Chu Feng felt even less afraid of the old bald monk. The old bald-headed monk stood up, gazing up at Fu Hongyan towering high in the sky.
He could only sigh and say, "Principal Fu, this commotion was not my intention, but your Imperial Capital University has truly gone too far. Overstepping? Come. Let's step aside and talk."
With that, Fu Hongyan swept his arm, drawing Chu Feng and the old monk into a void-like space.
"So tell me, how exactly has Imperial Capital University wronged you?"
The old monk, whose name was Yang Lai, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared viciously at Chu Feng. "This brat here, he killed my little granddaughter." Fu Hongyan looked from Yang Lai to Chu Feng and asked,
"Chu Feng, is this true?"
Chu Feng's eyes twinkled slyly as he feigned innocence.
"This is a tremendous injustice. This matter was already cleared up back at Jinmen University. Why are you still insisting on pinning this on me?"
Yang Lai's eyes bulged with rage as he snapped,
"You two are in cahoots. This is outrageous. Chu Feng, that inch apart, miles apart talisman must still be in your possession, right? And you used it at least once in that secret realm. As long as I activate that talisman, you'll instantly appear before me. That will prove you killed him." Chu Feng remained utterly unconcerned upon hearing this. "Fine, go ahead and activate it." With that, Yang Lai let out a wicked chuckle. Immediately after, he squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip. As the blood fell to the ground, he continued to chant something under his breath. "Return!" Yang Lai bellowed. To his astonishment, Chu Feng remained utterly motionless, seemingly unaffected by the symbol of immediate distance. "How is this possible? That mark clearly hasn't been erased. It must be you. You killed my granddaughter." Yang Lai descended into hysterics, yet he had lost all strength and means. The very person who had killed his granddaughter stood before him. Yet he had no means to prove his guilt. Chu Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed, he had never touched that talisman. But, as long as the talisman was placed within the ghost controlling space, it would be completely isolated from the outside world. Even if Yang Lai shouted himself hoarse, it would be utterly useless. Fu Hongyan shook his head at the sight. Let's go. For your family head's sake, I won't punish you too harshly for this outburst. But if there's a next time, I'll make sure you never return. Yang Lai snorted angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Like a beaten dog, he slunk away in defeat. Chapter 93, The Ghost Tide of Zhejiang. After dealing with Yang Lai's disturbance, Fu Hongyan did not rush to exit the sealed space. Seeing this, Chu Feng asked, Master, you haven't dismissed your disciple from the space yet. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fu Hongyan replied solemnly. This matter the Yang family, or at least Yang Lai himself, will certainly not let it rest. Chu Feng expected Fu Hongyan to lecture him. Instead, Fu Hongyan said, in future, handle matters more cleanly and decisively. How could you let others seize the opportunity to hold something over you? Observing Fu Hongyan's gaze, Chu Feng understood. When it came to killing, Fu Hongyan had done his fair share in his youth. He gave an awkward smile and said, I'm no murderer. They were the ones who tried to kill me first. Left with no choice, this disciple had to take action. Chu Feng intended to repay those who sought to harm him with double the force. Fu Hongyan shook his head. Never mind that. I summoned you here for another matter. Chu Feng looked at Fu Hongyan in confusion. What could be so mysterious? Fu Hongyan declared. Zhejiang City has fallen. Those 6 simple words left Chu Feng's mind blank. What? Zhejiang has fallen? Had he truly heard correctly? Zhejiang City was hardly far from the imperial capital. How could a city so close to the imperial capital fall so easily? Seeing Chu Feng frozen in place, Fu Hongyan continued. Last night's events unfolded far too rapidly. We haven't yet completed the cleanup. To prevent panic throughout the Xia Kingdom, we had no choice but to seal off the news. Fu Hongyan's expression grew grave. Chu Feng, however, looked utterly incredulous. Zhejiang was the place where he had lived his entire life. It held all his memories before the age of 18. Memories intertwined with both heartache and happiness spent with his aunt. Yet now, Zhejiang had fallen like this. There was only one possible reason for Zhejiang's fall: it had been completely swallowed by the ghost tide. This wasn't like the ghost tide army attacking a city, it was more likely a sudden outbreak of the ghost tide originating within Zhejiang itself. The more likely this scenario, the more devastating the casualties would be. If the ghost tide were attacking the city, the Spirit Control Bureau could coordinate a unified defense. Ghost takers facing a ghost tide would suffer far fewer casualties. But if the ghost tide erupted unexpectedly, the situation would be far more dire. The Spirit Control Bureau cannot immediately assemble its combat strength, and reinforcements from other forces won't arrive in time either. What's most heart-wrenching is this. The ghostly creatures would slaughter ordinary citizens without restraint. Chu Feng could no longer hold back. Master, I beg to join the battle and help clear the ghost tide. Fu Hongyan shook his head and said. Actually, that's precisely why I summoned you today. Chu Feng had expected Fu Hongyan to obstruct him at every turn, yet to his surprise, Fu Hongyan agreed so readily. The International Ghost Control Forum is currently being held in the imperial capital. All of Xia Nation's elite combat forces have gathered in the imperial capital, and naturally, exorcists from other nations have arrived as well. Precisely. We simply cannot spare the manpower. After all, if we leave the imperial capital, who knows what these fellows might do to it? Therefore, it's up to you. Fu Hongyan's gaze was solemn beyond measure. Chu Feng felt a weight as heavy as 10,000 pounds settle upon his shoulders. Master, I understand. The future of Zhejiang, I will save it. With that, Chu Feng turned to leave. Fu Hongyan called him back, handing him an ancient-looking token. This is the 100 Ghosts token of the 8-mile graveyard. With it, those ghost kings will all obey your commands. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. The 100 Ghosts token. The 8-mile graveyard teemed with ghostly creatures, and the 4 ghost kings of the cardinal directions were particularly formidable. He knew that the zombie he had nearly lost his life defeating was merely the weakest of these ghost kings. As for the other ghost kings, just how terrifying were their powers? This was a crucial item and Fu Hongyan had simply handed it over to him? Fu Hongyan nodded. Take it. This thing was brought back from the ancient kingdom of Fengjian by my old man. Rounding up, it should be considered yours anyway. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. So the ghosts of the 8-mile graveyard were essentially his own troops. And when he first arrived at the 8-mile Tomb Academy, he had inadvertently killed one of his own commanders? Though he felt a twinge of awkwardness, Chu Feng had no time to dwell on it. Master, I'll be off then. Fu Hongyan gazed at Chu Feng with profound eyes and cautioned. In the ghost tide, it's not just the ghosts you must be wary of. Remember that. With that, the sealed space opened. Chu Feng rode the Ghost Bride's Blood Sea, heading toward the 8-mile Graveyard Academy. Indeed, as Fu Hongyan had said,
When the top-tier combatants among the protagonists were absent, the situation became most unpredictable.
Countless vermin lurking in the shadows might emerge at any moment.
While clearing the ghost tide, one must constantly guard against being struck by others' hidden attacks.
No matter what, he had to survive.
Since Bailey Tomb Academy wasn't too far from the imperial capital, Chu Feng arrived in no time.
Phew, same old scene.
A desolate field saturated with gloom, countless nameless graves scattered about.
Chu Feng drew forth the 100 Ghosts command tablet and commanded. The 100 Ghosts seal of sword sealing is here. Where are the 4 Ghost Kings?
Chu Feng's voice boomed with immense grandeur, the token in his hand emitting a faint golden glow. In the next instant, billowing clouds of dust rose from all directions. Within mere seconds, countless ghostly beings gathered before Chu Feng, all kneeling with hands pressed to their knees. Chu Feng scanned the crowd of ghostly creatures, spotting the leaders mentioned earlier by Xia Chan. The yellow-faced weasel of the north, the tail-severed fox of the west, the ground-stalking dragon of the east, and the purple-faced corpse of the south. The only difference was that the purple-faced zombie's appearance seemed to have changed. After all, that ancient corpse had been slain by Chu Feng.
Chu Feng turned to the purple-faced zombie and asked, "What is your relationship with the former Ghost King of the Southern Domain?"
The youth-faced purple-faced zombie replied, reporting, "That was my uncle."
Chu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Just as he suspected. Glancing once more at the Ghost Kings, he couldn't help but feel a tremor within.
All 4 Ghost Kings possessed the cultivation level of mid-stage Yaksa ghosts, with the yellow-skinned one's ghostly aura being the most formidable among them. Though the purple-faced zombie's cultivation seemed somewhat inflated, it was undoubtedly far stronger than the old zombie Chu Feng had slain. Chu Feng surveyed his ghostly army, his heart filled with satisfaction. He then produced the ghost power pills he had seized in the corpse vulture forest. Each pill, condensed with pure and potent ghost energy, appeared like a priceless treasure in the eyes of the ghostly creatures.
Chu Feng declared, "I've gathered you all here for a fight. That's right, to take on another wave of ghosts."
At the mention of a fight, the ghosts grew wildly excited.
Hell yeah! A fight! It's been ages since we've been out. Time to feast on some heads.
Chu Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the ghost.
Fighting is fighting, but we only target ghosts, no harming humans. Disobey, and you die.
In the next instant, the heavenly slash of ultimate intent, a symbol of absolute power, appeared before Chu Feng. At the sword's appearance, the ghosts fell silent.
Of course, those who slay ghosts shall be richly rewarded. This ghost power pill in my hand is proof.
At these words, the ghosts cheered. Kill! 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 Seeing this, Chu Feng drew the ghosts into his banner.
Ghost generals, follow me into battle. Chapter 94, Who says Zhejiang has no great emperor? At that moment, within the borders of Zhejiang City,
the once picturesque and pleasant beauty of Zhejiang had vanished. Parched vegetation and cracked earth lay beneath an endless blanket of black smoke. Ruined walls and crumbling structures. The stench of blood mingled with decay, corpses littered the fields. Listening intently, the youthful laughter of days past was no longer heard. All that remains are the desperate cries of despair. Inside Zhejiang No. 1 High School, a middle-aged woman with big waves in her hair. She now stood shielding a group of students. Before her stood 3 peak-level fierce ghosts. Her hair was disheveled, and she was covered in blood. Yet she still turned to comfort her students. Students, as ghost tamers, our duty extends far beyond enjoying the privileges society grants us.
Wherever we are needed, we must sacrifice everything without hesitation, even our lives.
With that, Teacher Big Waves swallowed the last ghost power pill, forcing herself to summon her spirit beast once more. Before her stood 2 mid-stage fierce ghosts and 1 peak-stage fierce ghost, its form already shimmering and unstable, on the verge of dissipation. She now faced 3 ghosts at full strength. She knew the outcome of this battle long ago.
But she could not retreat.
Behind her stood the future of Zhejiang and Xia Nation. In her 30 years of teaching, every word and sentence she imparted was spoken with unwavering conviction. Such is the way of the teacher. Students, after I detonate my ghost body, you must leave this place immediately and head to the Spirit Control Bureau. With unwavering resolve in her eyes, Zhang Chang charged toward the 3 peak-level ghosts. The 3 fierce ghosts were no fools, they knew Zhang Chang intended to go down fighting. Thus, the 3 ghosts scattered in different directions. Exhausted beyond measure, Zhang Chang was tossed about like a toy, toyed with mercilessly.
Ha 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 ha. The 3 specters mocked Zhang Chang's helplessness with wild laughter.
Even if she wanted to self-detonate the contract ghost now, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of the ghostly creatures. Despair washed over Zhang Chang as she watched the 3 fierce ghosts approach her, numb with resignation. 30 years ago, fresh out of Jibei University, she had come to Zhejiang City, which was still undeveloped at the time. She had devoted her youth to every blade of grass and tree in Zhejiang. She taught, raised children, and married here. This place had long since become her home.
To die defending her home, was that not honorable?
Her eyes were unfocused, yet the corners of her mouth turned upward. The scythe-wielding specter advanced toward her step by step.
Though trembling with fear, none of the students could bear to look toward Teacher Zhang. So they closed their eyes one by one. Their beloved teacher Jean was about to be killed by a ghostly entity. And the saddest part was that there was nothing they could do. Zhang Chang's fate seemed sealed at that very moment. Just as the guillotine blade descended, everyone abruptly shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody, hopeless scene. After an unknown number of seconds, when they opened their eyes again, what they saw was not teacher Zhang Chang's corpse, but three fierce ghosts, severed at the waist, standing where they had been, their lower half severed. Behind the corpses of the three vengeful spirits stood a youth with shoulder-length hair. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, pupils seemingly stained crimson by blood. In his hand, he held a sharp, long blade. Chu Feng had arrived. Chu Feng held the blade in his right hand while hastily summoning the soul-summoning banner with his left. Countless healing spirits immediately began administering emergency medical treatment to Zhang Chang. The students were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Good heavens! Is this even human? To summon so many ghostly entities. Isn't Ghost Yang Qian the one with the highest contract limit in Xia Nation? Even he only has a maximum of 10 ghosts under his command. But this guy just summoned 20 or 30 ghosts in a flash? Seeing the situation was temporarily safe, the students rushed forward, surrounding teacher Zhang in a tight circle. Their eyes were filled with anxiety, hoping teacher Zhang was unharmed. Chu Feng looked at teacher Zhang with a complex expression. She was his homeroom teacher back then. She was also the first teacher to encourage him to switch to the liberal arts track. Truthfully, Zhang Chang was right. Awakening an F-grade talent? If he truly entered the ghost tamer circle, he'd be dead meat. A useless who struggled even to bind a crippled ghost. How could such a person ever shine in the spirit taming world? He'd be better off sticking to the humanities, finding a stable clerical job, and living a quiet life. Truthfully, Zhang Chang hadn't been wrong. But if Chu Feng had heeded Zhang Chang's advice that day, there would be no Chu Feng as we know him today. And no one would have rescued her from the depths of despair. Moments later, Zhang Chang slowly opened her eyes. Before her eyes lay neither heaven nor hell, but her own student. Teacher Zhang, you're finally awake. Thank goodness, teacher Zhang is okay. Zhang Chang looked around. Among the countless slightly immature faces, one stood out as particularly mature. She stared at that person again, disbelief washing over her. Chu Feng? How is it you? Chu Feng scratched his head. What's the matter? Teacher Zhang, now that you're the great director, are alumni no longer allowed to visit? Zhang Chang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. That Chu Feng, the one who once scored perfect marks in theory classes yet possessed such frustratingly poor talent, was actually standing before her. Those three fierce ghosts, had he really killed them so effortlessly? Was this really the Chu Feng she knew? Zhang Chang's hand kept caressing Chu Feng's face. Chu Feng, you've grown up. Chu Feng's eyes brimmed with tears as he replied. Yes, Xiao Feng has grown up. He can stand on his own now. Teacher Zhang, I'm needed elsewhere. I must go now. Zhang Chang rose to her feet in surprise. Little Feng, I admit your strength surpasses mine. But the ghostly entities elsewhere aren't merely fierce specters, they're far more complex. You won't be able to handle those blood-robe ghosts. Seeing Zhang Chang's anxious expression, Chu Feng gave a sheepish smile. Then, he gave the soul-summoning banner a gentle flick. 400 or 500 peak-level vengeful spirits enveloped the entire school. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Could this truly be real? Countless peak-level ghosts? What kind of power was this? It was my oversight. These ghostly beings remained to protect the teachers and students. Having said that, Chu Feng felt it still wasn't enough and summoned the female class monitor. Class president, protect my teacher and my juniors well. Should anything go wrong, you will be held accountable. Her face was set with unwavering resolve. Were it not for the bunny girl costume she still wore, she would have moved everyone to tears. Zhang Chang's face turned ashen. Had Chu Feng's power truly reached such heights? Thus, he no longer tried to stop him, only emphasizing, you must return alive. Chu Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the younger students present. Their gazes were unwaveringly resolute, each reflecting the shadow of Chu Feng's former self. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. In the next instant, an endless expanse of dark clouds erupted near the school grounds, releasing a surge of ghostly energy. Chu Feng stared at the dark clouds, his brows furrowed. Junior brothers and sisters, study hard. One day, you must surpass me, okay? Senior has more important matters to attend to. This is the safest place right now. I'll come find you all to play once everything's settled. Though Chu Feng's words carried a hint of cheerfulness and ease, he knew that when facing the ghost tide, there could be no room for complacency. The place that needed him most right now was undoubtedly where the black smoke had emerged. With that, Chu Feng stepped into the void and dashed straight toward the source of the black smoke. Chapter 95, The True Nature of the Ghost Tide. Only when he ascended halfway into the air did Chu Feng finally realize. The area shrouded in that dark cloud was none other than the Zhejiang Spirit Command Bureau. Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. The Zhejiang Spirit Command was a vital stronghold crucial to the safety of the entire Zhejiang region. If even that place fell, would any part of Zhejiang remain safe? Chu Feng flew toward the Spirit Guard command. He saw that the Lingyu Bureau had already fully raised its three-dimensional defensive wall. The walls were smeared with copious amounts of Black Dog's blood and talismans. Beyond the wall, countless ghostly creatures swarmed. They charged headlong at the wall, utterly heedless of the Spirit Guard command's attacks. Before long, though corpses littered the ground below the wall, the Spirit Guard Bureau's side was clearly on the defensive. The most despairing thing in the world is when you know you could defeat those enemies, yet you simply lack the strength to fight them. The Zhejiang Spirit Guard Command, adjacent to the imperial capital, was not abundantly staffed with troops. Therefore, only a handful possessed contract spirits above the blood robe rank. Given the current situation, the Lingyu Bureau could hold out for another hour at most. That was their absolute limit. No, a ghost tide without a leader wouldn't attack a specific location with purpose. Chu Feng gazed at the ghostly creatures before him, lost in thought. Ghosts, by nature, lack such self-awareness. For them to attack a specific location with purpose, clearly, a highly intelligent ghost creature must be directing them. Where exactly is that leading ghost? The sheer number of ghostly creatures was too vast to count, swarming like countless tiny black dots. A rough estimate suggested there were roughly 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Chu Feng shook his head. Since we can't find the leader, we'll just have to improvise. Chu Feng summoned his soul summoning banner and gently waved it. In the next instant, the sky seemed to unleash a torrential downpour of darkness. Ghostly creatures plummeted to the ground like shooting stars. Even the earlier dark clouds couldn't compare to 1/10 of the awe-inspiring spectacle. Meanwhile, inside the Zhejiang Spirit Control Bureau, all the operatives witnessed the sudden ghost rain pouring from the sky, their hearts plunging into despair. We're done for. There's a second wave. What's there to fear? We just fight on. Isn't this exactly what the Lingyu Bureau was created for? If we can't fight until the very end, how can we face the spirits of our fallen comrades? With that, their spirits soared once more. They swallowed a handful of ghost power pills, preparing to fight to the death. But just then, the observers suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Something's wrong, look. The second wave of ghosts is actually fighting the first wave. Everyone stared toward the outer perimeter in disbelief. Instead of joining forces to charge at the Spirit Control Bureau, instead, they launched a fierce assault against the first wave of ghosts. Though some of these ghosts were weaker than the first wave, many merely in power. But the moment they realized they couldn't win, they would decisively self-detonate their ghostly bodies. Even the weakest specters possessed devastating area of effect damage in their final moments. Even if you were a fierce ghost, could you withstand 3 or 5 vengeful ghosts detonating themselves? Thus, their combined combat power proved more terrifying than the initial wave. The observers were utterly stunned. This is utterly unbelievable. Compared to the first wave of ghosts, they're practically a disciplined army. Their targets are clear, their strikes decisive. It's as if they've been trained. Could it be reinforcements have arrived? The crowd stared dumbfounded at the overwhelming horde of ghostly creatures. They could swear they'd never seen so many ghostly creatures in their entire lives. In less than a quarter of an hour, the first wave of ghosts, once so fierce, had been nearly wiped out. Those few relatively powerful ghosts, sensing something amiss, attempted to flee amidst the chaos. But Chu Feng's ghosts worked together seamlessly. The control-type ghost creatures extended their tentacles and silk threads to restrain them. The more powerful ghosts swiftly decapitated the fleeing ones. After roughly half an hour, not a single hostile ghost remained in the vicinity of the entire Lingyu Bureau. This is unbelievable. Who on earth is this? Inside the Lingyu Bureau, countless operatives wore expressions of joy, as if they had just escaped a catastrophe. To have survived was nothing short of a miracle. Just then, a young man clad in pure white robes and holding a white banner approached the main gate of the Spirit Guard Bureau. He knocked lightly on the door and said, "Hey, I just saved the day. Can't I even come inside?" Only then did the tense spirits of the Lingyu Bureau operatives begin to relax. Holy crap, he's actually alive? His aura was so thick with ghostly energy, he didn't even seem human. Could it be that this young man was the one who contained the ghost tide earlier? Doubt lingered on their faces, but they ultimately chose to open the door. There was no other reason Chu Feng showed no hostility toward the Spirit Control Bureau. Had he harbored any hostility, with Chu Feng's strength alone, he could have easily broken through the door. Not to mention, he had just eradicated the ghost tide for them. Inside the gate stood 300 young men and women clad in Lingyu Bureau uniforms. Most were still quite young, only a few years older than Chu Feng. Stepping inside the Spirit Guard Bureau, Chu Feng asked in surprise. Have any of you seen an old guy wielding a ghost head blade? Or maybe, a middle-aged guy? The group burst into laughter at Chu Feng's question. That description wasn't that their Director Zhao? Could this young man be an old acquaintance of Director Zhao? One of the female operatives, who appeared slightly more mature, then asked. Excuse me, are you an old friend of Director Zhao? Chu Feng paused for a moment before replying. I wouldn't exactly call him an old friend. After all, he once held a knife to my throat. At this remark, the group felt a chill run through them. Could this man truly be Director Zhao's sworn enemy? But Chu Feng didn't press further. Instead, he inquired about the current situation. This ghost tide came out of nowhere. Consequently, our entire Spirit Guard Bureau was caught completely unprepared. The ghost tide in the city center is already terrifying enough, but the most severe situation lies in a desolate forest on the outskirts. Preliminary estimates suggest over 30,000 ghostly creatures may be there. Should they breach the city walls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Director Zhao led an elite force to that wilderness, while the rest of us were divided some tasked with maintaining security on the streets, and we assigned to guard the Spirit Guard Bureau headquarters. After all, headquarters must maintain constant communication with other Spirit Guard branches. Though we knew the chances of receiving backup were slim. At this point, the woman's eyes reddened, her expression heavy with sorrow. After all, the current situation was exceptional. The capital's elite forces simply couldn't be spared. And for reasons unknown, Jin Men also delayed sending reinforcements, citing similar justifications. But thankfully, we now have you to rely on. Chu Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Is there some exceptionally powerful ghostly entity lurking in that desolate forest? The observer silently nodded. Correct. Preliminary estimates place its power at mid-yaksha level, far beyond what Director Zhao could handle. Chu Feng looked utterly astonished upon hearing this. What? That's it? Mid-stage yaksha? Is this all he's got? And he dares to unleash a ghost tide? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng merely nodded silently. Got it. Don't worry, I'll go bring that old fool back. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the stunned operatives behind. What? He just vanished like that? Perhaps he truly was our last hope in Zhejiang. All eyes turned toward the direction Chu Feng had vanished, their hearts filled with conflicting emotions. Chapter 96, Ghost King Ghost Scholar. Chu Feng had only heard the words desolate forest before hurrying away. It wasn't that he was overly confident about the location. It was simply because there was only one desolate forest in Zhejiang. The School of Grievances Forest. This was an exceptionally ancient woodland. Yet for some reason, even as Zhejiang City rapidly developed and even the areas surrounding the wilderness were reclaimed, Shuayuan Forest remained untouched, never developed by any builder. In fact, when Chu Feng was young, Dumian had mentioned this matter to him. It wasn't that developers weren't interested in this land. However, on the day construction began or the very next day, all personnel involved in the development would die one after another. After 3 or 4 developers had tried their hand at it, no one dared show interest in the desolate forest anymore. The name Shuayuan Forest itself was quite peculiar. As a child, Chu Feng had once asked Dumian about it, since the 3 characters seemed to have no logical connection when put together. Later, after persistent questioning from Chu Feng, Dumian finally revealed the origin of the name. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, when the imperial examination system still existed, there lived a scholar surnamed Lin. Having passed the county-level examination at a young age, he gained fame throughout the surrounding villages. After passing the scholar official examination, the next step was naturally to aim for the provincial examination. But Scholar Lin seemed to have lost his initial exam fortune. He failed time and again, yet persisted in taking the exams. Thus, 10 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The childhood sweetheart who had promised to marry him if he passed the provincial exams had already found another husband. His elderly mother, who had sustained him all these years, could endure no longer. After hanging their last chicken on a straw sign to sell for a few coins, she jumped into their well. Consumed by grief, Lin the scholar staked everything on his next journey to the capital for the imperial examinations. After returning from the exams, the scholar shut himself away at home, subsisting on roots and tree bark. After all, a trip to the capital required enormous expenses. Thus, he practically stripped himself of his dignity. He knelt door to door, begging for coins. Some households, moved by his plight, tossed him a coin or two. Others, however, hurled curses and beatings at him before driving him from their doorstep. He paid no heed, meticulously recording every villager who lent him money in his ledger. He vowed that if he ever rose to prominence, he would repay them generously. On the day the examination results were posted, the scholar scanned from the bottom of the list. His name was finally on the list and at the very top. He leaped and shouted among the crowd viewing the list, venting all the suffering and grievances he had endured over the years. As a successful candidate, he would now enjoy endless wealth and official salary. He could build a new tomb for his elderly mother, take 3 or 4 wives, and beat back all those who had ever struck him. It was all worth it. 10 years of toil had finally borne fruit. Yet something felt off. Not a single person present offered him congratulations. Just then, Magistrate Lin arrived with his son to view the list. Young Master Lin pointed at the top of the list and declared, "Father, I've passed." Instantly, all eyes turned to the Lin father and son, showering them with congratulations. Indeed, Magistrate Lin's son had taken the spot meant for Scholar Lin. The honor he had cultivated over a decade had ultimately been snatched away by another. Lin the scholar wanted to seek justice, but to whom could he turn? He struggled with all his strength toward the magistrate's office, only to find Magistrate Lin himself presiding in the main hall. To whom could he appeal? None of the witnesses, not even those who had given him coins, would testify for him. No one dared. Thus, the position was truly seized by young Master Lin. Heartbroken and despairing, Lin the scholar ultimately made his way to that mountain forest. He ended his life with a 3-foot-long white silk sash. But the story did not end there. Upon hearing the news, the magistrate dispatched men at full gallop to the crooked neck tree. But this was no sudden pang of conscience. He sent men to sever the scholar's head. They then peeled off his entire face and created a replica of it. Only then could young Master Lin alter his appearance. Ultimately, he accepted the imperial reward in the guise of Scholar Lin. The corpse, however, was carelessly discarded in the woods, left for birds and beasts to devour. The story did not end there. Not long after Scholar Lin's death, a neighbor who had forcibly seized his family's property tripped while entering or exiting the doorway. In the prime of his life, a fall should have been no big deal. Yet that fall caused his head to strike the ground, killing him instantly. As for those who had hurled insults at the scholar when he borrowed money for his journey, they were found at night with their eyeballs gouged out and tongues severed. Those who had struck him inexplicably turned into human sticks, bleeding to death. As for the Lin family father and son, they remained completely unaffected. There was, of course, a reason. Magistrate Lin knew his actions were disgraceful, so he had long since procured talismans and magical artifacts. He made sure his son carried them at all times. Thus, no matter how fiercely the vengeful spirit of Scholar Lin lashed out, it could not come near them. Yet as days passed, the talisman's power seemed to steadily fade. Meanwhile, the spirit of Scholar Lin grew stronger by the day. By this time, Magistrate Lin had passed away, leaving only young Master Lin. Lately, the young master had been haunted by recurring dreams of Lin Xiaocai's gruesome death. Though Lin Xiaocai's face had been preserved, stitched onto his own to resist decay, it had now begun to rot and fester. He knew it was Lin the scholar coming for him. Therefore, young Master Lin spared no expense in summoning a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest bore the surname Zhao, his given name being Zhao Kongming. His prowess was beyond question. It was said that throughout the entire North China region at that time, none could match him. Even so, the Taoist master suffered a significant setback upon first encountering the vengeful spirit of Scholar Lin. But having accepted payment from the Lin family, he had to see the matter through. Otherwise, the Taoist's family would inevitably suffer repercussions. Moreover, having meddled in the karmic entanglement, he had become a participant in the affair. The Taoist master knew his own abilities were insufficient to fully subdue the vengeful spirit. Yet if he failed to subdue it, his family would suffer the consequences. In desperation, he resorted to a secret technique. This secret technique involved forcibly separating his own soul. He immersed his own body in Black Dog's blood, covered it with talismans. He then sealed Lin the scholar's spirit within his own body, secured it with steel nails, and enclosed it in a peachwood coffin. It was buried 14 meters underground. Thus, the souls of both men would be eternally trapped, never to be reborn, and forever barred from reading the forbidden text. The mountain forest itself became the coffin, the sky its lid. From that day forward, young Master Lin never again dreamt of the scholar, nor did any strange occurrences happen. People felt the scholar had suffered a great injustice, so they named the forest Shuiyuan Lin Forest of the Wrong Scholar. It wasn't until the modern era, during Zhejiang's large-scale development, that strange occurrences resurfaced. Chu Feng speculated that perhaps the development team had disrupted the feng shui around the coffin, causing the ghost scholar to reappear. Yet at the same time, Chu Feng couldn't help but ponder. If there was a karmic connection. Master Zhao Kongming bore the surname Zhao, and so did Director Zhao. Could it be? Could Director Zhao be the descendant of that Taoist Zhao? And could it be that ghost scholar had come during this ghost tide specifically to settle accounts with Director Zhao? At this thought, Chu Feng's entire body trembled. He then quickened his pace toward the forest of grievances. Chapter 97, Zombie Taoist Master? Meanwhile, within the School of Grievances forest. Behind Director Zhao, fewer than 20 men remained. Director Zhao looked haggard, his combat uniform torn and tattered. If one were to glance at his back, it would surely send a chill down their spine. His back bore extensive burns from some unknown source, charred black across a large area. The condition of the core operatives behind him was scarcely better. Some had entire arms severed, while others had legs sliced off at the knee. They were all core members of the Zhejiang Spirit Guard Bureau. Some had served in the Spirit Guard for as long as 30 years, seasoned veterans. Training drills often emphasized the need to rally morale and maintain unwavering spirit when facing dire straits. But in the face of the current situation, not a single one of them harbored even a shred of optimism. They had come with a full complement of 50 men. Each of these men possessed at least one blood-cloaked ghost. Such strength could only be described as elite. Even in larger core cities, they would be entrusted with important positions. Yet they did not covet the perks of such a position. Upon learning the source of the Zhejiang ghost tide, they volunteered to accompany Director Zhao on the mission. Sadly, even such formidable strength proved no match for the bizarre ghostly entity before them. Before them stood a youth clad in a long blue robe. His posture was upright, yet his hands were stiff and white, veins bulging prominently.
He concealed his face with a folding fan upon which were inscribed 4 large characters, highly educated scholar. At first glance, one would mistake him for nothing more than an elegantly handsome man. But when he lowered the fan, his true face sent a chill through the crowd. The man's face was entirely devoid of skin. It was so unsettling that even those trained by the Spirit Control Bureau felt queasy. Even they felt their stomachs churn at the sight of that face. The man stood before the crowd. For a moment, it was unclear whether he was surrounded by the Lingyu Bureau agents, or if he alone had surrounded the entire Lingyu Bureau. Director Zhao, sword in hand, fixed a piercing stare upon Ghost Scholar. Having held the position of director for a decade, he possessed considerable experience. Yet this ghostly entity before him made him feel the terror of impending death for the very first time. A middle-aged spirit guard behind him roared. "You audacious specter! How dare you unleash a ghost tide in Zhejiang? Do you know the might of our Zhejiang Spirit Guard Bureau?" The ghost scholar merely continued fanning himself with his folding fan, humming lightly. "It is true that I unleashed the ghost tide. But what makes your spirit guard so formidable? Or is it that after I've slain some 20 of your men, you still find it unsatisfying? You!" At the scholar's words, the crowd seethed with both anger and helplessness. The Spirit Guard Bureau was formidable, no doubt, but this ghostly entity before them had clearly surpassed their capabilities. Even if they all gave their absolute all, they might not be able to scratch it. This sense of helplessness plunged them into despair. What now? No one knew. The ghostly scholar's facial muscles shifted, as if he were smiling. "You may all leave. There's no need for pointless sacrifice. I only want that guy. How about it?" The ghost scholar pointed his folding fan at Director Zhao, his aura of ghostly energy surging once more. Clearly, his power far surpassed that of a mid-stage yaksha. At the very least, he possessed the power of a late-stage yaksha. Even Director Zhao, the strongest present from the Spirit Control Bureau, possessed only a blindfolded ghost at the initial yaksha stage. Thus, the Zhejiang Spirit Control Bureau found itself utterly outmatched. Yet, despite the ghost scholar's demand, not a single person retreated. Director Zhao, however, declared, "Everyone, retreat." At these words, the group hesitated, yet still not a single soul retreated. "Hurry and leave. You can save more citizens in the city. I alone will face it. This is an order." With that, Director Zhao drew his ghost-headed sword once more, preparing to fight the ghost scholar to the death. Everyone knew Director Zhao was preparing to sacrifice himself in the line of duty. But higher-ups had decreed, any order issued by a director must be obeyed. After a moment's hesitation, the others could only respond, "Aye, sir." With that, they swiftly retreated toward the city center. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Chu Feng, still soaring through the sky, spotted a group of people clad in Lingyu Bureau uniforms. These were the Lingyu Bureau members ordered back by Director Zhao. Chu Feng glanced at them briefly. Noticing Director Zhao was absent, he continued deeper into the forest. For some reason, an ominous foreboding lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, deep within the Shuayuan forest, the ghost scholar merely stared at Director Zhao, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Do you know why I spared only you?" Director Zhao lit a cigarette and replied in a deep voice. "It's about my ancestors, right?" The ghost scholar gave a light snort. "You're sharp. Therefore, you must die." With that, the ghost scholar's eyes flashed with savage intent as a thick aura of ghostly energy erupted from his body. The aura surged with overwhelming power, forming a pillar of ghostly energy that shot straight toward the heavens. This scene was witnessed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng merely frowned. This power, it's likely far beyond that of a mid-stage yaksha. After all, Chu Feng possessed a ghost creature at the mid-yaksha stage and knew precisely the power range such a being possessed. The current concentration of ghostly energy was far beyond what a mid-stage yaksha could muster. Old Zhao was in big trouble. Thus, Chu Feng accelerated once more, charging straight toward the pillar of ghostly energy. At the same time, Director Zhao gripped his blades with both hands, glaring viciously at the ghost scholar. In the next instant, he summoned his blindfolded ghost. With terrifying speed, it covered the ghost scholar's eyes. The next instant, the ghost scholar felt darkness engulf his vision. Then, a chill breath closed in. It was Director Zhao, swinging his blade. Blindfolded, his vision obscured, he struck with his blade. An impeccably precise judgment, striking unexpectedly while his guard was down. Director Zhao sheathed his blade behind the ghost scholar. Yet the next moment, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, slumped in a pool of blood. Ghost scholar pressed his head against his neck, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Fortunately, my head was already severed. Had I not deliberately let my head fall, you might have truly ambushed me." And as luck would have it, even though Chu Feng had rushed here with all his might, upon arriving at the scene, he witnessed this very sight. Old Zhao. Chu Feng's rage boiled over as he summoned the ghost bride, Jingjing, and the Guan Dao ghost general from behind. 3 night-level ghostly beings charged the ghost scholar together. But at that very moment, a sudden, dramatic change occurred. A massive coffin lid flew out of nowhere, slamming into the ghost scholar and sending him flying. The next moment, deep within the dense forest, shrouded in eerie mist, A figure wearing a Taoist master's hat, clad in a long robe, and holding a whisk approached Chu Feng and the ghost scholar. The newcomer had snow-white hair and beard, appearing every inch the Taoist master. The only difference was that his skin had turned a ghastly, stiffened blue, a clear sign he had been dead for a long time, transformed into a zombie. Yet his voice rang out with fierce conviction. "You audacious fiend! How dare you bring calamity upon my descendants? You deserve to die." Chapter 98, Conspiring with Ghosts. Though a corpse, his voice carried the formidable authority of righteous power. For a moment, it completely restrained the ghost scholar. Upon seeing the newcomer, the ghost scholar chuckled lightly. "Interfering with my vengeance, this is what your descendants deserve. You self-righteous old Taoist, do you have any idea how deeply wronged I am?" The zombie Taoist shook his head helplessly. "He wronged you, so you wronged his descendants and mine. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? It's my fault for not finishing the job thoroughly enough back then, dragging future generations into this mess." Hearing the old Taoist's words, the ghost scholar's aura flared up once more. "You damned old Taoist. If not for you, I would have finished the job long ago and my resentment would have dissipated." He then pointed at Director Zhao, lying in a pool of blood. "If you hadn't meddled, would your descendants have met such a tragic end? TSK, he was quite gifted, you know. You're the one who killed him. You." Hearing the ghost scholar's words, the zombie master's veins bulged violently as he charged straight at the ghost scholar. The sheer force of the impact forced Chu Feng to step back. So powerful. How could such terrifying ghostly beings lurk undetected in this forest of Zhejiang City? The ghost scholar shed all traces of his scholarly elegance. Spikes erupted from his fan, lashing out at the zombie master. The zombie Taoist master showed no weakness. His stiffened body managed to withstand the barrage of spikes. Not only that, but he countered by driving a fist into the ghost scholar's spectral form. The ghost scholar was no saint either, seizing the zombie master's heart and crushing it with a single squeeze. Having become specters, such injuries were far from fatal to either of them. Chu Feng, watching from the sidelines, understood the situation clearly. Even when both men resorted to desperate measures, the outcome would be mutual destruction at best. Their cultivation levels and ghostly power were astonishingly identical. The ghost scholar declared, "Do not hinder me. Once I reach Jin Men and eradicate the Lin bloodline completely, I shall detonate my ghostly form." The zombie master thrust his peachwood sword toward the ghost scholar. "The Lin family line has been severed. He married into another family and now bears the Xia surname. The Lin lineage has been severed at its roots. Even so, you still refuse to let go?" The ghost scholar bared his fangs and lunged a bite at the zombie master's head. "What do you know? As long as his veins carry Lin blood, I don't care if he's a Xia or anything else, he must die." The two exchanged no further words, only relentlessly attacking each other. Chu Feng, however, caught the key words. Jin Men. Surnamed Xia. A bold conjecture formed in Chu Feng's mind. He spoke up. "Hold your fire, I need to ask something." To his surprise, the two exhausted fighters actually stopped, glaring at Chu Feng with fierce hostility. It seemed that unless Chu Feng asked for something of no value, the two ghosts would join forces to kill him in the next instant. Chu Feng felt his heart sink at the overwhelming aura of these two high-ranking A-level ghosts. His voice trembled as he hesitantly inquired. "The enemy you mentioned surnamed Xia, is it Xia Qingtong?" At these words, both ghosts, the ghost scholar and the other, looked utterly astonished. "Precisely." Chu Feng chuckled. "Since they were here to deal with Xia Qingtong, that made things straightforward." With a smile, Chu Feng said, "I'll settle this for you. Ghost scholar here, driven solely by vengeance, that's not entirely wrong. As for you, standing tall for justice to others, you might seem like a public servant ridding the world of evil. Plus, you were genuinely threatened by that Lin family. So, neither of you is truly in the wrong. The only ones truly at fault are one family. The Lin family." At these words, the two ghosts were struck as if by divine revelation. Especially Zhao Kongming. He had no desire to handle this matter, but the other party offered not only a generous reward but also threatened his family's lives. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the task. As for Ghost Scholar, his motives were simpler pure hatred for the Lin family. Ghost Scholar snorted coldly. "Who would have thought there still exists someone as reasonable as you in this day and age? Truly, heroes emerge in youth." The zombie Taoist, however, spoke with grave solemnity. "Indeed, this matter is one of rightful retribution. I should never have taken it on. But what could I do? He threatened me with my family's names. I had no choice. Therefore, the fault truly lies with the Lin family." Chu Feng chuckled to himself, thinking he was practically a gold medal mediator. "So, you two shouldn't keep harping on this cycle of revenge." With that, Chu Feng pulled out a spirit summoning banner and declared, "Truth be told, I'm just like you, ruined by the Xia family. Here's the deal, enter my banner. Our goals align, take down the Xia family, and we're good." At that moment, though Chu Feng spoke these words, he never truly expected the two to willingly enter the soul summoning banner. After all, if things unfolded as Ghost Scholar intended, neither Xia Chan nor Xia Hua would survive.
And the ghost scholar was, after all, the mastermind behind this ghostly tide. Under no circumstances would Chu Feng ever align himself with this villain. Moreover, Director Zhao seemed to have been killed by Ghost Scholar as well. The zombie Taoist master would certainly not rest until he dealt with the Ghost Scholar before him. Thus, the two ghosts' objectives were fundamentally incompatible. What Chu Feng needed to do was actually quite simple. After their earlier life or death brawl, both ghosts had severely depleted their ghostly energy. Their current strength no longer reached the advanced Yaksha level, falling even below mid-Yaksha. Meanwhile, Jingjing in Chu Feng's hands was undoubtedly at the mid-Yaksha level, and the Ghost Bride's strength was also approaching mid-Yaksha. As for the Guan Dao Ghost General, after receiving everyone's offerings, its power had reached the mid-Yaksha level, even surpassing Jingjing in ferocity. Thus, Chu Feng now possessed the full capability to eliminate the two ghosts before him. What he was doing now was merely to deceive these two ghosts, whose wits weren't exactly sharp. The two ghosts stared at the soul-summoning banner in Chu Feng's hand, finding it rather peculiar. After all, no ghost officers had come to claim them after death, so they naturally knew nothing of what this banner represented. But never mind, they would soon find out. Chu Feng now understood why the Ghost Scholar had taken a full decade to pass the provincial examination. He was simply too rigid. He needed these two ghosts indeed, they would be a tremendous asset to him. But what Chu Feng needed were always obedient ghosts. Ghosts with minds of their own? That was absolutely unacceptable. Alright then, let's discuss among the three of us how to finish off that Xia Qingtong. Chu Feng pretended to gather the two before him. This mission, he continued, requires all three of us. Not one can be missing. You two will be the ones doing the heavy lifting. What do you say? The two ghosts took a moment to process this, then nodded in agreement after a brief pause. Chu Feng couldn't suppress the smirk tugging at his lips. Well then, that makes things much easier. I'll be asking you to lend me a hand. The next moment, the two ghosts felt a chill run down their spines. They never imagined the youth before them possessed such formidable power. Thus, they had no time to prepare. The broadsword-wielding ghost general swung his blade, severing the zombie Taoist master's head in one clean stroke. Meanwhile, Jingjing and the Ghost Bride used the Sea of Blood to subdue the Ghost Scholar before devouring his entire body. Within a quarter of an hour, both ghosts were completely lifeless. Chu Feng's extraordinary talent lay in his ability to reclaim the essence of slain ghosts for his own use. A smirk curved Chu Feng's lips as he stood before the two ghosts, waving the soul-summoning banner. Return, O souls! Return, O souls! Two streams of ghostly energy flowed into the banner. Chu Feng's scheme succeeded. Chapter 99, The End of the Ghost Tide. The Broadsword Ghost General breaks through again. After subduing the two high-level ghosts, Chu Feng did not relax. After all, these were two spirits forcibly subjugated, and they might still harbor remnants of their original obsessions. Therefore, Chu Feng completely erased their memories. This ensured they would be utterly subject to his command. Two high-level ghosts. With his current strength, Chu Feng could now look down upon countless spirit tamers. Yet even so, he remained vigilant. After all, there were always higher realms beyond one's own, and every moment demanded utmost caution for a ghost tamer. Gazing at the ghostly mist shrouding the sky before him, Chu Feng sighed. Sigh, it's time to put an end to this tragedy. Chu Feng gazed at Director Zhao's corpse and murmured. You once told me to use my abilities for the greater good. Now, I have done so. With that, he commanded several transport spirits to carry Director Zhao's body back along with those of all the deceased Spirit Control Division agents. And for himself, the moment to truly unleash his power had finally arrived. According to Ghost Scholar's memories, the ghosts in this wave weren't drawn here by his deliberate attraction. They were merely stray spirits from the surrounding areas, drawn by the overwhelming injustice within him. Resentment proved an excellent catalyst for cultivation, so they flocked to this forest of grievances. And the most unique advantage was this. The ghostly energy within the School of Grievances forest was heavily concealed. Precisely because of this, the Spirit Control Bureau could not detect the ghostly energy within. Over time, a vast multitude of ghostly entities gathered here. Rough estimates put the total at nearly 20,000. Among them were over 9,000 wandering souls and vengeful spirits, 6,000 fierce ghosts, and a staggering number exceeding 1,000 blood-clad ghosts. Yet despite this, the Ghost Scholar never found an opportunity to escape. Then, about half a month ago, a change occurred. Half a month ago, a human girl radiating ghostly energy entered the School of Grievances forest. Her ghostly aura was so dense that without Scholar Ghost's Ghost King domain detection, he would never have recognized her as a living being. Her power was profoundly mysterious. She claimed to be a guide from the Mourners organization, capable of breaking the seal. She further revealed to him that the bloodline of the Lin clan now resided within the Xia family of Jimin. This reignited the flame of vengeance within Ghost Scholar's heart. As for the arrangements for the Ghost Tide, he entrusted them entirely to her. The girl was wrapped in blood-red cloth, the rest of her body entwined with thorns saturated with corpse chi. Her ability to command the Ghost Tide stemmed from the peculiar flute in her hand.
The flute's texture resembled bone, and whenever she played it, ghostly entities below the blood robe rank would obey her command. This explained why the Spirit Control Bureau had suffered a deliberate, premeditated ambush during their initial encounter. As Chu Feng probed the ghost scholar's memories, his brow furrowed deeply. What kind of organization is the Mourners exactly? That historian seemed peculiar at first, but he didn't cause me any actual harm. Yet now another mourner has arrived, triggering a ghost tide outright? Such a stark contrast left Chu Feng momentarily unsure how to classify this organization. However, the most urgent task at hand was to eliminate all remaining ghostly entities. The core members of the Spirit Control Bureau had already returned to the city. The cleanup operation there should be considerably easier. Chu Feng's task was to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire city. He would not let a single ghost creature that had escaped the encirclement slip through. After all, there was a precedent. Following the conclusion of the ghost tide in the Guishi region. Because a comprehensive sweep was not conducted, once everyone let down their guard and reinforcements withdrew. A second wave of ghosts descended silently, unleashing a tragedy too horrific to behold. At this moment, Chu Feng had already ascended above the city. Gazing down at the scene below, Chu Feng could scarcely believe this was the Zhejiang city he once called home. Ruined walls and debris lay scattered everywhere, the stench of blood mingling with the putrid smell of decay. Without guidance, the ghostly creatures had begun indiscriminate slaughter. Some even fought fiercely over the same prey. Chu Feng scanned the area and discovered not a single ghostly creature near his rented apartment. Could it be because of the thousands of ghostly creatures I left here earlier? Chu Feng never imagined that the ghostly creatures he had stationed at the apartment to protect his aunt had remained there all along. What had once been mere wandering spirits had now transformed into a horde of vicious specters. The apartment building was now packed with people. Zheng Chang, the neighbor living above Chu Feng, looked up at the sky and caught Chu Feng staring right at him. Chu Feng? Is that you, Xiao Feng? Chu Feng looked at Zheng Chang and silently nodded. But tears welled up in Zheng Chang's eyes, unable to hold back any longer. This disaster had struck far too suddenly. Had he not been living in this apartment building, he would likely have perished long ago. Everyone, the spirit protecting us in this building is that young man up there. At these words, the crowd's gaze toward Chu Feng brimmed with gratitude. Most of them were residents from the surrounding area. They had all moved in after noticing this apartment building remained untouched by ghostly disturbances. While receiving their gratitude, Chu Feng also noticed a change within himself. The strength of the Guan Dao Ghost General had actually increased once more. At this moment, the Guan Dao Ghost General's cultivation level had genuinely reached the mid-Yeksha stage. Such intense ghostly energy surging within me, this ghostly aura is astonishingly pure? Chu Feng felt slightly uncomfortable as the surging ghost energy within him strained against his body. Upon seeing the remaining ghostly entities in the city, the ghost energy within him automatically tracked them. The ghostly energy split into human forms and charged toward those ghostly creatures. Chu Feng seized the moment, waving his soul-summoning banner. In the next instant, ghosts including the 8-mile graveyard ghost tide materialized before him. Now, it's time for them to learn what a true ghost tide truly is. Among the tens of thousands of ghostly beings, the fierce ghosts naturally formed the main force. Yet compared to that ghost tide, Chu Feng's specters were markedly more vicious. After all, within Chu Feng's ghost-controlling realm, possessing only cultivation realm without combat prowess meant certain death. The true value of the ghost parasite's function was now fully revealed. Even among ghosts of the same type and cultivation level, Chu Feng's creatures were vastly superior. After roughly 2 hours, no ghostly creatures remained visible on the city's surface. Several spirit control officers who had previously encountered Chu Feng approached him, their eyes brimming with tears. Their gratitude toward Chu Feng was profound and heartfelt. Had it not been for Chu Feng, not only would they have lost their lives, but the entire city of Zhejiang would have been devastated. I'm sorry I couldn't save Director Zhao. Chu Feng handed the ghost-headed sword to the middle-aged man before him, his expression heavy with regret. No, you did everything you could. On behalf of all citizens of Zhejiang, the entire Lingyu Bureau expresses our deepest gratitude to you. Behind the middle-aged man, the spirit guardians placed their right fists over their hearts and saluted Chu Feng. Just then, Chu Feng heard an eerie, piercing flute melody. No need to guess it was the guide among the mourners. Having committed such heinous crimes, how could we let you escape unscathed? With that, Chu Feng summoned his ultimate heavenly slash and charged toward the source of the sound. Chapter 100, The Mourners Split the Guide and the Chronicler. Chu Feng pursued the flute's melody, leaving the cleanup to the spirit commanders. The very culprit responsible for unleashing the ghost tide, the one who had ravaged the homeland he called home, stood before him now. Chu Feng no longer held back his power. Swallowing a top-grade ghost energy pill, his speed reached the point of tearing through the air. Even so, a crimson shockwave streaked far ahead. Chu Feng frowned. His speed had reached the absolute limit his body could endure, yet he still couldn't catch up? But just as Chu Feng began to lose hope, a spatial fissure suddenly tore open before the crimson shockwave. In the next instant, a thick arm shot out from the fissure, clamping down on the girl's throat.
The scene unfolded so abruptly that Chu Feng couldn't react in time. The only certainty was that the fissure looked all too familiar. Sure enough, the fissure gradually widened. And in the next instant, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the fissure. It was none other than the historian he had encountered in the secret realm that day. Chu Feng was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? Why were they fighting so fiercely? The historian had his hands around the guide's throat, striking with deadly force, showing no mercy whatsoever. The guide was merely a young girl, roughly the same age as Chu Feng, utterly powerless to resist the historian. Within mere seconds, the girl's life force was nearly extinguished. The bone flute fell lifelessly from the sky. Thinking it would be a waste not to pick it up since it had fallen to the ground, Chu Feng summoned a flying ghost and sent it toward the flute. But to Chu Feng's shock, the moment the flying ghost touched the flute, it exploded into pieces. Meanwhile, the guide strangled by the historian now twisted into crimson thorns. The black-robed historian shook his head helplessly. Ah, is it even her true form anymore? Chu Feng looked at the historian in astonishment and asked. This junior is Chen Shi. Having met you again, senior, I have a question to ask. Chu Feng's words brimmed with reverence. After all, the being standing before him possessed the power to strangle that bone-flute maiden with his bare hands. If he could strangle that girl, he could certainly strangle me too. Fortunately, at least for now. The black-robed historian showed no hostility toward Chu Feng, instead nodding steadily. Seeing this, Chu Feng inquired. Shouldn't this girl be on the same side as you, senior? And the mourners are defined as a neutral organization by the Xia Kingdom, so why would they participate in triggering the ghost tide? Hearing Chu Feng's confusion, the historian shook his head helplessly. That girl isn't even a member of mourners. For some unknown reason, she's been fraudulently using our name to deceive others everywhere. That alone would be bad enough, but now she's actually triggered a ghost tide. The organization has issued an execution order for her, yet no one knows her true purpose. This is the third time I've killed her. As you can see, she seems utterly indestructible. Chu Feng detected profound resignation in the other's words. Judging by the historian's tone, the historian's strength far surpassed that of the young girl, yet he was tormented by the fact he simply couldn't kill her. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing this. Then, senior, do you know the origin of her flute? The historian nodded slightly upon hearing the question. That bone flute is a legendary artifact of the ancient sword-sealing kingdom. Judging by its status, it should be of equal rank to that sword. It is said that whoever truly masters its essence can command 10,000 ghosts directly. For some unknown reason, that legendary bone flute has ended up in her possession. Chu Feng felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself. The ancient kingdom of Fengjian. Was that woman's flute also a sacred artifact of the ancient kingdom of Fengjian? Using their own sacred artifact to slaughter so many innocent civilians, this was something Chu Feng absolutely could not tolerate. Perhaps the only reason I cannot kill her is because of that bone flute in her hands. If someone possessed that legendary sword, perhaps they could. Chu Feng's heart trembled once more upon hearing the historian's words. The last time he wielded that sword, perhaps the enemy had already taken notice. Could it be that the enemy had already guessed his true identity? Chu Feng dared not linger any longer. With the capabilities of an enigmatic powerhouse like the historian, simply listening to one's heartbeat might reveal a great deal of information. Chu Feng quickly calmed his guilty conscience and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Should I encounter that person again in the future, I shall certainly inform you. Chu Feng's words were quite astute. No one could possibly know the precise whereabouts of someone as powerful as the historian. And if he could obtain contact information under the pretext of avenging the bone flute maiden, that would be a huge win. The historian nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then, unexpectedly, he opened his palm. The next moment, Chu Feng felt darkness engulf his vision. A surge of pure, overwhelming energy slammed into his face. Chu Feng froze. Was the other party trying to kill him? No way. He'd only asked for contact information. Even if he tried to chat up a pretty girl, the worst she could do was refuse. But this black-robed powerhouse, was he seriously trying to kill him outright? Of course, all this was just Chu Feng overthinking things. After an unknown span of time, the historian's hand dropped and Chu Feng's consciousness returned. I've planted a mark within you. Should you encounter that girl, simply call out to me in your heart. With that, a fissure reappeared before the historian. He vanished into the fissure. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Was this what a powerful being's blessing felt like? Simply calling his name would summon him? Just how powerful must one be to accomplish this? Refusing to believe it, Chu Feng quietly called out to the historian in his mind. The next moment, a deafening roar exploded in his ears. Boy, I didn't give you that mark so you could fool around. Try mocking me again, and see if I don't wipe you out on the spot. Chu Feng nearly wet himself upon hearing this, instantly becoming obedient. This junior dares not. It was merely curiosity getting the better of me. With that, Chu Feng sprinted straight toward Zhejiang City. If he really died here, there wouldn't even be anyone to collect his body.
Chu Feng could sense that the mark had no adverse effects. Its primary function was merely to provide the other party with a location coordinate.
Perhaps Chu Feng was wrong to act this way. But at least for now, maintaining contact with such a superpowered individual wasn't a bad thing. Just as Chu Feng was heading back toward the city center, his phone suddenly vibrated. What is this now? The caller was none other than Fu Hong'an.
Little Feng, the ghost tide problem in Zhejiang has been completely resolved. I heard about it. Your contribution during this ghost tide was invaluable.
However, I have a crucial matter here that only you can attend to. Chu Feng was taken aback. What could possibly require his specific involvement? What could possibly require my humble disciple to step up? Fu Hong'an's voice was solemn on the other end of the line.
The World Ghost Control Summit. The World Ghost Control Forum.
Chapter 101, the International Ghost Control Forum. The International Ghost Taming Forum? Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat.
The reason why the imperial capital and other regions had refused to aid Yijiang earlier was precisely because of this World Ghost Control Forum. Consequently, Chu Feng didn't hold a particularly favorable impression of this forum.
So what's the matter that absolutely requires my presence? Chu Feng was still somewhat baffled. Among all the disciples around Fu Hong'an, was he really the only one worth mentioning? Don't even get me started. This conference has special rules. Each distinguished guest may bring one student or disciple. As for my own disciples, well, you know how it is. Chu Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. So among all your own disciples, I'm the only one worthy of being brought along? Actually, that wasn't entirely wrong. Among Chu Feng's senior disciples, some were involved in petty theft and couldn't be shown in public. Or they were murderers on the run, wanted by the authorities. The only somewhat normal one, Xia Chan, had already been reserved by her father to attend this conference. Thus, among Fu Hong'an's subordinates, Chu Feng was the best choice available.
A complex mix of emotions churned within Chu Feng.
Without vying for it, this spot had simply fallen into his lap? After all, this was an international conference.
Chu Feng believed he could learn a great deal from it. But out of a meticulous attitude toward the matter, Chu Feng still asked.
So why bring along a mere accessory to your bigwigs meeting?
Chu Feng suspected there was definitely something fishy going on.
Fu Hong'an chuckled on the other end of the line.
I won't keep it from you then. I called you here to help me take down those foreign disciples. Chu Feng fell silent for a moment before suddenly erupting.
Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? So it was about fighting after all. Chu Feng was suddenly pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline.
Don't worry, meet me at the Imperial University gate in 2 hours. If you'd said so earlier, we wouldn't have had to beat around the bush like this.
Fighting?
Hell yeah, especially against those foreign jerks.
2 hours later, at the entrance of Imperial Capital University.
Chu Feng and Fu Hong'an exchanged a glance, both letting out a wicked grin.
Haha, this time, you better hold back a bit.
Don't go and beat someone to death, that'd really damage bilateral relations.
So, which countries are attending this conference?
That was what Chu Feng cared about most. If those people were enemies of the sword-sealing ancient kingdom. Chu Feng clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Well, the Lighthouse Nation, the Neon Nation, and the Kimchi Nation will all be present.
Countless smaller nations will join them as well. Fu Hong'an looked at Chu Feng's face, recognizing his current state of mind. He offered reassurance.
Taking on their young upstarts isn't exactly a feat worth bragging about.
True skill? That's taking out his old man.
Fu Hong'an's meaning was clear. Chu Feng could fight, but he mustn't cause a major incident.
Chu Feng understood perfectly well. But while beating up the kid didn't solve the root problem, it sure felt satisfying.
And so, father and son strolled along, trading insults all the while, finally arriving at the meeting venue at 2:28 p.m.
Xia National Grand Hall.
The security guard checking VIP credentials at the entrance rushed forward to assist Fu Hong'an.
Though offering support, they urged him onward. Principal Fu, you're certainly not early. The meeting is set to begin in 2 minutes. Faced with such bluntness, Fu Hong'an retorted with equal irritation. What? Could this meeting proceed without me? Besides, there are still 2 minutes left.
I may be old and my legs aren't what they used to be, but I still have a sense of time.
Do I really need you to rush me? Fu Hong'an's tone was overbearing, and the guard could only back down.
After entering Chu Feng's personal information, the gate swung wide open, and the two of them stepped inside. At this point, there was only 1 minute left before the meeting began. Just as Chu Feng and his companion stepped through the entrance, footsteps echoed behind them. The footsteps were unhurried, seemingly paying no heed to the meeting's schedule. Chu Feng turned to look curiously, spotting only a white man with golden hair. Blonde hair, blue eyes, dressed in a tuxedo. At his side, he held the hand of a little girl dressed in a full formal gown. The pair strode with distinctly British flair, utterly unconcerned with the time. It was now the exact time the meeting was scheduled to begin. Yet the security guard, upon seeing them, fawned over them, stepping forward to offer his arm. While supporting him, he said, "Sir Arthur from Pizza Nation? Your information has already been pre-registered.
We shall now escort you directly to the VIP section. With that, the guard actually escorted this Sir Arthur, walking slowly past Chu Feng and his companion. What infuriated Chu Feng most was the look in Sir Arthur's eyes. As he passed by them, his gaze swept contemptuously over Chu Feng and his companion. Yet his words were delivered with feigned indifference. Your country's guests, truly lacking in elegance. His gaze fixed intently on the ill-fitting suit Chu Feng wore. His gaze seemed to say, your clothes are trash. And you yourself are trash too. Chu Feng was deeply wounded by that contemptuous gaze. For this suit was his finest possession. It was the coming-of-age gift his aunt had given him for his 18th birthday. Even if it wasn't expensive and the material wasn't exquisite, it was no excuse to humiliate someone else. Moreover, insulting a Xia citizen in Xia territory, wasn't that tantamount to insulting the entire nation? An indescribable rage surged within Chu Feng's heart. What infuriated Chu Feng most yet also surprised him was that the guard didn't say a word. Instead, he nodded and grinned, seemingly agreeing with Arthur's assessment. Fu Hong'an, of course, noticed Chu Feng's agitation. Fu Hong'an whispered to Chu Feng. This is Sir Arthur's daughter, her name is Vivian. During the academic exchange later, beat him soundly for me. With that, Fu Hong'an resumed his usual warm smile. After all, this old man isn't exactly known for his magnanimity or broad-mindedness. With Fu Hong'an's assurance, Chu Feng felt somewhat relieved. Since the master has spoken, the disciple will certainly obey. Chu Feng's excitement now knew no bounds. With Fu Hong'an backing him up, he could truly fight to his heart's content. Though your cultivation system differs from that of other nations, ultimately, isn't it still about controlling ghosts? Since it's about controlling ghosts, Chu Feng was confident. At least among those of the same age, no one could surpass him. Soon, the two took their seats. As luck would have it, seated to their left was none other than the very same Sir Arthur who had mocked them earlier. The atmosphere between the two pairs of guests was far from pleasant. While the other guests engaged in friendly conversation, neither of them spoke. Instead, Sir Arthur bypassed Chu Feng and his companion entirely, greeting the distinguished guests seated to their right. Chu Feng felt deeply displeased, but just then, he sensed something cold brush against him. Looking down, he saw the little blonde girl in the evening gown. In her childish voice, she said kindly, "Hello, my name is Vivian. I think we could be friends." Chapter 102, Escalating Tensions? The Honest Sir Arthur. Chu Feng gazed into her sea blue eyes and found himself momentarily mesmerized. But since she approached him with such a friendly gaze, Chu Feng naturally felt compelled to respond. Just as Chu Feng snapped back to reality and was about to respond, a large hand abruptly snatched back Vivian's tender little hand. The speed and force were so great they could have easily injured Vivian's delicate little hand. Arthur snapped harshly, "Stop it, Vivian. No one from Xia Nation can or deserves to be your friend." Vivian, genuinely hurt, stared at Arthur in utter disbelief. "Daddy, why can't I be friends with others? This brother from Xia is clearly very kind. Vivian wants to be friends with him." Chu Feng looked slightly awkward. Perhaps due to a linguistic misunderstanding, Vivian didn't see anything wrong with calling friendship dating. Chu Feng, however, was taken aback. Could she really be planning to date him? Was he about to hook up with a foreign girl? Even as a student brought along, anyone attending this conference must be at least 18 years old. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl before him was legally of age. But Chu Feng quickly snapped back to reality. He looked Arthur straight in the eye and demanded, "As a father, you interfere even with your daughter's normal social interactions? What a competent father you are." Chu Feng's words pierced Arthur's heart like countless silver needles. He shed his earlier feigned elegance and roared, "My daughter Vivian is so pure and beautiful, no one is worthy of associating with her except me. And you people from Xia are especially unworthy." The outburst instantly drew the attention of other guests nearby. Many turned to watch the spectacle unfold. Their expressions seemed to say, "How dare you openly insult Xia people in Xia territory? That takes some nerve." Everyone was already eager to see what fate awaited Arthur. Even Vivian, usually so well-behaved and obedient, now looked at Arthur with a mix of frustration and doubt. Yes. From the moment she was born, Vivian had only ever known Arthur by her side. Even the servants who tended to her always wore blindfolds and gloves. Arthur regarded his daughter as the most precious treasure in his life, forbidding anyone to touch her. For 18 years, he had confined Vivian within the Duke's castle, forbidding her from venturing outside. To anyone else, this situation was utterly unacceptable. It was a perverse and extreme possessiveness. Had it not been for this conference, Vivian might never have had the chance to leave the castle in her lifetime. Everything outside the castle felt utterly novel to her. Especially upon seeing young people her own age, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within her. Moreover, Chu Feng possessed that quintessential Eastern male handsomeness, which genuinely endeared him to Vivian. Thus, Vivian found herself engaging in her first ever confrontation with her father. Without a word, Vivian rose and approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng, expecting her to greet him again, hastily extended his hand. But to his surprise, Vivian sat down directly on top of Chu Feng. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded.
Many young prodigies from Xia Nation were startled.
Holy crap, are foreign girls this open?
And the most devastated of all was Arthur. Not only had his daughter rebelled, but she was now engaging in such intimate contact with another man right before his eyes. He could no longer contain his rage. A witch ghost materialized behind him, poised to instantly annihilate Chu Feng. Of course, his move was nothing short of a moth flying into the flame.
Seeing the other strike first, Fu Hong'an's lips curled into a faint smile.
With a swift palm strike, he shattered the ghostly form into scattered fragments.
Arthur's newly ignited arrogance instantly deflated. His ghostly creature was, after all, a demonic-level entity, yet it had been shattered by a single palm strike. What kind of power did this bald old man before him possess?
Seeing Arthur's terrified expression, Fu Hong'an spoke again, this time with a gentle tone.
Young man, do whatever you wish. What business do we old folks have meddling in such matters? Meddle too much. And you might just get burned, endangering yourself in the process. You agree, don't you?
Fu Hong'an's words were as calm as Arthur's heart was frantic.
Threat. This was a blatant threat. He could sense that the other party was absolutely not joking. Had he dared to strike down Chu Feng just now, the next second, it would have been his own life that ended.
Arthur forced himself to remain composed, feigning grace as he replied.
You are absolutely correct, sir.
With that, he abandoned any attempt to discipline Vivian and turned his gaze calmly toward the podium. At Chu Feng's seat, Vivian turned to face him.
Hello, my name is Vivian. Would you be willing to date Vivian?
Chu Feng, however, was utterly flustered.
His mouth sputtered out in agreement. My name is Chu Feng.
Yes, yes. Upon hearing his consent, Vivian's face lit up with a radiant smile.
Wonderful. Let's run away together. What?
Chu Feng was utterly stunned by Vivian's words.
Elope? Vivian nodded earnestly. You're Romeo, I'm Juliet, let's run away together. Chu Feng gave an awkward smile. Alright, let's run away. How about we wait until after the meeting to elope? Alright, you go back to your seat first.
Chu Feng sighed helplessly, offering a half-hearted excuse. Vivian shook her head in clear displeasure.
I won't. If I go back, father will take me away.
With that, she sat down on Chu Feng's seat with even greater force. Chu Feng had no choice but to let Vivian run wild.
Just then, a microphone test on stage drew everyone's attention.
Standing on the stage was a dignified elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Though elderly, he radiated vitality and vigor. Seated on the stage, he looked out at the crowd below and declared, Distinguished guests, esteemed prodigies, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this International Ghost Control Forum. To our distinguished guests who have traveled far to be here, thank you for your efforts.
His address, formal yet warmly approachable, drew applause from the audience below.
He then continued.
I hereby declare the International Ghost Control Forum officially open. We now proceed to the first agenda item, remarks from the host organization's representative.
The next moment, thunderous applause erupted. To Chu Feng's surprise, Fu Hong'an beside him stood up and slowly made his way toward the podium.
Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Had his master become the host representative? But the surprises didn't end there.
As soon as Fu Hong'an stepped onto the podium and picked up the microphone, his opening words sent the entire venue into an uproar. Now, on behalf of the Xia Nation, I solemnly declare. Anyone who fails to respect the Xia Nation and its citizens is unworthy of being our guest. You are hereby asked to leave immediately. Now, I will publicly reprimand attendees from the following countries.
Chapter 103, The Troublemakers from the Lighthouse Nation.
These words instantly riveted the attention of everyone present.
How dare he say that? I admit Xia Nation has grown powerful in recent years, but it can't be this arrogant, right? Put. You call Xia arrogant? But when they told you to leave, did you actually leave? But who could have guessed that Xia Qingtong was serious? Pizza Nation is a fraud, Lighthouse Nation is an old fossil, and Neon Nation is a Mediterranean delusion. If any of you utter another word that undermines our unity, get out. In an instant, the few foreign guests who had felt slighted were rendered speechless. You're the ones shouting about nations coexisting as equals, yet you're also the ones taking offense when others speak this way. You've always been masters at playing both sides of the fence with your double standards. Meanwhile, Chu Feng sat below the stage, his gaze fixed silently on Sir Arthur beside him. Yes, even though he was deeply dissatisfied, he dared not utter a single word. Pizza Nation was currently engulfed in an internal ghost crisis, so very few representatives from Pizza Nation could attend the conference. As the most prominent figure among the Pizza Nation delegation to Xia Nation, he couldn't leave. He needed this platform to secure aid from more nations. Moreover, opportunities to acquire rare treasures were invariably interwoven throughout every session of the Universal Ghost Control Forum. Add to that Xia's vastness and abundance of resources, there were bound to be many priceless treasures to be found. Therefore, even if some were dissatisfied, they dared not show it. Yet unexpectedly, after Fu Hong'an delivered a lengthy string of welcoming formalities, there was no humanitarian aid segment. Instead, he immediately began the QA session. Nations may now discuss the current distribution of exorcists and ghostly entities within their territories.
At this announcement, representatives from nations who had been eager to speak raised their hands in unison. Fu Hongyan scanned the room, fixing his gaze on an elderly man from the Lighthouse Nation. The man sported a hooked nose and receding hairline, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding ferocity. Leaning on his cane, he rose to his feet and declared, "The current state of ghost control across nations is far from peaceful. Even Xia, hailed as the great power in ghost control, seems to be no exception." The expressions of the Xia nation's representatives grew solemn upon hearing this. The old man continued. For instance, just a day or two before this assembly convened, a small city near the imperial capital was apparently hit by a ghost surge.
The room erupted in an uproar. What? How could Xia Kingdom have been invaded by a ghost tide without their knowledge? Fu Hongyan's expression also grew grave. The scope of this ghost tide was not particularly large, and Chu Feng had handled it swiftly. Given these circumstances, it was unlikely to be detected by other nations. This suggested that within Xia Kingdom itself, certain individuals had already established connections with nations like the Lighthouse Kingdom. I had expected Fu Hongyan to be angered by that remark, but instead he replied, "Indeed, a ghost tide of moderate scale has been fully contained." This statement sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. What? It's already under control? How long has it even been? Xia truly lives up to its reputation. Smaller nations, in particular, listened with envy. After all, even a minor ghost tide could spell national annihilation for them. The representatives from smaller nations present at the conference were already their country's elite forces. Yet even so, their true strength might only amount to having contracted a single fierce ghost. Indeed, the more culturally barren a place, the fewer ghostly entities and ghost tamers it produced. Yet in recent years, even these nations have seen ghost surges occur from time to time. No need to guess it must be the work of other nations stirring up trouble. That said, for it to be called a ghost tide, it signifies that at least 10,000 ghostly beings have gathered. Yet from the start of the assembly until now, only a little over 10 hours have passed. To have contained the ghost tide in just over 10 hours. Such terrifying speed is utterly unimaginable to smaller nations. Unexpectedly, the elder from the Lighthouse Nation chuckled darkly. Precisely. Since you possess the capability to contain your own nation's ghost tide, why not dispatch more ghost riders to assist other nations in controlling theirs? The elder's skillful deflection of the issue proved remarkably effective. Several smaller nations present immediately voiced their agreement. Indeed, if your nation possesses such capability, why not send some ghost wardens to our lands? The representatives from nations currently battling ghost surges exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Chu Feng scoffed dismissively, moral blackmail, a tactic the Lighthouse Nation frequently employs, yet surprisingly effective. Chu Feng had to admit that while the Lighthouse Nation's tactic was utterly repulsive, it undeniably worked. You're a major power, so what's wrong with aiding weaker nations? Fu Hongyan, however, smiled faintly. Mr. Sheffield, before you speak such words, perhaps you should take a look at your own country first. The Lighthouse Nation has always been hailed as the country with the strongest Ghost Warden forces. Yet when have you ever extended a helping hand to other nations? Meanwhile, my nation of Xia dispatches no fewer than 2,000 peacekeeping exorcists annually. Is that not sufficient? As far as our Xia nation is aware, ghost surges often appear inexplicably in many small nations. Yet, before these surges occur, the ghost exorcists stationed by your Lighthouse Nation always manage to leave beforehand. Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental? Fu Hongyan's words turned the tables on them. Indeed, this had become a standard tactic of the Lighthouse Nation. Sending ghost exorcists ostensibly to maintain order, they secretly cultivate numerous ghostly entities in the shadows. Once the ghostly entities reached a critical mass, the exorcists would declare their mission accomplished and swiftly withdraw. Subsequently, those smaller nations, struggling to survive, would be forced to abandon their own interests and make concessions. And thus, the Lighthouse Nation achieves its objectives. This tactic never fails. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled representatives grew complex. The representatives from the smaller nations suddenly looked as if they had just had an epiphany. Could it be that the ghost tide plaguing their own nations was actually instigated by the Lighthouse Nation? Meanwhile, the nations colluding with the Lighthouse Nation wore grim expressions. Especially the Kimchi Nation and the Neon Nation. They had been doing the Big Brother's bidding, getting only scraps while the Big Brother feasted. But now that Xia had exposed them like this, what would happen to their share of the scraps? Thus, the representatives of both nations rose in fury to defend themselves. Bah! That's nothing but your wild speculation. Damn it, don't say things that undermine peace. Fu Hongyan remained silent, his gaze dripping with contempt as he looked at the representatives of the two nations. What's this? After biting the hand that feeds you, the dogs bark all the louder. Fu Hongyan held no official position, so naturally he could speak his mind freely. The Xia Nation's leadership had anticipated that some would stir trouble during this conference. Thus, they made a last-minute change to the chairperson, bringing Fu Hongyan to the podium as the host. But unexpectedly, the effect was remarkably effective. The elderly representative from Sheffield's Lighthouse Nation gasped for breath, his voice trembling with visible anger. You Xia Nation has gone too far. Such humiliation against our Lighthouse Nation, we remember this. With that, the old man sat down and turned to the young man with the crew cut beside him. Baron, when you encounter the young prodigy from the Lighthouse Nation, beat him senseless for me. The young man with the crew cut heard this and his eyes flashed with savage intent. Rest assured, master. I'll tear them to shreds. Yes, the second segment of the conference has begun. We now invite the prodigies from all nations to engage in academic exchange. Chapter 104, Academic Exchange. Does Xia Nation reveal its decline? Though termed an academic exchange, it was essentially a showdown between spirit tamers. Yet strangely enough, in previous conferences, Xia Nation's prodigies had consistently shone brightest. After all, Xia possessed the most substantial ghost-taming resources and the most advanced ghost-taming techniques. Yet a significant shift had occurred in recent Ghostbusters assemblies. Those nations with relatively stronger capabilities had somehow acquired Xia Kingdom's ghost-taming cultivation systems. Some even went so far as to openly contract ghosts from Huaxia without any pretense. This means there are indeed traitors within Xia's own ranks. Countries like the Lighthouse Nation shamelessly claim this as their original cultivation system. They even colluded with certain participating nations to amend the competition rules from stop at the first sign of danger to no mercy, no holds barred. This meant that unless one surrendered before the fight ended, and the gap in strength between two combatants is too great, one of them could be beaten to death. This is precisely why Fu Hongyan summoned Chu Feng. Other prodigies from Xia Nation often held back when fighting. Moreover, few had experience in killing. Thus, they often showed mercy during confrontations. Some, even when stronger than their opponents, would lose everything in the end due to momentary mercy. But not Chu Feng. Given no restraints, he dared to pierce the heavens. Fu Hongyan solemnly emphasized. All national representatives and accompanying prodigies are requested to proceed to the martial arts arena for academic exchange. In an instant, the previously subdued atmosphere of the meeting became lively. Yeehaw! Finally, I get to fight another prodigy from Xia Nation. Wonder if young Qianlai showed up. He beat me so badly last time, this time I'm gonna get my revenge. Yeah, Xia Kingdom's Ghostbusters aren't all that. Inside the martial arts arena, two Xia Kingdom referees stood at the center of the venue. One of them announced the rules for the competition. This martial exchange will follow a tournament format. Participants may remain on the stage as long as they defeat their opponents. All participants are welcome, regardless of nationality. Though casualties are not counted in this exchange, we implore all participants to remember, we live beneath the same sky. Those you slay today may have been allies against a common foe in the past. The referee's meaning was crystal clear. Though casualties were not counted in the tournament, killing was best avoided. Regardless of nationality, killing an opponent's spirit summoner brings no benefit. All prodigies attending this gathering are under the age of 20, and most have only recently begun their spirit summoning training. With the exception of those from prominent clans and noble families, the rest were simply children from commoner households. Beside Professor Zhang Wei of Yunnan University, a dark-skinned, earnest-looking young man smiled and said, Professor Zhang, let me, Heir Zhuang, go up and gain some experience. Professor Zhang Wei frowned. Some of these foreign prodigies are quite formidable. Though you gained an opportunity and now possess a dragon spirit ghost, it has only regressed to the early blood robe stage. Lu Erzwang shrugged it off. Just let me try. If I can't win, I'll just call for surrender. Professor Zhang couldn't persuade him otherwise and reluctantly let him proceed. First martial arts match, Lu Erzwang of Xia Nation vs Nichikawa Ban of Neon Nation. Below the stage, Chu Feng was startled. Wasn't this Lu Erzwang from the Opportunity Realm? Why was he competing? Of course, there was no time for prolonged surprise. The match was about to begin. The man with the neatly trimmed mustache sneered, Is that all you've got? Behind him materialized a white-robed female ghost, its gaping mouth filled with blood-red teeth. It's a split-mouth woman. The mouth-split woman charged toward Lu Erzwang like a madwoman. Lu Erzwang remained unflustered as the silhouette of an ancient dragon materialized behind him. Instead of dodging, the ancient dragon thrust its own maw into the split-mouth woman's gaping jaws, stretching them even wider. What the hell? That mouth-split woman's jaws aren't even as big as the old dragon's, yet she's bursting her own mouth. Indeed, the split-mouth woman was no less formidable than the ancient dragon, and she violently recoiled. Seeing Richa Gangban fall to the ground, Lu Erzwang did not press his advantage. Instead, he reached out his hand, intending to help the fallen Rikawagaban to his feet. Lu Erzwang asked, Are you okay? Unexpectedly, Rikawagaban flashed a sinister smile. A silver gleam shot past Lu Erzwang from behind. Fumiko with the blade. Indeed, while Lu Erzwang had let his guard down, Nichikawa Ban on the other side had struck with a sneak attack, driving the blade into Lu Erzwang's back. Lu Erzwang collapsed to the ground, realizing too late what had happened. Yes. Senior Umazawa Kuzu, I won.
Although Neon Nation had won the match, the cheers were so faint they were almost inaudible.
Damn it, Little Days always plays dirty.
Chu Feng seethed with anger, wanting to rush over and avenge Lu Erzwang. Unable to win through sheer strength, they resorted to dirty tricks. That's Neon Country for you.
Second match, Japan's Nichikawa Band vs Korea's Park Incheon. This match also ended in victory for Nikawa Goban.
Unable to defeat the contracted ghosts, they attacked the ghost tamers instead. Chu Feng could no longer contain his rage and was about to step onto the stage when Xia Qingtong raised his hand and declared, "This farce must end at our hands, Jinmen." As he spoke, Xia Chan beside him rose slowly and walked toward the stage. Meichuan Gangban gazed at Xia Chan's exquisite features and grinned lecherously. "Well now, Flower Girl, you'll lose this round, but we can engage in deeper exchanges below the stage afterward." Xia Chan ignored the lecherous man, her eyes filled with disgust. Simultaneously, the Snow Maiden's silhouette materialized behind her.
In an instant, the little rascal didn't even have time to react before being frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Holy crap, what kind of power is that? A gasp rippled through the audience below.
Xia Qingtong snatched the microphone and declared with pride, "Ha, this is my daughter's power." Seeing Xiagua's morale soaring, CFA turned to Baron and said, "Baron, go up there and take her out." He would never allow anyone to surpass the Lighthouse Nation. Round 4, Xiaguasher's Xia Chan vs Lighthouse Nation's Baron. Baron sported a sharp, cropped hairstyle, defying the typical image of a Lighthouse Nation youth. As he stepped onto the stage, his gaze was ruthless and fierce. Xia Chan replicated her earlier move, unleashing the same technique that had frozen Nikawa's board.
But could the same tactic possibly work twice?
A slender, ghostly shadow materialized behind Baron.
Then, astonishingly, that shadow entered his body.
Now enveloped by the specter, Baron became completely immune to Xia Chan's attack.
Oh no, it's the ultra-rare ghostly slender shadow. Someone in the audience gasped.
This type of ghost could adapt to any environment, making it a perfect counter to Xia Chan's ice-based attacks. After several rounds, Xia Chan found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Baron, however, grew more formidable with each clash. Possessed by the specter, he delivered a punch straight to Xia Chan's face, showing no mercy whatsoever. Xia Chan was defeated. The prodigy of Xia Nation, who had been expected to end the match, was defeated. The crowd erupted in uproar. Ha! Xia Nation isn't all that after all. Looks like that Rikawago guy was just too weak. With Baron here, Xia is finished. Baron deliberately turned his gaze toward the Xia Nation prodigy's position, pounding his chest with both fists and bellowing. Who else is there? Is that all Xia Kingdom's got? Yet the scene fell into an awkward silence. Even Xia Chan had been beaten to this state. Did the others truly stand a chance? Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd, "I'll go." All eyes turned toward the voice. It was none other than Chu Feng. "Let me, Chu Feng, end this match." Chapter 105, I will turn the tide, I will conquer. Chu Feng's voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Yet, aside from the factions of the imperial capital and Jinmen, everyone else, whether from other factions within Xia Nation or representatives from other nations, all cast surprised glances his way. Who is this young man from Xia Nation? I don't recognize him. If even Xia Chan, touted as the strongest among this new generation, has been defeated, the rest must be even less noteworthy, right? Ha 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 ha. If Xia wants to embarrass itself, let them embarrass themselves big time. Indeed, in the eyes of the others, with the renowned Snow Maiden Xia Chan already defeated, who could possibly stand against Baron? At that moment, the Xia Kingdom's official representatives unexpectedly spoke up. Seeing how enthusiastically the prodigies from various nations are engaging in this exchange, the organizers intend to allocate the prize for the Rookie King selection originally reserved for the final round to this event instead. In other words, the victor of this tournament will receive a top-tier ghost spirit summoning talisman. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? A ghost spirit summoning scroll? Typical Xia Kingdom deep pockets indeed. Ghost Spirit Essence is a terrifying catalyst capable of transforming weak ghosts into powerful ones, and powerful ghosts into Ghost Kings. Even Xia Nation's reserves, accumulated over many years, were far from sufficient. To bring a single Ghost Spirit Inducer to this conference truly demonstrated immense wealth and power. Below the stage, Sheffield smiled darkly. In his view, the Xia Kingdom's official decision was utterly correct. Wasn't this essentially gifting the Ghost Spirit Summoner to the Lighthouse Nation? Baron, you must secure that Ghost Spirit Summoner. Baron glared at Chu Feng with contempt, his eyes brimming with disdain. He even made a disdainful gesture with his hand, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get on up here." Chu Feng wasted no words either. Since the Ghost Spirit Summoner was being offered, Chu Feng had no choice but to show some real strength. Everyone looked down on him. But he wouldn't be defeated so easily. If they all looked down on him, then he would prove himself to them. With that, Chu Feng stepped onto the sea of blood and floated toward the stage. What kind of skill is that? Such a dazzling display of skill startled everyone present. Then, someone suddenly realized. That's his contracted ghost skill. Such overwhelming ghost energy. Indeed, the ghost energy emanating from him revealed just how terrifyingly powerful Chu Feng truly was. Baron, seeing that Chu Feng seemed to possess some real strength, shifted his expression slightly.
Since you're somewhat capable, I'll take this seriously. With that, the slender ghostly shadow merged back into his body. Chu Feng knew this was the ability to blend completely into the surroundings. No matter how the battlefield shifted, it could not affect him. Thus, he could not harm him, yet the other could strike him. Therefore, it was absolutely imperative not to activate any domain-type skills here. What to do? Single target damage was the only option. No more fancy tricks, just a straight-up slash. But before that, Chu Feng decided to test the opponent's true strength first. To be honest, Baron had truly caught Xia Chan off guard. As for whose ghostly power was stronger, that was truly hard to say. Chu Feng knew full well that the first bird to poke its head out gets shot. He could be powerful, but not so overwhelmingly so as to startle the heavens and earth. Once he became too powerful, he would inevitably draw the attention and hostility of those with ulterior motives within Xia Nation, or even from other nations. Take Xia Chan, for instance. Most of her corporate ghost skills had been leaked, making them easy to counter. Thus, Chu Feng did not immediately summon his ghost general with the Guan Dao. Instead, he had the Blood-Robe Peak female squad leader test the waters first. In an instant, the female class monitor materialized before the audience. Of course, she wasn't wearing any bizarre outfits this time, just her regular school uniform. The moment the female class monitor appeared, the entire crowd burst into laughter. What's this? He summoned a completely ordinary ghost with no special traits? Looks like he was just bluffing earlier. Even on the Xia Kingdom side, many frowned in disappointment. We thought this youngster named Chu Feng would give Xia Kingdom a chance to redeem itself, but now he's practically choking on his own pride. Baron chuckled. What? Summoning a beautiful ghost from Xia Kingdom? Do you really think I'd fall for that? With that, a slender ghostly shadow spread across the ground, connecting directly to the female squad leader. The next moment, Baron shouted. Shadow assault. In the blink of an eye, Baron's figure flashed before the female squad leader. The female squad leader countered and blocked, her body exploding backward. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was observing Baron's skill. Seems like it's another shadow-related skill. But compared to Shitu's Shadow Serpent, it's still significantly weaker. The female squad leader was actually holding her own against Baron for the moment. What's going on? This ordinary ghost is actually trading blows with Baron. Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed. Come on, if the female squad leader were truly just a pretty face, she would have died long ago in his ghost control space. Over the past few days, the female class monitor's combat skills had been honed to SS-tier. With such terrifying combat prowess, holding her own against Baron should be a breeze, shouldn't it? Yet Baron's forehead veins bulged as he sneered. Xia people are nothing special. Just like that first fool who stepped onto the stage, a moth drawn to the flame, utterly overestimating his abilities. As he spoke, Chu Feng sensed the ghostly presence within Baron's body suddenly surge in power, its pitch-black aura sweeping across the entire arena. Well, he wasn't holding back anymore. Surprised? My slender ghostly shadow is already at the initial stage of Yaksha. A 20-year-old ghostbinder had already contracted a Yaksa stage ghost. Such an achievement was exceptionally rare, even on a global scale. Sure enough, the crowd below the stage gasped in shock as they witnessed the ghostly energy surging around Baron, accompanied by faint signs of ghostly transformation. Some even leapt to their feet. Yet inwardly, they lamented, such a promising talent, why isn't he my student? Baron looked at Chu Feng with smug satisfaction, expecting to see terror etched across his face. But to his surprise, Chu Feng's face showed no trace of fear, only pure excitement. Good. Very good. Since your strength has reached the Yaksha level, I won't hold back any longer. Immediately after, the female class monitor was recalled by Chu Feng. Before the crowd appeared a statue of Guan Yu in a deep green hue. The image and status of the God Emperor Guan not only held significant influence within Xia Nation, but even in other nations, a large portion of the populace revered the God Emperor Guan. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astonished. What's going on? Has the Divine Lord Guan descended to the mortal realm? Good heavens, this is unbelievable. Yet only Baron felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The heroic spirit before him hadn't fully opened its eyes, merely lifting them slightly. Yet when he met that gaze, his mind was suddenly engulfed by a tidal wave of murderous intent. His heart raced with panic, yet he forced himself to remain calm as he threw a punch at the ghostly general wielding Guan Yu's halberd. The punch was as laughable as a moth flying into a flame. Chu Feng naturally wouldn't let him off lightly. Hesitating to strike with a full blade that might kill him outright, he instead condensed a ghostly energy slash. In the next instant, Baron was sent flying off the stage. That once proud, slender ghostly form instantly disintegrated. This battle Chu Feng wins. Chapter 106, Raising Doubts, Demanding a Bone Age Test? These victories came so abruptly that many failed to grasp what had transpired. Some even thought a divine being had descended from the heavens. Only Fu Hong'an understood that Chu Feng had held back tremendously. Otherwise, Baron would have been dead for sure.
After all, though Baron had a foul mouth, he hadn't actually killed any other members of the Xia Nation. If Chu Feng had faced Nikoa Ban, he would have sliced him down without mercy. The referee froze momentarily, first checking on Baron, who had flown off the stage. Upon confirming he still had breath, he hurried back to the ring to announce, "The winner is Chu Feng." To Fu Hongyan, this outcome was beyond doubt. Below the stage, Sheffield screamed hysterically, "Fix! Fix! If you've got the guts, summon that contract ghost again." Chu Feng paid no heed whatsoever. After all, constantly revealing his ghost summoning abilities to everyone would be like handing out his registration details to others. He wasn't as foolish as Xia Qingtong, who practically wanted to broadcast every detail about his daughter to the entire world. In truth, the decision to advance the ghost spirit reward earlier had been orchestrated by Fu Hongyan. This ensured the ghost spirit inducement would fall entirely into Xia Nation's hands, preventing any other country from claiming it. It wasn't that Xia Kingdom couldn't play fair, it was simply that other nations' contemptuous attitude towards Xia Kingdom was utterly laughable. Our nation boasts vast populations and countless geniuses. Even without Chu Feng stepping in, someone else would have defeated Baron. But you, Lighthouse Nation, after winning 2 rounds, are crowing louder than ever. Is this the conduct befitting a great nation? Whether on the stage or off, Xia has triumphed utterly. Xia has silenced the troublemakers from certain nations. And Chu Feng nearly silenced Baron in the most literal sense. It should have been a perfect ending, but then someone started trouble. Sheffield abruptly stood up and simultaneously pressed the red button beside him. This button amplified the voices of those seated for others to hear. Sheffield was no pushover, after all. What he intended to do upon rising was obvious. He rose to his feet, his expression filled with resentment, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to say." After all, this was the United States, a nation with many allies. Numerous countries immediately turned their attention to him. Fu Hongyan, being the host, knew Chu Feng had won fairly and squarely. If Sheffield wanted to speak, then let him speak. Veins bulged on Sheffield's forehead as he declared, "Gentlemen, do you truly believe an 18-year-old youth could possess a ghost entity at the mid-yaksha stage?" The statement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. What? Mid-stage yaksha? Indeed, it was this mid-stage yak that raised doubts among the crowd. After all, most of the ghosts they possessed likely didn't reach such heights, so they couldn't discern the realm of the contract ghosts displayed on the stage earlier. Hearing Sheffield declare that Chu Feng's ghostly creature was actually a yaksha demon sent a shockwave through their minds. For an 18-year-old youth to contract such a powerful ghost creature was utterly unreasonable. The arena erupted in murmurs of disbelief. But Chu Feng snatched the microphone from the nearby referee and barked, "If you can't handle it, don't blame the road for being rough. Just because you can't handle it doesn't mean others can't. All I can say is, if you're weak, practice more." These words infuriated Sheffield, yet he still refused to believe it. He had personally nurtured Baron, believing he could make him the world's top young talent. His goal was to defeat Yang Qian. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Yang Qian hadn't been eliminated, and now another rival, Chu Feng, had emerged. That damn brat. I, Sheffield, representing the Lighthouse Nation, request verification. I suspect his age is not under 20. Further examination is demanded. Upon hearing this, representatives from Japan and South Korea immediately voiced their agreement. Yeah, right. Someone with that kind of skill couldn't possibly be only 18. Impossible. We must conduct further verification, you know. Even smaller nations that had received favors from the Beacon Nation began clamoring in unison. Of course, their fundamental goal remained extracting more information about Chu Feng. After all, with sufficient intelligence, countermeasures against Chu Feng could be devised. Fu Hongyan had anticipated such reactions long ago. But even so, he could not possibly disclose further details about Chu Feng's identity. Thus, Fu Hongyan solemnly declared, "Our Xia Kingdom conducts affairs with integrity and transparency. We wouldn't stoop to such empty tricks. Since you wish to know the true age of our Xia Kingdom's young soldier, there's no need to examine any records. Let's just measure his bone age." The statement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. Even Sheffield deflated like a punctured balloon. He had merely sought further intelligence on Chu Feng, for his own intelligence agency had utterly failed to anticipate the emergence of such a formidable obstacle. But it didn't end there. Fu Hongyan's lips curved upward as he continued. "Coincidentally, to demonstrate the medical prowess of our Xia Nation and ensure fairness and impartiality, we will conduct bone age tests on all prodigies participating in this conference." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent once more. Countries that had been urging Chu Feng to reveal specific details fell silent. Why are you testing bone age when you're supposed to provide information? How serious can this get? After all, Chu Feng's age is genuine. But theirs wasn't. If they get tested, wouldn't that spell doom for their side? Seeing this, Sheffield hurriedly interjected. The fact that Xia Nation has demonstrated such profound sincerity already confirms the veracity of all information regarding Lord Chu Feng. Therefore, I believe there's no need for a bone age test.
Fu Hong'an's expression turned as he retorted, medical personnel are already on standby at the scene. Are you implying doubts about the medical standards of our Xia Kingdom? Of course not. We trust Xia Kingdom. Therefore, let us conclude this matter here. Sheffield hit another wall and had no choice but to swallow his frustration. The referee then asked, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Chu Feng? The answer was obvious. 18 years old, possessing a mid-stage Yaksha ghost. Either of these alone would be a game changer for anyone else. But for both to coexist in one individual? Truly an exceedingly rare occurrence. With that, this martial arts exchange concludes. I hereby declare the rookie champion of this tournament, Chu Feng. He has earned the ghost spirit summoning and the judge's brush. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was utterly stunned. They were giving him the ghost spirit summoner and it was the judge's brush. He had only ever seen this item in the hands of the historian. And even that was merely a counterfeit. Now the genuine article appeared before Chu Feng's very eyes. It was enough to make anyone envious. Good heavens, this is even rarer than the ghost spirit summoner Yang Qian obtained last session. Chu Feng pondered inwardly. Other ghostly beings could become pseudo-judge ghosts upon obtaining the judge's brush. But what if it were a true judge ghost? Chapter 107, The Ghost Judge, Zhong Kuei's Remnant Spirit. Without hesitation, Chu Feng entered his ghost controlling space. To onlookers, it seemed as though Chu Feng had been startled by the grand scene of everyone cheering and celebrating, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. In reality, he had already drawn the ghostly spirit into his space, preparing to summon the ghost judge. Within the ghost controlling space, the ghosts that had been relentlessly fighting each other saw Chu Feng return and instantly intensified their battle. Yes, if they didn't fight properly, they would be the ones getting beaten. This was Chu Feng's training method. Nothing but fighting, nothing but fighting. It was precisely this relentless intensity that pushed the combat skills of all the ghostly creatures to their absolute limits. Thus, even when facing ghosts of higher realms, they could still land a bite. Chu Feng strode toward the throne beneath the blood moon and hurled the judge's brush directly into the swarm of tens of thousands of ghosts. Instantly, the ghosts swarmed toward it as if drawn to a sacred treasure. The first specter to reach it was torn apart before it could grasp the brush, its ghostly form shattered by the others. Then the third, the fourth. Those who coveted the power of the judge's brush yet lacked sufficient strength were like moths drawn to a flame. Within mere seconds, several formidable blood-clad ghosts emerged. Even the Ghost Kings joined the fray. Fortunately, they dared not fight to the death. After all, they were still intelligent enough to know that if they truly seized that brush, they might cease to be themselves. They couldn't control it. Or rather, among the current ghost horde, not a single one was worthy of this judge's brush. Chu Feng merely watched the unfolding chaos with indifference. In his eyes, even if every ghost were slaughtered, it would be worth it if he could summon a single ghost judge. Time flowed differently within the ghost controlling space. Only seconds had passed on the platform. Yet within the ghost-taming realm, hours had passed. Chu Feng returned to the real world first. After delivering an extremely official acceptance speech, he stepped back to his designated position. Lu Erzwang from Yunnan University, after undergoing emergency treatment, was finally out of danger. As for the Japanese team's version of Little Days, even though they won that match, they received no applause whatsoever. Instead, it only served to reveal Xiaori Zi's true nature to the other national teams. That no fatalities occurred was the silver lining in this disaster. The previous Ghost Forum had been held in Bear Country, where the tournament had been bloody and brutal. First, the Lighthouse Nation's prodigy killed the Bear Nation's prodigy. Immediately after, the Bear Nation's new entrant fought to the death, trading one life for another. The Xia Nation's contestant, who had intended to step in and restore order, was instead ambushed and killed by the Neon Nation's contestant. That martial display left every nation seething with anger. You wound my champion, I kill yours outright. No one would yield to another. Had Yang Qian not rushed back from his mission to intervene, Baron might have claimed the Rookie King title. I had assumed this Rookie King title was mine for the taking, but then Chu Feng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Given that, there really was nothing more to be said. Perhaps Baron simply wasn't destined for the championship. Precisely because both Chu Feng and Yang Qian were Rookie of the Year winners, many began comparing the two. Even representatives from other nations joined the discussion. But Chu Feng couldn't care less. Who's stronger? Whoever is stronger is stronger. As long as Yang Qian maintains integrity and they avoid conflict. Wouldn't it be better for them to be stronger? But the power of public opinion to ferment was still somewhat beyond Chu Feng's imagination. Some individuals had already begun spreading claims online that they were stronger than Yang Qian. Meanwhile, within the paranormal squad currently on assignment in southern Sichuan, a mischievous young woman scrolled through her phone before suddenly calling out to the silver-haired man beside her. Hey, little Yang, great news, the public thinks someone can finally match you now. What do you think? Yang Qian merely smiled faintly, that's certainly a good thing. Within the ghost controlling space, Chu Feng focused all his attention on the surging tide of ghosts. The ghosts were now locked in an exceptionally fierce battle, their dense ghostly energy coalescing into a thick fog. Chu Feng could no longer make out the details below, but one thing was certain. That aside from the 8 Tomb army, over 20,000 ghostly creatures were on the verge of being slaughtered to the last. The few remaining ghosts had actually reached the early stage of Yeksha. Such terrifying power meant that if they fought to determine the strongest among them, it would be a painful loss for Chu Feng. After all, these were 7 or 8 Yaksha ghosts. Any one of them possessed enough power to dominate a small region. But for the sake of obtaining that ghost judge, Chu Feng endured. At his command, a ghostly scholar snatched the judge's brush and swiftly inscribed the character for death upon the twin-bladed ghost. Then, a scene unfolded that left even Chu Feng in disbelief. Though the dual-blade ghost didn't die instantly, its body began to wither away, starting from its feet. Chu Feng's heart raced. Was this the true power of the judge's brush? And this was merely its effect when wielded by another ghostly entity. If the ghost judge himself were summoned, how terrifying would his power be? The ghostly scholar was equally startled, as if discovering a new continent. He began writing the character for death on the bodies of several surrounding ghostly creatures. But this wasn't an instant death decree. Even if one's death was decreed, there remained a margin for struggle. It was precisely this action by the ghost scholar that instantly drew the wrath of the others. The other ghostly creatures pounced upon him in a frenzy. Since direct combat was not his forte, the ghost scholar had no choice but to flee for his life. Yet Chu Feng had set up a forced combat barrier. Even though the ghost scholar had managed to wear down and kill one dual-bladed ghost through relentless evasion, numerous other ghostly creatures remained. In the final seconds before the ghost scholar was about to exhaust them all, an axe-wielding ghost, its body not yet fully extinguished. It mustered its last ounce of ghostly strength to hack at the ghost scholar's head. As the axe ghost perished, the ghost scholar's head flew off. All that remained for Chu Feng was a floor of nothingness. Not a single ghost survived. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Holy, what the hell just happened? Chu Feng felt utterly defeated. Was this how the game was played? He never imagined he'd end up losing everything. Just as Chu Feng felt a pang of regret and reached to pick up the judge's brush. Amidst the corpses of countless ghostly creatures, something began to stir, creating ripples. Then, something seemed to be rising from within the ripples. Suddenly, a crimson giant hand seized the judge's pen. In an instant, the judgment pen swelled to several times its original size. From the sea of learning, a ghostly creature suddenly emerged. It wore a black official's hat, had a leopard-like head with bulging eyes, a dark face, and a bushy beard, its appearance fierce. It was clad in a crimson robe. Most striking of all was the enormous judge's pen strapped to its back. At that moment, the specter's name manifested. Zhongkue Remnant Ghost. Chapter 108, The Ghostly Postman Lurking in the Market. Chu Feng was startled at first. Zhongkue? But upon seeing the words crippled ghost, his spirits instantly sank. Here, crippled ghost did not refer to the severed limbs, eyes, or ears of a complete ghostly entity. Rather, it signified the absence of the most crucial element. The soul. Indeed, just like the Guan Dao Ghost General, it lacked the most crucial element, its divine soul. Thus, while they could borrow the body's power, their strength paled in comparison to the true being's might. Yet this is still quite remarkable. Chu Feng has acquired yet another spirit ghost. Such ghostly beings are inherently stronger than ordinary spirits. They can effortlessly slay ghosts of equal rank. Invincible among equals, and even capable of challenging higher tiers. When Chu Feng examined Zhongkue's stats panel before him, he was even more astonished. Zhongkue Remnant Ghost. Rank, High Tier Yaksha. Potential, S rank. Combat Technique, SSS. Skills. Yin-Yang Brush. Zhongkue wields the Yin-Yang Brush, capable of temporarily reversing day and night. During this period, imprinting any mark upon ghosts or humans causes them to instantly die if the mark completely fades while day and night are reversed. Exorcist Master. In this state, immune to all ghostly attacks, allies within range gain invincibility. Evaluation. Master of the Yin-Yang realm, wielding the power of life and death. Chu Feng was startled. Even as a broken ghost, Zhongkue's power was terrifying. Upon entering the exorcist state, he could actually become invincible. But the truly terrifying aspect was the instant death effect. It seemed that as long as he imprinted the mark upon an opponent, even if their power surpassed his own, as long as they failed to kill him during the yin-yang reversal, they would perish. This ability was utterly unreasonable. Especially when facing ghosts or humans with weaker abilities, who can't kill you quickly after imprinting the mark. Then, their death sentence is already sealed. After subduing Zhongkue's residual ghost, Chu Feng exited the ghost-controlling realm with satisfaction, only to find Fu Hongyan staring intently at him. Holy! Chu Feng jumped in fright. After all, Fu Hongyan's gaze was genuinely far too kind. Noticing the concern in Fu Hongyan's eyes, Chu Feng asked, "What now, master?" Fu Hongyan didn't beat around the bush. After confirming no one was around, he said, "The imperial capital hasn't been peaceful lately. It seems a lot of outsider ghosts have arrived." Chu Feng scratched his cheek. "Spit it out. It seems a ghostly postman capable of killing invisibly has arrived in the capital. No one knows who brought it here. For now, we can only confirm that this type of ghost hasn't appeared in the Xia Kingdom's Ghost Compendium. Chu Feng was startled too. It seemed to be true. The Xia Kingdom Ghost Creature Compendium documented every ghostly entity that had appeared in the Xia Kingdom from 5,000 years ago to the present. Some of the entities within it were even unknown to Chu Feng himself. It was undoubtedly the most comprehensive compendium available. A ghost not found in the compendium? That was truly terrifying. Fu Hongyan continued. The ghost postman, true to its name, kills by delivering letters to residents' mailboxes. Typically, the victim receives a death letter precisely 3 days prior, informing them of their impending demise. 3 days later, death arrives as scheduled. Over 30 citizens of the imperial capital have been killed thus far, yet the case remains unsolved. Chu Feng, however, asked with a peculiar train of thought, in today's society, how many households still have mailboxes? If they still can't find the culprit, wouldn't it be faster to just ban mailboxes altogether? At first glance, Chu Feng's reasoning seemed perfectly logical. After all, if even Xia Nation's numerous ghost exorcists couldn't locate this ghost, how could he possibly find it? Fu Hongyan, however, replied with a complex expression. This ghost can even use QQ email. And if it weren't for an agent from the Spirit Control Bureau being killed, we might never have known about it at all. Saying this, Fu Hongyan showed Chu Feng a screenshot of the letter from that agent's webmail account. The letter read as follows. Dear recipient. The moment you open this letter, the gears of fate have already begun turning mercilessly. As the messenger of death, I am compelled to deliver this cruel message to you. Your time in this mortal realm has entered its final countdown. Your life will abruptly cease at midnight 3 days hence. At that hour, no matter where you are or how fiercely you struggle, you cannot escape this predetermined fate. The cycle of cause and effect in this world is predetermined by unseen forces, and your end awaits you just 3 days hence. Make the most of this fleeting time remaining. Say farewell to those around you. Reflect on the journey you have walked. For when that final moment arrives, everything will dissolve into nothingness. Remember, death is never late. It will arrive precisely at the appointed hour to carry you away from this world. The postman from hell. Chu Feng stared at the letter in astonishment, then turned to Fu Hongyan. This foreign devil's following local customs writing letters in Chinese? Fu Hongyan gave an awkward chuckle. After all, we've conducted round after round of investigations and found no evidence of such supernatural entities existing in Xia Nation. Moreover, the timing of his first murder roughly aligns with the arrival of this group of foreign guests in Xia Kingdom. Therefore, we cannot rule out this possibility. After a moment's thought, Chu Feng inquired. Among the victims identified so far as killed by the ghost postman, are there any distinguishing features? Fu Hongyan shook his head. No explanation. They died instantly, with no external or internal injuries. It's as if their very souls were ripped from them. The victims span all ages and genders. One victim even opened the letter the ghost postman left for his father. Then he died in his father's place? No, both of them died. Chu Feng scratched his head in frustration, sensing this matter was far from straightforward. Indeed, a case that had caught the attention of the Lingyu Bureau's higher-ups yet left them helpless couldn't possibly be simple. Chu Feng pressed further. Did the victims share any common interests or frequent the same websites? Fu Hongyan shook his head and added. The victims didn't visit any identical websites. However, this Lingyu Bureau agent did view a particular post before his death. A post? That's right. It was a paranormal forum. And the front page of that forum featured that terrifying ghost postman. Chu Feng spoke as he clicked open the so-called ghost postman thread. A new discovery emerged. The original poster wrote. How peculiar. Today, after moving into my new place, I opened the mailbox by my front door and found a letter inside. This letter was quite peculiar too. The envelope was filthy, as if covered in years of dust. But the postmark was today. The letter basically said I'd angered something and would die in 3 days. Seriously, who believes this stuff? And within the 3 days since this post was published, the original poster was still chatting with all the commenters. 3 days later, however, they never posted again. Most people dismissed it as nothing more than a pointless prank post. Many even left comments under the post, including the agent's email address. I'll be damned if leaving a fake email address stops you. This thread is full of holes. Below that was the original poster's reply. Ha, I'm here to take your life. The reply showed signs of editing. The original content before editing read, ha, I don't believe this either. The modification date was exactly 3 days after the original post. Chapter 109, Ghostly Correspondence. After seeing the edit time, Chu Feng grew even more suspicious. Is this ghost so trendy that it can hack accounts and reply to netizens? Clearly, some aspects of this didn't seem like something a single ghost could accomplish alone. Either multiple ghosts were collaborating, or it was a human ghost conspiracy. The latter seemed more likely. He could even simplify it further, it might just be a straightforward murder case. But in the end, Chu Feng ruled out the possibility of a simple homicide. Even if it were murder, the perpetrator would undoubtedly be a spirit summoner. In truth, Xia Kingdom had already considered this matter thoroughly.
They conduct annual statistical surveys of registered ghost masters. Of course, these records went far beyond merely noting the exorcist's cultivation level and the rank of their spirit beast. Instead, they meticulously documented every contracted ghost to facilitate investigations. Even after entering and exiting the ghost realm, comprehensive inspections are conducted. Of course, an anomaly like Chu Feng is an exception. The number of contracted ghosts detectable within Chu Feng's body depends entirely on how many he chooses to reveal. If they were to fully document every spirit within him, the Spirit Control Bureau would likely collapse from exhaustion. It was precisely because of these comprehensive records that Xia Nation's public security remained relatively stable. Yet even ghostly entities leave subtle traces on the body after harming someone. The abilities of these entities certainly didn't resemble those of Xia Nation's ghosts. Chu Feng frowned and said, "Master, cross-reference the connections between the commenters under this post and those deceased individuals." At Chu Feng's command, the team of technicians behind him began analyzing the data. Just as Chu Feng had anticipated, the deceased were precisely the individuals who had replied to the post. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng continued, "The IP addresses of the commenters are scattered. Filter out those with IPs from the capital city." Immediately, the situation became crystal clear. The victims' IP addresses were all located in the imperial capital, while no incidents occurred among other IPs including those from Tianjin, Jibei, and other regions. Archive the post's data, then contact the moderator to delete it. It should have been a simple request for the Spirit Control Bureau, but the technician was flustered and replied, "We can't find the moderator at all. The URL for this section was deactivated long ago. Ghost letters, phantom websites." With all these clues piling up, Chu Feng found himself at a loss. Since pinpointing the suspect was impossible, he shifted his focus to another priority: protecting the victims. Remove all replies from the Imperial Capital IP and the victims, then find the reply immediately following theirs. After the technicians filtered out the posts from the victims, there were indeed other replies from Imperial Capital IPs. Quickly, pinpoint his location immediately. Chu Feng suddenly grew frantic. Not for any other reason, but because this reply had been posted exactly 3 days prior. Which meant the other party's death was today. About half an hour later, Chu Feng knocked on the door of a house in the outskirts of the Imperial Capital. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" "Coming." It was the voice of a young woman. Immediately after, Chu Feng heard footsteps approaching. But just as the footsteps approached the doorway, they stopped. Chu Feng assumed the person was peering through the peephole at him outside. But after 2 or 3 minutes passed, there was still no response. Something's wrong. Chu Feng realized something was amiss. Since he couldn't open the door himself, Chu Feng had no choice but to resort to brute force. The next moment, a burly ghostly hand seized the doorknob, wrenching the entire door and frame from its hinges. Then, the young woman suddenly collapsed stiffly into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng was startled at first, but then he realized she had no pulse. Her body is still warm. Did she just die? He glanced at the time on his phone. 9:30 p.m. 9:30 p.m. 3 days ago was precisely when this young woman had posted her reply. So punctual. Indeed, this young woman had died on her way to open the door for Chu Feng just moments ago. She had died so silently. Chu Feng was overcome with regret. If only he had forced the door open. Could he have saved her? Not only could someone kill right under his nose, but they did it so silently. Could it be that this ghostly entity truly possesses the ability to become completely invisible? Chu Feng dared not dwell on it further. All he could do now was avenge the woman. So Chu Feng opened his phone once more and dialed the case specialist. "Sorry, I couldn't save her. Give me the address of the next person who posted after her. I'm heading over to stake it out right now." Upon receiving the information, Chu Feng was startled. Because the address was from the World Ghost Control Forum. Yes, the International Ghost Control Forum. After refining the IP address further, he pinpointed the person's exact location. Chu Feng rubbed his eyes, finding it almost impossible to believe. World Ghost Control Forum, VIP Lounge, Room 032. Holy crap, it's a foreigner. Why the hell are they browsing a Chinese forum? Chu Feng was nearly dumbfounded. The person was actually a foreigner. Not only was a foreigner browsing a niche paranormal forum in Xia Nation, but he was actually commenting on posts. Even so, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to think about it further. Under cover of night, he boarded the Ghost Bride's blood cloud and relayed to the liaison officer. "We're in deep trouble. If something happens to a foreign guest here in Xia, we're all screwed. Shut down all internet access in the lounge and activate the signal jammers. Wait for my return." Chu Feng's approach was correct. In truth, among the younger generation, indeed, among all ghost masters under 30, Chu Feng ranked among the elite. Combined with his meticulous approach to handling matters, he was widely regarded by senior officials as the prime candidate for succession. Half an hour later, Chu Feng burst into the VIP lounge, panting heavily. "Which guest is in room 032? Due to the internet outage and signal jamming, many foreign guests had already begun moving about, some even showing signs of unease.
Damn it, what the hell is your country up to? What ghost mailman nonsense is this? What ghost mailman? I want to surf the web.
Chu Feng ignored him, merely glaring at him fiercely. That single glare was enough to extinguish the foreigner's arrogance. Chu Feng pulled out a notice he held in his hand. Though the dense Chinese characters were indecipherable to them, they recognized the seal stamped upon it. Golden Seal of the Xia Kingdom Spirit Command. Wherever the seal appears, it holds authority worldwide. Spiritual Guard Bureau investigation in progress. Maintain silence. Chu Feng's voice carried an air of authority that even drew the admiration of several young foreign female prodigies. Chu Feng's gaze remained cold and sharp as he asked again. Which nation's distinguished guest occupies room 032? At that moment, a familiar figure stepped forward. Sir Arthur, swaying a crystal-stemmed glass in his hand, strode elegantly before the crowd.
That would be me. May I ask what brings you here, sir? Chu Feng cut straight to the point. Sir Arthur, did you happen to reply to this post on a forum?
Arthur took Chu Feng's phone, examined the reply, and asked.
Never.
Chu Feng frowned, the case suddenly at an impasse. Just then, a petite figure approached. It was Vivian. Standing on tiptoe to see the post, she stammered.
Yes, I posted it. Chapter 110, Bait and Switch.
Chu Feng suddenly slapped his head, feeling as if the sky had fallen. What the hell, girl?
Don't you think you've caused enough trouble already?
Seeing that she seemed to have done something wrong, Vivian's expression turned anxious.
Mr. Chu Feng, have I done something wrong?
Chu Feng glanced at the surrounding crowd and soothed them.
This matter no longer concerns you all.
The network is now restored.
Please return to your rooms and rest.
Then, Chu Feng turned his serious gaze toward Sir Arthur, then toward Vivian. This matter is far too serious, it concerns Miss Vivian's life.
We must discuss this privately.
Arthur had maintained an expressionless, indifferent demeanor.
But upon hearing it concerned Vivian's life, wasn't Vivian's life synonymous with his own? Room 032. Chu Feng recounted the entire incident involving the foreign ghostly entity to Arthur.
He also mentioned the girl who had died before his eyes. Arthur's expression shifted from shock to panic.
Then,
I'll take Vivian out of the capital city now and head to the surrounding cities.
What do you think?
Chu Feng had naturally considered Arthur's suggestion.
But unfortunately, there's no time left.
Vivian posted this reply exactly 3 days ago today.
We only have 20 minutes left.
Which means, in 20 minutes, we'll be facing that ghostly creature.
What we must do next is capture it.
With no other choice, Chu Feng had no option but to use Vivian's life as bait. Arthur's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with disbelief as he declared. With me here, I'll see who dares touch my Vivian.
Chu Feng shook his head. Mr. Arthur, you possess only a mid-stage Yaksa demon. What if I told you that demon's true power far exceeds mid-stage Yaksa?
Chu Feng's words left Arthur speechless.
What kind of talk was this? Even a mid-stage Yaksa was being described with a mirror only? Yet, a hint of faint admiration flickered in Arthur's eyes as he looked at Chu Feng.
If he was saying that, it meant Chu Feng's strength must surpass his own.
Moreover, the fact that Xia Kingdom had dispatched Chu Feng to investigate this case meant he was undoubtedly their top choice. Time was running short.
Chu Feng had to extract more information from Vivian. Chu Feng turned to Vivian, his expression softening into a gentle smile.
Vivian, don't be afraid. Just tell me everything you know. Where did you access this forum? Chu Feng was genuinely curious. How did such an obscure website end up on a young girl's phone?
Even more bizarre was how it ended up in the hands of someone younger than the girl herself.
Vivian hesitated for a moment before speaking. On my very first day in Xia Nation, a waitress handed me a flyer. The back of the flyer said this forum was Xia Kingdom's most terrifying one. So I clicked on it. It was filled with stories I'd never heard before. I kept reading and reading until I was completely hooked. Then I started participating in the discussions. I didn't dare read the truly terrifying stories, so I just replied under this post instead. Vivian never imagined she'd stir up such a hornet's nest. Vivian's eyes welled up with tears. She had only replied to the least terrifying post among them, never expecting it would bring her mortal danger. Chu Feng, however, had gained a new lead. This was the first surviving commenter he'd managed to contact. Previously, not a single piece of information had brought the flyer matter to light. Perhaps with this flyer, he could trace the ghostly mailman back to its source. Thus, Chu Feng inquired. So, Vivian, who handed you this flyer? Chu Feng was certain that Vivian was usually under Arthur's surveillance. This meant it was impossible for any outsider to have delivered the leaflet to her. Even if they tried, Arthur would have tossed it out as trash. Therefore, the person who gave it to her must be no ordinary individual. Either they held equal standing to Arthur, or they were above him. Arthur and Vivian would certainly remember someone like that. Sure enough, Arthur spoke up first. This flyer was given to us by an official from Jinmen.
He said we could come to Jin Men for a visit after the conference concludes.
Chu Feng inquired, was that official's surname Xia?
Indeed, Chu Feng was already developing some PTSD.
Whenever Tianjin officials were mentioned, Xia Qingtong was the first name that came to mind.
Arthur shook his head.
Not Director Xia, it was Deputy Director Lu Quan.
Chu Feng rolled his eyes. That sounded exactly like something Xia Qingtong himself would say. As he spoke, Arthur pulled a brand new leaflet from his bag.
I thought mine was fine, so I didn't pay much attention to Vivian's copy.
Vivian took Arthur's flyer and examined the back, exclaiming in surprise.
Strange. Why doesn't Dad's flyer have any ghostly images?
From their conversation, Chu Feng could confirm this matter was connected to the Jin Men Spirit Guard Bureau.
How could a high-ranking official distributing promotional flyers not notice the content had changed?
But that could only be addressed later. The most urgent matter now was dealing with this ghostly mailman.
Chu Feng continued questioning Arthur. Sir Arthur, has the Kingdom of Pizza recently fallen out with another nation?
After pondering for a while, Arthur replied. Ever since severing some trade ties with the Lighthouse Nation, a ghost tide suddenly erupted. Beyond that, nothing else seems to have happened.
Chu Feng understood that alone was sufficient. Indeed, shady dealings existed between the Lighthouse Nation and Xia Qingtong. At that moment, only 3 minutes remained until the so-called ghostly entity's arrival. Chu Feng instructed Arthur. Sir Arthur, if that ghostly entity appears, you must use every ounce of your strength to subdue it. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Needn't you tell me? This is my daughter, how could I not give it my all?
Chu Feng nodded, then vanished into a pool of blood created by the ghost bride. Within the blood, Chu Feng concealed his presence completely. At that moment, it seemed only Arthur and his daughter remained in the room.
Time ticked away, second by second. Only 10 seconds remained until the deadline the ghost postman had foretold. 9, 8, 7.
Vivian sat frozen at the bedside, her brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Arthur had already summoned the spectral entity. Just then, the tightly shut window burst open. A chill wind swept into the room. The once bright room plunged into darkness. Then, in an instant, the light returned. Chu Feng and Arthur stared intently out the window, their expressions tense. After all, every clue pointed to the ghostly creature lurking outside the window. But just then, a ghostly hand reached out from the dressing mirror beside the bed. The mirror was positioned far too close to the bed. The ghostly hand lunged straight toward Wei Wei's face. And the countdown hit 0. Chapter 111, Vivian's Secret, Deeply Entangled. Oh no! The situation was critical, unfolding in an instant. In desperation, Chu Feng hurled the judge's brush. The moment the pen of judgment touched the ghostly hand, Zhang Kuei manifested. Zhou Kuei glared with fury, uttering only a single word, retreat. Immediately, the ghostly hand, which had been radiating eerie energy, seemed to freeze in place. Seeing this, Chu Feng urgently shouted. Quickly pull that demonic entity out. Instantly, Zhang Kuei's swollen crimson hand seized the ghostly limb, violently yanking the entity from the mirror. At that moment, an ominous foreboding settled in Chu Feng's heart. A ghostly entity capable of traversing mirrors was no ordinary specter. Only one type of ghostly entity possessed such power. The mirror ghost. And currently, he knew of only one person in the imperial capital who possessed a mirror ghost. Xia Hua. After Zhang Kuei dragged the ghostly entity out, he stomped it underfoot with force. Then, with his judge's brush, he slowly wrote the character Sun. This crippled character differed from the death character. Death was a slow-acting buff that inevitably led to demise. Crippled, however, was an instant buff that caused the target's condition to collapse. This made it easier to further suppress the ghostly entity. Simultaneously, it made it easier for Chu Feng to interrogate it. Chu Feng approached with a complex expression, scrutinizing the ghostly entity before him. Mirror Ghost Malevolent Spirit Evolution. Level, Mid-Yaksha. Potential, S rank. Combat Technique, SSS. Abilities. Realm Reflection, capable of traversing between any mirrors bearing its mark. Evil Spirit Manifestation, after absorbing others' malevolence, can envelop their space in conceptual form. Evaluation, the master is not the master, I am not myself. Chu Feng frowned. He was naturally familiar with the mirror ghost itself, but what exactly was this evil spirit evolution? The Xia Kingdom's records never mention any ghost entity called evil spirit evolution. Yet Arthur murmured beside him. Evil spirit evolution, why would it appear in Xia Kingdom? Seeing that Arthur seemed to possess some information, Chu Feng hurriedly asked. Sir Arthur, do you know anything about this? Please, you must tell us. Arthur nodded. After all, this matter concerned his own daughter, so he naturally had no reason to hold back. His stern brow furrowed as he spoke. This demonic evolution may have already appeared in every nation except Xia. I never imagined such ghostly entities would appear in Xia Kingdom as well. Chu Feng's heart sank. Had these specters truly spread so far and wide? Arthur continued, true to its name, it evolves from existing local ghostly entities. Typically, it comes into being by absorbing the ghostly power of existing spirits, parasitizing upon them until they are completely under its control. Chu Feng felt a chill run through him upon hearing this. His thoughts drifted back to the mirror shard on Xia Qingtong's body that day. Could it be that this specter was once Xia Hua's contract spirit? And then, corrupted by the so-called evil spirit, it had evolved into this monstrous state? Indeed, judging solely by the mirror ghost's abilities, it seemed to possess little combat power. It might only be suitable for communication. After all, it could only transmit messages, and even then, it required pre-marking both mirror surfaces. But now, with this demonic evolution, its strength has more than doubled. While it requires the precondition of sensing the target's malevolent intent, but it can pinpoint the target's location and place marks throughout their entire area of activity. That's downright terrifying. Chu Feng reasonably suspected that the entity controlling this ghostly creature had been testing the waters earlier. Before Vivian, most of its victims were ghostbusters. After accumulating sufficient experience, it finally extended its claws toward the ghost tamer. But this seemed odd. If its goal was to kill other ghost masters to evolve their contracted spirits, why did it specifically target Vivian, a foreign contract holder? Chu Feng voiced his confusion to Arthur and Vivian. Arthur seemed to be hiding something. After a moment's thought, however, he revealed the truth to Chu Feng. Arthur looked at Chu Feng with solemn eyes. Chu Feng, I can only discuss this with you, a fellow Xia national. I hope you'll keep this confidential for me and for the Kingdom of Pisa. Chu Feng was startled that Arthur had invoked the entire nation. Could it be that this incident involved matters concerning the nation's overall interests? Chu Feng nodded solemnly. You can trust me. Arthur replied frankly. Actually, Vivian's constitution is somewhat different. As he spoke, Arthur turned to look at the bewildered Vivian. Strictly speaking, Vivian isn't entirely human. At these words, Chu Feng was startled. What did that mean? Not entirely human. Could it be like Lingling and Jingjing, one human and one spirit sharing the same body? Chu Feng didn't interrupt Arthur immediately. Arthur continued. Vivian is the union of a human and a ghostly being. Her mother was the last vampire of the Kingdom of Pisa. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? So that meant Arthur's wife was actually a vampire? Well, you're even more ruthless than Su Xian. Chu Feng couldn't help but mutter. But having witnessed countless mind-bending revelations, he wasn't particularly shocked by Vivian's situation. Seeing Chu Feng so calm, Arthur asked in surprise, Aren't you afraid? Chu Feng chuckled. Must I be afraid for you to achieve your goal? Sir Arthur, please continue. Having seen it all before, how could Chu Feng be easily startled? Arthur nodded. This actually concerns the fate of the nation of Pizza. For nearly half a century, after receiving humanitarian aid from the Lighthouse Nation, the Ghost Nation swept away all supernatural entities in an instant. For a very long time afterward, there were scarcely any incidents of ghostly disturbances occurring. We all believed this was a blessing until their exorcists withdrew, and we realized we'd been deceived. It was after that day that countless ghostly entities, evolved from malevolent spirits, began to emerge. Not only did they attack humans, but they also slaughtered the native ghosts lurking in the shadows. With ghostly creatures scarce, the strength of our nation's ghost exorcists plummeted. We faced a generational gap, even reaching a point where there were no ghosts left to exorcise. Then, 18 years ago, I discovered a gaunt, skeletal vampire woman within an ancient castle. She had no strength left to resist me. Strangely, upon first sight, I felt not terror but joy. Our nation of Pisa finally had a chance to strike back. So I let her drink deeply of my blood, while a bold plan took shape in my mind. That plan was this: to bear a child with her. Chapter 112, The Truth About the Ghost Postman Mirror Ghost? Chu Feng was startled upon hearing this. Could one truly bear a child with a ghost? Arthur's expression twisted with pain, as if unwilling to revisit those memories. I brought that woman back to my estate and locked her in the cellar, forcing her to drink my blood every day. It wasn't that I insisted on imprisoning her in the cellar, but if I hadn't, she would likely have been killed by those things evolved from evil spirits. Over time, she even learned to speak Bisan and could communicate with me in simple terms. Until one day, when I entered the cellar again, I saw her smiling at me. That's when I knew my plan might finally come to fruition. I know this is cruel to her. But for the sake of the Kingdom of Pizza, I had to do it. Arthur's eyes grew moist, as if genuine affection had blossomed during their shared days. Yet ghosts and humans remain fundamentally different. On the day of childbirth, though she gave birth to Vivian with all her strength, she departed, having exhausted every ounce of her ghostly power. She left, leaving only Vivian behind for me, for Pizza Kingdom. That's why Vivian is a miracle, the miracle of the Kingdom of Pizza. Only then did Chu Feng finally understand why Arthur's control over Vivian bordered on obsession. Then I discovered Vivian's perfection. It was possible. Though she possessed ghost power, she also carried the essence of humanity. Thus, the entities born from those malevolent spirits couldn't corrupt her essence, and she possessed ghostly power to battle them.
All she needed to do was grow, keeping her power hidden from the outside world until the day she could purge every evil spirit from the kingdom of pizza. At this point, Arthur's eyes filled with regret as he said, "This is why I previously forbade anyone from interacting with Vivian. I apologize for my arrogance, Lord Chu Feng." Arthur bowed, 2 clear tears falling. Yet when he rose, his gentlemanly demeanor remained undiminished. Indeed, had it not been for Chu Feng, Vivian would have been certain death tonight. And for that reason, Arthur's heart was filled with profound gratitude toward Chu Feng. "Lord Chu Feng, thank you and the Xia kingdom. You have saved the future of the kingdom of Pisa." Chu Feng nodded somewhat blankly. His actions had merely been an attempt to apprehend that so-called ghost postman. He never imagined it would prove such a tremendous help. Yet, even now, many matters remained unresolved. Chu Feng addressed Arthur solemnly, "Sir Arthur, though Vivian is temporarily out of danger, this is not a permanent solution. What we must do now is find the mastermind behind the evolution of the evil spirits. In other words, who uncovered your nation's secrets and sought to harm Vivian?" Though Chu Feng phrased it as a question, he had already narrowed down the culprit to a near certainty. The frustrating part was that despite his suspicions, he lacked concrete evidence. All current suspicions pointed squarely at the Lighthouse Nation, yet without concrete proof, Chu Feng couldn't definitively pin the blame. And even if the Lighthouse Nation was responsible, how could Chu Feng, with his current strength, possibly challenge them? Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly. He still wasn't strong enough, not nearly strong enough. Only by surpassing everyone else could he gain the capability and right to judge others. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. Arthur, of course, recognized this too. That's why he never considered the deputy director of the Jin Menlingyu Bureau a suspect from the start. After all, they were merely enforcers. The real mastermind behind it all was probably sipping coffee leisurely at that very moment. Pizza Nation has hardly ever had foreign guests, except for Lighthouse Nation. With Arthur's words, Chu Feng understood. The mastermind could only be the Lighthouse Nation. But for now, the only recourse was to eliminate those involved in the operation. Though it would only temporarily ease the pain, it was better than nothing. As Chu Feng pondered this, the soul-summoning banner in his hand swayed gently. Suddenly, an old smoker puffing on a pipe materialized before them. Chu Feng turned to Arthur and declared, "While we can't directly convict the Lighthouse Nation, as long as I'm here, this butchered ghost won't get away." With the old smoker present, Chu Feng could use the act of lighting a cigarette to discern injustice, compelling ghostly entities to speak human language. If they answered incorrectly, their souls would be instantly obliterated. Chu Feng turned to the mirror ghost and evil spirit's manifestation and addressed the pipe smoker. "Old Smoky, I'm counting on you." Of course, this was all polite talk. How could the old pipe smoker dare refuse Chu Feng's command? The old smoker took a deep drag, then blew a cloud of smoke directly at the mirror ghost. The mirror ghost was already a specter, yet atop its head, another mirror ghost formed from smoke materialized. Chu Feng wasted no words, his gaze hardening as he addressed the mirror ghost. "Speak. Who is your master?" To his surprise, the mirror ghost proved to be a quick-witted creature, replying, "An earthling." Chu Feng smiled briefly before swiftly drawing his finger across the mist-formed mirror ghost's arm. With barely a flick of his finger, the smoke-formed arm fell away, and the evil spirit's mirror ghost arm detached along with it. A torrent of ghostly energy spilled out, causing the mirror ghost to wail in agony. All of this was meticulously recorded by Chu Feng using the Spirit Control Justice Recorder to prevent any nations from making unreasonable accusations. I'll talk. Don't kill me." The mirror ghost finally surrendered, addressing Chu Feng. "My first master was a woman named Xia Hua from the Xia Kingdom. My second master was #%, and my third master was Meichuan Kuzi from the Neon Kingdom." Hearing this confession, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why, when it came to the second master, could he not make out what it was saying? Yet the smoke test remained it couldn't possibly be lying. Could it be that even when suppressed, this malevolent spirit can still alter certain rules? Doubts began to stir within Chu Feng's mind. Though the ghostly beings created by the evil spirit's evolution didn't seem particularly powerful, their true terror lay in this. They could manipulate the rules to a certain extent. That was the most terrifying aspect. Immediately after, Chu Feng tentatively asked the mirror ghost again, "Is your second master currently in Xia Kingdom?" The mirror ghost nodded. Chu Feng pressed further, "And is he within this 10,000 Nations lounge?" The mirror ghost nodded again. Chu Feng sensed the truth was about to surface and pressed further. "Is he from the Lighthouse Nation?" At that moment, the mirror ghost uttered #%. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, rules chaos again. But this behavior seemed like a classic case of denying something you know is true. Chu Feng could now be certain the second owner was indeed from the Lighthouse Nation. Chu Feng turned to Arthur and said, "I've recorded the entire process. What we need to do now is apprehend that Meichuan Kuzu." Arthur nodded in agreement. He never imagined Xia Nation possessed such a mysteriously potent supernatural artifact. But just as they were about to step out the door, a piercing scream erupted from outside. "Help! Meichuan Kuzu is dead." Chapter 113, The Hanged Meichuan Kuzu, The Trail Goes Cold. At the sound of the scream, Chu Feng rushed out the door. Damn it! Why did he have to die now of all times? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel frustrated. After all, he had gone through tremendous effort to gather all the evidence. At the very least, he had gathered all the evidence needed to prove these people were killed by Mechuan Kuzu. Logically speaking, if someone killed a citizen of Xia Nation on Xia Nation soil, and the evidence was irrefutable, even a foreigner wouldn't be spared, they'd be sentenced as required. Yet now the other party had simply died. They just happened to die. Arthur's expression was equally grave as he held Vivian close, shielding her at all times. Chu Feng felt utterly miserable. Sir Arthur, I suspect we're being eavesdropped on by someone. The conversation between Chu Feng and Arthur had likely been overheard in its entirety. This situation was not favorable for either of them. First, it confirmed that the kingdom of Pizzajin was cultivating half-human, half-ghost beings to evolve into lesser evil spirits. Second, it confirmed that Chu Feng's strength surpassed at least the mid-Yeksha stage, and that he possessed ghostly entities capable of conducting interrogations. At this point, Chu Feng was on the verge of collapse. Great! Not only had the real culprit not been apprehended, but his own secrets were being laid bare. Talking wouldn't solve anything. The group arrived outside the main hall. Across the corridor, a crowd had gathered. People stared toward the corridor's end, where figures moved intermittently, their faces etched with terror. Whispers filled the air, the crab of great gifts, this is madness. Oh my, how could it be so cruel? For a moment, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Chu Feng of the Spirit Guard Bureau investigating a case. Please make way. At Chu Feng's command, the crowd finally dispersed. As he approached the corpse at the end of the corridor, Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. The manner of death was truly gruesome. Mechuan Kuzu truly was not wearing any pants. His entire body hung from a long rope woven from gold ingots, utterly lifeless. Not only that, but the neck constricted by the ingots had already turned to bone. The rest of her body was severely decomposed, hardly resembling someone who had just died. Given this state, you tell me. Exuding deathly aura and foul stench from head to toe, giving off an eerie sensation as if she might turn into a ghost at any moment. Chu Feng forced himself to endure the discomfort, searching for any trace of clues that might appear on the body. At that moment, the cane-wielding Nikawa Tsunaida also arrived. Seeing his master hanging on the wall, he immediately burst into tears, wailing, San, you can't just abandon your disciple like this. His gaze then turned menacingly toward Chu Feng as he declared, you people of Xia Nation owe my Neon Nation an explanation. Chu Feng looked at Hirakawa Tsuna's sleazy expression and felt a wave of nausea. An explanation? Ha, you'd better go ask the Lighthouse Nation for that. Of course, Chu Feng didn't voice this directly. Instead, he forced back his discomfort and replied, we are also investigating this matter and cannot rule out the possibility of an assassination attempt by a hostile nation. After that, Chu Feng added another sentence. Of course, the same goes for our allies. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Nida's previously arrogant demeanor instantly softened considerably. Indeed, without his master's protection, he was nothing in Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng immediately reported the situation to Fu Hong'an, who was already on his way. This period was allotted for Chu Feng to investigate the case. Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes, hoping to uncover more clues. But he was utterly disappointed. Before them lay Mechuan Kuzu himself, no doubt about it. The biggest problem, however, was that his soul had completely dissipated. Even if Chu Feng wanted to summon the soul to clarify what had happened, it was now impossible. Seeing Chu Feng's grave expression, Arthur said nothing more, merely staring silently at the corpse. After observing for a while, he reached his own conclusion. Well, if you trust me, I can reveal the true location of her death. At these words, Chu Feng was startled. Sir Arthur, please speak. Could it be that he didn't die here? Arthur nodded. This is not the primary location of death. Then, his finger pointed upward at the rope holding the ingot. This rope is made from ingots, yet it carries no ghostly energy. In other words, it's just a clever little trick designed to create a diversion. Even if Ms. Maikawa Kuko weighed only 60 jin, she couldn't have failed to snap this rope. Therefore, the killer waited until Ms. Maikawa Kuzu's body weight had dropped to a certain level before hoisting her up. After hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but admire Mr. Arthur. It was precisely at this moment that Fu Hong'an arrived. Following behind him were several technicians carrying specialized equipment. The moment Fu Hong'an saw the body, he declared, this person was killed by a ghostly entity evolved from an evil spirit. Chu Feng was startled. How could everyone else solve the case at a glance except him? Wouldn't that make him look like a fool? But then, the technician pulled up tonight's surveillance footage. The footage showed the area around Mechuan Kuzu's room. An hour earlier, the injured Hirakawa Tsuna, leaning on crutches, had walked to the door of Maikawa Kuzu's room. The one who opened the door was none other than Maikawa Kuko, dressed in a sexy nightgown. After leading Hirakawa Tsuna into the lounge, it was unclear what kind of conversation they had. But just 5 minutes later, Hirakawa Tsuna emerged from the room, looking pleased. But at that very moment, something bizarre happened. As Hinawatsuna approached the corridor's corner, Maiko Akuko's corpse suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway. At that moment, her body was still intact. But immediately afterward, a dark wind swept through, causing her body to rapidly decay. Finally, it was suspended by a non-lethal force. That was how she now lay dead. The case suddenly became baffling. As the last person to have contact with Meichuan Kuzu, Hinawatsunaida naturally drew suspicion from everyone. Yet Fu Hong'an's conviction that she was slain by a specter evolved from an evil spirit rested on a single factor. Just moments ago, I was engaged in combat with a ghost entity at the mid-stage of the demon soul realm. Though merely a demon soul ghost, I found it exceptionally difficult to handle. Moreover, its every move seemed systematically trained, meaning it was a ghostly creature with a master. But this is the Xia Kingdom after all. There are almost no ghostly beings here capable of matching me, Fu Hong'an, blow for blow. Just as I prepared to deliver the final blow, it conjured an illusion using a cluster of golden ingots. When I struck out with my palm, I only shattered its illusionary form. Saying this, Fu Hong'an pulled a gold ingot from his pocket. The others examined it and confirmed the material matched that of the ingots used to form the rope. Since it's a contract ghost, it has a limited range of control. Even at the highest levels, the controllable range is limited to 2 kilometers. And there are no other buildings or people around the lounge. Which means the killer is among us. Chapter 114, The Medium Squad returns to the capital. Fu Hong'an's words struck like a bolt of lightning. The entire hallway instantly fell silent. A ghost entity at the mid-stage of the demon-slaying realm, how terrifying must its power be? Even more terrifying was the fact that the spirit summoner was among them. Fu Hong'an continued, our Xia nation has never had any malevolent spirits evolve into ghostly entities before. Even if there were, they were imported from other nations. Chu Feng silently nodded, placing the mirror ghost evolved from an evil spirit before the crowd. Everyone, this is the ghost creature evolved from an evil spirit that Comrade Chu Feng captured tonight. Its aura should be familiar to all of you, right? And as you've likely heard, Xia Nation's soil has yet to be tainted by evil spirits evolving into ghostly entities. Yet now, this specter has arrived. This, whose responsibility is it, exactly? Fu Hong'an's words rang out with force. Though he knew full well it was the work of the Lighthouse Nation, he still voiced the question aloud. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. Just then, light footsteps approached. Followed by a soft cough. Ahem, ahem. Spirit Medium Squad of the Imperial Capital Spirit Guard Bureau, mission accomplished, returning to the capital. The voice belonged to a young woman. The group turned toward the sound and saw a youthful face. It was a 4-person squad. The woman in the lead wore her hair in a high ponytail. Behind her stood 2 burly men and a gaunt youth with 3 eyes. Chu Feng's eyes widened in shock. This Spirit Medium Squad was no stranger to him. Or rather, the entire Xia Kingdom knew them well. They were one of the elite squads of the Xia Kingdom's Spirit Control Bureau. Unlike other squads, their overall combat strength wasn't top tier, yet they consistently cracked bizarre cases. In fact, some cases simply couldn't be solved without them. Fu Hong'an turned back and said amiably, Well, the 4 little ones, how did you find time to visit the imperial capital? Only then did the slender youth reply. Our case clues unexpectedly led back to the capital, so we came to search for more leads. We never expected to find another case here. If Principal Fu permits, might we be allowed to investigate? The slender youth was none other than Yang Qian. Though his demeanor was reserved and his speech measured. But when Chu Feng looked into his eyes, he saw utter contempt for everything. It was the gaze of one who felt invincible. Fu Hong'an laughed heartily before nodding. Excellent. Your arrival is timely. This case can be solved. The true power of the Spirit Medium Squad lay in their ability to forcibly trace through time and space. Such power was truly unparalleled, even across the entire ghost-taming realm. The woman with the boss-like aura pinched her nose as she approached Meichuan Kuzu's corpse, then immediately began chanting the incantation. After an unknown period, before everyone's eyes, the woman's spirit left her body and entered Meichuan Kuzu's. Chu Feng was stunned. Holy crap, why hadn't he thought of such an outrageous investigative method? Her soul was gone, but his was still intact. If he used his own soul as bait to deceive his own spirit, couldn't he pull off a perfect deception? Interrogate my soul, but make it answer for the deceased's actions. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. At least the current Chu Feng couldn't pull off something like this. Moreover, the risks involved are simply too great. One misstep, and you could find yourself imprisoned within the other's body. The consequence? An eternity without rebirth. Of course, Chu Feng was overthinking it. Because Yang Qian was there. Suddenly, the crevice between Yang Qian's eyebrows above his eyes opened wide. A golden pupil shone upon the woman and Meichuan Kuzi. Divine light shines, repelling all evil. Meanwhile, the 2 burly men stood flanking them, banners in hand. One clad in black, the other in white, engaged in a cosplay performance. Everything appeared perfectly normal. If all went smoothly, the truth might soon be revealed. While everyone focused intently on this spirit summoning spectacle, Chu Feng was studying. Because he possessed every function of their entire squad all by himself. A medium, a bodyguard, and even a ghost officer. He could handle it all by himself. Thus, Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes and observed like a diligent student. As the saying goes, the uninitiated watch for spectacle, while the initiated observe the essence. Chu Feng watched as the leader's spirit entered Mei Chuankuzi's body. This step was sound. But immediately afterward, a soul emerged from Mei Chuankuzi's body. This soul no longer bore the leader's appearance, but instead took the form of a young woman. No need to guess that soul belonged to Mei Chuankuzi. Could this mean the simulation has succeeded? The spirit emerged from her body, but not in a normal manner. It seemed as if it were playing in reverse. Its eyes were vacant as it tumbled from the suspended body, landing at the end of the corridor. It then stiffly stood up and began walking backward toward the corridor. Backward it went until it reached Mythical Kuzu's lounge. To the others, it appeared as though Mythical Kuzu's lounge door had opened out of thin air. To Chu Feng, however, it was clear the soul had opened the door. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Someone even shouted, "It's haunted." Chu Feng just rolled his eyes. Damn it, this ghost-taming world. If not ghosts, what else would haunt it? Haunt people? Immediately after, the spirit retreated into the room. Chu Feng hurriedly followed, immediately activating the impartial recorder. Fu Honggan tacitly approved this action. Among those present, he needed to stay behind to maintain order. Only Chu Feng could enter the room to investigate. As Chu Feng stepped inside, an eerie chill washed over him. Then, he saw Mei Chuankuzi's spirit soul sitting in front of the sofa, watching something on the television. Then, a familiar scene unfolded in the room. The window was wide open, and a cold wind was blowing in. Yet the woman remained unchanged, sitting there motionless. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng even began to feel weary. Yet by then, he sensed something was terribly wrong. According to the timeline, shouldn't Mei Chuankuzi have had an encounter with Ri Chuankoban, sent him out, and then died? Yet so much time had passed, and still nothing had happened? Meanwhile, at the spirit medium squad's location, the leader's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, sweat pouring down like rain. Her psychic abilities had limits. Once she reached her threshold, there might be no turning back. Yet the stakes were too high now. Even if it meant pushing her body to the brink, she had to get to the bottom of this case. Yet Chu Feng sensed something amiss. According to the timeline, he should already be witnessing the manner of Mei Chuankuzi's death. Unless, they weren't entering the original timeline at all. Has the timeline itself been altered by the evil spirit's manipulation? As Chu Feng pondered this, a Grim Reaper's scythe was already drawn close to the spirit's throat. Chu Feng realized this wasn't some kind of rewind. This was a trap to lure others in and kill them. Run! With no time to react, Chu Feng could only hurl the soul-summoning banner. But it was already too late. The scythe fell, and the soul shattered. Chapter 115, Reaper of Death. Meanwhile, at the spirit medium squad's location. After the leader forcibly pulled the soul back, she coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Hongyan and Yang Qian immediately rushed into the room. Though their actions were synchronized, their thoughts diverged. Their shared goal remained capturing the culprit. But Fu Hongyan's primary concern now was Chu Feng's personal safety. If he were to send Chu Feng away to investigate this matter, that would be a sin he could never erase from his conscience. Chu Feng was a treasure to the Xia kingdom. Fu Hongyan shattered the door with a single palm strike. Immediately afterward, the two witnessed an unbelievable scene. Within the room lurked a terrifying specter. To be precise, two. A burly specter clad in official robes was choking a hooded scythe-wielding ghost by the throat. Above the scythe-wielding specter's head, the character for death was slowly forming. Chu Feng lunged forward. Fu Hongyan quickly pulled Chu Feng into her arms. For the specter before them was none other than a demonic specter. Even Yang Qian couldn't help but startle. After all, he'd heard rumors about this year's rookie king being quite the talent, but he never imagined the guy would be this good. Indeed, though merely a remnant of Zhong Kuei, he could still choke a demon-slaying ghost with one hand. This was the terrifying nature of a heroic spirit ghost. Its power could not be measured by ordinary cultivation standards. Immediately after, Fu Hongyan stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. Even now, Chu Feng still didn't know what kind of contract ghost Fu Hongyan possessed. He'd only ever seen him use punches and palms in battle. This time was no exception. As Fu Hongyan brought his palm crashing down, the scythe-wielding Grim Reaper's spectral form instantly dissipated. But strangely, with another strike, the ghostly form solidified once more. Chu Feng realized this ghost entity possessed a unique quality. Yang Qian, shine the ghost eye on it. Seeing this, Fu Hongyan immediately ordered. Yang Qian activated his ghost eyes and shone them upon the scythe-wielding Grim Reaper. Then, something utterly unexpected unfolded before everyone's eyes. Beneath the hood, it was swirling with the souls of countless deceased individuals. Most strikingly visible among them were the woman who had died in Chu Feng's arms and Mei Chuankuzi, who had just perished. This was a hybrid specter, fused with the souls of countless ghostly beings. In other words, within this specter's body resided numerous ghostly forms. The ghost Chu Feng had easily subdued earlier was merely an early-stage demonic ghost, not the mid-stage demonic ghost Fu Hongen had dealt with. That palm strike had merely sent the early-stage demonic ghost on its way. The entity now emerging to fight was likely far more formidable than a mere early-stage demonic spirit. Fu Hongen's brow furrowed deeply. This is bad. Little Yang, go summon Principal Xiao for backup. Little Feng and I will hold this thing off for now.
Fu Hongen had no choice but to make the worst-case assumption. That is, the mid-stage demonic ghost he was facing, despite its formidable power, was not the strongest among these chimera ghosts. Chu Feng, however, remained unconcerned. Master, once the death character is completed, every ghost within this creature will perish.
Fu Hongen was startled too.
The sudden appearance of this ghost left him baffled. But when he saw the judge's brush strapped to the back of that burly ghostly figure, everything clicked into place. He looked at Chu Feng with relief, murmuring, "This kid, he's truly a freak." Indeed, having obtained the ghost spirit summoning scroll yesterday, he could already conjure a ghostly entity today. Such terrifying growth could no longer be described as merely prodigious. The scythe-wielding Grim Reaper seemed to grasp the meaning of Chu Feng's words. It struggled to break free, only to find itself utterly trapped within Zhong Kuei's massive grip. Seeing the fierce struggle, Zhong Kuei swiftly drew the ghost binding rope from his waist and bound the scythe reaper tightly. Of course, that wasn't enough. The ghostly entity that had come out to fight, realizing it couldn't prevail, directly summoned that mid-stage demonic ghost. After all, being a mid-stage demonic spirit, its formidable power still reached a certain limit. Old Fu, deploy the contracted ghost. Chu Feng was struggling to hold his ground and had no choice but to call upon Fu Hongen. Fu Hongen glanced at the ghost creature struggling to break free from the binding rope and said with a smile, "You were running so enthusiastically just now.
Care to try again?"
Immediately, a golden-bodied Arhat materialized behind Fu Hongen. The Arhat radiated golden light, head bowed and eyes closed, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Clearly, Fu Hongen's contracted ghost was also a spirit ghost and a formidable one at that.
"Ghost Arhat, it's been ages since we worked together."
Fu Hongen seemed to be communicating with the ghost Arhat behind him.
Immediately after, under the ghost Arhat's protection, Fu Hongen's body began to transform into a golden form. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel.
So it seems that the ultimate cultivation of the physical body is indeed sufficient to slay 100 ghosts.
Indeed, with Fu Hongen's current cultivation technique,
forget slaying ghostly beings, he could probably crush a ghost tamer with a single palm strike. The Scythe Reaper, seeing Fu Hongen getting serious, felt fear welling up within him. Even though the strongest ghost within him was currently elsewhere, summoning it still required specific conditions. In other words, the only ghost the Scythe Reaper could currently send to fight was this mid-stage demonic ghost. Facing Fu Hongen and Chu Feng's righteous 2-on-1 assault, it would truly perish. Behind Fu Hongen, the golden-bodied Arhat who had been meditating with closed eyes a moment before suddenly flashed forward, appearing directly before the Scythe Reaper. Immediately following, a punch erupted. The punch was so fast that Chu Feng couldn't even discern its trajectory. All Chu Feng knew was that with that single punch, the ghostly entity's scythe was nearly shattered. But immediately after, the ghost binding rope loosened. Realizing its disadvantage, the Scythe Reaper immediately attempted to flee toward the window. Its form blurred like a phantom as it shot toward the window in a flash. Seeing Fu Hongen and the others not pursuing behind him, it sneered inwardly.
"All strength, no speed. Next time I come, I'll finish you off."
But soon, it understood why Chu Feng and the others hadn't pursued. Outside the window, beside Yang Xian, stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in an administrative jacket. The old man smiled kindly, and the pagoda in his hands suddenly grew larger. In the next instant, the pagoda grew as large as a skyscraper, crushing down heavily upon the Scythe Reaper. The Scythe Death God assumed the pagoda was meant to crush him. But what the Scythe Reaper never anticipated was that this was a physical suppression. Thus, instead of unleashing his most powerful late-stage demonic entity, the Scythe Reaper was crushed to death by the tower. The ghost was dead, and such a powerful contract ghost at that. The surrounding area had been thoroughly investigated, revealing no signs of living beings. Thus, it could be confirmed. The spirit manipulator was among the attending VIPs. Xiaojun dropped his previous amiable expression and commanded, "All Spirit Control Bureau personnel, search every room. Do not let that spirit controller slip through our fingers." Chapter 116, Xia Qingtong's Exposure. Immediately, teams of 5 Imperial Spirit Control Bureau agents began a thorough search of the entire lounge. Though called a lounge, it was essentially a temporary luxury hotel. Therefore, even with such a thorough search, the culprit could not be quickly identified. The reason for operating in fives was to ensure they could effectively counter the killer if confronted. Meanwhile, in room 611 on the 6th floor, Sheffield was coughing up blood, his face etched with exhaustion. Indeed, the backlash a regular ghost inflicted upon its contract holder upon death was terrifying enough. How much more so for a chimera ghost? Beside him, Baron paused in surprise before opening a treasure box. Inside the box lay a ghost power pill of supreme quality. Its value was beyond measure. But now, no matter how painful it was, Sheffield had to swallow it down. As the pill descended, Sheffield closed his eyes and focused his mind, feeling an immediate surge of clarity wash over his internal organs. Then, a colossal surge of ghostly energy began reshaping his meridians. Thus, though outwardly no signs of ghostly backlash were visible, there remained lingering dangers. It was time to sacrifice the pawn. Huff. Baron, move. Sheffield exhaled deeply, his words coming with effort. Baron understood immediately and summoned the ghostly entity. On the 5th floor below, in Xia Qingtong's lounge. Upon receiving the message, he froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. What? So it's come to this? Xia Qingtong felt a twinge of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. After initially establishing contact with the Lighthouse Nation, he had expected a substantial reward. The technology they proposed genuinely piqued his curiosity. Could this demon spirit evolution truly yield the world's most powerful ghostly entity? Initially, the Lighthouse Nation had offered this technology as a trade. Driven by greed, Xia Qingtong even betrayed his own daughter, forcibly stripping Xia Hua's contract spirit to test its feasibility. Seeing this method succeed, he chose to join the Lighthouse Nation's side. He had planned to flee to the Lighthouse Nation after the World Conference, but his scheme was exposed prematurely. Thus, only one path remained for Xia Qingtong. He summoned one of his own contract spirits and violently crushed it to pieces. The next moment, a mouthful of old blood gushed forth. In the adjacent room, Xia Chan heard the commotion. She knocked on the door and entered. Seeing her father in such a pitiful state, Xia Chan asked, "Father, what happened?" Xia Qingtong gave a sinister smile. "Channer, how did you know I was coming to find you?" Before Xia Chan could grasp her father's meaning, a searing pain erupted at the back of her head, followed by darkness engulfing her vision. This was all part of his plan. Even if Xia Chan hadn't come to her, she would have gone to him and taken him away. After his profound encounter with the deceased Su Qing, Xia Qingtong had also seized her wind ghost. Now, that wind ghost had been infused with vast resources, reaching the initial stage of the Yaksha realm. Its speed was beyond imagination. After witnessing Mei Chuan Kuzi's gruesome death with their own eyes, the assembled guests finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They obediently returned to their rooms to cooperate with the investigation, not daring to step outside. At that very moment, the Spirit Control Bureau had just reached the 5th floor. Seeing this, Xia Qingtong burst out the door. Director Xia! Director Xia! Please assist our investigation. A small squad of the Spirit Guard Bureau first spotted Xia Qingtong with his back to them. Beside him, Xia Chan leaned against his shoulder as if asleep. Xia Qingtong didn't respond. He spun around abruptly, and his contracted ghost, the Calamity Ghost, instantly killed the officers. He then strode away. This scene was witnessed by another squad, who immediately notified Xiaojun and the others. Principal Xiao, we've found the murderer. Yes. Director Xia Qingtong. At this revelation, even Xiaojun's imposing frame trembled. What? It was hard to fathom that the director of the Lingyu Bureau in Tianjin, a city adjacent to the capital, could be the mastermind behind this case. This outcome caught everyone completely off guard. Only Fu Hongyan and Chu Feng exchanged a glance, sensing that this matter was far from straightforward. Given Xia Qingtong's meticulous approach to handling affairs, he absolutely would not make such a rookie mistake. Though both men despised Xia Qingtong with a passion. All the clues leading up to this point pointed to someone else being the mastermind behind it all. But there was nothing they could do. Since Xia Qingtong had openly killed a Lingyu agency operative and fled. For now, he remained the top priority. Thus, the entire Spirit Guard mobilized. To apprehend Xia Qingtong. Chu Feng felt somewhat helpless and had no choice but to follow along. At this point, 2 minutes had already passed since the incident was exposed. To everyone's astonishment, within just 2 minutes, Xia Qingtong had vanished without a trace. Yang Qian frowned and activated his third eye once more. Once the heavenly eye was activated, it illuminated Xia Qingtong's escape route. But what astonished everyone beyond belief was Xia Qingtong's escape speed. It was unimaginably fast. This was simply not the escape speed of a normal human. It was certain that among the ghostly entities he had contracted, there was one exceptionally skilled in concealment and escape. Chu Feng recognized this entity instantly. It had to be the ghostly entity Su Qing had used to track him. Even if the Ghost Bride used the Blood Sea, she couldn't hope to match it. Now, under Xia Qingtong's cultivation, that ghostly entity had reached an even higher realm. Its speed was unimaginable. Moreover, its speed was approaching that of teleportation. Even with Yang Qian's heavenly eye illuminating the surroundings, they kept hitting dead ends. Finally, when the group chased it to a small stream near the city gates, all traces of Xia Qingtong vanished. Yang Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Strange. With my heavenly eye active, no one can hide. How did he vanish right under my nose? Gazing at the rushing stream, Chu Feng voiced his hypothesis. I suspect it's the mirror ghost's teleportation ability. Teleportation ability? As soon as Chu Feng spoke, everyone suddenly understood. Exactly. It must be that mirror ghost's teleportation ability. Our previous investigations already confirmed that mirror ghosts, after evolving from malevolent spirits, possess an absurdly vast teleportation range.
Given that, it'll likely be impossible for us to track it down again.
After Chu Feng finished speaking, the group fell into a profound silence. Indeed, with teleportation abilities, capturing it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Chu Feng hadn't anticipated that Xia Qingtong still had another mirror ghost in his possession. But suddenly, an idea flashed through Chu Feng's mind.
Quick, open that forum and find that post.
Pinpoint the location of the latest poster. That's where Xia Qingtong teleported to.
Exactly.
If the method of using malice for teleportation hadn't changed, the IP address of the latest poster was highly likely to be Xia Qingtong's hiding place.
Chapter 117, Escape.
These words struck like a bolt of lightning. Even Xiaozhen looked at Chu Feng with a satisfied smile. Such meticulous thinking, truly a promising prospect. But when the technicians investigated that post again, their expressions instantly darkened.
Seeing the technician's distressed expression, Chu Feng hurriedly asked, has something new come up?
The technician glanced at everyone, his expression downcast as he replied. The post has been deleted. At this news, everyone's expressions darkened considerably, though Chu Feng still clung to a sliver of hope.
Chu Feng pressed on.
We're already quite close to Jinmen now. I propose that some operatives return to interrogate the deputy director of the Lingyu Bureau in Jinmen. The other group should proceed to the Spirit Guard Bureau in Jinmen for a thorough investigation. Chu Feng's reasoning was not without merit. After all, those leaflets bearing the mirror ghost mark had been delivered through the deputy director's hands.
To claim he was unaware of Xia Qingtong's background? Only a fool would believe that.
But Chu Feng had another reason for sending some back.
If everyone rushed out to pursue Xia Qingtong, what would happen if troublemakers caused chaos in the rest area? Fu Hongyan seemed to grasp Chu Feng's intent and immediately led a core group back.
The other group, led by Xiaozhen, included Chu Feng and Yang Qian among its ranks. Xiaozhen looked at the two prodigies before him with satisfaction, slapping both of their shoulders. With you too, the great Xia has a future.
Chu Feng replied solemnly.
The future of great Xia is forged by all of us together. It cannot be changed by just a few individuals.
Of course, I will give it my all. Yang Qian nodded slightly, his eyes betraying his unmistakable ambition. I believe I can make it happen. With just one sentence, the two men's differing perspectives were laid bare. Born into the Yang family of the imperial capital and having awakened the spirit of the hero, Yang Qian naturally carried himself with pride. Yet he never imagined that a figure like Chu Feng would emerge from the remote countryside. And what's more, Chu Feng's strength had already surpassed his own. Indeed, Yang Qian was certain that if he had been the first to enter Mei Chuan Kuzu's room, neither he nor the big sister would have survived. Xiaozhen merely smiled. Whether leading the masses or standing alone to guard a pass, they are all fine sons and daughters of our Xia kingdom. Little Feng, you're in such a hurry to take us to the Jingmen Lingyu Bureau. Have you discovered something else?
Xiaozhen knew full well that Fu Hongyan and Xia Qing had a deep-seated grudge. But he never imagined that when Fu Hongyan's downfall finally came, he would actually feel secure enough to return and take up his post. This clearly showed he had complete trust in Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded in agreement, inwardly marveling. Principal Xiaozhen wasn't just immensely powerful, his insight into human nature had reached a profound level. Thus, Chu Feng felt no need to conceal anything further. To be perfectly honest, since I enrolled as a student, I've encountered at least 3 or 5 incidents related to Xia Qingtong. Many haunted locations in the capital are connected to Xia Qingtong. That ghost breeding incident at Chongshan Mental Hospital earlier? That was Xia Qingtong's doing. Yet for some reason, the Imperial Capital Spirit Control Bureau seems utterly oblivious, tolerating Xia Qingtong's crimes. I suspect it's because he has other. Chu Feng stopped himself. To say more would indeed be going too far. To raise ghosts right under the capital's nose? Who'd believe there wasn't a protective umbrella behind it? Xiaozhen smiled but didn't respond, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. So, Xiao Feng, you're so eager for us to go to the Spirit Guard Bureau in Tianjin. Do you have any certainty about this? Chu Feng chuckled, recalling Xia Qingtong's mention of that 1,000-year-old zombie king's finger. But since he couldn't be certain the creature was still at the Spirit Guard Bureau, he chose to keep the details under wraps for now. Once the principal arrives in Tianjin, he'll find out. Meanwhile, the Spirit Guard Bureau in Jinmen was in an uproar. The lower-ranking operatives were stunned. Upon hearing that their immediate superior had defected, everyone looked utterly bewildered. Those who had actually participated in the shady dealings either fled or, unable to escape, had no choice but to turn themselves in. Of course, escape was impossible. The Lingyu Bureau possessed considerable depth and resources. After Xia Qingtong vanished, tens of thousands of troops had already sealed off Tianjin, leaving no room to breathe. Every agent of the Spirit Guard Bureau was elite among elites, with even the lowest-ranked contract spirits possessing the power of blood-robe ghosts. Such a tight security perimeter guaranteed no one could escape. Jingmen locked down. Half an hour later, a white-haired elder clad in a long robe arrived at the gates of the Lingyu Bureau in Jinmen, accompanied by a contingent of its agents. Xiaojun, president of Imperial Capital University and deputy commander of the Xia Nation's Spirit Guard Command, reporting for duty.
The announcement sent a wave of shock through the Tianjin Spirit Guard officers. By order of the Spirit Guard Bureau Commander, we are here to investigate Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau.
With that, Chu Feng led his group straight through the doors. A portly director with prominent ears collided head-on with Chu Feng. Seeing the panic in the man's face, Chu Feng understood.
This guy had something to hide.
Chu Feng drew the extreme intent heavenly slash from his hand and pressed it directly against the man's throat.
Speak! Where is the basement?
The portly official's eyes darted nervously, his forehead already beaded with sweat.
What basement? I don't know.
Chu Feng paid him no mind, pressing the blade of the extreme intent heavenly slash closer. A crimson gash, nearly drawing blood, sliced across his skin.
You don't believe I'll kill you?
Chu Feng's tone was menacing, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The defection of an official of Xia Qingtong's caliber naturally commanded Xia Nation's utmost attention. Consequently, the authority granted to Chu Feng at this moment was absurdly high.
Even if he couldn't extract any information, if that fat bastard dared resist, Chu Feng would slit his throat in an instant. Terrified out of his wits, the official blurted out.
I'll take you there, don't kill me. Immediately, 2 Spirit Guard officers pinned the man down and marched toward the location he indicated. They removed the metal pin to his chest and placed it upon a wall clock. Instantly, a hidden door opened.
Damn it! Using the Lingyu Bureau metal as a key to open a shadowy door, what a beast! Xiaojun couldn't help but curse. Upon entering the gloomy chamber, the sight that greeted them sent a chill down everyone's spine. Countless transparent capsules and display cases held at least hundreds of different types of ghostly creatures. Moreover, these ghostly creatures were still alive, with energy tubes inserted into their bodies. Those energy tubes converged into a central experimental chamber. The chamber lay shattered, leaving only a pool of broken glass and a puddle of black liquid. What caught Chu Feng's attention most prominently was the clothes rack beside the experimental chamber. Clothing dripping with blood hung there. Xia Qingtong just escaped. Chu Feng shouted, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. Chapter 118, Sacrificing Xia Chan, the Snow Maiden emerges. Indeed, upon seeing the fragments of the mirror ghost atop the experimental chamber, Chu Feng devised another plan. He immediately turned to Yang Qian. Senior Yang Qian, please activate the heavenly eye once more to illuminate the area. Yang Qian was somewhat puzzled, but Chu Feng's leadership was undeniably on par with his own.
Without thinking, he complied. Sure enough, after the heavenly eye illuminated the area, the ghostly energy scattered from the shattered ghostly form left behind by Xia Qingtong appeared before everyone's eyes.
Xiaojun inquired, what is it? Have you found a clue, Chu Feng?
A smile touched Chu Feng's lips as he summoned the soul-summoning banner once more. In the next instant, the mirror ghost previously subdued by Chu Feng materialized before them. Chu Feng could only sigh inwardly with relief that he hadn't killed the thing. If he really had killed it, things would have gotten quite complicated. Seeing Chu Feng summon it, the mirror ghost was utterly terrified. This fellow before it was a ghost slayer who never blinked. The others were startled to see Chu Feng summon a mirror ghost evolved from an evil spirit. What the hell? How many ghosts does this Chu Feng have under his command? Chu Feng wasted no words, slamming the mirror ghost's head hard onto the ground. Sniff out his scent and lead me to him. Chu Feng commanded. The mirror ghost dared not refuse. Indeed, it couldn't refuse. It was utterly stripped of dignity, reduced to nothing more than a dog. But it had no choice. After about half a minute, Chu Feng saw the mirror ghost stop sniffing and asked, well, can you lead us there? Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Mirror ghost's eyes brimmed with loyalty. The next moment, a mirror the size of a full-length mirror appeared before them. Chu Feng looked at Xiaojun, then at Yang Qian, his eyes brimming with respect. Even though Yang Qian's heavenly eye couldn't pinpoint the enemy's exact location, it had still been a tremendous help. Xiaojun, however, voiced his suspicion, this mirror ghost, evolved from an evil spirit, isn't it setting us up? Indeed, if it were a ghost contracted by someone else, that possibility certainly existed. Some spirits with low loyalty might use such methods to kill their contractors, thereby achieving freedom. Some ghost traffickers even deliberately employed this tactic, passing ghostly entities through multiple hands to collude with the spirits. But Chu Feng's ghosts were no ordinary spirits. Once contracted, their loyalty skyrocketed to the maximum. To dispel everyone's concerns, Chu Feng strode swiftly into the mirror. The next moment, Xiaojun and Yang Qian exchanged glances before following closely behind Chu Feng. Seeing their leaders show no fear, the operatives naturally felt reassured and entered the mirror as well. After a dizzying sensation akin to stepping through a portal, Chu Feng and the others landed on a snowy plain. Surprised, they looked around, finding themselves in a land blanketed by deep snow. Holy crap, where the hell did you bring me? Chu Feng stared at the mirror ghost in disbelief, only to find the mirror ghost looking genuinely aggrieved. But, that scent definitely led us here. When Chu Feng checked his phone, he discovered they had arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. Bitingly cold winds whipped through the air, and snowflakes fell like razor-sharp ice blades. Yet everyone was dressed in thin, short-sleeved shirts. Sure, there was a ghostbinder with a fire-type contract ghost in the group, but a tiny flame couldn't possibly withstand the blinding blizzard. Thus, the flame flickered to life only to be instantly extinguished. The situation grew awkward. Seeing this, Chu Feng swiftly summoned dozens of fire spirits. Each fire spirit immediately activated its self-ignition state. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of warmth wash over them, even a hint of heat. At that moment, the curiosity about Xia Qingtong's whereabouts that had been swirling in everyone's minds was completely overshadowed by Chu Feng. They all wanted to know. Chu Feng, just how many contract ghosts do you have? And the most mind-blowing part was that once the fire ghost entered self-ignition mode, it was essentially a slow-motion ghost body explosion. Was Chu Feng that tough, able to withstand a ghost body explosion head-on? Yet after one fire ghost exploded, Chu Feng summoned several more ghostly entities as if nothing had happened. Chu Feng said nothing more. Surrounded by a ring of fire ghosts, the group resumed their search for Xia Qingtong's whereabouts. But just as they approached a thickly frozen patch of ice, suddenly, a man-sized hole appeared beneath several people's feet, pulling them straight down. Watch out! Chu Feng shouted instinctively, summoning 30 to 50 water ghosts to rescue the group. But when they finally pulled the figures from the water, they discovered only skeletal remains remained. Something's wrong with this water. Get out of here fast. Xiaozhen thrust his palms forward, propelling everyone except Chu Feng and Yang Qian to the shore. No one could have imagined that beneath the seemingly serene ice surface lay such immense danger. Then, from beneath the water's surface, a wild, unrestrained laugh echoed out. Ha 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 ha. Chu Feng, Xiao old dog, neither of you will escape today. In the next instant, the ice shattered completely, forcing Chu Feng and the others to leap into the air. Beneath the water, Xia Qingtong held a woman clad in an ice-white gown. What was most startling was the vivid crimson stain staining the woman's chest. Chu Feng stared in utter disbelief. This was the very same Xia Chan who had saved him from the clutches of countless ghosts in the desolate tombs. The sharp-minded, capable senior sister Xia Chan who ran the 8-Mile Tomb Academy with an iron fist, now lay cold in Xia Qingtong's arms. Old ghost Xia, what have you done to senior sister Xia? Chu Feng's rage boiled over, his eyes blazing with fury as if he wanted to tear Xia Qingtong limb from limb. Xia Qingtong glanced at Chu Feng with disdain, sneering. Senior sister Xia? Don't be ridiculous. Does old demon Fu even deserve to be called Channer's master? You have no right to call my Channer senior sister. Xia Qingtong gazed at Xia Chan's face with eyes brimming with affection, yet his expression was utterly deranged. Chu Feng pointed at Xia Qingtong and erupted in fury. You killed your own daughter and still claim to love her? What difference did you make between Xia Chan and Xia Hua? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You're worse than a beast. Chu Feng's curses grew increasingly vile, yet Xia Qingtong seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng with savage intensity. Say whatever you want. Either way, you're all going to die. The next moment, to the shock of Chu Feng and the others, upon the frozen sea of suffering, a ghostly figure emerged, radiating an otherworldly beauty like a goddess. The apparition clung tightly to Xia Qingtong's shoulder. In the next instant, a torrential blizzard poured down upon the entire space. You have no idea how long it took me to obtain this snow maiden. My Channer inherited her mother's beauty, her wisdom, even her very essence. Yet this rare soul-bound spirit, she should have been mine. Xia Qingtong raged like a madman, while the snow maiden behind him held tears in her eyes, yet remained tightly clinging to his shoulder. The snow maiden wept. The world was withering away. Even Yang Qian and Xiaozhen, upon contact with this ice and snow, had instantly turned into ice sculptures. Xia Qingtong turned to Chu Feng and said, The entire world is frozen, yet Channer spared only you? Impossible. This can't be. Xia Qingtong stared at Chu Feng in utter disbelief, his eyes bulging as he scratched his head and pulled at his beard. You must die. In an instant, the snow maiden's pupils snapped open, unleashing countless ice needles that pierced toward Chu Feng. Chapter 119, On the Brink of Life and Death, the drought demon emerges. The snow maiden descended, withering all life. Yet under the lingering influence of Xia Chan's final consciousness, Chu Feng somehow avoided being instantly frozen. Even so, in Xia Qingtong's eyes, Chu Feng was no different from a solid ice statue. Even Xiaozhen, who possessed the Yan Luo ghost, was frozen solid by the snow woman's icy grasp. Much less Chu Feng, who possessed only the Yaksa ghost. In truth, the snow maiden's current power was likely on par with the Yama level. Had Xiaozhen been prepared, he would never have been frozen instantly. But alas, the ghost-taming realm knows no ifs. Whereas the demon-slaying ghost could manifest a small-scale ghostly domain around itself, the Yama ghost could form an enormous domain with its physical body. At its mildest, it could alter terrain. At its most extreme, it could annihilate all living beings within its reach. Within the Snow Woman's domain, she is invincible. Xia Qingtong gazed at Xia Chan in his arms, his eyes filled with pity as he asked, Channer, why did you still choose to protect him in the end? You never truly mastered the Snow Woman. She wasn't meant for protection. What the Snow Maiden is meant to do is destroy all living things. Xia Qingtong laughed wildly, his laughter turning frenzied. He couldn't care less whether Chu Feng escaped or not. Within the Snow Woman's domain, whether one fled or not,
the outcome was the same. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed tightly. The intense sense of danger made him feel uneasy.
He glanced back at Xiaojun and Yang Qian, now frozen solid like ice sculptures, murmuring silently to himself. What should I do? If we fight here, Principal Xiao and Senior Yang Qian will inevitably get caught in the crossfire. But me, with my current strength, I'm clearly no match for him. Despair washed over Chu Feng, yet he took another step towards Xia Qingtong. This way, if a fight broke out, the two of them wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. At the very least, it would leave them with a whole body. Endless fury filled Chu Feng's heart. Why? Why does this man before me show such utter disregard for all living things? Why wasn't I stronger? Strong enough to change the world? Even if I perish here today, I will tear a chunk of flesh from him. As Chu Feng thought this, several ghostly figures materialized behind him. The ghostly general with a broadsword, the ghostly bride, the zombie Taoist master, the ghostly scholar, and Zhong Kuei stood behind him. These were 5 Yeksha ghosts. Their combined power far exceeded the imagination of most ghost tamers. Unfortunately, Chu Feng now faced a Yama ghost. Chu Feng silently addressed the ghostly beings. Today, I, Chu Feng, may die here. But I implore you all to lend me your strength. Even in death, I won't let Xia Qingtong off easy. With that, the extreme intent heavenly slash manifested in Chu Feng's hand. Immediately, the ghostly horde of the 8th Tomb Academy materialized behind him. Pointing his sword at Xia Qingtong, Chu Feng roared with every ounce of strength. Old villain Xia! Though I may not kill you, you won't live comfortably either. Abandoning your wife and daughter, sacrificing your own flesh and blood to obtain a soul-bound ghost, you are unworthy of being called human. My fellow ghost brothers, though I've been exceptionally strict with you all, this battle may well be our last. Chu Feng said no more, channeling ghostly power into his extreme intent heavenly slash. With such power, conquering a city would be no challenge. Indeed, it could even annihilate minor kingdoms. This was the terrifying power of a ghostbinder. Since awakening the ghost officer system, Chu Feng had been virtually unstoppable. Yet facing the Snow Woman before him, he felt powerless for the first time. I may not win, but don't expect victory to come easily. Even if I, Chu Feng, perish today, countless ghostbusters of Xia Nation will hunt you down and slay you. You traitorous scum, you'll die a miserable death. Chu Feng said no more, raising his extreme intent heavenly slash to strike at Xia Qingtong. The speed was so great it produced a distinct whistling sound. This strike consumed every ounce of Chu Feng's ghost energy. Behind Chu Feng surged a vast tide of ghosts. They followed Chu Feng with unwavering loyalty. They would follow him through fire and water, undaunted by death. Despite Chu Feng having exerted every ounce of his strength, Xia Qingtong's expression remained utterly unruffled. Indeed, in his eyes, Chu Feng's strike was no different from an ant shaking a tree. Indeed, would someone high above feel pain from an ant's bite? When you're weak enough, even a roar meant to intimidate is seen by the strong as nothing more than a cute little show. Yet Xia Qingtong harbored no intent to kill Chu Feng at this moment. He intended to toy with Chu Feng, to play with Fu Hongyan's disciple, to make him understand the consequences of opposing him. Thus, when Chu Feng unleashed his full power strike towards Xia Qingtong didn't even bother to dodge. The Snow Maiden behind him merely extended her fingertip. The instant the fingertip touched the blade's edge, the sword chi which seemed to carry the force of a mountain-moving tide suddenly ceased. Like a speeding train halting in an instant. Immediately afterward, the extreme intent heavenly slash realm began to freeze from the tip of the blade, rapidly spreading along the sword's length. And its target was none other than Chu Feng himself. If Chu Feng did not withdraw his sword or release his grip, he would surely meet the same fate as Xiaojun and Yang Qian. But to release it? That was the last legacy of the sword-sealing ancient kingdom. How could he possibly let go? Behind him, the countless ghostly tide was either frozen solid by the frigid blizzard or had its movement restricted, struggling painfully toward Chu Feng. They could not stand by and watch their master die, yet their strength alone seemed woefully inadequate. Xia Qingtong studied the extreme intent heavily slash for a moment before turning his gaze back to Chu Feng. His eyes held profound meaning as he declared. It really is you. The remnant of the sword-sealing kingdom from 18 years ago. As he spoke, Xia Qingtong's lips twitched uncontrollably. In his own hands lay the divine artifact of the ancient sword nation. This sword I shall take it. Xia Qingtong sneered contemptuously. But Chu Feng still clung desperately to the extreme intent heavenly slash, refusing to let go. Want this sword? No way. Though Chu Feng glared fiercely at Xia Qingtong, over half his body remained frozen solid. Just as Chu Feng was about to be completely frozen solid, a majestic female voice boomed from the heavens. Old scoundrel Xia! Dare you lay a finger on my Xiao Feng, and you're finished. Xia Qingtong looked up at the sky, but saw no one there. The next moment, a tiny, crimson-clad zombie plummeted from the heavens. The little zombie landed directly between Xia Qingtong and Chu Feng. Immediately, the searing flames radiating from its body transformed into scorching heat. It directly counteracted and neutralized the Snow Maiden's frigid blizzard.
The blizzard transformed into a light drizzle and then, astonishingly, evaporated entirely. This little thing, is it a drought demon? Chu Feng had only heard of this creature from Lin Zhangfeng before, but this was his first encounter. From the classic of poetry, Great Odes, the drought demon wreaks havoc, scorching like a raging fire. The scorching flames of the drought demon overwhelmed the snow maiden's icy assault, and Chu Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over his body. What surprised Chu Feng most was that the little drought demon snatched his sword back in one swift motion. Then, it dived straight into the sword. Chapter 120, Raging Flame Blazing Slash, Severing Xia Qing. The drought demon burrowed into Chu Feng's sword. Simultaneously, it entered Chu Feng's ghost controlling space. It expelled scorching solar flames. As the fire enveloped and forged the entire blade, it simultaneously repaired Chu Feng's shattered ghost controlling space. Countless surges of fervent ghostly energy expanded the space to immense proportions. Chu Feng felt restless agitation throughout his body, as warmth returned and colossal power surged within him once more. The boundless fury within his heart was reignited once more. Chu Feng's eyes blazed like torches. The sword he grasped once more had transformed into a cleaver. The blade blazed with flowing fire. With each swing, the air around it warped and twisted from the intense heat. This was the second of the 7 sealed swords, Wrath's Flame Blazing Inferno Slash. At that moment, Xia Qingtong also faintly sensed a trace of threat. Not only were Snow Maiden's attacks nullified, but even the chill around her vanished entirely. She clung to Xia Qingtong, yet he was drenched in sweat. This oppressive feeling. A sense of impending doom gripped his heart. Chu Feng gripped the blazing flame blade tightly in his hand. At the same moment, an indestructible flame erupted around his body. I wield a blade that can cleave all evil in this world. Chu Feng broke through the air and stepped forward. With a single strike, Xia Qingtong's so-called ultimate protection from the Snow Woman was shattered. Old traitor Xia! Abandoning your wife and daughter, sacrificing your own child, betraying your country, these are unforgivable crimes. You deserve to die. Perhaps the rage within him could no longer be extinguished, for Chu Feng felt the blade in his hand move with unparalleled ease. It felt as though it had grown into his very hand. With the blazing flame slash, he could cleave through all things. Xia Qingtong's eyes were filled with terror. He had prepared for this moment for far too long. His ghostly creature was the Yama ghost, wasn't it? Why was it being utterly overwhelmed by this greenhorn? It could only be said that Xia Qingtong had completely underestimated Chu Feng. He had underestimated the power of the ancient sword kingdom. He had underestimated the terror of the drought fiend. He had also underestimated the unquenchable rage burning within Chu Feng's heart. Until the Xia traitor is slain, my heart shall find no peace. Blazing flames of scorching sunlight erupted from Chu Feng's piercing eyes as he channeled all his ghostly power into the blade. This strike would ensure Xia Qingtong found no resting place in death. Flames erupted from the blade's edge, stretching dozens of meters. Xia Qingtong recoiled in terror. You won't escape. Chu Feng sliced through the air, leaving a fiery trail across the sky. Just as the blade descended, another massive, powerful hand suddenly materialized in the sky. Its surface was a stiff, purplish hue, with countless veins exposed beneath the skin. Yet the owner of that hand remained unseen. Yet Chu Feng could distinctly sense the overwhelming power of its owner. Even if he wasn't crushed by that giant hand, merely being caught in the ghostly force radiating from it would be enough to give him a run for his money. What should I do? Run or fight? Chu Feng hesitated inwardly. If he chose to kill Xia Qingtong, he might not evade the giant hand's attack and meet his end. But if he chose to flee, he had no guarantee of escaping entirely. As the giant hand descended, a faint smile touched Xia Qingtong's lips. He wouldn't die. As long as Chu Feng wanted to live, he couldn't possibly kill him. But clearly, he had underestimated Chu Feng's resolve to kill him. Chu Feng's movements didn't pause, instead, they grew even faster. In a single blink of an eye, he materialized before Xia Qingtong. Xia Qingtong, you die today. Chu Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he swung his cleaver with all his might towards Xia Qingtong's throat. At that very moment, the colossal hand in the sky had already reached behind Chu Feng. Xia Qingtong knew that with the power of that master, Chu Feng was as good as dead the moment that giant hand touched him. But just as the giant hand was about to touch Chu Feng, another slender jade-like hand swept down from the sky, striking the stiff purple hand aside. Chu Feng remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding behind him, while Xia Qingtong stood frozen in shock. Another master and one standing on Chu Feng's side. Ever since the sudden appearance of that long-escaped drought demon earlier, he had sensed a terrifying presence lurking behind Chu Feng. Yet he never imagined that even that great being would be forced into a disadvantage. At that moment, his spirit died within him. The blazing inferno slash, channeling immense fury-fueled ghost energy, severed both Xia Qingtong and the Snow Woman's heads. As the two heads hit the ground, Chu Feng collapsed lifelessly. Beneath Chu Feng's feet lay the same river, now thick with corpse water. Touch it, and death was certain. Yet Chu Feng had no strength left to struggle. Perhaps the only thing that would earn him a place in Xia Kingdom's history was this annihilation of the Prime Minister Xia Qingtong. But that should be enough. I, Chu Feng, die without regret. Just as Chu Feng believed his fate was sealed, he felt a pair of warm, strong hands grasp his waist and lift him up. Next, those hands carried him all the way to the shore. Throughout this process, he could feel his ghostly power beginning to return. Upon reaching the shore, Chu Feng saw the bodies of Xia Qingtong and the other man floating intact on the lake's surface. With the Snow Maiden dead, the Ice Phoenix barrier naturally dissolved, though the surrounding area remained frozen. Thus, though Xia Qingtong and the Snow Maiden had fallen onto the corpse water, they did not immediately sink. Chu Feng rushed towards Xia Qingtong's body, his heart pounding with urgency. There was no other reason Xia Qingtong was currently the only member of the invasion force against Fengjian Kingdom that Chu Feng could reach. One of the members involved in the invasion of the Sword Sealing Kingdom. That meant he must know more names on the invasion roster. By restraining his soul, he could extract more valuable information. Chu Feng reached the shore, summoned the soul summoning banner, and murmured, "Return, O soul, return, O soul." Xia Qingtong's soul was thus drawn forth. Xia Qingtong's face was filled with astonishment, yet also brimming with unwillingness. Not only had he been killed by a junior like Chu Feng, but now even his soul was to be used by him? But just as the soul-binding ritual neared completion, that colossal hand struck out once more. Perhaps realizing it couldn't attack Chu Feng, who was shielded by another pair of jade-like hands. It redirected its assault towards Xia Qingtong. The stiff, purple hand appeared behind Xia Qingtong, merely grazing him with its elongated claws. Immediately, Xia Qingtong's soul contorted in agony before disintegrating into dust. Xia Qingtong's soul had been utterly obliterated. What? Chu Feng's expression froze instantly. This soul-binding ritual did indeed take longer than other operations, but it had been just 1 or 2 seconds away from completion. So just like that, Xia Qingtong, who was practically in the bag, was dead? But this indirectly confirmed one thing. That the owner of this purple-hued giant hand must have a profound connection to Xia Qingtong. It was highly probable that this individual was also a criminal who had harmed the ancient kingdom of Fengjian. Chu Feng stared at the giant hand and declared sternly, "Every move you make today, senior, will be remembered by this junior, Chu Feng. Should I ever uncover your true identity, I shall pay you a visit." As Chu Feng finished speaking, the giant hand vanished. Indeed, that was the essence of Chu Feng's character. You want to kill me, but you can't kill me now. Then don't blame me when I kill you someday. At the same time, Chu Feng gazed at the jade-like hand reaching out from the sky, a few tears welling up in his eyes. Auntie, you're finally back. Chapter 121, Reunited with Auntie. Indeed, the one secretly aiding Chu Feng was none other than his aunt, the woman who had raised him for 18 years. Du Mian. Before, Chu Feng had only thought Du Mian worked too hard. But now, looking back, everything Auntie had done for him was nothing short of heroic. Facing both overt and covert crackdowns and searches for the remnants of the sealed sword sect, she had managed to raise Chu Feng for 18 years in a small town near the imperial capital. Such counter-surveillance prowess spoke volumes about her capabilities. Most astonishingly, she managed to raise Chu Feng as a normal Xia Nation commoner for 18 years. Throughout those 18 years, Chu Feng never once lived in danger. All of this was thanks to Du Mian. Though she was known as the Sacred Maiden of the Sword Sealing Kingdom, Chu Feng still preferred to call her auntie. Upon hearing Chu Feng call her auntie, Du Mian let out a clear, spirited laugh. "Little Feng, it's been a while." A graceful figure tore through space, dressed in a vibrant gown as beautiful as a flower, landing lightly on the ground. Chu Feng, seeing his aunt before him, rushed forward in excitement and embraced her. But immediately afterward, he realized the only thing he could embrace was himself. The aunt before him was not a physical presence, but a mere illusion. Chu Feng wasn't particularly surprised, as the phone number he'd been calling for his aunt had long gone unanswered. What he hadn't anticipated was that the formidable purple-clawed giant hand had actually been driven off by his aunt's phantom form. What kind of power must her true form possess? Her smile bloomed like a flower as her voice, sweet and alluring, murmured, "I never imagined that after so many days apart, Xiao Feng still couldn't bear to be without me. But you've grown up so much now, Xiao Feng." Du Mian gazed tenderly at Chu Feng. "Even though Auntie isn't in Xia Kingdom, she's always been keeping an eye on my little Feng. How about it?" This drought demon support arrived just in time, didn't it? Too many questions swirled in Chu Feng's mind. If Auntie isn't in Xia Kingdom, then where exactly did this drought demon come from? Chu Feng asked in astonishment. "Auntie, if you're not in Xia Kingdom, then where are you?" Chu Feng knew her earlier claim of traveling the world was a lie. The truth was she was hunting down enemies around the world. "Me? I'm still in Japan. Once I've finished off all of them, I'll consider returning home or heading to another country." Only after Chu Feng had developed a certain level of self-defense capability did Du Mian finally initiate her revenge plan. And for Chu Feng's safety, she decided to start with those closest to him. Thus, without any intelligence, Du Mian roamed the streets, challenging every exorcist she encountered. She soon gained a certain level of influence within Japan's ghost summoning circles. The ghost-taming techniques of her opponents and whether the shadow of the sword-sealing kingdom lingered within them were things she could discern at a glance.
Following the trail like this, she had nearly eliminated all the criminals from Neon Nation involved in invading Sword Seal Nation. Yet the high-ranking officials of Neon remained elusive. After all, they were heavily guarded. Moreover, the Neon Nation had become aware of her activities, even detecting her presence within their territory on several occasions. Thus, Dumian had no choice but to temporarily halt her plan. Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, Dumian's shadowy figure flickered. A coarse voice suddenly echoed from the distance. "Bastard!" Immediately, Dumian's composure shattered. He hurriedly said to Chu Feng, "Those two beside you are about to thaw. It's not appropriate for me to reveal myself now. We'll talk later, Xiao Feng." With that, the phantom vanished. Auntie. Chu Feng knew his aunt wasn't having an easy time over there either. After all, every nation possessed powerful figures capable of swaying the world, even representing their country's standing. Take Xia Nation, for instance. Imperial Capital University wasn't the sole gathering place for the mightiest. In fact, with such a group of people, even at his current level, Chu Feng could barely scrape the threshold of their realm. Chu Feng refocused his mind and turned his gaze toward Xiaojun. After all, the Snow Maiden was dead. No matter how potent her Ice Phoenix stance might be, it was insufficient to freeze another expert of equal cultivation level once more. Chu Feng felt fortunate he'd made the right choice. That choice was to avoid fighting near the ice sculpture. Otherwise, Xiaojun and his companions would undoubtedly have been reduced to shards of ice crystals, shattering into pools of blood. Of course, there was one more crucial factor. Xia Qingtong was far too eager to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked toward Xiaojun and the others. The ice and snow covering them had already begun melting into thick pools of water. Seeing the process was too slow, Chu Feng summoned the blazing flame slash, intending to melt the remaining ice with its intense heat. But the moment the blade was drawn, the remaining ice on Xiaojun and the others instantly melted away. Their expressions turned tense, returning to their state before being frozen. "You audacious scoundrel, Xia Qingtong! You old scoundrel Xia, may you rot in hell!" Whether it was Xiaojun, Yang Qian, or the remaining Lingyu Bureau operatives, their eyes widened with fury. But standing before them was Chu Feng, wielding a machete. "Chu Feng, what are you going to do to us?" Chu Feng froze. "What? Speed up the melting process? If I don't do this, who knows how long you'll be frozen like this?" With that, Chu Feng reignited the flames on his machete, and everyone felt an overwhelming warmth. "Oh, we're thawed. But what about Xia Qingtong?" Xiaojun was the first to react. They were thawed, but what about Xia Qingtong? Why was Chu Feng completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened? Chu Feng calmly pointed at the headless corpse on the frozen river, then gestured toward the severed head beside it, stating matter-of-factly, "There. He's dead as a doornail, soul gone." Chu Feng wasn't exaggerating. For Xia Qingtong, losing his soul was a tremendous loss. Yet these words sent shockwaves through Xiaojun and the others. It wasn't just Xiaojun, everyone else was utterly shocked. Though they didn't know the exact extent of Xia Qingtong's power at the time. But they knew their principle. An entity capable of instantly annihilating the principle. Had such a being truly been slain by Chu Feng? The group stared at Chu Feng in utter disbelief, slapping themselves in the face in disbelief. This world was utterly surreal. Yang Qian, in particular, had previously felt that Chu Feng still surpassed him, leaving him somewhat resentful. But seeing that the other had actually killed Xia Qingtong, a man who could crush Xiaojun, suddenly made him feel less resentful. If he's already cheating, what's the point of competing? Chu Feng, you're definitely cheating. Even Xiaojun, stunned by Chu Feng's feat, blurted out a phrase surprisingly trendy for his age. Chu Feng scratched his head and replied, "It wasn't entirely my doing, but it was close enough." Chu Feng's words were indeed true. His aunt had dropped a cheat code from the heavens. But he did kill them with his own hands, right? That part's undeniable, isn't it? After the Spirit Control Bureau identified the headless corpse, Xiaojun sighed deeply and said to Chu Feng, "Let's go back to the imperial capital." Chu Feng looked surprised. "We're leaving already? Aren't we staying in Jinmen a bit longer? There must be more evidence." Xiaojun continued. "Back to the imperial capital to receive our awards and decorations." Chapter 122, Awarding the Medal, the youngest director of the Spirit Command Bureau. Xiaojun understood perfectly well that everyone had their own trump cards. Sometimes asking too many questions could be seen as impolite. As long as Chu Feng stood on the side of Xia Nation, he was a meritorious subject of Xia Nation. He had previously distinguished himself in quelling the ghost tide, and now he had solved both the ghost postman case and the defection of Xia Qingtong. Chu Feng was undoubtedly a deserving hero. At this moment, the 100 Ghosts Forum convened in the imperial capital was drawing to a close. By the time Chu Feng and his companions brought Xia Qingtong's body back to the imperial capital, they arrived just in time for the closing ceremony. At the ceremony, the assembled guests were stunned to see Chu Feng and his companions return. While the foreign guests observed Chu Feng was also observing them. Particularly the delegation from the Lighthouse Nation. After all, they were the ones who should have been held responsible for this case. Sure enough, when Chu Feng looked at them, he noticed a hint of surprise in Sheffield's eyes.
Perhaps in his view, Xia Qingtong simply couldn't have died. The bodies that should have returned to the conference hall were those of Chu Feng and his companions. Yet Xia Qingtong was undeniably dead. Chu Feng and Sheffield locked eyes, while Baron beside them grew visibly irritated. When Chu Feng turned his gaze this way, Baron actually stepped forward to block Chu Feng's line of sight to Sheffield. Unfortunately for him, Chu Feng didn't give him a second thought. After all, his strength was inherently inferior to Chu Feng's. Moreover, now that Chu Feng possessed the Sword of Wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Facing Chu Feng's fierce glare, Baron finally averted his eyes. Immediately after, Chu Feng saw Arthur and Vivian jogging towards him. Arthur expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Chu Feng. You have saved the future of the Kingdom of Pizza. On behalf of my kingdom, I pledge that should Lord Chu Feng ever require our aid, we shall commit every ounce of our nation's strength." Arthur's attitude had undergone a complete reversal, though this shift was understandable. Vivian lifted the hem of her princess dress to curtsy, her movements as graceful as ever. Her eyes brimming with sincerity, she addressed Chu Feng. "Lord Chu Feng, thank you for saving me and for your willingness to be with me. I am willing to form an alliance with Xia Kingdom for your sake." Put. At those words, Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell? A marriage alliance with Xia Kingdom? Forget the fact that such an alliance was utterly impossible. Even if there were a chance, it would be nothing more than Xia Kingdom coming to provide aid. The current national strength between Pizza Nation and Xia Nation was worlds apart. But Chu Feng feared what the Lighthouse Nation might do to Pizza Nation, so he pulled the two aside. Once they were alone, Chu Feng formed a finger gesture and touched Vivian's hand with it. The next moment, Vivian felt a warm current flow through her body, gentle and soothing. Seeing no obvious resistance from Vivian, Chu Feng continued his earlier action. Vivian's cheeks flushed as the warm current surged continuously into her body. Arthur, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. While he genuinely liked Chu Feng, this was hardly the place for such things, right? Several minutes later, Chu Feng ceased his actions and spoke slowly. "Just as I expected, the half-human, half-ghost constitution does offer certain advantages. For instance, like me, there's no limit to the number of ghosts you can contract." At these words, Arthur was startled. "What? Unlimited contracts?" Chu Feng nodded and continued. "Yes. I just infused Vivian's body with 500 fierce ghosts and 2,000 vengeful spirits. Vivian, try summoning them." Vivian complied, attempting to channel her ghostly power. Suddenly, several ghostly figures materialized behind her. Chu Feng quickly stopped her and said, "Just summoning them is enough. This location isn't suitable for summoning too many." 2,500 ghostly entities. Chu Feng could generate that many in a single sleep. It was indeed enough to save a small country. Upon witnessing this, Arthur nearly dropped to his knees before Chu Feng. 2,500 ghosts. For a nation with only 200 native ghost-taming spirits remaining, this was an immense boon. "Lord Chu Feng, I offer my deepest gratitude on behalf of the Kingdom of Pisa. With these ghostly beings, I am confident the Kingdom of Pisa will emerge from the shadow of the evil spirit's evolution." Arthur and his companion bowed again, intending to say more to Chu Feng. Chu Feng merely replied, "You must prioritize your safety. The Lighthouse Nation has fully uncovered your plans." With that, Chu Feng turned and departed. The longer he stayed with them, the more it endangered their safety. "Hey, little Feng, where'd you run off to? It's time to get down to business." Fu Hongyan approached Chu Feng with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Indeed, his disciple was about to be appointed to a high-ranking position. After seeing off all the foreign guests, only the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Command Bureau remained at the scene. Xiao Zhen immediately announced, "Comrades, please hold your positions for a moment." At these words, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Most present were leaders from major universities or directors and deputy directors from the Lingyu Bureau. Time was actually quite tight. "Director Xiao, what's this about?" Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "An impromptu medal ceremony. A decoration ceremony? What medal? Who's receiving it?" Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Zhen pointed at Chu Feng and declared, "This young comrade, Chu Feng, is being awarded." Everyone turned to look in the direction Xiao Zhen pointed, and were immediately startled. After all, Chu Feng's fame was limited to the vicinity of the imperial capital. The directors of the Spirit Guard Bureau from regions farther away had never heard of such a figure. Whispers immediately began to circulate. "What's going on? Is this kid even of age? What great merit could this greenhorn possibly have that warrants our presence? I must return to Jinghai to attend to official duties." The crowd murmured among themselves, paying Chu Feng no mind whatsoever. Over the years, the only one they truly knew and valued was Yang Qian. If Yang Qian were being honored, they could understand and accept it. But suddenly throwing out this unfamiliar name? The crowd couldn't even be bothered to give him a proper glance. Seeing their cold indifference, Chu Feng said nothing. Unaware of his battle record, they naturally held no regard for Chu Feng. What he wanted to see was their reactions when his battle record was announced shortly.
As Xiaojun pointed toward Chu Feng, the latter naturally made his way toward the stage. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, humble and courteous, yet undeniably proud. Being summoned to this stage meant he had caught the attention of the entire Xia Kingdom's high command. As soon as Chu Feng stepped onto the stage and faced the crowd, Xiaojun commenced the commendation ceremony. Comrade Chu Feng, during the convening of this International Ghost Control Forum, you successfully quelled the ghost tide in Zhejiang. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent.
Indeed, everyone was stunned. To subdue a ghost tide single-handedly? Wasn't that a bit far-fetched?
Admittedly, Xiaojun's description was somewhat exaggerated, but the facts were largely as stated. Without Chu Feng, it would have been impossible to quell the ghost tide so swiftly.
And then, Xiaojun's next words left everyone present utterly speechless.
Then, he cracked the ghost postman case and strangled Xia Qingtong.
At this revelation, everyone lost their composure. What? Elder Xiao didn't even mention jointly strangled? Does that mean he killed him single-handedly?
Before further discussion could arise, Xiaojun cleared his throat twice and declared solemnly. Considering all these achievements, I believe everyone here can see Chu Feng's capabilities and his contributions to Xia Nation.
I hereby announce.
Effective immediately, Chu Feng shall assume the position of Director of the Spirit Guard Bureau in Jinmen. Chapter 123, A New Broom Sweeps Clean.
What? A mere young upstart dares to think he's our equal? Impossible. We absolutely refuse to accept this. Sure enough, when Xiaojun announced Chu Feng's appointment as the new director of the Jinmen Spirit Guard Bureau, the entire hall erupted. After all, the Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau was arguably the Spirit Guard Bureau closest to the imperial capital. Its status ranked among the top nationwide. Therefore, the idea of such a position being handed to a greenhorn was utterly unacceptable in their eyes. In their eyes, even if it were their turn, such a position should never fall to a greenhorn like this. In an instant, the venue erupted with murmurs of dissent and opposition. Yet Xiaojun remained unflinching. No matter what you say, this decision will not be changed.
After all, appointing the director of the Spirit Command Bureau was no trivial matter. He, Xiaojun, had already discussed this matter with the highest echelons of the central leadership. If the highest authorities have agreed, how can you simply declare it unacceptable? Chu Feng surveyed the sea of discontent, jealousy, and even resentment below the stage, yet his heart remained utterly unruffled. I, Chu Feng, am strong and have earned my merits. I am more than qualified for this position. Chu Feng believed he needn't defend himself, others would speak for him.
Sure enough, Xiaojun clapped his hands, a hint of irritation in his eyes as he declared. Everyone, do you truly believe Chu Feng's accomplishments are trivial matters? What gives you the right to criticize him? Is it simply because he is young? Xiaojun's furious gaze swept across the assembled crowd as he pointed accusingly. Then let me ask you this, among those present here, how many of you could single-handedly wipe out a ghost tide? You haven't even achieved a fraction of what Chu Feng accomplished in just a few short days at 18. What gives you the right to be so aggressive here? Sure enough, Xiaojun's words left many speechless. After all, most of them had accumulated their achievements through a series of minor accomplishments. But when it came to the magnitude of their achievements, it seemed none could truly match Chu Feng's. Xiaojun continued. Do you know what realm of contract ghost Xia Qingtong ultimately used? Let me tell you. It was a Yenluo ghost, a snow maiden of the Yenluo realm capable of instantly freezing me solid. The room erupted in shock. How could that be? It was Chu Feng who saved several of us, minimizing casualties in this rebellion suppression. To slay a Yenluo ghost effector such a feat, who among you could match it? Sure enough, the moment Xiaojun spoke, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Are you kidding? Send them to kill a Yenluo contract ghost? How many of them even possessed a Yenluo contract ghost? Even within Xia Kingdom's entire ghost control circle, such contracted spirits were exceedingly rare. And this was accomplished by a mere child? Had Xiaojun truly lost his mind? Xiaojun, too, saw the thoughts racing through the minds of those below the stage. He responded. We've worked together for years. Don't you know this old man dubbed the Iron-Faced Judge? There's no need to doubt my judgment or suspect favoritism. I assure you, every word I've spoken is the absolute truth. Immediately, an attendant presented a uniform, adorned with a six-pointed star insignia pinned to the chest, and dressed Chu Feng in it. I hereby formally announce, Chu Feng is officially appointed as director of the Spirit Guard Bureau of Jinmen. No one raised any further objections. Though resentment still simmered within them, with Xiaojun present, who dared speak out? Fu Hong'an roared with laughter below the stage. His old enemy was dead, killed by his own disciple. The only regret was that another of his prized disciples would never again call him master. Chu Feng looked down at the crowd, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. There were no congratulations. Even if there were, they wouldn't seem sincere. This outcome was not what he had desired. Chu Feng made a silent vow within himself. He would govern Jinmen well, and he would become a director general whom everyone respected. 3 days later, at the main gate of the Jingmen Lingyu Bureau, countless citizens gathered, welcoming the arrival of a black Passat, anticipating the arrival of a new director.
The door opened, and stepping out was not a middle-aged or elderly man with graying hair and a solemn expression. Instead, a figure in an administrative jacket stepped out, wearing a warm, approachable smile as he looked toward the crowd. Chu Feng's smile radiated such infectious warmth that despite his youth, it instantly earned the citizens' trust. "Good day, citizens. I am Chu Feng, the newly appointed director of the Lingyu Bureau of Jinmen Chu of the Chu Mountains and Rivers, Feng of the Maple Leaf. From this day forward, I will dedicate everything I have to safeguarding your safety and protecting our Jinmen." Chu Feng's speech was brief yet powerful, without a hint of hesitation. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chu Feng stepped through the gates of the Spirit Guard Bureau. Inside the gates, among the figures standing on either side, several familiar faces caught Chu Feng's attention. "Director Chu, greetings. I am Lu Tang, Chief Agent of Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau." Chu Feng paused for a moment, then a faint smile touched his lips. It was Lu Tang, the very man he had saved by stitching together the body of a ghostly creature. Chu Feng examined Lu Tang's body. The sutures had faded, and even the reattached arm showed no noticeable color difference. Chu Feng asked with concern, "How are you holding up? Recovering well?" Lu Tang chuckled and replied, "Thanks to Senior Chu, my strength has skyrocketed since then. I've already reached the early stage of Yaksha power." Chu Feng couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. Early Yaksha stage? How long has it even been since then? It had to be said he truly had been Lu Tang's savior. After adopting the ghostly form of a Yaksha demon as his own body, Lu Tang could be considered a being of both human and demonic essence. Naturally, his affinity for ghostly power grew significantly stronger. In just 1 month, he had elevated the red-haired Oni's power to Yaksha-level strength. Moreover, Lu Tang's formidable physical strength allowed him to fight alongside the red-haired Oni. Thus, he effectively possessed the combined might of these two ghostly entities, making his appointment as chief operator entirely justified. Meanwhile, an operator wearing glasses frowned and said, "Senior Chu, why haven't you paid me any attention all this time?" The speaker was none other than Wang Ming, the young man who had led Chu Feng to rescue the entire trainee squad in the Cursed Paradise. Wang Ming spoke with immense excitement. "Senior Chu, I've successfully become a full-fledged agent too, all thanks to your help. Even though I'm an administrative officer and not skilled in fighting ghostly entities, I'll still do my best." Chu Feng looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. Or perhaps, a sense of satisfaction? Indeed, these were soldiers he had trained himself. After purging a large group earlier, Chu Feng had few trustworthy subordinates left. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to cultivate these two as his confidants. Chu Feng turned to Wang Ming and said, "Wang Ming, am I authorized to issue orders for the restructuring of Tianjin now?" Wang Ming scratched his head in surprise and replied, "Theoretically, yes, but isn't this a bit too sudden?" Chu Feng declared with unwavering resolve, "Get the paper ready. Right now." Chapter 124, Ghostly Disturbances, Covert Provocation? Though Wang Ming was somewhat surprised, he complied. He tucked the notebook under his arm and listened intently as Chu Feng declared, "Starting today, establish at least 5 patrol teams to conduct round-the-clock patrols throughout the city. Each team must be equipped with at least 5 blood-clothed ghosts. Ensure the safety of all citizens. Additionally, considering the recent subduing of the ghost tide in Jinmen, certain supernatural entities within the city may be stirring. Therefore, the Jinmen Spirit Guard Bureau is now conducting a large-scale recruitment drive. Compensation and benefits will match those of the central-level Spirit Guard Bureau. Money is no object, we seek only the most capable. To achieve full patrol coverage, Jinmen requires 20,000 patrol ghosts to maintain citizen safety. Overall, the comprehensive goals are achievable. But this full patrol coverage? 20,000 ghosts? We couldn't scrape that many together even if we emptied Tianjin. Senior Chu, our Tianjin Spirit Guard Bureau doesn't have enough ghost power for 20,000. Indeed, even if we only required the lowest tier wandering spirits, it would still be utterly insufficient." Chu Feng understood immediately. "Oh, I meant using mine. My own supply is sufficient." With that, Chu Feng gently waved his soul-summoning banner. Instantly, countless wandering souls filled the Spirit Control Bureau's chamber before rushing out into Tianjin streets and alleys. Of course, all of Chu Feng's ghostly entities shared one significant trait: they were extremely difficult to detect. Thus, ordinary people rarely noticed these spirits silently guarding them. But their greatest advantage was something others simply didn't possess. Chu Feng could guarantee these spirits absolute loyalty to him, ensuring they served him completely. There was no need to worry about them defecting or failing to relay information promptly. Wang Ming was stunned by the scene before him, taking several seconds to regain his composure. "Senior Chu, is there anything else?" Wang Ming was somewhat bewildered. He had practically grown up watching the Jinmen Spirit Control Bureau evolve. After Xia Qingtong took office, countless vanity projects sprang up. Today they'd renovate here, tomorrow they'd build there. But when it came to tangible accomplishments, it seemed there were none to speak of. Chu Feng was different. Just after taking office, he had already announced so many initiatives. Chu Feng looked at Wang Ming and gave him a reminder. "Oh, you really don't need to call me senior.
I lied to you. Only after taking office today do I truly count as part of the Lingyu Bureau. Before that, I wasn't really. Wang Ming was utterly devastated upon hearing this. What the hell? Peak status upon appointment?
After all these years of hard work, I've only just become a full-fledged member. This really proves that comparing yourself to others is a surefire way to get depressed.
Of course, Wang Ming was just venting his frustration.
When it came to ability, he genuinely admired Chu Feng.
Following the public release of Chu Feng's reform proposals, a wave of discussion erupted. Now that's a director who truly serves the people.
Finally, no more building skyscrapers that waste resources and burden the people.
No more fear of being followed by ghosts on night walks. Of course, it wasn't just Tianjin netizens discussing this. Envious comments poured in from other provinces too.
Ah, he's a fine young man from our very own Zhejiang.
Even though Director Zhao from Zhejiang sacrificed himself, we still hope Chu Feng can take over as director of Zhejiang.
Chu Feng glanced at the comments, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Yes, the man who once told him to use his abilities for the greater good was gone forever. And the karmic ties between that ghostly scholar and the zombie Taoist master must have been severed as well. Sitting in his office chair, Chu Feng sipped his cola while deep in thought. Just then, Lu Tang pounded on the door in panic.
Brother Feng, it's bad. Something's happened.
Chu Feng hurriedly opened the door, his brow furrowing slightly. Lu Tang's expression was grave, and Chu Feng knew immediately that something terrible had occurred. Tears welled up in Lu Tang's eyes as he exclaimed.
A horrific massacre has occurred in the coastal district of Tianjin. It's been confirmed that supernatural entities are responsible for the crime. Chu Feng frowned. Such a major incident occurring so soon after he took office?
What Lu Tang said next sent a wave of dread crashing over Chu Feng.
The patrol officers arrived promptly, but they were all killed.
At these words, Chu Feng let out a long sigh. He had just ordered the establishment of patrol teams. Not only had they failed to save the citizens' lives, but his own patrol team had perished on the spot.
Lu Tang, did the patrol team's strength reach over 5 blood rogue ghosts?
Still finding it hard to believe, Chu Feng asked again.
They did. 3 early-stage blood rogue ghosts and 2 mid-stage blood rogue ghosts. It was arguably the strongest lineup in the coastal district. Chu Feng frowned. With so many blood rogue ghosts, they couldn't even protect themselves. Clearly, the enemy was no pushover. Any clues left at the scene? Lu Tang shook his head disappointedly. Chu Feng sighed.
This matter was both grave and peculiar.
Chu Feng absolutely could not sit idly by and ignore it.
Whether this was an accident or deliberate, he had to get to the bottom of it.
I'm going to the scene. Jingmen, Coastal District. Inside a detached villa.
Stepping over the crime scene tape at the doorway, Chu Feng entered the room and was met with a gruesome sight that sent a chill down his spine.
A massacre.
The male homeowner lay dead by the entrance, his nose sliced clean off as if killed instantly after the intruder forced entry. The mistress lay with her head smashed against the dressing table, dried blood clogging her nostrils, suffocating her to death. The 2 children, the young boy drowned in the bathtub, which overflowed with scalding black dog's blood. The daughter had been stuffed inside a rabbit stuffed animal, her nostrils packed with blood-soaked cotton, the rabbit's button eyes replaced with the little girl's. The 5 patrol officers all had their noses sliced off. Such gruesome deaths sent a wave of nausea through Chu Feng. He activated his ghost eyes, only to find the entire room shrouded in swirling ghostly energy, yet he could discern no useful information.
Chu Feng felt utterly frustrated. Could it be that there truly was no way to break this deadlock? Chu Feng scrutinized each victim's condition once more, searching for common threads. He needed to find the breakthrough point. To give the citizens of Jinmen an answer, he absolutely had to find it. Got it, the nose.
Chu Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and he broke into a smile as if he had just grasped a profound truth.
Yes, the nose.
The noses of all 5 operatives had been severed, and the male homeowner was no exception. The connection wasn't far-fetched. The mistress's dried blood clogged her nostrils, the boy's nostrils were filled with the black dog's blood, and the girl's nose was stuffed with blood-soaked cotton. All the mysteries are likely hidden within these noses. Chu Feng turned to the forensic pathologist who had accompanied him and immediately ordered. Forensic colleague, please examine the deceased's nasal cavities for foreign objects immediately. At the same time, Chu Feng turned to Lu Tang beside him. The key to solving this case lies within. Chapter 125, The Unconventional Crime Method, Fly Monk. Lu Tang's eyes met Chu Feng's, still radiating that same reassuring calm. Just as they had when he saved him twice before. But this time, would the miracle of before truly appear again? Though somewhat bewildered, the forensic team had no choice but to comply with Chu Feng's orders. Just as one forensic examiner was examining the dried blood inside the male homeowner's nasal cavity, a fly suddenly darted out from the nostril. Its flight was too swift for the forensic pathologist to catch it. Lu Tang, seeing this, immediately ran after the fly. But the fly's flight was too swift, soaring higher and higher, about to vanish from everyone's sight. In desperation, Lu Tang yanked off the sutured arm and flung it at the fly. Seconds later, the arm landed with a thud, but the fly was firmly caught in his hand.
Lu Tang shot Chu Feng a slightly resentful look and said, "Brother Feng, ask the ghost tailor to sew my arm back on, okay?" Chu Feng summoned the ghost tailor, but his gaze remained fixed on the fly in his hand. "What's so special about this? It's just an ordinary fly, isn't it?" The forensic doctor glanced over, puzzled. Chu Feng activated his ghost eyes, revealing a different reality. The fly was enveloped in ghostly energy, even carrying a faint, stale, decaying scent. But what caught Chu Feng's attention most was its head. That head was clearly not that of an ordinary fly, but rather resembled a human face. After comparing it to the murdered male owner, Chu Feng reached a terrifying conclusion. This fly has a face, it's that man's face. At these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Having learned this lesson, they paid extra attention to those eerie flies when cleaning the deceased's nose afterward. Chu Feng cautioned. "Be careful. Everyone, wear your masks properly. Under no circumstances should you let these things fly into your nasal passages. After all, if these creatures appeared in the deceased's nasal passages, it was highly likely that the cause of death was somehow connected to flies entering the nasal cavity." Sure enough, after about half an hour of cleaning, all the forensic doctors had removed the strange flies. Chu Feng stared at the flies in the jar, his skin crawling with goosebumps. Though they were flies, each bore the face of the person they had killed. Staring straight at Chu Feng like that, it would make anyone feel uneasy. Chu Feng turned to Lu Tang and asked, "Lu Tang, have you ever seen such ghostly creatures before?" Lu Tang leaned closer to examine the eerie flies, his expression thoughtful. "These fly ghosts shouldn't exist in the Xia Kingdom's ghost control compendium." Chu Feng furrowed his brow in thought before asking again. "If there's no such thing as a fly ghost, then what about the ghost controlling the flies?" Chu Feng's reasoning was remarkably clear. If the fly ghost couldn't be found, then they'd have to find the one controlling the flies. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lu Tang's expression grew even more awkward. Noticing Lu Tang's unease, Chu Feng pressed. "What's wrong? Does that kind of ghost not exist either?" In a world this vast, Chu Feng felt any kind of ghost could exist. How could there not be one that commanded flies? Admittedly, it sounded a bit bizarre, but it probably wasn't the most extreme category in the ghost encyclopedia. Lu Tang shook his head. "They likely aren't in the standard ghost summoning compendium, but I once glanced through an internal trial version. It seems to contain a series of ghosts that control external objects." Chu Feng didn't have time to ponder further. An internal trial version, did that make him an insider? Back in the office, Chu Feng approached his desk once more. Amidst the piles of files and documents, he successfully unearthed one labeled Xia Kingdom Ghost Exorcism Manual, Internal Trial Version. It's here after all. Chu Feng opened the file, his heart beating uncontrollably. What if it wasn't there? Wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? But soon, Chu Feng found the section on summoning external entities. He frantically searched for entries related to fly-like ghostly entities. Sure enough, on the very last page, he finally found it. The Fly Monk. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a monk who specialized in knocking on the doors of evildoers. Each time they knocked, if someone answered the door, he would enter the room and recount their sins to them. But the most perplexing part was this. Even if the person confessed to their crimes and repented, they would still be killed. His method of killing them was with that ghost fly. The ghost fly entered through the nose, seizing the soul. Within seconds, the victim died without a sound. The more Chu Feng observed, the more convinced he became that this was the culprit behind the Binhai massacre. Judging by the crime scene, all the victims' noses had been tampered with. Clearly, the master of the ghost fly was present at the scene. Let me see who the registered ghost summoners are. Speaking, Chu Feng began flipping through the registry of ghost writers possessing fly monks. Since this ledger was for high-level use, even internal personnel were registered. Any citizen of Xia Nation would inevitably be listed. Chu Feng first sent the information of the vast majority of ordinary citizens to Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, track these individuals' movements for me." To prevent ghost tamers from causing trouble, they were required to leave traces even when using public transportation. After Wang Ming conducted the investigation, however, he looked utterly bewildered. "Brother Feng, something's off. Most of these people are from the south, and none of them have ever been to the north. Even those who did come to the north left at least 3 months ago." Chu Feng shook his head. It seemed they really had to look among those people. That's right, it was someone from Central City. Central City, the true capital of the imperial capital. Most of its inhabitants were descendants of modern generals or those who had inherited the power of heroic spirits. Due to their terrifying overall strength and extraordinary talents, they were well protected. Could it really be these people? Chu Feng muttered to himself before beginning his own investigation. Few geniuses in Central City had actually contracted fly monks, only 5 in total. They rarely ventured outside the city, making their movements relatively easy to track. Chu Feng meticulously examined each one, and finally, he found something. In the final column, he spotted a young man who had left Central City 10 days ago and only departed today. This individual was highly suspicious. Yet at this moment, Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. Without sufficient evidence, entering the Central City based solely on a route suspicion. Was that reasonable? Could those guys turn the tables on him? Turn the tables on us?
As these thoughts swirled, Chu Feng glanced once more at the corpses of the fallen spirit guardians and citizens. His resolve hardened. He slipped back into the coat symbolizing the Lingyu Bureau Director's authority and summoned Wang Ming and Lu Tang.
Gentlemen, we're heading to Central City. Any objections? Both men understood immediately what Chu Feng intended to do in Central City. Wang Ming's legs trembled, yet he declared, for the people of Jinmen, I'd walk through fire and water without hesitation.
Lu Tang, however, was filled with excitement. Those high and mighty bastards, once they've committed crimes, they won't escape death. Chu Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he walked toward his private vehicle. Departure. Central City Teleportation Gate.
Chapter 126, First Entry into Central City. Night had already fallen.
Under the night sky, a pitch-black Passat sped toward the imperial capital.
Upon recognizing the driver, the checkpoint personnel immediately inquired about Chu Feng's purpose in visiting the imperial capital. Though they subsequently allowed Chu Feng to proceed, they immediately dialed the number for Xiaozhen's office. Xiaozhen was still awake. Xiaozhang, what's going on? Why are you calling me so late? Mr. Xiao, it's not looking good. A horrific massacre occurred in Tianjin.
Director Chu is convinced the perpetrator is from Central City and is driving there overnight with his team.
After a brief silence, Xiaozhen replied with a laugh. What's the problem with that? Does that mean people from Central City can treat human life as worthless? Let him investigate. Finding the truth is obviously the best outcome. Some folks in Central City have been acting up lately. They could use a little discipline. With that, Xiaozhen hung up the phone.
On the other end, Xiaozhang felt a bit at a loss. Because just that very noon, an elderly man and a younger relative from Central City had entered the imperial capital through this gate. The old man had a fierce expression, yet he had given them 10 ghost power pills as a tip to ensure their swift passage. They had come from the direction of Jinmen. And tonight, Chu Feng was rushing to Central City. It was obvious without even thinking they must have uncovered something. Did that mean his iron rice bowl was about to be lost? Xiao Zhan was overcome with dread. If they caught the killer, and the killer was indeed from Central City, then wouldn't it be as easy as saying a word for Chu Feng to toss away his iron rice bowl? In truth, Chu Feng hadn't given it much thought at all. His sole focus now was on reaching Central City to confront the murderer. As for whether he'd hit a dead end, Chu Feng wasn't one to back down. Chu Feng floored the accelerator, swiftly arriving at the so-called Central City Teleportation Array. Though called a teleportation array, it looked no different from the outside world. Only upon stepping into that area did one instantly feel a wave of dizziness. Wang Ming and the others felt the world spinning wildly, yet they couldn't steady themselves, unable to fully merge into the teleportation array. At that moment, the guardian spirit of the teleportation array spoke. You two are unworthy of entering Central City. Though the words were somewhat offensive, they were undeniably true. With only their current strength and innate talent, it was indeed difficult for Wang Ming and his companion to gain the guardian spirit's approval. Chu Feng never imagined that passing through this wretched teleportation array would require the guardian spirit's approval. Among the three, only Chu Feng had successfully gained the guardian spirit's approval. Speechless, Chu Feng could only instruct them. You two stay here and guard the place. If I haven't emerged by tomorrow morning, remember to seek out my master, Fu Hong'an. Chu Feng understood that, being alone and lacking influence, he might indeed face violence if encountering unreasonable individuals. With no other choice, the two agreed. After all, this was the only way they could help Chu Feng. Guardian spirit, old man. Let this young master in. In his words, Chu Feng showed not a shred of respect for this guardian spirit. Arrogance breeds arrogance. This guardian spirit's haughty demeanor was but a microcosm of everyone in Central City. The guardian spirit laughed heartily at his words. It's not too late to regret now. Once you're inside, you'll likely suffer some hardship. Chu Feng said nothing, his form merely flickering momentarily. After an unknown duration, the intense dizziness subsided, and Chu Feng found himself beneath a towering skyscraper. Above the skyscraper, a sign bearing the words Central City was affixed. Surrounding the plaza were countless palatial buildings, illuminated as brightly as day despite the night. The air buzzed with the clamor of song and dance, the roar of crowds, a spectacle of sheer extravagance. Central City, huh? Sounds interesting. Chu Feng had to admit that the living conditions for the people in this so-called Central City were truly splendid. What Chu Feng hadn't noticed, however. The people gathered around the square all seemed to be staring at him. Their gazes held an odd, peculiar quality. Chu Feng scanned his surroundings, unsure what was happening. Then he heard someone in the crowd say, "What's with this outsider? Does anyone know what's going on?" Another filthy lowlife, reeking of stench. Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a pang of self-doubt and sniffed his clothes. This was the designer perfume Vivian had given him. How could it smell bad? But Chu Feng didn't realize that the stench they described wasn't his body odor at all. What they despised was anything foreign to their world. The more Chu Feng listened, the more his ears burned, yet no one was willing to answer his question.
Does anyone know the young man who made a contract with the fly monk? No one responded. The crowd dispersed in an instant. Though the street bustled with activity, not a soul paid Chu Feng any mind. Chu Feng did not lose heart. Perhaps it was because he was new here and hadn't mingled enough yet? But what exactly constituted being familiar? He couldn't figure it out. Chu Feng wandered through the bustling streets, yet no one gave him a second glance. He was as if invisible, completely overlooked by everyone. What's going on? This isn't helping me solve the case. Just as Chu Feng felt utterly helpless, a voice from a small box called out to him. Hey, are you from the outer city? Chu Feng froze for a moment. What was the outer city? Then it dawned on him, compared to the central city, wasn't the Xia kingdom he lived in the outer city? Now that someone was finally willing to speak to him, Chu Feng wouldn't let the chance slip away. Chu Feng replied with a smile, yes, I am. And you are? A frail figure emerged from the dim light. Chu Feng looked closely. It was a skinny little boy. The boy looked disheveled and unkempt, clearly not someone from the central city. Heh, I'm Lu Yuchan. I'm the umpteenth generation descendant of Liu Bei, the Han Emperor of the Shu Han dynasty. I've lost count myself. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He'd heard that most residents of Central City were descendants of heroic spirits, but he never imagined. The very first person to speak to him turned out to be a heavyweight. Of course, Chu Feng didn't rush to believe him. Instead, he asked, if you're a descendant of Liu Bei, how come you're living such a miserable life? The boy paused for a moment before replying with a hint of sadness. My father died betrayed and killed by my second uncle. Yet no one has ever given me justice. I've been ostracized, yet I can't leave this place. All I can do is take odd jobs at the underground boxing gym. Chu Feng listened, half believing, half doubting. What would he gain by lying to me? Chu Feng pressed further. Then do you know how to quickly fit in here? Lu Yuzhan nodded, revealing a mischievous little fong as he replied. Of course, it's fighting in underground boxing matches. Though Central City is cold and indifferent, power speaks volumes here. Defeat everyone, and you'll become a respected powerhouse. Chu Feng felt a stir of interest upon hearing this. Of course, the underground fights here didn't mean stepping into the ring himself, it meant using ghostly entities to fight. Chu Feng found some logic in that reasoning. Seems solving cases always requires some sacrifices. Let's go. Take me to the underground boxing ring. Thus, in a secluded corner of the bustling night scene, two figures, one tall, one short, striding out of place, made their way toward the underground boxing ring. Chapter 127, punching all the second-generation kids into submission. Along the way, Lu Yuzhan briefed Chu Feng on the current state of Central City. It turned out that not all residents of Central City lived in lofty privilege. Many were descendants of families who, as the old saying went, had once been wealthy. Many had settled in Central City long ago, but the powerful figures within their families had either passed away of old age or fallen in battle. Thus, they merely lived off their ancestors' legacy. Ultimately, one's standing depended on personal ability. Then there were others like Lu Yuzhan, whose rightful status had been usurped by a rival branch of their family. Every member of our Lu clan can contract the life-bound ghost of our ancestor Liu Bei. But there are distinctions. Those of us from the main branch possess stronger life-bound spirits than those from the branches. At this point, Lu Yuzhan's eyes welled up with tears. That's why they covet the power of our main family. Now, I'm the only one left in the main branch. A surge of anger flared within Lu Yuzhan's heart. Meanwhile, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. What's happening? Could it be because I contracted Guan Shangdijuan that I'm actually considering helping him? Despite these thoughts, Chu Feng still intended to enter the boxing gym first and make a name for himself. Only after resolving the current case would Chu Feng have the heart to assist Lu Yuzhan. Thus, the two descended into the basement of the magnificent building. To Chu Feng's surprise, the basement wasn't dimly lit at all. Instead, it was even more lavishly decorated than the building itself. Neon lights flickered everywhere, and women dressed in vibrant attire greeted them with smiles, ushering them into the venue. But as they approached the inner arena, they were met with a cold shoulder. A plump young woman, roughly Lu Yuzhan's age, smiled at them and said, Lu Yuchan, you're bringing people here to fight again? Don't you know what your status is now? Lu Yuchan's brow furrowed, but he swallowed the curse words that threatened to spill from his mouth. He was no longer the young Master Lu. Now, he was practically at the very bottom of the social strata in Central City. Zhang Fei, how dare you speak to me like that? When my father was alive, he was generous to your family. Zhang Fei? Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. No way could this really be a descendant of Zhang Fei of Yen? Seeing Chu Feng's astonished expression, Lu Yuzhan immediately understood. That's right. This guy is Zhang Fei's descendant, Zhang Fei, known as the Queen of Central City. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Feng's forehead as he felt utterly embarrassed. Wow, daring to share the same name as his ancestor, he must be quite formidable. Taking Chu Feng's words as praise, Zhang Fei folded her arms across her chest and declared proudly. Of course. I'm the strongest of the new generation. Truthfully, Chu Feng was intrigued. He had come to this central city and met descendants of Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. Yet he hadn't encountered any descendants of Guan Yu. Could it be that they truly no longer existed? Of course, that was something to ponder later. Finding the chubby little girl rather amusing, Chu Feng teased her. Oh? So you're this powerful? What level is your current soul-bound spirit? Logically speaking, Chu Feng didn't expect her to reveal her true strength. But to his surprise, the plump girl immediately began channeling ghostly energy with both hands. In the next instant, a statue of Zhang Fei, drenched in crimson blood, materialized behind her. Though called a statue, it was far from lifeless. Though its body resembled a statue, its eyes were wide with fury, glaring directly at Chu Feng. The murderous intent in those eyes seemed poised to devour Chu Feng in an instant. Seeing Chu Feng freeze in shock, Zhang Fei burst into laughter. See? You're nothing. But I have a great-grandfather who's a Yiksha-level demon. With those words, Chu Feng finally grasped the true extent of this chubby little girl's power. Pretty impressive. And Yiksha ghost at 8 or 9 years old? No wonder they call the city center a monster camp. Flattered by Chu Feng's praise, the little girl chuckled. So, what brings you here, little one? Zhang Fei immediately answered. Of course I came to fight. But I never expected to get beaten by that guy up there. Zhang Fei's eyes held a hint of resentment. If I were just a few years older, I could have beaten him for sure. Chu Feng followed Zhang Fei's gaze to the stage, where a man and a ghost stood holding tiger head swords, glaring fiercely at the crowd. Chu Feng turned back to Zhang Fei and asked. Youngster, you seem well-traveled. You must know everything that happens in Central City, right? Zhang Fei adopted his usual proud and aloof demeanor. Of course. Our Zhang family has the most reliable intelligence in the entire Central City. Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Alright, Big Bro will help you take down that guy. You tell Big Bro one piece of intel. Before Zhang Fei could agree, Chu Feng was already striding toward the arena. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Ghost-slaying Blade? For a moment, not a single voice answered from the crowd below. It seems no one can stand against him. Tonight's champion, the Ghost King, is his. The crowd fell utterly silent, utterly cowed by this sudden upstart. Just then, a young man's cool, clear voice cut through the silence. I'll take him on. Instantly, all eyes followed the spotlight. Are you kidding? Someone actually thinks they can defeat him? It's impossible. Even brother Zhao Ming was defeated. No one can beat him now. The spotlight fell upon Chu Feng, momentarily blinding him. He hastily shielded his eyes with his hand. When he lowered his hand and the crowd got a clear look at his face, they were all stunned. Wait, dude. Who are you? Then someone remembered. Oh, this guy's an outsider. Who'd have thought he'd come here to get himself killed? There are no rules here. Even if the ghost-slaying blade kills him, there's nowhere to seek justice. Chu Feng remained neither humble nor arrogant. No matter what others said about him, it didn't matter. I am Chu Feng of Zhejiang, no name changing, no identity shifting. Hearing this, the crowd realized he had no master, no sect, no backing, just sheer audacity to come here and offer himself up as a sacrifice. Chu Feng said nothing, striding directly onto the stage. The man on stage, dubbed the Ghost-slaying Blade, gave him an uncanny feeling of Wang Chuqiao wielding his ghost-headed blade. The man slung his blade over his back, his face scarred and fierce. Kid, you're from the outer city. I won't bully you. Just leave. But Chu Feng wouldn't listen. He simply said. Since I'm here to fight. Ghost-slaying Blade roared with laughter. A skinny monkey like you? I could take on 8 of you. Since you put it that way, blades have no eyes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately summoned the ultimate heavenly slash. Ghost-slaying Blade roared with laughter. What? That pathetic blade of yours, is it meant to scare little kids? Enough talk. Let strength speak for itself. With that, countless ghostly energies gathered upon the surface of the extreme intent heavenly slash. The purest, most refined ghostly energy transformed into a blade of light, slicing through the air before the ghost-slaying blade. The next instant, the demon-slaying blade was rendered useless. Chapter 128, Provocation, no longer biding time. Seeing the demon-slaying blade, which had been utterly arrogant moments before, having defeated nearly every prodigy present, crumble to the ground after a single strike. The second-generation prodigies seated below were utterly dumbfounded. After all, this was an underground fight. And Chu Feng was an unknown outsider. Everyone still firmly believed Ghostslayer would win. So despite the slim odds, they all went all in on Ghostslayer. No one believed Chu Feng could win, yet the scene unfolding before them forced them to believe. Only Zhang Fei and Lu Yuzhan were left speechless. Zhang Fei placed a symbolic 3 or 5,000 on Chu Feng. After all, he was fighting for her. Lu Yuzhan, however, staked her entire remaining 5,000 yuan on Chu Feng. Of course, they never knew until they bet, and then they were stunned. 5,000 yuan had multiplied into 5 million. Lu Yuzhan was stunned. 5 million yuan might not have been much to him back in his days as a spoiled young master. But for him now, it was an astronomical sum.
He'd only intended for Chu Feng to try his hand at boxing, never expecting such success.
He'd effortlessly knocked out tonight's champion, Ghost King? Chu Feng didn't even seem to use any ghost power, yet his opponent was lying flat on the ground. Chu Feng glanced at the crowd below, then turned to the speechless host, asking, "Miss, I'm done fighting. May I leave now?"
The hostess paused for a moment before replying, "Of course you may, Mr. Ghost King." Amidst the crowd's disbelieving stares, Chu Feng walked off the stage. They knew there were skilled fighters in the outer city, but they never imagined there could be someone this powerful. Chu Feng had truly defeated the ghost-slaying blade with just a single strike. What was most mind-boggling was that the ghost-slaying blade had the same effect on them. Chu Feng was clearly their peer in age, yet his strength was already on an entirely different level. How could these prodigies bear such humiliation? Sure enough, before Chu Feng had even fully exited the venue, some of the second-generation elites had already begun dispatching people to search for information on him. But what could they possibly uncover? Chu Feng's background was classified as top secret nationwide. There was simply no useful information to be found. Thus, surrounded by Lu Yuzhan and Zhang Fei, Chu Feng walked out of the venue. It was just as expected. This world only revered the strong. The little brat Zhang Fei, who had been giving him the cold shoulder moments ago, now beamed with delight. "Oh my gosh, big brother, how did you get so strong?" Chu Feng couldn't possibly explain this. Was he really going to tell these two kids he'd been cheating? Lu Yuzhan chimed in, "Thank you, big brother. Your name is Chu Feng, so I'll call you Brother Chu. We just bet on you earlier, and now we're set for life." Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He had no idea what they were talking about. He suddenly felt like he'd lost a fortune. "You two should have told me earlier. If I'd known, I would have bet on myself too. What a wasted chance to make easy money." Of course, Chu Feng was joking. After all, he was frugal by nature and couldn't bear to spend too much money. If Lu Yuzhan and the others could get more money, that was fine by him. Now it was finally time to get down to business. "Princess Fei Fei, can you share what you know now?" Zhang Fei patted her ample chest and declared. "No problem, ask away." Chu Feng looked at this little adult before him and chuckled. "All right then. Do you know a man named Guan in this city?" Zhang Fei nodded. "Of course I know him. That kid's a descendant of Guan Yu, the god of war. But I don't like hanging out with him. He even says his family doesn't look anything like the Guan clan at all. My parents won't let me hang out with them either." Though the boy bore the Guan surname, Chu Feng still found it peculiar. But when the boy actually claimed to be a descendant of the divine emperor Guan, Chu Feng couldn't help but be startled. If that kid truly possessed the spirit of Guan Shengdijuan, then what exactly was in Chu Feng's own hands? With this question weighing on his mind, Chu Feng turned to Zhang Fei once more. "All right then, it's getting late. Meet here at the square tomorrow at 8. We're going to hunt down that little bastard." Zhang Fei's curiosity was piqued by the turn of events. "Brother Chu, what terrible crime did Guan commit that you'd call him a little bastard? I don't think he's a good person either, but isn't that a bit harsh?" Chu Feng scoffed, turning to Zhang Fei. "Calling him a little bastard is no exaggeration. He slaughtered 9 people in what you call the outer city, 4 civilians and 5 Spirit Control Bureau operatives." Chu Feng's words carried an immense weight, sending shockwaves through Zhang Fei and the others. "What? He killed people? Spiritual Guard Bureau agents?" The pair were utterly dumbfounded. Though they resided in the central city, that didn't mean they were ignorant of everything. Killing civilians was already the most unforgivable crime. And now he'd gone and harmed a Spirit Guard Bureau agent. What did that imply? Did he not understand? So the 3 agreed to meet at the square tomorrow. The next morning, a flashy Rolls-Royce sped toward them. Zhang Fei rolled down the window. "Get in, Brother Chu. The butler will take us there." Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp inwardly. The depth of these aristocratic families was truly terrifying. Within just half a minute, the group arrived before a massive villa. And upon seeing this enormous mansion before them, Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. The reason was simple: this mansion was identical to the one they had previously raided. Chu Feng stepped out of the car, while Zhang Fei and Lu Yuzhan retreated under the protection of the butler. After all, bringing Chu Feng here had already put them at odds with the Guan family. To remain standing before their doorstep would be tantamount to provoking them directly. Guards stood at the villa entrance. As Chu Feng approached the door, they immediately stepped forward and demanded, "Private residence of the Guan family. No unauthorized entry. State your purpose." Chu Feng chuckled and replied, "To investigate a case." The 2 guards weren't natives of Central City either. They'd been recruited from the outer districts. Therefore, upon seeing the clothes Chu Feng wore, they recognized his identity. Yet they found it utterly unbelievable that a young man could hold the rank of director, and remained extremely cautious. Chu Feng presented his credentials once more. "Director Chu Feng of the Spirit Control Bureau, here to investigate a case." His words were calm and composed, yet each carried an undeniable weight of authority. Zhang Fei, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. So Brother Chu is actually the director of the Spirit Control Department? Seeing Chu Feng's firm stance, the two guards conferred briefly. One dashed toward the house, while the other remained to prevent Chu Feng from causing trouble. Truthfully, with their abilities, how could they possibly stop Chu Feng? And Chu Feng certainly had no such aggressive intent. He had presented his credentials, the other party had no choice but to come out. Sure enough, moments later, a young boy with bright yellow permed hair came bounding out. Trailing behind him was an elderly man moving at a slow, deliberate pace. The old man inquired. "May I ask, as the chief of an outer city, what brings you to our central city?" Chu Feng looked at the old man's sullen face and replied in a firm tone. "Blood debt demands blood repayment." Chapter 129, Confrontation, Escalating Conflict. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the stiff, forced smile that had been strained onto the old man's face froze instantly. He was no grandfather to Guan Shun. Though advanced in years, he was Guan Shun's legitimate father. Guan Meng, descendant of Guan Yu from Central City. Because he had this child late in life at 60 years old, he naturally doted on him excessively. Ask him to pluck stars from the sky or the moon from the heavens? He might not even refuse. It was precisely this boundless indulgence that shaped Guan Shun into the most troublesome child imaginable. Anyone, even his own family or brothers, who dared to defy Guan Shun was defying Guan Meng himself. Thus, the moment Chu Feng spoke those words, Guan Meng's expression instantly darkened. A crimson flush spread across his deliberately elongated donkey-like face. It looked utterly unnatural. His eyes widened with fury as he glared at Chu Feng, but constrained by the other's official position, he forced himself to ask. "Young brother Chu, I understand you're eager to make your mark as the new official. But even in the outer city, arrests and investigations require evidence. Yet now you seek to arrest my son? How can you do so without evidence? We're residents of the central city. You outsiders coming here is one thing, but do you really intend to humiliate me too?" Though the Guan family resided in a detached villa, other central city residents naturally lived nearby. Hearing Guan Meng's brazen outburst, neighbors peered out or stepped onto the street to watch the commotion unfold. After all, the Guan's conduct had never been remotely associated with the virtues of loyalty or righteousness. These neighbors had long endured the Guan's bullying ways. If someone could finally stand up to them, it would be a welcome relief. Seeing the crowd gathering, Chu Feng showed no sign of backing down. Having come here, he represented the entire Lingyu Bureau. "No matter how vast your central city may be, dare you defy us?" Guan Meng, seeing the crowd closing in, immediately unleashed his skills. Playing the seniority card. Oh my! Look at this! Those outsiders from the outer city actually want to take my shunner away. Guan Meng, who had thought his plan was accomplished, collapsed onto the ground, tears blurring his vision as he gazed at the crowd closing in. He had expected someone to speak up for him. But clearly, he had overestimated the Guan family's popularity. Chu Feng was also stunned, trying to make sense of the old man's words. "What? This child is your son? That doesn't match the family hierarchy." The truth cuts like a sharp blade. Chu Feng's words struck Guan Meng right in the heart. Was it that he didn't want children? No. It was that he was incapable, utterly unable to father any. He'd gone through countless wives before finally bearing this precious son. And Chu Feng delivered the final blow. Besides, this kid has big round eyes and a chubby face, nothing like your narrow ones at all. Does he take after his mother? Why not get a paternity test done? Chu Feng's words completely enraged Guan Meng. Of course, this was merely a last resort. When dealing with such an arrogant bully who relied on his seniority, breaking his defenses proved surprisingly effective. Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Guan Meng rose to his feet and snatched his guandao from the steward's grasp. Chu Feng saw him brandishing the green dragon crescent blade, looking ready to strike at the slightest provocation. And Guan Shun was even more outrageous, spitting directly at Chu Feng. For a moment, Chu Feng didn't know which one to deal with first. So, Chu Feng shifted his tone and addressed the surrounding neighbors instead. After all, your Guan family is a prominent figure in this central city. Surely you wouldn't want to lose all face? With that, Chu Feng produced his law enforcement credentials once more. Residents of Central City, greetings. I am Chu Feng, director of the Spirit Guard Bureau of Jinmen. The so-called outsider you speak of. The crowd stared at Chu Feng's law enforcement badge, murmuring in astonishment. An 18-year-old director? How is that possible? Is it fake? Chu Feng's lips curved slightly, but he offered no rebuttal. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Surely Central City has internet access? Sure enough, when the onlookers discovered that Chu Feng was indeed employed by the Lingyu Bureau in Jinmen, they were stunned. It seemed this young man before them was genuinely formidable. Chu Feng continued. I'm here today to investigate a horrific massacre that occurred in our city of Jinmen. The brutality of the crime is utterly horrifying. Moreover, the perpetrator has killed 5 officers from our Jinmen Spirit Guard Bureau. This incident has already reached the highest levels. As he spoke, Chu Feng made sure to show everyone the gruesome state of the victims. There was no other way. This was the most effective approach he could take at present. Sure enough, even those not from the bustling central city.
They gasped in horror at the gruesome scenes. Good heavens, such brutality! How could such a murderer possibly exist in our central city? Chu Feng displayed the images of those bizarre flies to the crowd. Everyone, look! These are the murder weapons used by the killer. At this revelation, the crowd suddenly understood. After all, as residents of Central City, they possessed extensive knowledge about supernatural entities. Aren't these the flies summoned by the fly monk? Seeing their familiarity with the subject, Chu Feng agreed. Exactly. It must be Fly Monk's flies. The Central City resident nodded emphatically. No doubt about it, it absolutely is. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips. In that case, I suppose there'll be no issue with me apprehending that individual. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What does that mean? Guan Meng hurriedly retorted. What are you talking about? Do you have evidence proving it was our Guan family? Though Guan Meng's words were defiant, he instinctively pulled Guan Shun into his embrace. Chu Feng smiled. Evidence? This is the evidence. We investigated the vast majority of ghosts documented in the Xia Kingdom's ghost manual and ultimately determined it was the work of the fly monk. The gentleman earlier also confirmed this. Subsequently, we screened all registered ghost-taming practitioners possessing fly monks, narrowing the suspect down to one individual. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the troublemaker Guan Shun in Guan Meng's arms. It's him, Guan Shun. You slanderous bastard. Guan Meng argued back, his voice rising in fury as he hurled insults at Chu Feng. Chu Feng produced the registry. Evidence. Authority. Is there any evidence more authoritative than the Xia Kingdom's official ghost identification manual? From the moment Chu Feng produced the registry, Guan Meng had already lost. All he could do now was put up a desperate fight. If he could stall long enough, perhaps someone would come to his rescue. But Guan Meng never imagined. At that very moment, his well-behaved and sensible child suddenly shouted. So what? We're from the Central City. What's wrong with killing a few outsiders? The word sent shockwaves through the crowd and ignited Chu Feng's fury. Chapter 130, Guan Dao vs. Guan Dao? At these words, everyone stared at the Guan family father and son in utter disbelief. No one dared to defend them anymore. Even they had shed blood and tears for the Xia Kingdom. Those who enjoyed the current privileges weren't fools either. They knew exactly what they could and couldn't do. When it came to matters involving the lives of Xia Kingdom's commoners, even they held no special privileges. A life for a life. This is Xia Kingdom's untouchable red line. Yet this ungrateful father and son not only crossed it but had the audacity to speak of it openly. The moment those words left his mouth, his death sentence was sealed. After all, Xia Kingdom has no laws protecting little vermin. Killing someone demands payment with one's own life. Chu Feng forced a nuclear-warm smile as he looked at the little brat. Which old fool taught you to speak like that? Guan Shun retorted immediately. Don't you dare speak that way about my father. Chu Feng found it hard to keep a straight face. He hadn't expected to get them to spill so quickly. This brat might not be good at much else. But when it came to setting people up, he was a real pro. Chu Feng's recorder captured every moment perfectly. All of this would serve as the most perfect and compelling evidence. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Kids don't know any better just messing around, right, Shun's-hun? Even Guan Meng, who had been so adamant moments ago, now backed down. Now, if Guan Shun could just say, it was all just a joke earlier, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. But to Guan Meng's utter surprise, Guan Shun suddenly broke free from his embrace and strode toward Chu Feng. I wasn't joking. My father said the lives of outer city folk are worth less than a dog's. After finally taking me out to play, why should those lowly people live in houses just like ours? Killing them is only natural. What's there to fear? Then, he turned to his father with a look that begged for praise. Father, wasn't I brave? Guan Meng was utterly devastated. He never imagined that a situation where he held all the advantages could be completely ruined by his own child. If today's visitors had been agents from the Lingyu Bureau, he might have been able to send them away. But standing before them was the youngest director in Xia Kingdom's history. Chu Feng, he couldn't just walk away like this. Just as Chu Feng was about to speak, a monk with a blindfolded face appeared behind Guan Shun. Countless flies emerged from the monk's nostrils, swarming toward Chu Feng. Fortunately, they possessed only the strength of fierce ghosts. Chu Feng merely exhaled through his nose. The flies all fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing his once mighty fly army vanquished so easily, Guan Shun burst into wailing tears. Father, please help me. Put your hand on my shoulder. Chu Feng glared angrily, yet he sensed something else. With this brat's strength alone, it's impossible for him to have killed the Lingyu Bureau agent. Guan Meng was involved in the Lingyu Bureau agent's death too. Upon hearing this, Guan Meng's face no longer flushed red, it turned green with rage. Indeed, with Guan Shun's current half-baked abilities, it was utterly impossible for him to kill someone wielding the blood robe ghost. The only way he could have done it was with Guan Meng's help. Guan Meng felt utterly helpless. The son he had finally gotten at the age of 60 showed no signs of any talent whatsoever.
Typically, by his age, one should have mastered some degree of wielding the Guan Dao Ghost's power.
But Guan Shun was completely incapable. Guan Meng never once suspected he might have been cuckolded.
Instead, he believed his son's frailty stemmed from being born late in life. He blamed himself for neglecting the boy's development. That was why he brought Guan Shun to the outer city to seek out a contract ghost. Chu Feng frowned at the two of them. Guan Meng, Guan Shun, you two are suspected of murdering Xia Kingdom civilians.
Whether you're willing or not, you're coming with me.
Guan Meng's eyes flickered as he saw the white banner in Chu Feng's hand. At 69 years old, he was no longer young. But his son was his only hope. Chu Feng could take his life, he didn't care. But no one could take his son's life. His eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins as he stared at Chu Feng's figure. Yet the more he looked, the more he resembled a soul-reaping ghostly officer.
Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer.
He swung his broadsword with hands calloused from years of labor, forgetting how he had risen to his current position. Chu Feng remained silent, advancing relentlessly. If Guan Meng dared to harm him, Chu Feng had every right to deal with him on the spot.
I said, don't come any closer. Guan Meng seemed to lose his mind.
In the next instant, a clay-like statue of Guan Gong materialized behind him. Though the statue looked intimidating at first glance, upon closer inspection, it lacked even a shred of Guan Sheng Dijuan's majesty. Rather than the divine Lord Guan, it resembled some nameless specter wearing his shell.
You dare try to take Shun away from me? Die.
At these words, the neighbors recoiled in horror, scattering to the sides.
While everyone despised Guan Meng's character,
the primary reason they dared not openly defy him was his contract ghost. Chu Feng, however, showed no sign of retreat. He turned his gaze toward the so-called Guan Sheng Dijuan.
Does this thing even deserve to be called the Guan Sheng Dijuan?
If that's the case, then my Guan Dao Ghost General could be called a true god incarnate. Indeed, the quality of this so-called Guan Gong ghost truly made Chu Feng doubt its worth.
Could it be exactly what I suspect?
Indeed, Chu Feng even suspected this thing was merely a ghostly entity tainted with a trace of Guan Gong's aura. Thus, he probed with his ghostly eyes.
The next moment, Chu Feng finally understood everything.
Though he couldn't discern the opponent's specific skill, he did manage to fully read the name of the ghostly entity.
Clay-sculptured ghost Guan Gong's divine essence. So you really are nothing but a worthless parasite, you bastard. Chu Feng's sudden tirade seemed to snap Guan Meng out of his stupor in an instant. Panting heavily, he retorted, Bull. I am the descendant of Guan Yu, the divine Lord Guan. You outsider. What right do you have to bark like a mad dog at a descendant of General Guan Yu?
Chu Feng chuckled, about to retort, when Guan Meng's broadsword swung toward him.
Though merely a clay statue, its power was undeniably terrifying.
Had he not possessed his legion of yak, that strike would have been nearly impossible to parry? With that, Chu Feng decided to get serious. After some thought, he realized it had been ages since he'd summoned the Guan Dao Ghost General to stretch its legs.
Battle Axe Ghost General.
With Chu Feng's roar, a towering, ghostly green giant over 2 meters tall materialized behind him. The giant, clad in azure dragon armor and wearing a blue headband, wielded a green dragon crescent blade as he charged toward the clay statue. In an instant, 2 figures of Guan Yu, each wielding a Guan Dao, clashed head-on. A battle to determine which was real and which was fake had begun. Chapter 131, The Real and Fake Guan Gong Unruly? What is this? How could there be 2 Guan Gong? Even the residents of Central City were utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Logically speaking, even if a family split, they would certainly be assigned to the Central City. Therefore, there was no such thing as a branch family returning to seek revenge on the main family. Moreover, the Guan family had always followed the tradition of having only one heir, meaning there was no branch family to begin with. Yet standing before the crowd were indeed 2 figures bearing the likeness of Guan Gong. And from the looks of it, the one on Chu Feng's side seemed more like the real deal.
For a moment, even Zhang Fei and the others were dumbfounded.
Zhang Fei stared blankly at Lu Yuzhan, who was gazing at the sky, and voiced his bold thought. Brother Lu, looking at these 2 statues of Guan Gong, which one feels more like the real one? Lu Yuchan pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the ghostly general wielding the Guan Dao. It's obvious Brother Chu's Guan Gong is practically the real thing incarnate. The 2 suddenly understood. No wonder their elders had always forbidden them from associating with the Guan family. Turns out they weren't authentic descendants of the Guan family at all. Though Chu Feng wasn't either, at least his ghostly nature was undeniably real. As the 2 blades collided, the ghostly Guan Dao general swung with all his might at the Guan Dao in his opponent's grasp. In the next instant, Guan Meng's so-called true form, Guan Yu, was instantly knocked back dozens of meters. At that very moment, the most unbearable thing happened. The so-called true form of Guan Yu's ghostly body began to disintegrate, gradually revealing its true nature. It was nothing more than a clay figurine. No, this can't be. Guan Meng raged like a madman, nearly lunging forward to bite Chu Feng. How could he have imagined that Chu Feng, barely 18 years old, possessed strength far surpassing his own after 50 years of cultivation? Or rather, before Chu Feng, he had no chance to even struggle. Chu Feng regarded him coldly, his expression impassive yet unmistakably stern.
Guan Meng, you pretentious fraud. You dare use clay figures to forge Guan Gong, deceiving the Xia kingdom for favors? Are you even human?
Chu Feng's words rang out with conviction, drawing neighbors closer.
No wonder those other two families refused to associate with you, so this is why. You're not a Guan family member at all, and you couldn't possibly possess the contract ghost of the divine Lord Guan.
Though they spoke thus, what truly piqued their curiosity was Chu Feng himself.
Yeah, even if he doesn't have a real contract ghost, how did this Guan Gong ghost end up in your hands?
Chu Feng scratched his head, instantly shifting the conversation. I never claimed this was the actual Lord Guan himself. This spirit is called the Guan Dao Ghost General.
What? Does wielding a Guan Dao automatically make one Guan Gong?
Even as he spoke, Chu Feng felt a twinge of unease.
True, wielding a Guan Dao alone doesn't make one Guan Gong. But you, Ghost General of the Guan Dao?
Not only do you wield a pipe well, but even your attire matches. Especially those slightly narrowed eyes. It was just too spot on. Zhang Fei and the others turned to look at Chu Feng, smiling silently. Long ago, Lu, Guan, and Zhang swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden, their bond transcending life and death itself.
Even their descendants could sense each other's presence.
Though Chu Feng was not a descendant of the Guan family,
Zhang Fei and Lu Yuzhan were certain that ghostly entity was none other than Guan Gong.
Hearing Chu Feng speak thus, the neighbors had nothing more to say.
Guan Meng, do you admit your guilt?
Chu Feng looked at Guan Meng, his eyes devoid of any pity. Everything he had done was just punishment. Even if he were a so-called descendant of the Guan family, committing such an act meant he couldn't live.
And he wasn't even one. Add to that the crime of identity fraud. Guan Shun and Guan Meng both must die. Even their so-called Guan family must be implicated. Guan Shun refused to accept this.
He secretly slipped his miniature Guan sword into his sleeve and approached Chu Feng.
He suddenly appeared exceedingly docile as he approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng instantly sensed something was amiss. That damn brat refused to confess moments ago. What's he playing at now?
Thus, Chu Feng was already on guard against Guan Shun's sudden display of deference. He approached Chu Feng, grinning as he said, "Brother Chu, have some candy." In front of everyone, Chu Feng naturally wouldn't take it, but he couldn't resist the boy's persistent, hopeful gaze as he held out the candy.
Chu Feng knew there might be a trick involved, but this was just a little brat. Could he really hurt Chu Feng?
Sure enough, the moment Chu Feng reached for the candy, Guan Shun swiftly drew his broadsword from his sleeve. With astonishing speed, it stabbed toward Chu Feng's eye socket.
Watch out. It all happened too suddenly. Guan Shun's previously harmless little face twisted into a hideous grimace. Ha 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 ha. You hit my father, you lowly commoner. I'll kill you.
Guan Shun thought he had struck his target, but to his shock, the Guandao was firmly clamped between Chu Feng's fingers. Chu Feng looked at him helplessly.
Just like that. Attacking a spirit guard officer? That's an aggravated offense, you know. Kid, I could cut you down right here on the street. You believe me?
Chu Feng's words were utterly gentle, yet they sent Guan Shun into such a panic he wet himself. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed countless ghostly creatures appearing behind Chu Feng. They stared at him with insatiable greed, as if they might break free from Chu Feng's control at any moment and devour him whole.
What should I do, Daddy? He's bullying Shun. Guan Meng was utterly bewildered. The Spirit Control Bureau had sent a real tough nut to crack.
Guan Meng's blurred eyes fixed on the recorder strapped to Chu Feng's chest, and a plan began to form in his mind. After all, this recorder was an artifact from the outside world. The spatial dimensions of the central city differed from those of the outer city. Therefore, within the central city, the data couldn't be transmitted in real time. In other words, the so-called evidence recorded by the device on Chu Feng's chest was currently only stored within the device itself. If he could destroy the recorder and then find a way to eliminate Chu Feng, everything would be settled once and for all. Thus, feigning submission to justice, he suddenly dropped to his knees. "Young brother Chu, take me away instead, don't arrest my child."
Chu Feng, of course, remained strictly professional.
As he walked toward Guan Meng, he said,
"Neither of you will escape."
But what Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that just as he approached Guan Meng, preparing to subdue him with the rope of binding immortals, he suddenly unleashed his full power once more, channeling all his ghostly energy into his hands and charging straight at Chu Feng's chest. Chu Feng instinctively assumed the attack was aimed at his chest and dodged to the side. But to his utter shock, Guan Meng's true target was the recorder strapped to Chu Feng's chest. Caught in the momentum of his movement, Chu Feng had no time to adjust his stance. Thus, Chu Feng ended up slapping his own shoulder with his palm, forcing his body backward.
Guan Meng's death throes counterattack once again missed its mark.
Chu Feng slowly sat up from the ground, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he declared,
"I've given you more than enough chances. It seems you must die here." Chapter 132, Public Execution and Expulsion from Central City. The Lingyu Bureau's enforcement authority held nationwide jurisdiction, making their actions in Central City entirely lawful. The reason few exercised it here was largely due to the isolation and vulnerability it brought. But Chu Feng feared no one. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill them too. Immediately, the blade of arrogance materialized in Chu Feng's hand as his gaze turned fierce, sweeping over everyone present. As the esteemed director of the Lingyu Bureau, am I now incapable of even making an arrest? Whether old or young, you all refuse to cooperate with me. To claim you're powerless to resist, do you truly believe the Lingyu Bureau of Xia Nation is a bunch of useless fools? Chu Feng concentrated ghostly energy at the blade's tip, enveloping himself in a 10-meter radius of thick, suffocating aura that made it nearly impossible for others to keep their eyes open. Today, I shall execute these scourges of Xia Nation right here in the street, the two beasts who murdered both spirit guardians and innocent civilians. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll cut you down too. Chu Feng's words boomed with such overwhelming authority that not a single soul present dared utter a sound. There was no other reason from Chu Feng's eyes, they saw. This man was not playing around. When he said he would behead them, he truly meant it. And this would set a precedent for the Spirit Guard Bureau. Before Chu Feng, no Spirit Guard department officer had ever engaged in such a major confrontation with the opposing side in the central city. Even when making arrests, they'd always been polite and courteous. But how could Chu Feng tolerate this? With the criminal's guilt already established, how could he be expected to empathize with a murderer? Absolutely impossible. Chu Feng strode toward the two, the ghostly aura at his sword tip carving a crimson trail across the ground. When you killed citizens of my Xia Kingdom and agents of my Lingyu Bureau, did either of you consider this outcome? Guan Meng and Guan Shan both knelt, their eyes filled with pleading. We'll go with you. Don't kill us. Even now, they clung to the delusion that within the judicial system, their so-called noble status could grant them immunity from death. Or perhaps, there truly was a powerful protector shielding them from the outside world, allowing this family to muddle through and reap undeserved fame for so long. Chu Feng couldn't care less about such matters. Even if they had protectors, Chu Feng wasn't afraid. His stance remained unchanged. If you're so tough, then come kill me. Chu Feng lowered his gaze to the pleading expressions on their faces and said calmly. Why weren't you begging like this earlier? Begging for mercy now? Too late. With that, Chu Feng swung his blade. Two heads, one large, one small, flew through the air. Chu Feng's strike was swift and decisive. The two likely never imagined he would actually execute them here. Thus, they likely felt little pain. Thinking this, Chu Feng felt these two beasts had gotten off easy. Upon witnessing her child and husband's deaths, Lady Guan, who had been cowering in the rear, froze in terror. She rushed to the corpses, wailing. What a terrible injustice! My child! My husband! Chu Feng saw right through her. This woman wasn't truly grieving for them, or rather, she wasn't truly grieving for Guan Meng. Guan Meng was 69 years old, while this beautiful woman appeared to be only in her early 30s. No matter how robust the old man's constitution, he could never satisfy her desires. Add to that the fact that after all these years and so many concubines, she still hadn't conceived a single child. How could she possibly conceive so easily with you? Clearly, Guan Shan was most likely a bastard. Born to Lady Guan and some other young lover. With Guan Meng dead, the Guan family had no heir. Therefore, the Guan family's fortune should rightfully be inherited by her. She was overjoyed, finally free from serving that old geezer day and night. Chu Feng sneered. Their blood hasn't even dried yet. Shall I take them both for a paternity test? Sure enough, the moment Chu Feng spoke, the beautiful woman stopped weeping and instead shot him a venomous glare. You murdered my husband and son, and now you dare to insult me. I'm going to the outer city to report you right now. Chu Feng chuckled. Oh? Well then, I suppose I'll just take them for that paternity test. Chu Feng turned to leave, while several little ghosts behind him began hauling the corpses away. No! A shrill scream erupted behind him. Chu Feng felt someone's hand grip his ankle. The beautiful woman pleaded. Let my child and husband rest in peace. Let's just stop here. Chu Feng chuckled. Indeed, if it truly proved this child wasn't Guan Meng's biological offspring, she'd be finished too. Therefore, she could never allow Chu Feng to undergo a paternity test. The neighbors, as if suddenly sensing the scent of gossip, began murmuring among themselves. Sigh, everyone knows old man Guan can't satisfy that woman. Exactly. I often see that pretty boy from the Shiman family coming and going from the Guan residence. That kid must be his too. I bet it is. Otherwise, how could she get pregnant so easily? For a moment, the cacophony of whispers overwhelmed the beautiful woman. Chu Feng paid no heed. Even if Chu Feng didn't pursue a paternity test, she wouldn't get a single penny of that fortune. Because the Guan family's status in Central City was fundamentally illegitimate. All privileges obtained through this fraudulent identity must be forfeited. Chu Feng glared at the beautiful woman with venom. Hey, stop pretending to be virtuous. This family's assets will all be confiscated, and you'll just be left crying over the corpse with your fake grief. Crawling all over that old man day in and day out, how disgusting. Stop pretending. It's all over now. The beautiful woman then dropped Guan Meng's body as if stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't accept that the wealth and status she'd traded nearly a decade of her youth for, gone just like that. Chu Feng turned away without another glance. He muttered to himself. Thank goodness Wang Ming and the others didn't come in. Otherwise, that recorder would have fallen into Wang Ming's hands and it would have been snatched for sure. Chu Feng tucked the recorder into his chest, guarding it carefully. Otherwise, if he carried these two corpses out of Central City without any evidence, that would truly be the end of him. Chu Feng met the strange stares from the other residents of the Central City. Ahem, mind your own business. As long as it doesn't endanger the lives of outer city residents, it's none of my concern. It was precisely from this day onward that Chu Feng's name began circulating widely throughout the Central City. The tale of him beheading the fake Guan family in broad daylight was often used by parents in the Central City to scare their unruly children. Thus, Chu Feng earned a nickname that suited him perfectly. The Outer City Judge. Thus, dragging two corpses behind him, Chu Feng deliberately or inadvertently made his way through the Central City. Then, he headed toward the teleportation array at the square. At that moment, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, I can give the citizens of Jinmen and the officers of the Spirit Guard a proper explanation. As Chu Feng thought this, he failed to notice a dark shadow materializing behind him. The instant the portal opened, the shadow coalesced into a drill-like form, plunging straight toward Chu Feng's abdomen. In an instant, gushing blood and fragments of internal organs spilled onto the ground. Clutching his wound, Chu Feng stared at the shadow before him in disbelief. It's you? Impossible. Chapter 133, The Recorder Stolen, Who's Behind It? The excruciating pain mingled with utter disbelief, leaving Chu Feng utterly unable to fight back. He stared at the figure, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This injury remained life-threatening. Chu Feng urgently summoned several healing spirits to administer emergency treatment. Even so, blood gushed relentlessly from his wounds. That such an injury hadn't instantly knocked him unconscious was already beyond belief. Standing before Chu Feng was none other than the flute-playing girl he had encountered days earlier. The guide. Yes, it was her. But Chu Feng couldn't fathom why she was here. The guide held Chu Feng's recorder in her hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She approached him with steps that radiated an irresistible allure. Yet Chu Feng dared not linger to admire her. She knew that the moment the other fully approached her would be the moment of her demise. In an instant, Chu Feng summoned all his ghostly creatures, attempting to resist the young girl's attack. But what Chu Feng never could have imagined was that when she summoned her ghostly weapons like the broadsword Ghost General, they were all enchanted by the girl's flute melody. Indeed, this was different from last time. Last time, the girl's flute could only enchant some lower-tier ghostly beings. This time, however, it could genuinely exert temporary control over Yiksha-level spirit riders. This terrifying rate of growth. No wonder even the court historian feared her. Right. Notify the historian. Chu Feng had a sudden thought. The fact that she could teleport to the Central City meant this was definitely her true form. Meaning, with the power of the historians, they could truly eliminate this woman right where she stood. Chu Feng recalled the mark etched into his mind by the historian. I don't know if it'll work or if it's even in time, but this is my last chance. As Chu Feng pondered, the imprint in his mind echoed. Elder Chronicler, the guide has appeared. Can you come to me now? Chu Feng spoke weakly in his mind, adding one final sentence, I'm dying. He believed his existence must still hold some significance to the chronicler. Sure enough, the historian's voice echoed in his mind. In the Central City? Hold on. About 2 minutes. Whether it was Chu Feng's illusion or not, he sensed other chaotic sounds mingling with the historian's words as if a battle were raging nearby. But none of that was Chu Feng's concern. The most pressing issue now was. He was dying. The bone flute maiden approached him, tracing his jawline with her index finger. I saw it. That sword is on you. Chu Feng frowned. He never imagined she'd come to demand his sword. Chu Feng hurriedly protested, What sword? I've never used any sword. But even so, it was impossible to deceive her. Chu Feng's only option was to stall for time. Still denying it? Want me to give you another taste? The woman's voice was harsh and menacing, starkly contrasting with her angelic features. Chu Feng knew full well that if he didn't confess, he'd likely get stabbed again. Without delay, Chu Feng retorted. Even if I did, I couldn't possibly produce it in my current state. And who the hell are you anyway? Chu Feng fixed her with a piercing stare. He was genuinely curious about the man's identity. Seeing Chu Feng admit to possessing the sword, the guide said. I might as well tell you it's mine anyway. 18 years ago, my parents sacrificed their lives to send me out of the sealed sword ancient kingdom. From that moment, this bone flute lay in my cradle. And inside the flute's tube lay the truth of my origins. All these years, not a single day has passed without me thinking of revenge against the Xia kingdom. Truthfully, when I first learned there were survivors from the sword-sealing ancient kingdom, I was overcome with excitement. But I never imagined you would side with the Xia kingdom. Her eyes brimmed with sorrowful resentment, as if she believed Chu Feng had betrayed their nation. And you, of all people, are a prince of my Fengjian kingdom. This is utterly unforgivable. Chu Feng knew she had reached a point of utter obsession. Thus, Chu Feng spoke calmly. A few Xia people who invaded our ancient kingdom and many ghost riders from other nations. Why must you harm all Xia citizens? Would you even exist today if not for Xia people raising you? Chu Feng attempted to appeal to the man's humanity, only to be silenced by his retort. The grandmother who raised me is dead. I have no family left in this world. Besides, if it weren't for the Xia people, I should be living happily with my parents now, and you should have become a proper prince, shouldn't you? Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Were not the people of the ancient Fengjin kingdom also Xia subjects? But that doesn't justify killing all Xia people. The guide, however, shouted hysterically. You saw it yourself, my bone flute can now briefly control a Yakuza-level contract ghost. You should know what this means, but it's still just a little short. With that sword, I could command every ghostly entity in the world. I will destroy Xia Kingdom, destroy the entire world. They're all beneficiaries of the ancient sword sealing kingdom's destruction. I refuse to live with him, they all deserve to die. The guide's emotions grew increasingly intense. Chu Feng realized he could never persuade her. Their philosophies were worlds apart. Chu Feng merely sought vengeance against those who had participated in the destruction of the sword-sealing kingdom, while the girl before him desired to kill everyone. Moreover, she had already slaughtered too many people in Jijian City. Chu Feng rejected her ideology and could not possibly hand over the ghost sword. Our beliefs are incompatible. You should leave now. Chu Feng sighed in despair, at a loss for what to do. She had indeed slaughtered countless civilians in Jijian, yet they were still his own countrymen. For a moment, Chu Feng didn't know how to deal with her. Allowing her to leave now was the greatest mercy he could offer. Otherwise, if the historian truly arrived, death would be the only fate awaiting her. Chu Feng wavered, but the thought that releasing her would only allow her to continue her wicked deeds weighed heavily on his mind. The guide, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stepped before Chu Feng once more. Hand over the ghost sword. You are utterly unworthy of wielding it. At that moment, Chu Feng felt as though a crack was about to split open in his mind. Immediately after, he heard the voice of the historian. Kid, still alive? I'm here. Chu Feng understood his reinforcements had arrived. So he deliberately declared, fine, I'll release the ghost sword. Immediately, under the watchful gaze of the guide, a crack appeared between Chu Feng's eyebrows. As if something was about to burst forth. Oomph, you're smart. The guide leaned her head toward the crack. But what she didn't expect was this. What emerged from the crack was not some ghostly sword, but the giant hand of the historian. Chapter 134, Evidence Destroyed, Doubt and Exclusion. The historian's massive hands seized the guide's head with terrifying speed. In the next instant, the historian himself emerged from the center of Chu Feng's forehead. Still clad in black robes, he radiated profound mystery. The guide's face twisted in utter shock before a resigned smile touched his lips. Chu Feng, you traitor who betrayed the sword-sealing kingdom, may you die a miserable death. Immediately after, the guide crushed the recording device in his hand. And along with the shattering of the bone flute, came the guide's head. Chu Feng refused to witness this scene. There were already few people in this world who stood by his side. Now, with the guide gone, he had lost another ally. Yet if the guide had lived, how could Chu Feng have faced the elders of Jijian with any dignity? Chu Feng had always believed that debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. To draw his sword against the weaker ones would be nothing short of an act of incompetence. What Chu Feng hadn't anticipated was that the bone flute would drift directly into his hand. Soul Summoning Flute. Category, Summoned Object. Quality, Peerless. Talent, Soul Summoning Melody, can exert temporary control or even absolute domination over ghostly entities within a specific realm. Current controllable realm, Yak A. Realms of complete domination, all realms below Yaksha. Description, arriving bearing souls, departing carrying souls. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The ability to absolutely dominate ghostly entities below the Yaksa realm. Such terrifying power, when unleashed to summon a ghost tide, would be utterly unnatural. But right now, Chu Feng had no mind to dwell on such matters. He was in deep trouble. It was true he had killed the Guan family father and son, but the recorder storing the evidence had been destroyed by the guide. This meant his actions could no longer be deemed justified. The moment he stepped through the teleportation gate, he would emerge before the masses as a criminal. The historian clearly understood Chu Feng's predicament and said to him, if you truly have nowhere else to go, come to the mourners. When you've made up your mind, just call out to me again like before. With that, the historian once again opened a fissure with his bare hands and vanished into the unknown. Chu Feng stared at the three corpses before him, utterly at a loss for what to do. What should I do? It seems pointless to say anything now. Chu Feng knew full well that the Guan family wasn't without backing and that backing likely lay within the outer city. Leaving now would be like jumping into the Yellow River, he'd never be able to clear his name. Even so, I must give the people of Jinmen an explanation. Thus, Chu Feng resolutely stepped onto the teleportation array leading back to the city. Outside the array, Wang Ming and the others spotted Chu Feng emerge and immediately exclaimed with glee. Damn it, Director Chu. If you hadn't come out, we were about to go find reinforcements. You really took care of those two scumbags. That feels so satisfying. But Chu Feng sighed deeply and said, "Don't call me director anymore. I'm no longer the director of Jinmen, and I might not even be considered a citizen of Xia Kingdom anymore." Wang Ming and the others were initially puzzled, wondering what nonsense Chu Feng was spouting. But when they saw the recorder in Chu Feng's hand crushed beyond recognition, everything clicked into place. The evidence is destroyed. But I still killed them. The Lingyu Bureau valued evidence above all else. With the evidence gone, Chu Feng was finished. He might even lose his life. Lu Tang exclaimed frantically, "Brother Feng, you can't be harmed. You saved my life, let me take the fall for this. I take responsibility for my own actions. Leave me alone." With that, Chu Feng rode the sea of blood straight toward Jinmen. He had to make the most of this precious little time he had left. Otherwise, he might not even get the chance to report back to the people of Jinmen. Wang Ming and the others were helpless with worry, yet there was nothing else they could do. Even if they tried to pin the blame on someone else, it wouldn't hold water. After all, only Chu Feng had entered the teleportation array. Approximately half an hour later, within the Spirit Control Bureau of Jinmen. Switch all Tianjin networks and satellite channels to emergency broadcast mode. Emergency broadcast commencing. Suddenly, the world seemed to collapse for countless Tianjin citizens who had just finished work and were settling in to watch TV or scroll through their phones. What's going on? The new director is being way too arbitrary. We've had to see him 8 times today. But Chu Feng's stern expression silenced their complaints. Instead, curiosity began to stir as they wondered what exactly he intended to say. On the screen, Chu Feng looked utterly solemn. "Dear citizens of Tianjin, when you see this message, I may no longer be the director of the Tianjin Spiritual Guard Bureau." The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. What does this mean? He's only been in office for less than 2 days. Is he resigning already? Chu Feng continued. "The situation is this: yesterday, our city witnessed a heinous massacre that claimed an entire family, resulting in the deaths of 5 Spirit Guard Bureau officers. I trust you are all aware of this tragedy. Our bureau launched an urgent investigation and ultimately identified the perpetrator in Central City. During negotiations with the perpetrator, I documented all evidence and proceeded to apprehend him. However, he resisted arrest by force. Ultimately, I had no choice but to execute 2 of the perpetrators on the spot." At this point, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Excellent. The wicked have gotten their just deserts. The new chief's efficiency is incredible. This is a good thing." But Chu Feng's next words plunged the crowd back into silence. On the screen, Chu Feng held up a recorder that was shattered beyond recognition, with only its core components remaining. He stated, "After the case concluded, I was attacked by another criminal. The recorder was completely destroyed, rendering all data within it invalid. This means you can assume I killed someone without evidence even though I didn't." At these words, the citizens fell silent once more. Yet many still commented directly in the live chat. "Deputy Director Chu, we believe you. You're a good commissioner who gets things done for us." Seeing the countless messages of praise from citizens below, Chu Feng smiled to himself. "If everyone trusts me, then what I'm doing is worth it." But what caught Chu Feng off guard was that before the livestream had even ended, the door to his office swung open. Stepping through the doorway was a gray-haired old man with a sour expression. Dressed like a doctor, he even wore a pair of medical gloves. But what struck Chu Feng most was the stiff, purplish skin beneath those gloves. That skin matched the color of the giant hand that had intervened to aid Xiao Qingtong that day. A terrible suspicion immediately took root in Chu Feng's mind. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The old man spoke. "Chu Feng, let's go. Return to the imperial capital for questioning." Chu Feng said nothing, silently following behind him. What Chu Feng didn't know was that his fate was shifting once more at this very moment. Chapter 135, Framed by Deception, a fake act becomes reality. As Chu Feng was led away in handcuffs under guard, the citizens of Zhejiang furrowed their brows. Director Chu was a good man. What did he do wrong? Exactly. It was Lingyu Bureau's own equipment that malfunctioned. Why should Director Chu bear the consequences? No matter the verdict, we believe in Director Chu. In an instant, the people of Jinmen rallied to support Chu Feng. Of course, some extreme voices emerged. Damn it all, they're arresting a director who's so dedicated to the people? I'm done with this. I'm heading to the imperial capital's Lingyu Bureau to petition. They must release Director Chu. Count me in. I'm heading out to rally people right now. Such remarks actually did Chu Feng no favors. They might even be used as ammunition against him. This was precisely what Chu Feng did not want to see. Though shackles now bound his hands, they posed no real threat to Chu Feng. If he wished, he could break free at any moment. However, the old man before him held his attention. Chu Feng kept glancing at the old man's hands, purple, black and veiny. Chu Feng was certain this was the very hand from that day. And the old man before him must be the owner of that giant hand. If he truly fell into his hands, his fate would likely be far from pleasant. Chu Feng had already made certain preparations. If he couldn't clear his name, then he'd have no choice but to join the mourners. The old man summoned a black coffin and looked at Chu Feng. "Young man, lie down inside." The old man's voice was hoarse, and a barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Chu Feng. Of course, Chu Feng had noticed it all. Thus, Chu Feng feigned surprise and retorted. "I've been so cooperative already. Why must I enter this coffin? I'm not dead yet." The old man gave a light cough. "Your power is too great. You must enter this coffin to be restrained. We've come all the way from the imperial capital. Do you really think we'd kill you halfway through?" After a moment's thought, Chu Feng climbed into the black coffin. After all, the arrest warrant in their hands was indeed genuine. Given that, it was impossible for anything to happen to Chu Feng during the journey. Sure enough, the moment Chu Feng lay down inside the black coffin, everything about him seemed cut off from the outside world. He even lost all sense of his own ghostly power. Yet even this highly sealed black coffin failed to completely block the scrivener's markings. Chu Feng could sense nothing else, yet he could distinctly feel the presence of the historian. Suddenly, the historian's voice echoed in his mind. "Chu Feng, beware. These people harbor ill intent and may very well kill you along the way." The historian's words sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine. Yet at this moment, he had no chance of pushing open the coffin on his own strength. "Elder, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm doomed to die?" The historian sighed and said. "The situation is indeed dire. They plan to stage an attack by ghostly creatures along the way, and that old man will even kill several of his own men to make it seem more credible. In this situation, you can't escape, but you can't stay either." Yes, Chu Feng felt utterly hopeless. If he fled, it would be interpreted as fleeing in fear of punishment, leading to a nationwide manhunt. If he didn't flee, they would frame him and kill him. The situation before Chu Feng seemed like a dead end. "Senior, what should I do?" To be honest, Chu Feng was truly feeling hopeless. But then, the historian's next words instantly eased Chu Feng's mind considerably. "Don't worry. Since he wants to create the illusion of being attacked by ghostly creatures, I'll make it real." Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. "Senior, I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Could you explain it plainly? Consider it a favor you owe me. I'll keep an eye on them. If that old man tries to send ghosts to attack you, I'll kill them and turn the fake attack into a real one." Chu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, what kind of thinking is this? The historian meant that since the old man wanted to stage a fake attack anyway, then the historian will make sure the event becomes real. Of course, he couldn't actually wipe out the old man and his group. That would definitely arouse suspicion in the imperial capital. But scaring them was still a useful tactic. Sure enough, just as Chu Feng lay uneasy inside the coffin, trying to sense the jolts from outside, suddenly, everything around him fell silent. "Looks like this farce is about to begin," Chu Feng murmured to himself. But as long as the court historian was present, he felt reassured. At this moment, the group escorting Chu Feng had reached the border between the imperial capital and Hejin Gate. This area was a dense, lush forest, truly an ideal spot for murder and robbery. It was effectively beyond the control of both sides. Just a little further ahead, and they would officially enter the jurisdiction of the imperial capital. Sure enough, the old man chose this very spot. Suddenly, 5 late-stage yaksha ghosts burst forth from the black forest. The hanged ghost, the starved ghost, the wrongfully killed ghost, the overfed ghost, and the grieving widow ghost. The 5 ghosts formed an array, instantly repelling the transport crew guarding the coffin. Indeed, though most of the escort personnel were only blood robe level in strength. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single attack from a yaksha ghost. Yet they were merely driven back. Immediately after, the 5 ghosts struck them simultaneously, knocking them unconscious. Only the old man remained conscious on the battlefield. "No! Quickly protect the black coffin." Even with such clumsy acting, the old man still pretended to protect Chu Feng. Of course, Chu Feng remained unaware of all this. In truth, the official notice was merely sent to have the old man report back that Chu Feng had returned. There was no mention whatsoever of whether or not to allow entry into the black coffin. The black coffin was actually the old man's own possession. Unable to kill Chu Feng with his own hands, he had no choice but to resort to this trick. "Haha, I suppose you and there still know nothing, do you? Go to your death peacefully. A painless end is a mercy." The 5 ghosts stood around the black coffin. Truthfully, the old man didn't know Chu Feng's current strength either. But with no other options, even he himself couldn't withstand the attacks of 5 ghosts. Therefore, he was certain Chu Feng would surely die under this assault. Sure enough, just as the ghostly creatures finished gathering their power and reached their blood-stained hands toward the black coffin, the world seemed to freeze. Immediately, spatial rifts appeared on the bodies of the 5 ghosts. The blood-stained hand of the historian appeared, twisting the 5 ghosts into pretzels. While the old man was still reeling from the astonishing spectacle, a spatial fissure opened before his eyes. The historian struck out with a palm, sending the old man flying hundreds of meters. A mouthful of old blood gushed forth. "Who's there?" The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the Imperial Capital Patrol. But when the patrol arrived, they found only the elderly man, beaten to the brink of death. and the black coffin holding Chu Feng. Reporting to Central Command, Deputy Director Liao ambushed at Imperial Capital perimeter. Requesting medical support. Chapter 136 Accusations Galore. A quarter of an hour later, the backup forces arrived. Only then did the patrol team discover the unconscious operative deep within the forest, along with Chu Feng imprisoned within the black coffin. This incident involved numerous parties and thus received the highest priority from the Imperial capital. The elder's surname was Liao, his given name Liao Gongcheng, currently serving as Deputy Director of the Imperial Capital's Spirit Guard Bureau. In terms of rank, he was effectively on par with Xiaozhen, placing him significantly higher than Fu Hong'an. Chu Feng's case involved such significant stakes that Liao was personally dispatched to resolve it. Yet, unexpectedly, even with such arrangements, there was no guarantee the matter would be resolved flawlessly. What's the story with this black coffin? In the office, Liao Gongcheng, having received brief treatment, looked at the man before him with utter resignation. Bai Hong, the chief administrator of the Imperial Capital's Spirit Guard Bureau. Yet at this moment, Liao Gongcheng couldn't utter a single word. Didn't I tell you to bring Chu Feng back? What does this black coffin intend to do? Refine him? Others might not see anything amiss, but Bai Hong was no ordinary man. How could he fail to notice the black coffin's trickery? A reincarnation talisman was affixed to the bottom of that black coffin. This talisman was used to completely trap the soul of the deceased within the black coffin. A vicious talisman that condemned the deceased soul to eternal damnation, never to be reborn, and it had fallen into Liao Gongcheng's hands. Liao Gongcheng was utterly frustrated, but he could only reply. Chief Bai, you know how formidable Chu Feng is. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I had him enter the coffin. Bai Hong impatiently furrowed his brow. So what? Did Chu Feng jump out on his own to attack you, then open the coffin and crawl back in? Liao Gongcheng dared not argue with Bai Hong and quickly clarified. No. 5 yak, a demons attacked us. They burst out of the forest as if it were premeditated. I fought bravely, but I only managed to kill them while sustaining severe injuries myself. Liao Gongcheng's story seemed flawless. To most observers, slaying 5 yak, a demons meant Liao Gongcheng was not only blameless but deserving of commendation. But how could Bai Hong fail to see through it? Bai Hong's eyes, which should have been tender and affectionate, now glared at Liao Gongcheng with fierce intensity. You staged this whole thing and blew it, didn't you? Liao Gongcheng, let me make one thing damn clear. The only reason I've spared your deputy director title is because of your past contributions. But look at yourself now. Where's even a shred of impartiality or concern for the people? I'll be present at this trial. Don't even think about pulling any more tricks. With that, Bai Hong left the office. Liao Gongcheng was left alone. Seeing Bai Hong finally leave, Liao Gongcheng exhaled a long breath. Just moments ago, he'd even thought Bai Hong might kill him. Though his face remained composed, the cold sweat on his back betrayed his true state. Yet despite this, Liao Gongcheng's gaze darkened as he stared at the door. Bai Hong, you don't seriously believe you're the top expert in the Spirit Control Bureau, do you? One day, I'll destroy your entire family. After being released from the black coffin, Chu Feng found himself at the Imperial Capital's tribunal without fully understanding how he got there. This trial was exceptionally critical, so nearly all attendees were prominent figures. On the Imperial Capital side, Fu Hong'an and Xiaozhen were the most anxious. Unfortunately, none of the Imperial Capital's representatives could serve as Chu Feng's defense counsel at this moment. They could only come and silently watch over Chu Feng. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the trial formally commenced. The trial now commences for the case of Chu Feng, former director of the Lingyu Bureau of Tianjin, accused of murdering citizens Guan Meng and Guan Shone of the central city. As these words were spoken, the prosecution side revealed Guan Meng's wife and Liao Gongcheng standing before the court. Chu Feng wasn't particularly shocked to see Guan Meng's wife here. But what the hell was that old man doing here? Liao Gongcheng declared with unabashed confidence, To be perfectly honest, this old man holds a legal qualification certificate. There's absolutely no issue with me serving as the prosecutor. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed the other side had decided to completely sever ties with him. Liao Gongcheng looked at Chu Feng with utter contempt and demanded, Chu Feng, do you dispute the fact that you killed Guan's father and son? Chu Feng chuckled dismissively and retorted, What do you mean? I was enforcing the law impartially. Every citizen present can vouch for me. Sure enough, Lu Yuzhan and Zhang Fei stepped forward from the witness stand. We can confirm we are not lying. Guan Meng and his father did indeed confess to murdering citizens and officers in Jinmen. Yet Chu Feng frowned. Because the only ones willing to stand up for him were 2 children. The adults who had witnessed everything themselves hadn't even bothered to show up. This meant those individuals were likely silenced by some uncontrollable force. Only 2 individuals were willing to disregard their own interests and stand resolutely by Chu Feng's side. Liao Gongcheng shook his head. Children speak without restraint. How can we place our trust solely in a child's words? Those 2 corpses you brought out are the most compelling evidence of murder. You are the one who killed them. Chu Feng sighed and said, I killed them because they murdered the people of Jinmen. As the director of the Gene Men Spirit Guard Bureau, I had to kill them. Besides, there must be other evidence at the scene. The incident occurred outside the Guan family compound. There are surveillance cameras there. They must have captured everything that happened that day. Liao Gongcheng, as if anticipating Chu Feng's response, exchanged a knowing smile with Mrs. Guan.
Ha 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 ha. The Guan family's cameras broke down ages ago. There's nothing there.
Chu Feng showed no surprise at this revelation. He knew they would have deleted any incriminating evidence against him, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing Chu Feng fall silent, Liao Gongcheng pressed his advantage with feigned cleverness.
Ha! Since you claim to have evidence, why don't you produce it?
Chu Feng produced the damaged recorder.
The moment I left Central City, I rushed to repair this recorder.
Unfortunately, it was completely destroyed, and all data is irretrievably lost. Liao Gongcheng roared with laughter upon hearing Chu Feng's words.
Ha ha ha! Don't you know our recorders have real-time recording capabilities? While you're recording, several units are simultaneously transmitting the data to the cloud. Ha ha ha! Old Deng was still laughing, but others in the audience were laughing too.
Chu Feng laughed too, even more heartily than Liao Gongcheng.
Ha! Everyone, all of you at the Spirit Command Bureau, doesn't this just make you want to laugh your heads off? Liao Gongcheng, don't you know?
The data in Central City isn't shared with the outside world.
To transmit data to the cloud, you absolutely must leave Central City. At the same time, Chu Feng turned to the audience and declared, Comrades, this is the sort of fellow who doesn't even grasp the most basic knowledge of the Lingyu Bureau. Can we really trust what he says? Chapter 137, Wrongfully Imprisoned. Sure enough, Chu Feng's words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly enlightening the jury.
Just imagine, a man holding such a high-ranking position, one who would even reach the level of deputy director in the imperial capital,
yet lacks even the most basic knowledge. How terrifying. Could such a person's words possibly be credible? The momentum shifted entirely in Chu Feng's favor.
Yet even so, Chu Feng dared not relax for a moment. After all, the old man before him possessed profound cunning.
He absolutely wouldn't be so easily suppressed by Chu Feng.
Sure enough, after Chu Feng finished speaking, Liao Gongcheng burst into laughter.
Ah, fellow citizens, my apologies. At 85 years old, this old man has indeed misremembered the matter.
With that, Liao Gongcheng bowed to the audience before deliberately bowing to Chu Feng as well, feigning politeness to express his apology. Of course, only Chu Feng understood what this meant. The old fox was preparing his next move.
Sure enough, behind Liao Gongcheng, eyes as sharp as a wild wolf fixed on Chu Feng.
But if the recorder is broken, there's no way to prove you recorded any evidence at all. Besides, aside from those two little brats, no one else has presented any corresponding evidence. Therefore, there's no way to prove your innocence, but the two you killed are undeniably dead. You! A moment of silence fell over the audience before Fu Hongyan erupted in a torrent of curses. Liao, you old bastard, I'll your mother. Don't think we don't know what dirty tricks you used to climb your way to power.
But before long, Fu Hongyan, overcome by emotion, was silenced by Xiaojun covering his mouth.
The reason was simple, though he knew Liao Gongcheng's actions were detrimental to Chu Feng and despised his shameless behavior. But they all served the Xia nation, and tearing into each other in front of so many people was simply out of the question.
Old Fu, keep your voice down. Now it's up to Chu Feng to make his move.
Indeed, Chu Feng stood utterly alone at that moment. He could only rely on himself.
Rage burned in Chu Feng's eyes, yet he spoke calmly. Very well. Not all evidence speaks for itself. I have one more piece of proof.
Seeing Chu Feng still insisting on defending himself, Liao Gongcheng asked without surprise.
Oh? Then tell me, what other evidence do you have?
Chu Feng produced the evidence. This the Xia Kingdom's Ghost Control Manual. He immediately flipped to the page featuring the fly monk. He displayed the contract ghost holder on that page to everyone, shouting loudly.
Everyone, look here.
I've thoroughly investigated all contract holders. Only Guan Shun had both the opportunity and motive to commit this crime.
But the presiding judge's next words froze Chu Feng in his tracks. But comrade Chu Feng, Guan Shun's name isn't listed among the contract holders you've presented. At this, Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Impossible.
When Chu Feng looked back at the list of contract holders, Guan Shun's name was indeed nowhere to be found.
Instead, or rather, an additional name appeared: Wang Fei. What on earth is going on? Could someone really be that high-ranking?
Chu Feng could never have imagined the immense authority held by the deputy director of the Imperial Capital Spirit Control Bureau. The moment Chu Feng entered the central city, Liao Gongcheng had already received word. Sensing danger, he acted decisively, employing subtle manipulation to replace Guan Shun's name with that of the man called Wang Fei. Yet after Chu Feng killed the Guan family father and son, there was no time to verify this again. It was precisely because of this oversight that Liao Gongcheng felt certain of victory. As for why Chu Feng must die, Liao Gongcheng believed the reason was crystal clear. As long as Chu Feng lived, his heart would never find peace. Who could have imagined that survivors would remain from that ancient kingdom he had destroyed 18 years ago? And what was most terrifying was that in just 18 years, that survivor had grown to such a terrifying extent.
Of course, there was one crucial matter above all else. Within Chu Feng's body lay the very thing Liao Gongqing coveted most. The seven-ghost sword. After all, he had only heard tales of this legendary sword's unmatched might, never experiencing its true power firsthand. But the moment Chu Feng slew Xia Qingtong, he finally witnessed the ghost sword's true power. Empowered by the drought demon, it could actually slay a Yama ghost outright. Such power was utterly unnatural. Consider this, his opponent was merely 18 years old, while he himself was already 80. At 80, he could barely muster 80% of the Yama ghost's true power. Yet now, at merely 18, Chu Feng could slaughter Yama ghosts with the ghost sword. He was terrified. After all, he was one of the masterminds behind the invasion and sealing of the Sword Ancient Kingdom. Given Chu Feng's abilities, it was only a matter of time before he traced it back to him. And by the time Chu Feng did find him, he would undoubtedly surpass his own power. Therefore, he planned to eliminate Chu Feng first. But for now, Guan Shan was indeed nowhere to be found in the contract holder records. Chu Feng was instantly speechless, his eyes burning with boundless fury. Liao Gongqing chuckled smugly. Well, Wang Fei did visit Jinmen a few days ago. But unfortunately, he was attacked by ghostly creatures in the Jinxi region 5 hours ago. He's dead. What a coincidence. How incredibly convenient. But even if it all seemed so clumsy, what could Chu Feng possibly do? So, you entered the central city purely out of personal grudges and dared to kill a descendant of the Guan family. And after the incident, you must have bribed those 2 kids to testify for you. Then you personally destroyed the recorder and claimed it was sabotaged by someone else. Citizens of Jimen, come see for yourselves. This is your esteemed director. Liao Gongqing's voice boomed like a young man's. Though his words held little credibility, they still left the crowd speechless. There was no other reason even Tianjin citizens still trusted Chu Feng. But Chu Feng truly had no evidence. Though Liao Gongqing appeared utterly cunning, he did present some evidence. Though the possibility of fabricated testimony lingered, it was undeniable. His fabrication was flawless. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. So it seems this guy is the real power behind the Guan family. Chu Feng had already formed his own conclusions. With this turn of events, he was undoubtedly headed straight to prison. Even the deputy director of the Spirit Control Bureau was abusing his power? Well, there was nothing he could do. Chu Feng could only accept his fate. But those stiff, purple ghostly hands were what truly troubled Chu Feng. He's connected to Xia Qingtong. He killed Xia Qingtong to silence him, and now he's trying every trick in the book to eliminate me. It seems he's another dog who invaded the sword-sealing kingdom. Very well. Due to insufficient and invalid evidence against the defendant, Chu Feng is hereby detained pending further investigation. Immediately afterward, several men led Chu Feng off the stage. Chu Feng looked at Liao Gongqing, his gaze cold and indifferent. You'd better not wait for me to come out. Otherwise, I'll make you regret not finishing me off right then and there. Chapter 138, Forced into the Mourners, codename Fengdu. In the cold, gloomy prison, Chu Feng sat motionless in the corner. He hadn't given up on himself. According to Xia Nation's laws, without additional evidence, his death sentence was certain. Even so, Chu Feng never once regretted killing the Guan family father and son. Murdering innocent civilians was absolutely unforgivable. Only now did Chu Feng truly understand the meaning of tears behind bars. Only when truly confined behind these magic-suppressing iron bars did he grasp the mindset of prisoners for the first time. Of course, Chu Feng harbored not a shred of remorse. He was merely pondering his options, whether to wait for death here, facing execution with heroic resolve. Or contact the court historian and escape now? Just then, a fellow prisoner on the other side of the bars addressed Chu Feng. Hey, kid, you're so young. How did you end up in death row? Chu Feng was stunned. So they claimed to be temporarily detaining him, but in reality, they'd thrown him straight into death row? When Chu Feng looked at the man's appearance, he was stunned. Before him stood an elderly man in his twilight years, his hair sparse and streaked with gray. The most striking feature was a prominent knife scar running from his forehead straight down to his nostril. Yes, a knife scar, carved by a blade. Chu Feng initially assumed the man was some street thug who'd been sentenced to death. But upon seeing the kindness in the man's eyes, he became convinced there was more to the story. So Chu Feng asked, Old man, I'm more curious about you. How did someone your age end up in death row? The old man shook his head and sighed. I'm just an old man with no special skills. I only awakened the spirit of an axe. My wife passed away early during childbirth while delivering our daughter. Hearing this, Chu Feng truly felt the old man's life had been a tragic one. Yet misfortune always targets the weakest, and calamity seems to torment the most unfortunate. My daughter is more accomplished than I ever was in A-grade talent. Even in the imperial capital, that's rare, isn't it? As he spoke, a glint of pride flashed in the old man's eyes. Through that light, Chu Feng thought he glimpsed a graceful young woman dressed in simple, elegant attire. As he spoke, the old man pulled a slightly faded photograph from his bosom. In the photograph stood a younger version of himself alongside a girl of delicate beauty. Running his fingers over the photo, the old man said,
This is my daughter, by Bing. Her name suits her beautiful, isn't she? She got into the Imperial Capital Model University. I was so happy. My daughter was bound for greatness. But just 3 months into the semester, I received a notice. They told me my daughter had died suddenly. At this point, tears welled up in the old man's eyes, and his entire body went limp, as if he had shriveled up. I refused to believe it. I rode my bike for 4 hours from the outskirts of the capital to reach the school, but they wouldn't even let me see my daughter's body. I cried and screamed until finally, at the crematorium entrance, I saw them rushing about frantically. I violently pulled back the white sheet, only to see my daughter lying there, her clothes disheveled. Then something hit me in the face, and I passed out. When I woke up, all that was left before me was a small square box. At this point, Chu Feng and the old man both fell silent. The old man trembled violently. Chu Feng instinctively reached out to steady him, only to have his skin seared by the magic-suppressing barrier. After a long moment, the old man continued. I knelt at the school gate for a month, desperate to uncover the truth about my daughter. I cried out to heaven, but heaven remained silent. I cried out to earth, but earth offered no response. I sought help from the Spirit Control Bureau, but they only gave me empty promises, never following through. I reached out to my daughter's classmates, but not a single one would acknowledge me. Then one day, I received an anonymous letter. It said my daughter was raped by Liao Zhen, the freshman bully at Imperial Capital University. When she refused to submit, he killed her. At first, I wondered if it was a prank, but by then I was desperate enough to grasp at straws. I quickly identified his habits. He frequently checked into off-campus hotels with other women. This gave me my chance. So one night, disguised as a delivery man, I opened the door to his hotel room. But I was still too weak. Even though he was completely unprepared, my full-strength axe blow failed to kill him and I nearly died myself. That's how I ended up locked up here. Chu Feng was stunned. So in the end, he hadn't even managed to kill the guy. Killing demands retribution. If you don't kill, you rot in prison until you die. What kind of logic is that? Liao Zhen, Liao Gongcheng. Could it be that? Old man, do you know anything about Liao Zhen's connections? The old man gave a bitter laugh. Of course I know. I also know why my report was dismissed. Liao Zhen's grandfather is Liao Gongcheng, deputy director of the Imperial Capital's Lingyu Bureau. Sure enough, just as Chu Feng had suspected, this Liao Zhen was indeed Liao Gongcheng's relative. And precisely because of this, even if the old man hadn't killed Liao Zhen, he'd still be facing a capital offense. Seeing the man's reaction, Chu Feng laid out his entire ordeal. After listening, the old man could only sigh with emotion. True heroes emerge in youth. Why must such a dedicated and people-oriented deputy director suffer such injustice at the hands of this villain? For a moment, the old man even forgot his own grievances, entirely consumed by indignation for Chu Feng. Young man, what you did was right. And you shouldn't be here at all. You absolutely cannot die here. As for me, I'm just an old man with no wife or children. If I die, I die. Hearing the old man's self-abandonment, Chu Feng hurriedly replied. Old man, neither of us should die. Just tell me where your daughter's grave lies. With my powerful ghost summoning abilities, I'll make sure you two meet again. The old man was a pitiable soul, and Chu Feng genuinely wanted to help him. He couldn't save the old man with his own abilities, but at least he could grant them one final meeting. After the old man hesitantly revealed the location of his daughter's grave, Chu Feng nodded silently. Immediately, Chu Feng focused his divine sense within his mind. The voice of the historian echoed within his mind. Well, have you made up your mind? Chu Feng chuckled softly. Senior chronicler, spare me the sarcasm. If I don't want to die, I'll definitely seek your help. I've made my decision. I'm joining the mourners. Very well. Now state your oath of allegiance. What Chu Feng didn't know was that formally joining the mourners required reciting an oath. Of course, this oath might just as well be their epitaph. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Feng declared resolutely. Survive for the sake of countless others. The chronicler fell silent for a moment before breaking into applause. Excellent. What a grand vision. Now, I shall bestow a name upon you. Chu Feng joined the mourners on October 23, bestowed by the chronicler. Feng Du. Chapter 139, The Purpose of the Mourner's Existence. Feng Du. This name is not one ordinary person can bear. For Feng Du, as it is commonly understood, refers to none other than the great Emperor Feng Du himself. He stands as the supreme deity among the underworld's divine beings, also known as the Great Emperor of the Northern Shadows. Chu Feng couldn't help but wonder if he was a bit out of his league with this title. Senior historian, isn't this title a bit too grand? The historian remained non-committal, merely grinning sheepishly. My divine pen has already made its mark. Do you truly expect me to alter it now? This authoritative retort instantly silenced Chu Feng. No changes, no changes. This is it, this is it. Truthfully, Chu Feng now felt unworthy of this title, simply because his current strength didn't justify it. But if the historian had already recorded it thus, did that not indirectly imply the historian acknowledged him that he was worthy of this title?
Immediately after, the historian inquired. So, what's it going to be? Leave now, or wait until the moment your head is chopped off? Liao Gongchang won't let you live long. You'll always be a threat to him. Chu Feng was baffled. This historian seemed to possess a godlike system, seeing through everything. Suddenly, a fissure like a temporal rift appeared before Chu Feng, filled with boundless ghostly energy. Chu Feng was astonished. How was this possible? Trapped within this magic ceiling prison, he couldn't even summon his ghost sword or soul summoning banner. Yet the historian could directly open a passage within the magic ceiling prison to retrieve him? Without hesitation, Chu Feng plunged headfirst into the fissure. This left the old man beside him utterly dumbfounded. This was the magic ceiling prison of Xia Kingdom's imperial capital, a place where only those sentenced to death were imprisoned. Under such strict security, he just walked out? Exactly. He'd assumed Chu Feng's words were merely comforting him or just empty boasts. But he never imagined the man could actually walk out? Of course, though Chu Feng pitied the old man, he ultimately did not allow him to pass through the teleportation gate with him. After all, the historian's temper was as unpredictable as the weather. If he'd actually brought the old man along, the historian might well have hastened his own execution. After an unknown span of time, Chu Feng felt as though he'd endured the longest bout of dizziness in his entire life. Then, a splash of cold water hit his face. Hey, wake up! Chu Feng opened his eyes to find a tall, well-built JK girl standing before him. She appeared to be only a few years older than him, yet she too had joined the mourners? Chu Feng craned his neck to look around, but saw no one else. Curious, he asked. Excuse me, who are you? And where is the senior chronicler? To his surprise, Chu Feng's words caused the girl's face to pale. What? How could you address the historian as senior? Don't you know the historian is the founder of the mourners? Also, my name is Xiangling. You can call me Fire Goddess. Seeing the girl's fiery temper, Chu Feng momentarily didn't know how to respond. He knew the chronicler was a member of the mourners, but he never imagined he was their creator. And the woman before him was called the Fire Goddess? If that was the case, then the codenames the historian had given them all seemed rather exaggerated. Thinking about it this way, the guide who had once claimed to be a member of the mourners seemed far more understated. Chu Feng sighed, suddenly recalling the image of the mourners' demise for some reason. Had he truly made a mistake? Chu Feng didn't know the answer himself. Hey! Why aren't you answering me? Xiangling waved her hand in front of Chu Feng's face a few times before he snapped back to reality. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Alright then. Since the archivist isn't here, I'm the only mourner present now. If you don't have anything to ask me, I'll ask you first. What a handsome young man. What's your name? Seeing the other person staring at him with a starstruck expression, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. No way had he just escaped the jaws of a wolf only to fall into the mouth of a tiger? My name is Chu Feng. You can also call me Fengdu. Fengdu? Xiangling tapped her index finger against her red lips, pondered for a moment, then shot Chu Feng a displeased look. What's with that? Everyone else has such cool, badass names, and mine's so lame? I'm gonna be furious. Immediately, a ring of fire actually appeared around the girl's body. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Was this literally the physical manifestation of being furious? Of course, being new to the place, Chu Feng didn't know exactly what a mourner did, so he asked Xiangling. Xiangling. Sister? What exactly do we mourners do? The mourners could be considered one of the most mysterious organizations in the entire Xia Kingdom, if not the entire world. And what exactly the mourners did, Chu Feng himself didn't know either. Xiangling pondered for a moment before replying. Each person joins the mourners for different reasons. Take Uncle Scar, for instance, he joined purely to kill. As for me? I just want someone to truly suppress the demonic fire within them. This fire has followed me for 20 years, bringing death wherever I go. If it weren't for the historian saving me, I might have become the real-life Conan. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that this place was so cold specifically to suppress the evil fire within women's bodies? But then, Chu Feng still couldn't quite grasp it. So, what exactly do mourners do? You still haven't made that clear. Xiangling scratched her head. The will of the mourners is unified. That means when faced with unexpected events, everyone's first thought will be the same. Only then are we qualified to join the mourners. Chu Feng nodded. So, we're basically a group of like-minded individuals ready to save the world together? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel this line of thinking was a bit pretentious. To his surprise, Xiangling clapped her hands. Exactly. You finally said what I wanted to say. Then Xiangling leaned close to Chu Feng's ear, her breath warm against his skin. Listen up, I'll let you in on a secret, the world is about to go to hell. Chu Feng looked at her in astonishment. He knew this world was rotten to the core, infested with ghosts everywhere, but he'd never imagined it would actually come to an end. Seeing Chu Feng's bewildered expression, Xiangling continued. It really is ending. When it does, the ghost commanders will cease to exist. Chu Feng froze. If ghost riders cease to exist, isn't that a good thing? Xiangling shook her head and said.
The chronicler said that in the future world, when ghostly beings cease to exist, true eeriness will descend upon the world. In other words, the entire world will transform into a ghostly realm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 140, The Evil Spirit's Evolution resurfaces, the ghost knocking at midnight. The world becoming a ghostly realm? How could that be possible? He had indeed witnessed localized ghost realms, but for the entire world to become one? Impossible. Chu Feng looked at Xiangling, only to find her expression utterly serious. Are you certain this is what the elder historian said, and not your own speculation? Xiangling frowned. You may choose not to believe me, but you cannot doubt the words of the archivist. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. But the historian was practically an omniscient being, everything he said always came true. Could it really be true? Chu Feng frowned in deep thought, but Xiangling continued. You've witnessed the evolution of evil spirits, haven't you? Chu Feng nodded. Of course I have. They're incredibly troublesome, far more powerful than ghostly entities of the same realm. Xiangling nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Exactly. These are the creations of the Lighthouse Nation. Their evolution speed is astonishingly fast. Ultimately, they will parasitize and kill all native ghostly entities in the world. After that, no ghostly entities will exist in this world anymore. Thus transforming into what the Lighthouse Nation seeks, the unnameable. The unnameable. Wasn't that the highest tier in the realm distribution chart published by Xia Nation? Seeing Chu Feng's confusion, Xiangling continued her explanation. Exactly. The ultimate evolutionary path for ghostly entities is the unnameable. They are invisible, indescribable, yet tangibly exist within our world. Originally, if there were only a few unspeakables, humanity might have stood a chance. Even Xia Nation possesses only 2 such beings. And those 2 were summoned through thousands of years of accumulated power. But the emergence of the evil spirit evolution has drastically accelerated the pace of ghostly creatures' evolution. Soon, the world will be filled with the unspeakable. Chu Feng gaped in shock. If this truly comes to pass, what can we possibly do now? Hearing the chronicler's description of the future, Chu Feng felt only darkness ahead. Yes. If the outcome is predetermined, what meaning would any of our actions hold? Xiangling looked at Chu Feng, her gaze unwavering as she said. But instinct compels us to act, doesn't it? Xiangling reached out her hand to Chu Feng. Come on. Since you've joined the mourners, what you need to do is face the impending doom alongside everyone else. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. Even if the outcome cannot be changed, I do not believe our actions are in vain. Upon hearing this, Xiangling's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Hee, that's good. Now another evil spirit evolution incident has occurred. Coordinates, Imperial Capital Demonstration University. You're going. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. So all that passionate talk from Xiangling was just to get him to run errands for her? But Sister Xiangling, with my current status, how could I possibly enter the Imperial Capital? Xiangling chuckled darkly. Do you even know where we are right now? Chu Feng froze. He hadn't actually considered their current location. You're currently 50 meters beneath the Imperial Capital's Lingyu Bureau. Which means you've never actually left the Imperial Capital at all. Didn't expect that, did you? Chu Feng was genuinely stunned. So the world's most mysterious organization was actually hidden beneath the most heavily guarded Imperial Capital? As for the identity issue Chu Feng had been worried about, Xiangling had already taken care of it. Xiangling produced a human skin mask and affixed it to Chu Feng's face. In the next instant, Chu Feng felt the mask fuse to his skin at an eerily rapid pace. See? This face may not be as handsome as yours, but it's not bad either. Xiangling placed a bronze mirror before Chu Feng. In the mirror's reflection, he saw a face he had never seen before. Chu Feng froze in shock, instinctively touching his face only to find the texture identical to his own skin. He looked at Xiangling in astonishment. Sis Xiangling, this isn't made from real human skin, is it? Xiangling chuckled softly. Don't worry, it's not from a living person, it's dead skin, preserved with some corpse oil. Only then did Chu Feng realize that the 2 of them seemed to be on different wavelengths. Whether it was dead or living skin, it was still human skin. Here, these are your student ID and other documents. From today onward, you're Lin Feng. Chu Feng took the documents and followed Xiangling to an elevator. Off you go, young man. Time to save the world. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. How the hell could there be an elevator 50 meters underground? Of course, Chu Feng stepped into the elevator anyway. A mere minute later, the elevator doors opened. What appeared before Chu Feng was an open playground. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had emerged from the door of the women's restroom. Whoa, no wonder they're called mourners, they have their own teleportation points everywhere. Fortunately, the women's restroom was empty at this hour, otherwise, he would have met his end before even beginning his mission. Of course, Chu Feng didn't know. The reason he'd ended up in the women's restroom was simply because Xiangling had forgotten to change the teleportation anchor point, still using the location originally intended for him in the plan. Chu Feng instinctively touched his face. Though something felt off, he'd just have to endure it. After all, in his current state, if he let his guard down for even a moment, he'd likely find celestial soldiers and heavenly generals chasing him down. Expose yourself and you're done for. Who wouldn't be terrified? It was now the wee hours of the morning. Chu Feng, disguised as Lin Feng, hurried back to the dormitory building. Knock knock knock. In the silent hallway, Chu Feng knocked on the dorm room door. The next moment, several roommates inside screamed. Holy, a ghost! Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He just knocked on a door, how did that make him a ghost? Open up, it's me, Lin Feng. Only when Lin Feng's exasperated yell came from outside did one of the roommates cautiously open the door. Holy crap, Lin Feng! Didn't you say the dorm was haunted and you were moving out for a few days? Why are you back? Chu Feng gave an awkward laugh. Well, apartments in the capital are ridiculously expensive. Guess I'm back. Realizing his roommates probably knew more about the ghost than he did, Chu Feng pressed on. Honestly, I don't think this ghost is that powerful. Maybe we're just scaring ourselves. Hearing this, the chubby guy who opened the door snorted coldly. You have no idea. Yesterday that knocking ghost killed 3 classmates outright, one of them was even from our major. Damn school. They've sealed off all information and even restricted us from leaving. Look at you, you finally secured a chance to leave, yet you don't cherish it. Why come back to live in fear? Just as the two were arguing, a commotion erupted outside the door. Knock knock knock. Thump thump thump. Knock knock knock. Who could it be? Chapter 141, Is the ghost at the door the old man's daughter? The knocking outside the door persisted relentlessly, and what was most eerie was that the rhythm and volume of the knocking remained perfectly consistent. So rigid, so mechanical. And thus, it felt utterly eerie. Hurry back. Get back into bed. Don't say another word, it's coming. It's coming? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. He'd just returned from a mission, and now a ghostly entity appeared, how convenient. But to avoid causing panic, Chu Feng crawled back under the covers. The other 3, who had been scrolling through their phones moments ago, quickly shut them off and closed all the curtains and doors. In an instant, the dorm fell silent, broken only by the heavy breathing of those inside. The more desperate one felt, the harder it was to make a sound. Chu Feng couldn't understand why the Imperial Capital demonstration didn't make the incident public and send in personnel to clean it up. Instead, they allowed a malevolent spirit to evolve into a ghost that carried out daily, unchecked slaughter. Could it be that the appearance of this ghostly entity was somehow connected to Imperial Capital Demonstration University? And instead of eliminating it, the Imperial Capital Demonstration University seemed intent on nurturing it like a poisonous insect? The thought sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine. In the hallway, the knocking persisted. Now, the sound was louder and more urgent than before. It didn't sound like knocking at all, more like someone was ramming their head against the door. Thump, thump, thump. Even more absurdly, the rhythm remained perfectly steady, as if the attacker were using a hammer. Outside the door, the ghostly creature's knocking persisted, but its pace had grown terrifyingly fast. If an ordinary person banged on a door at that speed, their head would probably explode, right? Even so, Chu Feng still didn't go out to investigate. After all, ghostly entities evolved from malevolent spirits were entirely different from ordinary ghosts. Chu Feng was familiar with this knocking ghost, but the male landlord's knocking ghost and the one he was now facing possessed entirely different levels of power. With no one daring to turn on the light, the mechanical knocking persisted for an unknown duration. Then, with a creak, the door swung open, followed by a sudden shout. Then, everything fell silent. Out of sight from Chu Feng and the others, the door to the dorm room opposite the bathroom swung wide open. A woman in a white robe, stained with streaks of crimson blood, drifted into the room. Indeed, it was a female ghost. Only Chu Feng knew that among ghostly beings, female spirits were the most vicious. The room was eerily quiet. The dead roommates held their breath, not daring to make a sound. In the pitch-black darkness, the dormitory seemed utterly deserted. But to think that darkness could deter ghostly entities was naively optimistic. A ghost's vision only grows sharper in the night. The knocking female ghost did not rush to kill, but seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, she approached the lower bunk near the left side of the balcony and yanked the blanket off the occupant. There, a figure curled into a ball, too terrified to meet the ghost's gaze, instead screaming frantically. Bai Bing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bullied you that day. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. The boy trembled violently, his limbs no longer under his control. Having intended to relieve himself moments earlier, he now completely lost control, filling the dorm room with a foul stench. Yet the others still dared not utter a word. A ghost had entered the dorm, for crying out loud. When death was upon them, who cared if someone had an accident? The knocking ghost looked at the boy. Its deathly pale lips didn't move, yet a cold, clear voice echoed. Wrong? Where did you go wrong? The boy trembled like a motor, his voice shaking as he stammered. I shouldn't have assaulted you with Brother Liao Zhen that day. I shouldn't have raped you. The female ghost cut him off. You humiliated me, disgraced me, and even my corpse you wouldn't spare. The boy hurriedly knelt down, banging his head on the ground countless times as he begged for mercy.
Auntie, I'm sorry. I truly regret it.
I'll burn 10,000 yuan worth of joss paper for you every day.
Please don't kill me.
I can tell you where brother Liao No, that monster Liao Zhen, is now.
Go kill him. I know I'm wrong.
The woman stared at him coldly. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. In the next instant, her fingernails abruptly lengthened. Upon closer inspection, they were entirely formed from congealed blood and hair. The claws pierced the man's forehead.
The boy didn't even have time to feel the pain before he died instantly. Yet sometimes, even after death, the body hasn't fully processed it.
Thus, the body, which had been somewhat restrained, began convulsing violently. The most gruesome sight was the feces that had already been expelled now gushing out violently. Of course, none of this concerned the female ghost anymore. Her task was simply to seek out her next target. Inside Lin Feng's dorm room, Chu Feng strained his ears to listen to the sounds coming from the room. As he analyzed what was happening, he suddenly felt a dampness land on his face. He sniffed it carefully, it reeked of urine.
Holy, you fat bastard, what the hell? Chu Feng couldn't take it anymore, the fatso had actually peed himself from fright.
The fat guy grumbled resentfully. Haha, just a little hug, I was so scared.
Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer.
Using that so-called chi force, Chu Feng stood up abruptly. Damn it, I'm going to the washroom to splash some water on my face. With that, Chu Feng opened the door and headed straight for the washroom. Holy, there's a ghost out there, bro. The chubby kid shrieked in a high-pitched voice, utterly bewildered. Lin Feng was clearly more timid than him, so how did he suddenly become brave enough to confront a ghost? Just as Chu Feng opened the door, he collided head-on with the knocking ghost woman who was heading out to find her next victim. Holy! Chu Feng had been striding quickly toward the washroom. But who could have guessed that the other ghost possessed such formidable power that it had already solidified into a physical form?
Chu Feng scrutinized her from head to toe, murmuring,
I don't know what you've been through, but you seem terribly sad.
The female ghost wasn't stupid either, she could tell Chu Feng was a ghost tamer with considerable skill.
Moreover, he showed no obvious hostility toward her. So she addressed Chu Feng. I'm merely seeking out my enemies.
I will kill them all.
Chu Feng looked at her, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity.
Moreover, the incident had occurred at Imperial Capital Demonstration University.
Thus, Chu Feng tentatively inquired.
Is your name Bai Bing?
The female ghost was stunned by Chu Feng's words. She had never seen Chu Feng before, so how could he possibly know her name? Instantly, her eyes flashed with hostility.
Are you the one sent by the Spirit Control Bureau to capture me? You're hardly qualified to do so.
Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly interjected.
I have a connection with your father. How should I put it? We were cellmates?
After you were killed, he went after Liao Zhen for revenge, but his father sentenced him to death. He's locked up in death row now. I promised him I'd bring you back to see him one last time. At this point, Chu Feng looked at Bai Bing with deep meaning. So not only are we not enemies, I'll never interfere with your revenge.
On the contrary, we can even work together. Chapter 142, Negotiating Terms with Me? You're not worthy. Cooperate with a ghost?
Bai Bing frowned, her expression doubtful. Why should I trust you? Chu Feng shook his head helplessly.
Did he really need to spell it out any clearer?
Fortunately, the apparition automatically disabled nearby surveillance cameras upon appearing.
Otherwise, the current Lin Feng would be flagged as a high-risk suspect. Your hometown is in the imperial suburbs.
Your family grave lies in the northwest corner of Qinglian village.
Your elders used to visit monthly to place flowers there, but they haven't gone recently, right?
Bai Bing froze for a moment, then a single tear welled up in the corner of her eye. After all, ghostly entities exist precisely because they lack human emotions and desires.
The only thing sustaining them is the obsession they held in life.
Yet to Chu Feng's astonishment, even with emotions blocked, Bai Bing shed a single tear.
Dad!
Chu Feng patted the girl's shoulder.
Ah, you've had a hard life too.
You should know that what happened to your father was largely orchestrated by Liao Zhen's father behind the scenes.
And I happen to have a little score to settle with him too. So, we could join forces. What do you say? Bai Bing wasn't stupid.
She knew that Chu Feng's so-called minor grudge couldn't possibly be truly minor. Besides, someone who could escape from death row prison and now stroll around the imperial capital so brazenly couldn't possibly be a minor figure. She had only intended to kill Liao Zhen, believing that would fulfill her wish. But she never imagined that her father, who hadn't even killed anyone, would be sentenced to death outright.
Such injustice was unbearable. Fine. We'll work together.
Chu Feng extended his hand.
Happy cooperation, Miss Bai Bing.
In Chu Feng's eyes, Bai Bing was exceptionally unique. Her rapid ascent to the demon slaughter realm stemmed not from innate power, but from the influence of the evil spirit's evolution. Typically, when ghostly entities were parasitized by the evil spirit evolution, their minds would be corrupted, turning them into killing machines. Yet Bai Bing not only retained her sanity but also preserved a portion of human emotion.
She was exceptional.
The two of them walked upstairs together. Along the way, Chu Feng probed her for more details. It turned out that on that day, she had refused to yield to Liao Zhen. Unexpectedly, Liao Zhen had glared at her and struck her on the head with a stick. Of course, she hadn't died, then she'd nearly fainted. Yet Liao Zhen took advantage of her unconscious state to assault her. Then, as if that weren't enough, he summoned his friends, gathering every one of his companions. The others, having never witnessed such a scene of vulnerable woman, her snow-white body couldn't resist and began to assault her as well. Amidst the chaos, Bai Bing regained consciousness. Her helpless screams enraged Liao Zhen. To prevent Bai Bing from actually alerting anyone, Liao Zhen brought his club down once more. Bai Bing withered away in the prime of her youth. But that wasn't enough. Some felt they hadn't had their turn yet, that they hadn't had their fill. Therefore, after Bai Bing's death, they proceeded to. Chu Feng frowned, cursing angrily. A bunch of beasts. The most frustrating part was that even with Bai Bing's immense power, she had been utterly unable to locate that Liao Zhen. She had punished the vast majority of the other criminals. But Liao Zhen, his whereabouts remained elusive. Chu Feng shook his head. It seemed he'd have to pry Liao Zhen's location out of those people. 5th floor, outside room 514. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. A mechanical knocking echoed. Chu Feng glanced at Bai Bing's spellcasting process and found it far too cumbersome. So, before Bai Bing could ram the door with her head, he kicked it open with one swift kick. Upon entering the room, Chu Feng wasted no words and bellowed. Who the hell is Zhao Qua? Speak up, or I'll kill you all. The others in the dorm were utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a female ghost? How come she'd hit puberty all of a sudden? And the most absurd part? Who the hell had a voice that terrifying? Even so, they dared not utter a word. One student pointed downwards. Chu Feng understood. He yanked the blanket off the person lying there. Stop pretending to be asleep. Are you Zhao Qua? Chu Feng yanked open Zhao Qua's collar, glaring at him. Zhao Qua looked closely and realized it wasn't the female ghost he'd feared. The previous death list had contained only those involved in that incident, and he'd lived in constant dread these past days. But seeing Lin Feng before him, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He yanked his arm free from Chu Feng's grip and yelled. Damn it, Lin Feng, you sissy. What the hell are you pulling? I thought a ghost had come back to haunt me. Chu Feng didn't seem annoyed, instead, he almost chuckled. Oh, is she the one you're looking for? Chu Feng stepped back, revealing Bai Bing's figure before Zhao Qua. This time, Zhao Qua didn't faint from fright. But Chu Feng grabbed Zhao Qua by the collar. Don't pass out just yet, we're not killing you. I need an answer. Where is that bastard Liao Zhen now? Zhao Qua gave up resisting, yet remained resolutely silent. I won't say a word. Whether I speak or not, death awaits me. It's only a matter of time. Go ahead and kill me if you think you're so tough. I'm probably the last one left besides Liao Zhen, right? Kill me, and you'll never find Liao Zhen. Then Zhao Qua laughed wildly. Indeed, killing him would mean never finding Liao Zhen. Therefore, he concluded Bai Bing wouldn't kill him. And so, he grew even more brazen, turning to Bai Bing with contempt. And by the way, you were quite wet that night. At these words, Bai Bing burned with shame and fury. She longed to tear him limb from limb, yet she could not bring herself to strike. Killing him would truly mean losing all hope of finding Liao Zhen. But Chu Feng showed him no mercy, delivering a powerful flying kick. You! Zhao Qua reeled back, staring in disbelief at Lin Feng, the effeminate weakling who'd always been at his mercy. Lin Feng, you dare hit me? Chu Feng laughed. Lin Feng wouldn't dare hit you, but he certainly would. Not only will I hit you, but I'll kill you too. Negotiating terms with me? Try again in your next life. With that, Chu Feng thrust his sword through Zhao Qua's throat, killing him instantly. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the roommates feigning death nearby. Chu Feng turned to them, waving his soul-summoning banner. Several lie ghosts entered their bodies. This ensured that when questioned about tonight's events, they wouldn't reveal the truth. But Bai Bing was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at Chu Feng, she exclaimed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You killed him. How are we supposed to get information about Liao Zhen now? Chu Feng, however, wore a look of utter indifference. He waved the soul-summoning banner again, murmuring, Return, O soul, return, O soul. In the next instant, Zhao Qua's soul was torn from his body. This thing is far more substantial than a living person. Chu Feng spat contemptuously. You think you're worthy of threatening me? You worthless dog. Tell your master where that beast Liao Zhen is hiding. Chapter 143, Eliminating Liao Zhen, effortlessly handled. Bai Bing stared in disbelief. How was this possible? Chu Feng had actually extracted a complete soul from the body of someone who had just died. Of course, Chu Feng had grown accustomed to such feats. Was it that difficult? As long as no one interrupted him, he could extract souls with 100% success. Chu Feng held Zhao Qua's soul in his hand and spat on it. Put. Negotiating terms with me? Look at yourself, do you even deserve it? Only then did Zhao Qua realize that dying by Bai Bing's hand wasn't terrifying.
Falling into Chu Feng's hands was the true horror.
The living Xiaoque might lie, but the dead Xiaoque would be utterly loyal to Chu Feng. Chu Feng eyed Xiaoque as casually as one might hold a chick.
Speak. Where is Liao Zhen now? Xiaoque had now become Chu Feng's plaything, his loyalty utterly absolute. How could he possibly lie?
In a detached villa next to the imperial capital's Lingyu Bureau family compound.
He just sent a message in our group chat.
Chu Feng pulled out Xiaoque's phone, where a group chat named Peach Blossoms in Bloom immediately caught his eye.
Liao Dagan,
guys, I'm getting late again tonight. Attached was a provocative photo of himself with a glamorous woman.
Immediately following was an address.
Liao Dagan, all brothers who can make it tonight, come party. It's gonna be wild. Seeing the other party so brazen, Chu Feng was furious.
2 more deaths tonight, and his entire crew will be wiped out. Even the dumbest among them will be on high alert after that.
Chu Feng's meaning was clear. Tonight was the last chance to take down Liao Zhen. Bai Bing understood perfectly and nodded in agreement.
No time to waste, let's go now.
Chu Feng nodded, then crushed Xiaoque's soul into oblivion. 2 a.m. outside the Lingyu Bureau family compound. As Chu Feng passed by the family compound, he glanced at the bounty notices plastered all over the walls bearing his own face. A bitter taste filled his heart. But even so, there was nothing he could do to change it now.
If the world believes I am wrong, then let me remain so.
Chu Feng walked toward the detached villa as if nothing had happened, while Bai Bing had long been sealed within his soul-summoning banner. After all, this was the Lingyu Bureau's family compound, and its security system was quite formidable. Fortunately, Chu Feng now bore Lin Feng's face, allowing him to swipe through the security smoothly.
You couldn't help but wonder, I've never heard that Lin Feng was related to the Imperial Capital's Spirit Control Bureau.
Could this also be the work of the mourners? In fact, that was precisely the case. Without further thought, Chu Feng approached the villa's entrance. Inside, he heard rhythmic panting, one long, one short, utterly alluring.
About 5 minutes later, the click of a lighter echoed.
Brother Liao, did you hear about that incident at school? Seems like all your good buddies got killed by that ghost. They say it's a female ghost.
You think it's that Bai Bing coming back for revenge?
Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned. Respect the dead, was it really necessary to curse so viciously? Then he heard the boys inside the door say,
Damn it, don't even mention that to me.
There's no woman in this world I want that I can't have.
His grandfather's father actually had the nerve to stab me?
He must have been tired of living.
His family being cut off without an heir? Serves them right.
That dying is a shame, though. Her body was way better than yours.
Now you mention it, I kinda miss her.
Come here, let your big bro relive the good times.
Chu Feng couldn't bear to listen any longer.
His divine sense reached into the ghost-controlling space of the soul-summoning banner.
Bai Bing, you go or should I?
She had heard every word of their earlier conversation clearly, and she was almost certain she knew whose voice the woman belonged to. That girl was none other than her best friend, Lin Mei. Thus, Bai Bing materialized, determined to teach this adulterous pair a lesson. Suddenly, the sound of knocking echoed outside the door once more. Knock, knock, knock.
Liao Zhen was puzzled. That can't be right. I just placed the order for that medicine. How could it have arrived so quickly?
But just as he started to get up, Lin Mei grabbed him tightly from the side.
Brother Zhen, I'm scared. I keep thinking Bai Bing is here to get us.
Liao Zhen scoffed dismissively. Her? Even if she turned into a ghost, she'd have to kowtow to me 3 times if she knew who my grandfather was. Chu Feng leaned against the window, seething with anger.
That power is being abused by someone like her? How pathetic.
At that moment, the knocking outside the door continued. The rhythm remained steady, creating an eerie silence that carried an unsettling sense of foreboding. Liao Zhen might be a bit dim-witted, but he still had enough sense to grasp the obvious.
So my buddies, they died because of this knocking?
His tone carried a hint of disbelief and contempt. After all, it was truly hard for him to believe. How could a ghost possibly kill living people just by knocking on doors? But unfortunately, he was about to witness it firsthand today. Evolved specters differed fundamentally from their primitive counterparts in one crucial aspect: they possessed a certain mastery over the laws of nature.
In other words, the knocking rule of the knocking ghost would become an ironclad law.
As long as one conformed to her law.
Then, in a certain sense, she becomes a conceptual deity.
As long as you are in the room and have received the knocking sound for a certain period of time. Once it reaches a certain threshold, death is inevitable. Of course, at this moment, Liao Zhen had no idea how serious the situation was.
He didn't even think to alert his grandfather immediately.
Instead, he summoned his blood-robed specter and walked toward the doorway.
How could that blood-clad specter possibly stand a chance against a demonic specter?
Merely hearing the knocking sound had already terrified it into refusing to take another step forward.
But the brainless Liao Zhen stubbornly kept commanding the ghost to advance.
The ghost was nearly in tears, yet it dared not disobey its master's command. Yet the gap between the two ghosts was vast. Moreover, Bai Bing was a specter evolved from an evil spirit, her power long surpassing that of ordinary demonic specters.
Thus, the mere sound of the knocking shook the lust ghost so violently that his internal organs felt jumbled and twisted, causing him excruciating agony. Outside the door, Bai Bing heard the commotion within the unmistakable footsteps of a ghostly creature.
So you dare provoke me with a ghostly creature?
Bai Bing's anger flared, and he immediately increased the force of his knocking.
Boom! This sound wasn't a knock, it completely drowned out the knocking.
The sound of the blood-robed specter's body shattering. Indeed, with a single strike, the blood-clad specter instantly turned to dust. This was the demon slaughtering ghost.
This was Bai Bing.
Inside the door, Liao Zhen, who had been indifferent moments before, was still holding Lin Mei. The next moment, he spat blood, spraying countless lung fragments onto Lin Mei's face. Lin Mei froze in horror at the sight before her.
But Bai Bing gave them no chance to flee.
Bai Bing and Chu Feng burst through the door, advancing toward Liao Zhen and his companion.
You bastards who dared to insult and humiliate me. You'll pay with your blood.
Chapter 144. The most dangerous place is paradoxically the safest. Perhaps because his grandfather had committed too many sins, Liao Zhen's abilities were truly mediocre. Otherwise, how could his grandfather hold such a high position while he himself was stuck pimping at a second-rate university in the capital? He thought binding a blood-cloak ghost at his age was impressive enough until he laid eyes on the man before him.
Yes, it was Chu Feng.
Behind Chu Feng, specters like the halberd-wielding ghost general and Zhong Kuei's remnant spirit glared at him menacingly.
Of course, Chu Feng's actions were merely to prevent Liao Zhen from escaping.
Seeing Liao Zhen's pathetic state, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh. If you had half your grandfather's ability, our positions would be reversed by now. Bai Bing glared with resentment at the two still lying on the bed. Lin Mei was pouring every ounce of her strength into treating Liao Zhen.
Though not life-threatening, the injury could render Liao Zhen incapable of resistance.
Bai Bing stared at Lin Mei before her, utterly incredulous.
Lin Mei, why are you with him?
Lin Mei looked terrified, but seeing the murderous intent in Bai Bing's eyes, she knew she couldn't escape this. Thus, as a woman facing imminent death, she resolved to lay everything bare.
Bing, it's my fault.
At first, I used your selfies to seduce young Master Liao. Who knew that before I could even succeed, he saw you in person at school and started pursuing you relentlessly. Of course, you ignored him completely in real life, even treating him with utter indifference.
But I kept chatting with him using your identity.
That's why he flew into such a rage.
In his panic, he...
At this point, Lin Mei hurriedly dropped to her knees.
Bing, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me.
Chu Feng frowned as he listened to the story.
Damn it, even now you're still trying to shift the blame?
Indeed, Lin Mei's earlier words had been far too self-serving. Taking advantage of Liao Zhen's inability to speak with his lungs filled with blood clots, she dared to shift all the blame onto him. Liao Zhen stared at Lin Mei in utter disbelief, shaking his head violently. He couldn't understand why the woman who had been clinging to him, begging for mercy just moments ago, would betray him like this. Not only did Chu Feng refuse to listen any longer, but even Bai Bing had nothing more to say. Since you claim such innocence, then you shall die first. The words fell, and the terror and confusion in Lin Mei's eyes hadn't fully faded.
A loud bang echoed.
Her head exploded like a watermelon hitting the ground. Perhaps spurred by Lin Mei's death, or perhaps because his own injuries had improved somewhat.
Liao Zhen managed to speak with great difficulty. Lin Feng, you bloody sissy. You dare attack me? Have you lost your mind? Kill me, and you'll die too. My grandfather won't let you off.
But upon hearing these words, Chu Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He hooked Liao Zhen's chin, gazing down at him with contempt as if surveying a dog, and forced out a few words. But you see, your grandfather never intended to let me live in the first place. So before that happens, killing one of his grandsons shouldn't matter much, right? I'm going to die anyway. Liao Zhen's eyes widened in shock. He knew the two before him were a ghost and a desperate criminal. Combined with Chu Feng's earlier words, Liao Zhen was certain the man before him could never be Lin Feng. The disbelief in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of profound complexity as he stared at Chu Feng. You're Chu Feng. The Chu Feng who's wanted by the authorities. After all, Chu Feng was wanted throughout the entire imperial capital, indeed, throughout all of Xia Nation. Now, no matter where one looked, Chu Feng's mugshot was plastered everywhere around the clock. Perhaps Lin Feng's mask could conceal Chu Feng's features. But there was one thing that could not be altered. That was Chu Feng's gaze, a wolf-like stare, cold and dangerous. Chu Feng, you dare attack me? Don't you want to overturn your conviction? Hearing Liao Zhen's words, Chu Feng only laughed even more heartily and recklessly. Oh? So even you know I was framed? So that means you know the inside story behind your grandfather's actions too, huh? Chu Feng couldn't help but clap his hands. Excellent. Killing you might have weighed on my conscience before. But since you know the truth behind it all, I won't hold back when I kill you. Go meet the king of hell, or rather, meet me. Chu Feng wasted no more words, handing the ghost sword in his grasp to Bai Bing. After all, this was the weapon that had killed Bai Bing. It was best for Bai Bing herself to sever this ill-fated connection. To Chu Feng's astonishment, Bai Bing showed no signs of rejection whatsoever upon touching the ghost sword. After obtaining the ghost sword, Chu Feng had naturally considered using it against ghostly entities. After all, no matter how formidable his physical constitution, it couldn't surpass that of a ghostly entity. Yet unexpectedly, even the ghostly general wielding a broadsword couldn't withstand the sword's power. Yet Bai Bing before him had managed it. Could it be the effect of the evil spirit's evolution? Chu Feng murmured involuntarily. Bai Bing's gaze was cold as she looked at Liao Jian, her grip on the ghost sword tightening. Liao Jian was now trembling all over. Faced with the terror of death, his body began to involuntarily lose control. His lips trembled as he kept muttering involuntarily, "Don't kill me. My grandfather is Liao Gongcheng." Chu Feng delivered the final blow beside him. "Sorry, but a big reason we're killing you is precisely because your grandfather is Liao Gongcheng." Bai Bing stepped before Liao Jian, pressing the blade against his throat as she murmured softly. "Scum like you, I could kill you 1,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough." Indeed, a family that once brimmed with hope for the future had ended up shattered and ruined. How could Bai Bing possibly spare such scum? She only regretted the lack of time she couldn't torture Liao Jian to death slowly. A single slash severed all signs of life from Liao Jian. Chu Feng exhaled deeply, about to ask Bai Bing where they would go next, when the sound of a door being smashed open startled them. Chu Feng sensed trouble and swiftly pulled Bai Bing into his arms. In an instant, they leapt out the window and fled. They had carefully closed the door when entering earlier. Someone must have arrived now. Sure enough, Chu Feng felt a powerful surge of ghostly energy crash into him from behind. He even felt faintly scorched by the spilling ghostly energy. Damn it, it's Liao Gongcheng. Liao Gongcheng was also at the Yen Luo level of force Chu Feng couldn't possibly take on right now. Even with Bai Bing present, they stood no chance against him. You audacious Chu Feng. How dare you show your face in the imperial capital again and kill my grandson? I will take your life. Despair washed over Chu Feng, but then he heard the voice of the historian echoing within his mind's imprint. Chu Feng, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Chu Feng ran for his life, pondering the meaning behind the historian's words. A dangerous place. Suddenly, it all clicked for Chu Feng, and his furrowed brow smoothed out. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The next moment, a spatial fissure appeared before Chu Feng. The two swiftly darted into the rift. Chapter 145, The Father-Daughter Reunion, The Pawn. With just the historian's words, Chu Feng understood exactly what he must do. The scribe's portal functions similarly to using Chu Feng as an anchor point, opening a fissure at that location for teleportation. In other words, Chu Feng himself was now the anchor point. The spatial fissure previously opened in the magic ceiling prison was only visually closed, it remained active. Just moments ago, Chu Feng felt that wondrous power stir within his mind once more. Thus, with a single thought, the space-time rift reappeared before his eyes. Of course, this rift was visible only to Chu Feng's own eyes. Hold on tight. Holding Bai Bing in his arms, Chu Feng plunged into the rift. Barely 2 or 3 seconds later, Liao Gongcheng arrived at the spot where Chu Feng had vanished. How is this possible? He vanished into thin air, just like in the prison? Chu Feng's previous vanishing act in prison had already filled him with deep concern. After all, Chu Feng was immensely powerful. Who knew what he might do once he escaped? Consequently, the task force immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. Although Chu Feng's case hadn't been conclusively proven, he had undeniably escaped from prison. Even if he hadn't done anything wrong, he couldn't completely clear his name. Fu Hongnan and the others were utterly overwhelmed. They couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. Chu Feng simply couldn't have done those things. He wouldn't kill someone for no reason. Even if he had killed someone, it would have been because of some prior conflict. Yet now, the higher-ups who had gone in to protect Chu Feng hadn't uttered a single word. Fu Hongnan couldn't help but voice his astonishment. Could Chu Feng have truly made a mistake? Why else would the higher-ups refuse to defend him? Of course, after Chu Feng escaped, Liao Gongcheng was undoubtedly the most anxious. These were the most energetic days he'd experienced since becoming a Lingyu department agent. Fearing Chu Feng's retaliation, he had surveillance cameras installed in his children's homes. But who could have imagined that Chu Feng's target wasn't his children, but his own grandson, the one who spent his days carousing and indulging in debauchery? He had coveted the ghost sword within Chu Feng for a long time, intending to seize this opportunity to kill Chu Feng and claim the sword. So much so that he didn't even rush to tend to his deceased grandson, instead fixating on capturing Chu Feng as quickly as possible. Yet even so, Chu Feng managed to escape. Liao Gongcheng grabbed his walkie-talkie and bellowed, "All personnel of the Spirit Guard Command, mobilize immediately. Turn the Imperial Capital upside down, find Chu Feng at all costs." Just as nearly the entire Imperial Capital Spirit Guard Bureau was mobilized, even prison guards were dispatched to search for Chu Feng. Inside the magic suppression prison, the old man gazed at the photo of himself and his daughter, stroking her image with a deep sigh. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted from the vacant modeling prison next door. He looked up to see a temporal rift forming. Immediately after, a scene unfolded that he could never have imagined. The young man who had promised to bring his daughter back, the young man who had reassured him he would survive, he had actually returned. What made Old Bai even more incredulous was this. The woman in Chu Feng's arms was none other than his own deceased daughter. The old man froze in place, utterly stunned.
Young man, you really came back. Chu Feng looked at the old man, a hint of pride in his eyes. Old man, I've returned and I've brought your daughter back with me.
Bai Bing gazed at her father. Though separated by the iron bars, she could barely contain the emotions she had suppressed for so long. Father, your daughter has been unfilial.
From now on, I won't be able to fulfill my filial duties to you.
As she spoke, she tried to pass through the bars to embrace her father. Chu Feng hurriedly warned, careful. These bars are effective against ghostly entities too.
Of course they did, otherwise, why would this prison be called a magic ceiling prison?
Yet as Bai Bing charged from Chu Feng toward her father, she forced herself through the bars, ignoring their magic suppressing effect. Seeing the crimson burn marks seared into his daughter's skin by the bars, Old Bai cried out in anguish.
My girl, does it hurt?
Bai Bing forced a smile through the pain and shook her head.
It doesn't hurt, Dad. I finally get to see you again.
The father and daughter then reached out to embrace each other. Old Bai realized he could no longer touch his daughter's body. Even so, they embraced each other and wept.
Chu Feng was deeply moved by the sight of their reunion.
They could have had a bright future together, yet the very person responsible for their plight still held a position of power.
Liao Gongcheng, if I don't kill you, I'm not Chu Feng.
Chu Feng felt the taste of rage in his heart once more. This feeling hadn't surfaced since he'd killed Xia Qington last time. Even the drought demon sent by his aunt had vanished into his ghost-taming realm that day, never to be seen again. But today, he finally sensed the drought demon's presence once more.
Little one, you're itching for a fight too, aren't you?
Chu Feng murmured, only to hear a faint, delicate reply.
Woof.
Chu Feng understood he now possessed the qualifications to unleash the blazing flame slash once more.
Let the enraged wield the blade of fury.
To slay the sins of the world with one's own hands. Just then, Old Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Chu Feng realize that Bai Bing couldn't stay too close to Old Bai. Bai Bing, the ghostly energy surrounding you is too intense, your father simply can't withstand it now. Bai Bing hurriedly stepped back, forced to watch her father from a distance. Old Bai's eyes filled with tears.
My daughter, it's all my fault. I was powerless to avenge you, unable to kill that bastard. If I'd known, I should have followed you into this prison long ago.
But Bai Bing shook her head. Father, the world is the most beautiful place.
You still have a long life ahead of you.
Besides, Liao Zhen has already been killed by me and Chu Feng.
The biggest problem now is actually his grandfather.
Old Bai stared at the young man before him in utter disbelief. He had only just learned his daughter had become a ghost. But for Chu Feng to bring his daughter who had grown so powerful here, what kind of strength must he possess?
Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
Old Bai owes you a debt of gratitude beyond words.
With that, Old Bai actually knelt before Chu Feng.
It was understandable, after all. Chu Feng had allowed this old man, who had been sentenced to death, to see his daughter one last time before his execution. Such a debt of gratitude was greater than the heavens themselves. Chu Feng hurriedly helped the old man to his feet. Neither of them deserved this undeserved calamity. The ones who deserved punishment, who should be languishing here, were entirely different people. Seeing the pitiful state of the father and daughter, compassion stirred in Chu Feng's heart. He must devise a way to get both father and daughter out of here.
With this thought, Chu Feng addressed the historian in his mind once more. Elder Chronicler, I have a favor to ask.
I wish to take both the Bai family father and daughter out of here.
In his mind, the historian replied, take them back? Why should I let you take them back?
Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, then replied with unwavering resolve after a moment.
I have my bargaining chips. Countermeasures substantial enough to sway your resolve. Chapter 146, Concept God, Prison Gates are also gates.
At these words, the historian's interest was piqued.
Chips? What chips?
Chu Feng's expression remained calm, yet his gaze held profound meaning as he looked at Bai Bing.
A ghostly entity that can resist the evolution of evil spirits and instead harness them for its own purposes, wouldn't that pique your interest?
At these words, the historian's tone shifted noticeably.
Are you saying Bai Bing has suppressed the progression of her own demonic evolution?
Chu Feng replied, not only has she suppressed it, but she has reached the demon slaughter realm while remaining fully conscious. And the one who enabled her to retain her consciousness must be her father. Therefore, I wish to bring both of them back. The historian paused for a moment before replying.
All right, you've convinced me.
But I hope you understand that each teleportation takes a heavy toll on me.
I hope it will be worth it. The historian fell silent once more.
A temporal rift reappeared before Bai Bing and the others. Old Bai looked astonished and turned to ask Chu Feng.
Young benefactor, what is this?
Chu Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. I told you I'd get you out of here.
Old man, you take the portal back first. We'll join you after handling the remaining matters.
Bai Bing nodded in agreement.
Father, once we've killed Liao Gongcheng, we'll definitely come back for you.
Please rest assured.
Seeing their resolve and with the alarm sounding once more, Old Bai nodded and cautioned.
Always prioritize your own safety.
Don't force your way in.
Chu Feng nodded in agreement.
Rest assured, we'll return safely.
Once we pass through the portal, your life, old man, will be like starting anew.
Then you'll be able to return to a normal life. Chu Feng wasn't making empty promises. After all, the mourner's ability to disguise themselves was truly terrifying. Crafting human skin from human skin, no one today could rival the mourners in this craft.
As for identity information, that was even easier to fabricate, a mere trifle for the mourners.
It might just mean inconveniencing Shangling for a little longer.
Seeing that Chu Feng and the other had made up their minds, the old man could say no more. He stepped into the portal.
Watching the old man disappear into the portal, Chu Feng and his companion finally let their guard down.
Bai Bing turned to Chu Feng and asked,
Chu Feng, what should we do now? Do you know how powerful Liao Gongcheng is?
Chu Feng pondered for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips. Originally, I intended to kill Liao Gongcheng with my own hands. But now, I've changed my mind. When Chu Feng said he would kill Liao Gongcheng himself, it meant he truly possessed the capability to do so. After all, the drought demon had already agreed to him, meaning he could now fully unleash the blazing inferno. Yet, upon careful consideration, such an approach risked causing unnecessary casualties. To avoid such casualties, Chu Feng devised a new plan. Standing before him was a concept god.
Chu Feng looked at Bai Bing with deep meaning. Miss Bai Bing, I have a question. Does a prison cell door count as a door?
Bai Bing looked utterly surprised.
Of course it does. A prison door is still a door. Chu Feng chuckled. So that means it can also trigger the Not Ghost's ability, right?
Bai Bing nodded.
Absolutely. Did you have something else in mind?
Chu Feng felt like he'd transformed into a master of ideas and chuckled. I'll keep you in suspense, you'll find out soon enough. On the streets of the imperial capital, countless Spirit Control Bureau agents patrolled, all in pursuit of the most heinous criminal, Chu Feng. Fu Hongyan and Xiao Zhen, however, were barred from participating in this search due to their connections to Chu Feng. Thus, the only one conducting aerial surveillance remained Liao Gongcheng. He couldn't fathom why he'd lost track of an 18-year-old youth. His speed and reflexes were clearly no weaker than Chu Feng's, so why had Chu Feng managed to shake him off? But just as he was brooding over this, a figure suddenly materialized before Liao Gongcheng. When he finally focused, he recognized a face he had never seen before. At this moment, Chu Feng was still using Lin Feng's face. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to recognize him, Chu Feng tore off that mask. Old dog Liao, your grandpa's here. Only then did Liao Gongcheng realize that Chu Feng had come looking for him. His face twisted into a hideous grimace as he glared at Chu Feng. You little brat, daring to come looking for trouble? I'll finish you off right here. As he spoke, Liao Gongcheng removed the gloves from his hands, revealing a pair of withered, purple-tinged hands. Chu Feng, remember this: the man who kills you is named Liao Gongcheng. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. With Chu Feng's strength, it would be difficult to fight Liao Gongcheng without using the blazing flame slash. Thus, summoning the ghost sword in his hand, he snarled.
See you in the magic ceiling prison.
In the next instant, a spatial fissure appeared behind Chu Feng, and he vanished once more. Liao Gongcheng sensed something was amiss, but if he fought here, he'd never get his hands on Chu Feng's ghost sword. At this point, he refused to believe Chu Feng had any more tricks up his sleeve. Oomph. You brat, let me tell you this, before absolute power, all resistance is futile. In the next instant, Liao Gongcheng materialized within the magic ceiling prison. The prison was eerily quiet. After all, the numerous death row inmates locked within had long grown accustomed to Liao Gongcheng's sour expression.
Chu Feng, come out and face your death. Liao Gongcheng's voice echoed through the prison.
Expecting Chu Feng to pull some stunt, he was stunned to find the youth sitting calmly within his own cell. The magic ceiling prison, as its name implied, was a prison established by the first generation of Xia Nation's strongest ghost masters. Here, even if you possessed the power of the Yen Luo ghost, you could not wield a shred of ghostly energy, rendering you no different from an ordinary person. Chu Feng sat there, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Old man, dare you come in? Let's have a fight. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want with me.
Liao Gongcheng, however, felt nothing but contempt. Though he was older, he remained a top-tier ghost tamer. His physical prowess had long been enhanced by the infusion of ghost power. How could he possibly lose to Chu Feng? Thus, lured by Chu Feng's provocation, he opened the gates of Chu Feng's prison.
Since you want to fight, I'll give you all you can handle.
With that, Liao Gongcheng stripped off his clothes. Before Chu Feng stood an old man with muscles like ropes.
Chu Feng couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This old man's got some real stuff.
Of course, it was merely a passing thought. After all, Chu Feng had never intended to get serious with him. Seeing the door shut tight, Chu Feng felt relieved. He stuck out his tongue at Liao Gongcheng, then darted toward the spatial fissure.
He left behind only one sentence.
Wait for death, old man. Liao Gongcheng had locked himself inside the magic ceiling prison. This situation wouldn't have been terrifying until he saw a woman clad in blood-stained robes approaching him.
She tapped lightly on the prison door, her gaze cold as she spoke. Hello. You may now die. Chapter 147, Nowhere to Go, Heading to the Land of Neon. Only then did Liao Gongcheng realize he had fallen into Chu Feng's trap. Bai Bing approached the prison door and knocked softly. The next moment, Liao Gongcheng felt his insides churn violently, a wave of unease washing over him. You, what the hell are you? Chu Feng watched the spectacle outside the door, his eyes brimming with mockery. Even a demonic spirit evolved from an evil spirit, a demonic spirit, was still far inferior to a ghost commander like Yen Luo. Of course, that only referred to raw power. With just a little cunning, disposing of Liao Gongcheng would be no trouble at all. Fearing Liao Gongcheng might not take the bait, Chu Feng deliberately let his ghost sword slip into view. Sure enough, the moment Liao Gongcheng spotted the ghost sword, all his previous concerns vanished. With the ghost sword in hand, he believed he would ascend to the top 10 ghost masters in Xia Kingdom, even possessing a chance to challenge the number 1. But only now did he realize the gap between himself and Chu Feng remained. Chu Feng had lured him in with such effortless ease. Of course, he had little time left for reflection. Once the evil spirit evolution domain unfolded, it would no longer be a mere knock on the door. When Bai Bing knocked on the door for the second time, Liao Gongcheng coughed up blood. Now, Bai Bing faced a helpless target, one unable to fight back, unable even to leave the room. Realizing escape was impossible, Liao Gongcheng knelt on the floor and begged for mercy. I bear you no grudge, sir. Why must you obey that upstart brat? Hearing this, Bai Bing's knocking only grew more urgent. She couldn't be bothered to say another word to Liao Gongcheng. No grudge? What a fine excuse. He allowed his grandson to kill me, then imprisoned my father in this death row prison. And you call that no grudge? If not for Chu Feng's intervention, she might never have seen her father again. Had Chu Feng not assisted, I could never have killed Liao Zhen. Helping Chu Feng was also helping himself. Liao Gongcheng coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before collapsing lifelessly onto the prison floor. Don't kill me, let me get that ghost sword. Chu Feng could no longer bear to watch. The old dog was on his deathbed, yet he still coveted his ghost sword? Old dog Liao, you're still scheming to kill me for that sword now? Chu Feng held nothing back, summoning the sword as he calmly stared at Liao Gongcheng. Here's the deal. Crawl over here. If you can reach the sword, I'll give it to you. Chu Feng's words were clearly meant to intimidate Liao Gongcheng. Whether Liao Gongcheng had truly lost his mind in old age or had been knocked senseless by Bai Bing's blows, he began crawling toward Chu Feng with great difficulty. Chu Feng was startled. He never imagined Liao Gongcheng would actually dare to approach. Prisoners within the magic ceiling prison were essentially stripped of all supernatural power, their abilities indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Outside the prison, however, they retained their full combat strength. In other words, killing him now would be as easy for Chu Feng as crushing an ant. Liao Gongcheng could no longer endure the dual torment of mind and body. Though his constitution surpassed that of most young adults. But Bai Bing's attacks dealt nothing but pure, unmitigated damage. After roughly 3 minutes, he finally reached the edge of the prison. His face contorted in reverence as he gazed at the ghost sword in Chu Feng's hand. He reached out to touch it, only for his hand to be instantly charred black by the prison bars. Seeing his opponent had crawled to the fence and entered his attack range, he turned to Bai Bing. This kill, it doesn't matter much whether you get it or I do, right? Bai Bing understood Chu Feng's meaning and nodded in silent agreement. Chu Feng hesitated no longer. He looked down at the battered Liao Gongcheng and said in a deep voice. You old beast, you brought this upon yourself. Even in death, I won't let you off easily. With that, a sword thrust pierced through his skull, extinguishing all life instantly. Seeing Liao Gongcheng utterly dead, Chu Feng once again performed his signature ritual. Return, O soul, return, O soul. Liao Gongcheng's soul was drawn into the soul summoning banner. Bai Bing looked at Chu Feng with some confusion, but Chu Feng merely brushed it off. I have my own purposes. For now, it's best we leave this place. In the next instant, the two plunged back into the spatial fissure, vanishing from the scene in an instant. When the Spirit Control Bureau discovered Liao Gongcheng missing from his patrol post, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Even though they rushed back to their original posts, it was too late. About half a minute after the two departed, the gates of the magic suppression prison swung open. A dignified man entered the prison, followed by a slightly mischievous-looking young woman. They were none other than Bai Hong and his daughter, Bai Ningmiao. One couldn't help but marvel at how, despite sharing the same surname, the fates of these two families diverged so dramatically. One family held high office, basking in glory and wealth. The other was torn apart by death, with the surviving member forced to live in hiding under a false name for the rest of their days. Father, Chu Feng will surely be fine. Just trust Miao Miao this once. The imposing man glanced at Liao Gongcheng's corpse and sighed. There's no question of whether he's fine or not. The biggest question is why those above would do this. That so-called lack of evidence against Chu Feng could easily be interpreted ambiguously. Even more extreme, the higher-ups could reconstruct the entire incident from its origins. They'd inevitably uncover some trace of evidence. It all comes down to whether the higher-ups want to protect a formidable combat asset like Chu Feng.
But I never imagined they'd adopt a hands-off approach to this matter.
Bai Hong's brow furrowed deeply.
He held a high-ranking position, now serving as director of the Imperial Capital's Spirit Guard Bureau.
Such a position was not one just anyone could attain.
To reach this level, one must possess considerable depth and formidable strength. Yet even someone as formidable as him could not discern the higher-up's true intentions.
Bai Hong sighed softly.
If this continues, Chu Feng will likely be driven away by them. He knew Liao Gongcheng lacked capability and operated with questionable ethics, having secured his current position through underhanded means.
Could it be the higher-ups want to eliminate Liao Gongcheng? Meanwhile, at the mourner's headquarters,
Chu Feng was conducting the final inspection of Liao Gongcheng's soul.
What? You mean the Neon faction actually secured the greatest opportunity within the sword-sealing ancient kingdom? How could Liao Gongcheng's soul possibly lie to Chu Feng?
Upon hearing this, Chu Feng found himself somewhat troubled. No wonder his aunt had placed Neon at the top of her list of targets for revenge.
Had he just joined the mourners only to leave immediately for vengeance?
Just as Chu Feng was about to ask the chronicler if he could make a trip to Neon, the chronicler spoke first in his mind.
The Neon faction is indeed short-handed. You can fill the gap. Go with peace of mind. Everything will be handled. Tomorrow morning, the transnational rift will open. Depart promptly.
Chapter 148, the new student transferred from new capital. At 10 o'clock Xia time, the rift opened. The moment Chu Feng stepped through, a wave of dizziness washed over him. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Chu Feng felt his consciousness grow hazy. Opening his eyes, he discovered he had arrived in a loft. Looking around, he realized he was lying on a tatami mat. Before Chu Feng could process his surroundings, the loft door swung open. Stepping through was a woman dressed in a simple, elegant kimono. Her face bore light makeup, and every smile and frown radiated the beauty of an intellectual woman. Chu Feng found himself momentarily captivated. She bore a striking resemblance to his aunt.
Fengjie Koan, today is your first day transferring to Saikai University. It's time to get up and go to class. Her gentle voice spoke in Japanese. What puzzled Chu Feng even more was that he could understand Japanese.
At that moment, the voice of the historian echoed in Chu Feng's mind once more.
No need to panic. I've already transmitted fluent Japanese into your mind, saving you the trouble of learning it. Remember, you are now known as Amamiya Fengjie. The woman before you is your sister, Amamiya Yukimi. The real Fengjie is dead. You are merely assuming his identity. Your immediate task is to establish yourself at Shin Kyoto University. Further instructions will follow. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of being was this chronicler? Possessing combat prowess far surpassing his aunt's, extraordinary temporal spatial teleportation abilities, and even the power to directly implant language skills into a person's mind? Was this even human?
Of course, he didn't have time to dwell on these questions now. His immediate priority was dealing with his older sister. The historian continued, Fujisaki Ki died in a car accident, but her sister doesn't know about it. After processing the scene, we reconstructed her face and discovered numerous similarities to yours.
That's precisely why we decided you should impersonate Amamiya Fukii. Me, playing Amamiya Fukii.
Chu Feng hesitated, but then his sister, Yukimi, approached.
Xuejian looked at Chu Feng with concern.
Fukasuk, why are you still spacing out?
Your lunch is already on the table. Hurry up and get ready for school. It must be said, Yukimi's smile was truly soothing. After locking eyes with Yukimi, Chu Feng felt his mood lift considerably. What's this? Have you grown too big for your boots, Fengjie? Don't you listen to your big sister anymore?
Chu Feng hurriedly replied, No, I'm leaving for school right now. As he scrambled to his feet, he saw Yukimi take out the freshly ironed uniform she prepared for him and personally help him into it. Looking at Chu Feng before her, Xuejian's eyes brimmed with satisfaction.
Fengjie Koan has truly grown into a young man.
You'll surely be popular with the girls at school.
Don't forget about your big sister then.
Chu Feng inwardly scoffed, what kind of girl could possibly compare to you, sis? Chu Feng was absolutely certain that with Xuejian's figure, she would be considered a top-tier beauty whether in Japan or China. Chu Feng opened the door to the rental apartment and waved goodbye to Xuejian.
See you later, sis. I'll be back tonight. Xuejian sighed with emotion.
My little brother has truly grown up. All those 3 jobs I took to care for you were worth it.
Hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes grew slightly moist. It was simply that the plight of the Amamiya siblings reminded him too much of his own Aunt Dumian.
The memory of every sacrifice his aunt had made for him overwhelmed him. If my true identity is destined to be revealed someday, then until that day comes, I will do everything in my power to fulfill my role as a younger brother. With that, Chu Feng boarded the subway and headed toward Xinjiang University. He had no recollection of his past, so he didn't know why he had suddenly transferred to Xinjiang University. What Chu Feng didn't know was that his transfer was largely due to his sister.
The Amamiya siblings had previously lived in Takedo. Fukiai's spirit-subduing abilities were decent enough to get him into Takedo University.
To supplement the household income, his sister took on 3 part-time jobs. But one day, on his way home from school,
he witnessed his sister being groped by a burly man. Yukini's face showed reluctance, but since she still needed to work here, she couldn't resist unless it involved something fundamentally wrong.
But Fuki didn't think twice. He charged forward and shoved the man away. The consequences were predictable. He was expelled from school, and the siblings could no longer live there. In truth, Ki's subsequent death was likely also caused by provoking that boss. Before the gates of Xinjiang University, Chu Feng gazed at the imposing entrance and murmured,
It's grand enough, but it pales in comparison to Imperial Capital University.
Indeed, Feng Jie's transfer turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Xinkei University ranked among the top institutions in the land of the rising sun.
Class 3, that's right.
As Chu Feng pushed open the gate, his eyes fell upon a crowd of young men and women dressed in uniforms.
Chu Feng couldn't help but wonder. Does Xinkei University admit students based on looks? His remark wasn't exaggerated. The students seated before him looked like they could star in a teen drama.
Chu Feng froze for a moment before feeling something grasp his arm. It was a middle-aged beauty wearing black-rimmed glasses. Her smile bloomed like a flower as she addressed Chu Feng.
You must be Feng Jie, right? Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Only then did Chu Feng realize that everyone here was familiar with each other. He was the newcomer. Chu Feng nodded slightly, stepped up to the podium, and looked out at the crowd below.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the new transfer student, Chu. Amamiya Feng Jie. You can call me Feng Jie. Nice to meet you all.
A faint smile touched the corners of Chu Feng's lips, making him appear more approachable. Meanwhile, a stir rippled through the crowd below.
Oh my gosh, he's so cute.
A handsome and polite transfer student, so much better than that poser in our class. Especially those eyes, they're absolutely stunning.
I'm going to add him online right now.
Chu Feng had always been the type of handsome guy who didn't realize his own appeal.
He never imagined everyone's reaction would be this intense.
After all, while Amamiya Fuki's looks were similar to Chu Feng's. But if Chu Feng had to judge for himself, he still thought he was better looking. Even some of the guys had that gleam in their eyes, making Chu Feng feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, the beautiful woman turned to Chu Feng again and asked,
So, Feng Jie, what's your ghost rating? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What was this ghost rating? He hadn't done his homework.
He turned to the historian in his mind for guidance. The historian paused briefly before replying, It's similar to your talent level.
Of course, you can't say that. Just report it as grade A. Following the historian's advice, Chu Feng announced to the crowd. My ghost rating is a grade. Chapter 149, Provocation and Conflict, the Camera Clan.
Chu Feng had assumed his answer reflected the average level among everyone present. Therefore, even declaring it a grade shouldn't cause much commotion.
After all, the esteemed historian couldn't possibly deceive him, right? But clearly, upon seeing everyone's reactions, Chu Feng regretted revealing his rank. Grade A? How could you possibly be in our special class? Exactly.
Just being in the same class as an A rank makes my breathing feel constricted.
In an instant, a barrage of criticism flooded toward Chu Feng. Of course, most of it came from the boys.
After all, hostility among peers of the same gender tends to run deeper. As for the girls, since most were support type onmyoji, they weren't as resistant to Chu Feng being a rank. Indeed, in the land of the rising sun, spirit tamers were called onmyoji, a term quite similar to local customs. In Japan, Abe no Saimai is regarded as the most powerful onmyoji. He was the formidable figure who ushered in the era of spirit control in Japan. For this very reason, even 1,000 years later, the descendants of Abe no Saimai still hold a place within the onmyoji lineage of the land of the rising sun. The university where Chu Feng studied, formerly known as the New Capital Onmyoji Training University, was precisely the institution where Abe no Saimai's descendants were educated. Seeing everyone's intense reactions, the middle-aged beauty gave an awkward smile.
Feng Jie-kun, you're quite the humorist. How could someone joining our special class possibly be only a grade?
As she spoke, she unexpectedly pulled a stone from her handbag. This stone was no stranger to Chu Feng. It was the very same one Xiaohua had used to test his abilities in the past.
What should I do? If it detects my power, won't my secret be exposed? Anxiety gripped Chu Feng. What if he caused the stone to shatter? Of course, all this was just Chu Feng overthinking.
After taking out the stone, the woman burst into laughter.
What's the matter, Feng Jie? Even you were startled by the teacher, weren't you? Then, as if considering Chu Feng's feelings, the teacher solemnly addressed the students below the stage. Feng Jie was just joking with everyone.
Please trust the school's impartiality.
As for Feng Jie's ghost rating, it can only be S-class, maybe even beyond S-class. But after the homeroom teacher finished speaking, a wave of boos erupted from the audience below. There are only 3 S rank or higher onmyoji in the entire school. We've all witnessed their abilities firsthand. They come from legendary families, but what kind of prestigious clan is the Amamiya family? Never heard of them. Then another student chimed in. Exactly. I just dug up everything on his family background.
He was expelled from Tokai University for assault.
Then someone else asked curiously. After getting expelled from Takedo University, he actually managed to enroll at Shinjing? When did our school become a dumping ground for underachievers?
This arrogantly tinged remark made Chu Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Some genuinely kind-hearted girls spoke up for Chu Feng. Don't just judge him by his past. You should look at Fengjia's current behavior. But immediately, the spiky-haired guy with studs all over his face and dressed in Bosozoku gear shot back.
Put.
The records say he has a sister, but who knows if it's really his sister? Even before the blonde-haired guy finished his sentence, everyone knew exactly what he was implying.
Shut up. Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer.
He was generally a patient person. Of course, that was only when his own interests and those of his family weren't threatened. But this punk in front of him was pushing it way too far. Not only did he have the nerve to open an account right in front of Chu Feng, but he also dared to make assumptions about Yumiko Yukimi.
Such blatant disrespect was too much to bear. Even if Chu Feng wasn't Yukimi's biological brother, he simply couldn't tolerate it.
The punk didn't seem to care, still sitting with his legs crossed, looking at Chu Feng with utter contempt.
What? You dare provoke me, Haimo Ching-shan? You think my Haimo plan can't finish you off? Kamui Aoyama's words were ruthless and blatant.
Chu Feng couldn't even fathom how someone could utter such words in front of dozens of people. After all, the people of the land of the rising sun were notorious for their polite facades and ruthless duplicity behind closed doors. What was even more absurd was that despite Komodo's words, not a single classmate dared to stand up and speak for Chu Feng again. Indeed, Chu Feng was still new here and unaware of many unwritten rules.
The Komo clan held a status rivaling even that of the Abe no Saimai family. Kamui Yasunori, once said to be Abe no Saimai's senior disciple, was also the master of Abe no Saimai's eldest son, Yashihei. His son, Kamui Taranori, was a top-tier onmyoji whose fame rivaled Abe no Saimai's.
Thus, the Kamo clan, having reached its current stature, had become one of the foremost families within the onmyoji circles of the land of the rising sun. This explains why Kamui Aoyama could act so arrogantly, while others dared not offer much persuasion. Even though Komo Aoyama belongs to a collateral branch, the resources he commands are not something ordinary families can afford to challenge.
Of course, what does it matter whether they're a major clan or not?
Chu Feng Do wasn't from around here, so naturally he couldn't stand this kind of treatment.
So you think you're all that now? Maybe one day you'll just accidentally pass away. Chu Feng committed the man's name to memory. Himao Qingshan, I'll remember you.
Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at Himao Qingshan, then he turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Teacher, I believe the environment in this class isn't suitable for me. I'm requesting to transfer to the regular class." At this, the beautiful woman paused in surprise before attempting to persuade him.
A spot in the special class isn't something you can just walk into. Are you really going to let it go to waste?
Chu Feng shook his head. Even my sister would agree with my decision once she learns everything I endured today.
With that, Chu Feng strode out of the classroom, leaving his classmates behind.
Even those who had just spoken up for Chu Feng couldn't help but mutter.
He actually chose to transfer to the regular class?
That guy really looks down on the special class's strength.
Of course, transferring to the regular class wasn't exactly straightforward.
Therefore, the current arrangement was to retain Chu Feng's spot in the special class while allowing him to attend regular class lectures.
In other words, Chu Feng's enrollment status remained within the special class. Should any major assignments or activities arise within the class, Chu Feng would be required to participate. But Chu Feng was satisfied enough.
He couldn't bear to imagine how uncomfortable it would be to study in a class filled with such discrimination. Moreover, Himao Qingshan now harbored obvious hostility toward him.
After finishing the day's classes, Chu Feng headed toward the dormitory building.
To his complete surprise, the dorms here were single rooms. But what surprised him even more was that despite having single rooms, there were no private bathrooms. In the middle of the night, he had to trek to the bathroom at the end of the hallway. It was already 2 a.m. during the night shift. Whether it was psychological or not, Chu Feng felt a woman's shrill laughter constantly echoing in his ears. All traces of sleep vanished from Chu Feng. Compounded by the discomfort in his stomach from eating a few pieces of sashimi, he made his way toward the restroom.
Chapter 150, School Ghost Story, Hanako in the Restroom.
To Chu Feng's surprise, the layout was identical to the restrooms in the capital. Again, there was a row of urinals, with cubicles housing squat toilets on the other side. Chu Feng stared at the rows of tightly shut toilet doors and fell deep in thought. Holy crap, why are so many people still using the stalls in the middle of the night? He had always assumed staying up late to use the restroom was a niche activity.
Isn't that something only young men in Xia Nation do?
Back in the day, he and Zhang Baobao had once pulled an all-nighter for a passionate double row session. Only to get caught by the dorm supervisor. The bathroom doors were all shut tight, yet inside, there was almost no sound. If anything could be heard, it was the faint sound of dripping water. Chu Feng endured standing in the bathroom for 3 to 5 minutes.
Everyone knows this truth.
Holding your pee lets you go 1,000 miles, but holding your poop makes every step a struggle. What's more, Chu Feng's stomach churned violently, the urge to go overwhelming.
He couldn't even imagine what form it might take. Chu Feng was even considering relieving himself right there at the urinal. Damn it, guys, hurry up and go. Chu Feng couldn't hold it any longer. He knew what he was doing was reckless, it might even land him in jail under Japanese law. But at this point, Chu Feng couldn't care less. Chu Feng bent down to peer through the gap between the partition door and the floor. 5 dark, shadowy legs were visible. Yes, just a dark mass, impossible to make out any further details. It wasn't that Chu Feng was perverted, it was just that the situation was genuinely bizarre. Even though the bathroom light was dim, it shouldn't have been so dark that he couldn't make out any physical features, right? Thus, Chu Feng sensed a whiff of danger. Something's wrong. 10 out of 10, no, 9 out of 10 wrong. Chu Feng knew something might be following him. But what the hell dared to or could harm him? Just then, the door closest to the wall swung open on its own. The pair of black legs vanished instantly. Chu Feng couldn't afford to think about it any longer. Even a god, as long as they still had to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, wouldn't refuse this pit. Chu Feng burst into the restroom, sat down, and began to relieve himself. But just then, the door that had opened automatically slammed shut again. No matter how hard Chu Feng tried to push it open, it remained firmly shut. Damn it all to hell. I'm in a bad mood today, you better not push me to my limit. Chu Feng wasn't joking. Taking a dump was truly one of the most vulnerable moments for a person. If he were ambushed right now, it would be downright unpleasant. Therefore, Chu Feng immediately issued a stern warning. Once he'd stabilized and cleaned himself up, just as he was about to stand, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Of course, this pungent smell wasn't from his poop. It was more like a mixture of accumulated bloodiness and the putrid stench of decaying corpses. Chu Feng could describe it so vividly only because he'd seen it all before. He had genuinely encountered these odors before. The stench was so close it felt like it was right under his nose. But strangely enough, he couldn't pinpoint its exact source. The bathroom was equipped with a toilet. Without overthinking it, Chu Feng pressed the flush button. Only then did Chu Feng realize the source of that foul stench. What gushed out of the tank wasn't clean water, but black blood mixed with bits of flesh. The blood quickly filled the toilet bowl, then overflowed. Unavoidably, Chu Feng stepped into a pool of foul-smelling, bloody water. Even then, his first reaction was merely disgust. But soon, he sensed something was terribly wrong. His slippers were rapidly dissolving, and soon after, his feet began to sting. This blood is corrosive. Chu Feng's heart raced with alarm. Instantly, he summoned his ghostly power to shield his entire body. Sure enough, the blood water showed no sign of stopping, not even flowing toward the adjacent pit. It seemed to have sealed Chu Feng within a confined space. The corpse fluid gradually overflowed, rising past his waist, chest, and even his head. Only when it finally flowed out through the gap above did it cease. The incident concluded, and the door swung wide open. Chu Feng's mood, however, was far from pleasant. Though it hadn't caused him any real physical harm, the psychological humiliation was utterly devastating. Don't let me catch you. With things having come to this, and the door now open, he might as well go out. Chu Feng felt as though his entire body had been drenched in Olay body wash, utterly repulsive. Get out of here fast, then go take a shower. With that thought, Chu Feng stepped out the door. But immediately, he felt something clamp down on his ankle. Looking down, he saw a pair of black, sticky hands. Upon closer inspection, their texture seemed identical to those black legs. Those hands seemed woven from black threads, yet possessed astonishing strength. Chu Feng's physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be restrained by a few arms. Yet these dark arms possessed an unnatural strength, managing to pull Chu Feng's body slightly backward. Simultaneously, Chu Feng heard that triumphant female ghost's laughter once more. Damn it, if you're so eager to play, I'll play along. Though Chu Feng knew little about Japan's yin-yang master families, he had studied urban legends like this one. One tale in particular stuck with him. Something about a ghostly entity in a restroom, Hanako. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, simply calling out, "Hanako, are you there?" would summon it. Thus, Chu Feng obediently walked back to the restroom door. He then gently knocked on the bathroom door and asked, "Hanako, are you there?" Sure enough, the next moment, the bathroom door opened automatically once more. Chu Feng slowly stepped into the stall. This time, however, he didn't sit down. Instead, he stared intently at the toilet's flush valve. A muffled voice came from within. "I'm here." The sound grew closer and closer, as if something was about to crawl out from within. "I'm here." The next moment, a pair of slender hands emerged from the toilet. Then, a woman with short hair that grazed her ears appeared before Chu Feng. She wore a white blouse on top and a red skirt below. However, her otherwise cute features were horribly contorted. Currently seated on the toilet, she hung her head yet glared at Chu Feng. Slowly, the words came from her mouth. "I am, oh." Immediately after, the smug grin that Chu Feng had thought was an illusion appeared. Her voice was hoarse and weak enough to terrify most people. But how could Chu Feng possibly fear a mere ghost? A smile played at the corners of Chu Feng's lips as he summoned the ghostly general wielding a halberd behind him.
There you are. Glad you're here. I was worried you might run off. Wanna play a game with Big Bro? It won't hurt, worst case, you lose your head.
As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the ghost seemed to realize she'd crossed a tough customer and scrambled back into the bathroom. But the Guandao ghost general wouldn't give her that chance. As the blade swung down, Hanako's head rolled to the floor, her body instantly reduced to ashes. Thus, the so-called urban legend of the toilet ghost Hanako officially became just that, a legend.
Chapter 151, College Battle Royale. By the next day, a new campus legend spread through the men's dormitory. The nighttime urinator.
It was said that around 2 a.m., a man would appear in the men's dormitory bathroom, spraying with all his might.
Consequently, the dorm became unbearably pungent during those hours.
Anyone who ventured into the bathroom afterward would be instantly knocked unconscious by the stench. Upon hearing this so-called ghost story, Chu Feng's expression visibly tightened. After dealing with Hannah, he did indeed spot a male student collapsed unconscious outside the restroom door. Foaming at the mouth, Chu Feng initially assumed the guy had been scared by a ghost. But upon hearing this so-called campus legend, it felt like the rumor had been spread by that guy himself.
So, had he actually sprayed someone with stench until they passed out?
For a moment, self-doubt crept into Chu Feng's mind. But soon, Chu Feng was certain that at least the man fainting from the stench wasn't entirely his fault. That blood mixed with shredded flesh stank far worse than his own poop.
Of course, all that was water under the bridge now. The next morning was Friday.
Xinjiang University operated on a dual weekend system. Students could choose to stay on campus Monday through Friday, while those living nearby could return home on weekends. Therefore, Chu Feng had planned to go home today. In Chu Feng's view, the courses in this neon-lit nation were as simple as 1 + 1 compared to those in Xia Nation. Consequently, he either slept through class or stared blankly into space. Yet even so, whenever the teacher noticed Chu Feng sleeping and called on him to answer questions, Chu Feng not only answered fluently but could even expand on the questions. For instance, when asked about the evolution of ghostly creatures, Chu Feng could even list the potential mutations that might occur during their evolution and the specific conditions required for such mutations. Such depth was difficult even for the professors to explain as thoroughly as Chu Feng did.
It was safe to say that many professors at New Capital University
were inferior to Chu Feng in both ability and knowledge.
Consequently, on his second day of enrollment, Chu Feng earned a new nickname: Maple Know-It-All.
Indeed, some aspects of spirit-taming knowledge were rather abstract, and the teachers themselves hadn't delved deeply into them. Consequently, they could only mechanically pour the knowledge into the students' minds.
Chu Feng was entirely different.
If not for the need to avoid drawing too much attention, he would have summoned a ghostly entity to demonstrate for them. Thus, the students in the regular class, who already had weaker foundations, preferred listening to Chu Feng's ghostly knowledge. But during the last class period last Friday, the female teacher at the front of the classroom suddenly received a phone call.
The phone didn't appear to be her personal device, it resembled one of those bulky mobile phones from decades ago.
Her face flushed with panic before she hung up.
"Students, class is suspended.
Chu Feng, please report to your special class within 2 minutes.
Chu Feng was utterly bewildered. What was happening?
But his body instinctively knew he had to go back. The regular classes were on floors 1-3, while the special classes occupied floors 4-5.
Chu Feng's special class was on the 5th floor, a considerable distance from the first floor.
But there was no choice.
An overwhelming sense of foreboding drove Chu Feng into swift action.
He dug his fingers deep into the wall plaster and began climbing upward, scaling the entire 5 floors.
There was no other way.
This was the safest and fastest method he could think of without revealing the ghostly presence. Sure enough, the moment Chu Feng pushed open the special class door and hurried to his seat, the classroom door was tightly shut. Simultaneously, the doors and windows were sealed shut with metal sheets. The entire classroom plunged into darkness. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, what kind of activity is this?" But only Chu Feng reacted this way. The other students seemed unfazed, as if this were old news, their expressions unchanged. After exchanging glances with the girl seated to his right, Chu Feng noticed she seemed completely unfazed. She even shared a small sea salt cracker with him. Immediately after, the middle-aged beauty stood at the lectern and solemnly addressed the students.
"Students, the annual battle is about to begin. Are you all ready?"
A boy wearing a red bandana stood up, his foot planted firmly on the desk.
"Yongchuan Xiaoping born for battle."
Through the man's eyes, Chu Feng could see a thirst for bloodlust.
What on earth is going on? Chu Feng still couldn't make sense of it.
At that moment, the young delinquent girl to Chu Feng's left pressed her small leather shoe down on his foot.
"Hey, you clueless nobody, you look pretty lost. Didn't you go to school before?"
At those words, Chu Feng froze in shock.
What did she mean? Did school teach murder? Was he supposed to be looked down upon for not killing?
But to extract more information, Chu Feng feigned embarrassment and said,
"Sorry about that.
I was in a car accident recently and forgot a lot of things." The young delinquent held a long, cigarette-like object between her lips. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a candy stick. It was candy shaped like a cigarette.
Seeing it like that, it seemed kind of cute in a contrasting way. Fine then, let this lady enlighten you, you lowlife. We Japanese kids, once we hit high school, go on an annual desert island survival challenge. We call it the Desert Island Festival.
Seeing Chu Feng still looking utterly bewildered, the young delinquent sighed deeply.
Seriously? You don't even know about this? But seeing Chu Feng's eager expression, the delinquent girl continued. During the Deserted Island Festival, schools compete against each other. The goal is to survive as long as possible by fully utilizing the island's resources. The high school version lasts 7 days and is relatively safe. For the university stage, I hear there's a fixed quota, meaning it won't stop until a certain number of deaths occur. It usually takes about 15 days or so. That's how it works. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. What the hell kind of insane rules are these? This island nation already has a small population and now they're actively depleting it internally?
But upon closer reflection, it felt utterly terrifying. This is practically breeding killing machines. With the island's resources being finite, different factions would inevitably fight over them and even internal conflicts would erupt within the same faction.
Cruel and twisted. Seeing Chu Feng's bewildered expression, the young delinquent continued. What? You didn't prepare supplies to bring onto the deserted island? You idiot Fengjie.
The deserted island imposes no restrictions on what you can or cannot bring. But the total weight of your backpack and its contents must not exceed 1 kilogram, that's 2 gene. If you want to survive, you can bring enough compressed biscuits that should suffice. Chu Feng stared in astonishment at the little delinquent before him.
What?
Even though you're not bad looking, I, Gao Zhuanxia, am not that kind of person. Only then did Chu Feng learn the girl's name was Gao Zhuanxia.
But immediately after, Chu Feng asked Gao Wan a rather personal question.
Not about her measurements or preferences.
Instead, Chu Feng asked, Miss Gao Wan, have you ever killed anyone? Chapter 152, First Foot on the Death Island.
Chu Feng's abrupt change of subject left Gao Wan Xia momentarily speechless.
After a long moment, Gao Zhuanxia finally snapped out of it.
Flipping a strand of her golden curls, she replied matter-of-factly. Of course I have. At least 7 or 8 lives are on my hands, all virgins, mind you. Chu Feng, however, stared intently into her eyes. No matter how skilled a person is at lying, or how adept they are at fabricating memories, they will always give themselves away. The easiest way to judge whether someone was lying was to observe their eyes. After a moment, Chu Feng replied coldly.
No, you've never killed anyone.
As for whether the latter part is true or false, I have no interest in knowing.
Gao Zhuanxia's face flushed crimson.
She had intended to command Chu Feng's solemn respect by adopting the demeanor of a seasoned elder. Little did she know Chu Feng had seen through her lie. Chu Feng continued. You haven't killed anyone with your own hands, but you're the most terrifying puppet master pulling the strings behind the scenes. Once we're on that deserted island, I'd still prefer to keep my distance from you. Indeed, in Chu Feng's view, those who had endured 3 desolate island rituals, those who had survived without blood on their hands. Far more terrifying than any bloodthirsty maniac. Chu Feng shifted the table and chairs slightly to the right. Clearly, the most dangerous threat was the one lurking beneath the surface. With such people, Chu Feng feared they might stab him in the back without warning. Therefore, it was best to keep his distance. Gao Zhuanxia, seeing Chu Feng's attitude, immediately erupted into a tirade. You idiot Fengjie, do you really think I'd covet your class ability? I only told you this out of kindness, and you actually think that way of me? It's truly heartbreaking. With that, tears welled up in Gao Zhuanxia's eyes as she buried her face in her hands and began sobbing over the table. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Could he have really done something wrong? How had he managed to make this young girl cry? Chu Feng never imagined that beneath Gao Wan's tough girl exterior, her heart could be so tender. Seeing no other option, Chu Feng leaned in again. He whispered softly. I'm sorry. I judged Sister Xia too harshly. If we'd met on a deserted island, I'd have helped you anyway. Okay? Chu Feng had never been in a relationship, and aside from his aunt, he'd barely interacted with any girls. Naturally, he wasn't skilled at talking to girls. He had no idea how deeply hurtful that final okay would be after his string of consoling words. Sure enough, Xia Jie's high-strung emotions had just begun to settle. But upon hearing Chu Feng's final "is that okay?" she broke down once more. Oomph. If you don't want to comfort this lady, then don't bother. And to think I told you everything. You'd be better off dying alone on this deserted island, preferably on the very first day. When Gaowan called herself this lady, she wasn't just spouting nonsense. Unlike Kamui Aoyama of the Kamui clan, she, Takamaki Kaoru, was indeed the legitimate heiress of a prominent family. Moreover, the Takamaki clan had worked its way up since her grandfather's generation and now ranked among the 5 major families of the Neon on Myoji. Though lacking the deep foundations of the Abe and Camo clans, they were still formidable in their own right. This should have been a golden opportunity for Chu Feng, yet the historian never imagined he could turn such a promising situation into a complete disaster. Seeing Takamaki Kaoru still muttering curses under her breath, Chu Feng shoved one of the sea salt crackers straight into her mouth.
Alright, Missy, I gave you my only food. Can you please stop being angry? But the moment the cracker touched her lips, Takamaki's face flushed crimson like a mini hot pot.
Her tears dried instantly and she stared at Chu Feng with wide, round eyes. Just as Chu Feng was feeling pleased that his method of comforting girls had worked, Gao Zhuanxiao looked at Chu Feng, her face flushed with embarrassment.
You idiot Fengjie, do you even know what you just did? Chu Feng froze. What did I do? I just fed you a bite. Chu Feng was speechless. Japan was already overly liberal in so many ways. Could feeding someone really be such a big deal?
Clearly, Chu Feng knew nothing about the Takamaki family's rules. Legend had it that the Takamaki lineage began when the great-grandfather fed the great-grandmother a bite of food, sealing their bond and founding the family. Thus, within the Takamaki household, feeding one another was considered the most intimate act.
If you feed me, I'll marry you.
Chu Feng froze in place upon hearing this.
What the hell? You're going to marry me just because I fed you a bite?
Had Chu Feng known Gao Wan's true identity and that he himself was a legitimate Japanese national, he might have considered this an incredible stroke of luck.
But Chu Feng wasn't Fengjie. Even if something did develop between them, could there really be a future?
Just as Chu Feng struggled to find words, the beautiful woman at the podium finally spoke.
Preparation time is over. I trust everyone is ready.
As I said before, New Capital University has never been defeated in the Deserted Island Festival, and this time will be no different. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd below. Victory! 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 The beautiful woman nodded.
I hope there won't be any internal conflicts among you.
Her eyes held a weight of meaning. There was no other reason. Almost every time the Deserted Island Festival took place, the greatest variable was always within the teams themselves. When the enemy threat was sufficiently great, everyone naturally chose to unite against a common foe.
But once the enemy's threat diminished, internal issues became the greatest problem. Countless minor issues began surfacing.
The collective began to fracture into numerous factions, and that was the most deadly outcome. Before Chu Feng could ponder further, the next moment, the ground shook violently, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. He couldn't tell how long the sensation lasted before finally settling into stillness. Immediately after, the walls of the entire classroom disintegrated. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a desolate wasteland. This deserted island sure is deserted. Chu Feng scanned his surroundings, feeling a chill run down his spine. The ground was either covered in sand or scattered with white bones. Upon closer inspection, there were even bones resembling human ones. At that moment, a bespectacled boy beside Chu Feng curled his pinky finger and remarked, "These must be the remains of our seniors. It's truly sobering." Chu Feng frowned as he stared at the pile of white bones.
At 18, most students in Xia Nation would still be enjoying the vibrant life of university.
Yet here in Neon, they had perished like this.
This is utterly sickening.
Chu Feng looked around and realized not every school had landed in the same location.
His special class hadn't landed alongside any classes from Xinjiang University.
In truth, none of them had ever participated in the university version of the Deserted Island Festival, so they naturally had no idea how different it would be from the high school version.
Just as everyone opened their supplies and prepared to set up camp,
a sudden turn of events occurred. A student had just spread out his tent when a blow dart pierced his forehead, killing him instantly.
Ambush! Everyone, lock down! Chapter 153, Raid the Dragon's Lair? I've got a suicide squad. Uchida!
No one could have imagined that within the first minute of arriving on the deserted island, a fatality had already occurred.
Even more shocking was that the first casualty came from the undefeated Shinkei University.
At the monitoring station, countless high-ranking officials from Neon School watched the live feed.
Some wore expressions of quiet satisfaction, while others struggled to keep their emotions hidden.
Only the teachers from Shinkei University wore grim expressions.
What the hell? They got killed first, and it was a student from the special class?
An elderly man sporting a handlebar mustache shouted at the beautiful woman. Even the beautiful woman herself hadn't anticipated this outcome.
Principal, this is too coincidental. We've never had two classes land just dozens of meters apart before. The homeroom teacher spoke the truth.
She had led at least 5 graduating classes, yet had never encountered such a situation. The teachers were overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events, let alone the students. During previous high school island sacrifices, even when fatalities occurred, they rarely exceeded 20 students. Who could have imagined that the university's deserted island festival would claim lives the moment they were transported in? Panic instantly gripped the group. This attack was clearly premeditated, unleashing a barrage of poison-tipped blow darts. In an instant, several students from the special class were struck again.
Some, like Neijiang, died instantly.
Others were poisoned, instantly losing their ability to fight. Even if immediate death didn't occur, without rescue, it amounted to a slow death. Forget summoning spirits to fend off enemies, some students couldn't even run, frozen in terror where they stood. Only a handful of students managed to pull out the portable shields they carried and plant them into the ground. Indeed, on this ghost wasteland island, the abilities of ghosts and monsters were greatly diminished.
In other words, the ghosts might not even be as strong as humans.
Therefore, equipping practical protective tools proved far more cost-effective. None of this was known to Chu Feng. He only sensed that after summoning the Guan Dao Ghost General, its ghostly power felt weaker than before. Refusing to believe it, Chu Feng summoned several more ghostly creatures only to discover they were all suppressed.
What should I do? The ghost's power is now only as strong as wandering spirits?
Chu Feng was incredulous. Only after seeing that all the ghostly beings summoned by his classmates were similarly weakened did he finally grasp what was happening.
Seems this island's restrictions work like a magic suppressing prison, though not quite as extreme. Chu Feng's reasoning was correct.
The magic sealing prison could completely suppress all ghostly power, while this desolate island could only suppress ghostly entities to the level of wandering spirits. Of course, this was still terrifying enough. Consider this, suppressing ghostly entities as powerful as Yaksha or even demon fiend level beings down to the wandering spirit stage drastically reduced their actual threat level.
Faced with attacks from the opposing faction, the special class split into two factions. One faction advocated escape.
They seized their own belongings, the belongings of their deceased classmates, and even the belongings of those classmates who were still alive but had lost their ability to fight, then fled in the opposite direction. The other faction was the combat faction.
Led by Chu Feng, they raised their shields to form a defensive line while relentlessly attacking the enemy with their weapons.
Of course, Chu Feng didn't have a particularly effective weapon in hand, but he had ghostly entities. Unlike the others, who had at most 3 or 5 ghosts. After investing immense resources to cultivate blood robe ghosts or even Yiksha ghosts, only to see them die on this battlefield as mere wandering spirits who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Thus, most students refrained from summoning their spirits. Even if they did, it was only their lesser trained spirits. But this didn't bother Chu Feng. His ghost controlling space, depleted after summoning Zhong Kuei's residual ghost last time, had remained untouched since. With a daily limit of 7,200 summons, even after the ghost bug battles, nearly 60,000 remained. This terrifying scale was more than enough to sweep across the entire deserted island. At that moment, Chu Feng was crawling beneath the barrier, hurling firebombs toward the enemy camp.
The enemy side had also noticed something amiss. Strange. How did Xinjiang University end up with so many Molotov cocktails?
Their skepticism was entirely justified.
A single Molotov cocktail weighed nearly a pound.
This meant that even if someone carried nothing else, they could only bring 1 or 2. Yet a large group had already fled, leaving only about 10 behind.
How could they possibly have thrown so many Molotov cocktails?
Due to Chu Feng's overwhelming energy, the opposing class was now slightly at a disadvantage.
I refuse to accept this. Let everyone in one final charge. It was indeed unacceptable.
They had initiated the ambush, yet the cowards had fled, leaving them with the upper hand.
But to be suddenly repelled by these Molotov cocktails? How could he accept that?
Thus, the opposing faction's leader resolved to launch an offensive, charging straight through the fireline to strike at the heart of the enemy.
This strategy was actually quite viable when outnumbering the enemy.
But they forgot one crucial fact: Chu Feng had a cheat. The so-called Molotov cocktail from earlier wasn't a Molotov cocktail at all. Instead, Chu Feng had directly molded ghostly entities like the Fire Ghost and the Burn Ghost into balls of ghostly energy, hurling them at the enemy. The other students were so engrossed in their own offensive rhythm that they failed to notice Chu Feng's cheating.
Good job, Feng Jie. Beside Chu Feng stood the war-crazed youth wearing a headscarf.
But just as he finished praising Chu Feng, the youth turned to see the enemy already charging toward them.
We're done, for there are too many of them.
The youth froze in shock. This wasn't just one class, it was the combined strength of 2 classes. By now, the special class had already collapsed into disarray,
with less than half of them still holding their ground. You idiot, Feng Jie, looks like we're going down together now.
Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Feng spun around. Gao Zhuanxia's previously flawless makeup was gone, replaced by a cheek slashed by a blade. She forced a smile, but her eyes were filled with utter despair.
She knew escape was impossible now.
Death, perhaps, was her ultimate fate. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng replied calmly.
Who said I'm going to die here? They think they can kill me? They're not worthy. Immediately, Chu Feng waved his soul-summoning banner once more.
As the banner swayed gently, countless ghostly entities, each enveloped in crimson flames, charged in formation toward the attacking crowd. Row after row of flames swept through like a razor, reducing all in their path to dust. The battle ended amidst waves of wails and screams.
The victors. New Capital University, Special Class. Chapter 154, Camera's Exclusion, Chu Feng's Disdain.
Meanwhile, the crowd at the monitoring station was stunned. Especially the teachers from New Capital University. They never imagined their student could turn a losing battle into a complete victory. Indeed, in mere minutes, the entire battle had undergone a stunning reversal. But the most stunned of all were the members of Nishijima University, who had ambushed Shinkei University moments before. Ever since the freshman orientation ceremony, Nishijima University had placed immense importance on this year's Deserted Island Festival.
Consequently, they established a special training program.
Since the start of the semester, they had barely taught any spirit-subduing knowledge, instead focusing their curriculum entirely on desert island survival and killing techniques.
While this approach might seem absurd and unhealthy, it was commonplace among schools with lower status.
The reason was simple: in this part of the world, funding and other resources were allocated based on the final rankings of the Deserted Island Festival. Elite schools monopolized the majority of top-tier students, whose innate abilities already surpass those of average institutions. Thus, for ordinary schools to compete for rankings in the Deserted Island Festival, they have no choice but to subject their students to intensive training. Yet despite this, Nishijima University still failed to defeat Shinkei University, nearly suffering a complete annihilation.
This blow was simply too devastating.
Of course, they had no idea that Shinkei University's victory hinged entirely on Chu Feng alone. Indeed, Chu Feng alone had decided the outcome of the battle.
Naturally, this entire scene was witnessed by the middle-aged beauty. Who exactly is this Feng Jie?
Seeing his opponents either dead or fleeing, Chu Feng watched as the hooded man beside him tried to pursue them, intent on slaughtering every last one.
Damn Nishijima University! How dare they ambush us?
Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him.
Never chase a cornered enemy. A cornered dog will bite. After this battle, they won't provoke us again. Chasing them now risks getting bitten by a dying dog.
Hearing Chu Feng's words, the hooded man calmed down.
Feng Jie, you're right. This victory is all thanks to you. I really shouldn't have underestimated you these past days.
The hooded man hung his head in shame, then placed some of his rice balls into Chu Feng's hands.
Feng Jie, I saw you didn't bring any food. These are for you.
Chu Feng paused slightly before accepting the rice balls. Only then did Chu Feng understand.
Only by demonstrating sufficient worth could one earn others' recognition and affection.
If he couldn't lead the class out of this crisis, everything would be over. By now, many classmates had already regarded Chu Feng as the leader of their class.
Chu Feng nodded slightly, glancing at the remaining backpacks. Everyone, bring their backpacks over first. There should still be plenty of food left.
At his words, the students began sifting through the smoldering embers, searching for undamaged backpacks. After all, most students opted for backpacks made of special materials that weren't easily destroyed by fire. Yet when they actually saw the charred remains of the West Island University students, many couldn't help but retch.
Takamaki gently patted Chu Feng on the back from behind. You idiot Feng Jie, you really are amazing.
Seeing Takamaki say this, Chu Feng teased back.
So what? You just wanted to trick me into your house to be your personal enforcer, huh?
Takamaki Kiid's face flushed crimson as she silently went to gather the packages.
But just then, a group of uninvited guests arrived once more. None other than the students from the special class who had escaped. Leading them was none other than Himao Qing Shan. He sprinted toward the embers, snatching the bundles meant for Chu Feng's group. Move aside, filthy wretches.
Those who had fled faster than rabbits moments ago now turned on their own with equal ferocity. As if they were the victors, they now enjoyed the fruits of victory as if it were their right. Chu Feng wasn't about to tolerate such behavior.
Chu Feng bellowed. Let go of me.
Himao Qing Shan looked at Chu Feng, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Oh? You're still alive, you worthless piece of trash.
He had no idea that the reason the Hawks hadn't been completely defeated earlier was because of Chu Feng. As a result, Chu Feng had already gained quite a few supporters.
This was a deserted island, not the mainland of Japan.
Everyone's fear of Himao Qing Shan had naturally diminished considerably. After all, on this desolate island where everyone feared for their lives, self-interest came first.
The bandana-wearing man bellowed, Kamamori Aoyama. Don't think your Kamamori clan is all-powerful. Our Takamaki clan isn't weak either. While true, the bandana-wearing man's words were clearly underhanded.
He hadn't chosen to pick a fight with Komodo Qingshan directly, but instead brought up Takamaki Xia, a figure whose clan's influence matched Komodo Qingshan's on the hawkish side.
Takamaki Kaoru was dumbfounded. Why was everything being dragged back to her?
Her Takamaki clan held considerable influence, and in truth, Kamui's actual standing was nowhere near hers.
Kamui looked at Takamaki with utter contempt. He regarded her as those merchant families of generations looked upon the nouveau riche.
In his eyes, no matter how formidable the Takamaki clan might be, its heritage could never match that of the Kamo family. Some struggled desperately to shed their family titles, while others could only command attention by bearing theirs.
That was the gulf between them.
Seeing both factions fix their gaze upon them, Kamo found himself in a quandary.
Was it truly worth offending the Takamaki here?
Yet he reminded himself that he was, after all, a leader. If he didn't stand firm now, he would surely lose credibility.
Thus, Kamura shouted at Takamaki. So what if you lucked out and beat 2 classes from Nishijima University? What's so great about that? We're only here to collect some supplies. Once we're done, we'll leave. These words pushed Takamaki over the edge. You didn't lift a finger, yet you expect rewards? Are you kidding me?
If you hadn't bailed, beating Nishijima University would have been a piece of cake. In an instant, the students who had participated in the battle nodded in agreement. Exactly. You're not getting any of this supplies. At that moment, all eyes turned to Chu Feng. After all, everyone knew Chu Feng had contributed the most effort, so the decision naturally fell to him. Chu Feng, noticing the collective gaze, could no longer sit still. He strode up to Yimao Qingshan, spat in his face, and said calmly, "You've got some nerve. Don't think we didn't see you snatching the dead student's bag earlier." At these words, the fleeing students fell silent. Some of their backpacks were still stained with blood. And that blood still carried the lingering warmth of their deceased classmate. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the crowd, his voice unwavering. "Want supplies? Fine. Step over my dead body." Chapter 155, Scaring off Haimo Qingshan, Setting up Camp. As Chu Feng finished speaking, the once arrogant and domineering Haimo Qingshan's face now bore nothing but utter cowardice. They had left earlier, intending to ambush Chu Feng's group when they were gathered, picking up supplies after lowering their guard, once the West Island University forces had slaughtered them all. Who could have imagined that the situation, which had seemed hopeless, would be turned around by Chu Feng? Besides, Chu Feng would never allow these deserters to rejoin their original ranks. This much everyone understood all too well. Sure enough, after a prolonged silence, Kamamori Aoyama turned away in fury. As he walked away, he glanced back at Chu Feng. "Amamiya Fingjie, you wait. Once we leave this island, you'd better not cross my path again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. I'll make sure your sister learns what a real man is." With that, Kamui Aoyama and his dozen men hurried away, daring not to linger a moment longer. Every word was heard by Chu Feng and etched into his memory. Clearly, Haimo Qingshan had perfectly stepped into Chu Feng's minefield, threatening him personally and threatening harm to Chu Feng's family. The last person who spoke like that? The grass on his grave must be over 3 feet tall by now. Yes, Chu Feng was referring to Huang Mao. He never imagined he'd encounter a second Huang Mao in the land of the rising sun. Clearly, Chu Feng wouldn't kill Kamamori Aoyama in front of so many people. Otherwise, Yimao Qingshan would have been left here forever as a corpse. As for how to kill Yimao Qingshan? Chu Feng could only say he had 10,000 ways. Whether on the island or beyond, Chu Feng feared nothing. His only concern remained Amami Yukimi. After all, everything Yukimi had shown so far was only what an ordinary person should possess. She was simply a remarkable woman who had shouldered the entire burden of her family at a young age. Chu Feng would not allow anyone to harm her. The time wasn't right, and Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to dwell on anything else with Kamo Aoyama. Based on current intelligence, among the students on this desolate island, his strength undoubtedly placed him in the top tier. Next came those students possessing functional ghosts though unable to unleash their full power. Only then did students like those from Nishijima University come into play, ghost entities of average strength, but possessing combat skills and survival experience. Given this distribution, Shinkei University was virtually unbeatable by other schools unless ambushed. Watching Komodo and his group disappear into the distance, Chu Feng surveyed the desolate surroundings and barked another order. "Everyone, grab the supplies and move out. We can't stay here long." At Chu Feng's command, everyone sprang into action. Those who are strong and consider the group's welfare will naturally earn everyone's support. Clearly, having weathered countless storms, Chu Feng was more suited than anyone to lead this group. At least for now. Before long, they gathered both their own and enemy faction supplies, then began sorting them. As expected, the majority consisted of food, followed by weapons and clothing. In such harsh conditions, clothing was actually indispensable. After all, not everyone possessed Chu Feng's exceptional constitution. Most still required thicker garments to withstand the extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. Chu Feng ordered the food to be distributed to everyone in fixed portions, except that he himself took none. "Feng Jia, are you sure you're okay with this?" The man in the headscarf stepped forward with concern. Chu Feng nodded indifferently. Though his body hadn't yet evolved to the point of needing no sustenance, a single compressed biscuit could easily sustain him for 7 or 8 days. "You all eat. I'm not hungry right now." Chu Feng's simple statement only deepened the team's trust and admiration for him. The group wasn't large, 17 people including Chu Feng, with 5 women among them. Given this distribution, the overall gender ratio was reasonably balanced. They marched in a formation of male-female-male, searching for a suitable place to camp. This formation was also designed to prevent ambushes. After all, with the previous incident as a warning, everyone's vigilance had heightened considerably. Truthfully, Chu Feng's current fear wasn't of ambushes, but rather the island's indigenous inhabitants. While it was true that everyone's current strength was roughly comparable, Chu Feng had no idea what level of power these natives possessed. Yet he was certain something terrifying lurked on this island. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of moving everyone to this island? A direct arena battle would have been far more convenient and efficient. After about half an hour, Chu Feng and his group emerged from a dense forest to find a natural cave before them. "This is perfect. This place is so much better than anywhere else. We won't have to worry about freezing anymore. Finally, we can rest properly."
We won't have to worry about problems for the next few days.
After all, the prolonged trek had left everyone physically exhausted. Some were already itching to rush inside, but Chu Feng stopped them immediately.
Hold on, everyone. Let a few of you come with me to figure out what's going on.
As he spoke, Chu Feng made a shushing gesture.
The cave might harbor wild beasts or ghostly entities.
But what I fear most are other students.
Chu Feng's expression was utterly grave. He would never treat anyone's life as a game. Who's willing to go into the cave with me first to investigate?
The moment Chu Feng spoke, the boys didn't hesitate for a second, scrambling to raise their hands.
Brother Fengjie, we all want to go. Chu Feng shook his head. We must leave some behind.
After all, no one knows what might happen outside once we're inside. At Chu Feng's words, the others had no choice but to obey. A portion remained outside the cave, while Chu Feng led 4 boys deeper into its depths. The forest they had just traversed had been incredibly damp and swarming with mosquitoes. To Chu Feng's surprise, the cave interior was exceptionally dry, with a noticeably higher temperature. If there were no other dangers, Chu Feng thought this place would actually be quite suitable for setting up camp. Chu Feng led the way, his ghost eyes activated. The night became as bright as day, leaving ghostly creatures nowhere to hide.
Yet, even upon reaching the end, no ghostly creatures were sighted.
Only then did Chu Feng's heart truly settle.
It's a double-ended cave.
Perfect, no need to worry about being surrounded. Seeing a smaller opening on the other side, Chu Feng finally felt at ease. Otherwise, if one exit were blocked, escape would be nearly impossible.
Chu Feng was thoroughly satisfied with the entire cave.
He called out to his classmates, leading them all back to the entrance. But just as they took a few steps, a shrill scream erupted from behind.
Brother Fengjie, ghosts! Ghosts! Chapter 156, Camped in the Cave, Lovers Murdered.
Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly before glancing in the direction of the hooded man. The hooded man had collapsed in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet Chu Feng possessed the ghost eyes. To him, everything appeared perfectly normal, not a trace of ghostly presence, not even a lingering hint of ghostly energy. Logically speaking, ghostly entities shouldn't appear here. Chu Feng shook his head and pulled the hooded man to his feet. Seeing the man cowering like this, Chu Feng could only offer reassurance.
Maybe it was just a bat or something.
But the hooded man vehemently denied it.
Fengjie, I absolutely swear I'm not lying. Just now, I glanced behind me.
But the moment I turned back, a man was right up against my face, his eyes fixed on me like that. The hooded man's description sounded like a genuine occurrence, leaving Chu Feng somewhat astonished.
Could it be that these ghostly entities in the Neon City truly possess the ability to completely conceal their spiritual power?
After all, from the man's words and the look in his eyes, Chu Feng could tell he wasn't lying.
Seems this place is genuinely unnerving.
Thus, Chu Feng moved from the front to the rear of the group.
You guys go ahead.
I'll check what's going on behind us. After all, it was the hooded man at the rear who had encountered this bizarre phenomenon earlier. But before they could take a few steps, a crisp sound echoed beneath their feet. One of the boys shone his flashlight down and saw several white bones kicked forward by his own foot. Chu Feng and the others gathered closer to examine them.
These aren't animal bones, they're definitely human.
What the boy had kicked away was a human vertebra. But what remained behind was a pile of human bones. They're highly skeletonized, with no flesh remaining.
Looks like they've been dead for quite some time. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of dread.
The hooded man looked at the inexplicably appearing white bones and exclaimed in surprise.
This doesn't add up.
We scanned this area thoroughly when we passed through earlier. There was no debris, let alone a pile of bones right before our eyes.
Chu Feng nodded slightly, his expression growing grave.
We'll discuss this later.
It's getting late. We should get the students inside and settled first.
Chu Feng made a mental note of the incident before leading the group toward the cave entrance. The others at the entrance were chatting about their impressions of the Wilderness Island ritual. Spotting Chu Feng and his group emerge, they happily came forward to greet them.
Fengjie, can we go in now?
Chu Feng nodded, signaling for everyone to enter the cave. They proceeded into the cave, maintaining the same formation they had used during their journey. By now, darkness had fallen, and the temperature had dropped sharply. Perhaps due to the further drop in temperature, the cave felt noticeably warmer. Chu Feng at the front and the hooded man at the rear held flashlights, illuminating the path for the group. Only when the group neared the deepest part did Chu Feng halt. Turning to face everyone, he spoke solemnly. Everyone, despite today's ambush and betrayal by some classmates, finding this cave is truly a stroke of luck in our misfortune.
Let me once again introduce this cave to everyone.
The entrance we came through earlier is the main cave entrance, while the smaller opening behind us is the secondary entrance.
Both entrances are crucial for preventing nighttime ghostly disturbances or ambushes by other students.
Therefore, each entrance requires 2 students to stand guard.
We'll rotate shifts, switching out when the time is up. Any objections? Chu Feng's suggestion was actually very reasonable.
If no one were on guard duty, a surprise attack by other students in the middle of the night could wipe out the entire group.
No problem.
Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and Chu Feng nodded slightly. After placing their supplies in the designated area, they began setting up tents. Some of these tents weren't even theirs, they still bore traces of blood. The island's environment was damp and cold in most areas, making blood slow to dry. Sure enough, when a girl opened an unmarked tent, she got splattered with the blood left on it. Ugh, seriously. How am I supposed to sleep with this bloody mess on me? Ryukawa, can you come with me to the spring near the cave entrance to wash off? Chu Feng overheard their conversation as the boy and girl approached him, their behavior intimately close. Brother Fengjie, my clothes got dirty. Can we go wash them at the spring outside the cave? Chu Feng sighed helplessly. In this situation, staying together as a group was undoubtedly the safest option. Once they strayed from the main group's sight, who knew what trouble might be lurking? But seeing the pleading looks in their eyes, the other students nearby chimed in. Let them go then. It's not far and they'll be fine. Chu Feng sighed and nodded reluctantly. Hurry back. It's never safe out there. And so, the two set off, jogging out of the cave. Along the way, the girl called Xingzi couldn't help but complain. That Feng Jie guy only became the big brother because he's so strong. He sure is strict. Ryoka-kun, you're the only one who's ever been nice to me. They arrived at a small spring about 30 meters outside the cave. This was their second discovery of the day. The mountain spring water here was drinkable and could be used for daily necessities. Anzu stripped off her dirty clothes while Ryoka sat on the bank watching her. The two began to play around playfully. Though the cold had reached its peak, Chu Feng would never choose to enter the water under such conditions. But for some, beauty could even surpass the value of their own lives. Xingzi stepped into the water to wash herself, teasing Ryoka on the shore as she scrubbed. Ryuka, thank you for agreeing to come with me to wash. But you absolutely mustn't peek. At that moment, Xingzi could still hear Ryuka-kun whistling from the shore. She bathed, her face flushed with embarrassment. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Ryuka-kun still showed no interest in her graceful form and hadn't entered the water to interact further with her. Embarrassed and annoyed, Anzu turned her head away with a forced smile. Ryuka-kun, really? I'm being so forward, and you're still so clueless. But just as Anzu turned her head completely to look at Ryuka-kun, she noticed a figure sitting on the shore. Upon closer inspection, the figure seemed rather peculiar. So she swam toward the shore, calling out Ryuka-kun's name as she went. But when she got close enough to see the figure's face clearly, she was startled by the sight before her. The man before her was headless, his torso sitting blankly on the shore. Meanwhile, the spring water reflected a crimson hue as a head slowly floated to the surface. Anzu had cleansed her body with Ryukawa's blood. Chapter 157, Ghostly Wails at Midnight, The Man in Her Dream. For a moment, Xingzi's shrieks echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Birds and beasts were startled, and countless bats flew out from the woods, creating utter chaos. Meanwhile, the hooded man on guard duty and another student nearby also heard the commotion. The hooded man turned to his fellow student on duty and asked, "That noise just now, wasn't that from Anzu and Ryuka's area? Sounds like it to me too. You go tell Kid-san about this. I'll go check it out first." With that, the hooded man headed toward the spring. A few minutes later, Chu Feng followed the student on duty to the spring. There stood Anzu, frozen in place, with the headless body of Ryoka still beside her. Seeing the scene before him, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh deeply. Is this my fault? Chu Feng felt a pang of doubt. If he had firmly refused to let the two go out, would this tragedy have been avoided? Chu Feng felt a pang of doubt. Just then, Xingzi, who had been crying herself into a stupor, suddenly turned her head and snarled at Chu Feng. It's all your fault. If you hadn't let us leave the cave, Ryukawa wouldn't be dead. Xingzi lunged at Chu Feng, biting down viciously on his legs. Chu Feng was submerged in that numbing agony. He was still pondering whether his actions had been right or wrong. Xingzi continued to bite his legs relentlessly, while Chu Feng had finally come to terms with everything. A sharp crack echoed as a deep crimson palm print landed squarely on Xingzi's face. Xingzi was rendered speechless by Chu Feng's sudden slap, her frenzied actions abruptly halting. The fury in Xingzi's eyes turned to bewilderment. You dare hit me? Chu Feng only gave a cold snort. Dare to hit you? Why shouldn't I hit you? You're the ones who chose to come out here. And now you blame me for not stopping you? This deserted island is filled with endless dangers. I warned you there might be risks. The one who killed Rukawa wasn't a ghost, nor was it me. It was you, your stubborn refusal to listen. As Chu Feng finished speaking, Xingzi froze in place. She knew full well that her own actions had led to Ryuka's death. But she refused to face reality, much less accept responsibility for Ryuka's death. So she tried to shift all blame onto Chu Feng. Little did she know, Chu Feng wasn't buying it. Chu Feng admitted to himself that he had succumbed to a certain degree of self-doubt earlier. After all, nobody's perfect. If Xingzi dared to keep causing trouble, Chu Feng would walk away from the entire team himself. At least for now, it seemed this team needed Chu Feng, not the other way around. At that moment, the team at the monitoring console exchanged bewildered glances, all looking utterly perplexed. Several types of ghostly creatures had indeed been placed on the deserted island, and some possessed genuinely sinister abilities.
What just happened? What kind of ghost creature was that? No idea. Even the slow-motion replay didn't reveal anything. It's too strange. Only then did the team realize something was terribly wrong. The ghostly creature that had just killed Ryugawa Koan was one even the supervisors had never seen before. So, some kind of ghostly creature we've never seen before has entered the deserted island? The administrators looked utterly bewildered.
But the method to activate the deserted island was recorded in ancient texts.
Its opening time must be fixed and cannot be closed prematurely. This means that regardless of what happens inside,
the island could only be reopened after half a month.
But is this really feasible? If the island is overrun with these unseen supernatural creatures, won't every college student in Japan be killed or injured?
The question hung in the air, plunging the group into silence.
But what else could be done?
The eldest man adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Rest assured, even if ghostly creatures appear, they remain under control. Should things truly spiral out of control, I will personally request that esteemed master to open the temporal rift ahead of schedule.
Only then did the monitoring room finally settle into quiet.
As for the so-called monitoring console, the footage it could access was limited.
It could only show footage from 5 seconds before and after the deceased student's death. Therefore, the teachers couldn't see the details very clearly.
But there was no doubt something major was about to happen. On Chu Feng's end, after carefully examining Lu Chuan's body, he reached an uncertain conclusion.
This ghostly entity wasn't appearing for the first time.
Indeed, it was still that type of ghostly entity, one that left no trace of ghostly energy yet could cause casualties. For a moment, Chu Feng didn't know what to do.
After burying Ryu's body, if you still wish to return to the class, you may do so.
But from now on, you must maintain contact with the main group and never act on your own again.
With that, Chu Feng turned and walked away.
The hooded man and the other duty students shook their heads and walked back as well. Not long after Chu Feng and the others returned to camp, Xingzi followed suit.
Seeing her return alone, looking utterly distraught,
they naturally guessed what might have happened. They all tacitly avoided mentioning it until the next morning. After waking from their sleep, everyone had participated in the patrol duty, yet they had all managed to catch at least a little rest. Chu Feng was no exception. What puzzled Chu Feng, however, was that he's someone who rarely dreamed had actually had a dream. And the content of this dream was utterly bizarre. Chu Feng had dreamt of a man. The man's appearance was highly abstract. In the dream, only the man's head appeared. Yet his features were etched deeply into Chu Feng's mind. His facial features were wildly disproportionate, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Gazing, it was unclear whether at Chu Feng himself or some distant point. At the same time, he wore an eerie smile. The grin seemed lecherous and tinged with perversion, sending shivers down one's spine.
Chu Feng was certain he had never encountered such a person in reality.
What puzzled him most was that even as he distinctly sensed this creature was akin to some ghostly entity, he couldn't wake himself from the dream. He endured it until he finally awoke, bringing an end to the bizarre dream. After waking, Chu Feng let out a long sigh. Just then, he heard the voices of his friends chatting.
"Hey, how did you guys sleep online last night?"
"Terrible. I kept dreaming about some creepy guy staring at me, but I couldn't wake up."
"Seriously, if you woke up then and actually saw that guy, that would be the real horror."
"Speaking of which, I dreamed about a man with only one head last night. The guy kept crying in my dream, it made me feel so miserable."
Sure enough, more and more students joined the discussion.
Finally, they all came to a conclusion.
"So, does that mean we all collectively dreamed about the same guy last night?" Chapter 158, Letting the Wolf In. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly.
To verify whether this was true, he gathered everyone together. "Since everyone had the same dream, and from what you've described, it seems you all dreamt of the same man." After Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement.
"Then, have any of you actually seen this man in real life?"
This was what Chu Feng was most curious about. In truth, people often dream of individuals they've never encountered in the waking world. And these dream figures often appear in situations that are embarrassing and hard to talk about.
People call this phenomenon unrealistic romantic encounters.
Therefore, upon waking, people often feel physically exhausted, as if they hadn't slept at all. But this time was different. Strangely, no one felt any discomfort. Everyone shook their heads, insisting they had never seen this man before. Chu Feng was also puzzled. Was this a ghostly apparition, or was there another explanation? Combined with the hooded man's claim last night during their initial exploration of the cave that he had encountered a ghost, Chu Feng could be certain that something had definitely happened in this cave. Even so, Chu Feng couldn't think of any other solutions at the moment.
Thus, Chu Feng asked the hooded man with certainty, "Does the man in this dream resemble the ghostly creature you encountered yesterday?"
Chu Feng had already surmised that the two were undoubtedly connected. The hooded man nodded vigorously.
"That's right.
It's that very creature." His voice trembled with emotion as he began gathering their supplies. "Brother Fengjie, everyone, we absolutely cannot stay in this cave any longer.
That thing has been watching us the whole time.
I even suspect the skeleton I mentioned yesterday might be that man's bones. The hooded man rushed toward the cave entrance as soon as he finished speaking.
Brother Fengjie, I'm sleeping outside the cave entrance. I absolutely refuse to stay here any longer.
But just then, the hooded man abruptly reversed course and sprinted toward Chu Feng,
shouting as he ran. Run! Everyone, run!
Chu Feng sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ordered everyone to pile up the cover.
Everyone, get out through the small opening.
Chu Feng had sensed danger approaching, but never imagined this ominous foreboding would materialize so swiftly.
So everyone scrambled to crawl out through the small opening.
Chu Feng, however, scanned the crowd for a specific figure.
Indeed, the one Chu Feng was searching for was none other than Xingzi.
Earlier today, when everyone was discussing the man from the dream, Chu Feng had noticed Xingzi was absent. Of course, at that moment, Chu Feng hadn't given it much thought. It wasn't until the hooded man hurried back moments ago that Chu Feng finally sensed something might be wrong.
Damn it, that is really pushing it too far, isn't she?
Chu Feng was truly at a loss for words. But if Xingzi had come to ambush them, then the severity of this incident would escalate to a whole new level. If it really was her. A dark thought flashed through Chu Feng's mind.
Everyone, don't go up.
We'll fight to the death here at this entrance.
But by the time Chu Feng uttered these words, it was already too late.
The opening of the small hole was far too narrow, barely wide enough for a body to squeeze through, leaving no room for maneuver. Therefore, once one crawled out, there was virtually no way back down. And if Xingzi had ambushed them, she would certainly know about this small hole.
Escaping through the small opening would make them as helpless as ants on a chopping block, at the mercy of their captors.
The only way to survive was to break through the large opening. But now, only the hooded man and a few others remained. Everyone heard Chu Feng's words and also sensed something amiss. Gao Zhuanxia glanced at the figures gradually closing in at the cave entrance, then shifted her gaze to the smaller opening.
Could it be? Xingzi has betrayed us? Gao Zhuanxia's tone held disbelief.
After all, she had believed that anyone who had stood up against the enemies of Nishijima University back then would undoubtedly remain steadfastly on their side. Yet none had anticipated that Ryu's death would become the catalyst that changed everything. Chu Feng shook his head as well, glancing at the uniforms worn by those at the cave entrance. To his astonishment, he realized.
They were Nishijima University students again?
Of course, having learned from their previous defeat, they didn't immediately attack Chu Feng's side. Instead, they poured gasoline into the cave and immediately set it ablaze.
The intense smoke and acrid fumes instantly choked the group. Cough cough cough, Fengjie-kun, what should we do?
Takamaki Kid coughed incessantly, frowning as she covered her mouth and nose. Chu Feng also frowned slightly. By then, the small opening had been sealed shut, leaving no ventilation at all.
It's okay. Just follow my lead.
Chu Feng remained relatively calm as he summoned a smoke demon. The ghost pulled out a large pipe, took a casual puff, and extinguished all the smoke.
What kind of ghost is this?
The hooded man and his companions exclaimed in astonishment. It could extinguish flames instantly, not with water, but by sucking the fire away entirely. Such a specter was utterly beyond their comprehension. Not only the New Capital University students, but even the West Island University students were utterly dumbfounded. Since yesterday, remnants of Nishijima University had been tracking Chu Feng's group using sentinel spirits. To evade them, Chu Feng had plunged deep into the forest. Had Anzu not gone out to clean herself and screamed upon discovering Ryugawa's death,
Nishijima University would never have discovered their trail.
Now, seeing the smoke extinguished, Nishijima University's forces dropped all pretense.
Anzu stood at the front of the group, with Nishijima University students behind her.
Among them were the classmates who had crawled out of the small hole earlier. Seeing the others bound by the shackle ghost, Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. Anzu strode at the very front, her laughter wild and unrestrained. Clap, clap, clap. She clapped her hands in rhythm with her steps, her eyes brimming with contempt for Chu Feng.
Fengjie-kun, long time no see. Hope you've been well.
Chu Feng replied coldly.
I have nothing to say to a traitor.
Xingzi looked surprised.
Me, a traitor? Wasn't it you who forced my hand?
I still remember that slap of yours, team leader.
Xingzi's eyes gleamed with a sickening intensity as her left hand caressed the cheek Chu Feng had struck the night before.
It turned out that while the remnants of the West Island faction were tracking Chu Feng's group, they were also searching for their own university's faction and had actually stumbled upon a class.
The noise Xingzi made had allowed them to pinpoint Chu Feng's group's location.
After Chu Feng's group returned, they had already negotiated with Xingzi.
Anzu's laughter rang out with unrestrained malice.
Great leader, she sneered, do you choose to escape with the few behind you, or save the many behind me?
The price is actually quite simple. I only want you dead. If you die willingly, they all live.
Chapter 159, The Deceptive Illusion, Effortless Reversal. At these words, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly.
Inside, he thought. Just as I expected.
It could only be said that Xingzi hadn't entirely lost her true nature. At least she hadn't gone so far as to harm her classmates. But her thinking was far too naive.
In this battle royale where even murder wouldn't break any laws. She actually chose to contact her enemy? Doesn't she realize that they wouldn't spare her classmates, and worse, wouldn't spare her either? Chu Feng watched the students lurking behind Xingzi. A row of male classmates, their eyes not on Chu Feng at all. Instead, their eyes were fixed greedily on the curves beneath Xingzi's uniform. Some were already groping the bound female student. It was hard to imagine what would happen to these girls if Chu Feng truly died, or if he simply ignored them. What a tragic fate awaited these girls. Chu Feng shook his head. Seems that slap of mine didn't wake you up after all. How dare you betray the team like this? Xingzi gritted her teeth and retorted. So what? You dared to hit me. Not even my own family has ever laid a hand on me. You hit me, yet you didn't investigate Ryuka's death. You're the one who killed Ryu-chan. I'll avenge him. Chu Feng sighed in resignation. It seemed Xingzi had completely lost her mind. Even now, Xingzi refused to accept that Ryu's death was her fault. She refused to acknowledge her own mistakes, nor did she seek the truth behind Ryu's death. Instead, she had turned against him outright. Such a person deserves no pity in death. At that moment, the bound girls could no longer endure the touching. Tears streaming down their faces, they pleaded. Anzu, please spare us. Keed saved our lives, how could you do this to him? But Kyoko was already on the brink of madness. She turned to glare at the girl, then ripped her clothes to shreds. The sudden violence made the girl scream. Shut up, you. Scream again and I'll make him take you right now. Anzu's eyes bulged as her voice cracked with hysteria. At this moment, she cared nothing for their former friendship. All she wanted now was for Chu Feng to die. As long as Feng Jie kills himself, Nishijima University promised they won't touch you. All you have to do is hand over your supplies. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chu Feng could no longer hold back, snapping back. You foolish woman. Do you think anyone will still pose a threat to them after I'm dead? There'll be no threat left at all. The boys might fare better, but do you really think you could escape them? Chu Feng's words pierced Xingzi's heart like a sharp arrow. Only then did she realize her own fate wouldn't be any better. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Xingzi burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. I couldn't care less. As long as you die. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng found himself amused. What? Did she really think Chu Feng would just surrender like that? First off, this was just a new classmate he'd known for a few days, there was no real bond between them. In other words, if Chu Feng were truly heartless, he could have simply left alone. Of course, in the end, Chu Feng didn't choose that path. The answer was simple, they weren't even a match for him. Sure enough, when Chu Feng let out a mocking laugh, Xingzi felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had witnessed his strength firsthand and understood what that smile signified. What? Don't you care about their lives? Chu Feng's lips curved slightly upward. I think I just transferred into the class 3 days ago, and I already got into a fight with someone on the first day. Honestly, I haven't even memorized all your names yet. The message was crystal clear. To put it nicely, the people you've captured are my classmates. To put it bluntly, even if I treat them like strangers, what can you do about it? Sure enough, Xingzi grew impatient. What? Could you really bear to watch them die like this? You really are a cold-blooded monster. The ones truly panicking at that moment were the hooded man behind Chu Feng and Gao Zhuanxia's group. They couldn't tell if Chu Feng's indifference was genuine or feigned. Of course. After all, they'd only just met him, he couldn't be trusted. The hooded man's expression darkened, yet he still believed Chu Feng wouldn't abandon them. Seeing Chu Feng remain unmoved, Xingzi flung a dagger at his feet. Then, she drew another blade concealed beneath her skirt and slashed it across the cheek of the classmate behind her. Amamiya Feng Jie, you don't really think I'd hesitate to act, do you? If you don't kill yourself now, I'll slaughter them all right before your eyes. On Nishijima's side, the others had also rushed over. Facing at least 40 opponents, Chu Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If it had been the earlier group, he could have taken them out in one move. In that case, there would have been no casualties on his side. But now, facing 40 opponents, he knew he'd have to employ some techniques to ensure his own side remained unscathed. Thus, Chu Feng slowly picked up the dagger at his feet. The moment he picked it up and glanced at it, something felt off. Oh? Worried I wouldn't die cleanly, so you poison it? Chu Feng never imagined the enemy would stoop to such ruthless depths. Fine. Since you want me dead, I'll show you how I die. In the next instant, before everyone's eyes, Chu Feng raised the dagger and plunged it fiercely into his own throat. In the next instant, a torrent of crimson blood spurted forth, and Chu Feng collapsed to the ground. Brother Feng Jie. Feng Jie. Seeing Chu Feng truly die like this, Guan and the hooded man stared in utter disbelief. Especially Guan. She would have preferred Chu Feng to simply walk away alone rather than die here. Because he knew that even if Chu Feng truly chose to die for this cause, it wouldn't change anything. Nishijima University would continue as before, and none of them would survive. Sure enough, after witnessing Chu Feng's death firsthand, the main force of Nishijima University behind Xingzi sent several men over to inspect the scene.
He's dead, right? The inspector nodded. Dead as a doornail. Time to dispose of this dead weight.
And Zhu was the first to be restrained. Several Nishijima University students pinned her down.
The team leader of Nishijima University, though clearly a woman, watched it all unfold without lifting a finger. Don't blame me. Survival of the fittest, only the strong survive. No. You bastards, we agreed to cooperate.
The boy pinning her down grinned, baring his teeth.
Ha 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 ha. If you're enjoying this, so am I. Isn't that cooperation?
As he spoke, he tore at Xingzi's clothes with even greater brutality. Their pent-up lust for her erupted into a frenzied release.
Damn it, you dare bite me? Xingzi, determined to resist even unto death, actually bit the man. A large chunk of flesh fell away.
The man drew his knife and slashed furiously at Xingzi.
Before long, Xingzi lay cold and lifeless. Enough. Let's get this over with.
Just as the man resolved to act while it was still warm, he felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, he saw his own body within his field of vision.
Chu Feng's slaughter had begun. Chapter 160, Rest in Peace here.
The male students of Shidao University had intended to use this opportunity to unleash their animalistic desires. But unexpectedly, the first man to make a move was beheaded right before everyone's eyes.
What's going on? Who was that?
Clearly, this sudden turn of events disrupted their amusing pastime. They hastily drew their weapons, while the more cautious students summoned their own spirits. Though only possessing the power of wandering spirits under the island's suppression, it was better than nothing.
At that moment, the female leader frowned in astonishment. What's going on? Could it be that ghost you mentioned, the one that killed your boyfriend, has appeared? The female leader's first thought was still the ghostly entity Xingzi had mentioned yesterday.
After all, Ryuka had died by decapitation, leading her to assume that Spectre had materialized.
The team members looked at the leader and asked, "What should we do? Are we just going to leave like this?"
Clearly, the Nishijima University group was dominated by males, with a severely skewed gender ratio. Like starving wolves eyeing plump sheep, the sight of so many attractive women naturally made them drool.
The female leader, however, declared firmly, "We're retreating first. Something's not right here."
But the guys weren't about to listen to the female leader. Only a few members, mostly girls, were ready to retreat with her. The male members, however, were like madmen, shouting at the female leader.
"You don't think your strength gives you the right to boss us around? We're not leaving today." "Exactly. Keep barking, and we'll take you down too." Little did they know those words would be their last.
As soon as the words left their mouths, several more heads rolled to the ground. With 5 dead now, the others finally snapped back to their senses.
"Everyone, let's get out of here first. We can talk about it outside. This place is too creepy, it's not safe."
But before the words had even finished, the speaker was also killed. Only then did the group realize something was terribly wrong. But as they moved toward the cave entrance, they were forced back by walls of fire blocking the way.
"What do we do? With flames this big, we can't possibly get out. Water ghost. Water ghost, save us."
Sure enough, it was at this moment that everyone finally remembered the neglected female leader.
Frowning deeply, the female leader summoned her water spirit.
The team composition from Nishijima University was also quite problematic. They only had one water-type spirit. This meant that the entire team possessed only one spirit capable of extinguishing fire, the female leader's own. But the instant she summoned the water spirit, its ghostly form shattered as if decapitated.
At the same moment, the female leader's eyes filled with disbelief.
A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted forth, and she collapsed to the ground.
Yet not a single person chose to tend to her.
Instead, they all shouted in panic.
"What are we going to do? Without the water ghost, we can't get out."
Indeed, everyone cared only about their own survival. And Chu Feng's slaughter had not yet ceased. The others still believed ghostly forces were at work, unaware that the true Grim Reaper stood among them. Chu Feng wielded his sword like a butcher slicing through vegetables, decapitating one after another. One by one, headless bodies collapsed to the ground, while their severed heads rolled away like soccer balls.
The female leader, weakened by the ghostly entity's backlash, was now utterly exhausted. Yet witnessing countless classmates perish in this manner, her heart ached no less than theirs.
In the entire arena, aside from herself, only these students from Xinjiang University remained.
Why? Why didn't the ghosts kill the Xinjiang University students?
The female leader murmured weakly to herself.
She couldn't understand.
If these were ghostly entities, they should be killing randomly without targets.
Why did they only target Nishijima University students?
Only now did the female team leader begin to sense something amiss.
Killing only Nishijima University students while sparing Shinkei University, doesn't that mean the killer is on the other side?
Just then, she felt a heavy kick to her abdomen. The next moment, a figure she never could have imagined appeared before her.
Fujisaki Amamiya, how could you possibly be alive? Indeed, Chu Feng hadn't died at all. And Zhu and everyone at Nishijima University were far too naive.
Given Chu Feng's nature, even if he truly faced certain death, he would never go down without a fight.
He wouldn't breathe his last breath without taking a bite out of his enemy. What? Is it me? Is that surprising? Chu Feng spoke as he pinned the female leader firmly beneath his foot. The female leader spat out another mouthful of blood, staring at Chu Feng in utter disbelief. I want to know, how did you survive? Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Is that such a difficult thing? Illusionist, you've never seen a nirvana. Chu Feng nearly let it slip. To be honest, before arriving in Neon, he had assumed the variety of ghostly entities here would be quite rich. But in reality, many of them had simply migrated over from Xia Kingdom. Native ghostly entities were actually quite scarce. Thus, many ghostly entities Chu Feng had never used, or rather, had been too lazy to use, were actually highly sought after in the land of Neon. The illusion ghost was merely a common specter in Xia Kingdom, capable of concealing its form while inducing hallucinations in others. Thus, Chu Feng merely made a gesture with his blade near his neck before lying down. Everyone immediately assumed Chu Feng was dead. Then, with a casual swing of his sword, Chu Feng began slicing through bodies like cutting through vegetables. What he never expected was that the students of West Island University acted like they were possessed by lust demons. They didn't even bother to run away after someone died. If they wouldn't run, then they wouldn't walk either. And so, the scene that had just unfolded occurred. The female team leader looked utterly devoid of hope, her eyes filled with despair. You're utterly ruthless. Chu Feng sneered. Am I cruel because the one killed was one of your own? The female leader locked eyes with Chu Feng. If that's the case, just finish me off quickly. Chu Feng's lips curled slightly. What? You let your men grope our schoolgirls, but I can't kill them? Double standards taken to the extreme. To be honest, I'm almost reluctant to kill you. As he spoke, Chu Feng feigned a lecherous gaze toward the other person. What are you going to do to me? The female leader looked utterly dejected. Chu Feng merely shook his head. If you hadn't insisted on coming to kill our Xinjiang University classmates, we might have been able to be friends. But as you said yourself, the weak are preyed upon, and the fittest survive. So rest in peace here. Chu Feng thrust his sword forward, and the female leader fell silent. Chapter 161, Meng Nan appears. Take it away? Chu Feng killed her because she had provoked him first. Had both teams coexisted peacefully, Chu Feng's first thought would undoubtedly have been to gather as many resources as possible across the entire island. But fate had other plans. Since West Island University insisted on hunting down New Capital University, they couldn't blame Chu Feng for refusing to play by the rules. At the monitoring station, the West Island University instructors who witnessed this scene all turned grim. Yes, they had believed their students, after undergoing systematic survival training, were more than capable of handling top-tier schools like Xinjiang University. Therefore, at the very start of this Wilderness Island Festival, they had issued orders to their students. Upon spotting students from prestigious universities, they were to gather additional classes and launch annihilation campaigns against them. Frankly, after witnessing the outstanding results from the first ambush on New Capital University, these professors had already fantasized about Nishijima University securing a share of the top-tier university supplies. But they never imagined that the name Amamiya Fausuk, a name they'd never heard before, would shatter Nishijima University's dream of becoming a powerhouse. Twice over. As a result, Nishijima University not only suffered severe damage to its reputation but also faced a significant decline in overall enrollment. Amamiya Fong Kai, the president of Nishijima University, gritted his teeth in fury. Especially after witnessing his students being slaughtered one after another by Chu Feng like pigs being butchered, he could no longer endure it. He made a decision: if Chu Feng survived the deserted island, he would launch an unrestrained assassination campaign against him. This was the only course of action left to him. Even so, it carried immense risk for him. If Amamiya Fukiai managed to escape the island, he would undoubtedly become Shinkei University's most celebrated hero. His standing would be elevated beyond measure. If he killed Chu Feng and the other side uncovered any evidence, his own life would be in jeopardy. Yet despite this, the elderly principal resolved to proceed. For no other reason than to restore his school's honor. And naturally, all of this was observed by the leadership of Xinjiang University. Though they remained unaware of where Chu Feng had obtained these monstrous artifacts with their extraordinary powers, his immense contributions to Xinjiang University made him one of its greatest assets. Chu Feng's achievements were truly no small feat. After all, saving the entire special class was a commendable feat. This only made Shidao University look even more ridiculous. They had struck first, only to be counterattacked. The worst part was, they had no one to turn to for justice. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Chu Feng looked at the rescued members with concern and asked, "Everyone, are you all right? My rescue should have been timely enough. Hopefully none of you suffered any serious injuries?" Chu Feng's concern was genuine. After all, some of the girls had been groped by that pack of hungry wolves earlier, and it must have been unbearable. But at least they hadn't suffered any physical harm, so everyone expressed their gratitude to Chu Feng. "Brother Fengjie, you've saved us once again. We truly don't know how to thank you." The hooded man hoisted Chu Feng up in celebration. "Brother Fengjie, honestly, you nearly scared the life out of me when you feigned death.
Thank goodness you're okay. Thanks to Brother Fengjia, we've made it through alive again. Seeing everyone safe and sound, Chu Feng finally relaxed. Of course, not everyone from Xinjiang University had escaped unscathed.
Take Xingzi, for instance. She paid for her actions with her life. Of course, Chu Feng felt no regret over her death.
He merely looked at Xingzi's body with indifference. Does anyone think Xingzi shouldn't have died?
The moment the words left his mouth, a girl spoke up first. This girl was the one whose cheek had been slashed by Xingzi.
I think she deserved it. She never considered our entire group at all. She actually colluded with another school just for her own selfish desires. Ugh, I was closest to her, but I never imagined Xingzi would do this to me. As the girl finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement.
What Anzu did truly caught everyone off guard. Everyone witnessed it. She was the one who begged Chu Feng to let her and Ryugawa go wash up. Everyone else gathered water in the cave to wash up. Why did you two have to make yourselves special?
This deserted island was already teeming with ghosts and monsters.
Ryuka was killed by one of them. What kind of twisted logic could possibly blame it all on Chu Feng? And the most naive part? They actually allied with their enemies, claiming they wouldn't kill everyone. Anyone with a brain wouldn't believe West Island University would keep their word.
Just moments ago, when Chu Feng died, they unleashed their savagery.
Even Xingzi couldn't save herself.
It's hard to imagine what kind of carnage would unfold on Xinjiang University's side if Chu Feng had truly died. It was utterly mindless. Since everyone feels this way, I propose we take a vote. At Chu Feng's words, curiosity flashed across everyone's faces.
What kind of vote?
Chu Feng spoke slowly.
A vote on whether we should leave this cave and set up camp elsewhere. At his words, some rejoiced while others wore expressions of worry. Those who rejoiced naturally found the man from the dream terrifying, believing their lives might be in danger if they stayed here any longer. The worried, however, felt this spot was quite suitable, warm and close to water, a rare treasure on this entire deserted island. Thus, the group began voting. Supporters and opponents of staying were evenly split at 1:1. This meant that Chu Feng's vote held the decisive weight.
All eyes turned to Chu Feng.
Chu Feng made his decision swiftly. I choose to leave this place.
Meng Nan's power far exceeds what we can withstand. Yesterday's gaze in the dream was likely just a warning.
Upon hearing this, the others found his reasoning compelling.
But where should we go? Someone asked.
Chu Feng pondered for a moment before replying.
The path lies beneath our feet.
As long as we stand united, anywhere can be safe except this place. Absolutely not. Last night's death of Lu Chuan served as the starkest warning. This area was nowhere near as safe as everyone imagined.
Thus, the group gathered their belongings and supplies from the West Island University expedition and headed toward the cave entrance. Chu Feng naturally brought up the rear to ensure everyone's safety. But the moment they emerged from the cave, the instant Chu Feng stepped out of the opening, he felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if something was following him. Before he could fully process it, he found himself dragged into an unfamiliar, pitch-black void. Standing before him was the very man from last night's dream. Chu Feng's brows furrowed as he channeled his ghostly power throughout his body, preparing to fight this man to the death.
He could sense it.
The man before him was terrifyingly powerful. Yet what Chu Feng could never have imagined was that the man actually spoke.
You're also from Xia Kingdom, right? Can you take me away? Chapter 162, Meng Nan's Origins, Transmitting the Laws of Creation. As Meng Nan finished speaking, Chu Feng's mind went completely blank.
The man was speaking in flawless Xia Kingdom Mandarin. After enduring the harsh, grating sounds of the Neon Nation's language for so long, to suddenly hear Xia Kingdom speech in this situation. Yet the speaker was this abstract man before him.
If one could even call it a man, it was more like a human head. A head as round as a ball.
The entire head appeared unusually bloated, its features torn apart as if stitched together from multiple facial fragments.
It looked eerie and hideous.
Chu Feng froze for a moment before regaining his composure. The oppressive aura emanating from this entity surpassed even that of the snow woman he had encountered that day.
Could this be another Yama ghost?
A wave of unease washed over Chu Feng.
Another Yan Luo ghost? And one no weaker than the snow woman. But since it could still communicate, why not try talking?
Chu Feng addressed respectfully.
How did you know I'm also from Xia Kingdom?
Of course, Chu Feng's respect stems solely from the other being stronger than him. The man's mouth twitched, his grin contorted into something resembling a sob.
It seemed unable to control its own actions. After a long moment, he finally spoke again.
After slaughtering a little scum from the Neon Kingdom yesterday, I recognized you the moment you arrived. The bloodline of the Sword Sealing Kingdom is so pure I could never mistake it.
At these words, Chu Feng's entire body trembled. Not only did the other know he was from Xia Kingdom, but they even knew he was from Fengjin Kingdom? Chu Feng concluded that this man's identity couldn't be simple either. He promptly dropped to one knee in a formal bow.
Junior Chu Feng greets the senior.
May I inquire about your honorable name?
The man merely shook his head.
Ah, me?
I am the shame of Xia Kingdom.
It's best not to speak of it.
Chu Feng's interest was piqued.
Please don't belittle yourself, senior. Your strength would be among the absolute elite even in today's Xia kingdom. Chu Feng's words held not a shred of exaggeration. Before him stood a man whose power would likely leave Xiaojin unable to last more than a few exchanges. The man replied. How could that be? When I first came here from Xia kingdom, I was merely a low-tier ghost tamer. Hearing this, Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. A low-tier ghost tamer at the Yen Luo ghost level? What an obscure term. Yet judging by the man's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. The man also caught Chu Feng's expression. Could it be that Xia kingdom's strength has truly declined to such a state? And what of the ancient nation of Fengjian? Chu Feng lowered his brows and replied dejectedly. The ancient sword-sealing kingdom has been annihilated. It was eradicated by a coalition of Xia forces and allied nations. At these words, the man's expression visibly shifted with astonishment. Impossible. How could the ancient sword-sealing kingdom be annihilated? The sacred maiden wasn't in the kingdom at the time, and they launched a surprise attack. So now, I might be the only one left in the entire sword-sealing kingdom. Chu Feng's words were not untrue, for he alone possessed the purest bloodline of the ancient kingdom. Hearing this, the man erupted in fury, roaring. This is outrageous. The sword-sealing kingdom has done me a great favor. The king taught me this technique to create all things, yet now I have no way to repay him. Learning Chu Feng was the sole bloodline of Fengjian kingdom, the man opened up. I am a ghost contract user of the artisan lineage, so I've been fascinated by construction since childhood. By chance, I met an elder who taught me the art of creation. Only later did I learn he was the king of Fengjian kingdom. If my memory serves correctly, around 500 years ago, the Rainbow Kingdom sent envoys to the Xia kingdom. They claimed their homeland was about to be submerged by water and sought skilled craftsmen to build islands. Chu Feng interrupted at this point. So this island was built by you, senior? The man nodded helplessly. Alas, who would have thought that after spending 30 years building this island, I completely forgot their original claim? They claimed their original island would sink in 3 years, yet 30 years later it remained intact. When I questioned this at the celebratory banquet, they pushed me into the endless depths of the sea. And so, my soul became imprisoned upon the very island I had created. Every year since, they send countless young people here to fight to the death. Gradually, I felt the souls of the dead merging into my own spirit. Eventually, I became this form neither fully human nor ghost. Chu Feng listened with deep sorrow. He never imagined the hideously disfigured man before him bore such a tragic past. What shocked Chu Feng even more was that the man had been trapped on the island for a full 500 years. The Xia kingdom 500 years ago, what glory it must have held. I drifted through these 5 centuries in a haze, moments of lucidity followed by bouts of confusion. Perhaps your arrival allowed me to catch a whiff of my homeland's scent, finally rousing me from this daze. As he spoke, a pleading look appeared in Meng Nan's eyes. Truthfully, I've long since lost the will to live. The only thing keeping me clinging to life is the obsession to return to my homeland. Young man, you are the son of an old friend. I will certainly bless you, but I also hope you can take me back to Xia kingdom. This is my final wish. Seeing the complex emotions in the man's eyes, Chu Feng couldn't help but be moved. If what he said was true, then he actually held friendly intentions toward the sword-sealing kingdom. Thus, Chu Feng looked at Meng Nan with unwavering resolve and declared, Elder, I possess an item. Though I cannot guarantee it will truly bring you back to Xia kingdom, I am willing to try. With that, Chu Feng summoned the soul-summoning banner in his hand. Return, O soul! Return, O soul! Meng Nan felt as though he heard his mother's call from his homeland, recalling every tie that bound him to that land. He had left home as a child, only to be reborn through death. The Neon Nation treated him unjustly. The so-called new continent he had created to provide sustenance had become a battlefield for training soldiers in the era of the Neon Nation. It was precisely his longing for home and his hatred for the land of Neon that allowed his spirit to endure until now. Amidst Chu Feng's repeated calls, Meng Nan's spirit finally found release like a wisp of smoke. The malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts clinging to his body were all stripped away by Chu Feng. Before Chu Feng now stood a man clad in ancient attire, his features refined and handsome. I am Lu Fan. My deepest gratitude to you, young benefactor Chu. This is the final item I can entrust to you. I hope it proves useful. As he spoke, a ball of light appeared in Chu Feng's hand. After it merged into his palm, his mind suddenly cleared. It felt as though the entire island lay laid bare before his eyes. What Meng Nan had given Chu Feng was not some trivial trinket, but rather the laws of creation. Chapter 163. Indeed, the instant Meng Nan placed the light sphere into Chu Feng's hand, Chu Feng felt his mind suddenly clear and open, as if the entire island lay spread out before his eyes. Then, a sharp, piercing pain erupted in his head. Everything became crystal clear. The movements and calls of birds, beasts, insects, and fish hundreds of meters away, the breathing of classmates beside him, the footsteps of a group not far off, the wind rustling through the trees, the sound of leaves falling to the ground. Every piece of information, whether complex or subtle, flooded into Chu Feng's mind in an instant.
From this moment on, he was no longer merely a participant in this deserted island ritual.
Instead, he became the island's creator. Seeing Chu Feng's stunned expression, Meng Nan smiled and said, "This is the island's law of creation. It is called the Island of No Interval, and control over it has now been transferred to you."
Meng Nan's action could be considered a benevolent deed, for the bloodshed on this island had reached terrifying proportions. When you next return to Xia Nation, you may bring this Wujian island back with you. This island can be shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, yet its actual space remains as vast as ever.
The Sword Sealing Kingdom once bestowed kindness upon me.
Now that it has fallen, this island shall serve as the land for its restoration. Hearing this, tears welled up in Chu Feng's eyes.
Meng Nan had thus granted him a territory to restore his kingdom, demanding nothing in return. I shall no longer engage in battle. My current state remains unstable. Combat risks my ghostly form exploding. Take me back to my homeland. Thank you. With that, Meng Nan completely retracted his form into the soul summoning banner, vanishing from sight.
Truthfully, Chu Feng had intended to keep Meng Nan as his ultimate trump card.
After all, he was a top-tier Yen Luo level ghost entity, something Chu Feng currently lacked by his side.
But given Meng Nan's current single-minded desire to return home, forcing him into battle again might just lead him to team up with the enemy against Chu Feng himself. Of course, Meng Nan had already given him more than enough. The next moment, Chu Feng returned to reality. Opening his eyes, he found all his classmates anxiously gathered around him, yet not a single one dared to touch him. Seeing Chu Feng finally open his eyes, the hooded man sighed in relief and asked with concern,
"Brother Fengjia, what happened to you just now? I'd already walked quite a distance away. Seeing you standing motionless at the cave entrance, not even blinking, we were worried sick." Everyone nodded in agreement.
If Chu Feng had saved them once, their gratitude would be understandable. But he had saved them twice in a row.
In their hearts, Chu Feng's status was now practically indistinguishable from that of their own parents.
Seeing him motionless just now had truly filled them with dread.
Chu Feng laughed heartily.
"Nothing much, just had a chat with Meng Nan." At these words, everyone was startled.
The terrifying man from their dreams actually existed and could even converse with others?
The hooded man exclaimed in horror.
What? What did that guy say to you?
Chu Feng didn't bother to hide much, merely omitting what shouldn't be said. Simply put, he thinks I'm not bad, so he decided to let me remove the restrictions binding everyone here. Of course, Chu Feng didn't mention that the Dream Man had granted him control over the entire island. That would only invite major trouble, not worth the risk. After all, he planned to claim the island for himself once the Wilderness Island ritual concluded. If he truly revealed that, someone was bound to slip up. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Chu Feng conjured a pure sphere of light that illuminated them all. In the next instant, it seemed as though some kind of restraint within their bodies had truly been released. They summoned their ghostly companions one after another, only to discover they had all returned to their original power levels. Wonderful! My Sayako has returned to Blood Robe rank.
Finally returned, my Yaksha Jengar.
For a moment, everyone rejoiced at their spirits regaining their full power.
Since Xia Nation possessed the most advanced spirit taming system, its spirit rating system became the internationally recognized standard.
Great! Now we won't fear those guys if we run into them again. With Bloodcloth Ghost and Yaksha Ghost taking on those wandering spirits, it'll be as easy as crushing ants.
Brother Fengjia, what kind of god are you? We admire you more and more. Of course, this admiration was genuine.
Facing a powerful being, especially one who saved you and bestowed favors, any normal human would feel profound gratitude. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Leaves crunched beneath their feet, making it impossible to tell how many people approached. Everyone instantly grew alert, shielding their ghostly creatures before them and forming a protective circle around Chu Feng. This formation was precisely what Chu Feng had taught them. The front line was occupied by tank spirits and warrior spirits, the middle by support and healing spirits, while the rear line consisted of ranged attack spirits dealing maximum damage.
This formation ensured they wouldn't be overwhelmed in a fight against evenly matched opponents. Of course, Chu Feng already knew who the intruder was. Finally, a figure emerged from the forest. The crowd looked on, recognizing a familiar figure. He wore the uniform of Xinjiang University, sporting flashy yellow hair and adorned with studs, looking every bit the street thug. Indeed, it was Himao Qing Shan.
Behind him followed a large group of students, all wearing the uniform of Xinjiang University. Seeing them in Shinkei University uniforms, Chu Feng and his group's guard eased slightly. Yet, they still harbored considerable hostility toward Himao Qing Shan. The hooded man barked.
"Kamui Aoyama, what kind of stunt are you pulling now, dragging all these classmates along?" Kamamori Aoyama, however, whistled casually, appearing utterly at ease.
"What's the matter? I brought the main force of our Shinkei University to join up with you guys, and now you're unhappy about it?" Saying this, Kamui Aoyama looked toward Chu Feng in the center of the crowd.
"Amamiya Fujiaki, I'm a big man who forgets small slights.
Let's put our past differences behind us. Now that reinforcements have arrived, are you going to refuse to join us and instead choose to hoard your forces?"
Kamamori's eyes brimmed with contempt.
Seeing the main force arrive, the others felt somewhat conflicted. Joining the main force was surely the most advantageous and stable path to victory.
Would Chu Feng really refuse? Chu Feng looked at the people wearing the Xinjiang University uniforms.
He had hoped to identify them as fellow students by their faces, but it proved impossible. After all, he had only been at this school for a few days and hadn't memorized all the students yet. But there was one move that could turn the tables. Thus, Chu Feng smiled as he turned to look at Himao Qingshan and slowly asked,
Qingshan Koan, where are the classmates who left with you? How come it seems like you're the only one left? Chapter 164, Unflappable in Crisis, Battle Looms.
At these words, a fleeting trace of unease flashed across Himao Qingshan's expression. It was precisely this fleeting unease that confirmed Chu Feng's suspicion. Himao Qingshan was hiding something.
Himao Qingshan chuckled dryly. Amamiya Fuki, you don't have to go looking for excuses like this, do you?
Immediately afterward, Kamui Aoyama shot a glance toward the rear of the group. Seconds later, several relatively familiar faces appeared before Chu Feng and his group.
Fengjie-san, it's us.
Upon seeing the other classmates, Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly.
Could it be? I'm overthinking this?
Chu Feng remained somewhat perplexed, but couldn't resist the urging of his own group.
Brother Fengjie, let's join the main group. It'll be safer that way.
Yeah, even though Brother Fengjie is incredibly strong, he can't protect us all the time.
If we blend into the main group, even those other universities would hesitate to attack with so many people gathered together, right? Truthfully, the others had a point.
The caliber of students at Xinjiang University was something other schools couldn't easily challenge. Therefore, as long as the enemy had any sense, they wouldn't dare provoke conflict with the new capital university main force. In fact, they should be worried about whether Shinkei University would take the initiative to attack. Though Xinjiang University didn't start trouble, it certainly didn't fear it. Seeing the crowd's wavering resolve, Chu Feng felt helpless. Yet something about these people before him felt deeply unsettling.
Moreover, surely not all those who followed Himao Qingshan had escaped. What about the rest? Chu Feng knew full well that pressing further questions was pointless.
Persisting in pressing Himao Qingshan would only earn him the label of being petty.
Of course, none of this mattered to Chu Feng.
He simply wanted to know whether these individuals were truly students of Xinjiang University. Qingshan smiled at the crowd, seemingly reading their doubts.
What's the matter?
We're only about a third of the group here. The rest have set up camp on the flat ground right in the center.
Let me put it this way, Xinjiang University has already secured first place. Frankly, if you don't show up, we won't really need you anyway.
Chu Feng's expression remained guarded, yet the others were genuinely tempted. Indeed, the sense of security that came with rejoining the main force was something Chu Feng couldn't offer them now. Moreover, they had all been blessed by Chu Feng, allowing each to unleash their full combat potential. From this perspective, should any battles arise again, they were certain to secure a top-tier ranking.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Thus, the girl whose face had been slashed by Xingzi spoke first.
Brother Fengjie, no matter what you decide, I still want to return to the main group.
With that, she began walking toward the so-called main group. One after another, the others glanced at Chu Feng hesitantly before following suit toward the main group. Chu Feng shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face.
In truth, even Gao Zhuanxia and the others didn't know.
After all, they were just freshmen too, at most merely recognizing other special class students on the same floor. Yet, the feeling they got from the other group was that they truly seemed like fellow students from their own school.
Moreover, these students only made up 1/3 of the group. That's great. What's up? Everyone else is joining the main group, you're not coming, Amamiya Fuki?
Kamogawa Aoyama shot a teasing glance at Chu Feng, as if he himself were the leader of this large group. As if the moment Chu Feng joined their ranks, he would become his subordinate.
With no other choice, Chu Feng reluctantly joined the main group.
Sure enough, the moment Kamui Aoyama saw Chu Feng join the main group, the smile on his face couldn't be contained any longer. He strode toward Chu Feng with a stride that showed no regard for anyone, sneering.
Amamiya Fengjie, never imagined this day would come, did you?
Chu Feng merely shot him a dismissive glance. Seeing Chu Feng completely ignore him, Himao Qingshan snorted coldly and strode to the front of the formation.
He declared in a deliberately authoritative tone. From now on, I am the squad leader. Everyone must obey my orders. Those who disobey will bear the consequences. Indeed, he only mentioned bearing the consequences. But this was already an extremely dangerous message. After all, on this desolate island, countless souls had met their end. Enough said. Let's head out and rendezvous with the main force. Immediately, the group began moving forward.
Chu Feng was swept along with the group. Blending into the crowd was precisely what he wanted. Chu Feng began scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces of his classmates, steadily striking up conversations with them.
Hey buddy, what special class are you in? Chu Feng asked a skinny guy beside him.
The skinny guy shot Chu Feng a look, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, and replied.
I'm from class 2. Why? Class 2?
A flash of the police station crossed Chu Feng's eyes.
He was damn well in class 2 himself, wouldn't he know if someone like that was in his class? But Chu Feng didn't want to tip his hand. Instead, he tried to strike up a conversation. I'm the bottom of class 1. My skills definitely can't match yours. If a fight breaks out, you'll have to watch my back, okay? Chu Feng deliberately played the weakling to avoid alerting the enemy. Revealing his intentions prematurely in this situation would be tantamount to suicide. Though he didn't believe the other would actually harm him. During their journey, Chu Feng summoned a forensic ghost. The forensic ghost continuously dripped a reagent onto Chu Feng and the others nearby.
Chu Feng's suspicions were not entirely unfounded.
Their school uniforms were too clean.
Yes, they were too clean.
Chu Feng's group could be considered the most comfortable on the island. Even so, their clothes were somewhat tattered and worn.
So why were the clothes of the main group so impeccably clean?
The reagent dripped by the forensic ghost was called luminol, and it was the ghostly enhanced version. Regardless, any blood that had ever stained their clothes would be exposed, no matter how thoroughly they were washed.
Sure enough, when the reagent touched their garments, a blue fluorescence appeared.
Some of the fluorescence appeared in splatter patterns, while others formed distinct patches.
But regardless, it was clear this blood wasn't from a natural source.
Chu Feng then expanded the testing area, confirming the presence of various bloodstains.
Something's definitely wrong.
Chu Feng sensed something was amiss, but the rest of his team remained immersed in their celebratory mood. Chu Feng quickly devised a solution.
He activated the wide area transmission.
Instantly, the members of Chu Feng's team heard his voice echoing in their ears.
Their clothes bear distinct bloodstains, but the stains have been washed away. Something's terribly wrong. Everyone, prepare for combat.
At these words, the members all froze in surprise. Of course, no one dared to ignore Chu Feng's warning. After all, his strength spoke for itself. They swiftly gathered their ghostly power, preparing for any eventuality.
The entire island lay clearly before Chu Feng's eyes.
Yet the place Komodo Aoyama had led them to was no plain at all, it was a basin.
A basin where they could attack from above.
Chu Feng realized that once they reached that location, even with their ghostly artifacts, they would struggle to respond effectively.
Chu Feng raised his hand and shouted. Stop! This isn't the path to the Central Plains. Chapter 165, The Judge's Brush, Shattering Imperial Capital University. The moment Chu Feng spoke, the once chattering group fell deathly silent. Some students wore expressions of astonishment. It wasn't just Chu Feng's group. Seems we're not the only ones who were tricked into coming.
Chu Feng's expression grew complex as he quickly identified which students belonged to Himao Qingshan's faction and which had been deceived into coming.
What exactly were they planning to do by luring us here? The answer is now painfully obvious.
The bloodstained clothes that had been washed clean were enough to reveal what had been done to the other students.
Sure enough, Chu Feng's words sent shockwaves through the group. Some students also sensed something was amiss. So you tricked us here while the dense forest made it hard to find our way, huh? I've got a compass right here.
Even then, Himao Qingshan kept smiling as he explained.
Everyone's misunderstood. We just got lost ourselves. No need to panic.
Though his words were reassuring, the murderous intent in Kamomori Aoyama's eyes was utterly uncontrollable. Chu Feng signaled his squad to gather together.
The first to approach was the man in the headscarf. His expression grave, he addressed Chu Feng. Brother Fengjie, something's definitely off.
I can't confirm if the others are from our school, but I recognize the class leader from Teikyo University's special class. He's in their group too.
Japan's two most prestigious universities, Shinkei University and Teikyo University.
Their names alone hinted at their status. Shinkei University is Japan's rising star, having surged to prominence over the past 2 decades.
Its faculty strength and student recruitment are among the most formidable nationwide. Teikyo University, however, is a long-established institution, though its recent momentum pales in comparison to Shinkei University's.
Many Teikyo University faculty members have chosen to join the rising star of Shinkei University, lured by its generous compensation packages. Thus, while the two universities avoid overt conflict, they harbor a palpable mutual distrust behind the scenes. Teikyo University disdains Shinkei University for its lack of heritage, while Shinkei University looks down on Teikyo University for its stuffy, old-fashioned ways. But Chu Feng never imagined Imperial Capital University would openly sever ties and prepare for a showdown with New Capital University. The turban man's words confirmed Chu Feng's suspicions. Among these so-called Xinjiang University students, at least 3/4 were imposters. Wearing Shinkei University uniforms, their intentions were obvious.
Everyone step back. If it really comes to blows, it'll be easier to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Everyone nodded.
By now, their trust in Chu Feng had reached an absolute 100%. Not only could Chu Feng tame ghost oxen, but judging by this, taming people seemed equally effortless for him. Sure enough, upon noticing the unusual demeanor of Chu Feng and his group, Himao Qingshan's smile vanished. Instead, he made a throat-slitting gesture. In the next instant, the students who had been smiling and chatting moments before suddenly transformed into vicious beasts. Some even drew their machetes, slashing at the necks of nearby classmates. The swiftness of their actions and the brutality of their methods made even Chu Feng frown. Kill! Shouting the slogan "Long live Tokyo University," they charged violently toward Chu Feng and the other deceived students. Armed with weapons they had brought themselves and those seized from the dead students, they now kept the ghostly creatures once their main force positioned behind them to provide buffs. In an instant, the bewildered new Capital University students were slaughtered in droves, leaving only a handful scrambling toward Chu Feng.
Feng, it's me, Shida from your regular class. Save me.
A turtle shell appeared behind Shida Kuan, deflecting and repelling the projectiles hurled at him. This was why Shida hadn't been killed instantly. His contracted spirit was a kappa. Previously, his classmates had mocked him for resembling his kappa. But now, it was precisely because of the kappa that he had a chance to survive until this moment. Chu Feng watched Shi Tian scrambling for his life and realized he did recognize him. The turtle shell behind him was now cracked, seemingly on the verge of shattering. If Chu Feng didn't save him, he wouldn't have made it this far. Thus, Chu Feng once again lifted the restrictions on his cultivation. In an instant, a peak-level Kappa ghost materialized behind Shi Tan, flinging the Imperial Capital University student hot on his heels into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, Shi Tian reached the group of Chu Feng. Feeling the power surging through him once more, Shi Tian stared at Chu Feng in utter disbelief.
Feng Jie, you saved me?
Chu Feng didn't bother with words, merely nodding before turning his gaze toward the large group of people rushing in.
About 100 of them. With everyone here now, taking on 10 each shouldn't be a problem, right? The group responded with wild excitement. Forget 10, 20, or 30? Piece of cake. Chu Feng shook his head. Don't push it too far. Even the sharpest blade will eventually dull from overuse. None of you are to get hurt. With that, Chu Feng was the first to charge into the formation. After all, despite his words, he truly didn't want anyone to get hurt. Judgment Pen. With a battle cry, Chu Feng wielded his brush to write the character for death. Instantly, a crimson shadow of death fell upon every face in Imperial Capital University. The once clear sky instantly darkened with gathering clouds. Though they were neon people, they knew exactly what character was written upon their own faces. The character for death? What's happening? At that moment, the skin of Tokyo University students was covered in a dense forest of death characters. They recognized the character and they knew its meaning all too well. Yet now, they were utterly at a loss. For the ghostly entity that appeared behind Chu Feng radiated an oppressive aura that transcended mere terror. Standing behind Chu Feng was none other than Zhong Kuei, the legendary celestial master. What of the ancient patriarch of the Camus clan? What of Abe no Saimai? Before Zhong Kuei, they were as insignificant as grains of sand. Many collapsed to the ground, legs buckling beneath them, some even so terrified they wet themselves. Forget attacking, they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. At that moment, some students from Tokyo University began offering verbal apologies to Chu Feng. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We'll never dare again. Chu Feng couldn't bear to hear such words anymore. Didn't he understand the true nature of Japan's Gongjiang spirit? Their apologies now were merely pleas for Chu Feng not to kill them. Deep down, they harbored not a shred of remorse for attempting to kill him. Hovering above the crowd, Chu Feng leaned down and roared. I gave you the chance to leave. Yet you still pursued me. Since that is the case, I shall bestow a word upon you. Your actions deserve only one word. Death. Chapter 166, Forcibly Slaying Himao Qingshan, the Himao clan's fury. With these words spoken, the Judgment Pen's properties began to activate. By then, the once dark sky was nearing dawn. Many newcomers still gazed upward at the sky. Some even wondered inwardly if the word death inscribed upon them would vanish once the sky brightened again. Of course, they were overthinking it. Meanwhile, the group behind Chu Feng watched his actions with astonishment. By now, the power Chu Feng had displayed far exceeded anything they could comprehend. Even among the elite of their own sizable clans, none had ever witnessed a presence as dazzling as Chu Feng's. Chu Feng's existence was unparalleled throughout history. Sure enough, just as the sky began to grow faintly light, the students of Imperial Capital University felt a sensation of their bodies scattering apart, yet they found themselves unable to move. What's happening? My body. This feels so strange. Something's wrong, something's terribly wrong. Yes, even the most obtuse among them now grasped the truth of their predicament. Yet now, they could only collapse to the ground, utterly unable to move an inch. Fujisaki Amamiya, even as ghosts we won't let you off the hook. Amamiya Fukii, we curse you to die a horrible death. A barrage of deathbed curses rained down upon him. Yet Chu Feng's eyes seemed to look down on all creation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Of course I can. Provided, of course, that your souls still exist. The next moment, dawn broke. In an instant, over 100 people were consumed by the backlash of death, their vitality extinguished in the blink of an eye. Just like that, dead? The hooded man's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Feng, like a god of death, had slaughtered these Imperial Capital University students. And it had taken only an instant. This was beyond terrifying. This was monstrous. Of course, Chu Feng wasn't done yet.
Next, Chu Feng summoned the soul summoning banner. Return, O souls, return, O souls. In an instant, the ethereal shadows of the souls of the fallen drifted into view. The blurry black figures gradually coalesced, slowly forming a dense, pitch-black orb of light. The orb then drifted slowly toward Chu Feng, the air filled with the wails of the deceased. The dense black orb flew into Chu Feng's soul summoning banner, enveloping it completely. The once pure white banner was instantly coated with a layer of pitch-black aura, billowing thick, dark smoke. The man in the headscarf stared in disbelief at Chu Feng's starkly contrasting soul summoning banner. Earlier, when Chu Feng had summoned the soul summoning banner, the hooded man and his companions had curiously asked him what it was. At that time, Chu Feng had replied, "This is the human emperor banner." But now, seeing the human emperor banner again, the hooded man asked curiously, "Brother Fengjie, why is your human emperor banner spewing black smoke?" Chu Feng gave an awkward smile before joking. "What? Want me to make the smoke even thicker?" This remark sent the hooded man into a state of utter shock, his head shaking violently like a rattle. At that moment, everyone felt both awe and fear toward Chu Feng. Respect, of course, stemmed from his formidable strength and the multiple times he'd saved them. Fear, naturally, stemmed from just how overwhelmingly powerful he was. Moreover, during this desolate island ritual alone, he had already killed nearly 200 people.
Yet Chu Feng seemed utterly unfazed, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary.
Such composure suggested he had likely claimed many lives before. Chu Feng gazed at the soul summoning banner and murmured to himself, "Weren't you going to curse me? Now even your souls belong to me. Go ahead, curse me, let me see what you've got." His gaze then swept back over the battlefield strewn with corpses. He hadn't killed everyone, he'd spared one man. Himao Qingshan. Chu Feng hadn't even cast the death spell upon him. Yet Himao Qingshan was already so terrified by the scene unfolding before him that his legs went weak, leaving him utterly immobilized. Even now, his hands trembled uncontrollably, his mouth gaping wide as spasms shook his body. He was truly petrified. Chu Feng, however, approached Kamamori Aoyama with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. Only then did Kamamori Aoyama come to his senses. Startled by the sudden appearance of the god of death before him, he collapsed onto the ground. "Don't kill me! I beg you, don't kill me!" Chu Feng, however, wore a teasing smile on his lips as he gently pinched Himao Qingshan's shoulder and pointed at the pile of corpses before them, demanding, "Explain. What's going on here? How did you get involved with them?" Kamamori Aoyama feigned ignorance. "What do you mean them? Aren't they our classmates from Xinjiang University?" Chu Feng leaned in close to Himao Qingshan's ear, his voice low and furious. "Say it again. Tell me the truth." Perhaps the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes was too overwhelming. Terrified, Himao Qingshan dared not joke anymore and hurriedly explained. "We went to the central plains to pick fruit from the trees. Who knew we'd wandered into their territory and got surrounded by them? Almost all of us were killed. Just as they were about to finish me off, I revealed my true identity to them." Chu Feng asked skeptically. "So they spared you, and then you agreed to be their guide dog?" Kamamori Aoyama's eyes darted nervously, unable to say more. After all, Chu Feng had guessed every detail of his actions. Meanwhile, every word exchanged between Chu Feng and Himao Qingshan was being broadcast live to everyone at the monitoring console. That's right, the monitoring station couldn't provide 24/7 comprehensive surveillance. It could only activate recording at the scene immediately before and after the kill. This meant that when Chu Feng killed so many people just now, the recording time extended by hundreds of seconds, effectively turning the entire scene into a live broadcast. Everyone at the monitoring station happened to witness the vast expanse of corpses strewn across the ground. The professors from New Capital University nearly fainted at the sight. Meanwhile, the teachers from Imperial Capital University were smirking. But when the identities of the deceased were analyzed, several teachers from Imperial Capital University nearly collapsed in shock. The dead were all their own students from Imperial Capital University. Upon hearing Kamamori Aoyama's words, the expressions of the Shinkei University faculty present also darkened considerably. Kamui Aoyama is merely a young master from a Kamui branch family. That he dared to collude with other schools to ambush and kill our Shinkei University students is utterly unforgivable. Meanwhile, the Kamui branch family, watching the surveillance feed live from their home, also wore grim expressions. They knew their spoiled child might truly be killed. Yet, given everything Kamui Aoyama had done, they truly had no further recourse. Thus, the branch family had crushed the last teleportation stone within the family, the final link to the main house. Shattering this teleportation stone meant the two branches would sever all ties. The old man knelt before an elegantly dressed woman, pleading for her to lend him her communication stone. And so, Kamui-Yu's words echoed across the desolate island. "Fujisaki Momiji, I beg you do not kill my grandson. Any favor afterward can be discussed." Chu Feng, listening intently on the deserted island, interrupted abruptly. "What? You want me to kill your grandson? Easy enough." A smile played on Chu Feng's lips as he formed a claw with one hand and lunged toward Kamamori Aoyama's chest.
Chapter 167, Imperial Capital University vs. New Capital University.
The old man, witnessing this scene on the screen, suddenly burst into heart-wrenching sobs.
My grandson, Aoyama. How dare you kill my grandson?
I will never let you off the hook. Chu Feng, however, looked up at the sky with a look of surprise.
Whoa, what crow is making all that noise?
After all, Himao Xiong had witnessed Chu Feng's abilities earlier. This brat actually managed to snatch away a soul. And the Kamamaro clan possessed a forbidden technique, a ritual capable of drawing souls back into the body, bringing the dead back to life. Thus, Kamamaro hurriedly declared, "Younger brother Amamiya, if you lure Aoyama's soul away and return it to me once we leave this island, I'll wipe the slate clean between us."
Chu Feng frowned. Why would a family member ask me to retrieve a soul? With that, Chu Feng waved his soul-summoning banner, and the human form of Kamui Aoyama was drawn forth. The next moment, the spirit vanished into thin air.
Chu Feng feigned shock, exclaiming, "Damn it!
Why isn't my ability working?" Chu Feng gave an awkward chuckle. Haha, sorry about that. This scene left Himao Qingshan's face darkening with fury. How dare you? Amajifuki, I will make you pay with your life.
In the next instant, the old man's form surged as he pushed open the door. Meanwhile, the young female head of the family lay within the green mosquito net, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. As for these branch families, she had long desired to sever all ties with them. In her eyes, these branches had grown arrogant and tyrannical over the years, relying solely on their connection to the Camo clan. She had long grown weary of these bloodsuckers. Even if a grandson from one of the branches died, or even if the head of the family himself perished, as long as it wasn't due to unjust bullying, but rather because they had bullied others to their deaths, she could only say they deserved it.
Kamui Harumi, the only female head of the Kamui family in its entire history.
It was under her leadership that this venerable clan managed to rekindle its former glory, rather than fading into obscurity like so many others. Her gaze fixed on the handsome youth on the screen, a faint smile touched her lips.
Amamiya Fuki, huh? Interesting.
At Saikai University, witnessing Kamui Aoyama commit such a shameful act had left them seething with anger. Colluding with an outside school to ambush and kill a fellow student.
How could such a person be an outstanding student of Shinkei University? Forget about Chu Feng killing him, even the teachers wanted to stab Kamamori Aoyama right then and there.
But what no one expected was that Chu Feng actually dared to kill the enemy, and without a moment's hesitation. President Muto Hagi of Shinkei University glanced at the directors beside him, finding approval in their eyes. He then announced, effective immediately, provide 24-hour protection for Amamiya Yukimi, the sister of Amamiya Fukiai. Ensure her safety at all costs.
Muto's decision was the right one.
At this point, Chu Feng had become the undisputed representative of the new students at Shinkei University.
If anything were to happen to Chu Feng, the other students would surely lose faith in Shinkei University.
Muto's reasoning was sound. Only through such measures could the university maintain its standards.
Moreover, given what Chu Feng had achieved thus far, he truly deserved recognition as an absolute pillar of Xinjiang University.
This move can also be seen as protecting this key contributor. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, at the Central Plains Base Camp, the headquarters of Imperial Capital University, approximately 1,000 students were camped out at the base. As noon approached, they grilled cooked meat and ate captured canned goods, enjoying themselves immensely. Among them, a short-haired woman cast a suggestive glance at the capable man beside her and said, "Only you, Captain, could have come up with this plan. Thanks to you, we lured those fools from Xinjiang University right into our trap." The man called Captain laughed heartily.
"This is nothing. Honestly, the real hero here is you. If you hadn't captured that cowardly Kamamori Aoyama, we wouldn't have been able to pull this off.
I never imagined Kamamori Aoyama would actually betray his own people just to save his own skin." At this point, the boy laughed heartily, but then seemed to remember something.
"Wait a minute.
They've been gone for 2 hours now.
Why haven't they returned? I hope nothing unexpected happened?" As he spoke, the man pulled out a tracking device from his pocket. The small green dot representing Kamamori Aoyama and the others had stopped moving. What's going on? Could they have defected? The male leader couldn't possibly imagine that Kamamori Aoyama and his group had already met their end. So when he saw the little green dot frozen in place, his first thought was that they'd gone rogue. This won't do. It's nothing short of a provocation. The male leader stood up and shouted,
"Everyone from Teikyo University, it appears someone has left our group. This is an act of betrayal.
How should we respond to such betrayal?"
The students, who had been sitting cross-legged moments before, rose to their feet, each brimming with fervor. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The male leader clenched his right fist and pressed it to his chest.
Chest thrust forward, he roared, "For Teikyo University! For Teikyo University!" Thus, after a brief reorganization, Teikyo University's largest force commenced its cleansing mission.
Deep within the dense forest, Chu Feng gazed at the corpse of Himao Qingshan, then scanned the scattered bodies before him. Yet his resolve remained unshaken.
"I am right. Whoever seeks to kill me, I will kill them. Everyone, gather up the supplies quickly."
Just minutes later, the hooded man approached Chu Feng holding a small device with a screen, asking curiously.
Brother Fengjie, what is this thing?
Chu Feng took the device in his hand and saw two small dots on the screen.
One dot remained stationary, while the other steadily closed in. Chu Feng instantly sensed something was wrong. It's a locator. We're being tracked. The ones tracking us are the largest force at Imperial Capital University. At Chu Feng's words, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. At this moment, the Imperial Capital University pursuers were no longer very far from the dense forest. Within 5 minutes, they would certainly arrive here.
Chu Feng frowned and addressed the group.
This is extremely dangerous. Even just one of their detachments has this many people.
If their main force actually arrives, we might truly be overwhelmed by their numbers. Chu Feng's words were grave, but undeniably true. The others nodded slightly in agreement, and preparations for action began. But just as Chu Feng was about to move, footsteps echoed from the other end of the secret command.
Oh no, they're here.
This was something Chu Feng hadn't anticipated. The male leader at the front looked at Chu Feng with a smirk. I thought it was Mao Qing Shan and his men who had defected. Turns out they were just useless trash you killed.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
I turned off the tracker the moment I got close to you.
Takagi Shigeru, chief representative of Teikyo University, challenges you.
Chu Feng watched as countless figures poured out of the dense forest, his brows furrowing. But now that the enemy had completely surrounded him,
Chu Feng could escape on his own, but what about his classmates? If that was the case, then let the battle begin. Amamiya Fukiai of Shinkei University, representing Shinkei University, accepts the challenge. Chapter 168, You're all surrounded by me.
Though Chu Feng declared he would face the enemy, he instinctively shielded his comrades behind him. He knew all too well that while one person might be strong, facing 1,000 troops, his ghost power was ultimately limited.
He could kill dozens, but what about hundreds? He could kill 100, but what about 1,000? The densely packed enemies had now completely surrounded them. Judging by this, the enemy camp truly numbered over 1,000. This is a very unfavorable situation. Chu Feng couldn't help but frown.
Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chu Feng and his companions, another group was also worrying about them. It was the team at the monitoring console. What Chu Feng and his companions didn't realize was that they had triggered a specific operational mode of the monitoring station. When the population density in a certain area exceeded 500 people, the real-time monitoring program would activate. Just moments ago, the largest screen in the monitoring room had suddenly activated. The staff, who had just been immersed in the godlike scenes of Chu Feng's slaughter, were once again stunned.
The same venue was now densely packed with people. Some were even forced to trample over the corpses of their classmates.
Despite this, they summoned their ghostly entities and clashed with blades drawn, their eyes burning with murderous intent. The director of education broke out in a cold sweat at the sight, his gaze darting between the presidents of Imperial Capital University and New Capital University.
Gentlemen, what should we do in this situation? Truthfully, even he could not intervene forcefully.
After all, control over this island lay beyond his authority. All he could do was attempt mediation through sound-transmitting talismans. Thus, he delegated the authority to mediate to the presidents of both universities.
Both principals wore solemn expressions at that moment.
The principal of Xinjiang University couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth.
Chu Feng's strength was formidable, but was it truly enough to take on 1,000 men?
The headmaster of Imperial Capital University, while confident his 1,000-strong force would prevail, had witnessed Chu Feng's earlier display. That terrifying ability meant that even if Imperial Capital University defeated Chu Feng, it would likely suffer heavy losses. Ultimately, both sides arrived at the same conclusion. That outcome was the complete annihilation of Chu Feng's side, while Imperial Capital University would be severely weakened.
This outcome was actually acceptable to New Capital University.
After all, the map indicated that New Capital University's main force was currently concentrated in the Western Basin, having suffered no major losses. If Chu Feng's side could indeed cripple Imperial Capital University, then New Capital University would still emerge as the biggest winner of this Wilderness Island Festival. Of course, if Chu Feng's side pulled off a miracle and won this battle, then New Capital University would be virtually unbeatable.
They could even remain unbeatable for years to come.
The Imperial Capital University leadership clearly hadn't considered such long-term implications.
Chu Feng had utterly humiliated Teikyo University. Even at the cost of heavy casualties, they were determined to crush Chu Feng. Ultimately, there was only one reason behind both sides' mindset: a miscalculation of Chu Feng's true strength. On the desolate island, tensions ran high. Yet a familiar voice echoed overhead.
Yumiko, if possible, please eliminate the obstacle before us. The Imperial Capital University broadcast also sounded.
Fight for the glory of Teikyo. Charge, young warriors. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, both the group behind Chu Feng and the thousands of students from Teikyo University were energized as if injected with adrenaline. It seemed as though they could kill with the sheer intensity blazing in their eyes alone. But Chu Feng could only think they were insane. At this point, does this so-called deserted island festival even serve any purpose? I reckon it's only good for population control.
Chu Feng genuinely believed the design of this so-called deserted island ritual was utter bull.
In this era of spirit writing, why cling to weapons as the primary focus? Why still preach that outdated samurai code of loyalty to the emperor? Pathetic. Ridiculous.
The Neon Nation stubbornly refused to learn from past lessons, clinging to its fleeting glory as if it were an eternal monument.
Chu Feng would fight for no one. He fought only for himself, for what he desired to accomplish.
The students of Imperial Capital University, however, seemed possessed. They actually shielded the ghostly creatures with their own bodies, advancing step by step toward Chu Feng and his companions. Chu Feng glanced at his classmates behind him.
Each wore a resolute expression, as if they had already made their choice.
Chu Feng smiled at them.
Keep our formation intact. Don't lose face. Each of you take down 20 of them. That's not asking too much, is it? Kill.
The only word that answered Chu Feng was, kill. With war imminent on both sides, Imperial Capital University swiftly made their own decision. Chu Feng's side, including the classmates he'd just rescued, numbered only about 30. Yet they had managed to eliminate the 100-strong force they had just faced, a testament to their formidable strength. Therefore, they first used projectiles to test the waters. But with defensive-type ghost creatures protecting them, Chu Feng's group wasn't the least bit afraid. Countless projectiles were hurled, only to be deflected by the protective barrier. Those that weren't deflected landed within the Imperial Capital University camp, exploding and even causing casualties among their own ranks. The male leader was somewhat frustrated. How is this possible? After suppressing everyone's spirits to the level of wandering souls, how could such a thick shield still exist? Thus, he dispatched the first wave of close combat troops.
Hundreds of blade-wielding warriors, using their spirits as shields, charged toward Chu Feng's position.
Dare to charge forward?
You're asking for death. The hooded man roared, and a magma specter burst forth from Chu Feng's ranks.
In its path, it scorched every tree and person it passed into charred ashes. One student, scorched by the surrounding flames, flinched in shock. Then, to heal his wounds, he unexpectedly pulled out a ghost power pill and swallowed it. To everyone's astonishment, after swallowing the pill, the student's ghostly form solidified significantly. His eyes widened in disbelief before he shouted. Just one ghost power pill restores combat power to the level of a fierce ghost. At this declaration, everyone from Imperial Capital University immediately swallowed a ghost power pill. Chu Feng sensed trouble. If they all gained fierce ghost strength, the full force attack of over 1,000 fierce ghosts could very well break through Chu Feng and his group's formation. Sure enough, the combined power of over 1,000 ghosts surged forward, charging straight at Chu Feng and his allies.
No!
In an instant, Chu Feng's formation was shattered, and countless Imperial Capital University students surged forward.
Ha! With so many of usly ghosts, how could you possibly withstand us?
But Chu Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Looks like I'll have to reveal a bit more of my true strength. In the next instant, several dark shadows materialized around Chu Feng. The shadows gradually solidified into distinct forms: the ghostly remnant of Zhong Kuei, the ghostly general wielding a Guandao, the ghostly bride, Jingjing.
Countless ghostly entities, large and small, surged forth from Chu Feng's body. They shattered the tight encirclement, breaking through. Over 100 people were instantly killed by the ghostly force.
When the male leader finally snapped out of his shock, he found a dagger pressed against his throat.
It was Chu Feng. Chu Feng, who had somehow broken free from the encirclement. His eyes gleaming with mockery, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If I don't show you guys some real action, you'll think I'm easy to mess with? Listen up, I've got all of you surrounded."
Chapter 169, Negotiations Collapse, Massacre begins.
The words left everyone stunned.
No one had seen when Chu Feng had charged into the crowd, nor how he'd leapt directly behind the leader. Now, Chu Feng single-handedly held the lifeline of Imperial Capital University hostage.
Dozens versus thousands, and this was the outcome.
And naturally, everyone at the surveillance console witnessed it all.
Impossible. That's no ordinary student's speed. Who exactly is this Amamiya Fingjie? Good heavens. Even an old codger like me, wielding the demon-slaying ghost, couldn't hope to match that speed. You have to admit, New Capital University hit the jackpot this year. I heard he's a transfer student, supposedly from Donghai University?
At this mention, a balding old man sitting in the corner visibly turned dark with anger.
Indeed, he was the president of Takedo University. He never imagined that the one thing he'd personally orchestrated in recent years would shatter Takedo University's dream of becoming a powerhouse.
Just as the group of bigwigs were discussing Chu Feng's strength, a voice interrupted their conversation.
But what do we do now? Indeed, what now?
Chu Feng had already struck at the heart of the matter. The options now were either to clarify the situation and settle the matter amicably. Or should they truly relinquish power to Chu Feng, risking a fight to the death? At this moment, it wasn't Xinjiang University that should be worrying, it was everyone at Daijing University. A heavy silence hung over the entire Imperial Capital University delegation. After a long, heavy silence, the president slammed his fist down on the table.
What the hell are you all standing around for? Do you seriously think the entire Imperial Capital University can take on that monster?
Prepare the communicators.
Though the president was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew opposing Chu Feng was utterly impossible.
Thus, as the standoff between Taikyo University and Shinkei University reached a stalemate, the president's voice echoed once more from the sky.
Fukusuke Amamiya, on behalf of all faculty and students of Taikyo University, I apologize for our previous reckless actions.
Next, I will order all Taikyo University students to evacuate this area and pledge to never initiate hostilities against Shinkei University again.
What do you say?
The president of Taikyo University, himself a formidable powerhouse possessing the Yenluo demon, now found himself compelled to compromise with Chu Feng for the sake of his institution. He knew that Chu Feng's true strength far exceeded what he had demonstrated thus far. If negotiations with Chu Feng broke down, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Chu Feng still held the blade pressed against the male leader's throat. The blade was razor sharp. The slightest exaggerated movement from the male leader or even a deep breath could slit his throat, ending his life instantly. Chu Feng tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
What's the matter?
When your Imperial Capital University lured our new Capital University students in to kill them, why didn't you step in then?
Were you blind, or just selectively blind?
These words instantly made the Emperor Capital University president's face flush crimson. It seemed Chu Feng had no intention of easing his hostility toward Imperial Capital University. Thus, the Imperial Capital University president prepared to offer an incentive.
Very well. I understand your family's financial situation is strained.
If you agree to spare Taikyo University students, we will provide you with 200 million neon coins.
The president had assumed Chu Feng would accept this offer.
After all, money could cure so many ills. Yet what the president and everyone else never anticipated was this. Upon hearing the mention of his family, the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes solidified like a tangible form.
You dare investigate my family affairs? You're threatening me.
A flash of murderous intent erupted in Chu Feng's eyes as a swirling mass of black ghostly energy surged around him.
I might accept your bribe, but what about those students from Xinjiang University you killed? Can I possibly accept your so-called support on behalf of the dead?
Chu Feng clenched his eyes shut, struggling to suppress the guilt churning within him. Yet the next moment, under the influence of the soul-summoning banner, the vengeful spirits of the Xinjiang University students who perished in this scheme wailed helplessly.
See? This is the injustice burning in their hearts. You in positions of power will never see this. Do you truly believe student lives are nothing but bargaining chips for resources and status? Chu Feng's simple words sent shockwaves through every person at the monitoring console.
Some were so stunned they gaped in disbelief. Indeed, it seemed they had sat upon the throne of power for far too long. So long that they could no longer see the plight of the common people. In their eyes, students had truly become mere bargaining chips for amassing more power. In their eyes, the lives of students had seemingly become nothing more than rows of numbers. How dare this young upstart speak such words? Yet not a single person stepped forward to refute it. All eyes turned to the president of Imperial Capital University, whose expression was as grim as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. He never imagined that despite his exalted status he had even addressed this man with honorifics. Why would the other party refuse the olive branch and choose confrontation instead? Fujisaki Amamiya, you will pay for your words and actions. The president's words echoed once more across the desolate island. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes seemed to fill with a crimson murderous intent.
You dare threaten me?
Indeed, in Chu Feng's eyes, the president's words were nothing short of a blatant threat. With that, there was no need for further words. With a wave of his hands, the echoing voice vanished instantly from the desolate island. Immediately afterward, the surveillance console's signal was jammed, and all monitoring equipment went completely offline. Since the other party dared to treat him this way, Chu Feng hesitated no longer. He turned his gaze toward the freshmen of Imperial Capital University before him. Originally, I only intended to kill those whose hands were stained with the blood of Xinjiang University.
But now it seems. Anyone who has taken a life, I will kill them all.
In the next instant, ghostly energy surged violently around Chu Feng. With Chu Feng at its center, over 10,000 fierce ghosts poured out from the soul-summoning banner. Tear them apart. Tear apart those who bear the blood of their own kind upon their hands. Immediately, countless fierce ghosts swarmed forth like a swarm of awakened bats. Wherever they passed, flesh instantly turned to bone. The first to suffer was naturally the male leader, whom Chu Feng held at knife point. In less than a second, every ounce of flesh on his body vanished as if evaporated. Soon, this once mighty army of 1,000 men was reduced to fewer than 300 survivors. Chu Feng turned his gaze to the remaining men, his brow furrowed.
You have 3 seconds to flee. After 3 seconds, if you haven't vanished from my sight,
their fate will serve as your warning.
Chapter 170, Leaving the Deserted Island, Yumiko Yukimi faces humiliation?
Sure enough, the Taikyo University students, who had been frozen in terror, suddenly bolted faster than rabbits.
Each of them sprinted with all their might. Not even 3 seconds they vanished without a trace in just 2. Deep down, Chu Feng didn't entirely blame them. After all, as long as they remained within the ranks of Taikyo University, they could be considered potential murderers. Their hands remained bloodless only because they hadn't yet had the chance to kill. In that sense, perhaps Chu Feng had shown them mercy? The slaughter concluded, Chu Feng reigned in his ghostly power. Countless ghostly entities, trained to precision, retreated back into the soul-summoning banner. What remained behind was a landscape strewn with white bones. What had been a lush forest moments ago now resembled a forest of bones when viewed from above. Every member of Chu Feng's squad stood frozen in shock. No, man, they'd all been prepared to fight to the death. Some had even swallowed several ghost power pills. They were ready to fight to the death. Yet they were protected so well by Chu Feng. They hadn't even lifted a finger, yet they'd already slaughtered every last one of them. Just how powerful was Chu Feng? Turning to the stunned crowd, Chu Feng asked in surprise. What are you all standing around for? Start scavenging supplies. Supplies from hundreds of people enough to last us a long time. Everyone was dumbfounded, but they obediently began gathering the supplies. Toward Chu Feng, they now felt a mix of admiration and fear. At the same time, they felt fortunate to be on the same side as Chu Feng. If they were students from Imperial Capital University, would they have imagined meeting their end in this deserted island festival? If they were students of Imperial Capital University, would they have killed students from other schools? In this way, they truly felt a sense of shared misfortune. At that moment, Chu Feng restored the surveillance console's access permissions. He shouted toward the sky. Broadcast this to all your students. If you don't want to suffer the same fate as Imperial Capital University, stay clear of us, New Capital University. If I catch anyone attacking Xinjiang students again, I'll wound 1 and kill 100. All of this was witnessed by the leaders monitoring the control room. How arrogant. Arrogant? Better to be arrogant. He doesn't start trouble, he puts the interests of all his classmates first. This kid's got guts. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and saw a man approaching, sporting a hairstyle resembling a lion's mane. He was incredibly burly, his voice deep and resonant, radiating an aura of dominance. Sir Xiai Xiong, how did you find the time to grace us with your presence? Indeed, everyone showed this unexpected visitor the utmost respect. The reason was simple, he was none other than Shizawa Yuya, the strongest contender for the throne of Neon Nation. Shizawa Yuya blinked his golden eyes, as fierce as a lion's, and flashed a confident smile. What? Is there something wrong with me inspecting the most crucial youth training program in our great Neon Kingdom? His lion-like, majestic presence instantly silenced the crowd. Heh, this youngster shows promise. Have him come see me after he leaves the island. Shizawa Yuya left only that single sentence before striding away. Yet that single sentence carried an overwhelming weight of implication. Who dared touch someone Shizawa Yuya wanted? Killing him was out of the question, even touching him would cost someone their head. There was no choice. After all, the old sovereign was now frail and elderly, with little time left. Moreover, the old sovereign had no biological heir, only a daughter. Thus, Chai Zexing, who had long coveted the throne, emerged as the most formidable contender. Of course, Chu Feng remained utterly unaware of everything unfolding at the monitoring station. At that moment, Chu Feng and his group had already dismantled the Imperial Capital University's base. The moment communications were restored, the principals of each school issued a solemn declaration to their students. Do not go to the Central Plains, and above all, do not provoke the students of Xinjiang University. If you encounter them, run immediately. Even if they provoke you first, you must run. In short, if you want to die, that's your choice, but don't drag the entire school down with you. In an instant, Amamiya Fukiai's reputation as a murderous maniac spread across the entire deserted island. Meanwhile, Chu Feng worked to gather as many classmates together as possible. After all, with his authority to manage the entire island, locating others was a simple task. But these circumstances gave rise to an extremely extreme phenomenon. Most of the supplies used by Shinkei University came from Taikyo University. And Taikyo University's supply sources were incredibly extensive. Not only had they stripped the island's existing resources bare, but they also included supplies they had brought themselves and those looted from others through murder and robbery. Combined, these supplies accounted for a staggering 80% of the island's total resources. Even so, the second-rate schools dared not provoke Shinkei University. During the remaining days of their deserted island existence, they didn't even have the energy to wage war against each other. They all quietly caught insects and ate wild vegetables. Their sole condition? Survive at all costs. Meanwhile, on Chu Feng's side, every meal featured roasted game meat paired with various canned goods. Someone had even brought several bottles of red wine, allowing them to enjoy a few sips right there on the island. Everyone ate until they were stuffed, and not even sentries were posted. Chu Feng knew that as long as the principals of these schools weren't completely insane, they wouldn't send students to provoke them. And so, the final day arrived. Just as the main group from Xinjiang University finished lunch, a massive ring of light descended from the sky. Its span was astonishingly vast, nearly enveloping the entire island. As the circle descended, everyone on the island was once again engulfed in a wave of dizziness. Chu Feng realized the time had come for their teleportation back to their respective schools. Seizing the moment while still lucid, Chu Feng gave his fingertips a slight flick. Instantly, the entire island began to shrink at an astonishing speed, until it was no larger than a grain of rice. Chu Feng stored this grain of rice within his ghost-taming space, murmuring to himself, "Henceforth, you shall be the land where I rebuild my kingdom." After about 3 to 5 minutes, Chu Feng was startled awake by a cool sensation. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by countless school administrators. They had deployed all of Neon Nation's finest healing equipment on him. After all, everyone else had regained consciousness, yet Chu Feng remained motionless with his eyes closed, a sight that had genuinely startled them. Yet the first thing Chu Feng did upon opening his eyes wasn't to claim credit. Instead, he declared with unwavering resolve, "I'm going home." Immediately, he broke free from the crowd and sprinted back home. Within that home lay his sole concern. Even if it meant everything, Chu Feng refused to let anyone die because of him. The school wasn't far from the house Yumiyuki had rented. Running at full speed, Chu Feng soon reached the front door. But before he could step inside, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air. "Sir, please don't do this." Then came a gruff male voice. "You'd better give in to me, or else your brother's life won't be safe." Hesitating, the woman replied, "If I do this, will you truly spare Xiao Feng?" The man laughed. "Ha! Need I say more? The Yi family values its word above all else." Immediately after, the sound of clothing hitting the floor echoed through the room. Chapter 171, The Female Head's Recruitment. Though Chu Feng stood outside the door, he heard every word inside with crystal clarity. The camera family this man mentioned, he must be referring to the camera season clan? Chu Feng frowned deeply and pushed open the door swiftly. Sure enough, in the narrow, dimly lit room, a burly man stood with his back to Chu Feng, approaching Amamiya Yukimi, who was pressed against the tatami mat. Amamiya Yukimi's face was frozen in terror. She bit her crimson lips, her eyes filled with fear and anguish. All her endurance and humiliation had been for this brother of hers, a man with whom she shared no blood ties. Upon seeing Chu Feng enter, her expression shifted to one of extreme surprise. She quickly regained her composure, biting her lip and shaking her head repeatedly. Her eyes seemed to plead with Chu Feng, "Run. Run as far away as you can." Yet the man facing away from Chu Feng remained utterly oblivious. "Ha ha, Miss Hua, stop playing hard to get. You want it too, don't you? Taking care of such a troublesome younger brother, I bet you haven't had a boyfriend either, have you? Today, let this old man make you a woman once and for all." With that, the man tore open his shirt and lunged toward Yumiko Yukimi. Seeing the man's brazen audacity, Chu Feng's seething anger could no longer be contained. "It was one thing for your brat to bully me, but now he actually dared to try and violate my sister?" Such humiliation was utterly intolerable to Chu Feng. Thus, as Kamamara charged toward Amamiya Yukimi with a lecherous expression, Chu Feng summoned his Guan Dao Ghost General. Cut him down. In the next instant, a ghostly green blade flashed, and Kamamara's head rolled to the ground. His eyes bulged, his face still frozen in that lecherous grin. Truly, he died unrepentant. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips. He never imagined the enemy's envoy would be this weak. But just as Chu Feng was savoring his triumph, the severed head suddenly flew back toward his body. No! He had heard that certain clans in the land of the rising sun, to prevent assassination, would choose to enchant their necks at birth, cultivating a ghostly entity. That ghostly entity was the Flying Head Barbarian. They nurtured the Flying Head Barbarian within their bodies. Over time, it fused with its host's flesh and blood. It came to regard the host's body as its own. This explained why, after being decapitated, Kamamaru's head could actually fly back toward his own body. Of course, even so, Chu Feng still possessed ample means to deal with him. The room was cramped, and Kamamaru's movements were astonishingly swift. Thus, Chu Feng abandoned intercepting the head. "You want your head back? Well then, I'll grant your wish." Though Kamamaru's head smoothly reattached to his body, he might regret that decision the very next moment. Killing someone is easy enough, no need to chop off heads to kill ducks. Chu Feng spoke the truth, and he certainly intended to act upon it. If decapitation couldn't kill him, then a clean bisection at the waist would suffice. After all, the sneak attack had been effective enough. For the time being, it would be difficult for the opponent to muster their full strength against Chu Feng. Seizing the moment, he struck while the iron was hot. One swing of the blade severed Himao Qingshan cleanly at the waist. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as Himao Qing despaired in anguished cries. He struggled to drag his upper body, attempting to crawl out of the rental house. But Chu Feng crushed his skull with a brutal stomp. "Just die quietly inside this room." With his head firmly crushed under Chu Feng's boot, Kamamori lost all hope of survival. Blood continued to flow unchecked. He had no idea how much time had passed. Himao Xiong mustered his last ounce of strength to curse. "Amamiya Fukiai, the Como plan will never let you off the hook." Then, he breathed his last, dead as a doornail. Originally, he had indeed intended to come and kill Amamiya Yukimi directly. But who could have known that this old lecher would develop lustful desires for Amamiya Yukimi? It was precisely because of this lustful desire that Amamiya Yukimi managed to delay things for a while. Otherwise, had he truly been intent on killing Amamiya Yukimi when Chu Feng arrived home, he would have found nothing but her corpse. Now look at him, not only did the old fool fail to avenge his grandson, but he ended up losing his own life. Through this incident, Chu Feng came to understand a profound truth. With no woman in one's heart, the sword draws with divine ease. Had Kamamaru truly been single-minded in avenging his grandson, none of this would have happened. Gazing at the lifeless body of Kamamaru before him, the nameless rage within Chu Feng had yet to subside. He delivered another kick to Kamamaru's body. "You old bastard, I should have just crushed your little brother. Dying so painlessly is a mercy." Shui Jian, however, was utterly terrified by the sight of Chu Feng before her. She had genuinely feared for Chu Feng's safety just moments ago. But who knew her brother had become so formidable? Kamio had revealed his identity the moment he entered, which had left Yukimi too terrified to resist. When she saw her brother open the door, despair had gripped her heart. But who would have thought he would kill the man? Though the immediate danger had passed, this meant the situation had escalated dramatically. "Fujisuke, why are you back?" Of course, Yukimi's question wasn't meant as blame toward Chu Feng, but rather surprise at his unexpectedly early return. Logically speaking, Chu Feng should have been under the school's protection. Yet he'd rushed home at breakneck speed. Chu Feng looked at his sister with concern. "Sis, don't ask me anything. I just need to know you haven't been hurt these past few days, have you?" Shui Jian shook her head, but upon seeing the blood-soaked floor and Himao Shun's lifeless body, she suddenly felt at a loss. "But now, we've killed someone. Killing someone outside the deserted island means we'll be sentenced." Shui Jian's eyes were filled with terror, her voice trembling as she spoke. After all, this was her first time truly seeing a dead body. She simply clutched Chu Feng's shoulders, her eyes brimming with worry. "This is what we'll do, I'll take the blame for this crime. Just say I did it." Clearly, Yukimi was already fiercely protective of her brother. With such a large cut surface, even if the Neon Country investigation team were idiots, they couldn't possibly fail to notice something was wrong. Chu Feng shook his head. "Sister, I don't regret anything I've done. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. I'm still young, I might even get a reduced sentence." Yumiko Yukimi pulled Chu Feng tightly into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. But you're my only brother." Moved by Yukimi's tears, Chu Feng's own eyes grew moist. Just as the siblings clung tightly to each other, someone opened the door to the rented room. Chu Feng and Yukimi looked toward the doorway in alarm, only to see a woman wearing a jacket and a high-slit cheapao stepping inside. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with hostility as he demanded, "Who are you?" The woman's red lips curved into a smile as she sat down before Chu Feng, her high-heeled shoes tapping as if tracing something in the air. "I'll handle this for you. But in return, you must agree to one thing for your sister." Chapter 172, Back-to-Back Visits, Stealing People? The formidable aura emanating from the woman made Chu Feng realize her identity was far from ordinary. Before Chu Feng could speak, the woman remained seated, teasingly waving her high-heeled shoe before his eyes. Yumiko Yuki, seeing this, flicked the woman's high heels aside with a look of utter disgust. She then shot Chu Feng a look of utter contempt. Chu Feng understood, Yumiko Yukimi was telling him, "This is the wicked woman you've been warning me about." This revelation left Chu Feng utterly speechless. According to the laws of the Neon Country, Chu Feng would most likely be deemed to have acted in self-defense. But whether it would be deemed legitimate self-defense or excessive force was still up in the air. Chu Feng certainly wasn't about to gamble away his precious time. In Chu Feng's view, since she had come looking for him, she must have her own agenda. Both parties getting what they wanted that seemed perfectly acceptable. Thus, Chu Feng looked at the other person and said, "Then may I ask, sister, if you would kindly reveal your identity first?" The woman responded with a seductive smile. Chu Feng had to admit she was truly a rare beauty in this world. Even seated like this, not an ounce of excess flesh was visible. Her figure was full yet perfectly proportioned, radiating an intellectual beauty beyond her years. After a brief pause, she replied, "My name is Tomoharu. Surely that suffices?" A look of caution flashed in Chu Feng's eyes once more. "Another member of the Kamo clan?" In Chu Feng's eyes, not a single member of the Kamo clan was trustworthy, and this woman before him looked downright sinister even at first glance. Amidst this, Amamiya Yukimi looked at her with surprise. "You are the current head of the Kamui family?" At this question, Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. In his understanding, the position of head was always held by someone in their prime or an elder of high moral standing, wasn't it? Yet the Kamura family was led by such a young woman? Seeing the hostility in Chu Feng's eyes, the woman smiled again. "What? Do you really think I'm related to that Haimoching Shan and this old geezer?" Chu Feng found this utterly baffling. They all bore the Como surname, how could they not be related? The woman explained, the Como clan has always recognized only the main house. Branches have never been worthy of entering the main house, yet these branches still habitually claim to be part of the Como clan. So you're both part of the same family and not part of the same family? Chu Feng knew this sounded strange, but the woman's words implied exactly that.
We are one family, but the main branch holds absolute supremacy over the branches. The branch of Kamamori-yu is the most worthless of all.
I've essentially severed all ties with our main branch. So, if you agree to do one thing for me, I can guarantee no one will ever know you killed Kamamaru. Chu Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this.
And if I refuse?
The woman shook her head. Even if you refuse, I'll still take care of him. Chu Feng had expected her to threaten him with Himao Shone's death, but she didn't. In fact, this approach suited Chu Feng just fine. If she had used that as leverage, it would only have made him feel uneasy. But since she'd phrased it this way, it was actually rather intriguing. A smile played at the corners of Chu Feng's lips.
Interesting. Then please tell me what you want your little brother to do. Yet the next sentence instantly froze the smile on Chu Feng's face.
The woman covered her mouth and giggled. It's nothing major.
Help me seize the throne. At those words, Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded.
He shot Himao Qingya a look reserved for someone utterly clueless.
Chu Feng even began to doubt his own judgment of character. Judging by her appearance, Kamamori Haruka didn't seem like a fool. How could she utter such words?
You come from a prominent spirit summoning clan, with vast wealth and influence.
Yet you actually asked me to help you seize the throne of the Rainbow Kingdom? That's taking me far too seriously, isn't it? Chu Feng retorted immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot too? What qualifications do I have to challenge a sovereign?
The woman, however, spoke calmly and deliberately. I already said, I'm just asking you to consider it. Besides, your true strength far exceeds what you've shown.
I suspect it might even rival mine.
Overhearing their exchange, Xue Jian, caught between them, was utterly dumbfounded.
Though she didn't know Chu Feng's current strength, his position as head of a major clan meant he possessed at least one Yama demon. Yet this woman seriously claimed her brother's power matched hers?
This was utterly surreal. For the first time, Yumiko Yukimi felt a sense of unfamiliarity toward her own younger brother.
Was the boy before her eyes truly her own brother?
All of this, of course, was observed by Chu Feng and Kamamori Haruka.
Chu Feng shot Hamura Haruya a meaningful look.
I'll handle this matter myself first. Naturally, I can handle disposing of Kamamori's body myself. Chu Feng's meaning was clear. I will consider whether this is feasible, but I won't give a conclusion now.
Kamamori Haruya understood perfectly.
She flicked her hair and smiled. In that case, please weigh the pros and cons.
Once you've made your decision, crush this. Saying this, Kamamori Haruya tossed a golden origami crane into Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng caught the origami crane, only to discover with astonishment that it was genuinely crafted from gold leaf. Moreover, adorning this already extraordinary craftsmanship were several intricate vermilion threads. Chu Feng even sensed that the crimson threads seemed to pulsate like living blood vessels. Kamamori Haramiya said no more, turning to leave. But just then, the door Kamahara Haruya was about to push open was instead pushed open by another person.
This figure was tall and imposing, with thick brows framing lion-like eyes that nearly overflowed with ambition. Well, quite the lively gathering.
Chu Feng never expected the other party to speak in such a manner.
Seeing Chu Feng's lack of response, the man added awkwardly. I am Shizuo Yu, current chairman of the Neon Congress.
What do you say, kid? Interested in working with me? Chu Feng was dumbfounded.
He'd barely left the deserted island when all sorts of inexplicable people started seeking him out. And these people all shared one common trait: they were all high-ranking figures. Seeing Chu Feng's silence, the man turned his gaze toward Himao Qingya, who was about to exit the room, and sneered. Miss Haruka, I hope you remember this, not every family is big enough to participate in this storm. If you fail to recognize your place, be careful not to play with fire and get burned. To his surprise, Kamamori Haruya, who had just moments ago exuded an air of nobility, didn't grow angry upon hearing this. Instead, she responded with a smile. The same goes for you, Uncle Lion. With that, she swiftly departed. The man said nothing more, turning instead to survey the blood-soaked ground and Kamamori-yu's lifeless body. Frowning, he muttered, though it's a greasy catch, to show my sincerity, I'll reluctantly eat it all up. Chapter 173, The Invitation of the Man with the Scarred Mouth. Treason? Just as Chu Feng struggled to comprehend the man's intent, the man's originally standard oval face began to contort and grow, then his jaw split wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Then, a long tongue swept Kamamara's corpse toward him, and he began to feast voraciously. Though Chu Feng had seen much in his travels, encountering such a savage who devoured the dead raw still sent a chill down his spine. The man's teeth had become razor sharp, possessing a cutting power surpassing any blade Chu Feng had ever seen. Even bones seemed soft and tender in his mouth. And to Chu Feng's horror, he saw pure enjoyment on the creature's face. Indeed, Shirzwa seemed to genuinely regard the corpse before him as his meal, savoring it with utmost dedication. At that moment, he resembled a gourmet savoring a delicacy. Amidst this scene, Yumiya Yukimi was utterly horrified. Through television broadcasts and online news, she naturally knew her younger brother had become the new sensation at Shinkei University. Even Takedo University regretted their decision, repeatedly calling Amamiya Yukimi to discuss the matter and even preparing to pay a visit in person.
all in an effort to lure Amamiya Fukiai back. Who could have imagined that an initially insignificant decision would actually alter the fate of an entire university?
As the status of the people entering the room grew ever higher, Yukimi truly encountered individuals she might never have had the chance to meet in her lifetime. Nervous, Yukimi gripped the unfamiliar younger brother's arm tightly, her eyes filled with panic.
Chu Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze offering reassurance to Amamiya Yukimi.
After an unknown amount of time, once Shizuo Yuya had licked every trace of blood from the floor, he turned to Chu Feng with a smile.
So, young man, I'm quite interested in you. How about we pull off something big together?
Truthfully, Chu Feng couldn't care less about what the man meant by big. He only wanted to understand the bizarre technique the man had just unleashed. But in the end, Chu Feng chose not to ask about it now. Instead, he inquired.
What exactly do you mean by something big?
Seeing Chu Feng finally ask, the man smiled and replied. I saw your performance at the deserted island ritual.
I think you're promising. I want to cultivate you. Is there anything wrong with that?
Chu Feng looked at him calmly. You still haven't explained what pull off something big actually means. The man chuckled softly, then glanced around before slamming the door shut. He ran his finger over his ring, and suddenly, a wave of energy enveloped the entire rental apartment.
Only after confirming the entire room was completely enveloped did Shirzwa exhale in relief. Don't worry, this thing blocks external surveillance.
After all, at my level, it's impossible to completely escape certain people's prying eyes. Immediately after, Shizuo Yuya sat down in the chair, his eyes brimming with ambition as he addressed Chu Feng. You've got some serious skills, kid, and your temperament is top-notch.
You're a promising prospect. I won't beat around the bush with you. Pulling off a big job means rebellion.
At that moment, Chu Feng genuinely felt his composure slipping. Regardless of whether he possessed the capability or not.
Just consider this, is the leadership of this nation truly so fragile? Otherwise, how could anyone with a slightly higher position already be scheming to seize power?
And directly target the ruler's position? At this point, Chu Feng genuinely grew curious about the state of affairs in the Rainbow Nation.
Could it be that something truly was amiss with the ruler of the Rainbow Nation, to the point where the ruling class genuinely saw an opportunity for usurpation? Thus, Chu Feng inquired. Before I respond to your invitation, might I ask why you all believe yourselves qualified to seize the throne? Chu Feng considered his question reasonable. Joining either faction without knowing their bargaining chips or true intentions would be nothing short of reckless.
And up until now, the court historian had not stepped forward to say anything further. This implied that Chu Feng's current course of action was likely correct.
Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Feng's question, the man smiled and replied. Exactly.
It's precisely because you think this way that you truly possess the qualifications to participate in this game of wits. The man clapped his hands, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Chu Feng. To be honest, with a young man of your talent and strength, what worries me most is your character. But after speaking with you, I realize your character is the last thing I need to worry about. The man handed a photograph to Chu Feng, and Xuejian leaned in curiously to get a better look. The photograph depicted a towering mountain piercing the clouds. And coiled around its summit was none other than a dragon. Indeed, the dragon coiled around the mountain's peak. From a distance, it resembled a winding mountain road. Upon closer inspection, each of the dragon's scales emitted a faint pink glow. Bathed in sunlight, it revealed a sacred, multicolored radiance. Below the mountain lay countless lush trees, and within the dragon's eyes shone a faint pink light, as if it were the very god of life itself.
It's a dragon. Chu Feng murmured involuntarily.
And not a Western dragon, but unmistakably an Eastern dragon.
Indeed, it is a dragon, the very dragon symbolizing the fortune of the land of the rising sun. The Jukiyama family owes its longevity and survival to this dragon's blessing, ultimately outlasting all its contemporaries. That's how we have the Jukiyama Grand President today.
Though Shizue Takeo still addressed him as president, Chu Feng could detect nothing but scorn in his tone. It seemed the Jukiyama clan had simply relied on longevity, employing a strategy of outlasting their rivals, to ultimately ascend to the throne of the land of the rising sun.
Even so, the Jukiyama clan must possess considerable skill to maintain such enduring political stability. Yet immediately after, Shizuo Yuya handed over another photograph.
Chu Feng looked at it and froze in shock. The same camera angle captured a completely different scene. The cherry dragon bore not a shred of its former divine majesty. Now it resembled a frail, elderly creature nearing its final days. Its scales were shriveled, its form emaciated. The lush trees beneath its feet had now withered completely. Any trace of vitality was gone. The scene resembled a desolate autumn landscape.
Shizuo explained, this Sakura dragon is likely to perish, and with it, the downfall of the Jukiyama family.
In 2 days, President Jukiyama will convene a meeting to discuss restoring the cherry dragon to its former state. After today, I can arrange for you to join the new capital elite squad. You will then be authorized to investigate this matter within the sovereign's residence.
What do you say? All or nothing? What's your choice? Chapter 174, New Capital Elite Squad, Human Experimentation?
Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt the matter still had little to do with him. But he was certain the man before him wouldn't give him the chance to say no. Whether Chu Feng was willing or not, he had to comply with the man's demands. After all, the strength the man had just displayed far surpassed Chu Feng's usual capabilities. Moreover, the man's status and standing were undeniably formidable. Though he had consumed Kamamaru's corpse, this only confirmed Kamamaru's disappearance.
This act was meant to dispel Chu Feng's concerns regarding the Kamamori family.
After all, if even the shadow of a person vanished without a trace, they could pose no threat. But the situation with Shirzhua himself was different.
Given his standing, if he so desired,
he could declare who killed this man, and that person would be deemed the murderer.
This was precisely what left Chu Feng feeling utterly hopeless.
He had once again lost control of the situation. But the fate awaiting those who played against him would be a grim one indeed. A faint smile touched Chu Feng's lips as he spoke, his calm eyes glinting with a hint of delight.
To join the new capital elite squad? I'm more than happy to.
Senior Shiais has entrusted me with such a significant responsibility.
Feng Jie feels deeply honored.
Though Chu Feng spoke these words, he genuinely had no idea what this so-called new capital elite squad entailed. Shirzhua leaned close to Chu Feng's ear and whispered in a voice only he could hear.
Your only task is to prevent the cherry dragon from recovering. Stall until the Moonview Mountain River collapses. Once I ascend, my current position will be yours.
With that, Shiais departed. For several minutes after Shirzhua left, Chu Feng remained frozen in place, Shirzhua's final words echoing relentlessly in his mind.
My position will be yours.
Those few simple words had genuinely stirred a desire within Chu Feng to work for him.
Yet it was clearly nothing more than an empty promise.
Indeed, power has a way of captivating people.
Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yumiko Yukimi beside him. Shuejian's eyes brimmed with worry, tinged with a hint of self-reproach.
I'm sorry, Feng Jie.
It's all my fault.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced to do those things. Yumiko Yukimi could never have imagined that her very existence had become the leverage the powerful use to control Chu Feng. Once a person has a weakness, even the strongest can become utterly vulnerable. Chu Feng simply held Yukimi in his arms, lost in silence for a long while. The next day, a knock sounded at the door. Shuejian, who was preparing lunchboxes, hurried to open the door. What met her eyes were 5 or 6 young men and women, roughly Chu Feng's age, yet radiating an unusually mature aura. The man leading them wore a sharp black suit. Without preamble, he asked, "May we take Amamiya Feng Jie with us now?" By then, Chu Feng had already woken up and was sitting at the dining table, waiting for his sister to prepare breakfast for him. Seeing the group arrive to urge him, he responded directly.
Is it time? I'm ready to go.
In matters like this, speed was essential.
Any further delay risked incomplete intelligence gathering.
Thus, Chu Feng turned to bid farewell to Shuejian. Shuejian swiftly packed the lunchbox and handed it to Chu Feng, her eyes filled with concern. "Feng Jie, take good care of yourself." Chu Feng smiled at Shuejian.
"Don't worry.
I'll go exactly as planned and return exactly as planned."
He then followed the other's lead and climbed into a Toyota minivan. Though outwardly a van, its interior was clearly reinforced a bulletproof model. It seemed even a ghost tamer could face assassination attempts involving firearms. Traveling with this group made Chu Feng feel somewhat uneasy, though he didn't show it overtly. After all, one couldn't afford to lose face in public. Yet the moment they boarded and the vehicle started moving, the previously stern expressions of the group shifted abruptly. They turned their curious gazes toward Chu Feng, each hesitating to speak, displaying an almost childlike innocence. Finally, the most mature-looking man in the suit asked, "We saw your rampage on that deserted island. Seems like you're a higher priority than us, huh? Spill it, what level of ghost did Boss Shiais fuse with you? What priority? What fusion?"
Chu Feng was thoroughly baffled by these men. They were curious about Chu Feng, but compared to them, Chu Feng was far more curious about them.
So he asked, "What the hell? I only met your boss Shirzhua yesterday. What's this fusion business?"
Seeing that Chu Feng's reaction didn't seem like he was lying, the others were even more astonished.
"Damn, did you really achieve this level of power without merging with the ghost? Since the boss brought you here, you're practically one of us now. Might as well tell you."
Then, a chatty little chubby kid behind them chimed in.
"We're all orphans.
Boss Shiais took us in, which is why we're still alive today. Each of us has fused with a terrifying ghost within us, which is why we're so much stronger than the average students who control external ghosts.
Take me, for instance. Inside me dwells a sleep-devouring fiend."
As he spoke, the chubby kid suddenly transformed into a massive, blob-like mass of flesh, filling the entire carriage to bursting. He then swiftly transformed back, giving Chu Feng quite a fright. The chubby kid grinned mischievously.
"How about that? Pretty impressive, huh?"
Though Chu Feng thought this merely made the enemy's target larger, he indulged the other's fragile pride and replied,
"Wow, that's impressive. So, is that monster bossing around Shiais the slit-mouthed woman?"
At Chu Feng's words, the others exchanged puzzled glances.
"Masaka, did the boss fuse with the new spirit again?
We've never seen the slit-mouthed woman before, only the Hanya and Tengu. Of course. Rumor has it the boss is preparing to fuse with Shuten Doji, a being that only exists in myths. Chu Feng was genuinely stunned by their words. Could it be that Shizuo Takeo's power was so immense he could fuse multiple ghostly entities with himself? And even ones never before discovered within the borders of modern Japan? So it wasn't that they didn't exist, they were simply being contained by humans. Chu Feng looked at the people before him once more. Their eyes were filled with innocence, as if they truly regarded Shizuo Yuya as their savior. But only Chu Feng knew that not every human body could withstand the fusion of ghostly entities. The odds were so slim it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it 1 in 10,000. The only way to gather so many people was to kill their parents and then adopt the orphans. Clearly, these orphans held no meaning for Shizekshing beyond serving as vessels for these spirits. What exactly is this guy scheming? Chu Feng was utterly baffled. But just then, the vehicle came to a halt. The leader in the suit regained his earlier composed demeanor. He opened the door and looked at Chu Feng with solemn earnestness, saying, "Whatever we say, you repeat exactly. Not a single word out of place. Otherwise, you will die." Chapter 175, First Entry into the Neon Kingdom's main hall, Abdication of the Sovereign's Throne. The journey wasn't exactly short, but where exactly were they headed? The consequences for a single slip of the tongue are this severe? I'll be damned if I don't see who's got the nerve to pull that off. Chu Feng stepped off the carriage with a hint of defiance, but the moment he saw the sprawling structures before him, all his earlier words were swallowed back. Holy crap, things move this fast? Chu Feng never imagined he'd actually find himself standing before the Neon Kingdom Lord's residence. The two massive doors stood as tall as small mountains, each crafted from an unknown golden substance. Chu Feng felt as if his eyes were being blinded by the sheer brilliance. Could these gates possibly be made of pure gold? But little Fatty, sensing Chu Feng's shock, immediately shot him a knowing look. Chu Feng understood immediately this place was rich beyond belief, right? But upon reflection, gold wasn't particularly hard. Why use it for doors? This wasn't just any gate, it was pure blood and sweat of the common folk. Escorted by a line of soldiers clad in pale purple armor, Chu Feng and his companions made their way toward the grand mansion at the heart of the entire estate. Chu Feng kept wanting to turn and gaze at the unique sights surrounding them, but the soldiers beside him barked orders to keep him in line. Their eyes gleamed like crimson demonic pupils, radiating a murderous aura so intense it sent shivers down Chu Feng's spine. No need to guess, each of them was elite among elites, with as many names on their backs as Chu Feng himself. After roughly half an hour, the group finally emerged from the main gate and stood before the grand hall. Chu Feng thought to himself, this isn't some mere sovereign's residence, it's a damn palace. The materials used were extravagantly luxurious, the scale exceptionally vast, and it held profound religious significance. In Chu Feng's eyes, this sovereign truly possessed something special. Or rather, a sense of dread seemed to stir within him. Just as Chu Feng was lost in these thoughts, the man in the suit beside him interrupted his rambling. "You must remember what I just said. Otherwise, something bad will happen." The man reiterated his warning, leaving Chu Feng with a sinking feeling. So it seemed this Neon Country ruler was a tyrant who killed without hesitation? If that were the case, then who ascended to power wouldn't really matter, would it? With this question lingering, the suit-clad leader of the elite squad pushed open the doors to the sovereign's main hall. To Chu Feng's surprise, though the exterior boasted extravagant luxury, the interior of the main hall was remarkably elegant and simple. Only a cloak hung before a wooden bed, and Chu Feng and his companions knelt on the tatami mats. The man in the suit bowed respectfully, "Your Excellency Jukiyama, sovereign of the eternal Great Neon Kingdom. We have come at the behest of Minister Shizuo to aid your majesty in restoring the vitality of the Great Cherry Dragon." Chu Feng returned the bow from behind, though he couldn't help but inwardly groan at the absurdly long title. Only a faint glow filtered through the screen. In the light, Chu Feng could vaguely make out what appeared to be an elderly man. The old man struggled to sit up from the bed, then coughed twice. "Truly worthy of my esteemed Shiais, my loyal minister. You consider everything for me and never disappoint. Since you've arrived, withdraw to the palace. Once the other experts arrive tomorrow, I shall personally activate the teleportation to Sakura Dragon Island." From the other's words, Chu Feng discerned some hidden meaning. For instance, though Tsukimi Sankawa expressed satisfaction with their arrival, his tone and the way he addressed Shizuo as "my dear minister," Chu Feng sensed something amiss. Indeed, as a sovereign ruler, it was impossible for him to be unaware of everything. It seemed all the experts would only be fully assembled by tomorrow. Yet Shiai's elite squad had arrived today with such urgency. Yuejian Shankyuan must have felt a bit uneasy about that. Yet he was advanced in years. Even if he knew certain things, he lacked the power to change them. And this cherry dragon truly seemed to share some connection with the Tsukimi family, only they could activate its teleportation array. Given that, should the others simply retreat to the guest quarters and await tomorrow's formal teleportation? But just as they rose to depart, the man behind the screen spoke once more. "Amamiya Fukiai, correct?" Chu Feng's body stiffened, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead.
Only now did he truly grasp the meaning of the saying, to serve a lord is like serving a tiger. He couldn't fathom what the other man intended to do. It was precisely this unknown that bred fear. The others froze too, but they had to leave. They merely frowned slightly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew he had to face this alone. Thus, having just risen, Chu Feng knelt once more.
It is indeed I.
By then, the gate had already closed. Then something happened that even Chu Feng hadn't anticipated. The figure, who had appeared to be on the brink of death, suddenly stood up and began walking toward him. Chu Feng was overcome with dread, unable even to lift his gaze to meet the other's eyes. Yet Yu Jianshan burst into laughter. Hearing that laughter, one would never guess the speaker was a dying old man. It sounded remarkably robust instead. There's no need to fear me so. Rise. Chu Feng's heart still pounded. You're the one telling me to rise, don't go accusing me of disrespecting the sovereign the moment I stand. After much hesitation, Chu Feng rose to his feet. And at that moment, Chu Feng finally laid eyes on the sovereign rumored to be on the brink of death. The man sported a neat, short haircut. Though streaked with gray, his solemn face gave the impression of a mere middle-aged man. Such an appearance made it impossible for Chu Feng to associate him with impending death. Yet when the ruler looked at Chu Feng, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction. He looks just like him. So much like him. Chu Feng was bewildered. Had they met before? How could he resemble him? Yu Jian Shangquan interjected. What's wrong? Does seeing me feel unfamiliar? I held you when you were a child. Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was it impossible for him to remember, but even the original owner would never have imagined that a mere commoner like himself could have been held by the ruler of a nation. Seeing Chu Feng's lingering astonishment, Yu Jian Shanchuan cut straight to the point. I owe your father. I owe your entire Amamiya family. As he spoke these words, the weight in his eyes grew palpably heavier. Sakura Dragon wasn't the first to fall ill. Back then, I searched nationwide for someone willing to investigate the cause of Sakura Dragon's illness. Only one person overcame countless obstacles and ultimately made it to my final selection. That person was your father, Amamiya Teru. This young man possessed judgment and ideas uniquely his own, and soon became a close friend despite our age difference, me at 100 years old. In the end, it was because of him that Sakura Dragon's vitality once again blessed the land of the rising sun, and my own lifespan was extended by 30 years. What I could do for Neon and him was far too little, yet his death became the deepest regret of my life. Therefore, I have resolved that regardless of whether the Cherry Dragon revives this time, I intend to abdicate the throne to you. Chapter 176, Visitors from Xia Kingdom, Old Acquaintances? What the hell? Abdicate the throne? Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Just how much favor had the Amamiya clan bestowed upon this ruler to warrant such a declaration? Though Chu Feng wasn't exactly a seasoned judge of character, he could tell that at least when Tsukimi Senkawa spoke these words, there was a genuine sincerity in his tone. Could it be that this was truly their intention? Of course, Chu Feng wasn't foolish enough to blurt out his questions directly. Instead, he probed indirectly. So, Your Highness, might you tell me the true cause of my father's death? Tsukimi Yamakawa sighed deeply and replied. Though I never learned what transpired between him and the Cherry Dragon that day, he did return alive. I was overjoyed. With such a young man sharing my aspirations, I was certain we could govern the Rainbow Kingdom with order and efficiency. Alas, fate had other plans. When I saw him again, the man in his 20s had aged beyond even my own years. He told me that the flesh and blood of his clan resonated with the Cherry Dragon. And because of this, to help me achieve my ambitions, he sacrificed his own years to forcibly grant me 30 more years of life. At this point, 2 clear tears streamed down Tsukiyomi Yamakawa's cheeks. From the bottom of my heart, I vowed to treat him well. So I granted him privileges nearly equal to my own. But precisely because of that, I ended up harming him. Tsukiyomi Yamakawa shook his head and sighed deeply. That day, I was supposed to attend the conference. But I encountered him on the way, and coincidentally received news about adopting a daughter. So I changed course and went to the orphanage instead. And your father boarded my special vehicle. Just as the car was nearing the venue, a massive explosion occurred. What happened next, Chu Feng knew without Yukiyama needing to say it. Teruaki Amamiya was killed in the blast, leaving behind a brother and sister. To protect his family's safety, I never dared give you any special treatment, fearing you might suffer the same fate. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. Though the man before him was over 110 years old, his appearance gave him the look of a middle-aged man. Chu Feng asked in astonishment, so, even though the Cherry Dragon has lost its original vitality, your lifespan should still have at least 12 years remaining. Then, sir, your desire to restore the Cherry Dragon's vitality must be to continue your rule, correct? Chu Feng believed his conjecture was correct, yet the other shook his head solemnly. Wrong. Completely wrong. I am already 112 years old this year. Life itself holds little significance for me anymore. And after all these years, my governing ideals remain unfulfilled. This proves my abilities have reached their limit. I cannot achieve it, but there will be those who follow. What I seek now is to uncover the person who blew up that vehicle. I am certain he is among the attendees here, and his status is not insignificant.
Chu Feng couldn't understand. So why are you absolutely certain this conference will allow you to pinpoint the culprit? Yuji and Shanquan nodded slightly upon hearing this. You're quite perceptive, boy. Just like your father.
Chu Feng, however, was left speechless by the compliment.
Ha? Could he really be like that?
Because although the explosion occurred and the car was blown to pieces, your father's body was never found.
In my view, your father's constitution resonated with the Sakura dragon. The perpetrator must have valued this trait.
Therefore, at this meeting, whoever shows the strongest affinity with the cherry dragon will be the murderer.
Ah, I don't have many years left.
In my final days, I hope to resolve this lingering knot in my heart. Chu Feng also bowed his head in anguish. Of course, he wasn't dwelling on the pleasures of inheriting the throne. Instead, he was trying to untangle whether the logic behind this matter made sense at all. Something about it just felt off. After all, the moon-viewing mountain river before him truly appeared only middle-aged.
Even 18 years later, he shouldn't just die outright, right?
Without the protection of the cherry dragon, he could still live well over 100 years, envy of all.
If he could continue to awaken the cherry dragon, wouldn't that mean he could rule the entire nation for a very long time? Chu Feng couldn't fathom the other's true intentions. How much of what he said was genuine, and how much was false? I know what that bastard Shii's is up to with his human experiments, but he hasn't gotten his hands on you yet, has he?
Chu Feng was utterly astonished.
Yu Jinshan actually knew about Shirzei's activities. If that was the case, why hadn't he ordered it stopped? Of course not. Ah, that's good. The young generation of the Amamiya family is truly outstanding such prowess at such a young age.
Yu Jianshan stroked Chu Feng's cheek with a satisfied smile. You are quite handsome, indeed.
Have you found a girlfriend yet? Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Seriously? That's a bit of a leap in conversation. No. I just turned 18. My sister won't let me date anyone yet. Upon hearing Chu Feng's reply, Yu Jianshan laughed heartily. That's perfectly fine. I have an adopted daughter who would be a perfect match for you. She'll be attending the gathering tomorrow. I'll introduce you two then. It'd be best if you two got married, it'd put my mind at ease. Chu Feng hadn't considered such things, but since the other party had brought it up, he couldn't very well refuse, could he?
Very well, Mr. President. Yu Jianshan chuckled heartily.
Just call me Uncle Chuan. Alright, Uncle Chuan. I'll take my leave now.
With that, Chu Feng forced a stiff smile and hurriedly exited the grand hall. The reason was simple. Though the other party spoke with extraordinary politeness, Chu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this matter wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Overall, there was an overwhelming sense of something being off. The moment he entered the guest room, Chu Feng was instantly surrounded by several people. The man in the suit asked with particular curiosity.
Damn, brother Fengjie, you're something else.
Even the boss doesn't get private talks this long.
Yeah. What did the president tell you?
Chu Feng felt somewhat speechless, for he knew these people before him were all Shii's men. Every word and action of his was likely being watched by Shirzei. So, Chu Feng naturally dodged the question. Nothing much.
Seems like he wants to marry his daughter to me. Holy crap. What? The gossip radar of the crowd went off immediately.
Forget about any mission or task at hand, they all started gossiping.
I've heard the ruler's adopted daughter is absolutely stunning, like a heavenly beauty.
Even though I haven't seen her, I'd gladly take your place in that marriage.
Why, how come you're so lucky? Chu Feng teased back. Why? Because I'm just that handsome, of course.
Chu Feng feigned smugness, his real intent being to divert their attention from prying for information. Just then, the door to the guest hall swung open.
A deep-voiced young man spoke in halting Japanese. What? Who's handsome?
Chu Feng followed the voice and froze in shock.
Holy crap, it's you? Chapter 177, The Princess of the Realm, Tsukimi Yamabuki.
Sure enough, the moment Chu Feng heard the voice, a strong sense of dissonance washed over him. But when he actually saw who it was, he was startled beyond belief. Indeed, the man before him was none other than Lin Zhengfeng, a face he hadn't seen in ages.
Of course, that earlier exclamation had merely been in neon slang.
He knew his current identity was meticulously crafted by the court historian, and it was best not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary.
What? Do you know those people over there, Feng-san?
Sure enough, after Chu Feng expressed his surprise, the man in the suit beside him looked as though he'd discovered something, asking suspiciously. Chu Feng was well aware that among this group, the others were manageable. The man in the suit was the sharpest of them all. At that moment, the delegation from Xia Nation was also drawn over by Chu Feng's words. What surprised everyone was that unlike the other teams, the leader of the Xia delegation was a young man. Indeed, it was Lin Zhengfeng. He still wore his Taoist robe, with two swords strapped to his back. One was a copper coin sword, the other a peachwood sword. Although he hadn't caught all of Chu Feng's words earlier, he had inquired with others in his team. After all, his knowledge of the neon language was limited to what he'd picked up during the flight. Managing basic communication was already quite an achievement.
Old Feng, did some Japanese guy just ask why it's me?
The steady-eyed man behind him, wearing glasses, nodded and pointed toward Chu Feng.
That's the most handsome-looking kid over there.
With that, Lin Zhangfeng peered curiously in Chu Feng's direction before striding over.
Everything happened rather suddenly.
To avoid exposing his identity, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Zhangfeng. The distance between them was no more than 2 inches as they stared each other down. Lin Zhangfeng frowned.
Do we know each other?
Chu Feng feigned disappointment, shaking his head before replying. Oh, my mistake.
You're from Xia Kingdom. I thought you were an old acquaintance of mine. My apologies.
He then nodded slightly in apology. Lin Zhangfeng returned the nod slightly.
I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding.
The group then proceeded toward the designated lounge for the Xia Kingdom delegation.
Little Fat, standing beside them, chimed in.
Seriously, he's powerful all right, but who knew he was a bit short-sighted? Chu Feng gave an awkward smile, effectively brushing the matter aside. That night, in the lounge, Chu Feng lay on his bed, yet found sleep elusive. That Lin Zhangfeng guy, he's got some real skill after all. Chu Feng was now convinced the man was no pushover, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen as the delegation's leader.
Will he recognize me? If he does, will he tell the other members of Xia Nation? Chu Feng shook his head. Never mind.
I'll worry about it tomorrow. The next day, at the main gate of the Neon Kingdom's palace, a Neon State secretary was reading out a list of precautions to the crowd, essentially not to disrespect the Neon State ruler. Chu Feng had heard these warnings so many times his ears were practically calloused.
Finally, the gates opened. As the host nation's delegation, Chu Feng's group entered first. The interior of the hall looked much the same as yesterday.
Only a few extra chairs had been added to accommodate the other delegations. Though it was called a gathering of nations, only Neon Nation, Xia Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and Bear Nation had actually arrived. After all, most other nations were struggling to manage their own affairs and simply couldn't spare delegations to aid others. Once the Bear Nation delegation had also entered the hall, the figure behind the screen rose once more. Unlike yesterday's private meeting with Chu Feng, Jukiyama now appeared decrepit and frail, as if death might claim him at any moment. With a voice strained to the point of exhaustion, he managed to utter.
Your nation's willingness to send reinforcements to aid my Neon Nation is truly a blessing for us.
Rest assured, nations, that regardless of whether the planned negotiations succeed or fail, I shall fulfill the agreed-upon compensation to your country.
Hearing this, Chu Feng was taken aback.
So this wasn't some humanitarian aid after all.
Sure enough, the leader of the Lighthouse Nation spoke up. Senior Jukiyama, you jest. I solemnly pledge on behalf of the Lighthouse Nation that we will revive the Cherry Dragon with the utmost rigor. Following the voice, Chu Feng suddenly realized there was actually someone he knew.
Indeed, standing diagonally behind him was none other than Sheffield, the participant from the International Ghost Control Forum.
Damn it, he's here. Looks like trouble's brewing again.
After the Lighthouse Nation made its statement, the others could only offer polite responses.
Then, from the Lighthouse Nation, Anislav declared, we Bear Nation values our commitments above all else. Yura.
Unlike the other two nations, whose delegations were led by older figures, the speaker representing Xia Nation was a young face. Lin Zhangfeng spoke with unwavering resolve.
Rest assured, Your Majesty. Xia has dispatched experts in all relevant fields. We will conduct a comprehensive inspection of the Cherry Dragon. To be honest, Lin Zhangfeng was speaking the truth. After all, during Jukiyama's reign, the nation had never engaged in war with other countries, making him something of a pacifist. However, with the recent improvement in Neon Nation's national strength compared to the past, some among them had forgotten the lessons of the past. These individuals were unapologetically hawkish. The Xia Kingdom had indeed dispatched an elite team, aiming to genuinely revive the Cherry Dragon and thereby stabilize the situation on the Neon Kingdom's side. After all, Xia Nation itself was already stretched thin dealing with the evolving evil spirits. Behind the screen, the frail figure merely smiled before saying, Very well, let us proceed to the next item. But just then, a graceful figure emerged from behind the screen into everyone's view. The young woman wore a pale cherry blossom-colored kimono, her skin as smooth as jade, her wrists as white as snow. But what drew the most attention was her pale pink hair, and beneath it, her white eyebrows and irises. What an unusual appearance. Chu Feng had never seen such features before. To say she had albinism didn't quite fit either. Yet strangely, this stark incongruity only accentuated a more fragile beauty in the girl. It made one want to protect her at all costs. For a moment, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the girl before them. My apologies, everyone. This is my adopted daughter, Jukiyama Kiri. Jukiyama Kiriaki, what a beautiful name.
Chu Feng had to admit, the name was indeed beautiful, flowing with an elegance reminiscent of a haiku. Just then, the barefoot girl suddenly strode quickly to Chu Feng's side. Then, she pressed her face right up to the tip of Chu Feng's nose. He could even feel her breath. It was breathtakingly beautiful. That the princess would make such an outrageous move in front of everyone was beyond anyone's expectations. Chu Feng was utterly stunned.
At that moment, Yuejian Shanwu narrowed her bright eyes, smiling at Chu Feng before addressing Yuejian Shanchuan behind the screen.
Father, I want him. Chapter 178, Chinatown, the ghostly courtesan. The words sent shockwaves through the entire gathering. I want him?
Such a bold declaration, it was far too explicit. Everyone expected the sovereign to fly into a rage, possibly sentencing Chu Feng to the ultimate punishment. Thus, including the elite squad, pity flickered in everyone's eyes as they looked at Chu Feng. Yet to everyone's surprise, Yu Jianshan not only refrained from fury but burst into laughter instead.
Very well, very well. If Fubuki likes it, then so be it. Yumiyama Fuki, is it? Would you care to accompany my daughter on her outing?
Chu Feng now felt conflicted. Should he accept or decline? Truthfully, he shouldn't refuse an invitation from such a beautiful girl.
But wasn't investigating the Sakura dragon the most urgent matter right now?
Jukiyama seemed to read Chu Feng's thoughts and explained.
Worried about the Sakura dragon? Rest assured, activating the cherry dragon teleportation array takes time. When the moment is right, I'll send someone to fetch you back. Hearing this, Chu Feng finally relaxed. Who could possibly refuse the chance to spend time with the daughter of a head of state? Thus, Chu Feng replied, I'd be delighted.
Then, disregarding the stares of those around them, the girl named Jukiyama Kiriho grabbed Chu Feng's hand and skipped joyfully out of the grand hall. Chu Feng found himself intrigued by this enigmatic girl before him.
How could Jukiyama Kawara, who was over 100 years old, suddenly decide to adopt a daughter?
The girl led Chu Feng on a brisk run through the main hall, gardens, and front courtyard. Not a word passed between them until they reached the outer gates, her face radiant with a joy he'd never seen before. By then, the guards following behind had formed two long lines. Wherever Jukiyama Kiri led Chu Feng, the guards followed like chicks trailing behind an eagle devouring its prey. Stop following us. Yujinshin Wuxing shot a weary glance at the purple-robed figures trailing behind. The men explained, we apologize, but this is the sovereign's explicit order. Before they could finish, whirlwinds erupted around them, instantly hurling the group into the air. Seizing the moment, Yujinshin Wuxing swiftly grabbed Chu Feng's hand again and began running at breakneck speed. Only after they darted into a dark, narrow alley did the girl finally release Chu Feng's hand. She looked at him and asked, You aren't one of the neon people, are you? Chu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This disguise had been crafted by the mourners, and his identity had been meticulously selected by the historians. How could she have seen through it so easily? Before Chu Feng could respond, the girl continued. But none of that matters. I don't care about any of it. I chose you because, while everyone else looked at me with lust, you were the only one who felt pity for me. As she spoke, the corners of her eyes flushed slightly. This is my first time stepping outside the sovereign's residence. 17 years, my very first time. My birthday is in 3 days. Until then, please guide me. With that, she took Chu Feng's hand again, her voice brimming with excitement. Come on, let's go to a place I've longed to visit. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Even sights that ordinary people had long grown tired of, even a tattered piece of plastic sheeting, filled her with wonder. Chu Feng struggled to imagine it. Had she truly been confined within the sovereign's residence for her entire 17 years? If so, why release her now? Could she truly adapt to all this? Lost in thought, Chu Feng found himself led onto a wide street. Both sides of the street featured buildings in the style of the Xia Kingdom, with red-hued lights decorating everything along the road. Chu Feng found himself mesmerized, feeling a strange sense of homecoming. Only then did Chu Feng realize this must be Chinatown, right? He then turned to the excited young girl with surprise. You've never left the main residence before, how could you know this route so well? Her reply came naturally, I've memorized this road for 15 years. It's the road where I got separated from my birth parents. Chu Feng was stunned. The girl before him had actually been lost on this very road. Chu Feng frowned. It seemed this girl was also a tragic figure, at least not as fortunate as he'd initially imagined. So, you're saying you must be from Xia Kingdom? The girl paused, her expression distant as if lost in thought. I don't know. Back then, the only words I could say were daddy, mommy, and candied hawthorn. That made sense. At only 3 years old, she wouldn't have known many words back then. You came here hoping I could help you find your birth parents? Her eyes reddened as she replied, I just wanted to try. I'm not forcing you. If you don't agree. I agree. Chu Feng's response caught the girl completely off guard. You're truly willing to help me? Her eyes held a trace of disbelief. Why wouldn't I? I'll help you earnestly. Trust me. At these words, the girl's eyes welled up again, and she threw herself into Chu Feng's arms. Thank you. But I still don't know your real name. Startled by her sudden embrace, Chu Feng replied. My name is Chu Feng. Chu as in pitiful, Feng as in maple leaf. Chu Feng first stated his name in the language of Xia Nation, then explained its meaning in Nianese. What a beautiful name. It rivals mine in beauty. Chu Feng could only agree both their names were quite poetic. Immediately after, Chu Feng and the girl began searching the streets for any trace of clues. Even though much time had passed, the chances were slim. Thus, with Wuxing leading the way and Chu Feng following close behind, the pair weaved through the dense crowd. Chu Feng offered his suggestion: if you remember where you got separated, we could start searching around that spot. The place where I got lost. The girl seemed to recall something, then suddenly began sprinting forward. Excuse me. Chu Feng could only apologize to those Wuxing bumped into. Finally, Wuxing came to a halt at a crossroads. Her eyes were vacant, as if she were deep in thought or lost in recollection. At the same time, she murmured softly, "Candied Hawthorne, Dad, Mom." Just then, amidst all the elements associated with Xia Kingdom, a group that stood out like a sore thumb suddenly appeared. Leading the way was a courtesan, her feet elevated over 20 centimeters in wooden clogs, swaying with an exaggeratedly coy gait as she approached. Behind her followed 2 rows of black-clad musicians, playing various instruments. The clash of these 2 elements felt profoundly jarring. Though the woman's pace was slow, the others seemed to take little notice. Thus, the courtesan arrived before Wuxing. Just as Chu Feng assumed she would bypass Wuxing, something unexpected occurred. With an eerie stride, the courtesan vanished in the instant she brushed past Wuxing, reappearing behind him. Her folding fan instantly transformed into a string of candied hawthorn berries. Clearly, she intended to use the sharp bamboo skewers to stab Wuxing in the back. Wuxing, watch out. Chapter 179, Candy-Coated Hawthorn, whose true name is Lotus. Though Chu Feng shouted the warning in the blink of an eye. But everything happened too suddenly. Chu Feng simply couldn't stop it in time. Yet, the instant the skewer touched Wuxing's back, time seemed to freeze. Then, in an instant, Wuxing turned, retrieved the bamboo skewer, and looked at Chu Feng with utter disbelief. "Feng Jia Ni Chan, why did a bamboo skewer suddenly appear here?" Hearing Wuxing's words, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. That meant the people earlier weren't simply ignoring the courtesan procession before them, they couldn't see it at all. And even Fugang, a ghost tamer, couldn't perceive them. What astonished Chu Feng, however, was that although Wuxing couldn't see the ghostly entity, she could sense the abnormality behind her and even grasp the bamboo skewer in her hand. It all felt so unreal. What truly made Chu Feng's hair stand on end was that the courtesan was still smiling as she looked at Wuxing. That smile was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown, more like crying than laughing. In all his time in the land of neon, Chu Feng had encountered many things, but this was the first time his ghost eyes had hit a wall. His ghost eyes had, in a sense, become ineffective in the land of neon. Yes, completely ineffective. He couldn't even tell that the courtesan before him was a ghost. Since she showed no hostility, Chu Feng tentatively addressed her. "Hello, may I ask why you're doing this?" What followed, however, was what truly astonished Chu Feng. After all, this was in the land of neon, and she was dressed as a courtesan. Though her age was impossible to discern, her otherwise beautiful face bore traces of hardship. "I just wanted to return this to my daughter." What Chu Feng never could have imagined was that the courtesan spoke fluent Mandarin. Daughter? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this so-called courtesan was actually Wuxing's biological mother? At that moment, Wuxing also looked at Chu Feng in surprise, unsure what was happening. The courtesan nodded. "Yes, she is my daughter." She then proceeded to recount her story to Chu Feng. "I was kidnapped and brought here. I've forgotten who the kidnappers were, only that they seemed to be a married couple. I was very young back then. When I arrived here, I had no household registration and didn't understand their language. I faced constant rejection, living a life of hunger and hardship for many years. My looks were passable, so they packaged me up and made me a courtesan. Even though I became the top courtesan, I could barely scrape by for food back then. They wouldn't even give me enough to eat. Oh, the old woman said she didn't let me eat too much because she feared I might run away one day. Then one day, I met someone I believed I could entrust my life to. I thought he would treat me well, but instead, he pushed me into another abyss. At the peak of my career, I became pregnant with his child." At this point, the woman broke down in tears. "Later I discovered that man was none other than the ruler of the land of Neon, Jukiyama Sanzan." Chu Feng was stunned. This old man didn't look like he was about to die at all. How could someone 100 years old still possess such vitality? After a moment of stunned silence, Chu Feng resumed, listening intently to her story. "She gave me a great deal of money, enabling me to open the Flower Queen establishment in Chinatown, something most people couldn't achieve. For the next few years, I stepped back from the limelight, also my daughter could grow up properly. But I never imagined that one day, when I went to buy sugar-coated hawthorn for Lianlian, I'd turn around and find her gone. I went frantic searching for Lianlian, knowing she was such a good girl she would have listened to me. I pulled every connection I had. The girls and I searched for 2 full days and nights, but still found nothing. When we sought help from the police commissioner, we were turned away because she had no legal status. I was utterly desperate until one day, she came back. By this point, the woman's makeup was completely smudged from crying. I thought he'd come to find our child with me. Little did I know, he'd come to see me off for the last time." Chu Feng frowned. Logically, it didn't make sense. From Chu Feng's omniscient perspective, the child hadn't been abducted, he'd simply been taken away by Jukiyama. But even so, was it really necessary to kill the child's mother? After all, there must have been some bond between them. I imagine you're also puzzled as to why he would do such a thing, yet that's precisely what he told me.
Your bloodline holds something I must possess, yet it remains impure.
Therefore, vanish from this world. He killed me and sealed my soul with 100 ghost 7-slaying array, condemning me to eternal torment. Over the years, my ghostly power has weakened to the point of near extinction.
So I never imagined you could see me.
All I wish to do is use what little ghostly power remains to deliver the candied hawthorn that never reached Lianlian's hands that day.
Lianlian is so beautiful now that she's grown up. I'm truly happy.
Chu Feng felt even more puzzled upon hearing this.
What kind of bloodline power requires killing one's parents to activate? After much pondering, Chu Feng asked curiously. So, may I ask your honorable surname, senior? Are you truly from some prominent family?
The fact that she was from Xia Kingdom and possessed some bloodline power made it quite easy to rule out.
At that moment, the woman replied. I don't know what family I truly belong to. After all, I was too young back then. All I know is that my surname is Chu. The Chu's surname. Chu Feng's pupils instantly dilated.
For he knew nearly everyone from the major noble families. There was indeed a Chu family, but it wasn't considered a major clan, and certainly possessed no bloodline power.
So, those bearing the surname Chu and possessing bloodline power.
It seemed there was only one possibility: the ancient Fengjian kingdom.
Could it be that the courtesan ghost before him had once been a member of the Fengjian ancient kingdom in life?
This conjecture took root in Chu Feng's mind, and he could hardly wait to verify it. Thus, Chu Feng drew the ghost sword. The woman was startled by this sudden turn of events, but in the next instant, a black mark appeared on her forehead.
What is this?
The courtesan distinctly felt something materialize between her brows.
Chu Feng nodded and said, looks like I should call you sister now? What do you mean?
The woman remained somewhat perplexed. It seems you still don't know you and I are both from the sword-sealing kingdom.
And now that the sword-sealing kingdom has been destroyed, we're both survivors.
Hearing Chu Feng's words, the woman's body stiffened slightly. I never imagined I'd see someone from my homeland again after more than 40 years. From this day forward, I no longer wish for this child to be called Wuxing.
From today onward, I want her to share my surname. Surname Chu, given name Lian. Chapter 180, Chu Lian's disappearance, teleportation to Sakura Dragon Island.
Tears welled in the woman's eyes, mingled with deep concern for her daughter.
Surname Chu, given name Lian.
Chu Feng gazed meaningfully at Wuxing, murmuring to himself.
Chu Lian, it's even more beautiful than Wuxing.
He then turned to the courtesan and said, Sister, the sword-sealing kingdom has fallen.
As its former prince, I am now a prince of a fallen kingdom.
And that restriction he placed upon you, I may truly be unable to remove it easily.
But if you don't mind, you may enter this island.
Though Chu Feng spoke these words, only by entering the island could Hua Kuei truly find a path to survival. Only then did Chu Feng realize that when ghostly power was either too weak or too formidable, the ghost eyes could not perceive it. The fact that Chu Feng could even see the knee-hugging ghost child meant the Flower Queen's ghostly power was now weaker than that of a wandering soul.
If she did not enter the island, death awaited her.
Sure enough, the woman's eyes brimmed with reluctance as she turned to the bewildered Wuxing beside her, entrusting him with her final words.
Lian has a birthmark shaped like a lotus on her shoulder.
That's why I named her Chu Lian. I don't know what happened that caused that demon to release Lian again. But I hope you will protect Lian as her brother. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. Only then did Chu Feng truly grasp the profound depth of a mother's love.
As a sister, then. Chu Feng pondered, but the woman's figure was already fading.
Chu Feng hurriedly opened the portal to the island and pulled her inside.
I beg you consider me an elder aunt figure. This is my final request.
Chu Feng silently vowed within himself that no matter what, he would protect Chu Lian.
At that moment, Wuxing also approached Chu Feng.
Speaking in somewhat awkward Xia Kingdom language, she said.
Brother, just now.
I felt so gentle. Chu Feng stroked Chu Lian's head and said. Yes, just now, it was Mom coming to hold you.
Mom also said that from now on, you'll be called Chu Lian. And as your brother, I'll make sure to protect you well.
Chu Feng looked at Chu Lian with unwavering resolve.
From today onward, you'll take Mom's surname and mine as well. No more calling yourself Yu Jianshan, okay?
A hint of confusion flickered in Chu Lian's eyes, but she still looked at Chu Feng obediently and said.
Okay, Lian will listen to Big Brother.
Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction.
Who would have thought we're actually blood-related after all? Don't worry, Lian. Brother Chu Feng will always protect you.
Chu Feng had never imagined he would encounter his own kin in this foreign land. This might truly be his only remaining kin in the world, perhaps even family. The testing instrument required for the sword-sealing kingdom's assessment was the ghost sword. The colors, from lowest to highest, were white, yellow, blue, green, yellow, gold, red, and black. Yet the Flower Queen's test yielded black. This indicated her innate talent was exceptionally high. Yukiyama herself also possessed considerable strength. Therefore, it can be inferred that Chu Lian's talent is likely also black. Such a color was reserved only for the imperial family at that time. Chu Lian flashed an innocent smile, extending her pinky finger as she declared, "Then let's make a pinky promise, Big Brother will always protect me." Chu Feng's eyes reddened slightly. "We're family. Of course I'll protect little Chu Lian." Though Chu Feng spoke these words, his desire to protect Chu Lian came from the heart, but deep down, he knew this would be incredibly difficult. He must unite a faction of allies. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength, it would be utterly impossible to stand against Yuejian Shanshan. If that old man's words hold even a shred of truth, it'd be a miracle. Only now did Chu Feng truly grasp the meaning of the saying, serving the ruler is like serving a tiger. Can I truly protect Lian? Chu Feng even began to doubt himself. Could his strength truly stand against an old man who had lived over 100 years? Could he hide Chu Lian away until this was all over? Of course, Chu Feng knew all this was impossible. Not only would he fail to protect Chu Lian, but he himself would be killed. Chu Feng stopped dwelling on it and went to buy a string of candied hawthorn berries instead. Lian, what flavor of candied hawthorn do you like? Chu Lian giggled happily from behind him. Mom always buys me plain ones, but today, I want red bean paste filling. Alright, then Big Brother will get you red bean paste ones. After paying, Chu Feng felt an unusual warmth in his heart. From this day forward, he had a blood-related sister. Whatever she liked, he would do everything in his power to make it happen. I'll spoil this little sister rotten. Chu Feng thought to himself. Lian, your candied hawthorn is ready. Let's go play somewhere else. But just as Chu Feng took the candied hawthorn and turned back to look at Chu Lian, he discovered that Lian had vanished once again. Lian? Chu Feng frantically scanned the area, though a suspicion had already formed in his mind. After all, Chu Lian was quite old now, it was impossible for her to be simply carried away. There was only one possibility that could make Chu Lian vanish in an instant. That was Yuejian Shanquan intervening. A wave of unease washed over Chu Feng. Why now? Of all times? Why take Chu Lian away directly? Could it be that his conversation with Chu Lian had also been overheard by that terrifying man? A chill ran down Chu Feng's spine, but all he could do now was head to the mansion. Only then would he have a chance to rescue Chu Lian. Driven by this thought, Chu Feng recklessly burned his ghost power and sprinted toward the sovereign's residence. Sure enough, the mansion's gates now stood wide open, as if awaiting only Chu Feng's arrival. With no guards in sight, Chu Feng charged inside in a daze. He raced toward the very place where, just hours earlier, that beautiful maiden had led him out, until he reached the grand hall. Only then did he truly realize, this was no grand hall at all. This was a massive prison. A prison that had confined a beautiful girl for 17 years of her life. How could Chu Feng remain calm in this prison that had held his sister captive for 17 years? Yet when Chu Feng stepped into the grand hall, no one else remained within. Only one person remained, Yuejian Shanquan. Seeing Chu Feng enter, Yuejian Shanshan still put on an act. Oh my, back so soon? Perfect timing. The teleportation array has been activated early. Hurry in. Chu Feng studied the man's face, yet detected no trace of emotion. But since he hadn't asked about his daughter, it must be him who took Chu Lian away. Chu Feng fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes burning with an unnamed fury. Your Highness, I shall enter the teleportation array at once. But there's one more thing I wish to say. Right now, you are the only one in this grand hall. It should be quite easy to be assassinated, shouldn't it?